DanMachi, Heroic Epic of Emiya the Great Hero. Chapter 1, Stories always begin on a rainy night. The good fight I have fought, the course I have finished, the faith I have kept. From now on, there is laid up for me the crown of righteousness. A broken soul, dragging its weary steps, traversed an endless snowfield and arrived at the final destination. I've reached the end. Is this my destination? It felt as if this journey had lasted far too long. Having abandoned the ideal of being a partner of justice and instead choosing the happiness of those around him, the man who had burned through his body and soul for this cause had reached the end he deserved. Ah! What a journey it has been! Like chasing an invisible moon under an eternal night. He closed his eyes, and his lingering soul began to fall, as if sinking into an endless void. The man named Emiya Shirou, his journey seemed to have reached its end. The sky was pouring with rain. The rain was as cold as ice, washing everything away. Emiya Shirou suddenly opened his eyes. The wooden ceiling came into view, and the warm touch of a blanket and quilt enveloped his body. The wounds all over his body tingled, as if they were healing at an extraordinary speed. This place was unlike any scene from his memories. It was a wooden cabin he had never seen before. The bright moonlight shone through a nearby window, illuminating the boy's well-defined features and his fiery red hair. Where is this? He recalled everything that had happened. He had clearly died, yet he had come back to life in this world, and his body had reverted to that of a child. Moreover, from the moment he woke up, he had been imprisoned in a dungeon. Those people seemed to be part of an organization called the Evilus, which was involved in human trafficking. He seized an opportunity, took a weapon from the man guarding him, and decisively killed him. Although his body had returned to that of a child, and both his magical energy and the strength he had trained for were gone, his combat skills, awareness, and, most importantly, his resolve remained deeply engraved in his soul. Later, he tried to escape but was caught by someone far stronger than any human should be. The man boasted, "I'm a level 3 upper-tier adventurer, you little brat who doesn't know when to quit," as he beat Shirou to a pulp. However, due to internal disputes, the man didn't kill him outright. "This little bastard killed one of ours. I'm going to chop him into mincemeat and feed him to the monsters." Wait, this kid doesn't have a god's blessing, yet he managed to kill a level 1 adventurer. Such talent would be wasted if we just killed him. They argued over what to do with the boy, but soon, they no longer needed to worry. A sharp gust of wind swept in. A woman wielding a katana, wearing a mask and hood, slaughtered the Evilus members. In front of her, they seemed weaker than children. The man who had proudly boasted about being level 3 didn't even have time to react before his head was severed. The swordswoman fought fiercely in the Evilus's hideout. Despite being injured by traps, she swiftly dealt with all her enemies. Finally, she arrived before the unconscious boy, hesitated for a moment, and then carried the severely wounded child on her back. "I was saved by her, wasn't I?" Back in the present, Shirou looked at his slender arms. His child's body was still too weak. More importantly, he had no magical energy left, and he couldn't sense the presence of his magical circuits, making it impossible to use his signature projection magecraft. He slowly tried to sit up but immediately lay back down. Intense pain shot through his body. With difficulty, he lifted the blanket and checked the bandages wrapped around his abdomen. It seemed he had received proper treatment. His left arm was definitely broken, and a few ribs were likely fractured as well. There were probably other minor injuries too. My injuries should have been more severe, and, ouch. The pain and itch in his left arm made him inhale sharply. His intuition and experience told him that his bones were healing at an unnatural speed. "Ah, you're awake. That's great." With the sound of the door opening, a girl walked in. "Who are you?" "Ah, you should get up slowly. Although your legs aren't seriously injured, you still need to be careful. Even with the use of elixir, such severe injuries won't heal quickly." The girl carried a wooden bucket filled with warm water. She had light silver hair and eyes of the same color. Her gentle voice carried an ethereal quality that didn't match her appearance. She wore what seemed to be a maid or shopkeeper's uniform and smiled at the boy. "My name is Seer Flova. Is she the one who saved me?" "No, probably not." Shirou recalled that the swordswoman was someone else. However, the girl before him must have been the one who helped treat his injuries. "My name is Emiya Shirou." Emiya? That sounds like a name from the eastern countries. "Can I call you Shiro-kun?" Sure." Shirou's current appearance was that of a 12 or 13-year-old. Seer's affectionate and cute way of addressing him wasn't inappropriate, but for someone with the soul of an adult, it was a bit embarrassing. "You've been asleep for a whole day." A whole day? Shirou wasn't surprised by this. His only thought was, "I survived. And what about the swordswoman who had saved me? How is she doing now?" Seer soaked a towel in warm water and gently wiped Shirou's face. Her light silver eyes met Shirou's as she began to explain the current situation. Shirou didn't avoid her gaze. The gentle and kind smile of this lovely girl reminded him of a junior named Sakura from his past. A country girl, or girl next door, might be the best way to describe her, giving off a sense of everyday comfort. "This is the tavern where I work. I found you and another elf girl collapsed in an alley and brought you here. Is she okay?" Shirou immediately asked. Her injuries are more severe," Seer replied. "She hasn't woken up yet." "Shirou, do you know her name?" "No, I was just saved by her," the boy answered. Seer nodded. "I see. Then, Shirou, do you remember where your home is?" The boy fell silent for a moment. "It should be very far away." "No, there probably isn't a home for me here." Seer was momentarily at a loss for words. "Sorry, I shouldn't have brought up something painful for you," Seer said. "No, it's not that." Realizing his words had caused a misunderstanding but unsure how to explain, Shirou was momentarily at a loss. A deep voice broke the awkward atmosphere. "Is the kid awake?" The newcomer was a tall woman, not just tall, but also very strong, exuding a powerful presence. She had earthy brown hair tied up, and both her facial features and physique gave off a bold and hearty impression. "Yes, Mama. His name is Emiya Shirou." "Shirou, this is Mama Mia, the owner of the tavern where I work." The tavern owner. For some reason, Shirou felt a prickling sensation, as if he were standing before a powerful heroic spirit known for their strength. It was probably just his imagination. "Honestly, we're short on hands right now, and you keep bringing in all sorts of strays like stray cats and dogs," Mia sighed and complained, while Seer quickly walked over and gently tugged on the owner's apron. "What is it?" Mia asked, puzzled. Seer leaned in and whispered something into her ear. Sigh. Mia let out a long sigh and walked over to Shirou, placing a large hand on his head. Such strength." Shirou was momentarily confused. "Since that's the case, you'll stay here for now. We're short on staff, so you'll work as a handyman. You'll work until you've paid off the cost of your food, lodging, and the elixir." "Okay, sure," Shirou replied. "Honestly, this kid is one thing, but you really shouldn't have brought back that elf who's clearly trouble," Mia grumbled as she ruffled Shirou's head. "But, Mama Mia, you agreed to it at the time, didn't you?" Mia just kept sighing, while Seer smiled. "This Mama Mia, though her words are harsh, is really a good person." Shirou thought to himself. "By the way, since you and that elf are together, starting tomorrow, you'll be taking care of her." "But Mama Mia, Shirou is still injured. We'll send him to the healing Familia for a quick healing spell." "Seer, you've already spent a whole day on this kid and that elf. Starting tomorrow, get back to work." "Yes." And so, Emiya Shirou took on the task of caring for the elf girl, and from Mama Mia, he learned her name. Ryuu Lion. So, that's how it is. Over the past 2 days, while tending to Ryuu by her bedside, Shirou had been gathering information about this world through various means. This seemed to be a fantasy-style alternate world. Besides humans, there were elves, beastmen, dwarves, Amazons, and Prums. For example, the sleeping beauty before him, Ryuu, was an elf with delicate features and long, pointed ears. It was worth noting that Mamma Mia's race was actually a dwarf, even though she was taller than many humans and elves. She was probably a special individual among her kind. In addition to the various races, this world was also home to monsters that threatened human lives. These monsters came from the dungeon, above which was the labyrinth city of Aria, known as the center of the world. This was where he currently was, and it was also where the gods of the heavens descended and gathered. Those who entered the dungeon to hunt monsters were called adventurers. Aria was home to many gods who had sealed their divine powers and descended to seek entertainment. Adventurers could form contracts with these gods by receiving their blood, becoming part of their familia, too, thereby unlocking their potential and gaining extraordinary powers, even achieving a higher level of existence. The man from the Evolus had proudly said, "I'm a level 3 upper-tier adventurer," because in this world, level 3 was indeed an impressive achievement. Over half of the adventurers in Aria were at the lowest level, level 1, and the proportion was even greater worldwide. In an ordinary country outside Aria, a level 3 adventurer could hold positions like Knight Commander, or Lord. So, what level was Ryuu, who had beheaded a level 3 adventurer with a single strike? Shirou-kun, when it comes to waking a sleeping beauty, you must be thinking of that, right? The Prince's Kiss, Naya. A girl with cat-like movements, in fact, she was a cat person, with short orange hair suddenly appeared. No, that's just a fairy tale, Anya-san. Call me Anya, senpai. Anya is very impressive, so Shirou should show more respect. Naya, the cat girl, puffed out her chest and spoke in an exaggerated tone. Dressed in a uniform similar to Seer's, this cat girl who randomly appeared in various parts of the tavern, the idiot cat, as Mamma Mia called her, Anya, was as energetic as ever today. Shirou, you're so young and already don't believe in fairy tales. You really have no dreams, meow. 1. The protagonist is Emiya Shirou from the world of Fate/Kaleid liner Prisma Ilia, specifically the world of Miyu. This world is a dying apocalypse. Shirou received better magical education in his early years and traveled the world with Kiritsugu Emiya, engaging in salvation activities. He is not only skilled in archery, swordsmanship, and hand-to-hand combat but also proficient in firearms. In Miyu's world line, the Emiya father and son found the omnipotent wish-granting device, the divine child, Miyu Edelfelt. Miyu became Shirou's sister, and in the end, Shirou chose to abandon becoming a partner of justice, refusing to sacrifice his sister for the world. For this, he single-handedly fought through the Holy Grail War in one night and wished for his sister to be sent to another timeline where she could find happiness. 2. Familia. Familia is really just the term for a group of people with a fauna, 3, from the same god or goddess, led by that god or goddess. There don't seem to be any requirements to just have a familia, and gods don't necessarily need to create a familia to be in the lower world. 3. Fauna. The fauna is the grace, sometimes called blessing, given by gods and goddesses to their familia members. Chapter 2, Ryuu Lion. Anya-san, at your age, still believing in fairy tales is. Shirou-kun, for girls, at your age, is a forbidden phrase. Naya, since Anya is a genuine young and beautiful girl, it's fine, but some older women might care a lot, you know. Anya, did you skip work again? Despite her age and seniority at the tavern, it was hard to feel any respect for her. Unconsciously, Shirou had started calling her by her first name. In a way, this was also a kind of talent. Of course, Naya working earns you wages, but slacking off is where the real profit lies, Naya. Anya-san occasionally says some profound things. Hee, I told you, Anya is amazing. Stupid cat, where the hell have you been? A thunderous roar made Anya's face pale. Oh no, Naya, I've been found out. Naya, Anya's running away now. I was never here, Naya. Shirou turned his head and found that the cat girl had already disappeared, such speed. The boy smiled and turned to look at Ryuu, only to find that the elf girl had already opened her eyes. Ryuu-san, Shirou tried to call out to her, but at that moment, Ryuu reached out her arms and cupped Shirou's face from both sides. She pulled the boy closer until their noses were almost touching. Amber and jade-green eyes met, reflecting each other's figures. They gazed at the images of themselves in each other's eyes, as if they could see the illusions of the past. I succeeded. I accomplished it. I achieved my revenge, wiping out the Evilus that took my comrades' lives, along with their accomplices. And I also saved a child from that place, a child with hair as warm as Elisa's. I tried to save other imprisoned children, but the Evilus had planted explosive firestones in the dungeon. Caught off guard, not only did I fail to save anyone else, but I also suffered even more severe injuries. Once again, I accomplished nothing. No, this time, at least I saved one child. Or rather, he saved himself. I don't know how he escaped, but staying in the dungeon would have meant certain death. It was his own courage that saved him. This child deserves to live. After completing her revenge, Ryuu felt no sense of accomplishment or satisfaction, only boundless loneliness. She didn't know where to go or where she belonged. The once crimson vision had now turned gray. The smiles of her former comrades, or their tragic deaths, were hard to recall. Tears, laughter, pain, joy, all had vanished. With the completion of her obsession, Ryuu had finally become an empty shell. She was already enveloped in endless darkness. What once illuminated the darkness was the burning rage in her heart. But now, with the end of her hatred, the flames had burned out, leaving only utter emptiness. No, in the pure black void, there was still a tiny spark left, a remnant of her obsession. Always being saved by them, this time, I must at least save this child, even if it's just him. This must be the last shred of justice in her heart, twisted by anger and hatred, seeking self-satisfaction. Finally, before collapsing, she saw a girl reaching out to her. That's good. At least this child can be saved, and I can rest assured, following in their footsteps once more. Elise, you've come to take me. When Ryuu opened her eyes again, she was sure she had arrived in heaven. The red hair in her vision was as warm as the sun. Ryuu hugged the long-lost figure before her, afraid that she would disappear like a bubble. Ryuu-san. Wait, something seems off. Aside from the red hair, the age, gender, and appearance don't seem to match. Wow, Naya, Shirou, did you really wake the princess with a true love's kiss, Naya? Anya appeared at the door again, though this time she was being held by Mamma Mia. Seer, peeking out from behind, whispered, "It looks like Shirou-kun was forced." Mamma Mia, however, was focused on another issue. Gale should be over 18 years old. T/N, Gale, is alias of Ryuu Lion. As for Shirou, he looked no older than 12 or 13. Wow, Anya looked at Ryuu with a gaze that, to put it mildly, was, let's just say it was the look one might give a criminal. After realizing she had made a huge mistake, Ryuu's brain went into a state of shock. Anya's gaze felt like a sledgehammer to her chest, making her let out a sound like "ooft," as if she were spitting blood. And so, with steam practically coming out of her face, Ryuu collapsed again. Elise was the leader of the Familia Ryuu Lion once belonged to. Known as Astrea Familia, she was a red-haired adventurer who had passed away. In her days, Ryuu had mistaken Shirou's red hair for the illusion of her old friend. Mamma Mia seemed to have seen through Ryuu Lion's identity from the start, but aside from her name, she didn't give Shirou any more information. Over the past 2 days, Shirou had only been able to gather bits and pieces about this world from Anya. As for Ryuu-san, he only knew her name and that she was strong. Now, however, was an opportunity to learn more about Ryuu-san. Ryuu woke up again half an hour later. This time, the tavern's relevant personnel were all present, including the waitress Seer, the owner Mamma Mia, the handyman Shirou, and the ever-curious Anya. However, Ryuu seemed to have shut herself off. She just lay on the bed, silent. "Why did you save me?" she looked at Seer and asked in a hollow tone. Well, Seer showed a very puzzled expression, then smiled gently. "Seeing someone covered in wounds lying in the rain, I couldn't just ignore them." This was an entirely reasonable justification. Anyone present would undoubtedly have done the same in that situation. But Ryuu wasn't asking this question to understand Seer's logic. She felt that she had no reason to live or to be saved. Ryuu then turned her gaze to Shirou, the boy with the warm red hair. For a moment, she couldn't find her voice. The relief that the boy had survived, the awkwardness of mistaking him for someone else, and the confusion over whether saving a child was just for self-satisfaction. All of this left Ryuu at a loss for words. But at this moment, the boy took the initiative and walked over. "Thank you very much for saving me, Ryuu-san." He took Ryuu's hands and spoke earnestly. Ryuu didn't push his hands away. Don't elves have a cleanliness obsession? Why? Ow, Naya. Strange Naya-s and the sound of a dwarf's fist hitting a cat's head echoed around. Let's treat it as background noise. He's the second person. Ryuu was stunned for a long time. If someone tried to shake hands with Ryuu upon first meeting, she would reflexively slap their hand away. This wasn't out of personal preference but a racial, cleanliness obsession, of the elves. The first person was Ryuu's former leader and confidant, Elise Lovell. Before this, she was the first and last person who could naturally touch Ryuu. The boy before her was the second, and initially, she had been the one to initiate contact. Was it because he resembled Elise, or? "You know my name?" Ryuu awkwardly changed the subject. "A quick check of your clothes and belongings was enough." "The Gale, Ryuu Lion, right?" Mamma Mia spoke up, a first-class wanted criminal with an 80 million valis bounty. Because of Mamma Mia's words, the air instantly grew tense. "What do you plan to do? Turn me into the guild?" Ryuu spoke, her tone less confrontational and more self-destructive, even eager. To avenge her comrades, Ryuu had taken matters into her own hands, targeting numerous factions and their associates. She had even killed several of the Evelus's informants within the guild. All of this was her own form of vigilante justice, which led to her being wanted by the guild. And because she had killed so many and acted so frequently, the bounty kept increasing until it reached the astronomical figure of 80 million valis. At 30 valis per fried potato ball, 1 Ryuu equals 2.6 million potato balls, enough to last a lifetime. To this, Mamma Mia responded with a cold laugh, completely unfazed. "Don't be ridiculous. Why would I do something so troublesome, you useless elf?" "Useless, elf? Now that you're awake, what you do next is up to you. But you're not leaving until you've paid for your stay these past few days." Mamma Mia's response left Ryuu dumbfounded. "Ryuu-san, if you don't mind, why not stay here a bit longer? It's safe here. You can leave once the heat dies down. Shirou will also be working at the tavern," Seer said. What nonsense were these two spouting? How did they survive in Orario? She was a dangerous first-class wanted criminal, a powerful level 4 adventurer. The normal thing to do would be to either quickly get rid of this trouble or report her for the reward. Keeping her here was like inviting a wolf into the house. If she decided to cause trouble, who would protect them? That rude dwarf woman? Ryuu's mind was in chaos. Mamma Mia is very strong. I believe she can protect you, Ryuu-san. And I want to get to know you better. Shirou feels the same way. Mamma Mia, hearing this name, Ryuu instinctively recalled a piece of information, but she immediately dismissed it as impossible and pushed the thought aside. Ryuu-san, I also hope you can stay, at least until your wounds heal. Shirou looked at Ryuu and spoke seriously. No, stop, Ryuu's heart was in turmoil, I have no reason to live anymore. Don't look at me like that. Don't make me remember the faces of my fallen comrades. Don't disturb my heart. I have. Unconsciously, her words turned into a cry somewhere between a roar and a wail. I have nothing left, no comrades or a place to return to. I, who committed such foolish acts, should have died long ago. I have no reason to live anymore. Just as Ryuu was shouting this, a gurgle sound suddenly rang out. This adorable sound came from Ryu's stomach. Ryuu froze. Seer stared in shock. Mamma Mia looked dumbfounded. Anya burst into laughter. Your words sound tough, but your body is honest, Naya. Under the cat girl's blunt commentary, the proud elf's face quickly turned bright red. Your body still wants to live, it seems. Mamma Mia couldn't help but laugh. Guh. How utterly humiliating. Ryuu felt like she might die from sheer embarrassment. No, even if she had wanted to die, she didn't want it to be such a ridiculous death. At the very least, let it be in a fight against 10 villains. Ryuu was already exhausted and severely injured, having been unconscious for 3 days. Naturally, her body craved nourishment. The boy before her seemed to be holding back a smile. While Seer couldn't help but chuckle, Shirou managed to keep a straight face. Meanwhile, Ryu's pointed ears had turned completely red. At this moment, Seer had an idea. She winked at Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia was slightly surprised but soon smiled in response. Honestly, letting a starving ghost die would ruin my reputation. Come on, I'll make you something to eat. Wait, I didn't say I wanted to eat. However, Ryu's refusal was cut short as Mamma Mia grabbed her head. You stubborn, foolish elf, stop spouting nonsense and insulting my intelligence. Be a good girl and listen. Ugh. The enormous hand pressed down on Ryu's head like a mountain, the force carefully measured to be just within safe limits. Unable to resist in terms of strength, unable to react in time, and unable to dodge. Facing the dwarf's one-handed suppression, Ryu's back was already drenched in cold sweat. She immediately understood that there was an insurmountable gap between her strength and Mamma Mia's. At this moment, Shirou suddenly spoke up, Mamma Mia, let me handle cooking for Ryu-san. Oh, the dwarf owner raised an eyebrow. I want to repay Ryu-san's kindness. Besides, I'm quite confident in my cooking skills. Chapter 3, Choosing Familia. Ryuu realized that she might have been brought to a rather extraordinary place. Reluctantly following Seer, she arrived at the first-floor dining room. The not-so-spacious space was very quiet, with only Ryuu and her companions present. The boy's wish had been granted by Mamma Mia, and he was now busy in the kitchen. After a while, he and Mamma Mia brought over steaming plates of food. Let's all try it together, and thank you all for your care during this time. It's meat, Anya's favorite meat. This was a dish with various spices, stewed chicken, scrambled tender eggs, and assorted vegetables, a chicken and egg rice bowl, oyakudon. One of the most common homemade dishes Emiya made in his previous life, second only to curry rice. This kid's skills, Mamma Mia, who had watched Emiya cook in the kitchen, looked shocked, then turned to the dazed Ryuu, hurry up and eat, are you waiting for the food to get cold? Realizing she had no room for resistance, Ryuu resignedly picked up a spoon. Since Emiya had made a lot, Anya, Seer, and the others also got a share. The cat girl was the most eager. Wow, it's delicious, even better than Mamma Mia's cooking. Ryuu heard the sound of a fist tightening. She scooped up a spoonful of the rice bowl and brought it to her small cherry-like mouth. First, the umami of the chicken broth and the tenderness of the eggs spread in her mouth, while the fragrant rice melted along with it, and the sweetness of the vegetables flowed on her tongue. Unlike the rough dwarven cuisine, where everything is stewed together with heavy oil and salt, suitable for laborers or adventurers after a tiring day, and unlike the overly refined and bland elven cuisine, this dish was delicate and gentle, considering both taste and nutrition. It was like a homemade dish a mother would make. This dish can bring warmth, it's very delicious. Although she was a very stubborn elf, she would still tell the truth when it came to food. Mamma Mia laughed, speaking slowly. This is a dish filled with heart, whether it's gratitude or longing, it's the boy's feelings for you, she said. Being able to enjoy such a delicious and heartfelt dish is enough reason to keep living, right? Ryuu fell silent, suddenly realizing what she meant to this boy. Although Ryuu believed she had disgraced justice and had no face or right to talk about justice or saving others, Amiya's existence still told her that she could still do something right. At least, she had saved a child. So, what should she do next to be correct? Ryuu silently picked up her spoon again, eating the dish, spoonful after spoonful. Although the elf's mouth was small, her movements were quick, and in no time, the entire plate was empty. Hee, it's all gone. Thank you for the meal, I'm truly grateful. Ryuu's mood was very complicated. She looked at Amiya, unconsciously thinking, did she have the right, like Elise, to become someone's savior and guide? Well, you finished eating. The flow changed. The atmosphere suddenly became oppressive, and Ryuu immediately became alert. What are you talking about? Just like it's natural to repay debts and pay for lives, since you've eaten at the tavern, it's only natural to pay, right? Ryuu's expression stiffened, while Mamma Mia's lips curled up. Thank you for your patronage, 50 million valis. Amiya, huh? This is outrageous. The elf girl slammed the table and stood up, this price is completely fraudulent. It's a normal price, because the dish contains very precious ingredients, like, dragon meat, phoenix eggs, the fruit of the elven divine tree. 50 million valis isn't expensive at all. No, it's just ordinary chicken, eggs, and potatoes, Amiya tried by, of course, under Mamma Mia's threatening gaze, he didn't speak up. Well, looking at you, you probably can't pay, so there's no other way, you'll have to work here to pay off your debt. Huh, Ryuu was momentarily too shocked to speak. This is too unreasonable, no, it's outright fraud, completely lying and twisting logic. If it were before, Ryuu would have already thrown a punch, but now she couldn't, because the other party was much stronger than her. Thus, the elf girl fell into unprecedented panic, her ears trembling with anger. This is the labyrinth city, whether it's the dungeon or the surface, who knows what you'll encounter. The dwarf boss's imposing aura surged like a tidal wave, making Ryuu unable to face her directly. She hurriedly looked at the others. Seer, in this shop, Mamma Mia's words must be obeyed, sob. The girl covered her face with her hands, crying fakely, this sly girl. Amiya, Miss Ryuu, I was also taken into work. Anya is asleep, Anya knows nothing. As Seer said, I represent the law here. If I say it's white, even if it's black, everyone must treat it as white, Mamma Mia showed a villainous smile. In fact, everyone else present understood that this series of farces was because Seer and the others knew that the current Ryuu, who was stuck in a rut, would definitely get into trouble if left alone, most likely dying outside. This time, she was already on the brink of death. To make the stubborn Ryuu cheer up, at least to make her survive no matter what, Seer and Mamma Mia did this. And Ryuu, of course, couldn't figure this out. You set me up. It's decided then, Mamma Mia made the final judgment. And so, Ryuu was forced to become a waitress at the tavern, hostess of fertility. Thank you, Mamma Mia. Seer and Anya took Ryuu to try on the waitress uniforms, leaving only Amiya and Mamma Mia in the dining room. We were already short-handed, this was just convenient, Mamma Mia snorted, for a stubborn race like elves, the tougher the attitude, the better. Besides, she is worth saving, the dwarf woman's tone carried a hint of reminiscence. Clearly, Mamma Mia knew Ryuu, and for her, keeping Ryuu, top wanted criminal, was not a big deal. What about you, kid, want to be the tavern's head chef? My employees are only female, but with your skills, I can make an exception, Mamma Mia's lips curled, surrounded by beautiful colleagues, are you tempted? Amiya remained unmoved, whether in expression, tone, or gaze, he was resolute. I want to become an adventurer. Mamma Mia turned around, her strong arms crossed. Reason? Why do you want to become an adventurer? Adventure isn't something you can just talk about, the dwarf woman's voice was calm. Is it for money, fame, wanting to be a hero, or simply pursuing power? The boy took a deep breath and said softly, I don't want to feel the helplessness of not being able to protect those important to me again. Mamma Mia was not surprised at all. Alright, a decent reason. Which familia do you plan to join? Familia, centered around a deity, is an organization composed of children, who have received the deity's blessing, which is also known as fauna. The labyrinth city is made up of various familias, and people engage in adventures, production, and commerce as part of these familias. I'm not particularly familiar with this, Emiya said somewhat embarrassedly. Really, you want to become an adventurer without even considering this, Mamma Mia said disdainfully. Follow me. She walked to the counter and rummaged through it, quickly finding a thick, somewhat old booklet, Ryuu Familia Encyclopedia. Looking at the content on the cover, Emiya realized that he seemed to have naturally mastered the language and writing of this world. First, familias without even LV.4 can be ignored, they're all garbage, not worth attention. Mamma Mia's first sentence directly classified over 90% of familias as garbage, leaving only a few options at the front. Currently, the strongest familia in the city is the Freya Familia. How should I put it, I have some faith in the Freya Familia, I can recommend you, Mamma Mia said, flipping through the Familia Encyclopedia, the first page showing the Valkyrie emblem of the Freya Familia. Freya, the goddess of beauty and love in Norse mythology, her familia is the pinnacle of the labyrinth city at this time, not only possessing multiple first-class adventurers above LV.5, but also the city's strongest, the only LV.7 powerhouse. However, I don't recommend you join the Freya Familia. After much thought and careful consideration, Mamma Mia finally concluded. Why? Emiya asked. It's not suitable, the compatibility is too poor. The Freya Familia is full of lost and love-starved children, and you're neither lost nor love-starved, Mamma Mia judged. Clearly, you're a determined and serious person, and not only not love-starved, but also the type to overflow with love for others, Mamma Mia said seriously. This description was a bit strange, almost like describing a playboy. So you're not suitable for the Freya Familia. If you go there, you'll probably break. Mamma Mia interjected, that's my judgment. Is it that serious? No, not you breaking, but the Freya Familia breaking, in short, it's not suitable, Mamma Mia thought silently, the Freya Familia's recruitment standard is, the color of the soul. Luckily, the goddess's current interest is purity, not brilliance. Flipping past the Freya Familia's emblem, the next was a jester mask emblem. Loki Familia, the second strongest faction in the Labyrinth City, possessing 3 LV.6 first-class adventurers, and 4 LV.5 adventurers, their combat power is second only to the Freya Familia, and they are more active in dungeon exploration than the Freya Familia. If you want to become an adventurer, the Loki Familia should be one of the best choices, but, Mamma Mia hesitated, as for the Loki Familia, I can't recommend you. If you're interested, you can try on your own. Then, Mamma Mia introduced various familias to Emiya one by one. Ishtar Familia, eliminated, although strong in combat, this one runs the pleasure quarter, best to stay away if you don't want to be drained. Naturally, Emiya was not interested in the pleasure quarter, and showing interest in this familia would probably get him killed by Mamma Mia. The Ganesha Familia has 11 level 5 members, and their captain, Shakti Varma, is also a level 5. In addition, the Ganesha Familia has numerous level 3 and level 4 members, making them the vanguard force against the Dark faction. In Ryuu, the Ganesha Familia has the function of city guards. Due to good relations with the guild, the usual defense, patrol, and order maintenance of Ryuu are handled by the Ganesha Familia. The Ganesha Familia seems like a good choice, and then there's the Astrea Familia, Emiya murmured. The goddess of stars and justice, Astrea, he was somewhat interested in this familia. That familia is no longer here, they encountered an accident in the dungeon, the Familia members were almost all wiped out, and the main deity left Ryuu. Mamma Mia said in a low voice, this encyclopedia is from 3 years ago. I see. Emiya silently skipped over the Astrea Familia, but he still deliberately remembered the emblem of the wings of justice. Then, the Hephaestus Familia. The main deity is the goddess of fire, Hephaestus, who is proficient in forging techniques. The Hephaestus Familia is a comprehensive familia that combines production, commerce, and adventure, mainly engaged in weapon and equipment manufacturing, and is the largest equipment producer and seller in the Labyrinth City. The leader is a LV.5 first-class adventurer, Horario's top blacksmith, the one-eyed blacksmith, Tsubaki Kulbrand. I plan to join this familia, Emiya made up his mind. Oh, why? I have some interest in forging swords. Is that so, because you're an excellent chef, so you're interested in blacksmithing which also uses fire? No problem, I can write you a recommendation letter. Mamma Mia acted swiftly, settling the matter directly. Emiya said apologetically, sorry, I promised to help here. It's fine, when you earn money later, just pay back the elixir and treatment fees. I don't lack a kid like you here. Mamma Mia waved her hand, patting his shoulder. If you ever get tired of being an adventurer, come back anytime, I can still afford to feed one person. No problem, welcome to the Hephaestus Familia. The red-haired, right eye covered with an eye patch, wearing a white top and black pants, with black knee-high high-heeled boots, the deity Hephaestus took the recommendation letter from Emiya's hand, didn't even open it, and made the decision directly. As expected of a goddess, her beauty was not diminished at all. Paired with the white top and black pants and gloves, the simple, almost masculine outfit could be described as elegant, giving those who met her for the first time the impression of a big sister figure. Chapter 4, Skills and Magic. Ah, is it really this casual? Hephaestus, as a faction that semi-monopolizes the equipment market of the Labyrinth City, not only leads the city in wealth but also possesses formidable military power. Those who wish to join are as numerous as fish in a river, with over 90% being directly rejected. Yet, Emiya, with just a letter of recommendation, not only met the chief deity directly but was also accepted on the spot. Of course, we must give face to Mamma Mia, our children love her cooking the most, Hephaestus shrugged. A significant proportion of the blacksmiths within the Hephaestus Familia are dwarves, and the high-quality, abundant dishes from Mia's establishment, who is also a dwarf, are quite popular. Moreover, even without Mamma Mia's recommendation, would have taken you in. Hephaestus squinted her left eye, you have a good look in your eyes, I have a feeling, you will definitely become an excellent blacksmith. Look in my eyes. Firm and unwavering, such a look is most moving. Hephaestus smiled and said, and, there's another reason why I want to take you in. She suddenly reached out and ruffled Emiya's hair. Our hair is both red, isn't that a sign of fate? Emiya, whose hair was being ruffled, looked at Hephaestus. Although her divine power was sealed, just by looking, one could immediately sense the intense divinity hidden beneath her stunning beauty. This is the existence that transcends human life. Come, first take off your clothes. Yes, Emiya took off his outer garment, revealing a youthful body. He knew that the god's blessing was activated by the deity using divine blood on the back of the deity's familia. Not bad physique. Hephaestus used a small knife she carried to cut her finger, and the divine blood was smeared on the boy's bare back. With a cold touch, a fluorescent light lit up on the boy's back, revealing the pattern of a volcano and a forging hammer. Then as the data composed of sacred letters floated, Emiya's status values appeared for the first time. Emiya Shirou. LV.1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Development abilities. Magic. Unlimited Blade Works, 1. Skills. Oath Under the Snow. Roadless Valhalla. 1 magic, 2 skills, Hephaestus said in a shocked tone, and one of them is an unreadable skill. The status of an adventurer is a numerical value produced by systematically parameterizing the god's blessing. It includes basic abilities, development abilities, magic, and skills, with the level indicating the overall strength. The information related to status values is the result of long-term verification and analysis since the gods descended 1,000 years ago, so there are still possibilities in adventures that even gods cannot fathom. The basic abilities are strength, endurance, dexterity, agility, and magic, with each dimension's value ranging from 0-999, represented by letters from IS, a total of 10 levels, I, 099, A, 808.99, S, 909.99. The experience gained from training or actual combat increases proficiency, and the more frequently an item is trained, the more prominent the proficiency and evaluation naturally become. Generally, the upper limit of basic abilities is 999, which is S. Development abilities have a chance to be obtained upon leveling up, currently including Hunter, Blacksmith, Poison Resistance, Magic, Healing, Mystery, etc. The skills that appear are related to the situations encountered before leveling up, such as encountering many poisonous plants or monsters that release toxic substances before leveling up, which may result in a poison resistance skill upon leveling up. The conditions for obtaining skills are not yet fully clear. Anyone who has just received the god's blessing has a fixed level, status values, and development abilities of LV.1, all at 0, and empty. However, there are extremely rare individuals who start with magic and skills. This is very uncommon, especially having multiple magics and skills right after receiving the god's blessing. More importantly, whether it's unlimited blade works, or Oath Under the Snow, both are rare skills that Hephaestus has never seen before. No, they should be unique skills. Is this the unknown of the lower world? Even the gods couldn't help but get excited. It is said that Fin-Dame, the leader of the Loki Familia, also had multiple magics or skills right after receiving the blessing, and this dwarf adventurer is now a famous LV.6 adventurer in the Labyrinth City, with the title, Brave. Hephaestus read the details of the boy's magic and skills with great interest. Unlimited blade works. Summoning magic. Materializes the mirror image or imitation of items that exist in reality using magic power. Increases the magic effect based on the understanding of the projected item. The magic power consumption required for projecting sword-type items is greatly reduced, can be cast without chanting. First level chant. Trace on. Second level chant. Identify the concept of creation. Assume the basic skeleton. Duplicate the composition material. Imitate the production technique. Sympathize with the experience of growth. Reproduce the accumulated years. Surpass, complete many processes. At this moment, complete the sword that gathers illusions. Third level chant. A summoning magic that projects items, and it has 3 levels of chance. The third level is not yet unlocked. Hephaestus marveled, Shirou, I have to say, my Familia is indeed the most suitable for you. To better utilize the power of unlimited blade works, one must increase the understanding of the projected objects, and the best way to understand weapons and equipment is undoubtedly to forge them oneself. Moreover, besides forging, referencing the works of other craftsmen, or being taught by high-level craftsmen or even this god of forging, are also ways to rapidly grow this, unlimited blade works. Even I am starting to feel the urge to forge a sword of the gods myself, to see if this magic can replicate it, Hephaestus exclaimed. Her gaze turned to the skills, one of which was the unreadable. This situation is not the first time it has appeared, possibly meaning that this skill has not yet fully awakened, and may change to an unlocked state with adventure or leveling up. Of course, it could also be that the skill itself has a self-restraint feature, such as the skill itself having the effect of, skill cannot be read, but this possibility is too low. Hephaestus looked at the other skill, Oath Under the Snow. Oath Under the Snow. Immune to charm, when acting to protect others, attack power and endurance increase, magic and skill effects increase. When having a bond with the protected, attack power, endurance, and agility are greatly increased, magic and skill effects are greatly increased. When having an intimate bond with the protected, all abilities are superbly increased, status value growth accelerates, status value upper limit breaks, magic and skill effects are superbly increased. Skill effect increases based on the number and strength of bonds. Hephaestus was momentarily speechless. This skill, how to put it, undoubtedly, is a super powerful skill, but there seems to be a subtle aura coming from it. Shirou. What is it, Goddess Sama? You have the potential to become a harem king. Huh? No, you should strive to become a harem king. Huh? Hephaestus teased, her slightly narrowed eyes seemed to have an immeasurable divine power flowing within. Both under the snow, it's like a hero. What kind of person does this child want to protect? Emiya Shirou watched as Hephaestus Sama threw the paper with his status values into the furnace fire and burned it. His feelings were very complicated. To be honest, he had some anticipation that he might possess projection, related magic or skills. After all, this was a move he continuously used in the final battle of his previous life. The action of projection could be said to be engraved in his bones. TL/N, I am already getting goosebumps remembering the lines. And the skill, both under the snow, probably because he gave up, ally of justice, and chose, sister, this matter itself and the subsequent actions, sublimation. For the sake of a girl, defeating 6 heroic spirits overnight, and then continuing to fight until burning himself out, now thinking about it, it was indeed quite reckless. However, intimate bond, what exactly counts as an intimate bond? Sister, definitely counts. Besides that, Goddess Hephaestus teased Shirou with the special skill, both under the snow. Then her tone changed. Shirou, I have locked and hidden your status values, but there are methods in the world to forcibly unlock them. Be careful to protect your back, and do not reveal or expose the skill, both under the snow. The magic, unlimited blade works, cannot be hidden once used, but as for skills, it's best not to expose them, Hephaestus said, but then her tone changed again. She smiled. However, even if exposed, there's no need to worry too much, the Familia will protect you. This is the benefit of a top-tier Familia. Although the Hephaestus Familia is not the strongest in terms of combat power, the advantages in production and commerce make even the top 3 Familias dare not easily offend the Hephaestus Familia, the city's strongest and largest arms dealer. How much money do you have, to dare to oppose my Hephaestus Familia? Adventurer, you wouldn't want to fight monsters with inferior weapons, would you? By the way, let me first introduce you to our Familia's captain. Boom! A violent explosion interrupted the chief deity's words. Emiya felt the ground shake a few times, and a cloud of dust fell on Hephaestus Sama's head. Tsubaki, the chief deity, took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Sorry, this time I wasn't experimenting with weapons within the Familia. I just accidentally blew up the furnace while making a magic sword. Tsubaki Colorbrand, with a face as beautiful as the Eastern people, is a half-dwarf, born between a Far Eastern human and a mainland dwarf. Perhaps inheriting a strong human bloodline, she has long limbs and a height of 170 centimeters. Dwarves are generally short and stubby, so she often attracts jealousy from some dwarves. The work clothes she wears are also of Far Eastern style, from her mother's Far Eastern hometown. The lower body is bright red hakama, too, and the upper body is only wrapped in white cloth around the chest. Her neat appearance is black hair and red eyes. Most notably, she wears a black eye patch similar to the chief deity Hephaestus. Compared to Hephaestus covering her right eye, she covers her left eye. This brave and beautiful woman is the LV.5 adventurer with the nickname Cyclops, the captain of the Hephaestus Familia. She reigns at the top of the Hephaestus Familia, a large forging faction with many high-level blacksmiths, and is truly the highest-level blacksmith in Orario. She seems to have a dark history of experimenting with new weapons within the Familia and blowing up the Familia's building, for which she was severely criticized by the chief deity. Magic sword, Hephaestus sighed helplessly. No one was hurt, right? Don't worry, only half of the workshop was destroyed, Tsubaki said nonchalantly. A magic sword, as the name suggests, is a sword with magical abilities. It can use the magic attached to the sword without chanting, but the number of uses is limited, usually only a few times. The woman took a direct hit from a magic sword's furnace explosion, yet didn't suffer a single injury. The endurance of LV.5 is terrifying. Speaking of which, the first two dwarves Emiya came into contact with in this world, whether it's Mama Mia or the half-dwarf Tsubaki, have nothing to do with being short. If he hadn't seen normal dwarves on the street, Emiya might have formed a wrong impression of the dwarf race. Is this the Familia's new member, a handsome boy? He's our Familia's future star with unlimited potential. Hephaestus-sama introduced Emiya's magic, Unlimited Blade Works, to Tsubaki. Projection magic is hard to hide once used, and since the other party is the trustworthy Familia captain, there's no need to hide it. What an amazing magic, Tsubaki exclaimed. Wait a minute, this magic, can it project magic swords? I haven't tried, but it should be possible. Emiya thought for a moment and replied. That means unlimited use of magic swords. Isn't that completely invincible? No, not to mention the projected magic sword's power might be reduced. Magic power is also an issue, Emiya analyzed. For example, to project a magic sword that can release fire magic, at least the magic power equivalent to directly releasing that magic would be consumed. 1. TL/N, the Unlimited Blade Works, UBW, used here works more like Projection Magecraft, PM, than UBW. Maybe author will assimilate PM into UBW, combining both their skills on a single subsection. Just clarifying cause later don't say I made a mistake. It is what it is in the raw. 2. Hakama. Hakama are a type of traditional Japanese clothing. Originally stemming from ku pinyin, ku, the trousers worn by members of the Chinese imperial court in the Sui and Tang dynasties, this style was adopted by the Japanese in the form of hakama in the 6th century. Chapter 5, Training. Even so, it's still quite impressive. Tsubaki rubbed Emiya's hair as she praised him. The boy thought it was probably due to his height and age that the women in this world always liked to pat his head, which made him somewhat wish to grow taller quickly. Shirou, you should first follow Tsubaki to learn forging, starting from the basics. No problem, just follow me and assist for now. Speaking of which, it seems we both have some Eastern ancestry. Emiya nodded. Yes, then I'll be in your care, Captain. Not rushing to the dungeon immediately after receiving a blessing, such steady behavior deserves praise. Tsubaki nodded. However, calling me Captain is too formal, just call me Tsubaki. Tsubaki raised her hand high. Shirou, let's go, working with a handsome boy, oh ho. Ah, are we starting already, oh. Shirou was forced to cheer along with the enthusiastic blacksmith sister. Waiter, this isn't the dish I ordered. A male adventurer banged on the table and shouted. WHATISTHMATTR, THISGUST. Ryuu mechanically turned around, staring at the other party, the innate arrogance and cold aura of the elf unconsciously spreading out. Eek. And nothing, I'll eat it. No, I'll just leave. The man, intimidated by the elf, immediately went weak in the knees and fled in a panic. ALV.1 adventure trying to stand up to Ryu's presence was still too much. Gulp I messed up again. Because her expression was too serious and her mood too heavy, Ryu once again scared a customer, messing up once more. The whole day, the elf girl was repeating failures. The elf's nature of valuing relationships became her burden, making her unable to ignore the kindness that Seer and the others had shown her. Turning to flee would tarnish the honor of the noble forest clan. But not fleeing meant she couldn't resist Mama Mia's violence, and in the end, she had to accept the unreasonable work. First, peeling vegetables and fruits, Anya kindly wanted to teach her, but ended up touching Ryu's hand. Unable to suppress her instinct for cleanliness, Ryu directly knocked Anya flying, crashing into a pile of melons and fruits. Then, going out for shopping, because her expressionless demand for a discount was too scary, she was mistaken for a protection fee collector, nearly giving the shopkeeper a heart attack. After that, there was a series of failures, and the final result was. You really are a failure beyond my imagination. Mama Mia felt helpless. Gulp. Ryu, who was being insulted to her face, could only grit her teeth and endure. Something similar seemed to have happened before, being called by her former companions as an elf who is completely useless except in battle, though Ryuu completely denied it. At this rate, not only can't you repay, but your debt has increased quite a bit. Gulp. Ryuu seemed to have lost her ability to speak, only able to emit meaningless syllables from her mouth. Speaking of which, Shirou probably won't come back tonight. Shirou? Ryuu looked up. Where did he go? He went to join the Hephaestus Familia. He should have succeeded by now. Ryuu slightly opened her mouth, somewhat at a loss. I see, that child has also become an adventurer. However, the Hephaestus Familia is quite good, becoming a blacksmith, he probably won't encounter any danger. It's just, it feels a bit lonely. Holding complex emotions in her heart, Ryuu's trials continued. Then, at night, when Ryuu was alone, cleaning the floor stained with sauce because she didn't hold the plate steady. Miss Ryuu. Shirou. You're back. Yeah, I specifically explained to the main god, and after understanding my situation, the deity allowed me to stay here for now. Shirou scratched his head. Seer, who was beside them, smiled and said, the way Ryuu spoke just now, it was like a newlywed wife. Wanted to be his mentor, just as her former comrades had once guided her. If she could do that, perhaps, the friends she lost would feel a little comforted too. But she had completely messed up. In their first spar, she had nearly injured Shirou severely. After that, she had no face to ask to be his teacher again. Sigh. Wait, if that's the case, doesn't that mean I'm completely inferior to Anya? Whether as a waitress or a mentor, Anya completely outclassed her. Anya even managed to sweet-talk vendors into giving her discounts, while Ryuu had been blacklisted for being mistaken as a thug demanding protection fees. Not to mention, Anya was a top-tier LV.4 adventurer. On top of all that, she had fluffy ears and a tail. It's over. I've lost completely. Anya-sama, I'm sorry I couldn't entertain you. The elf girl's despair was so strong that Seer started hallucinating. Ryuu. Ryuu-chan, don't turn gray. Shirou. Miss Ryuu. Shirou. I'm just a useless elf. Ryuu sat on the ground, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them, her bare feet pressing into the grass of the courtyard, her long toes digging slightly into the soil. Don't think like that, Ryuu-chan. The ever-enthusiastic Anya quickly tried to comfort her. You may be clumsy at work, your cold and stiff expression scares customers, you're stubborn to a fault, and it's bad that you don't let cats touch you, but your combat skills are really strong. Anya clenched her fists, Anya looked troubled. Shirou, Seer. And, Ryuu is really strong, Naya fast too. And since you're an elf, you must be good at magic, Naya. No, just breaking down combat ability into separate traits doesn't count as listing multiple strengths. Seer sighed, enough, stop talking. Ryuu is about to start shedding tears. Shirou, I really am useless. Even before, everyone called me the good-for-nothing elf. Miss Ryuu, do you think my cooking is good? Shirou sat down in front of her, speaking gently. Of course. Shirou's cooking is delicious. I wasn't good at it from the start either, Shirou said. I remember the first time I cooked, I burned everything. My father ate it with a helpless expression and ended up having stomach trouble all night. He continued, no one is good at everything from the beginning. Seer and Anya are the same, right? Anya still mixes up customers' orders all the time. Seer too, she occasionally breaks plates, Naya. People mature by accumulating experiences as they grow, Shirou said, gently taking Ryuu's hand again, and I think it's incredible that you're so skilled in combat. The reason you excel at fighting is because you've always been fighting, right? And your battles have always been to protect others, just like how you saved me back then. Ryuu was stunned. Miss Ryuu, that's nothing to be ashamed of. You should be proud of it, Shirou said earnestly, you're strong. You've used that strength to save and protect so many people. I think that's amazing. The boy in front of her overlapped with the memories of her fallen comrades. Did you all think the same way? Miss Ryuu. Call me Ryuu. Huh. You call Anya by her name, so call me Ryuu. Because Anya was too lively and carefree, it felt natural to drop honorifics. But Ryuu. Miss Ryuu. Call me Ryuu. Shirou once again witnessed the stubbornness of elves. Ryuu. Shirou, I. Gurgle. The elf girl's stomach let out a poorly timed growl. Right, she had been too upset to eat dinner. People get hungry when they don't eat. That's an absolute truth. Ugh, her face turned red again. Speaking of which, Shirou, you promised me a grilled fish feast. I want it now, Anya tugged at him. Now. But there's no fish. I was planning to buy some tomorrow. It's fine, Anya will steal some from Mama Mia's kitchen, Naya. Wow, smells amazing. You're awake. Shiroko-an made soup for everyone. Awesome. I was getting tired of Mama Mia's breakfasts. Wait, when did Mama Mia get here? By the way, where's Anya? She got caught stealing fish and is now hanging on the laundry pole. And Shirou? He left early for his Familia. Seems like he has a lot of work today. I will cheer for Shirou-kun. In the morning, the hostess of fertility tavern was still noisy, with the girls chatting while eating breakfast. Shirou, of course, couldn't cook for everyone, but before leaving, making a pot of miso soup was no problem, as all the ingredients were readily available. When doing housework and cooking, he would feel an unusual inner peace. This state was just right for organizing the day's plans. Ryuu, Shiroko-an's cooking skills are indeed very good. I want to always eat Shirou's miso soup in the future too, the elven girl said softly. The surroundings suddenly fell silent for a moment. Girl A whispered, this is a marriage proposal, right? Girl B, it's a marriage proposal, huh? Girl C, what a pity, Shiroko-an isn't here. Seer gently patted Ryu's shoulder, Ryu-chan, from now on, you should be a little more careful with the way you phrase things. Ryuu tilted her head. The useless elf of the hostess of fertility once again displayed her lack of social awareness. Achoo! Shirou touched his nose. Did you catch a cold, or is someone talking about you? Probably not. At this moment, they were in Tsubaki's workshop, where Shirou was starting to learn forging knowledge from the very basics. Maintenance, repair, polishing, recycling. One must first understand these to establish a foundation for becoming an excellent blacksmith. Tsubaki's workshop was large. As the strongest in her Familia and also the strongest blacksmith in the city, her workshop occupied an entire floor of a building. Including Shirou, there were 6 assistants in total, 3 of whom were LV.2 blacksmiths. The Hephaestus Familia had a near monopoly on the city's equipment production and manufacturing market, and competition within was very fierce. Generally, only those who reached LV.2 and possessed the development ability, forge, could have their outstanding works marked with the Familia's emblem and sold in direct operated stores. Works that failed to meet this level either flowed into lower-tier shops or were sold at low prices to the Adventurers Guild for handling. Incidentally, the guild seemed to frequently deceive rookie adventurers into buying overpriced, subpar equipment, but that was the guild's problem. Some blacksmiths worked hard to reach LV.2 but did not acquire the development ability, forge. If they didn't want to switch to becoming adventurers or continue making low-level equipment to scrape by, their best option was to become assistants to other blacksmiths, hoping to participate in the creation of high-grade equipment, gaining high-level experience, and betting on a future. Chapter 7, Updating Fauna. Even after joining a top-tier Familia, it doesn't mean everything will be smooth sailing from then on. In the top-tier Familias of Freya and Loki, there have been prodigies who joined with high spirits but ended up as mere gatekeepers. However, Shirou being able to work as an assistant in Tsubaki's workshop from the start already puts his starting point above everyone else. Shirou-kun learns so quickly, even as a beginner, he can repair damaged blades so well, it's really hard to imagine, Tsubaki praised, he's like a natural-born blacksmith. Indeed, Anya and the others think Shirou has a talent for combat, but that's actually false, it's the result of cheating. Shirou had accumulated enough training and combat experience in his previous life, which is why he appears to have a talent for combat. In reality, Shirou's combat abilities outside of swordsmanship and archery are only average, but his deep understanding of the limits of mortal martial arts makes people mistakenly think he has talent. But forging is different, he had never touched blacksmithing in his previous life, but the moment he stood by the bellows, he showed extraordinary talent. The quality of materials, he could understand with just a touch, the model of equipment, he could construct in his mind with just a glance, the state of the furnace, he could confirm just by feeling. Goddess Hephaestus indeed has a keen eye for talent, Emiya Shirou is a natural-born blacksmith, and it would be a waste for his talent not to join the Familia of the god of forging. In terms of forging alone, Shirou's talent is among the best in the lower world. Tsubaki thinks so too, even without considering the magic, unlimited blade works, Emiya Shirou's forging talent is not inferior to hers, so after Shirou completed the polishing of a longsword, she simply invited him to help check the blueprints of a magic sword, to see if he could provide some ideas. Shirou carefully studied the blueprints, then used his magic. Trace on. A magic sword appeared in his hand, of course, it didn't contain the explosive magic power of a real magic sword, and even the material was just simulated ordinary iron. But the shape and structure were completely consistent with the finished product, this was the model Shirou constructed in his mind based on the blueprints of the magic sword. Tsubaki stared intently at the magic sword in Shirou's hand, and after a moment, she made a sound of sudden realization. So that's it. There's a deviation in the blueprint, the inscription at the connection here is too thin, so there will be a problem when the magic power transmission reaches its maximum, it should be thickened a bit. Tsubaki immediately pounced on the blueprint, sketching and drawing. Blueprints and actual objects are completely different things, some things seem reasonable on the blueprint, but in the actual creation, problems can easily be found. But if we thicken it, will it cause magic power leakage, reducing the storage period of the magic sword? Tsubaki muttered to herself, how about adding a conduction inscription, 2 circuits in parallel, increasing the flow while maintaining the caliber of a single circuit, like this, Shirou. I understand, Shirou said, trace on. A new sword appeared in his hand. This should be fine, wait, there's still a bit of a problem, if the magic power transmission is too high, will there be interference? How about making the blade wider and thicker, like this? Tsubaki modified the blueprint again. Trace on, Shirou also projected again. Wouldn't that waste too much material? With this volume, the material used is 1.5 times the original. How about this, hollow out the middle? Trace on. Well, this saves material, but the difficulty of forging a hollow magic sword is too high. Let's just increase the power, as long as the power justifies the material, it's not a waste, like this, Shirou suggested, trace on. Oh, good idea, Tsubaki nodded, if we add more material here, the power can be increased even more. Trace on. Changing the shape of the magic sword to carry more material. Trace on. Increase the length a bit more. Trace on. Upgrade the material, add more magic stones. Trace on. Tsubaki and Shirou were so immersed in their own world, until I feel a bit dizzy. Shirou's magic power was overconsumed. Because he had a full understanding of the structure of the projected creation from the blueprints, and it was a sword type, the magic power consumed by projection was very little. But, if done too many times, it adds up, especially since Shirou's current status values are not high. If it weren't for his strong spirit supporting him, he probably would have collapsed long ago. If his magic power were completely depleted, he would faint outright, and Shirou was on the edge of that. Tsubaki-ne, I'll rest for a while. Shirou leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Tsubaki looked down at Shirou's face, and at the same time looked at the finished product they had decided on together on the table. After a brainstorming session, it couldn't be said to be completely unrelated to the original blueprint, but at least it was unrecognizable. Change a bit here, change a bit there, change the shape, change the length, change the blade, change the hilt, and finally even the attribute was changed. This shape should be more suitable for the thunder attribute, let's just change it to a thunder magic sword. The original design was a flame magic sword. A flame magic sword, when activated, releases a powerful thunder magic. The blade is spiral-shaped, let's call it the spiral sword, Shirou-kun, this magic sword, I'll attribute both our names to it. This is our first work. The next forging, leave it to your sister. What Shirou projected was just a sample for reference, the real magic sword still needs the blacksmith's dedicated crafting. In Tsubaki's eyes, a passionate flame burned. Unlimited blade works, is too significant for a blacksmith. Tsubaki has a premonition that with Shirou's help, she can achieve her long-cherished ambition. To forge, a weapon that surpasses the divine realm. Goddess Hephaestus, I'm here. Oh Shirou-kun, are you here to update your status? Yes. You're really patient. Most kids, when they first receive the god's blessing, can't wait to update their status every day. This is Tsubakine's suggestion, she said, even if I don't update my status, the experience gained will accumulate in my body, and besides, I'm at a critical period of training my skills, getting more status bonuses at this time might not be a good thing. Just like giving a novice overly sharp first-class weapons, it might actually hinder their growth. Updating status enhances the body's quality and capacity, while improving skills is another matter. A typical example is, adventurers with higher dexterity points can often learn archery techniques faster, but in actual combat, their performance is far inferior to elves with the same dexterity points. Because the latter are often already familiar with archery before receiving the god's blessing, possessing skills beyond the panel. That makes sense, but updating status to gain higher endurance and magic power allows for longer training sessions, Hephaestus said. There are benefits to both, need to consider comprehensively. Yes, Tsubaki-ne also thinks it's time for me to update my status. This is also one of the benefits of joining a large familia, the valuable experience of the gods and high-level adventurers. Even something as simple as whether a novice should frequently update their status has been researched. Then, Shirou-kun, let me see your growth over the past half-month. It has been 15 days since Shirou received the god's blessing. He has been very busy these past 2 weeks. During the day he learns forging at the Hephaestus Familia. Tsubaki is now fully focused on forging the magic sword, so he follows other craftsmen patiently learning. The seniors in the Hephaestus Familia are very nice, of course. It might also be because they know Shirou is a junior favored by Tsubaki, but in any case, they never hold back, patiently teaching all kinds of experience, and Shirou learns quickly. After the Familia's work, he returns to the Hostess of Fertility Tavern, buys a fish on the way, and then follows Anya for combat training at night, and occasionally gets beaten up by the eager Ryuu. The more he understands, the more he marvels at Anya's strength. The cat girl's overall ability should be among the strongest in LV.4, something must have happened to make her give up her adventurer status and choose to stay in this tavern. After the sparring, he makes grilled fish for Anya in the courtyard. Ryuu and Seer always join in, but 80% of the grilled fish ends up in Anya's stomach. Shirou noticed that Ryuu likes to look at the stars, and also, one day after Tsubaki-ne came to the tavern for a meal, Ryuu always stares at him from behind, not sure what happened. Before bed, he practices projection until his magic power is depleted, then sleeps peacefully through the night. Day after day like this, living a fulfilling and meaningful life. Until Tsubaki judged that Shirou's forging skills had a solid foundation, she let him come to the main god for an update. Taking off his shirt, revealing a body that had noticeably changed, with muscle lines appearing, not just his physique, Shirou felt that his height had also visibly changed over the past half-month. Shirou-kun's body is getting better and better, Goddess Hephaestus said. skillfully pricking her finger and smearing divine blood on the boy's back. Emiya Shirou. LV.1. Strength, I0, H120. Endurance, I0, G204. Dexterity, I0, F332. Agility, I0, H104. Magic, I0, G248. Development abilities. Magic. Unlimited blade works. Materializes the mirror image or imitation of items that exist in reality using magic power. Increases the magic effect based on the understanding of the projected item. The magic power consumption required for projecting sword-type items is greatly reduced. Skills. Oath under the snow. When acting to protect others, attack power and endurance increase, magic and skill effects increase. When having a bond with the protected, attack power, endurance, and agility are greatly increased, magic and skill effects are greatly increased. When having an intimate bond with the protected, all abilities are superbly increased, status value growth accelerates, status value upper limit breaks, magic and skill effects are superbly increased. Wow, Hephaestus couldn't help but exclaim. One skill is still in an unreadable state, which is expected, but the increase in basic status values is a bit beyond common sense. The total exceeds 1000, with an average increase of over 200 per section, the highest dexterity increase exceeds 300, and magic also increased by over 200. Even though status increases faster when starting from I0, this magnitude is still a bit shocking. However, upon careful consideration, it makes sense. If that child lives at the Hostess of Fertility Tavern, there are at least 2 high-level adventurers who have spare time to spar with him, as long as he can withstand the attacks of high-level adventures with skill or willpower, he can gain a lot of experience. The increase in magic power comes from extensive use of magic, presumably the child trains until his magic power is depleted every day. The projection magic of unlimited blade works is indeed very suitable for training. As for dexterity, it should be because he participated in the forging activities of Tsubaki, the strongest LV.5 adventurer in the city, and made substantial contributions to the forging of the magic sword that required Tsubaki's full effort, thus gaining excess experience. And all this, considering he spent a lot of time learning forging techniques. Shirou has a skill that accelerates growth, the 3rd stage of Oath Under the Snow, which has the effect of accelerating status value growth, but this stage is relatively difficult to trigger, most likely it hasn't been triggered. To be honest, if it were an ordinary child, with this level of growth, rather than feeling pleased, I would be more worried. This kind of abnormal growth speed, Hephaestus has seen it before. Once there was a child, whose important family members were involved in an attack by a Evolus, and were killed. From then on, he started training desperately, recklessly exploring the dungeon, not only leveling up quickly, but also increasing his status by nearly 800 points in the 2 weeks after leveling up. And that child's end was, using a magic sword and a firestone trap, as a newly leveled LV.2, he perished together with a high-ranking Evolus executive who was also LV.3. His name is engraved in the history of Orario's struggle with the Evolus as a hero, but Hephaestus doesn't want such things to happen again. Extraordinary growth may mean extraordinary talent, or it may mean burning oneself out. Chapter 8, First Dungeon Adventure. Shirou-kun, are you preparing to enter the dungeon, Naya? Anya asked while eating grilled fish. This cat girl is only particularly elegant when eating fish, fast and skilled. A small fish is quickly reduced to bones, and not a drop of oil stains the cat girl's mouth. Yes, for the first time, it's just to familiarize myself with the dungeon environment, Shirou said while grilling small fish. At the beginning, there will be experienced adventurers leading. Bringing up the topic of the dungeon, Ryu's mood visibly darkened, but after struggling for a long time, she could only say, Shirou, be careful. After these 2 weeks of interaction, Ryu's condition has improved significantly, she's not as stubborn as before, and her psychological trauma seems to have healed a lot. Also, Ryu and Seer's relationship has improved a lot. Seer seems to have put a lot of effort into counseling the elf girl. However, now only Shirou and Seer can approach Ryuu without triggering her instinctive resistance. Anya is very dissatisfied with this, feeling isolated, and tries various ways to touch Ryuu's hand, but Ryuu still can't completely control her instinctive reflexes. It often ends up in a battle between LV.4s, with the cat girl having the racial advantage in hand-to-hand combat, but as long as she gets a weapon, even a spoon, Ryuu can immediately turn the tables. Considering Ryuu is an elf, high-level elf adventurers mostly have magic, Ryuu's overall strength should be above Anya's. This is Shirou's own judgment. During this time he has occasionally helped at Hephaestus's equipment store and has met a few LV.4 adventurers. Somehow, he feels like those adventurers would be knocked down by a few full-powered cat punches from Anya. By the way, Ryuu, Anya, and Seer, please take these. Shirou took out a small box. Inside the box were 3 bracelets, with green knots and leaf pendants, orange knots and cat paw pendants, and silver knots and gardenia pendants respectively. This is a gift for everyone, Shirou said. These aren't made of mithril, are they? They seem expensive, Naya. I made them myself, using leftover materials from Tsubaki's forging. I see, but Shirou, giving girls gifts before your first dungeon dive feels like setting up a flag, Naya, ouch. Stupid cat, don't say such unlucky things. Useless elf, because Anya said it out loud. The flag is broken, how dare you hit Anya's head. Don't worry, I will definitely come back. Emiya Shirou smiled and said. Promise, Shirou. Has the Loki Familia not arrived yet? At the entrance to the dungeon in Babel, Tsubaki and Shirou waited. On his first day as an adventurer, Shirou completed his adventure registration under the guidance of his Familia seniors, but it's only now that he's first come to the dungeon's entrance. Although he has seen Babel from afar, being this close is a first, and Shirou is awed by the towering giant tower. And for some reason, he vaguely feels like someone is watching him from the tower, probably just his imagination. Sorry, Captain Tsubaki, we're not late, are we? No, we just arrived early. My child is excited for his first dungeon dive, Tsubaki said. Appearing before Shirou was, how to put it, a man who doesn't stand out much. Wearing what looks like ordinary full-body armor, with an ordinary hairstyle and unremarkable features, he's the type you wouldn't notice at a glance in a crowd of adventurers. Oh, it's High Novice, Tsubaki recognized him. Although I don't really like this title, but yes, it's me, High Novice, Raoul Nord. Titles are something every adventurer above LV.2 has. More than 50% of adventurers in the Labyrinth City are stuck at LV.1, worldwide this percentage might be as high as 70, and the conditions for leveling up are 1. One status value reaches at least D rank, which is 500. 2. Achieve a great feat. The former isn't too hard, even a dull person can slowly reach it through perseverance, at least endurance will go up after being beaten enough. The latter is more difficult and abstract, and is the reason many adventurers are stuck. Therefore, any adventurer who reaches LV.2 has at least achieved a great feat, and even in the Labyrinth City, the center of the world, they can be considered a notable figure. At this point, the gods will hold a banquet of gods, as the name suggests, a banquet of gods, and through collective decision, assign them a title. Like Tsubaki's title is Cyclops, and this man's title is High Novice. LV.4 Adventurer, High Novice, Raoul Nord, a high-ranking adventurer of the Loki Familia. But the meaning of this title isn't High Novice, but Super-Ordinary Man. Yes, Raoul is not only ordinary in appearance, but his adventurer status values are also very ordinary. Having reached the height of LV.4, but with 0 magic, 0 skills, and no outstanding basic status values, too ordinary, to a strange degree. Ahem, this is our Loki Familia's newbie, an elf mage, Lafia, level LV.2, Raoul coughed twice, he stepped aside to reveal the child hiding behind him. Lafia Voridis, pleased to meet you. The elf girl hurriedly bowed, somehow giving off an unexpectedly clumsy vibe. The girl has a head of rich golden hair, tied into a ponytail at the back, her hair color is very eye-catching, reminiscent of beautiful Yamabuki flowers. 1. Her appearance is as proper and beautiful as expected of an elf, with long ears peeking out from her hair. Unlike Ryuu, who is also an elf, Lafia doesn't give off a cold or unapproachable vibe, but is instead very cute. And then there are two newbies from the Ganesha Familia. We met on the way, so we came together. Niren Moores, LV.1, Warrior, pleased to meet you. Connie Saltlin, LV.1, Spearman, pleased to meet you. A/N, these two newbies are original characters, they won't be teaming up with them later. Niren is a female minotaur, with a very tall height and an exaggeratedly voluptuous figure. Not only Ryuu and Connie, but even Lafia and Tsubaki couldn't help but glance and secretly compare themselves. It's just the minotaur race, their racial talent is too strong, even Ryuu couldn't look away. This is probably the law of universal gravitation. Besides the exaggerated, pectoral muscles, Niren also has robust abs and a height and shoulder width exceeding that of the average man, carrying a huge shield and great sword on her back. This physique as a warrior gives a strong sense of security. On the other hand, Connie is a dwarf, in stark contrast to Niren, with golden hair, carrying a spear taller than himself. Emiya Shirou, LV.1, skilled with the sword, also somewhat knowledgeable with the bow, pleased to meet you. On the advice of Captain Tsubaki and Goddess Hephaestus, Shirou has taken up the bow again. His highest basic ability is dexterity. This attribute doesn't directly enhance combat power like strength, endurance, or agility, but affects some more subtle aspects. Such as weapon handling, attack accuracy, the probability of finding and hitting enemy weak points, etc. And it's the most important ability for production-type adventurers. Blacksmiths might need strength, endurance, and dexterity, while alchemists mainly pursue dexterity. And for high-dexterity adventurers, the weapon that benefits the most is the bow, because the biggest role of dexterity is to increase the accuracy that bows need the most. Additionally, Shirou's magic, Unlimited Blade Works, is also perfectly suited for bows. As long as he has enough magic power, his arrows can be replenished infinitely. Coincidentally, Shirou has experience with archery from his previous life, so he picked it up quickly with a bit of learning. Looking at it this way, our team's configuration is very balanced. The dwarf Connie said, Warrior Niren as the vanguard, me the spearman as the midguard, Shirou as the rearguard, using the bow to support us while protecting the mage Lafia in the rearguard. How about that? No one had any objections. Connie proposed the most reasonable formation. Tsubaki patted Ryuu's shoulder, then, I leave my child to you, make sure to bring the kids back safely. Leave it to me, Ryuu forced his spirits up, giving a thumbs up in response. Anyway, this guy would just go squander in the pleasure quarter if left idle, might as well have him guide newbies, being said so by his companions and then assigned this task. Although Ryuu is reluctant, he will definitely put in 100% effort to complete any task assigned by the captain. Vanguard, Niren, LV.1. Midguard, Connie, LV.1. Rearguard, Emiya Shirou, LV.1, Lafia, LV.2. Supporter, Ryuu, LV.4. And so, this adventurer team, or more accurately, newbie training team, composed of new members from various familias, was formed and set off for the dungeon. As Shirou and the others entered the dungeon, a rumor began to spread. If you see a team composed of a human archer, a minotaur warrior, a dwarf spearman, and an elf mage, if you don't want to die, you must avoid them. Ah. That's scary. What level are they? I don't know what level they are, but LV.4, High Novice, Ryuu is their supporter. Entering the relatively safe first floor of the dungeon from the entrance, Ryuu spoke, as long as it's not an unsolvable danger, I won't intervene, except for Lafia. You are all entering the dungeon for the first time. This adventure activity is mainly for training and teaching you about the dungeon. Ryuu, ostensibly carrying a large bag, follows behind everyone as a supporter, but in reality, he's both a supporter and a guide. Supporters are regular members of adventurer teams, usually the weakest in the team, often a dwarf, responsible for carrying equipment, medicine, and loot obtained in the dungeon. Having an LV.4 adventurer as a supporter for the first adventure is not just top-tier Familia treatment, it should be top-tier Familia super newbie treatment. In fact, Shirou is probably riding on someone else's coattails. This adventure is organized and led by the Loki Familia. The real core protagonist is that LV.2 elf girl. She probably has some special magic or skill, recognized as a super newbie with unlimited potential, hence assigned an LV.4 high-ranking adventurer to guide and protect her. It's just that the Loki Familia's captain, the brave, Finn, known for his wisdom, thought to take this opportunity to have the next generation core of the Familia establish good relations with newbies from friendly allied Familias, hence planning this activity. Not counting Ryuu, for newbies, 1 from the Loki Familia, 2 from the Ganesha Familia, and 1 from the Hephaestus Familia. All 3 Familias have first-class adventurers above LV.5, with a total of nearly 20 top adventurers, Loki Familia 7, Ganesha Familia 11, Hephaestus Familia 1. Emiya Shirou estimates that the 2 newbies from the Ganesha Familia probably also have special skills. Thinking about it this way, having Ryuu-senpai lead this newbie team, isn't it a bit cruel to this high novice? Although it's a bit strange coming from me now, supporters are important members of adventure teams. There are some scum adventurers who bully supporters in the team by taking advantage of their strength. Such behavior is absolutely suicidal, Ryuu said. These newbies won't always have an LV.4 supporter. First they need to understand the importance of supporters. The most important thing in the dungeon is logistics. Never underestimate supporters who may seem low level and weak in combat. Then, you can further introduce yourselves. Getting to know each other is very important for companions conquering the dungeon together. Of course, also judge whether some information should be disclosed. I'll start. The dwarf Connie was very proactive. I came to the labyrinth city Aria because I admire Finn-sama. My dream is to become a great adventurer like Finn-sama. The Loki Familia's captain, brave, Finn's race is dwarf. As the strongest dwarf adventurer, he's also the pride of the entire race. If you admire Captain Finn so much, why didn't you join the Loki Familia? The Loki Familia's Lafia asked the question everyone was curious about. Connie scratched his head. Actually, I initially joined the Loki Familia. Well, since we're all companions from friendly Familias, I think it's trustworthy to be straightforward. I used to be a delivery man in a city, although it's a bit self-praising. I was the best delivery man in the entire city. He spread his hands. As a result, after receiving the god's blessing, I obtained skills and magic that can only be activated in sunlight and within the city, so under Finn-sama's advice, I transferred to the Ganesha Familia. Connie has skills and magic, but they can't be used in the dungeon, so he really isn't suited for the Loki Familia, which focuses on dungeon adventures, but is more suited for the Ganesha Familia, which guards the city. That's how it is. So in the dungeon, I can't exert my full strength, but I'm somewhat confident in my spear skills. However, Connie is indeed honest enough, directly telling them about his skills and the conditions of his skills. This is due to the credibility brought by their respective familias. Lafia glanced at Ryuu, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. My magic, the firepower is very high, the maximum can reach LV.4 level. Ah. So you're the real cheat character, an LV.2 mage with LV.4 output. No wonder the Loki Familia treasures you so much. In fact, Lafia still hit a lot. She has an even more terrifying magic she didn't reveal, which is, under the premise that all adventurers have at most 3 magic slots, she has a special magic that allows her to learn all elf magic. Others can have at most 3 magics. The strongest mage in the Labyrinth City, also from the Loki Familia, the LV.6 elf adventurer Riveria Joe's Alf, has developed 3-stage usage methods for all 3 of her magics, equivalent to having 9 magics, hence her title, 9 Hells. And Lafia, theoretically she can use hundreds or thousands of magics. A/N, let me explain the timeline. In the original work, the Astrea Familia's annihilation and Ryuu being picked up by Seer and brought back to the tavern both happened 5 years before the main story begins, meaning Ryuu only took a very short time to clean up the dark faction. This text adjusts that time to 2 to 3 years later. One reason is to make Ryuu's subsequent leveling more reasonable. In the original work, after working as a tavern waitress for 5 years, she leveled up twice in a row, which feels a bit forced. She debuted only a year later, and even the Sword Princess, who is designated as the most talented, only reached LV.6 at the same period after high-intensity training. And the main reason is that 2 to 3 years before the original story begins, there are some important plot points, such as the Lafia joining the Loki Familia. The current time in this text is about 2.5 years before the original story begins. 1. Yamabuki flower. Yamabuki bloom as overlapping many golden yellow flowers on the supple slender drooping branches. Because of the legend and the appearance of the flowers, the meaning of Yamabuki in the language of flowers is, luck with money, or elegance. Chapter 9, School District's Mana Idiot. I'm actually more skilled in swordsmanship. Shirou knew that the projection magic of unlimited blade works couldn't be hidden, so he admitted frankly, but I have a magic that can project weapons, so I've practiced archery as well. He looked at Lafia. I'll protect the rear of the team, and won't let any enemies get close to you. The elf girl was momentarily stunned. Thank you. Amiya's statement was logical and aligned with his tactical position, but considering the difference in their levels, Lafia actually felt a bit dismissive inside. The dwarf, Connie, opened his mouth wide, stunned for a moment. All right, a mage with super area firepower, an archer with unlimited arrows, and we're from the same familia. Ah, I'm just ordinary, the Minotaur Niren said somewhat embarrassedly. I just have particularly high endurance stats, a skill that increases attributes after being injured, and a skill that restores stamina and heals wounds. Indeed, very ordinary, not really. Skills like rage, that increase attributes after injury, and recovery skills are relatively common, but having them together isn't as simple as 1 + 1, especially since this girl is from the Minotaur tribe, known for their strong bodies, high health, and defense. Alright, I understand. Connie thought for a moment. My only magic can only be used in cities or streets, consumes a lot of mana, and briefly grants a transcendent view from the sky. Although this magic can't be used in a dungeon, I've trained myself to have confidence in my spatial sense and command abilities. If possible, I'd like to take command. His admiration for Finn was genuine and the driving force behind him becoming an adventurer. Besides being LV.6, brave, Finn was also famously known as the best Legion commander in the Labyrinth City. Lafia quipped, a strategic level magic with a transcendent view. I can only say you're not simple either. Is this the value of being the top delivery guy? Given this, everyone had no objections to Connie taking command. He was indeed the most suitable. While everyone was exchanging information, one person was severely hurt, and that was Ryuu, who had started this conversation. Ryuu, please, stop showing off. These newcomers had a combined total of 800 skills and magics, while Ryuu, as a dignified LV.4, didn't even have a single magic or skill. I must quit, definitely quit, no more going to the pleasure street, save money to buy a magic book. Ryuu made up his mind, though whether he could do it was another matter. Watch out, enemies, Connie suddenly shouted, startling Lafia, who almost dropped her wand. Niren immediately raised her sword and shield, followed by the sound of a bowstring twanging and the whistle of an arrow. In the distance, a goblin that had pounced from around the corner was frozen in its attacking posture, with an arrow piercing its neck. Then came continuous sounds of bowstrings twanging, arrows whistling, arrowheads piercing flesh, and monsters falling. The first wave of enemies encountered by the rookie team, 3 goblins, were instantly wiped out. In his previous life, Emiya Shirou had traveled the world with his foster father, Emiya Kiritsugu, for a long time, searching for a way to save the world. Their world, with its core source depleted, was on the brink of destruction, and the entire world was gradually descending into chaotic madness. Drug lords, warlords, cults, terrorists, and so on, various heroes, were contributing worldwide, even including some top-tier scum with quadruple identities. These people were obstacles on the Emiya Shirou's path to saving the world. Therefore, at a young age, Emiya Shirou had seen his foster father wielding a submachine gun to mow down a cult gathering, and had personally used a rocket launcher to shoot down a passenger plane carrying a major drug lord. He didn't feel much about taking lives, and while many innocents might have been affected, it didn't matter. After each mission, Emiya Shirou only felt a faint, mixed sense of joy and emptiness. It might seem unbelievable, but this was probably one aspect of the end times. During his travels and battles in his previous life, Emiya Shirou developed his own combat philosophy. Swords were necessary. Some special, mystically related entities could only be dealt with using swords. But if swords weren't necessary, some methods were more direct than close combat. If a problem could be solved with a handgun, there was no need for a sword. If a sniper rifle could take someone out, there was no need to risk getting close. High-powered explosions were effective means of breaking through defenses, and making good use of heavy vehicles often yielded surprising results. Therefore, both swords and guns were to be used, only then could it be considered sound. The same applied to dungeon adventures. Enemies that could be shot should be killed with arrows. If enemies closed in, then draw the sword, maximizing output. This was Emiya Shirou's combat style. Just, like this, looking at the few goblin corpses before him, the dwarf spearman was a bit stunned. Goblins, monsters generated in the upper levels of the dungeon, were also the weakest, lowest stat creatures in the dungeon. Humanoid monsters resembling ugly dwarves, their strength was even lower than that of a strong adult male without blessings. Their threat mainly came from swarming, ambushes, and the psychological impact their ugly appearance had on novice adventurers. But even the weakest monsters, attacking in groups, posed a significant danger to novice adventurers. Of course, for a well-configured team like theirs, a few goblins were no threat at all. However, the perception was entirely different between having a vanguard warrior crush them with a great sword or a spearman stab them to death after a fight, and dispatching them so effortlessly before the fight even began. Even LV.4 Ryuu couldn't help but be amazed. Although he could cut down hundreds of goblins if they charged at him, the unique beauty of Emiya's combat still left him somewhat astonished. Goblin magic stone fragments aren't worth collecting, crush them or leave them for scavengers. Let's move on. After a brief moment of surprise, Connie, as the commander, gave the order. Goblins, as magical creatures, didn't even have complete magic stones inside them, only very small fragments. The cost-effectiveness of digging out magic stone fragments from their corpses was too low. In the upper levels of the dungeon, there were scavengers, who specifically collected unwanted goblin corpses to dig out magic stone fragments. These were mostly bottom-tier adventurers who lacked the courage and ability to fight, such as the drunken fools from the Soma Familia. The team continued forward, following the path marked by the guild towards the second level, encountering another goblin attack along the way, with the same result. The goblins didn't even manage to reach the vanguard before the battle ended with the twang of bowstrings. Bows have an overwhelming advantage in the upper levels of the dungeon, especially from the first to the fourth levels, against monsters like goblins and kobolds, Shirou explained casually as he put down his longbow. Because the defense of monsters at this stage is too low. Goblins are monsters that farmers can kill with pitchforks and spears in groups. Even a LV.1 novice adventurer can easily take down a goblin with a single heavy hit. At this stage, the attack power of adventurers is excessive, so the drawback of bows, where power decreases with distance, isn't an issue. But as you go deeper into the lower levels, against monsters like orcs and minotaurs with strong bodies and tough defenses, the disadvantage of bows will start to show. Against such monsters, powerful slashes and magic are still needed. No, even in the upper levels, ordinary adventurers can't do this, right? Lafia couldn't help but shout, your shooting frequency and accuracy are just too abnormal. Bows, in this world, are often associated with the elf race. Elves, born with excellent physical qualities, strong balance, and agility, easily become excellent archers. This weapon, capable of killing distant enemies with a single shot, is also seen by elves as an elegant way of fighting, fitting the noble aesthetics of the children of the forest. Therefore, when a human claimed to be an archer, Lafia showed no reaction on the surface, but inside she was somewhat dismissive. Although she herself wasn't an archer, she couldn't help but feel that the best archers must come from the elf race. This human was probably the type to pick up a bow, shoot a few random arrows, then grab a sword and charge in. But Emiya's archery skills far exceeded her expectations. He must have a skill related to archer, the elf girl judged. If Emiya knew the girl's thoughts, he would probably just think, how could elven archery compare to that of a heroic spirit? Emiya had merely inherited the skills of an archer-class heroic spirit. The third wave of enemies the team encountered were kobolds, literally dog-headed humanoid monsters, also without any strengths or special abilities, the lowest-tier monsters on par with goblins. Emiya shot an arrow through the eye socket of the last kobold, ending the battle. Make sure to finish them off. Shooting them in the eye doesn't necessarily mean instant death, Emiya reminded. Understood, the dwarf spearman immediately stabbed the kobold corpse in the neck. Too bad, still no drops. Killing dungeon monsters, besides obtaining magic stones, also has a chance to yield drops. Goblin drops are goblin fangs, while kobold drops are kobold claws. The value of drops is much higher than magic stone fragments, but the chance of them appearing is also low, Ryuu lamented. Kobold magic stone fragments also weren't worth digging out, so the team continued forward, soon reaching the entrance to the second level. I originally thought the greatest significance of projection was the endless supply of arrows, but now it seems my understanding was shallow. Ryuu, watching the newcomers battle from the rear, spoke up. Eliminating the action of drawing arrows increases shooting efficiency by at least 2 times. By now, they had reached the 4th level. The 1st to 4th levels could be considered the newbie zone, where the monsters didn't have high stats or threat levels. However, compared to the 1st level, the increase in monster numbers was noticeable. At least, Emiya couldn't wipe out all the monsters before engaging in combat. A group of 10 goblins charged forward, with Emiya taking out 5 on the approach, leaving the rest for the vanguard warrior and spearman to handle. The Minotaur warrior's efficiency in killing enemies was also high, her greatsword able to cleave through 2 or 3 enemies at once, while the dwarf spearman finished off the stragglers. Once close combat began, Emiya immediately switched to sword mode, but he wouldn't recklessly charge in to kill enemies. Instead, he stayed close to protect the important mage. Even though Lafia was at LV.2, 1 level higher than him, since protecting the mage was his task, Emiya would execute it meticulously. After killing the monsters, they rested briefly, collecting drops. This time, goblin fangs dropped, which supporter Ryuu was responsible for collecting. The arrows remaining in the bodies of the shot goblins began to dissipate. Shirou had reduced the duration of his projections to conserve mana. The arrows he projected were also designed and crafted by himself, and because of his high understanding of their structure, the mana consumption was further reduced. Everyone is so amazing. At this moment, the team's rearguard mage, Lafia, couldn't help but think. Originally, she thought that as a LV.2 with powerful magic, she would be the core of the team. But now, there was no room for her to perform. The efficiency of killing was so high that she didn't even have time to finish chanting before the battle was over. The Minotaur warrior, leveraging her body and racial advantages, had endurance and attack power that slightly surpassed her level. The dwarf, limited by racial disadvantages, had low base stats, but he worked hard, memorizing all available information on monsters and the dungeon. His spearmanship lacked genius inspiration but was very solid and steady. As for Emiya, his godlike archery skills left Lafia greatly shocked. Only I haven't been of any use at all. Lafia gradually felt a sense of disappointment. Let's rest here, then head to the 5th level. Ryuu found an empty room. By moderately damaging the dungeon walls to hinder monster generation, it could serve as a temporary rest area. From the 5th level onwards, the dungeon walls turned light green, and the structure of the labyrinth began to change. War shadows, killer ants, and other stronger monsters appeared, and monster spawn times became faster. This was why these levels were where many novice adventurers began to die. It was recommended that LV.1 adventurers have at least a G in 1 basic ability before exploring these levels. After the previous battles, except for Lafia who hadn't taken action, all team members had demonstrated reliable combat prowess. The highest stats likely belonged to the Minotaur Niren, whose stats had reached the point where she could level up, only lacking the necessary feat for advancement. Speaking of which, is Lafia also a novice adventurer? Lafia is LV.2, right? Emiya asked. Because I graduated from the school district, and then joined the Loki Familia, I leveled up to LV.2 while in the school district, Lafia explained. The school district is an institution focused on cultivating young talents. Besides Adventurer Familius, Production Familius, Commercial Familius, etc., there is also a special type of academy-based Familia, concentrated in the school district. The school district is built on a massive sea fortress, usually traveling around the world, returning to the labyrinth city Orario every 3 years for a year of maintenance, during which students are allowed to accept recruitment from various familias in Orario. I just recently joined the Loki Familia. So that's why Lafia, a LV.2, needed to learn dungeon strategies with these novices. While traveling the world, the school district accepts commissions from various countries to deal with monsters and crises on the surface. Lafia must have accumulated feats during this process to level up, Niren said. I'm also from the school district. Lafia probably doesn't know me, but I know Lafia. Niren is too. No wonder, Niren's stats don't seem like a novice. Lafia was somewhat surprised, and also a bit embarrassed, as she really didn't know Niren. Lafia is quite famous, known in the school district as the mana idiot troublemaker, Niren said with a laugh. Ah, please, don't bring that up. Lafia covered her head. I'm desperately trying to get rid of that title now. Shirou smiled. I think it's a pretty impressive title. Clearly, the hidden meaning of the title was that Lafia possessed an exaggerated amount of mana, as she had mentioned, terrifying firepower across 2 LVLS. Don't laugh at me. Lafia lightly tapped Shirou's shoulder. Huh? Shirou was momentarily stunned. Lafia, what's wrong? Lafia, about physical contact. Ah, some elves are like that, having a cleanliness issue with touching other races, but not everyone is like that. I don't have that habit, Lafia said. Lafia, you're such a good kid. Not really, and, you're younger than me, right, Emiya-kun? A/N, what Emiya did while traveling with Kiritsugu wasn't explicitly stated in the original work. Here, based on the manga's depiction of Emiya's proficiency and casual attitude towards using firearms, some expansion and secondary creation have been done. Chapter 10, Secret Help of Oath Under the Snow. Sometimes, physical proximity can also bring people closer socially. The vanguard warrior and the midguard spearman, who were cooperating with each other, were chatting happily, while the relationship between the rearguard mage and her protector also grew slightly closer. At this moment, Emiya suddenly felt a stir in his heart. Watch out! Without hesitation, he grabbed Lafia's shoulder with his left hand, pulling her into his embrace, while simultaneously standing up and projecting a dagger-shaped straight blade with his right hand, hurling it forward. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his right hand, as if the small knife had transformed into a sword. The small knife pierced through the body of a monster, pinning it to the wall, while the sword slashed down, cutting through the second one. The motion after the slash was an upward swing, his entire body driving the force of his arm, the blade drawing a cold, moon-like arc in the air. The third brown, four-legged lizard monster was slain mid-air, and Emiya, with a burst of strength from his legs, leaped backward with Lafia in tow. A lizard monster landed on the ground, right where Lafia had been standing. With a twist of the blade, switching from a forward grip to a reverse grip, the sword plunged straight down, pinning the four-legged lizard to the floor. Phew, Emiya let out a soft breath. That was amazing, Niren whispered in admiration. Ryuu spoke up, that was a dungeon lizard. Don't think that just because you've destroyed the walls, you're completely safe. These monsters can climb walls and ceilings, and they're good at hiding in dark corners to ambush. He had actually noticed the lizard monsters hiding in the shadows earlier, but as agreed at the beginning, unless the novice adventurers were in life-threatening danger, Ryuu wouldn't easily intervene. Emiya's sharpness, however, had taken him by surprise. On the other hand, Lafia, who was of a higher level, had performed somewhat disappointingly. "Lafia, are you okay?" Shirou instinctively asked the panicked girl in his arms. "Sorry, I was scared. My body. I couldn't move." The elf girl's voice trembled with fear. This wasn't Lafia's first time entering the dungeon. Previously, the girl had teamed up with her classmates from the school district for a dungeon exploration internship. They were the best team in the school district, at the time, with more than one ascended LV.2 member, and had completed many remarkable adventures during their travels around the world. When they first entered the dungeon, relying on their exceptional stats, especially Lafia's extraordinary magical firepower, they had no trouble navigating the upper levels of the dungeon. The ease of the battles made them underestimate the dungeon, and they rashly decided to break the school district's rules and venture into deeper levels. Then, the merciless dungeon taught the young adventurers the difference between dungeon adventures and those in the outside world, as well as the price of overconfidence. A sudden abnormal status effect, a despairingly strong dungeon king, boss, overwhelmed the overconfident youths with its sheer power, plunging them into despair. Their companions were killed with a single strike. The reliable vanguard who was like an older brother lost an arm, and Lafia, with her extraordinary firepower, was the only one who could have posed a threat to the LV.4 Dungeon King under those circumstances. But she couldn't do anything. She was too scared to move, let alone cast spells. There's a saying that mages are the ones who most need willpower and mental fortitude. Warriors, even if panicked, can at least swing their weapons wildly and cause some damage, while heavily armored shield bearers can withstand monsters with their strong bodies even if they turn and run. But mages are different. Once they panic to the point of being unable to cast spells, their existence becomes completely meaningless. Moreover, attempting to cast spells in a panicked state can only result in a magic backlash that harms themselves or even their companions. At this moment, with monsters so close, the shadows of the past caught up to Lafia once again. Even though they were just weak dungeon lizards, monsters that were only good at hiding and ambushing, and even though the monsters were swiftly dealt with by the reliable archer before they could reach the elf girl, Lafia still froze, entering a panicked state where she couldn't cast spells. The images of her dead companions, the severed arm of her comrade, the terrifying dungeon king, all flashed repeatedly in her mind. "Lafia," Ryuu reached out his hand but then helplessly let it drop. Lafia was the most precious gem discovered by the Loki Familia in recent years. She possessed talent capable of creating miracles, and her fairy ring, which allowed her to use all elven magic, could be considered the most overpowered spell. Not only that, but she also had a unique skill, Fairy Chant, which greatly increased the power of attack spells, and a development ability, Magic, that enhanced spell potency. Additionally, the Loki Familia's LV.6 mage, Riveria, possessed a skill, Fairy King Seal, that enhanced the power of spells cast by fellow elves. To put it in gamer terms, Lafia was not only a magic kaleidoscope, with ever-changing spells, capable of attack, defense, healing, and support, but also a buff god of war, whose magical attacks could stack multiple enhancements. This also explains the high expectations the Loki Familia had for her. However, the magnitude of one's talent, the power of spells, and the strength of one's heart are two different things. The elf girl still hadn't overcome the shadow of her previous failure. She had no problem casting spells from a distance, but if monsters got too close, she would panic. This was the biggest headache for the higher-ups in the Familia recently. They had finally obtained a treasure, only to risk losing her to psychological issues. It would be heartbreaking. Ryuu was also at a loss. As a LV.4, he had the power to wipe out all the monsters in the lower levels, but when it came to matters of the heart, he was completely helpless. If he understood such things, he wouldn't have ended up in the pleasure street despite being a high-level adventurer in the female-dominated Loki Familia. "I'm sorry," Lafia's clenched hands trembled slightly, "I think I can't continue adventuring. Let's stop here." Lafia, are you afraid of monsters? Emiya Shirou suddenly spoke up. Yes, I'm really sorry, In that case, let's switch positions, Emiya Shirou said. From now on, I won't use a bow, but a sword. Huh? What do you mean? From now on, Lafia and I will take the front, while you two will take the rear, Emiya said, looking at the warrior and spearman in the team. Wait, that's too strange. An archer and a mage at the front, with warriors and spearmen at the rear. Such a formation was completely nonsensical. Lafia, you're not weak. You're just not used to battle yet, Shirou said calmly, and I'll prove something to you, monsters aren't scary. As long as I'm by your side, no monster can harm you. At least in this lower level, I have that confidence. If I can make you believe that, then you won't be afraid anymore, right? Lafia, but, I said from the beginning that I'm more skilled with a sword, Emiya Shirou said, glancing at the silent supporter. Besides, isn't Senior Ryuu here too? Ryuu, what should I do? I feel like I shouldn't agree, but, this incredibly strong and cool newbie just called me Senior. Emiya Shirou, more skilled with a sword, and knows a bit about archery. That's how he had introduced himself at the beginning. However, after witnessing his godlike archery skills, everyone had subconsciously forgotten about it. For Emiya Shirou, he was a genius in archery, but only a genius. His archery skills were the result of talent, years of training, and learning from the heroic spirit, archer. But the sword was his origin and essence. Emiya Shirou, in the realm of the sword, was a transcendent being, to the point where it could be said, this body was made of swords. Starting from the 6th and 7th levels, high-threat enemies began to appear frequently in the dungeon. The novice killer, with long arms and 3 claws, its sharp claws like blades, wore shadows. Another, novice killer, with 4 legs and 2 arms, a hard shell, extremely high attack power, and the ability to summon companions using pheromones in critical moments, killer ants. Monsters that could cause great trouble for adventurers, capable of spreading poisonous powder, purple moths. Monsters with attack power only slightly inferior to killer ants but possessing incredible speed, needle rabbits. From the 6th to the 10th level, in this wall of novices that many adventurers couldn't overcome, the young man wielding twin swords stepped forward, showcasing his brilliance to the world for the first time. War shadows were cut in half by sword light, killer ants had their heads smashed by heavy blows, purple moths were pinned down by flying daggers, and needle rabbits were pierced by faster thrusts. Emiya stood at the forefront of the team, the arcs of his twin swords forming a domain that no monster could breach. For Emiya Shirou, this was only natural. The monsters at this level were too weak, incomparable to the top LV.4 adventurers he usually sparred with, let alone the heroic spirits he had faced in his previous life. Of course, he wouldn't let this lead him to underestimate the dungeon's monsters and recklessly take risks. There were differences among monsters, just as there were differences among heroic spirits, like Cursed Arm and Gilgamesh. Just what is the deal with Hephaestus Familia's newbie? The image of Emiya swinging his sword and cutting through hordes of monsters was etched in Ryuu's mind, reminding him of someone else, the Loki Familia's LV.5 first-class adventurer, the Sword Princess. That Princess of Swords also seemed to be able to cut down any monster with a swing of her sword. No, it was different. The Sword Princess relied not only on her swordsmanship but also on her formidable stats and additional magic, while the young man before him displayed pure sword skills. How about it? Not so scary anymore, right? Shirou slightly turned his head to ask the elf girl behind him. Lafia was momentarily stunned. She watched as those terrifying monsters charged to within arm's reach, only to be cut down by the young man. Just as he had said, as long as he was by her side, no monster could harm her. It seems, not so scary anymore. Emiya Shirou was also somewhat surprised. He felt that his condition was unusually good. Even though he was still protecting Lafia, he seemed much stronger than before. Without him realizing it. Skill, Oath Under the Snow, activated. When acting to protect others, attack power and endurance increase, and the effects of magic and skills are enhanced. Let's stop here. Emiya Shirou swiftly killed a needle rabbit, and at this moment, supporter Ryuu made a judgment. There were 2 reasons. The secondary reason was that they were already on the 9th level. Going further down to the 10th level would bring them into a new area, where more dangerous monsters would appear, even possibly juvenile dragons classified as LV.2 and considered the floor bosses of that region. Additionally, there were monsters like orcs, which, although classified as LV.1 in overall ability, had strength equivalent to LV.2, capable of rendering some LV.2 adventurers unable to continue fighting after a direct hit. Although, based on the team's configuration and abilities, conquering levels 10 to 12 was possible, they had already gained a lot from this expedition, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. The main reason was, Ryuu's backpack was full. Emiya's efficiency in killing low-level monsters was simply too high, and monsters like war shadows and killer ants weren't pushovers like goblins. Their magic stones were valuable, and with the dropped items, the backpack was already full. Continuing the adventure would mean having to leave behind some of their previous gains. They had also been lucky enough to hunt some blue papilio, butterfly-like monsters with 4 blue, translucent wings. These monsters had no combat abilities, but the powder secreted by their wings had healing properties and could be used to make potions, making them quite valuable. Ryuu was already regretting his decision. As the supporter for this adventure, he was nominally hired by the team's mage, Lafia, under a fixed payment contract rather than a profit-sharing one. This meant that no matter how valuable the dropped items were, he wouldn't get a share. Of course, even if the adventure yielded nothing or resulted in a loss, he would still get his payment. I never expected these newbies to be so strong, especially that swordsman from the Hephaestus Familia. He's as strong as a monster. Of course, Ryuu didn't have the face to ask the newbies for a share of the profits. Although he was short on money, he still cared about his dignity. No problem, that's about it, everyone agreed, and Emiya also nodded. He could sense that Lafia's condition had improved significantly compared to before. Moreover, he was also feeling tired. Habit is a terrifying force. After seeing monsters charge at her countless times, only to be intercepted and killed, she began to realize that it wasn't so scary after all. Wait, there are monsters, 3 orcs. Huge pig-headed monsters reaching up to 3 meters tall. They wore old animal hides like skirts around their waists and wielded large wooden clubs as weapons. Why are there orcs on the 9th level? Did they break through from a passage? Well, these things happen sometimes, Ryuu said, forget it, I'll handle them, and then we'll head back. The dungeon wasn't static. Monsters from deeper levels could sometimes wander into shallower areas, creating dangerous, abnormal situations for new adventurers. Ryuu casually drew his sword. Orcs, which were dangerous for LV.1 adventurers, were no match for a LV.4 like him. Wait, Senior Ryuu. At this moment, the Minotaur warrior Niren spoke up. I want to take them on, by myself. What? Ryuu frowned. 3 orcs are not something a LV.1 adventurer can handle alone. Orcs were classified as LV.1 monsters, but due to their high endurance, defense, and overwhelming attack power, they usually required a team of LV.1 adventurers to hunt. Thus, they were sometimes referred to as LV.1.5 monsters. Exactly because it's difficult, it can be called a feat. Niren said seriously. Before graduating from the school district, my stats had already reached the requirements for leveling up, but I never accumulated enough feats. I'm actually a bit of a coward. Even though I'm big, I'm scared of dying. I've always used my shield to block monsters and waited for my teammates to finish them off, Niren said. But today, Mr. Emiya's actions inspired me. He looked so cool, standing in front of his companions, cutting down all the enemies. I want to be like that too. So, I want to take on this challenge. Although my abilities increase after I'm injured, my judgment deteriorates. Connie, I hope you can keep an eye on their movements and try to remind me, though it might not be useful. Mr. Emiya, I hope you can support me with your bow, but please leave the main attack to me. Lafia, I'm really sorry, but your magic is too powerful. This time, I want to kill the monsters with my own hands. Senior Raoul, if I'm about to be killed by the orcs, please save me. Ah, you newbies, Raoul sighed, but then straightened his gaze. Alright, go for it. Doing the impossible is what being an adventurer is all about. Chapter 11, Leveling Up. Niren charged forward alone, challenging the three orcs. Orcs were monsters with strength capable of harming some LV.2 adventurers, but the Minotaur stubbornly blocked their attacks with her shield. Her endurance and strength had exceptionally high values, and combat prowess wasn't entirely determined by stats. Even with the same level and stats, a Palam's, 1, strength could never match that of a Minotaur or Orc. With equal stats, an elf's magic would always be more powerful. TL/N, Finn Dame and Connie here are Palams not dwarfs. This was the innate violence of race and bloodline. Watching the Minotaur wrestle with the orcs, the Palam Connie gazed with envy. The Palam race had the weakest base stats among all races, strength, agility, endurance, and magic were all lacking. Their only notable trait, dexterity, was merely on par with humans, and they lacked the dwarves' smithing talents. Humans, despite having no particularly outstanding abilities, still produced numerous heroes due to their sheer numbers. For Palams, achieving the same feats as humans required several times more effort. A feat for adventurers, Emiya murmured softly. He drew his bowstring taut, an arrow piercing the thick wooden club in an orc's hand. The sudden impact interrupted one orc's attack. Niren's shield was no ordinary item, but it still couldn't deflect all the force. She was injured by the orc's heavy blow, yet let out a thunderous roar instead. Another attack was neutralized by Emiya's arrow, while on the other side, she abandoned defending with her great sword and instead rammed her shoulder armor into the orc's strike. Then, under the orc's stunned gaze, she raised her great sword. Skill, Wild Rage, activated. Attack power increases when injured, scaling with severity of wounds, while judgment deteriorates. Her greatsword suddenly accelerated, smashing unexpectedly into an orc's skull with a roar. Blood splattered. The crimson fluid seemed to further enrage the Minotaur. She hurled her shield like a projectile, breaking another orc's nose, then leaped into a heavy slash, crushing half the orc's torso from the shoulder. Roar! The Minotaur let out a savage howl even more terrifying than the monsters. The last orc seemed frightened, dropping its weapon and fleeing. Emiya raised his bow and shot an arrow through the monster's knee. The orc collapsed, and Niren, catching up, discarded her sword and wrapped her arms around its neck from behind. R.H. Crack. She twisted the orc's head clean off. Then, blood-soaked Niren turned with a grin and gave Lafia and the others a thumbs up. The bones in your shoulder must be fractured. I can't believe you kept swinging your sword like that. I couldn't feel any pain at the time. Ow, ow, ow. Be gentle, Lafia-chan. Should we use a panacea? Panacea? That's 500,000 valis per dose. I'll tough it out. Hold on a bit longer. I'll cast a healing spell. Lafia knows healing magic too. Amazing. Niren's challenge had succeeded. The next time they met, she might have already leveled up to LV.2. Lafia, being another girl, supported her, though the height difference made it awkward. Niren, thank you, Lafia said. Huh? For what, Lafia? Like how Mr. Emiya's fighting inspired you, the way you fought moved me too. No, actually, I think I was influenced more by you, Lafia. I joined the school district a year before you, yet you leveled up first. I couldn't help feeling pressured. What started as an ordinary adventure ended with a slightly extraordinary conclusion. Raoul could only sigh, marveling at how incredible these newcomers were. And how exhausting it was to mentor them. The mental strain had been immense, he'd nearly intervened multiple times. Thankfully, everything turned out fine. The group didn't delve deeper, returning to the surface without further incidents. Any monsters they encountered along the way were swiftly dispatched by Emiya. Their first task upon returning was converting their loot into vallis. The guild directly purchased magic stones and common drops, but high-value items like blue papilio powder fetched low prices there. Selling them to healing-focused familias like the Jian sect Familia was better. After discussion, they decided to sell the powder to Ryuu at 90% of market price, letting him resell it to the Jian sect Familia. The 10% difference served as a thank you. Whether Ryuu could negotiate a higher price for extra profit depended on his skills. I never expected we'd earn so much vallis. This isn't normal. It's because of Emiya's insane killing efficiency, and our luck with the blue papilios. When splitting the earnings, Emiya suggested equal shares, but others opposed. In the end, Emiya took 40%, while the rest received 20% each. Hey, those guys made a fortune. One of them's just a kid. Should we? Are you insane? That's the High Novice S team. Ryuu noticed the murmurs of thuggish adventurers. His icy glare swept over them, silencing the area. Move, he said coldly. Why yes. The previously greedy man fled in terror. Though bullied by LV.4, LV.5, and LV.6 adventurers within the Loki Familia and seen as a pushover by newcomers, Ryuu was a demonic figure to ordinary adventurers. Such was the disparity of the world. Mr. Emiya, Lafia called out as Shirou prepared to leave, thank you so much for your help. If possible, I'd like to repay you. Okay, status updated, the goddess Hephaestus said, for a single expedition, this is a significant boost, especially in dexterity and magic. Emiya Shirou. LV.1. Strength, H120 H131. Endurance, G203 G205. Dexterity, F332 F364. Agility, H104 H112. Magic, G248 G283. Development abilities. Magic. Unlimited blade works. Skills. Oath under the snow. Roadless Valhalla. Seems the growth rate slowed down, Emiya remarked. Of course. Progress is fastest starting from I0, slows to normal after G200, and drops further past D500. The closer to the cap, the harder it gets, Hephaestus explained, your growth is already blazing fast. At this rate, you might break the Sword Princess S record. The current fastest record for LV.1 to LV.2 in Aria was held by the Loki Familias, Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, at 1 year. Any interesting stories from the expedition? The goddess asked. To gods, their children's tales were paramount, arguably their main reason for descending. Emiya recounted the adventure, Lafia's talents, Niren's challenge, and more. Oh, the Loki and Ganesha Familias got promising newcomers too. Good, Hephaestus nodded. Orario's current top 3 familias were Freya Familia, Loki Familia, and Ganesha Familia. With formidable economic power, Hephaestus Familia barely ranked 4th. Among these 4, only Freya Familia remained aloof. Overall, relations were amicable. Learning of each other's rising stars sparked minor jealousy at best. These familias, along with the fallen Astrea Familia, had allied during Orario's Dark Age to combat evil factions. Even now, with the Dark Age over, future crises might require united strength. More high-level allies and potential-filled youths were always welcome, even the eccentric Freya Familia counted as allies. By the way, our Familia doesn't conduct deep-layer expeditions alone, Hephaestus said, though we train adventurers, our numbers and strength aren't enough for such ventures. Our LV.2 plus adventurers usually join other Familias expeditions as supporters. However, these supporters weren't mere pack mules. They maintained equipment, making them VIPs requiring protection. We often collaborate with the Loki Familia. Building rapport with their kids is good, but, Hephaestus studied Shirou, grinning, if it's marriage or adoption, I won't allow it. Though I'd welcome any brides joining us. Goddess. Shirou sighed at her antics, while Hephaestus chuckled. Shirou's purposely training dexterity, Naya. Anya asked. Correct, crossing his arms to barely block Anya's heavy straight punch, Shirou replied, Captain Tsubaki said to become a strong adventurer, you need balanced stats with one exceptional trait. My dexterity is highest. True, Naya, those who rush to level up after barely reaching D, 500, in 1 or 2 stats are doomed. Anya always raises agility to A+ before leveling, the catgirl boasted. No wonder, Shirou dodged her strike, you feel much stronger than Mr. Ryuu. Ryuu? The high novice. He's the poster child for mediocrity. In the Loki Familia, you can level up through expedition feats, but his stats are too average, barely passing each time. That's why he never got skills or magic. I see, Shirou retreated, breathing heavily. Shirou needs more endurance training, Naya. Anya grinned, heads up, Anya's getting serious. Shirou braced himself. Then Anya opened her mouth, rapidly chanting. Bad, Seer, watching nearby, yelled at Ryuu, cover your ERS. Ryuu obeyed instinctively. Naya awaya. Magic, remissed Felis, lost kitten. Ugh. By the time Shirou realized he should cover his ears, it was too late. A sharp, ear-piercing, horrendous cat screech reverberated. It felt like a sledgehammer to the skull, robbing him of thought and balance. He was sent flying. Remissed Felis, lost kitten, a wide-range sonic magic that debuffs all who hear it. While not level-reducing, it's among the strongest weakening spells, even hindering development abilities, skills, and magic. Hearing cat songs boosts your chance to gain the magic resistance, development ability, Naya. Anya declared proudly, though this wasn't exactly praiseworthy. Stupid cat. Stop howling at night. A slipper flew out of the tavern window, smacking Anya's head and knocking her flat. Anya never thinks. Let's bail before Mamma Mia's rage hits us. Seer decisively dragged Ryuu and the dazed Shirou away, abandoning all loyalty. By the way, Shirou, Seer casually shifted topics, you seem to get along very well with a certain elf mage today. Her eyes narrowed slightly, tone deceptively light. Oh, you mean Lafia? She's a good kid, Shirou answered frankly. Seer's mouth opened, then closed, so calm. No guilt means no flaws. This boy's tricky. How did you know, Seer? Shirou asked. At dinner, a certain, high novice, came by. A little flattery, and he spilled everything. You weren't back yet, Seer smiled, shooting Ryuu a disappointed glance. Ryuu pondered, then said earnestly, Shirou, protecting others makes me happy. 1. Palams are a demi-human race of small people. Like humans, they are generally said to be the weakest race, but they have excellent sight that allows them to see in the dark. They were originally called hobbits, until DanMachi Volume 2, after which it was changed, possibly due to copyright issues. Chapter 12, Restless Ace Wallenstein. Shirou seemed to be able to replace himself and inherit the justice of the Astria Familia, Ryuu thought with relief, but why did she feel a bit uneasy in her heart? Listening to Ryuu's words, Seer couldn't help but facepalm. Why are you so happy? This useless elf still hasn't realized what's happening. At this point, you're still thinking about your legacy of justice? If this continues, your future will only lead to the loser ending, becoming a tragic heroine who hides under the covers every day, secretly wiping away tears. As the leader of the Shiroryu faction, in the Hostess of Fertility Tavern, Seer was currently very troubled. As Shirou becomes an adventurer, he will come into contact with more girls, and this useless elf has no initiative at all. Seer Flova, the useless elf is incompetent, it seems I must step in. Seer is Ryu's most steadfast supporter. At least for now. The girl clenched her small pink fist. Shirou, Ryu's happiness, I will protect it. Shirou was puzzled, huh? Well, good luck. Loki Familia's base, Twilight Manor. Raoul, you're finally back, why so late? The black-haired cat girl narrowed her eyes. Could it be, you went to the pleasure district again? The girl's name is Anna Kitty Autumn, a second-tier adventurer with LV.4 strength, a core member of the Loki Familia's second team, usually affectionately called Annie by her companions. She joined the Loki Familia around the same time as Raoul, so she assists Raoul, who is the commander of the second team. Annie's physical and mental strength are top-tier among LV.4 adventurers. Her fighting style is elegant and fierce, earning her the title of Noble Cat. It's worth mentioning that Annie values responsibility and discipline highly. She can't stand the overly casual nature of her fellow cat girls and has even trained herself to stop adding "Naya" at the end of her sentences. No way, Raoul cried out in injustice, I just took a detour to the Hostess of Fertility Tavern for dinner. Having heard passers-by repeatedly say, I really want to eat the stew at the Hostess of Fertility, Raoul couldn't help but crave it too. Moreover, he encountered something good at the tavern. He was hit on by a cute waitress. He couldn't help but boast about many of his adventures, receiving admiring looks from the cute waitress. Ah, could it be that my superior man, spring has finally arrived? TCH, you look like you're daydreaming. You must have gone to the pleasure district after all, Annie crossed her arms and coldly accused. Raoul couldn't help but retort, I said I didn't, and going to the pleasure district wouldn't take this little time, ordering alone would take longer than this. Oh, so you know the pleasure district so well, Raoul. The girl's expression grew colder. Why don't you explain what ordering means first? The man who realized he had misspoken stammered. The cat girl shook her head. What an idiot. The captain is looking for you, hurry to the office. Oh, okay, thanks, Annie. Raoul followed Annie, and the two arrived at the captain's office. Oh, Raoul is back, today's mission was hard on you, Annie, find a seat first. The golden-haired dwarf man put down the documents in his hand and spoke in a gentle tone. Although he looks like a young boy, he is actually the captain of the Loki Familia, relied upon by all members. Finn Dame, a first-tier adventurer with LV.6 strength, known as the Brave, his actual age far exceeds his appearance. He has been active in Orario for decades, a senior whose body has been modified by the blessing of the gods and the racial traits of Palams, maintaining the appearance of a legal Shota. Also in the room was another woman. Tall, with emerald green hair tied into a ponytail reaching her waist, eyes of the same color, pointed ears, and a beauty that even gods would envy. She wore green clothes with yellow borders, a white cloak, black tights, and brown boots. The vice-captain of the Loki Familia, a royal elf, Horario's strongest mage, an LV.6 adventurer, Riveria Joe's Alf. Loki Familia's vice-captain, a member of the Elven royal family, the strongest mage in Orario, an adventurer with LV.6 strength, Riveria Joe's Alf. Excluding the dwarf warrior, Heavy Wall, Gareth Landrock who is currently training in the dungeon, two of the three giants of Loki Familia are waiting for Raoul's report. They are concerned about the situation of the elven genius girl mage. For Finn, Lafia is a future pillar of the Familia he has high hopes for, and for Riveria, Lafia is her important disciple. Raoul has a clear understanding of his task and reports in detail all the specifics of Lafia's first dungeon adventure after joining Loki Familia. I see, reducing Lafia's fear of monsters through adaptation and habituation. That boy has proposed a good method, Finn nodded. Riveria was somewhat worried, but this feels like treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. I hope Lafia can have the courage to face her fears directly, rather than relying on others' protection. Although mages are protected roles in a team, anything can happen in a dungeon, and no one can guarantee that there will always be reliable vanguards in front. It's better than doing nothing, Finn said, be optimistic, I believe in that child, she has the potential to overcome it. Just like Ace, who also caused us a lot of trouble before, hasn't she grown into a good child now? However, it was better not to mention it. As soon as Ace was mentioned, Riveria's face immediately darkened. No, that little rascal Ace is still causing us trouble. During the last expedition, she lost her mind when encountering a strengthened dragon-type monster, rushed down without listening to orders, almost causing a disaster, forcing the expedition to end early. Because Ace rushed too fast, other high-level adventurers had to follow, causing the team to become disjointed, and as a result, the expedition supplies were wiped out by monsters that happened to spawn at the rear. Fortunately, Heavy Wall, Gareth was stationed at the rear, and there were no casualties. Although in the end, Ace killed the strengthened dragon monster and obtained extremely rare high-level magic stones and drops, these gains still could not make up for the losses. This expedition can be considered a total loss, and such a severe loss of control undoubtedly provoked Riveria's anger. Finn scratched his head. Well, Lafia's problem is still smaller than Ace's. Without my consent, Ace is forbidden from entering the deep layers of the dungeon. No, not even the lower layers, Riveria said. During this time, let her take Lafia to habituate to the dungeon monsters, following the approach of that child from Hephaestus Familia. Will Lafia join the second team later? Annie asked. According to her level, Lafia, who is LV.2, might join the second team, which is under her and Raoul's command. No, she will directly join the first team. That child has a special talent, capable of unleashing firepower comparable to a first-class adventurer at LV.3. Finn said, we will need her strength in future expeditions. Then, Finn changed the topic. I am somewhat interested in that child from Hephaestus Familia, named Shirou Amiya, right? Right, that boy, he is really amazing, Raoul praised. Finn narrowed his eyes. He could sense that Raoul's attitude was not just an elder's appreciation for a junior, but also carried a hint of genuine respect for a strong individual. Many people think that, High Novice, is a man lacking talent, but Finn understands that this second team leader he appointed has unique talents, especially in the field of command. Raoul has special insights and abilities. He may not be able to be as comprehensive and in control as Finn, but Raoul's characteristic is, he can always immediately identify the most important person in the team under the current environment, and then do his best to create space for them to perform, wholeheartedly, without complaint. Clearly aware of his lack of talent, and accepting this fact, sincerely serving those with ability, in Finn's view, this itself is a remarkable trait. Projection magic, powerful archery, and miraculous swordsmanship, Finn pondered. Raoul, specifically, how do you view his combat power and potential? Although he is only a LV.1 newcomer, his combat power is already close to LV.2, just like Miss Ace back then. In terms of sword skills alone, he is even above Ace, Raoul said seriously. I think his potential is not inferior to Miss Ace. Potential equal to Ace, and even stronger sword skills. What an incredible evaluation, Finn said. In that case, let Lafia maintain a good relationship with him. Our Familia might need his assistance in the future. That child probably has rare skills, and possibly more than one, Riveria analyzed calmly, just like Ace, Lafia, and the others. For ordinary adventurers, having one magic or skill is already remarkable, let alone rare skills and unique skills, which are beyond imagination. However, for top Familia executives like Finn, rare skills are not rare anymore, except for High Novice, who doesn't have a bunch of special abilities. Finn has 2 magics, 5 skills, 6 development abilities. Riveria has 9 magics, 2 skills, 5 development abilities. Once geniuses themselves, they are already accustomed to the existence of geniuses. Unfortunately, having already joined Hephaestus Familia, he is out of our reach. Finn couldn't help but sigh. Ace, Lafia, and this Shirou, terrifying newcomers keep emerging. It feels like I'm falling behind the times. Riveria, you are already an old man. Riveria, we are adventurers of the same period, Finn said. Unfortunately, by the time you are old with no teeth and can't walk, only reminiscing about the past, I might still be at the forefront of expeditions. Is this the advantage of being an elf? It's really cheating. Riveria chuckled, just kidding, by the time you and Gareth are too old to be adventures, Ace and the others will have grown up, I will probably take advantage of my youth to travel the world. Finn shook his head helplessly, your elf's definition of youth has always been so hard to understand. By the way, about that child's swordsmanship, do not reveal it to Ace, he looked at Ryuu. With Ace's personality, if she knew about this, she would definitely cause trouble, Finn rubbed his temples. The Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein has a pathological pursuit of strength improvement. If she knew that the boy from Hephaestus' Familia might have stronger swordsmanship than her, she would definitely do something very rude. Like demanding a swordsmanship duel, asking for his methods of becoming stronger, or even begging him to teach her swordsmanship. Affecting Loki Familia's reputation is a small matter, but if it affects the relationship with Hephaestus' Familia, it would be terrible. Ryuu scratched his head, should we also inform Lafia? Finn's expression froze for a moment, then he felt a pain in his thumb. This is his talent, his right thumb hurts when he foresees something bad. Finn smiled wryly, it's probably too late, Riveria, please keep Ace in check. Riveria held her forehead, sigh, understood. The Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, LV.5, is in the most rebellious period, at the tender age of 13.5. Ah, Miss Ace is so cute staying here, looking at the golden-haired girl in front of her, Lafia felt her heart melting. The girl has golden hair as dazzling as sunlight, slightly falling over her shoulders, shimmering with a soft glow. A pair of golden eyes, clear and pure, seem to contain the courage to face anything. Although her figure is still in the developmental stage, that innocence and tenderness add to her charming appeal. At the same time, her delicate features already show a peerless beauty comparable to a goddess, hinting at her future brilliance. Her demeanor is like that of a fairy in heroic legends, with an untainted coldness and nobility, always expressionless. Her stern look makes people keep their distance, yet it's hard to look away. The Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, joined Loki Familia at a young age, reached LV.2 in just 1 year, creating a historical record at the age of 8, shocking the entire Orario and even the world, and not long ago reached the height of LV.5, she is Lafia's object of admiration. And now, Ace is squatting in the confinement room of the Twilight Manor, with a huge sign hanging around her neck, reading, I am guilty. Because of her willful actions during the previous expedition, Miss Ace is now under splendid confinement. She left the team without permission, chasing a strengthened dragon-type monster into the deep pit. Although she successfully killed the dragon, she angered a demon king more terrifying than the dragon. Now the poor Sword Princess is imprisoned in the castle by the demon king. Want to go find that child for a swordsmanship duel? Thinking this, she jumped out the window to escape, only to be caught by Riveria, who arrived in time, dragged back to the confinement room by her head. LV.5 challenging LV.1, do you want to make the entire Loki Familia a laughingstock? Thus, the Demon King imprisoned the princess again, and sent her clan minion, Lafia, to guard her. Lafia, let me go, Ace stared at Lafia, showing a pitiful, animal-like expression. Unexpectedly seeing a different side of Miss Ace, but the admiration seems even stronger. Ah, although Miss Ace is very cute, but no, Lafia tried her best to resist Ace's charm, crossing her arms in front of her chest to make an X. Riveria-sama's orders are absolute. As the vice-captain to the member, the teacher to the student, and the royal to the subject, for Lafia, Riveria's instructions are one of the few things that take precedence over Miss Ace's coquettishness. Miss Ace must reflect well here. Of course, even in confinement, I will cheer for Miss Ace. Lafia cheered for Ace, however, Riveria-sama specifically instructed, I cannot help Miss Ace write reflections or copy the Familia rules, but in any case, Miss Ace, do your best. Ace, Guh, kill me. The next day, Hephaestus Familia base. Unaware of the attention from the top Familia, the day after the dungeon adventure, Shirou Amiya returned to the compact daily routine of workshop and tavern. Shirou, why are you suddenly researching wands? Seeing the boy seriously flipping through a wand encyclopedia, Tsubaki curiously inquired. Wand making is a field that Hephaestus Familia is relatively less proficient in, partly because the main material for many high-level wands is spiritual trees, and Hephaestus Familia is more skilled in metal forging. On the other hand, compared to warriors, the number of mages in the city is too small, the market is really not big enough. Moreover, wands are less prone to damage compared to swords, so relying on custom products and imports from the magic city can basically meet the needs of mages. Lafia, that elven mage from Loki Familia who went to the dungeon with us before, because I helped her in the dungeon, she said she wanted to repay me, Shirou Emiya explained. Then after learning that I am a blacksmith, she said she hopes to purchase equipment from me. Oh, I see, Tsubaki suddenly realized. She smiled and patted the boy's shoulder. Getting an order from a top Familia so quickly, Shirou is amazing. High-level adventurers in Loki Familia usually have their equipment forged by Goibniu Familia, a top forging Familia on par with Hephaestus Familia, but much smaller in scale. Therefore, Goibniu Familia's business mainly focuses on custom high-level equipment, and also undertakes construction projects. Being a purely production-oriented Familia, Goibniu Familia does not engage in adventure activities at all, and there are no high-level adventurers within the Familia. Receiving an order from a rising star of Loki Familia is a great opportunity for Shirou Emiya. It not only means a considerable income, but also a chance to promote himself to Loki Familia. For a novice blacksmith like Shirou, Lafia's thank you gift is quite sincere. So, Shirou, are you planning to make a wand, or other equipment? Tsubaki asked. Personally, I was originally inclined to try making a wand, but the difficulty is greater than I expected, Shirou replied. In terms of equipment making, Shirou Emiya is strongest in forging, swords, followed by other types of weapons, and then stronger in other equipment like armor. Even just a practice-made ordinary longsword has quite excellent quality, not inferior to that of experienced blacksmiths, but the making of other equipment is still at a novice level. After all, counting from the time Shirou received the god's blessing until now, it's only been half a month. However, with the existence of the magic, unlimited blade works, Shirou is destined to become a top blacksmith. Tsubaki and Hephaestus have no doubt about this. Chapter 13, Magic Sword Kalidbalg. There's no need to rush, Shirou said as he flipped through the wand encyclopedia. Lafia didn't set a deadline, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a wand. Shirou's initial plan was to wait until he reached LV.2 and obtain the development ability, Blacksmith, before officially accepting equipment orders. As a LV.1, his forged works weren't yet qualified to bear the emblem of the Hephaestus Familia. However, since Lafia was likely to be his first customer, Shirou wanted to familiarize himself with some wand-related information in advance. Once my level and forging skills improve a bit more, I could craft her a piece of equipment like gauntlets or combat boots, he thought. Personally, Shirou still preferred forging weapons, especially swords. Why not just make her a melee weapon directly, Tsubaki suggested, forge a sword, something you're best at. Shirou was puzzled. But Lafia is a mage, isn't she? She's LV.2, right? After a level up, even a mage's physical strength surpasses that of an average LV.1 adventurer, Tsubaki explained. Besides, high-level mages usually have some melee combat ability. That's common knowledge. Riveria from Loki Familia is skilled in staff combat and martial arts, and Hayden from Freya Familia is a master swordsman. Even without using magic, they can overpower warriors below first-class adventurers with their physical skills. Shirou nodded, suddenly understanding. I see. Leveling up provides adventurers with comprehensive enhancements. For example, even if Riveria only gained G rank, 200 to 299, strength each time she leveled up, her high level would still make her strength terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, to handle situations where magic isn't suitable, mages deliberately hone their melee combat skills, at least to the point of being able to defend themselves. As for Lafia panicking when monsters closed in on her, it was mainly because she was still too inexperienced. Understood. If that's the case, I know what to do now. Shirou finalized a plan in his mind. By the way, Tsubaki, how's the progress on your magic sword? It's almost done. I have a feeling this will be an unprecedented achievement, all thanks to your help, Shirou, Tsubaki said, her lips and eyes curving into a bright smile. To think of such a structure, it's truly remarkable. Ah, well, Shirou scratched his head. In truth, he had copied a weapon he'd seen before, but he couldn't just say that outright. When he and Tsubaki had been studying weapon blueprints together, he hadn't paid much attention, but somehow, the magic sword design ended up resembling Cálidbálg, also known as the Rainbow Sword, a magic sword wielded by the Irish hero Fergus MacRoich from Celtic mythology. Legend has it that this sword was forged by the elves of the divine realm and imbued with the power of heavenly thunder. Known as an anti-army noble phantasm with high destructive power and wide-range capabilities, its sword beam in myth was said to have sliced off 3 hills, showcasing its terrifying might. The heroic spirit Emiya had once projected Cálidbálg and modified it into an arrow, so he had deeply analyzed its structure. The final blueprint Shirou and Tsubaki settled on was based on Emiya's modified version of Cálidbálg, which could be used as an arrow, and then further adapted into a magic sword. If Shirou's projected version was called Fake Cálidbálg, then Tsubaki's magic sword should be Fake Cálidbálg. By the way, the forging of the magic sword is in its final stages, and I'd like you to participate, Shirou, Tsubaki said, placing her hands on Shirou's shoulders with a serious expression. Why? I don't have the blacksmith development ability, Shirou asked. Magic swords are weapons that can only be forged by those with the blacksmith development ability. As one of the highest level blacksmiths in the city, Tsubaki is one of the rare few capable of forging magic swords. Shirou, being only LV.1, naturally doesn't possess blacksmith. Your participation will elevate the quality of this magic sword to an even greater height. This is my intuition as a blacksmith, Tsubaki said firmly, it's also the goddess's prophecy. Both Tsubaki and Hephaestus believe that this boy, who has an inseparable bond with swords, will surely create another miracle. In that case, Tsubaki-senpai, I'll do my best to assist you, Shirou replied. Long live Shirou, Tsubaki hugged Shirou, cheering joyfully. It's done. Tsubaki raised her right hand high, cheering as she held a uniquely designed longsword in her hand. The cold gleam of the blade reflected the light of the still-burning furnace. Oh, the surrounding blacksmiths erupted in cheers, their deafening shouts threatening to lift the roof off the workshop. Shirou was also swept up in the fervent atmosphere. The sweltering workshop was filled with everyone's enthusiasm, the air almost burning with excitement, and the boy couldn't help but feel a surge of passion in his heart. Although he had tried forging swords a few times before, until now, his creations had been nothing more than practice pieces, mass-produced items. He had yet to attempt crafting a named sword that bore his own mark. Shirou's original motivation for becoming an adventurer was to avoid the helplessness of being unable to protect those he loved. He wanted to gain the power to safeguard the people around him. Seeing Tsubaki successfully complete the forging of magic sword Cálidbálg, he felt genuinely exhilarated. Even if it was a copy of a copy, as long as it could replicate even a fraction of the original noble phantasms, power, its significance would be groundbreaking. Moreover, there's no rule that says a copy can't surpass the original. Without a doubt, this is a magic sword that surpasses all previous ones, Tsubaki declared. More importantly, this is an achievement forged purely by human hands, independent of the bloodline and power of spirits. So let's celebrate. Oh, the craftsman cheered fervently once more. The creation of magic sword Cálidbálg utilized the special magic of Shirou's unlimited blade works. Of course, Tsubaki was the true blacksmith who completed the forging. This magic sword was inscribed with her heart, soul, and lifelong experience. Although Shirou only participated in the final stages of forging, merely striking a single hammer blow, he now felt an indescribable sensation. It seemed as though he had gained a deeper understanding of the noble phantasm, Cálidbálg. At the same time, as he gazed at the magic sword in Tsubaki's hands, brimming with terrifying power, Shirou couldn't help but wonder, just how powerful is this magic sword? The original noble phantasm, Calitbalg, in the hands of the great hero Fergus Mac Roich, could unleash enough power to pierce mountains and tear apart the earth. The fake Calitbalg, Calitbalg II, projected by the heroic spirit Emiya, also possessed the power to pierce space and destroy buildings. What about this, magic sword Calitbalg, or fake Calitbalg, Calitbalg III, forged by Tsubaki? What level of power could it achieve? However, while Shirou was merely curious, Tsubaki's words were enough to make everyone break out in a cold sweat. I really want to test the power of this magic sword. The moment these words were spoken, the previously heated atmosphere instantly cooled. Despite the sweltering heat of the forge, a chill reminiscent of winter swept through the room. Calm down. Calm down, Captain. That's not an ordinary magic sword. At least let us run 50 meters away first. Everyone panicked, rushing to stop the eager Tsubaki. Just kidding, Tsubaki laughed, though I'd love to see its power, there's no way I'd use a magic sword inside the workshop. You guys really have no sense of humor. No, the fact that everyone instinctively thought you weren't joking is something you should reflect on yourself. Besides, I'm counting on this magic sword to bring in a huge profit. It's a shame I can't test it myself, but I'll have to save its precious usage count, Tsubaki said with a conflicted expression. It seemed she really wanted to activate the magic sword and unleash its power. However, magic swords typically have only a few uses. This, magic sword Calitbalg, despite its large size, was estimated by Tsubaki to have a maximum of 2 uses. If pushed to its limits, it might even break after a single use. To forge this magic sword, Tsubaki had not only emptied her savings but also borrowed some funds from the Familia. Of course, the bulk of the expenses went toward the various experiments conducted during the forging process, essentially, research and development costs. The cost of the sword itself, while not insignificant, wasn't as exaggerated. Still, for Tsubaki, one of the city's top blacksmiths, to frequently find herself penniless was largely due to her expensive hobbies, collecting rare equipment and materials, as well as designing and researching new types of gear. As everyone knows, research is the most expensive endeavor. But while money goes out quickly, it comes back even faster. With this magic sword Calitbalg, Tsubaki could make a hefty profit by selling it to other Familia's wealthy patrons. Shirou, thanks to your help, I was able to complete this magic sword. Tsubaki approached Shirou and pulled him into a hug. Her well-trained, voluptuous body possessed strength far beyond imagination, making it impossible for him to resist. Tsubaki-sen. I can't breathe. Lady Hephaestus, I've come to update my status. Oh, Shirou, you're here, Hephaestus said, her left index finger resting on her lips, which were full and alluring. Perfect timing. Tsubaki just finished her update, the goddess said. It's been a long time coming, but that girl's status has finally broken through. Tsubaki was a veteran first-class adventurer. Her breakthrough to LV.5 dated back to the dark period several years ago. After that, thanks to her formidable talent and passion for blacksmithing, her status improved rapidly, especially her dexterity, which was crucial for forging. However, effort and passion don't always provide the strength to break through bottlenecks. Tsubaki's highest dexterity stat had been stuck at A899 for a long time. She had even started to believe that A899 was her limit, which had left her somewhat disheartened. But after completing the forging of magic sword Calitbalg, Hephaestus updated her status and confirmed that Tsubaki's dexterity had finally increased, reaching S900. This meant Tsubaki had broken through her limits, and it also reflected the quality and power of the magic sword. It's a shame Tsubaki's achievements are still far from sufficient. Otherwise, our Familia would have a LV.6 adventurer. Shirou had also heard Tsubaki mention that, unlike lower-level adventurers who often level up with only D-rank basic stats, most LV.5 adventures have long since hit their stat caps, with their highest stats even reaching S rank. Yet, they're still held back by the lack of achievements. However, since her stats have broken through the bottleneck, she'll surely gain the necessary achievements, eventually, Hephaestus said with confidence in Tsubaki. Tsubaki sets high standards for herself. Aside from dexterity, her strength and endurance are still some distance from reaching A rank. But I believe it won't take long, the goddess said. The fact that her stats, which she thought had reached their limit, had improved again was both an opportunity and a beginning. Unbeknownst to her, fate was slowly changing. As expected, not much time has passed since your last status update, so the improvements in strength and agility are quite limited, Hephaestus analyzed after updating Shirou's status, looking at the parchment recording the boy's divine blessing. However, your dexterity and magic have seen significant increases. It seems participating in the creation of the magic sword has given you a lot of high-quality experience. The successful forging of magic sword Kalitbalg had allowed Tsubaki, LV.5 adventurer, to break through her dexterity bottleneck. Even though Shirou only participated briefly and received a small portion of the experience, the quality of that experience was so high that it directly led to a substantial boost in his stats. His magic increased by 30 points, reaching F311, while his dexterity shot up by 80 points, reaching E447. As for why his endurance also jumped by dozens of points, did he tank a high-level adventurer's magic or something? So, Shirou, what are your plans next? Hephaestus asked. Are you aiming to obtain the blacksmith development ability and continue practicing in the workshop? Or will you prioritize dungeon exploration? As she spoke, Hephaestus handed the parchment recording Shirou's status to him. Shirou thought for a moment, I'll prioritize dungeon exploration for now. If possible, I'd like to level up as quickly as I can. As he gradually adapted to this world, Shirou's understanding of the fauna system deepened. He now realized just how significant level was to an adventurer. Leveling up not only meant a comprehensive enhancement of abilities but also represented an opportunity to gain development abilities, new magic, and skills. More importantly, leveling up signified an improvement in an adventurer's capacity and life level. The guild's classification standards for adventurers are, LV.1 is a lower-class adventurer, LV.2 and above are collectively referred to as upper-class adventurers, with LV.2 specifically called third-class adventurers, LV.3 and LV.4 as second-class adventurers, and LV.5 and above as first-class adventurers. Countless facts have shown that high-level adventurers almost always dominate lower-level ones. Only a handful of geniuses can barely bridge the gap between levels. Moreover, the higher the level, the harder it becomes to overcome level differences. This is because high-level adventurers are often geniuses among their peers. Shirou had already made up his mind, whether it's for the blacksmith development ability or to gain the power I desire to protect those around me, leveling up is the top priority. Furthermore, his goal wasn't just to reach LV.2. He wanted to become as strong as Ryuu, Anya, or even Tsubaki and the Sword Princess. Even though Ryuu is strong, she still suffered severe injuries in battle with enemies. Anya always appears cheerful and optimistic, but anyone can tell she carries a heavy, unknown past. Tsubaki, as the only high-level adventurer in the Familia for so long, has shouldered the responsibility of supporting the entire Familia. Shirou wasn't arrogant enough to think he could protect or save them. On the contrary, it had always been them supporting and helping him. In fact, from the very beginning, it was Ryuu who had saved him, allowing him to survive. He simply hoped that one day, when Ryuu and the others needed him, he would at least have the qualifications to stand by their side and help. Well said, Shirou. This is exactly what I admire about you, Hephaestus said, walking up to Shirou and placing a hand on his shoulder, her fingers lightly squeezing the boy's firm muscles. I like the look in your eyes, Shirou. I can see the flames of ambition burning within them, Hephaestus said. The children of our Familia are all wonderful, but they lack a bit of ambition. Aside from Tsubaki, the others are too content with the status quo. By working steadily in the workshop, spending years or even decades to raise their dexterity and strength stats to D rank or C rank, then participating in mid-level expeditions with other familias to gain the achievements needed to level up, they could ascend to LV.2 and obtain the blacksmith development ability. For the majority of Hephaestus' Familia members, this was their lifelong dream. Many of the Familia's blacksmiths reached LV.2 at a young age and never leveled up again. Often, their forging skills also stagnated at the moment they achieved their goal. Tsubaki was the exception, as she was passionate about personally testing the weapons she crafted in the dungeon. Moreover, her obsession with forging equipment that surpasses the divine realm drove her to seek higher stats and levels. For other blacksmiths, surpassing the divine realm was nothing more than an unrealistic fantasy. After all, reaching LV.2 and obtaining the blacksmith development ability was already sufficient to forge first-class equipment. Why take unnecessary risks or push themselves further? Tsubaki's works were also first-class equipment, just of slightly better quality than others. But so what? It's not that I think their contentment with the status quo is bad. Everyone has their own aspirations, and seeing those children find stable happiness brings me joy. And to be honest, reaching LV.2 is already quite impressive, Hephaestus said, looking into Shirou's eyes. But we gods, we always yearn for heroes, the goddess said, her voice ethereal and profound. So, Shirou, go on your adventure. This time, there will be no high-level adventurers to assist or protect you. Use your own strength to conquer the dungeon. After all, an adventurer is someone who takes risks, overcomes hardships, and achieves the impossible. The so-called adventurer must take risks, overcome hardships, and accomplish the impossible in order to achieve great feats that even the gods will admire. Emiya Shirou answered seriously, I understand, Lady Hephaestus. However, I must remind you first, although you will likely want to level up as soon as possible, I still hope that even if you meet the conditions for leveling up, you will train your basic abilities to their limits before advancing in level. Hephaestus continued, at the very least, your highest stat should reach A rank, and the others should reach at least C rank. Shirou nodded, yes, that is my plan as well. As long as you understand, Hephaestus smiled, satisfied with the boy's determination. By the way, Lady Hephaestus, I wanted to ask, do we have any companions in our Familia who can serve as supporters? Or would it be better to hire one from the guild? Shirou asked. Hephaestus tilted her head slightly, pondered for a moment, and then spoke in a calm tone, you don't need a supporter. Emiya Shirou was a bit confused, what? The main role of a supporter is to pick up monster magic stones and dropped items, Hephaestus stated plainly, her words striking deep into the boy's heart. Just leave everything behind. For monsters in the lower floors, whether it's magic stones or dropped items, there's no need to pick them up. We don't lack that little bit of money. Seeing the boy's utterly shocked and helplessly cute expression, Hephaestus couldn't help but laugh. Speaking of which, Shirou, do you know how much Tsubaki's newly forged magic sword can sell for? And how much you would get from it? Hephaestus raised 2 fingers. This level of magic sword is a unique piece in the current labyrinth city, with a price tag of at least 100 million valis, and your share is 20%. A/N, magic sword price. In the original work, the most ordinary magic sword, which can only shoot a small fireball, is priced around several 100,000 to 1,000,000 valis. Its power is very small, and it might not even kill a level 1 monster. Tsubaki once forged a lightning magic sword that could briefly stagger a level 6 monster, but it couldn't deal much damage, which is currently the top-tier magic sword in the Labyrinth City, and its price should be in the tens of millions of valis. Currently, the pricing of a unique super magic sword at hundreds of millions or even several billion valis seems quite reasonable. 1. Noble phantasms, or simply precious/treasured tools, in the Japanese version, are crystallized mysteries, powerful armaments made using human imagination as their core, and are the weapons and/or abilities owned by heroic spirits. As humanity's illusions, they embody the ultimate mysteries of a hero as symbols of their existence through historical fact and anecdotes. Mystery is a sliver of power of many different types that comes from the root. And root is a metaphysical location that acts as the force that exists at the top of all theories in every dimension, as well as the source of all events and phenomena in the universe. It is also known as the Akashic Records, and occasionally, Heaven. Chapter 14, Ace and Emiya in Babel. Emiya came to the Babel Tower for the second time. The entrance to the dungeon is located on the underground first floor of this white giant tower. Last time, because he was moving with people from other familias, he didn't get a chance to observe carefully. Only now did Emiya start to pay attention to the scenery here. The entire hall is themed in blue and white, with black stone tablets engraved with the names of many adventurers scattered around. Thick and long pillars are set at equal intervals, so many that one can't take them all in at a glance. Looking up, one would see the sky filling the entire ceiling, giving a grand and awe-inspiring feeling, as if a piece of the real sky had been moved here. In the center of this temple-like magnificent space is a huge hole, with spiral silver stone steps leading deep into the hole. This is the entrance to the dungeon. Crossing this silver staircase, one truly enters the world of monsters. However, although one side of the hole is a demonic realm opposed to the world, the other side is filled with the hustle and bustle of human life. The circular plaza centered around the large hole is exceptionally open, and it's no exaggeration to say that it could accommodate thousands of adventurers. Yet, this spacious area is actually somewhat crowded at the moment. Esteemed adventurer, do you need a supporter? I have the behind-the-scenes hero skill, very suitable for being a supporter. Please, give me a chance. Thank you, but no need. Politely refusing the constantly pleading dwarf girl, this was the third self-recommended supporter Emiya had encountered. Avoiding the other's regretful gaze, Emiya passed through the crowd. Seeing the emblem of a volcano and a forging hammer on his cloak, the crowded people tacitly made way for him. Those supporters looking for teams in the plaza are not trustworthy. If you need a supporter, it's best to choose a partner from the same familia or a known friend, or spend money to hire a reputable supporter from the guild. The price will be more expensive, but at least they are reliable. When first entering the dungeon, that senior from the Loki familia, Ryuu, earnestly shared these experiences. Supporters are the cornerstone of a team and must be someone trustworthy. Encountering some dishonest people stealing spoils is a minor issue, but if you meet someone with ill intentions colluding with other adventurers, then it's troublesome. However, Emiya doesn't need to consider these for now, because as the goddess Hephaestus said, he simply doesn't need a supporter. Backup weapons? Not needed. He has unlimited blade works to project. Medicine? It doesn't take up much space, just carry it with you. And the most important spoils? Just leave them. Whether it's goblins or orcs, magic stones or dropped items, just abandon them. Don't even think about carrying them, don't even pick them up. As the goddess said, if Shirou wants to make money, forging a sword in the workshop can earn millions in minutes. Picking up those magic stones and dropped items isn't worth the time. The goddess's words are so reasonable that Emiya was left speechless. The Kalidbalg, magic sword, that Tsubaki just forged is now estimated to be priced at 100 million valis, and the actual selling price will only be higher, not lower. Because even the most inferior magic sword, which can only release a small fireball, can sell for nearly 1 million valis, and the magic scale and expected power of that Kalidbalg, magic sword, are record-breaking. Tsubaki and the goddess's plan is to do some preliminary promotion first, then let the familias capable of buying the magic sword bid for it, and 20% of the transaction amount will belong to Emiya. Tsubaki insists on doing this. If it weren't for the high cost of preliminary research and production, she even thinks Emiya should get a higher share. That is to say, if the selling price is 100 million valis, Emiya can get a huge sum of 20 million. Referencing the bounty of 80 million valis for the level 1 wanted criminal Miss Ryuu, that's equivalent to earning 0.25 Ryuu at once. If the selling price can reach 200 million valis, the 20% share would be 0.5 Ryuu. Therefore, there's no need for any supporter or picking up any spoils. The only thing Emiya needs to do is fight and kill monsters. The two newcomers from the Ganesha familia and their senior from the same familia formed a fixed team. Lafia stayed with the Loki familia for magic training with Riveria. After careful consideration, Emiya finally decided to venture into the dungeon alone. Because only in this way can he truly go all out. Ga. On the fourth floor of the dungeon, drawing the bowstring and shooting an arrow, a bright blood flower bloomed on the right eye of the small humanoid monster, Goblin. The charging group of goblin monsters instantly faltered. With their low intelligence, it's hard for them to instantly understand the reason for their companion's death, but instinct makes them fear the figure hidden in the cloak in front of them. However, the speed of the arrows is faster than their reaction. Right eye, right eye, right eye, the arrows successively pierced into the right eye sockets of the goblins, the rhythm like a brisk spring rain. Even goblins, which are too weak to pose any threat, can be used to train archery and agility abilities in this way. Emiya doesn't miss any opportunity to train himself. Several goblins fell to the ground, black-red blood splattering, but not a single drop could stain Emiya in the distance. As life faded, the goblin corpses began to rapidly decay. Ignoring the magic stone fragments that might be in the corpses and the possible dropped items, goblins Fong, Emiya turned and left, continuing to hunt on the fourth floor. If it were on deeper floors, such behavior might bring risks. Magic stones not taken by adventurers, if eaten by other monsters, could lead to the birth of enhanced species. But before the fourth floor, there's no need to worry about this issue. Many adventurers are exploring this area, and some will specifically pick up magic stone fragments that other adventurers don't want. Above the fourth floor, an additional step of crushing the magic stones is needed, but compared to digging out the magic stones, it's still much more convenient. Emiya only took a short time to cross the first to the third floors but decided to stay a bit longer on the fourth floor. Starting from the seventh floor, with the appearance of monsters like killer ants, which are short in height and have hard shells, appearing in large groups, bows will no longer be suitable, and his main weapon will switch to swords. Therefore, he hopes to first use the goblins and kobolds that are everywhere on the fourth floor to deliberately train his archery. Encountering a lone kobold, without hesitation, he raised his hand and shot an arrow, piercing the monster's left eye. When encountering goblins, shoot the right eye, for kobolds, shoot the left eye. Emiya moved through the maze, raining death with his arrows. The projected arrows dissipated along with his figure, leaving only the monster's remains on the ground, eye sockets with blood holes staring at the maze's ceiling. At the same time, a blonde girl carrying a sword and a huge backpack on her back also entered the dungeon alone. Dungeon, 17th floor. Has Goliath already been defeated? A blonde girl carrying a huge package looked at the empty maze, her tone disappointed. The 13th to 17th floors of the dungeon are called the cave maze, with the 13th floor being the boundary between the upper and middle layers. Starting from the 13th floor, the walls, floors, and ceilings are made of solid rock. Compared to the upper layers, which are just flat circular mazes, the layout of the middle layers is more complex, including intertwined upper and lower tunnels. The light becomes dimmer, and the air becomes damp. There are also vertical holes randomly appearing that lead to deeper floors. On the 17th floor, a wide maze room contains a huge wall known as the Wall of Grief, the cradle where the Dungeon King giant Goliath is born. The Dungeon King, boss, is a special type of monster individual that only appears on specific floors and possesses potential abilities far exceeding the average level of that area. For example, the Dungeon King giant Goliath on the 17th floor has a comprehensive level 4 potential ability, with endurance reaching level 5, while the most powerful ordinary monster in this area is the Minotaur with a comprehensive ability of level 2. Only one Dungeon King will appear at a time, and as long as it is not killed, no new Dungeon King individual will appear. Moreover, the birth cycle of the Dungeon King is much longer than that of ordinary monsters. For example, the Dungeon King Goliath has a rebirth period of a full 14 days. The blonde girl had seen the information about the Dungeon King's rebirth and rushed to the 17th floor, only to find it empty. Thinking about it, the Ishtar Familia's expedition team just returned to the surface yesterday. The newly resurrected Goliath was defeated by them. Ugh, the girl made a frustrated sound, her body slightly bent, the package on her back seemingly heavier. The blonde girl, Ace Wallenstein of the Loki Familia, the Sword Princess, the youngest level 1 adventurer in the Labyrinth City and even the world, a terrifyingly talented 13-year-old level 5, is now burdened with pressure, or rather debt, that doesn't match her age. The last expedition of the Loki Familia ended in a disastrous defeat due to Ace's impulsive actions, and her bonus and pocket money were naturally all deducted by her guardian Riveria. Moreover, she has to compensate the Familia for the huge loss of property due to her actions. Even after compensating with all the magic stones and dropped items obtained from killing the enhanced dragon monster, it's still not enough. Little Ace, at a young age, owes a debt of 200 million valis, needing to catch Ryuu 2.5 times to pay it off. Additionally, Riveria strictly forbids her from entering the lower and deep layers, and even the latter half of the middle layer is off-limits, restricting her activity range to within the 18th floor. Because the middle layer has the pitfall mechanism, if one accidentally falls to the 27th floor in the latter half of the middle layer, they might encounter the Dungeon King with a potential ability of level 5 and underwater combat ability of level 6, the twin-headed dragon, Amphispana. Clearly, the leaders of the Loki Familia aim to give Ace a profound lesson while also tempering her temperament. Fearing that she might be sold off by Riveria to pay off her debt, little Ace wrote a letter of reflection overnight and then rushed into the dungeon to hunt monsters and collect magic stones. To save money, Ace didn't even hire a supporter and carried a large bag herself. After all, with her level 5 status and combat ability, even carrying a bag doesn't hinder her from hunting monsters in the upper and middle layers. The Sword Princess's primary target is naturally the strongest monster in the upper and middle layers, the Dungeon King giant Goliath. To pay off her debt, the girl set her sights on Goliath's huge magic stone and dropped item, Goliath's Fawn. Just unfortunately, she arrived too late. In that case, I can only go up. If she can't go below the 18th floor, she can only go up and bully the Minotaur, Hellhound, and Unicorn Rabbit groups, which only have level 2 strength. As for sneaking down to the lower layers, Ace does have the impulse, but thinking of Riveria's disappointed eyes, she restrained her desire. If she acts recklessly again, she might be whipped into a spinning top by Riveria with a copper-headed belt. And the money for buying the copper-headed belt would be charged to Ace's account, as it's equipment for Miss Ace, very reasonable. Little Ace took out some fried potato balls from her backpack for a snack, munching on them while lifting her sword to head to the upper layers. On the other side, Emiya reached the 12th floor. Strictly speaking, this is not an area for newcomers. The guild suggestion is that a level 1 adventurer should have at least AB rank in basic abilities to explore the 10th to 12th floors. However, Emiya is not an ordinary adventurer, and his combat power cannot be measured by basic ability values. The most powerful monster on the 11th to 12th floors is the infant dragon, a small dragon monster about 150 centimeters tall and over 4 meters long, with a comprehensive ability of level 2. Some say the infant dragon can be considered the Dungeon King, boss, of the upper layers. However, the infant dragon is an extremely rare monster, with fewer sighting reports than the precious blue papilio butterfly. Emiya didn't have the luck to encounter an infant dragon, but if he did, he has the ability to maneuver and escape. If necessary, he could use the magic sword lent by Tsubaki to unleash a level 4 magician's magic cannon to defeat it. The rare infant dragon can be ignored. Emiya's target on the 12th floor is orcs, which have a comprehensive evaluation of level 1 but have exceeded the limit in certain abilities, making them level 1.5 monsters. At the same time, he doesn't plan to go deeper. Below the 12th floor, level 2 and above monsters appear in groups, which would be deliberately seeking death rather than adventuring. Found 3 lone orcs. Emiya raised his bow and initiated the attack first. The longbow fully drawn, an arrow shot out, with both speed and power significantly enhanced compared to when shooting goblins. The armor-piercing arrowhead directly penetrated the orc's throat, a fatal injury for ordinary life, but the large-bodied pig-headed orc struggled. Such vitality, truly a monster. Emiya shot another arrow, piercing the orc's knee, causing it to fall to the ground in a sorry state, clutching its throat and rolling on the ground. The other two pig-headed orcs screamed and charged at Emiya, but the boy calmly put away his bow. Projection start, trace on. Two long swords appeared in Emiya's hands. Facing the two enraged orcs, he didn't choose to dodge but instead charged forward. The orc raised its heavy wooden club, attempting to smash the boy's head. In its view, with the opponent's physique, even if he blocked, he would be smashed along with his weapon. However, Emiya had no intention of blocking. Facing the orc with its weapon raised and its heart exposed, he directly used a move that normal swordsmen wouldn't easily employ, throwing the sword. The few meters between the boy and the orc were instantly crossed by the flying sword, the blade piercing the orc's chest, but only penetrating the surface skin and muscle. Orcs have formidable endurance, and with the power Emiya used, this strike couldn't completely penetrate its defense. But he could follow up with another strike. The long sword in his right hand thrust straight out, perfectly hitting the hilt end of the sword he had thrown, both in position and angle. The blade pierced through the orc's body, blood splattering, and the orc's arm raised in the air finally dropped powerlessly. The third orc made a choice in line with its instincts, turning to flee. However, exposing its back to an archer is undoubtedly the worst choice, even if he's holding a sword. Projection start, trace on. In Emiya's hand appeared a straight short sword 30 centimeters long. Taking a run up, accelerating, and throwing, the short sword turned into a cold light, piercing the orc's back neck. The orc didn't even flinch, this level of attack was nothing to its endurance. The next moment, it directly fell to the ground, lifeless, with a burnt smell emanating from the wound on its back neck. The magic sword projected by Emiya exploded inside its body, directly burning its spine. Although it was just a lowest-level magic sword with minimal power, the flames it released weren't even enough to penetrate the orc's thick skin. But if it burns inside the body, even a small spark can cause terrible damage. Phew, projecting a magic sword still consumes a lot of magic power. Emiya let out a breath. The magic power consumed by projecting a magic sword is no less than the magic power released by the magic sword's magic, and compared to ordinary swords, the magic power consumption is completely on a different level. But the advantage is that it requires no incantation and is instantaneous. It's because of this characteristic that magic swords are valued by adventurers and seen as a trump card. So far, Emiya's strongest attack method is projecting magic swords, but he can't yet project the Kalidbalg magic sword with his current magic power, and the same goes for those high-power heroic spirit treasures. Emiya looked to the other side. The orc that had been pierced through the throat by his arrow and lost its combat ability was still struggling. The vitality of monsters is truly astonishing. Without hesitation, he projected a sword to finish it off and crushed the magic stone in the orc's chest with a sword. "Who's there?" Emiya suddenly turned his head. As an archer, his perception is always sharp. Just now, he faintly heard a human voice. Chapter 15, Fake Riveria. It seemed like the exclamation of a girl. With the demonic sword in hand, Emiya raised the tip of the sword and pointed it at the labyrinth wall behind him. In the dungeon, humans might be more terrifying than monsters. At least the monsters on each floor have detailed information, but with humans, you never know who you might encounter. A delicate figure peeked out from behind the wall. She had beautiful golden hair, carried an oversized backpack that didn't match her size, and was munching on fried potato balls. Because she was leaning against the wall to peek, her cute little face was smudged with dust, making her appearance even more vivid. The girl was a few centimeters shorter than Emiya, looking no more than 12 or 13 years old. She gazed at Emiya. "You're amazing," the girl said expressionlessly, but her gem-like beautiful eyes sparkled. The golden-haired girl was Ace, the genius swordsman of the Loki Familia. The minotaurs from the 13th to the 16th floors of the dungeon were slaughtered by her, their heads rolling and blood flowing like a river. Her backpack was almost full, so Ace thought of trying her luck on the 12th floor. She wanted to see if she could luckily find an infant dragon on the 12th floor. Rarity makes things precious. Infant dragons are so rare that their drops are no longer considered materials but rather collectibles, with prices even higher than the drops of the Labyrinth King Goliath, a LV.4 monster. After all, Goliath respawns every 10 days or so and is then defeated. Over time, Goliath's Fang is no longer considered a rare material. If she was lucky enough to encounter an infant dragon and then luckily obtain its drop, she might earn millions of valis in one go. Millions of valis could buy a full 100,000 fried potato balls. Little Ace thought excitedly as she came to the 12th floor to search for the infant dragon. However, she didn't find the infant dragon but instead found that boy. Emiya Shirou, the one Lafia mentioned, little Ace immediately remembered. Red hair, projection, archery, swordsmanship, very distinctive features, the person the elf girl mentioned. Lafia's comment at the time was, "I feel like Shirou's swordsmanship is as good as Miss Ace's." However, the sharp Ace immediately realized that Lafia's perspective might be influenced by their shared membership in the Loki Familia. Since Ace and Lafia were closer, Lafia would think that Shirou's swordsmanship was on par with hers. Emiya Shirou might possess swordsmanship stronger than mine. Ace, who might be a bit scatterbrained in other areas, was particularly sensitive at this moment, and her intuition was frighteningly accurate. And truly, having witnessed Emiya Shirou's swordsmanship firsthand, even if it was just a simple slaying of a few weak and fragile orcs, Ace immediately realized. This boy's skill with the sword was stronger than hers. It should be said that he might be stronger than anyone in this world, except for those gods who have sealed their divine power. Emiya Shirou, in the realm of swordsmanship, has surpassed the rank of human. His swordsmanship is like that of a god. No, it seems not to have reached that realm yet, but rather, it is the realm of a heroic spirit. The reason Ace earned the title of Sword Princess was partly because her outward personality was as cold as a sword, and partly because, in swordsmanship, Ace stood at the pinnacle of this world. Even though she was only LV.5, and there were several adventurers above LV.6 in the city, those people were only stronger than Ace in terms of physical strength and abilities. In terms of the level and realm of swordsmanship, whether it was the LV.6, Black Fairy's Demon Sword, or the LV.7, Brave, they were all beneath Ace. It was precisely because they saw through this that the gods bestowed upon Ace the title of Sword Princess. Therefore, Ace immediately realized the essence of Emiya's swordsmanship. Unlike Lafia's confusion or Raoul's ambiguity, little Ace, with her understanding of the sword, instantly grasped this matter. Compared to me, this boy is the one beloved by the sword, or rather, he is the very concept of sword itself. The girl felt genuine joy, and the troubles of debt were all thrown to the back of her mind. Looking at the boy walking up to her, she had only one thought at this moment, to immediately perform a secret technique, a 720-degree front flip and prostrate herself before him, shouting, "Master, I want to learn swordsmanship." As long as she could learn Emiya Shirou's sword skills, she could become stronger and be one step closer to fulfilling her long-cherished wish. However, just as the girl was about to perform a flying prostrate like a fierce tiger, Riveria's voice appeared in her ear. To ask someone about their abilities or techniques without permission is extremely rude. You will bring shame to the Loki Familia and to me. Little Ace forcibly held back, surprising even herself. Why, when becoming stronger is the most important thing to me. Riveria, don't interfere with me at this moment. At this moment, Emiya, who had already approached Ace, put away his demonic sword. The other party looked like just a little girl, and Emiya didn't sense any malice. Moreover, judging by her attire, she seemed to be a supporter. Ace carried a large backpack that almost symbolized the identity of a supporter. She wasn't holding a sword at the moment but was instead holding fried potato balls. The sharp aura of the Sword Princess was completely hidden, making her look like an ordinary cute girl, leading Emiya to misjudge her situation. In reality, Ace was similar to Emiya, both adventuring alone. However, Ace's level was high enough that she could also handle the work of a supporter, while Emiya, not lacking in money, didn't need the spoils of battle and thus didn't need a supporter. Emiya also didn't recognize her identity. He knew that in the Labyrinth City, there was a genius with the title, Sword Princess, who reached LV.2 in 1 year and broke through to LV.5 in 6 years, a super genius. But he subconsciously thought that the Sword Princess should already be an adult. After all, even if one became an adventurer at 12, 6 years later, they should be 18. Who would have thought that Ace started adventuring at 7 and was now only 13, even looking younger than her actual age due to her baby face. A little over 10 years old, this is a very delicate age, sometimes so cute that people want to hold her in their hands, and sometimes so willful that parents want to whip her. Ace's situation was, the cute side was shown to everyone, while the torment was left to Riveria. Supporters are usually the weakest members of a team, that's common sense. And this little supporter in front of me seems to be alone, Emiya thought, probably one of those despicable adventurers who abandon their supporters in danger. Moreover, to let such a young child be a supporter is really too much. Although he had already decided not to be a hero of justice, Emiya was still an upright person. Seeing such a thing, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Hello, did you get separated from your teammates?" Emiya asked. "Why are you alone?" Ace nodded. The members of the Loki Familia were indeed not here, most should be at the Twilight Manor headquarters. At the same time, Ace suddenly had an idea. Riveria told me not to approach Emiya, saying it would affect the Familia's reputation. But now, it's Mr. Emiya who came to me, so Riveria can't say anything, right? "I made a mistake and was punished," Ace replied, still expressionless, but her dust-smudged little face showed a hint of sadness. She also realized that her actions had caused great trouble for her Familia companions, not only the failure of the expedition and the loss of property but also putting her companions in danger. However, when a black dragon-type enemy appeared, little Ace couldn't control herself. By the time she regained her senses, her body had already subconsciously charged into the vertical hole. So she was abandoned by her companions, Emiya thought. He walked up to the girl and asked in the gentlest tone possible. "My name is Emiya Shirou, from the Hephaestus Familia. May I know your name?" He doesn't recognize me, little Ace, used to being a big star, was stunned. There are people in the Labyrinth City who don't know me? Then, she immediately had a flash of inspiration. Riveria said that challenging or asking Shirou for advice would bring shame to the Loki Familia. So, if I disguise myself and don't let Shirou know that I'm Ace from the Loki Familia, wouldn't that work? Actually, with a bit of serious thought, this approach is completely unreliable. But Ace, who is single-minded and currently hot-headed, has already given up thinking. What she's thinking now is, this way, Riveria can't say anything, right? I'm such a little genius, not the idiot Riveria says I am. Riveria always says I'm not obedient, but I'm actually very obedient. I've grown up, and Riveria doesn't need to control me so much. Next time Riveria scolds me, I must retort. Ace thought these things in her head, and at the same time, she spoke, "My name is Riveria." Slap. Little Ace slapped herself in the face. Ace's inner voice, "Oh no, I wanted to use a fake name, but I kept thinking about Riveria," repeating the name too many times, and accidentally blurted it out. Using this name, the disguise will definitely not hold, unless the other person has just arrived in Orario and doesn't know much about the Labyrinth City. Ace's mental activity was very active, while her face remained expressionless, only her eyes becoming more guilty, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on the back of her neck. Seeing the girl's sudden strange action, Emiya's eyes were full of concern. He took out a handkerchief from his satchel, held Ace's cheek with one hand, and used the other to wipe the dust off her hair and face. After tidying up the slightly messy golden bangs on the girl's forehead, Emiya gently rubbed the small red handprint on her right cheek. He politely asked, "Miss Riveria, are you okay?" Ace raised her slightly red pretty face. I'm fine. Emiya said, taking the fried potato balls from little Ace's hands. He glanced down at the girl's not-so-clean gauntlets and sighed softly. "At least wipe your hands before eating." He handed the handkerchief to her. "Miss Riveria, take off your gauntlets first and wipe your hands yourself." Under Emiya's gaze, Ace subconsciously nodded obediently, yes. Today was a nightmare for the strongest monster on the 16th floor of the dungeon, the Minotaur. As the dominant monster on this level, the Minotaur possessed top-tier LV.2 strength and endurance. Although it had the disadvantage of low agility, it only needed simple and brutal movements to pose a fatal threat to adventurers active on this level. With immense strength, a head as hard as copper, and iron bones, just a battle cry could paralyze LV.1 adventurers with fear, rendering them immobile. This was the Minotaur, a nightmare existence for low-level adventurers. Then today, the Minotaurs were slaughtered by a high-level adventurer who didn't play by the rules. One sword strike killed one, the magic stone and drop, Minotaur's horn, thrown into the bag, then another sword strike killed the next one. The white gold figure wandered through the labyrinth like the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs could only curse humans for not playing by the rules. LV.2 adventurers, no matter how many, I'm not afraid of you. We fight at the same level, tearing you to pieces is my skill, and you chopping me into beef is your skill. A head lost is just a bowl-sized scar, and in 18 years, I'll be a good cow again. But a high-level adventurer coming to commit species extinction, isn't that a bit too much? Moving through the map as fast as the wind, killing cows more efficiently than harvesting wheat. Not going to the deep levels to fight Yados, 1, and make a name for yourself, but staying here to bully Minotaurs. And the Minotaurs slaughtered by Ace also learned to be smart. One of them saw Ace and ran, sacrificing all its companions, finally barely escaping. The smart Minotaur realized that the Grim Reaper was coming for them, so it should do the opposite. Head to the upper levels to survive. Charge up and kill the low-level human adventurers. Then, on the 12th floor, Shirou, leading Ace, encountered the Minotaur. A Minotaur? Why would a mid-level monster appear here? Emiya Shirou immediately projected a longsword, maintaining a vigilant stance. Monsters in the dungeon occasionally break through level restrictions and come to adjacent levels, but the Minotaur is a monster from around the 15th floor, and this is the 12th floor. For the Minotaur to run all the way here is definitely an abnormal situation. Riveria, hide behind me. Emiya Shirou stood in front of Ace. The girl claimed to be Riveria from the Demeter Familia. The truly famous Riveria in the city was the respected LV.6 adventurer, the Elven royalty, and vice-captain of the Loki Familia, 9 Hells. However, Emiya, who hadn't been an adventurer for long, didn't know this person. He knew about the Sword Princess, because the goddess mentioned the Sword Princess's fastest leveling record. As for the Demeter Familia, Emiya Shirou did know about this faction because he and Ryuu had bought groceries at their shop. Demeter is the goddess of agriculture, grain, and harvest in Greek mythology. The Demeter Familia is also a production-type familia engaged in growing food and vegetables. If the Ganesha Familia is the faction with the most adventurers, the Demeter Familia is the one with the most members, although most of them are farmers who might never enter the dungeon even once in their lives. The Demeter Familia also has many adventurers, but their levels are generally not high. The Demeter Familia maintains good relations with almost all other familias, as they are responsible for more than half of Orario's food supply. In a sense, this is the most important familia in the Labyrinth City. Originally planning to take Miss Riveria back to the surface, who would have thought they would encounter such a dangerous and powerful monster as the Minotaur. Ace's first reaction upon seeing the Minotaur was to draw her sword, but Emiya immediately stood in front of her, making her subconsciously stop her hand. At this moment, the Minotaur in front of the boy and girl was extremely angry. Minotaur, why is it you again? I've run all the way to the 12th floor, and you still won't let me go. Are you trying to exterminate us? Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. The Minotaur let out a deafening roar, then charged forward with the determination to die. Then, it immediately ate a magical sword attack. Throwing away the frost magical sword taken from his satchel, Emiya glanced at the expressionless girl behind him who was tense. He took a deep breath and stared at the Minotaur. Skill, Oath Under the Snow, activated. When acting to protect others, attack power and endurance increase, magic and skill effects increase. At this moment, facing the Minotaur, as Emiya's fighting spirit reached its peak, a name flashed in his mind. Theseus, too, the legendary king of Athens, also a hero in Greek mythology, whose name often reminds people of the philosophical concept of the ship of Theseus. 1. Eudos, the monster Rex of the 37th floor. It has a black body and is a large version of a Spartoi. It spawns every 3 months. It has no lower body due to it being able to spread its attacks through the ground and also has the ability to summon Spartoi. It is level 6. If it is fought by one person alone, like Ace did, it will summon a huge black sword. The guild theorized it may also summon its sword if fought by a small party. 2. Theseus. Theseus was a divine hero in Greek mythology, famous for slaying the Minotaur. Chapter 16, Sword of Theseus. What Emiya Shirou thought of was one of Theseus's deeds. In Greek mythology, it was he who used a sharp sword to slay the Minotaur. It was precisely for this reason that Theseus had the suitability for the saber class. Emiya Shirou did not take out the high-level magic sword lent by Tsubaki to directly blast the Minotaur into pieces. Instead, he used a frost magic sword to immobilize the enemy, then gathered his spirit and began to chant. Appraise the concept of creation. Envision the basic framework. Replicate the composition materials. Imitate the crafting techniques. Sympathize with the growth experience. Reproduce the accumulated years. Surpass, complete numerous processes. At this very moment, complete the sword that gathers fantasy. Projection, start, trace on. A giant sword with a metallic sheen, resembling a sledgehammer, appeared in the young man's hand. Fake, the thread leads to the terminus, Ariadne Apparito Addis 2, 1. The true form of the saber-class Theseus's noble phantasm is not a sword, but Ariadne's thread, which allowed Theseus to reach the location of the monster Minotaur and successfully escape the labyrinth. The thread would carve out a path to glory and victory, but it was also a cursed attire that could lead one to hell with a single misstep. Emiya Shirou did not need the thread to guide his path, as the Minotaur was right before his eyes. What he needed was a blade capable of slaying the bull monster. Therefore, what he projected at this moment was, strictly speaking, not even a noble phantasm, but a fake that borrowed its name, its essence at best a slightly sharper sword. The original, the thread leads to the terminus, is a C++ level anti-personnel noble phantasm, while the sword in Emiya's hand was at most a C-level shell. It was precisely for this reason that he could project it with LV.1 magical power. However, even as a shell, it was still connected to the karma of Theseus, the Minotaur Slayer. Skill. Roadless Valhalla, effect activated. Temporarily gain development ability, Hunter, I. Temporarily gain skill, Fake Bull Slayer, Ox Slayer 2. The Minotaur broke free from the frost that immobilized it, roaring as it charged forward, but after just one step, its movements halted. It stood just 3 steps away from the young man. One more step, and the other would be within its attack range. With the mere durability of an LV.1 adventurer, the Minotaur only needed to lightly swing its arm to tear apart that fragile body. But it could no longer advance, as if those few meters were an unfathomable abyss, with the sword of Damocles, too, hanging above, destined to nail any rebel attempting to cross it to the depths below. Monsters in the dungeon have no intelligence, they follow their instincts to hunt humans who enter the dungeon and also flee from those they cannot contend with. And now, what the Minotaur felt was something deeper and more fundamental than instinct, fate. Emiya Shirou stepped forward, raising the blade in his hand high, then swung it down in an ordinary strike. From Ace's perspective, time seemed to stretch, with Emiya and the Minotaur's movements becoming exceptionally slow. Faced with the young man's ordinary strike, the Minotaur could only clumsily raise its arm to block. Scorching dark red blood spurted out as the heavy sword severed the Minotaur's arm. The tough skin of the bull-headed monster, known for its durability, was like solidified butter before that sword, easily cut by a heated knife. The Minotaur howled in retreat, and with each step it took back, Emiya stepped forward, until the bull-headed monster's body was against the labyrinth's rock wall, with no further retreat. The red-haired young man's expression was cold as he swung the Sword of Theseus/Sword of the Minotaur Slayer, as if wielding fate itself. Asa's eyes reflected the image of Emiya swinging his sword to slay the monster, like a blazing sun delivering judgment to the demons in the darkness. Emiya Shirou led a bewildered Ace back to the surface. After witnessing that sword strike, Ace seemed to have entered a state of lost soul, her mouth agape in a daze, fitting perfectly with the narration, such foolish children all look the same. Shirou could only hold the girl's hand and lead her forward, fortunately encountering no monsters on the way back. At the same time, Emiya kept recalling the peculiar state he entered when he projected the Sword of Theseus. The Minotaur, which should have had a level advantage over him, felt like it could be easily killed at that moment, not as if he was fighting and slashing, but as if he was simply beheading a sinner awaiting execution, like presiding over fate. But afterwards, no matter how many times he tried to project the Sword of Theseus, he never felt that way again. This was the first time he had attempted to project a noble phantasm since coming to this world. A noble phantasm is the armament celebrated in the legends of heroic spirits. As the ultimate armament of heroic spirits, noble phantasms are materialized miracles, the proof of heroes held by heroic spirits, armaments made with human fantasy as their skeleton, the result of the sublimation of a heroic spirit's deeds. In fact, Emiya did not truly project Theseus's noble phantasm, although Theseus had the suitability for the saber class, his sword was just an ordinary, heroic spirit weapon, and the true form of Theseus's noble phantasm was the thread that helped him find the bull-headed monster Minotaur in mythology. Yet, even with a sword that was not a noble phantasm but merely related to Theseus's myth, Emiya easily achieved what could be called a great feat, slaying the powerful LV.2 monster Minotaur with ease at LV.1. And the Sword of Theseus was just one of the myriad swords recorded in his unlimited blade works. Do the monsters in the dungeon have some connection to the myths I know? Could their weaknesses also be, because his mind was preoccupied with thoughts, Emiya Shirou held Miss Riveria's hand and walked on his own, the crowd automatically parting before him like the parting of the Red Sea. But he was too engrossed in his own world to realize that the adventurers seemed to be avoiding him too much, and the expressions on their faces were curious, puzzled, troubled, confused, and even frightened. He also didn't hear their whispers. "That's Sword Princess, the princess of the Loki Familia, LV.5, Sword Princess. My God, Sword Princess, as a supporter, that young man in front, no, that big brother in front, who is he? His cloak has the emblem of the Hephaestus Familia. Could it be that the Loki Familia and the Hephaestus Familia have joined forces? What, the Loki Familia and the Hephaestus Familia are going to challenge the Freya Familia together? It must be that, Sword Princess, she's kidnapped the handsome young man, probably forcing him to go back with her to do XXXX. Damn Amazons, why do they have such good imaginations? Gah, Sword Princess, and the handsome young man, if I could see such a battle of the strong with my own eyes, it would be worth the price of death." The setting sun sank behind the towering city walls, and the city was enveloped in the vast night. Rio, welcoming the night, became even more lively. Cheerful songs and music spilled out from taverns and squares. Magic stone lamps shone brightly throughout the streets, and adventurers who had just returned from the dungeon joined the crowd, making the scene packed. Especially in the bustling district located on South Main Street, the noise was overwhelming. Various lights illuminated the avenue, radiating a brilliance not inferior to the starry sky. The row of shops on the bustling street were all tall and large, with extravagant appearances. Moreover, there were many high-end taverns, casinos, and grand theaters catering to nobles, entertainment facilities not seen elsewhere in the city. Living up to its name as the bustling street, South Main Street presented a scene of lively chaos. Turning a corner on the street and entering a corner of the back alley, Tsubaki skillfully pushed open the door of a tavern. "Yo, "Shakti, long time no see." Unexpectedly meeting a familiar person, she greeted and uninvitedly sat down next to her. This was Flameby Pavilion, a tavern located in the back alley of the bustling street. Being a back alley establishment, the tavern was smaller in scale compared to Hostess of Fertility, and its food and dishes were not as high quality or plentiful as Hostess of Fertility, but Flameby Pavilion offered stronger liquor, making it popular among some adventurers and blacksmiths. Especially the tavern's signature product, honey wine boiled to a ruby red hue, was quite famous throughout Aria, with many people visiting daily for it. Tsubaki, long time no see. The female adventurer named Shakti glanced sideways, finally decided to come out of the workshop. Huh? This was a woman with dignified and beautiful looks and a tall figure, completely deserving of the title of a beauty. She had a head of beautiful short blue hair, and her hairstyle and expression gave a clean and neat impression, exuding the aura of a strong woman. However, the several toppled empty wine glasses scattered on the wooden table in front of her unexpectedly gave this blue-haired beauty the impression of a female drunkard. But no one in the entire tavern thought of taking advantage of the situation to flirt or exploit the opportunity of a drunken beauty. Instead, they all kept their distance from this wine table, forming a vacuum zone centered around Shakti. Throughout the night, only Tsubaki dared to come up and talk, and she sat right next to the blue-haired beauty. Because Shakti, like Tsubaki, was a first-class adventurer with LV.5 strength, and also the captain of the top faction in the city, Ganesha Familia. Ganesha Familia was responsible for managing the city's public order, and Shakti was known for her seriousness, calmness, and emphasis on rules. If there was a number of people sent to prison, ranking in Aria, Shakti would undoubtedly be at the top, far ahead. However, this dignified and capable beauty would also show another side. When night fell, Shakti would often come to this tavern and get drunk on strong honey wine. Tsubaki also loved the honey wine at Flameby Pavilion, but she simply enjoyed drinking, while Shakti used alcohol to drown her sorrows, sometimes due to trivial matters within the Familia, often due to the city's public order issues, and more frequently because of the whims of her god. Clink. The wine glasses of the two beauties clinked together. As frequent drinking companions who often met here, they had developed a friendship. "What's wrong, looking like someone owes you 100 million valis? I was going to share the joy of forging a new weapon with you, but now I can't bring it up, can I?" Tsubaki said, her lips curling into a teasing expression that seemed to say, "If you're unhappy, tell me so I can be happy." Many merchant guilds are urging the guild and our Ganesha Familia to quickly capture the Gale. Shakti showed an annoyed expression. "They keep crying and wailing there every day, it's so annoying." "Ah, I see." Tsubaki became slightly more serious. Although there were several layers in between, the matter of the Gale was not entirely unrelated to her. The fact that the Gale, Ryuu Lion, was now at Hostess of Fertility, was no secret, as she had never thought to hide her identity, openly appearing every day and blatantly working as a waitress in the tavern. Completely unaware of being a first-class wanted criminal, she treated the guild and the law enforcers, Ganesha Familia, as if they were air. However, the guild and Ganesha Familia had no motivation to arrest the Gale. In Shakti's view, Ryu's actions in annihilating the dark faction had actually been a great help to them, but Ryu's private trials were a bit excessive. Her actions were on a large scale, killing many people and destroying many bases, and she didn't even bother to hide her identity properly. She even assassinated several undercover agents of the dark faction who were publicly guild employees without any prior notice, making it difficult for the guild to openly protect her. Therefore, out of a need to uphold the law, the guild and Ganesha Familia issued a bounty for Ryuu, but they had no real intention of seriously capturing her. In fact, all information related to the Gale was directly thrown into the trash by Shakti, not publicly disclosed. After all, Astria Familia were comrades in arms of the guild and the city's major factions during the Dark Ages, and Ryuu was the last orphan of Astria Familia. Those who were truly keen on capturing the Gale were actually many merchant guilds in Aria. These organizations had some connection, either overtly or covertly, with the dark faction, but their crimes were not severe enough to warrant death, such as helping the dark faction transport goods under coercion, and they had already been punished by the guild. These people, along with some whose collusion with the dark faction had not yet been discovered, were the most afraid of the Gale. After all, the guild and Ganesha Familia had to follow evidence and the law. The Gale, however, paid no heed to these. She was a pure lunatic and a killer. Even if the Gale had restrained herself now, who could guarantee that she wouldn't come back to settle old scores someday? It was also thanks to the contributions of these merchant guilds that Ryu's bounty had reached the exaggerated figure of 80 million valis. Not to mention that I have no intention of capturing the Gale, even if I wanted to. What could I do? Charge into Hostess of Fertility. That would be no different from charging into the Babel Tower. Shakti took a fierce gulp of wine. Those foolish merchants, I really want to send them all to the sky with a magic sword. Tsubaki offered a reasonable suggestion. I have a channel to contact the Gale, why don't you hire her to take action? Shakti turned her head to look at Tsubaki, as if considering the feasibility of this approach. By the way, Shakti's cheeks now showed a hint of red, and she spoke with a slight drunkenness. Today I saw a young man from your Familia, holding hands and walking intimately with a first-class adventurer from the Loki Familia on the street. Huh? Tsubaki was stunned. Her first thought was of Emiya Shirou, but how could that be? How could Shirou have any connection with a first-class adventurer from the Loki Familia? Shakti's lips curled up. That one, from behind, was sneakily staring at your young man with eyes, tsk, so passionate it seemed like she wanted to eat him. It was a bit scary, but your red-haired kid is indeed quite cute. Tsubaki immediately stood up. This was a big deal. It seemed like a bad woman had set her sights on Shirou. Her mind involuntarily conjured up images of two lustful Amazons reaching out their sinful hands towards the young man. However, that child and sword princess, they do look well matched, like childhood sweethearts. So nice. Youth, where is she? In the time it took Shakti to lower her head and drink, Tsubaki was gone, the speed of a first-class adventurer evident. With her drinking companion gone, Shakti could only continue to drink alone, using alcohol to drown her sorrows. Emiya Shirou held Miss Riveria's hand as they walked along the street. Today they had ventured deep into the 12th floor of the dungeon, spending a long time in the labyrinth, and before they knew it, it was already dark. Orario was a veritable city that never slept, with the neon lights of the pleasure district visible even from the other side of the city. And now, as the two of them walked, even though the shops along the street were closed, the magic stone lamps along the road still provided light. Unconsciously, Ace began to feel a bit nervous. She felt her hand enveloped by a warm flame, the young man's fingers long and strong, and though he was holding a girl's hand, it felt as if he was holding a sword. Miss Riveria, Emiya called out her name. Ace was momentarily stunned, then realized, her pretty face slightly blushing. 1. Ariadne Apparito Addis, Ariadne Apparito Addis, thus, the thread leads to the terminus, is the noble phantasm of Theseus. It is the thread of Ariadne, which enabled him to slay the monster Minotaur, Asterios, and later escape, elevated into a noble phantasm. The thread is a type of hex mystic code that carves out a path to glory and victory but lures the user to the most hellish outcome if they step off the path. 2. Sword of Damocles. The sword of Damocles is an idiom that refers to a situation that is dangerously close to disaster. It comes from a Greek myth about a courtier who was given everything he wanted, but then had a sword hung over his head. Chapter 17, An elf can marry a human. Perhaps lying about one's name isn't a good idea, but for now, little Ace couldn't find the right moment to explain. Being called by the name Riveria by the other party felt truly strange. Shirou. Well then, let's part ways here. The Demeter Familia's base should be over there. Yes, Ace reluctantly let go of the boy's hand. She hadn't yet achieved her goal, to ask him for guidance in swordsmanship, but she felt that now wasn't the right time. Shirou, will we meet again? Ace asked, tilting her head slightly, her golden hair fluttering in the night breeze. Of course, Riveria, Shirou smiled. Then, it's a promise, Ace said earnestly, extending her right hand with her pinky finger hooked. This gesture was quite fitting for her age and, moreover, very cute. Emiya, it's a promise. Riveria of the Demeter Familia, Emiya Shirou carefully remembered this somewhat peculiar but adorable girl. Hephaestus Familia base. The crimson-haired god sat by the fireplace, drinking alone. The firelight cast her graceful figure onto the opposite wall. The god placed the goblet filled with amber wine on the table and stretched lazily. Shirou hasn't returned yet, Hephaestus murmured, leaning back on the soft velvet chair. Gods could sense the status of their Familia members through their blessings. As long as the number of blessings didn't decrease, they could at least confirm that their children hadn't been killed. Was it a bit impulsive to allow Shirou to go on an adventure alone? Although Hephaestus believed that, given the boy's abilities and personality, no monster in the upper levels could harm him, the dungeon was always an unreasonable place where any kind of accident could happen. While worrying about the child's safety, she was also curious about what kind of growth he would achieve through this adventure. Thus, Hephaestus eagerly awaited Emiya's return. As if responding to the goddess's anticipation, someone arrived, but it wasn't Emiya Shirou. Tsubaki burst through the door. Goddess, something terrible has happened. Hephaestus looked at the door panel in Tsubaki's hand and sighed deeply. Tsubaki, remember to fix my door when you leave. The goddess shifted from her casual, lazy posture to a more upright one. So, what happened? She asked. It's like this, Tsubaki relayed the news she had heard from Shakti to the goddess. Both Tsubaki and the goddess were well acquainted with Shakti's character. What the staff of the elephant god said was undoubtedly the absolute truth. If Shakti hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have spoken of it. That was just her nature. Hephaestus's expression began to turn serious. The Loki Familia, TSK, to use such tactics, how sneaky. From the moment she took in Emiya Shirou, Hephaestus had believed that this child would surely become a remarkable adventurer. Not just because of his limitless potential in magic and skills, but also because of the firm will and strong mind that even gods would praise. Thus, Hephaestus had always been vigilant, guarding against any ulterior motives other familias might harbor. Children with special potential would always attract the attention of the gods, and some twisted and malevolent gods would even stoop to the despicable act of snatching children from other familias. For example, the main god of the Apollo Familia, the sun god Apollo, was such a character, known among the gods by the nickname, Tragic Love. Every adventurer in his familia had been pursued by Apollo, and if they refused, they would be dragged in by various means, including but not limited to being hunted down. However, Hephaestus wasn't worried about Apollo at all. Although the Apollo Familia was quite powerful and could be considered a core force in the Labyrinth City, they were ultimately just a core force. If they dared to reach out, she would chop off their claws along with their heads. The top faction, Hephaestus Familia, had that kind of power. So, compared to open conflicts, Hephaestus was more concerned about the hidden tactics beneath the surface. For example, using children of the opposite sex from the familia to seduce was a common trick. I had hoped that Shirou would attract children from the Loki Familia, but to directly send a first-class adventurer to seduce him, the goddess couldn't help but frown at this. This might not necessarily be an action at the familia level. Although the god Loki seems unreliable, I still trust Captain Finn's character, Tsubaki said. I think it's more likely an individual's action. After all, among the first-class adventurers of the Loki Familia, there are 2 Amazons. The goddess hesitated for a moment. Amazons, indeed. Amazons, one of the races gathered in Orario, were an all-female race. Amazons far surpassed humans in physical abilities such as strength, endurance, and agility, ranking at the top among various races. However, their magical abilities were relatively weak, and it was rare for an Amazon to become a pure mage. But compared to their racial abilities, the Amazons were more famous for their racial temperament and behavior. To put it mildly, Amazons were usually quite open and had slightly deviant social habits. For example, it was well known that Amazons had an extraordinary enthusiasm for beautiful young men. The two Amazons in the Loki Familia had somewhat special personalities. One retained a rare childlike innocence, while the other was purely infatuated with their captain, Finn, both being unconventional Amazons. But, after all, they were Amazons. Who knew if there would be a sudden awakening one day? Speaking of which female first-class adventurer from the Loki Familia was trying to seduce Shirou? Hephaestus noticed the key question. The Loki Familia had a total of 4 female first-class adventurers, a pair of Amazon sisters, the elf, 9 hells, Riveria, and the sword princess, Ace Wallenstein. Tsubaki was momentarily stunned, scratching her head guiltily. I was in such a hurry that I didn't hear clearly and ran back. If it's the sword princess, that child might actually be a good match for Shirou. Hephaestus began to consider another angle. Both of them were similar in age and talent, with the main difference being the time they had spent as adventurers. The sword princess had started adventuring very early. This girl had been following the Loki Familia on expeditions into the dungeon since she was 7, which seemed insane to outsiders. I'm back. Finally, the goddess heard the long-awaited voice. Goddess Hephaestus, and Tsubaki, you're both here. Goddess, why is your door broken? Shirou asked. Shirou, I want to ask about today's adventure. Did you meet any interesting people or things? Hephaestus asked with a gentle expression. I did meet a rather special girl today, Emiya Shirou said without any hesitation. I just escorted her home, so I'm a bit late coming back. What's her name? Hephaestus narrowed her eyes, thinking, let's see which bad woman is trying to seduce my child. Emiya replied, her name is Riveria. Hephaestus and Tsubaki exchanged glances, both clearly seeing extremely complex emotions in each other's eyes. Surprise, confusion, distress, bewilderment, and even fear. What's her name? Hephaestus asked. Children of the lower world couldn't lie in front of a god, any lie would be easily detected. But precisely because she knew that neither Shirou nor Tsubaki were lying, Hephaestus began to doubt herself, even wondering if the god's ability to detect lies had malfunctioned. Her name is Riveria, Shirou repeated, though somewhat puzzled, as per the goddess's request. Could there be another person named Riveria in Orio? The goddess and Tsubaki couldn't help but wonder, and they quickly reached the same conclusion. No, other names might be duplicated, but Riveria definitely wouldn't be, as it was the name of the respected Elven royal family. Anyone daring to use this name would surely be torn apart by the elves. So, it could only be that Riveria, the vice-captain of the Loki Familia, 9 hells, Riverial Joe's Alf. Tsubaki recalled Shakti's description again, walking hand in hand, intimately on the street. From behind, secretly staring at your child's eyes, TSK, it was so passionate it felt like she wanted to devour him, it was almost scary. Riveria, what are you doing? Reminded by Shirou, the shocked goddess Hephaestus finally remembered that she still needed to update Shirou's status. Although Tsubaki had countless things she wanted to say, she consciously left the room at this moment. Even as the captain, she shouldn't pry into a member's divine blessing without permission. She could sense that Shirou had some special abilities besides the magic, unlimited blade works, but since neither the goddess nor Shirou had mentioned it, she wouldn't ask. Tsubaki left, looking back every few steps, which even made the boy feel puzzled. Shirou, what do you think of Riveria? The goddess couldn't help but ask. Well, I think she's quite cute, Shirou said, probably the cutest girl I've ever met. So far, Riveria was the only girl younger than him that Emiya had met in this world. So Shirou felt that other girls, whether it was Ryuu or Anya, were more beautiful than cute, while only Riveria was more cute than beautiful. Cute? The goddess was shocked, and unconsciously, her gaze at Shirou carried a hint of respect. At first, she thought it was Riveria, the high-aged elf, who was the problem. Now, it seemed her own child wasn't simple either. Gods could clearly discern the lies of the lower world's people. Goddess Hephaestus could now confirm that Shirou's words were sincere. He genuinely thought Riveria was cute. Shirou, the goddess softly called the boy's name. Goddess, what is it? No matter who you like, as long as you both feel the same, I will support you. Goddess Hephaestus didn't quite understand, but she chose to respect and bless. Emiya, thank you. At least, this way, there was no need to worry about Shirou being deceived by a bad woman. Although Riveria's preferences were somewhat unexpected, her noble character should be trustworthy, probably. Thinking carefully, humans and elves were the most common pair for cross-racial unions. A mere 100-year age gap might not be a big deal for elves. Should I start crafting some jewelry? What kind of gifts do elves like? The goddess's thoughts began to drift. Goddess, I'm ready. The boy had already removed his shirt, revealing his sturdy back. Oh, alright. Coming back to her senses, Hephaestus pressed her cut finger onto Shirou's back. The emblem of a volcano and a forging hammer appeared, followed by the sacred script forming the status data. Emiya Shirou. LV.1. Strength, H139, H180. Endurance, G246, G278. Dexterity, E447, D507. Agility, H128, H162. Magic, F311, 410. Development abilities. Magic. Unlimited blade works. Skills. Oath under the snow. Roadless Valhalla. Hephaestus rubbed her eyes, a bit startled by the boy's sudden surge in status. Shirou, this is your status. Tell me the truth, what exactly did you do? Hephaestus asked seriously. Emiya Shirou thought for a moment, maybe it's because I killed a minotaur. What, a minotaur? Did you go deep into the middle levels? Hephaestus's tone became serious. We agreed, no further than the 12th floor. If this child had underestimated the dungeon and acted recklessly in the labyrinth, Hephaestus would truly be angry. No, a minotaur somehow appeared on the 12th floor, Shirou explained. I met Riveria on the 12th floor. She was separated from her team. I see. Hephaestus's brow relaxed. It was rare for monsters from the 15th floor and below to appear on the 12th floor, but it wasn't impossible. Chapter 18, Worry of Riveria and Auction Announcement. Considering Riveria's whereabouts, it is highly likely that the Loki Familia was conducting a large-scale monster cleanup in the middle layers, causing panic among the monsters. As a result, a minotaur fled to the upper layers. Riveria must have followed the fleeing monster to the upper layers. Given the character of the elven princess, she would never allow children to be harmed due to her own mistakes. With Riveria watching, you took the opportunity to challenge the minotaur. Hephaestus made a reasonable assumption. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Shirou nodded. The goddess was absolutely correct. When Emiya slew the minotaur, Riveria was indeed watching from behind. Hephaestus thought this was a very smart move. With a high-level adventurer watching, even if the challenge failed, there would be no irreparable consequences. So, was it at this moment that Riveria took notice of this child? Thinking of this, Hephaestus's mood became complicated again. Strange, did you kill the minotaur alone? If so, you should be able to level up. Hephaestus realized a blind spot. Emiya's agility had already reached D rank, and with the great feat of slaying a minotaur at LV.1, although it was impossible to level up immediately, at least his basic abilities should have been trained up. The blessing of the gods should have shown up. Level up available, status. Perhaps, slaying a minotaur doesn't count as a great feat for me. Emiya thought for a moment and said somewhat helplessly, due to certain reasons, I should say I borrowed external forces. Killing that minotaur was quite easy for me. At this point, he had gained some understanding of the concept of great feats. The cowgirl Niren, by single-handedly taking on 3 orcs as the main force, along with her accumulated adventures in the school district, had gathered enough great feats to level up. But for Emiya, it was probably impossible to accumulate great feats from actions like single-handedly taking on 3 orcs. Because killing orcs was too easy for him. Orcs have strong vitality but not high defense, lacking the tough hide of a minotaur. So even using only a bow, Emiya could quickly kill a large number of orcs. As for the dwarf Connie, with his physical constitution and attack power, not to mention LV.1, even at LV.2, it would be difficult for him to single-handedly take on 3 orcs. At LV.1, taking on a single orc could be considered a great feat for him. The standard of a great feat is not determined by level, but by the individual. A great feat is a challenge that surpasses oneself. As for the Minotaur, judging from the surge in his status, he should have gained a large amount of high-quality experience. The Minotaur should count as a bit of a great feat, but killing just one is far from enough. Except for magic power, all other basic abilities increased by about 30 points, while magic power skyrocketed by nearly 100 points at once. Emiya immediately thought of the reason behind this, because he attempted to project a noble phantasm for the first time. Emiya's basic abilities had reached the standard for leveling up. While continuing to train his abilities, he indeed needed to start considering the acquisition and accumulation of great feats. Actually, with my current abilities, the Minotaur is not an opponent that can be easily defeated. It's just that at the time, considering the need to protect Riveria, I ended up using unconventional means, Emiya thought to himself. The Minotaur's overall abilities completely overwhelmed LV.1 Emiya Shirou. Even if he was confident he could win with his swordsmanship, it would inevitably be a prolonged struggle. But after holding the Sword of Theseus, and entering that peculiar state, the Minotaur posed no threat to him at all. Thus, the battle with the Minotaur lost its challenge. To accumulate great feats faster, he must engage in more difficult battles, and he cannot take shortcuts. Not just great feats, I should also start deliberately training my skewed basic abilities, Shirou thought as he looked at his status. Despite being a swordsman who primarily uses a sword, Emiya's basic abilities are completely opposite to those of a frontline warrior-type adventurer. His weakest attributes are strength and agility, while his dexterity and magic power are exceptionally high. Dexterity is the main attribute required for forging, and magic power is the result of Emiya's extensive use of unlimited blade works for projection. Following the advice of the goddess and Captain Tsubaki, he has been training these two as his core abilities. This is also the combat style of the heroic spirit Emiya, archer. Compared to those heroes from ancient times or even the Age of Gods, Emiya has no advantage in physical abilities like strength, endurance, and agility. His strength lies in his endless methods. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he can always find a way to counter them. This is why Emiya can achieve splendid results with his not-so-impressive stats. However, Emiya also truly understands that if his basic strength is too weak, no matter how many methods he has, he will inevitably hit a wall that he cannot overcome. Moreover, many methods themselves require strength as a foundation to be executed. Evaluation, it must be true. The judgment of the Forge God is beyond our doubt, Finn said. You realize it too, don't you, Riveria? Yes, with this magic sword, our expeditions can definitely reach deeper levels. But... I understand. The captain and vice-captain of the Loki Familia exchanged glances, each silent, not voicing the frustrating conclusion, they couldn't afford it. The exploration-oriented Loki Familia has never had an advantage in economic strength. Every expedition, even if they earn funds, quickly invests them in various ways into the members, transforming them into the Familia's strength enhancement. And not every expedition can earn Valis, the last one didn't, because of Asa's loss of control. Not only did they not earn, but they also lost quite a bit. Hephaestus's letter was not only sent to the Loki Familia but also to other Familias with the ability and need to purchase magic swords. Finn could probably guess who they were. Not only would there be powerful factions like the Loki Familia, Freya Familia, and Ganesha Familia, but also economically strong Familias like the Ishtar Familia and Yen Sect Familia. The Ishtar Familia runs the Pleasure District, and the Dien sect Familia runs hospitals. The Loki Familia is strong, but in terms of making money, they can't compare to them no matter how hard they try. Riveria sighed. Hephaestus wants to have the various familias bid against each other to get the highest benefit. What a cunning move. Finn, because unlike ordinary equipment, this is a seller's market where they completely dominate. I don't know how many of these magic swords the Hephaestus Familia has forged, but only one is on the shelf. Regardless, we must try our best to get it. A LV.6 power magic sword is too significant for our expeditions, Finn said, rubbing his slightly sore right thumb. I have a feeling that this magic sword might be the prelude to a new era. In the dawn light, a whistling sound could be heard. The occasional sharp sound resembled a grass flute, similar to a bird's call. The melody that stirred the silent darkness was produced by a wooden sword creating a gust of wind. In a corner of the town where the moon had set and the sun had yet to rise, a slender female elf wielded a wooden sword almost as tall as herself. Her sword movements, in stark contrast to her delicate limbs, were both agile and sharp. First, a standard downward slash from above, then with a twist of the wooden sword, she executed an upward slash and a diagonal slash comparable to a drawcut technique. Chapter 19, A Date. Every time the wooden sword swung, her light green-dyed hair would flutter along with it. The clothing on her body, which moved with the wind in coordination with her actions, was a short-sleeved top paired with shorts, making it easy to move around. Her porcelain-like skin stood out even more under the dim sky. Ryuu always woke up early in the morning. Although the bars started preparing for opening early in the morning, Ryuu had developed a habit of practicing with her wooden sword during the time far earlier than the preparation for opening, before dawn. As a former adventurer, even though she had left her old profession, she still did not neglect her training. A few days ago, she had invited her bar companion, the cat girl Anya, who was of the same adventurer rank as Ryuu, to practice together, but after that, Anya was no longer willing to accept Ryuu's sparring invitations. Ryuu, this useless elf, completely doesn't know how to control her strength, she hits too hard. After being scolded by Anya like this, Ryuu could only practice alone. As for words like, Ryuu must be venting her anger, jealous that Anya can help Shirou train, Ryuu simply chose to ignore them. Although she didn't know what meaning her current daily, half-hearted training had now that she was no longer an adventurer, she still persisted in her exercises, at least ensuring that her body wouldn't rust and that she wouldn't forget the feeling of combat. Maybe one day in the future, the little strength I have will come in handy. Deep in the heart of the elf girl, there was a faint thought like this. She wasn't as beautiful as Seer, nor as cute as Anya, and she didn't have the incredibly firm heart that Shirou had. Now that she had even abandoned her will for justice, the only value she had left was a bit of martial prowess. Thinking this in her heart, Ryuu swung out a sharp slash, and unknowingly, her movements gradually became more ethereal. The elf girl wasn't wearing shoes or socks, her fair feet stepping on the soft soil in the courtyard. The forest elf race wasn't accustomed to touching humans, but they could find peace in contact with natural things like soil and plants. With the sword slashes and upward swings, the girl's steps gradually began to show a different rhythm. Ryuu herself didn't notice that she was unconsciously imitating the boy's movements. Although there was a huge gap in their ability values, the beneficiaries of the daily sparring were not just the lower-ranked Emiya. Both Ryuu, who watched every day, and Anya, the main participant, were subtly influenced by the boy. Movements, footwork, timing of attacks, breathing rhythm. Their excellent bodies were subconsciously absorbing the essence from Emiya. It seemed somewhat incredible, but the upper-ranked adventurers were indeed growing due to the influence of the lower-ranked adventurer, although neither Ryuu nor Anya had realized this yet. I also want to spar with Shirou. Every time she thought about how Anya could help the boy grow, while she could only watch from the side, Ryuu felt a strong sense of unwillingness and the heart-wrenching pain of having something important taken away. But because she was too clumsy, several attempts had ended with Shirou being seriously injured. Sigh, Ryuu suppressed the feeling similar to regret in her heart and walked towards the detached bedroom assigned to her. Now she had to tidy up, wash, and change into her uniform. Today, she would also be working as a waitress at the bar, and a new day was about to begin. The sunrise that brought light to the city crossed the city walls and gradually illuminated the entire city. The bright sunlight and fresh air of dawn gradually improved Ryu's mood. No matter what, she had at least found a sense of existence here. Shirou, Seer, for them, I will do my best. Shirou, aren't you going to the Familia or the dungeon today? The silver-haired human girl came to the boy practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard and handed him a towel. Yeah, the goddess said that there should be a balance between work and rest, work hard when it's time to work, and rest well when it's time to rest. Emiya took the towel from the girl and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you, Seer. It was the weekend, and he had originally planned to practice forging in the workshop, but the goddess strictly forbade it. Rest well on the weekend, pushing yourself too hard won't do any good for the future, the goddess said so, and then turned to scold Tsubaki, who wanted to take Shirou out for drinks, and the blacksmiths who tried to share discount coupons for the pleasure quarter with the boy. He had originally planned to go to the upper levels of the dungeon, but thinking about what the goddess said, it was also right to take a good rest occasionally. But, Shirou, you're still practicing swordsmanship. Seer put her hands on her hips. Shouldn't you listen to the goddess and rest well? For me, this level of exercise is rest. Shirou was telling the truth. This simple sword-swinging practice not only didn't bore him, but instead gave him a sense of peace and tranquility. Is that so? Seer tilted her head. Today happened to be her day off, so Seer wasn't wearing her waitress uniform, but a cute everyday outfit. A pure white long dress, without any decorations, made the girl's charming temperament even more natural. A light breeze blew, slightly lifting the hem of the dress, revealing Seer's slightly tense, smooth calves, and her feet in white sandals. The girl's silver hair was tied into a ponytail, the ends of her hair slightly fluctuating with the girl's emotions. Emiya subconsciously took a few more glances at the girl's fair collarbone. The last few times Seer had days off, Shirou happened to be forging swords in the Hephaestus Familia's workshop, so this was the first time he had seen Seer in this casual outfit. For some reason, today in front of Seer, Emiya couldn't control his gaze, as if he was being lured by some irresistible force. Seemingly aware of the boy's actions, Seer smiled softly. Although as the head of the Shiryu faction, she always held the idea of bringing the human boy and the elf girl together, seeing such cute behavior from the other party also made her feel happy. The frustration caused by the useless elf's lack of progress and the boy constantly attracting bees and butterflies outside was thus alleviated. What a pity, Ryuu has to work today, Seer thought. Ryuu and Anya's days off were 2 days ago, just missing Shirou's rest day. And Mama Mia would never allow Ryuu to take a day off, because Ryuu accidentally broke Mia's favorite vase a few days ago. After working at the bar for almost a month, the debt not only didn't decrease but increased, truly living up to the name of the useless elf. However, even if she couldn't take a day off, skipping work was no problem. After all, the salary had already been deducted to a negative number, so deducting a bit more didn't matter. There's no other way, the useless elf is too incompetent. For Ryu's happiness, I can only be more proactive, Seer thought, looking at the boy. Shirou, let's go on a date with Ryuu, the 3 of us. This was the first time Emiya Shirou had gone on a date since coming to this world. It was called a date, but it wasn't the kind between lovers, just an activity for friends to pass the time together. Ryuu, who was accompanying them, thought so, although she also felt a faint sense of excitement in her heart for reasons she herself didn't understand. Shirou still remembered the kindness of Ryuu and Seer saving him, and of course, he wouldn't refuse the request of such an important friend and benefactor. He was also willing to be the girl's companion. Seer had a unique temperament that made people feel relaxed when they were with her, as if time stood still and the peaceful daily life could continue endlessly. Ryuu would never refuse any of Seer's requests. She held a deep sense of gratitude towards the girl, even becoming the only person in the entire Hostess of Fertility bar who could bravely eat the dishes Seer made. Because Seer's cooking skills, how to put it, were probably the opposite of Emiya's, and then a few levels below Mamma Mia, that's the level. The human boy and the elf girl walked side by side on the street, with Seer walking in front. She deliberately walked along the edge of the sidewalk's bricks, as if playing a game where stepping elsewhere would mean losing. The narrow foothold made her walk like a cat, and to maintain balance, the girl opened her arms and made sounds. So cute, Ryuu couldn't help but think so, and the surrounding passers-by thought the same. Many couldn't help but cast jealous glances at Emiya. Since coming to this world, possibly influenced by the blessing of the gods, Emiya's body developed extremely quickly, his height increasing visibly. At first, he was slightly shorter than the girls, but now he was rapidly catching up. In addition, his shoulders were becoming broader, his arms longer, and the muscles all over his body were becoming more pronounced, gradually revealing a solid shape. Unknowingly, Seer fell a step behind Shirou and Ryuu. She quietly observed Emiya's figure, then smiled softly and suddenly accelerated, jumping ahead of Shirou. So Emiya and Ryuu saw a silver ponytail jumping in front of them, and through the soft strands of hair, the girl's fair nape was faintly visible. With a few strands of hair blocking the middle, it seemed as if the girl's skin was becoming more fair and transparent. Feeling Emiya and Ryuu's gazes fall on her for a moment and then move away, Seer couldn't help but smirk. Ryuu seems to have stared longer. More interesting than I imagined, Seer thought, just then. Ah, Mr. Emiya, a cute female voice interrupted Seer's mood. The cute elf girl greeted Emiya, Mr. Emiya, it's been a while. Her thick golden hair was as bright as blooming yamabuki's, and even brighter than her hair was the girl's smile, showing a warmth and cheerfulness completely unlike an elf. The girl waved, walking over with surprise. Miss Lafia, long time no see, Shirou responded. Just call me Lafia. The yamabuki-haired elf girl naturally shook hands with Emiya, then laughed foolishly. Lafia, you can call me Shirou too, Emiya said politely. May I ask, who is this? Hello, my name is Alicia Forestlight, the other elf woman introduced herself. This was a female elf with orange gold hair similar to Lafia's. Unlike Lafia, Alicia's demeanor was impeccable, perfectly matching people's imagination of the elf race, dignified and beautiful, with every movement exuding unparalleled elegance, as if every action was meticulously crafted, making one can't help but feel awe. At the same time, her faintly visible cool temperament also gave people a sense of distance that was hard to approach. Alicia's mouth carried a gentle curve, and her slightly curly hair ends added a touch of mature charm, the strands of hair falling on her shoulders swaying gently with her breathing. When standing with Lafia, Alicia was like a steady older sister, exuding a calm temperament, forming a sharp contrast with the lively younger sister, complementing each other. In addition, what was impossible to ignore was Alicia's extremely rare voluptuous figure among the elf race, with curves in all the right places, and a well-proportioned and tight body shape. At least one Lafia stronger than Ryuu, making her older sister temperament even stronger. She extended her hand to Shirou. Unlike Lafia, her hand was covered with a black sleeve, covering the entire forearm. I've heard your name before, Shirou-kun, thank you for taking care of Lafia, Alicia said. No, at that time we were partners in action, it was what I should do, Shirou said. Considering the other party's elf identity, he only lightly touched Alicia's fingers and then immediately let go. Shirou-kun, this is a very powerful adventurer. Seer quietly pulled Shirou's sleeve from behind, whispering, Pristine Garden, Alicia Forestlight, is a second-tier adventurer of LV.4 in the Loki Familia. Emiya indeed didn't know the other party's identity, and didn't expect this elf woman to be such a remarkable person, but perhaps because he was used to being around Ryuu and Anya, he didn't feel any emotional fluctuation. Seer, long time no see, Alicia said to the girl. Compared to the serious expression when facing Emiya, her smile to Seer was much more affectionate. However, Alicia's image in Seer's heart was actually quite subtle. Alicia was a very serious and pure elf, with an unofficial title among the gods as the Loki Familia's Discipline Committee member. However, a certain goddess who wished to remain anonymous had seen that the sole color of this serious elf, Discipline Committee member, was unexpectedly not pure. Not a scary black or gray, just simply not pure, or rather, not very disciplined. However, up to now, Alicia had always maintained this serious and stern posture, so this matter had become an interesting little secret in the heart of the goddess who could see through souls. To this, the goddess could only sigh, the children of the lower world are really interesting. After greeting Seer, Alicia quietly observed Ryuu, who was following behind Emiya and Seer. When she noticed the approach of a fellow elf, Ryuu immediately frowned and shielded Emiya and Seer in front of her. Only she was much taller than Seer, and an elf with such outstanding looks would be very conspicuous even if hidden in a crowd. Gale, Ryuu lion, just dyeing her hair green and boldly walking on the street, Alicia immediately recognized this famous fellow elf, and couldn't help but feel embarrassed by the other party's boldness. As one of the most powerful factions in the Labyrinth City, the Loki Familia had naturally received information about Gale. After all, she had no intention of hiding at all. The bar's waitresses called her Ryuu every day, and her hair was only dyed a few days ago. It could be described as arrogant, lawless, blatant, and unscrupulous. Of course, Alicia wouldn't do anything unnecessary, just pretending she saw nothing. Although the elf girl in front of her had the same appearance, race, similar temperament, carried a signature longsword, and even had the same name, Ryuu, as a certain first-class wanted criminal, couldn't all this just be a coincidence? At least their hair colors were different. The Ryuu in front of her had newly dyed emerald green hair. "Well, long time no see, Lady Alicia," to the elf beauty's greeting, Seer responded with a sweet smile. The Loki Familia was a regular at the Hostess of Fertility, and most of the adventurers knew Seer. Because, 9 hells, Riveria had a special skill, Fairy King Seal, that could amplify the magic of all elves. The Loki Familia was very willing to recruit elf mages, and the elf girls often harbored admiration for the princess. This mutual attraction resulted in the Loki Familia having a unique group of elf mages, all of whom were elf beauties, making it very eye-catching, practically a paradise for elf enthusiasts. Alicia was a cadre of the Loki Familia's mage unit. With her LV.4 strength, she could not only control magic but was also very skilled in archery and proficient in Western swordsmanship, making her an all-around versatile person. "Ah, Shirou, are you on a date? Did we accidentally disturb you?" Lafia, who was slow on the uptake, said somewhat embarrassedly, while showing a gossipy look, "Is this your girlfriend?" On the other side, Alicia, while still maintaining a proper posture, noticeably raised the angle of her long ears when she heard this topic. Hearing about love topics, she couldn't help but care. Obviously even the etiquette of the elf race couldn't suppress a woman's curiosity. "We're just ordinary friends." Seer affectionately held on to Shirou, while her other hand hugged Ryuu's arm, saying in a cute tone. What exactly was the relationship between these three? The two elf women felt very confused. "Ah, right, Alicia, I forgot to mention earlier, Shirou's archery is also very impressive." Lafia somewhat awkwardly changed the topic, as if suddenly remembering something, she said excitedly. "Well, I believe, to be praised so highly by Lafia, Mr. Emiya must have very impressive archery skills." Alicia smiled lightly, responding very gracefully. "However, after all, he's just a human." Seer immediately noticed Alicia's slight disdain. She frowned somewhat displeased, but just then. "Shirou's archery is really, really impressive, more so than any elf I've seen. I think even Lady Riveria's archery wouldn't surpass Shirou," Lafia said seriously. Alicia's expression froze. She still maintained her smile, but her eyes completely narrowed. Lafia Voridis. Yes, the elf girl, suddenly called by her full name by her senior, felt a thud in her heart and instinctively stood at attention. Chapter 20, Archery Bout. Alicia spoke in a gentle voice that sent shivers down Lafia's spine. "I can accommodate you on other matters, but I cannot overlook your unauthorized comments about Lady Riveria. Even among the same elven race, the beliefs of different individuals can vary greatly. Lafia hails from the Vixen Forest, whose inhabitants possess particularly outstanding magic power, even among elves. At the same time, Lafia's hometown is located midway through the deep forest, and it had already been opened as a travel hub before she was born. From a young age, Lafia had many opportunities to interact with other races, so she holds no prejudice against different races and even yearns for the outside world. Lafia also has a pair of open-minded parents who not only encouraged her exploration of the outside world but also supported her further studies at the school district. Thus, at a young age, Lafia left the elven-inhabited forest and traveled the world with the school district, embarking on adventures. Therefore, apart from her monstrous magic power, Lafia is actually an elf unlike any other. She is unfamiliar with the elegant etiquette of elves, does not shy away from physical contact with other races, and holds no special reverence for royalty. Lafia's respect for royalty is limited to Riveria, and that is because Riveria herself is a respectable senior. Lafia has no deep sense of devotion to royalty itself. She has never touched a bow and does not think that archery holds any special significance for the elven race. As for Alicia, she is more like the majority of elves, and her loyalty to royalty is exceptionally strong even among elves. At the same time, as a master archer, she has a particular obsession with archery. In Alicia's view, archery is an important tradition and way of life for the elven race, something that represents the elves more than magic. The time she spent hunting with a bow in her hometown alone is more than twice Emiya's age. How could she allow a fellow elf like Lafia to place a human's archery skills above her own, let alone Lady Riveria? Even comparing them is an overstep. Alicia does not hold prejudices against other races like some ignorant fellow elves who remain in the elven forest. She respects companions and friends of all races. However, when it comes to Riveria and the pride of the elves, she will never yield. It can only be said that Lafia, who was taught seeking truth from facts in the school district, and Alicia, who grew up in the elven forest, have fundamental differences in their beliefs. And at this moment, there is also a huge gap in their statuses. Alicia is a senior adventurer assisting Riveria in managing the Familia, a cadre of the Loki Familia's magic unit, while Lafia is just a newcomer who has not long joined the Familia. "Sir, who is Riveria?" Emiya asked quietly. "She is the vice-captain of the Loki Familia, the elven princess, Lady, 9 Hells, of LV.6, Sir explained softly. Emiya nodded. "The elven princess, huh? That's fine then, not the same, Riveria, he knows. It seems to be just a coincidence of names. By the way, your elven friend seems to have gotten into trouble because of you," Sir reminded Emiya. Because of Lafia's straightforwardness, Sir's impression of this elven girl had improved quite a bit. On the other side, Alicia took a deep breath and regained her elegant demeanor. "My apologies, Shirou-kun, I did not mean to belittle you, and Sir as well, sorry for making you witness such a scene." Alicia's tone was polite but cold. "Alicia-chan is also quite skilled in archery, right?" Sir suddenly spoke up, using a cute tone that would make even unreasonable requests forgivable. "Alicia-chan, don't listen to Lafia-chan's nonsense. Shirou-kun is actually just a new adventurer, so if it's convenient, could you help guide him a bit?" Sir's hands were clasped in front of her, showing a pleading expression. Looking into the girl's eyes, Alicia felt a momentary loss of composure. For some reason, she felt she couldn't refuse the girl. No matter what the request was, Alicia felt she should agree immediately. "As you wish, Miss Sir." Alicia raised her right hand to her chest, responding like a gentleman. Sir's smile grew even brighter. As expected, being with Shirou leads to interesting encounters. "In the end, we still came to the dungeon," Emiya muttered to himself. "There's no helping it, there's not much space in the city for adventurers to move around freely, and high-level adventurers aren't allowed to enter and leave the city at will," Lafia replied. Although Orario can compete for the title of the world's largest city in terms of scale, it also has the highest number of citizens. The entire city can be said to be every inch of land is precious, with no extra space to build facilities like archery ranges. Not wanting to occupy the Familia's training grounds for personal matters, they simply crossed through the large hole at the base of Babel and entered the dungeon's labyrinth. This isn't anything particularly special. High-ranking adventurers from large Familias often use the labyrinth as a stadium or gym. Although the dungeon is dangerous, for adventurers above LV.3, staying in the upper floors means they are almost never threatened. So, even though Emiya and the others have reached the 12th floor, close to the middle floors, this trip can hardly be called an adventure. Because their team includes 2 high-ranking adventurers of LV.4, Gale, Ryuu Lion and, Pristine Garden, Alicia Forestlight. And both are elves, adding Lafia, the team has 3 elven beauties, making the proportion of elves seem a bit too high. The only human is Emiya, as Seer is not an adventurer and is not allowed to enter the dungeon. Although she wanted to sneak in, she was sternly refused by Ryuu. Even using the forbidden coquetry skill was useless, Ryuu would not back down at times like this. Seer could only return to the tavern in a huff, and because she incited Ryuu to skip work, she had to continue working on her precious day off. Ryuu, on the other hand, was entrusted by Seer with the important task of protecting Shirou, though Seer's original intention was for Ryuu to be wary of the 2 elves from the Loki Familia. However, Ryuu seemed to have completely misunderstood it as being cautious of monsters. And in the dungeon, Emiya felt a bit exasperated being sandwiched between 3 elves. "Miss Ryuu, are you skilled in archery?" Lafia seemed quite curious about Ryuu, a fellow elf she was meeting for the first time. "No, I haven't used a bow," Ryuu replied. Although they appear to be of similar age, there is actually a significant age difference between Ryuu and Alicia. Like Lafia, Ryuu left her hometown forest at a young age. "Is that so? I thought I was the only elf who didn't practice archery." Lafia sighed in relief. "Good, not every fellow elf has practiced archery for a long time in their hometown." The key phrase "a long time" inadvertently spoken by the girl drew a death glare from Alicia. "Little sister, what are you implying?" "Eek!" Lafia was so scared she hid behind Emiya. Alicia snorted in displeasure, thinking to herself, "I've only lived a few decades more in my hometown, even now I'm still an 18-year-old plus 300 months young girl." There's an interesting phenomenon among female elves: those who are very old, generally over 200 years, mostly don't mind discussing topics of youth and aging. On the other hand, female elves with a physiological age between 30, 40, and up to 100 years old are more likely to care about their age. Even though, from appearance, 20-year-old, 50-year-old, and 200-year-old elves all look the same, making it impossible to tell their age. Alicia glared at Lafia, then turned her gaze to Emiya. "Shirou-kun, although you are not an elf, I am pleased to see a child interested in archery. I will teach you my archery skills without reservation," Alicia said. "First, let me see your archery level." Although she inwardly belittled the archery skills of outsiders, Alicia's capacity far exceeds that of ordinary elves. She prides herself on her exquisite archery skills but does not hoard them. After all, the bow is a rather niche weapon among adventurers. As one of the few archers in Orario, seeing a child interested in archery genuinely pleases Alicia, and she truly intends to guide the boy. As for Lafia's remarks, Alicia paid no mind, simply attributing it to Lafia's lack of experience. However, when Emiya followed Alicia's advice, picked up a longbow, and drew the bowstring towards a distant stone wall, Alicia's mindset began to change. How is this possible? This boy, just from his stance, it's clear he's incredibly strong. Emiya's movements reflected in Alicia's eyes, smooth and fluid motions, firm and tight muscles, instantly sharp eagle eyes. Seeing all this, the girl's archer soul began to stir uneasily. "Emiya-kun, how about we have a match? I understand, before the arrows in the quiver run out, whoever hits the monster more times wins." Emiya Shirou repeated the rules, looking at Alicia with a somewhat weird expression. "These rules are fine with me, but are you sure you want to do this?" he said. Alicia nodded. "Of course, we don't need to kill, just hit is enough, because we're comparing archery skills, not strength. But even so, I still have the advantage of higher basic abilities. The ability value increases an adventurer's weapon control and accuracy, but what Emiya is concerned about is not this, nor the issue of killing or not killing." "Then let's do it." Emiya took the quiver handed to him by Alicia, which contained only 10 arrows. Alicia also had a similar one hanging at her waist. They began to advance through the labyrinth, with Ryuu falling behind to guard the rear of the team, while Lafia, at the center of the formation, happily watched the spectacle. Shirou-kun, do your best. Wanting to prove her judgment to Alicia, the elven girl actually cheered for Emiya. Soon, they encountered their first monster, a lone orc. Emiya immediately raised his longbow and shot an arrow, but at that moment, a gale swept past his side. The moment Emiya's arrow left the bowstring, Alicia made her move. An arrow whistled through the air, tearing through it. Although shot later, it reached the target faster than Emiya's arrow. The orc, known for its size and stamina, which could pose a significant challenge to a LV.1 adventurer party, was directly pierced by this arrow, its body blown open with a large hole, even the magic stone shattered on the spot. If using ordinary arrows, unless directly piercing through the eye into the brain, there's no way Emiya could instantly kill an orc. Yet, a LV.4 adventurer's ordinary attack could make the orc die without a complete corpse. As for Emiya's attack, it naturally missed. Not to mention the wind pressure from Alicia's arrow, he was aiming for the orc's eye, but now where is the orc's head? Alicia, that's cheating, Lafia shouted. Shoo, shut up. Alicia's face was red, ashamed of herself for using such tactics against a child, but even more, she didn't want to lose. Seeing Emiya's archery movements, Alicia judged that he would definitely hit, and then her hand moved faster than her brain, acting without thinking. With an extremely strong desire to win, Alicia absolutely did not want to lose. Don't call me despicable, after all, you're also an adventurer, doing whatever it takes to win, that's the adventurer's way. Although she said this, her flushed face completely reflected the inner struggle of the elven girl. Watching from behind, Ryuu was so embarrassed she started scratching the floor with her thumb. Deeply understanding the elven race's quirky personality, she actually felt a bit of empathy with Alicia at this moment. It's fine, Shirou smiled lightly, please, Alicia-senpai, go first. The boy's attitude made Alicia even more ashamed, deeply feeling that she had failed as a senior. However, even though ashamed, the elven girl's hand holding the bow remained steady. A perfect 10 out of 10 shots, killing monsters led by orcs, including dungeon goblins and silverback apes, even piercing 2 goblins with 1 shot. In this case, no matter what, Emiya could not win, because he had already lost 1 arrow. Unless he could achieve multiple piercings with 1 arrow, but with his level and strength attributes, that was impossible. What am I doing, getting so worked up over this? It's so childish. At this moment, Alicia felt her face burning even more, with no sense of victory at all. However, Emiya seemed to have no intention of giving up. Then, it's my turn next. Is there still a need? Because Alicia cheated, Shirou can't possibly win, Lafia said, pouting. The rule is, before the arrows in the quiver run out, whoever hits the monster more times wins, right? Emiya said, and Lafia was stunned, then suddenly realized. Ah, the girl couldn't help but cheer, finally realizing that because of this rule set by Alicia herself, Emiya could not lose. She was like a fan seeing her supported team win, getting excited on the spot. Ryuu, who had seen through everything from the start, remained silent. Only Alicia began to feel a strong sense of unease. Let's end this here, Emiya said calmly. This time, the monsters they encountered were 2 silverback apes. These are monsters covered in white fur with silver hard hair on their backs, equivalent in status to orcs, top-tier monsters of the upper floors, with strength comparable to orcs, slightly less stamina, but more agility and defense. Shirou drew his bow, the first arrow hitting a silverback ape's knee. Because there was a qualitative difference in strength and attack power, he and Alicia were not comparing the number of monsters killed, but the number of hits. So as long as the monster was hit before it died, it all counted. He drew and shot arrows faster than Alicia, with such high shooting efficiency that it left Alicia dumbfounded. The boy seemed to unleash a rain of arrows by himself. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, 9 arrows, 10 arrows, 11 arrows. Wait. 11 arrows? Only then did Alicia realize something was wrong. Where did the 11th arrow come from? Her gaze quickly shifted from the silverback ape to Shirou, and then Alicia saw that the boy made no motion to take an arrow. He simply pressed his hand on the bow, and an arrow automatically appeared, then he drew the bowstring and shot. In the quiver behind him, there were still 9 arrows lying there. No wonder his shooting action was so fast. Don't call me despicable, after all, you're a high-ranking adventurer, Alicia-senpai. The 2 silverback apes were directly shot dead. First their knees were destroyed, losing their ability to move, then their chests were pierced, but with the monster's vitality, they could still hold on without dying, and finally, their heads were blown off. This is also the reason why Emiya had to impose some self-restrictions while adventuring in the upper floors. His arrows were too overpowering against the lower defense monsters of the upper floors, preventing effective training of his strength and agility abilities. The current score is 34-11, Alicia, you've lost, Lafia said triumphantly, as if she was the one who had beaten Alicia. I lost. Alicia, despite her strong desire to win, was unexpectedly satisfied at this moment. Even at only LV.1, with just this skill, you could claim the title of the city's strongest archer, and your archery skills are completely qualified, Alicia said seriously. In terms of archery, I, Alicia, acknowledge you as the strongest. Thank you. Actually, it's also a bit of cheating on my part, Emiya said. No, you won using magic, which is the same as me leveraging my ability values for an advantage, Alicia said seriously. Losing is losing, I won't disgracefully refuse to admit it. The cheating he mentioned was not about the magic, unlimited blade works, but about inheriting the archery skills of a heroic spirit. Alicia had only practiced archery for 20 years in her hometown, shooting at rabbits, wolves, and silly roe deer, while Emiya's arrows were often aimed at other heroic spirits. However, in terms of archery skills, Emiya himself wouldn't lose to Alicia, but the gap wouldn't be as large as it is now. Attention, someone is approaching, Ryuu suddenly warned, placing her hand on the hilt of her katana. Ha, finally meeting people, these monsters are all yours. Ahead, the first to appear in sight was a man covered in mud, followed by a cloud of dust, with 2 similarly dressed men chasing after him, and behind them, a large number of furious monsters. This is one of the specialties of the dungeon, Pass Parade. Pass Parade, a specialty of the dungeon, as the name suggests, is the act of delivering gifts, but the gifts are monsters. Chapter 21, Running Amok. Some adventurers, when encountering monsters they cannot handle and are forced to flee, will deliberately head towards the locations of other adventurers, using them as a shield to divert the monster's attention. This is known as Pass Parade. In general, Pass Parade is a desperate act for survival. If that were the case, adventurers like those from the Loki Familia wouldn't mind lending a hand. However, sometimes, some despicable adventurers intentionally use this method to harm others. There are even those who make a living out of this, entering the dungeon not to kill monsters, but to plunder the inheritance of other adventurers. Pass Parade is precisely the trick these people are most skilled at. Hee, little beauties, these gifts are for you. Work hard to protect us, a man shouted as he rushed towards them. Wait, boss, that elf is from the Loki Familia, Pristine Garden, and, Gale. What, Gale? Damn it, run, the leader's face turned pale, his fear visibly apparent. As expected, this was the shared thought of the 3 besides the elf girl, Lafia. Emiya sighed softly, feeling no anger or irritation, only a deep sorrow. Freeze, chains of winter. Projection, begin, trace, on. Clang. This was the sound of Ryuu drawing her sword, but she then sheathed it again. The 3 male adventurers, from their knees down to their feet, were completely buried in solid ice. The leader, before being frozen, had his knee pierced by an arrow. Alicia's ice magic actually helped stop his bleeding. It hurts, damn it, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? No, let me go, I don't want to die. You elf bitch, let me go, no, I was wrong, I promise I won't do it again, ah. The silverback ape that caught up slapped one adventurer into a pulp. It hurts, you damn bitches, I curse you to die horribly." Another man had his abdomen pierced by the claws of a labyrinth goblin. He screamed while bleeding profusely, his face resembling a demon. Whoosh, an arrow pierced his forehead, and Emiya ended his suffering prematurely. After all, he once had the dream of being a hero of justice. Although the dream has changed, Emiya is still inherently kind-hearted and dislikes seeing people suffer. Alicia looked at the boy with an incredulous gaze. She was already surprised by his earlier act of shooting the adventurer at the knee, and this arrow was even more shocking. "At least it can lessen his pain," Emiya said softly. "Quite decisive, too decisive for a child," Alicia said, her tone unsure whether it was surprise or admiration. The last man also fell into the hands of the silverback ape. Compared to the labyrinth goblin, the silverback ape had this advantage: a punch to the head, and at least there would be no more suffering. Why, a trembling voice came from the middle of the group. It was Lafia, protected in the center by Emiya and Alicia in front, and Ryuu behind. "Why, did you kill them?" Lafia asked in disbelief. "The smell was off," answered Alicia, a veteran adventurer and officer of the Loki Familia's Elf Mage Corps. "Their emotions were off," answered Emiya Shirou, a survivor of the apocalypse. "The people were off," answered Ryuu, a first-class wanted criminal and the Gale of the Dark Faction. "Having been a hunter back home, I'm very sensitive to the smell of beast blood. They had bloody meat on them, and that bloody smell attracts monsters the most," Alicia explained. When encountering high-level adventurers, their first emotion wasn't relief at escaping death, but frustration at their plan failing, and the panic of a guilty conscience, Emiya said while projecting twin swords. It should be said that from the beginning, their malice was too obvious. Moreover, their smell was indeed off. It's likely not just bloody meat. Besides the smell of blood, there was also the smell of alcohol and herbs used to attract monsters. "I've seen these people before, they're adventurers from the Soma Familia," Ryuu said coldly. "The Soma Familia isn't part of the Dark Faction, but they're not far off." In dealing with the Dark Faction, Ryuu is the true expert. She knows the Soma Familia all too well. The Soma Familia is the faction of the wine god Soma. Soma is a shut-in god who completely neglects managing his familia, focusing solely on brewing wine. The members of the Soma Familia, true to their god's role, are a bunch of drunken good-for-nothings. Since the god doesn't manage the familia, the actual leadership falls to the LV.2 captain and the familia's strongest member, Xanis Lustra. Under his leadership, the Soma Familia has expanded to a size that ranks within Orario. However, there are only 2 LV.2 members, and the rest are all LV.1 lower-tier adventurers, almost all of whom are despicable drunkards. Although recognized as a legal familia by the guild, their reputation in Orario is as foul as the wind for 3 miles. Petty thieves, shady merchants, and local thugs, the Soma Familia has the most of them. However, even during the Dark Faction's peak, the Soma Familia never openly joined them. Plus, with the profits from selling wine, they pay the guild generously, so their status as a legal familia has never been shaken. In Ryuu's eyes, aside from the fact that Soma isn't an evil god, the only reason the Soma Familia hasn't joined the Dark Faction is probably this: watching a stud farm drool, are you even worthy? Not to mention that the core of the Dark Faction is mainly apocalyptic cults, at the very least, they're at the level of terrorists. Would a bunch of local thugs from the Soma Familia lower their standards? A familia with so many members, upon closer inspection, only has 2 LV.2 members, weaker than the farming Demeter Familia and the fishing Jord Familia. Why would the Dark Faction bother with them? It's better to treat the Soma Familia as livestock for regular harvest. During the chaotic times in Orario, whether intentionally or unintentionally, whether truly robbed or through tacit understanding, the Soma Familia has often provided funds to the Dark Faction. Entire warehouses of fine wine have been stolen by the Dark Faction and sold outside Orario, converted into funds for the Dark Faction. The reason Ryuu hasn't conveniently wiped out Soma Familia is because of 2 reasons. First, while the Soma Familia is disgusting, there's no concrete evidence of them committing any major evils, and in principle, they are still victims. Second, this Familia is indeed too weak to be of any interest. It's just unexpected that the Soma Familia's business has expanded to framing others in the dungeon, and they happen to run into them. But before she could act, her fellow elf and the boy had already taken the initiative. Alicia, this fellow elf, has personally experienced the Dark Ages. Ryuu has seen her blood-soaked figure battling in the Dark Faction's stronghold. In fact, there have been rumors within the Ororio elf community. During the Great Struggle, Alicia, as an officer of the Loki Familia's Elf Mage Corps, made many controversial decisions behind Lady Riveria's back. For example, ignoring hostages used as bait, she organized mages to flatten a Dark Faction stronghold set with traps and ambushes. Whether these stories are true or not is impossible to verify. Regardless, Alicia's resolve as an adventurer is beyond question. In contrast, Emiya's decisiveness completely exceeded Ryuu's expectations. While she was surprised by this, she also felt a bit of worry and heartache. Shirou, is it because of your past experiences that you have such resolve? Ryuu never forgot that she initially rescued the boy from a Dark Faction stronghold. Actually, considering his age, the reaction of the elf girl named Lafia is more normal. Why did you do that? Lafia looked at Shirou and Alicia with disbelief. Even if they brought monsters, they couldn't threaten us. Monsters are coming, stop talking nonsense. Alicia directly interrupted her words, either hide quickly or pick up your staff and fight. She gave Lafia a calm look, but it was 10,000 times scarier than when the girl mentioned her age. How could I possibly have the mindset to fight in this situation? Lafia didn't dare to say this out loud. The usually gentle elf sister, when switching to combat mode, became so strict. This huge contrast left Lafia at a loss. Emiya-kun, will you take the lead? Alicia's tone softened when addressing Emiya, who wasn't of the same race. Yes, such a group of monsters is a rare and valuable experience for me. Alicia-senpai, please cover me. The elf woman nodded, no problem. Shirou-kun, you can call me Alicia-ne. Then I'll leave it to you, Alicia-ne. Emiya raised his twin swords and charged towards the monster group. Lafia, if you feel like vomiting, just do it. This is your first time seeing corpses killed by humans, right? Alicia sighed softly after glancing at Lafia. In fact, before Alicia spoke, Lafia hadn't clearly realized anything, only feeling a vague discomfort in her stomach. But after hearing Alicia's words, she instantly felt something surge up with a sense of dizziness. Ugh. Alicia in front, Ryuu behind, these two elves who personally survived Orario's dark period allowed the young elf girl to kneel and dry heave. All they did was protect the girl, keep a distance of half step, and watch the boy charging into the monster group. When the first sword struck the silverback ape's arm, only slightly piercing the white ape's fur and muscles, Emiya knew his battle wouldn't be easy. He could rely on archery to easily pierce the silverback ape's eyes, and his projected magic swords could break through its tough fur. But using ordinary swords in close combat, Emiya had to face the problem of having received the god's blessings for too short a time and having low basic ability values. The racial gap between monsters and humans was clearly showing, especially now, as Emiya used his weakest, strength, and agility, to challenge the defense and endurance of one of the strongest LV.1 monsters. If it weren't for the two LV.4 second-tier adventurers behind him, Emiya wouldn't have taken such a risk, using such a dangerous battle to temper himself. Dodging the silverback ape's furious strike, he threw the sword in his left hand, piercing a charging goblin. Swinging the sword in his right hand, the blade smoothly cut through the silverback ape's arm. The blade cut into the tough fur but was stuck by the resilient muscles and bones. The silverback ape roared in pain, but its instincts made it feel joy, as the adventurer before it was forced to abandon his weapon. Common sense dictates that an adventurer who loses their weapon suffers a significant drop in combat power. Emiya's expression remained calm. He didn't let go but instead twisted hard. The sword shattered, and the fragments were completely lodged in the ape monster's tendons and bones. Abandoning two weapons at once, this is a wasteful tactic only he, a projection mage, can use. In close combat, it's harder to hit vital points than with a bow. The labyrinth goblins weren't a problem. These group monsters have limited individual combat power and low defense. They excel at using their numbers and individual sacrifices to besiege the vanguard, but they fear tactical-style swordsmen like Emiya the most. But to kill a silverback ape in close combat, he needed a more powerful weapon. Projecting two more swords, Emiya began chanting while dodging the silverback ape. Simultaneously fighting and chanting, the advanced technique of parallel chanting was naturally used by him. Identify creation concept. Parrying a goblin's attack, he thrust back. Imagine basic structure. Swinging both swords, they formed a silver ring, cutting down bat monsters trying to approach. Replicate composition material. Imitate production technique. Share growth experience. Using the injured arm of the silverback ape, whose threat level had significantly decreased, to block another attack. Reproduce accumulated years. Surpass, complete numerous projects. At this moment, complete the sword creation. Emiya swung out a dim black sword light, and dark red blood flowers bloomed with the monster's howl. This time, his slash severed the silverback ape's sturdy arm. It was a wildly shaped and magnificent sword, full of power and sharpness, over 1.5 meters long. The entire sword seemed to exude a demonic madness. Fake Hrunting 2, 1, projection successful. Right now, I can only project an empty shell of a noble phantasm. Emiya swung the sword, but the blood on it wasn't flying off. Instead, it was being absorbed, making the sword emit a faint dark red light. But for these monsters, even an empty shell lacking content is more than enough. The owner of Hrunting is Beowulf, the protagonist of the oldest English epic poem, Beowulf. Beowulf is one of the most famous monster hunters and dragon slayers in mythological legends. Boom! Emiya's heart directly throbbed once. That feeling, it's back. Only once before, when he first projected, fake Ariadne's thread, Ariadne Appolito Addis II, had this peculiar feeling appeared. No matter how much he tried afterward, he couldn't replicate it. Skill. Roadless Valhalla, effect activated. Temporarily acquired development ability, Hunter, I. Temporarily acquired development ability, Berserk, I. Temporarily acquired skill, Fake Dragon Slayer 2. His entire body's blood accelerated, and the fatigue from massive consumption of magic power was replaced by the excitement of battle. Emiya exhaled a steaming breath. 1. Hrunting, Hound of the Red Plains is one of Beowulf's magical swords. Chapter 22, Roar of the Young Dragon. Emiya, in a rare moment, spoke to himself amidst the battle with the monsters. Come on, this fight has just begun. Alicia stared at Emiya's back, tightly gripping her magic wand, with ice magic ready to be unleashed at any moment. What's going on with that kid? She murmured, her eyes fixed ahead, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Although I think his approach is correct, isn't it a bit too extreme for his age? Alicia admired Shirou's decisive and sharp actions, but she also had some concerns, fearing that the boy might be heading towards another extreme. Shirou, after a moment of hesitation, Ryuu softly said, he's a child I rescued from the base of the dark faction. Alicia was a trustworthy person, and Ryuu trusted her, not only because Alicia was a noble elf or a member of the highly reputable Loki Familia, but also because they had fought side by side in the past. They had both struggled through that dark era, but while Alicia had moved on towards a bright future, Ryuu still hadn't completely shaken off the shadows of the past. I see, Alicia responded softly, needing no further explanation. Having dealt with the dark faction, and knowing the nature of those despicable people, she could roughly imagine the backstory. She sighed lightly, no wonder the child is so mature. Alicia's own Loki Familia had a 13-year-old child, Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, who had already reached LV.5. Yet, even so, she was still a mischievous child that gave the Familia's parents headaches. In comparison, Shirou's behavior was much more composed. It's because of his past experiences that he developed such a personality, Alicia murmured to herself. Some people torment themselves with their past, wishing the whole world to suffer with them, others transcend their past, forging their former hardships into stronger resolve. What a heartbreaking child, the female elf whispered softly, the figure of the boy becoming clearer in her eyes. Alicia, I want to hold him in my arms and comfort him. Ryuu, ? I should be the one comforting Shirou, Ryuu thought to herself. Watching her fellow elf's curvaceous figure radiate maternal light, she was momentarily flustered. However, Ryuu lowered her head, and though it wasn't exactly a cliff, she could clearly see her own toes. Guh. The despairing gap in strength made the useless elf let out a cry of defeat. The number of monsters was rapidly decreasing. Originally led by 2 silverback apes, the group of monsters, starting from the weakest goblins, was being efficiently slain by Emiya. Fronting, the magic sword that tracks the scent of blood and delivers the most suitable slash with just a swing. With each strike, the blade absorbed blood, emitting a crimson glow. 1 silverback ape was also taken down, its head severed, while the other silverback ape displayed a ferocity completely different from the likes of orcs and minotaurs. It didn't turn to flee but instead charged forward even more furiously. The silverback ape roared as it pounced, while Emiya stood firm, meeting it head-on. He let out a roar, though much quieter in decibels, his momentum was no less fierce. However, he didn't actually have the courage to block the silverback ape's arm head-on with his sword. Though the boy's fighting spirit was boiling, his rationality and combat awareness hadn't disappeared. Emiya sidestepped, dodging the attack while seizing the opportunity of the silverback ape's wide-open stance, decisively plunging into its embrace and piercing its chest with a black greatsword. The monster's heart was pierced, its strong heart pumping out all its blood in one final beat, yet only a very small amount of blood gushed out, while the black sword in the boy's hand turned a deep red. Done. Pulling out, fake grunting, from the silverback ape's chest, Emiya took slow, deep breaths. He didn't feel as tired during the fight, but once he relaxed, a wave of fatigue immediately set in. I wonder if projecting, fake grunting, or fighting the silverback ape consumed more stamina. Are you okay, Shirou-kun? Alicia stepped forward, asking with concern. It seemed that after jointly killing 3 adventurers from the Soma Familia, the relationship between the two had invisibly grown closer. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Emiya shook his head. 2 silverback apes, a group of goblins and bats, if using a bow and magic sword, it wouldn't be hard to deal with, but purely melee combat, without grunting, would have been quite troublesome. I wonder if the experience gained has reached the level of a great feat. How's Lafia? Emiya asked. At a time like this, your first reaction is to care about others, you really are. Alicia shook her head, that child is different from you, this is her first time experiencing something like this. While Emiya was fighting the monsters, Ryuu had briefly told Alicia about Emiya's past of being imprisoned by the Dark Faction, leading Alicia to mentally piece together the boy's emotional journey and the formation of his character, which made perfect sense. A boy who had been imprisoned and abused by the Dark Faction, instead of giving up on himself or growing to hate the world, became even more resolute against evil and kinder to those around him. What a good child. While admiring him, she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache for him. He's experienced so much at such a young age. Suppressing the urge to immediately hug the boy and comfort him, Alicia helped Emiya up. Ryuu and Lafia, who had just stopped retching, walked over together. Shirou, why did you kill those people? Lafia clenched her hands, unable to hold back her question. The girl voiced the question that had been weighing on her heart. Both the gentle Alicia and the strong Shirou were objects of admiration in Lafia's heart, though not as much as the first-ranked, Sword Princess, and the second-ranked Lady Riveria, they were still role models in the girl's heart. So she couldn't accept at all the sudden display of a side of Emiya and Shirou that was completely different from her impression. However, to be honest, the elf girl's reaction was normal. Taking the whole world as a benchmark, Emiya, who had weathered decades as an adventurer, Ryuu, who had privately judged countless remnants of the dark faction, and Emiya, who had experienced the end of the world in his previous life, these people were the anomalies. But this was the labyrinth city, the dungeon, where Emiya and the others, the adventurers, were the norm, while Lafia, the ordinary person, became the anomaly. 3-1, the rule of majority over minority had already told Lafia the answer, but the girl's heart couldn't believe it. I think it's better for Lafia to ask her fellow Familia member, Emiya-senpai, about this question. Emiya thought for a moment, choosing to push the question to Emiya. Although he had a good relationship with Lafia, some things were better explained by a senior from the same Familia, and neither Emiya nor Ryuu should overstep their bounds. Lafia, it's been explained before, those people were adventure hunters who specialized in ambushing other adventurers in the dungeon. Emiya, no longer in combat mode, became gentle and patient again. Lafia remained silent. She could understand what Emiya meant, but she still couldn't feel at ease. Lady Riveria taught us to help other adventurers in the dungeon whenever possible, which doesn't conflict with our actions. Emiya reached out to ruffle Lafia's hair, speaking in a gentle tone. Lafia, you're a smart child. They had already committed crimes deserving of death, their deaths would save more people. These meaningless words, I won't repeat them. I can only tell you, the dungeon is such a place. You hunt monsters here, you must bear the risk of being killed by monsters. Similarly, those who intend to kill others must have the resolve to be killed by others. Ryuu said in a low voice, moreover, those whose minds are addled by alcohol and desire, are they really any different from the monsters of the dungeon? As if thinking of something, her clenched fist trembled slightly. Lafia said timidly, but, the guild prohibits attacking other adventurers in the dungeon. Emiya, so, are you going to report us to the guild? Lafia, of course, not. You've experienced too few adventures and battles, Lafia, you'll understand gradually in the future. Emiya said, if you really can't figure it out, you can seek Lady Riveria, her wisdom can answer all the world's doubts. Only when mentioning Riveria did Alicia's eyes shine the brightest, like a devout believer preaching to the masses. However, Emiya had never met that Lady Riveria, and could only recall the dazed look of the golden-haired girl, momentarily amused. Roar! A loud sound interrupted Alicia's words. What's that sound? Lafia was startled back to reality. A dragon's roar. The young dragon of the 12th floor. Emiya was surprised, to encounter such a rare monster. We're really lucky. Emiya glanced at the still projected, blood-absorbed deep red Beowulf, dragon slayer, sword, fake hunting. Indeed, very lucky. Young dragon, a dragon-type monster that appears on the 11th and 12th floors of the dungeon. Although its name includes the word young, it's only young relative to the dragon-type monsters in the lower and deeper areas of the labyrinth. In reality, the young dragon stands about 1.5 meters tall, with a body length exceeding 4 meters, making it a giant beast in the upper levels. The potential ability of the young dragon reaches the upper level of LV.2, with its endurance stat reaching the limit of LV.2, recognized as the de facto labyrinth king, boss, of the upper levels of the dungeon. While its potential ability far exceeds that of monsters of the same level, possessing extremely strong endurance is a common trait of labyrinth kings. Taking the 17th floor's labyrinth king, the giant Goliath, as an example, its potential ability is LV.4, health bar. After all, labyrinth kings often have massive bodies, so having higher endurance is quite logical. However, as a labyrinth king, the young dragon leaves adventurers with the impression not of strength, but of rarity. After all, with a potential ability of only LV.2, no matter how strong, it can't be that strong. What's truly impressive is its extremely low appearance rate and the precious attribute due to its rarity. Because it's so rare, the young dragon drops are sold by Orario's merchants as collectibles at sky-high prices, to the extent that once there's a sighting of a young dragon, some high-level adventurers in need of money will come to the 11th and 12th floors to wait. Thus, the roar of the young dragon excited all nearby adventurers. Sounds like a young dragon, encountering such a monster is really lucky, if we can get its drops, we'll really hit the jackpot. That roar, it's probably a young dragon, let's hurry over, don't let others get there first. If we get the young dragon's drops, we can make at least a few million valis, forget these bats, let's go find the dragon. The adventurers active on the 12th floor weren't just Emiya and his group, the roar of the young dragon echoed through the labyrinth, causing many adventurers to drop their current plans and rush towards the source of the dragon's roar. Isn't the young dragon an LV.2 boss? Can we really defeat it? Idiot, there's definitely more than just us coming for the young dragon, if it's really too tough, we'll just team up to take it down, then split the money later. The adventurers active at this level are mostly LV.1, but having reached the 12th floor, they at least have one relatively high ability stat. The gap between LV.1 adventurers and LV.2 monsters can be bridged by numbers. The only thing to worry about is if there happens to be a high-level adventurer around, and the young dragon gets taken by them alone. Unfortunately, the adventurers' fears of missing out on their fortune came true. By the time other adventurers arrived at the sound, they could only see the dragon-type monster trapped by several ice pillars. "Can I help you?" Alicia coldly glanced at the adventurers who had come seeking. This was already the third group. "We heard some noise over here, thought we might be able to help, but since you've already taken care of it, we won't disturb you." The adventurers came in a hurry and left just as quickly, not wanting to overstay their welcome, fearing the big shot might think they were there to steal the monster. The rule in the dungeon is that whoever starts the fight with the monster owns it, unless they call for help or the monster escapes, others can't steal the monster, it's an unspoken rule. The value of the young dragon is high enough that some greedy individuals might break this rule, but fortunately, the adventurers were only greedy, not stupid. Not everyone recognized Pristine Garden, Alicia, but anyone with eyes and a brain, seeing that the young dragon wasn't simply slain but frozen by ice pillars, wouldn't dare have any ill intentions. To pull off such a feat, one must be at least an LV.3 mage. These LV.1 adventurers better not look for trouble. The adventurers could only come excitedly and leave disappointed, regretting their lost chance at fortune. Pristine Garden, why is a high-level adventurer like you in a place like this? There were also adventurers bold enough to strike up a conversation with Alicia, and also a celebrity. Beauty Elite, why are you here? Alicia retorted, eyeing the woman warily. Beauty Elite, Aisha Belka, a combat prostitute from the Ishtar Familia, upgraded to LV.3 about 3 years ago, but due to her profession, her fame in Orario surpassed even the veteran LV.4 adventurer, Pristine Garden, Alicia. Aisha had the Amazon tribe's signature tan skin and a pair of gorgeous purple eyes, with black hair covering her right eye, adding a mysterious touch to her sexiness. She wore a set of clothes in the style of a brothel dancer, with gold rings and various ornaments around her chest and abdomen. The overall attire was quite revealing, with large areas of chocolate-colored skin exposed, making it seem as if she was only wearing underwear. Chapter 23, Malice of the Dungeon. It is worth noting that she always walks barefoot, even in the dungeon. "We were bringing newcomers around these floors, heard the dragon's roar and came to check it out, thinking we might get lucky, but since you got here first, there's nothing we can do," Aisha said nonchalantly. "Just came to say hello. Why are you looking at me so seriously? Do you have a handsome boy in your team?" "Wow, there really is one." Aisha noticed Emiya behind Alicia, and habitually winked at him. "Leave here, Amazon, or I won't be polite," Alicia said coldly. At the same time, Ryuu had already covered Emiya's eyes, preventing him from looking at the scantily clad Aisha. All right, I'm leaving, I'll leave right away, please don't cast any magic." Feeling the temperature around her starting to drop, Aisha quickly raised her hands in surrender and left reluctantly. "Emiya, you must stay away from Amazons in the future, especially those from the Ishtar Familia, understand?" Alicia said seriously. Yes, understood. Emiya tried to keep a straight face under the gaze of the three female elves beside him and answered earnestly. The Ishtar Familia mainly operates the Pleasure District, which can be considered a perfect match with the naturally open Amazon tribe, and this is exactly what the noble elf tribe despises the most. After driving away Aisha, Alicia used ice magic to seal the mouth of the young dragon to prevent it from making noise. There shouldn't be any adventurers coming closer, Alicia said, then regretfully added, it's a pity, if it wasn't me who took action, but you who fought it alone, Emiya, you could definitely have gained enough, great feat, to level up. Emiya shook his head, Alicia, the young dragon is not that easy to deal with, and it ran away as soon as it appeared, not giving me a chance to try. There is also a difference between LV.2, the young dragon is not a mass-produced monster like the Minotaur, it is a genuine boss-level existence. To deal with the young dragon, Emiya's attack power is sufficient, but the strength for a frontal confrontation, the agility to dodge, and the endurance for a prolonged battle are still not enough. It's not that there's no chance in a one-on-one fight, but the risk is also significant. Especially since he has already consumed a lot of physical strength and magic power, the high-grade elixir he just drank hasn't fully taken effect yet. It can only be said to be a pity, if he had encountered the young dragon after training his LV.1 abilities to their full potential, he could have really tried a one-on-one fight, and the great feat for leveling up would definitely have been achieved. Our luck is really good, just happened to encounter the young dragon, it feels like it was coming straight for us, Alicia sighed. Emiya nodded, he also had this feeling, the young dragon seemed to be heading straight for him, and the fake hunting in his hand also seemed to be guiding the direction of the young dragon. Could it be that dragon slayers and dragons are attracted to each other? However, the boy holding the dragon-slaying sword did not take action himself, but instead, the elf magician beside him trapped the dragon-shaped monster. Mainly because the young dragon flew over aggressively, then turned and fled without any backbone as soon as Alicia started chanting, otherwise Emiya would have definitely gone up to spar with it. If it was determined to escape, then Alicia had no choice but to freeze it. Emiya, I only froze the young dragon, it's not dead yet, you should kill it, Alicia said, although the effect is not as good as a one-on-one fight, you can still gain some experience points. Just like in a game, where a high-level teammate weakens the boss and then a newcomer takes over, this kind of operation can also be performed in the dungeon. Large familias can use this method to help newcomers grow. The downside is that if you don't really fight with all your might, the experience and great feats gained are quite limited. Moreover, the experience gained from a last hit is very mediocre, it cannot break through the bottleneck of ability values, and it is not helpful for obtaining magic, skills, or development abilities. The acquisition of skills and development abilities is closely related to the experience of adventure battles. Adventurers who kill more monsters are more likely to obtain, hunter, craftsmen who forge more may obtain, smithing, people who are poisoned more often are more likely to obtain, abnormal resistance, and so on. If you rely too much on high-level adventurers to feed you experience and great feats, it will be difficult to obtain skills. Emiya has experienced enough high-quality battles, so he doesn't have to worry about this problem. For him, having great feats is better than not having them. By the way, you can try to kill the young dragon with your strongest attack. If you can deplete the young dragon's durability in one go, you can also gain a considerable amount of great feats, Alicia suggested. This is a leveling method that only magicians with high firepower can use. Although it's not a one-on-one fight, being able to deal a huge amount of damage in one hit can also be considered an achievement. No wonder the elf magicians of the Loki Familia can level up so quickly. I see, I understand, Emiya thought about it, to cause as much damage as possible in one hit, the most suitable move is that one. The move that uses the noble phantasm, as an arrow, unleashing all its power in one go, broken phantasm, 1. The fake hunting, in his hand is the most suitable arrow, he still needs a bow, but an ordinary bow may not have enough power. Emiya chanted the incantation again. Trace on. Determine the basic structure. Replicate the composition material. Imitate the manufacturing technique. Sympathize with the experience of growth. Reproduce the accumulated years. Surpass, complete many processes. At this moment, complete the sword that gathers fantasy. That is the bow held by the heroic spirit standing at the top of many heroic spirits, symbolizing the strongest heroic spirit. Belonging to the son of the gods in Greek mythology, Heracles, this is the most trusted noble phantasm of this great hero. Its name is 9 Lives, 2. Rather than a weapon, it is more like a school. The noble phantasm of the hero Heracles, 9 Lives, is a versatile noble phantasm that can change its shape according to the target. And its original form is the bow and arrow used by Heracles to destroy the immortal 9-headed serpent Hydra. Heracles, who excels in heart, skill, and body, and can skillfully use all weapons, has the strongest class as archer. And that hero, who in mythology overcame many dangers and trials with wisdom and strength, is in a sense the ideal of Shirou Emiya. The heroic spirit Emiya, archer, has powerful and abundant means, but his slightly weak ability values have become his biggest shackles. The abilities of Heracles, archer, combined with the means of Emiya, archer, are the ultimate goals set by Emiya, who has received the grace of the gods. Therefore, he subconsciously chose this weapon for projection, fake 9 Lives 2. A huge heavy longbow fell into Emiya's hands. Taking a deep breath, Emiya lifted the longbow, because the length of the heavy bow almost exceeded his height, so he could only hold it horizontally. The magic power restored by the high-grade elixir was squandered again, but his thoughts were exceptionally clear. Just need to shoot 1 arrow with all my strength. Holding the hilt of the sword, the form of fake Hrunting began to change, from the original sword, transforming into an arrow. This is the Hrunting that appears more often in Emiya's hands, compared to the original long sword. Hrunting, with the characteristic of tracking, is in a sense more suitable for this form. The arrow was placed on the longbow, the bowstring was drawn full like a crescent moon. Go, Emiya whispered. There was no wind howl or sonic boom that tore through the space, only a flash of blood-red light. The arrow silently bit into the body of the young dragon like a fierce dog quietly tracking its prey on the wasteland. Then, a violent explosion tore the body of the dragon-shaped monster into pieces. Skill. Roadless Valhalla, effect activated. Temporarily obtained skill, Mind's Eye. Temporarily obtained development ability, Hunter, I. Temporarily obtained development ability, Archer, G. Temporarily obtained development ability, Swordsman, G. Temporarily obtained development ability, Boxer, I. Temporarily obtained development ability, Lancer, I. Temporarily obtained development ability, Knight, I. Development abilities, Archer, Swordsman, Boxer, Lancer, Knight, merged into Martial Arts. Temporarily obtained development ability, Divinity, H. Due to abnormal environmental influence, lost development ability, Divinity, H. Emiya, who shot this arrow, almost fainted due to the exhaustion of his mental power. At the same time, he seemed to feel the ground under his feet trembling slightly. A sudden sense of crisis surged in his heart, a cold chill spread from the soles of his feet, all the way up the spine to the top of his head, as if locked by tens of thousands of sharp arrows. Emiya shivered. He felt as if a venomous snake was wrapped around his ankle, as if he could feel the cold and slippery touch. Before his eyes, a picture of everyone falling from a height flashed. Ryuu, Lafia, Alicia, be careful of the ground, Emiya immediately shouted, warning Ryuu and Alicia. As soon as the words fell, the dungeon shook violently, cracks appeared under Lafia's feet, then quickly spread. Without giving everyone time to react, the floor under their feet completely collapsed. 40th floor. The malice of the dungeon, combined. As far as the eye could see, everything was covered in rock, whether it was the walls surrounding them, the ground, or the ceiling, all formed by rock plates. The air floating around was somewhat humid. The light was much dimmer than the previous maze, the height and area of the room far exceeded before. The air was filled with an oppressive atmosphere completely different from the upper floors. Emiya was here for the first time, while Ryuu and Alicia were quite familiar with this place. Lafia had also been here before. This is the first dead line of the dungeon, the middle floors. What happened? The first to shout was Lafia. She was held in Alicia's arms in a horizontal position. At the moment of the earthquake and the floor collapse, Alicia's first thought was Lafia, and because she immediately went to protect Lafia, she couldn't avoid the collapse and fell into the suddenly formed vertical hole. Ryuu, relying on her extremely outstanding agility and reaction ability, grabbed the edge of the broken ground at the moment before the collapse, but seeing Emiya and Alicia fall into the vertical hole, Ryuu also jumped down without hesitation. Vertical hole, a trap connecting to deeper layers. This should have been a special terrain that only appears after the middle floors of the dungeon, something that would never appear in the maze of the upper floors, but it just appeared under everyone's feet so openly. We fell into the vertical hole that Alicia explained to Lafia in as calm a voice as possible. This is a rare, abnormal situation, no doubt. We have suffered the malice of the dungeon. The dungeon is not just a purely geographical existence. The gods and adventurers of Orario generally have a recognition. The dungeon is alive. The dungeon is a living existence with consciousness. It harbors a strong hatred towards the gods. Once a god releases divine power in the maze, it will provoke a fierce resistance from the dungeon, causing serious abnormal situations. Such incidents have happened in the past. Therefore, the guild strictly prohibits gods from entering the dungeon. Violators will be severely punished. And besides gods, the dungeon also hates adventurers who invade its territory, so abnormal situations that seem to deliberately target adventurers and want to put them to death often occur. Adventurers call this situation the malice of the dungeon. In the eyes of Alicia and others, they have now encountered the malice of the dungeon. And it is the most serious level among them. The degree of malice far exceeds the monster party that produces a large number of monsters at an unreasonable speed in a short time and the enhanced species monsters with special abilities. Ryuu, Emiya, how are you? Are you injured? Alicia put Lafia down and then called out. No, Emiya said. I'm fine, Ryuu also responded. Ryuu and Emiya, relying on their excellent physical qualities and control ability, maintained their balance and finally landed safely. First, we need to determine where this place is. Seeing that everyone was fine, Alicia first breathed a sigh of relief, then her voice became serious. According to the length of the vertical hole, we fell more than 2 or 3 floors. This is at least the 15th floor, Alicia judged. Lafia's body trembled. The last time she entered the middle floors, she didn't leave any good memories. So far, she has only adapted to the monsters of the upper floors with the help of Emiya and her Familia companions, but the terrifying monsters of the middle floors still become Lafia's nightmare. Especially, that terrifying labyrinth monarch, the giant Goliath. Please, Lafia prayed in her heart, please don't let it be the 17th floor. After we fell, the vertical hole started to close. If my perception is correct, before the ground collapsed, there should have been an earthquake in the dungeon. Alicia took a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, the path to the upper floors must have been blocked by falling rocks, or the entire thing has collapsed. Her judgment has no evidence, it's just based on her understanding of the malice of the dungeon. As a senior adventurer with many years of exploration experience, Alicia is not encountering the malice of the dungeon for the first time. I also agree, the dungeon won't leave us such a simple way out. Ryuu nodded, her fingers lightly resting on the hilt of the tachi. 3. At this time, familiar weapons can bring a sense of security to adventurers. If this is the 15th floor, compared to returning to the surface, it would be easier to go to the 18th floor Riveria town. Alicia said, wait for rescue from the ground in the safe floor. The dungeon has floors where monsters do not spawn. These areas are called safe floors. Currently known safe floors are the 18th floor, the 28th floor, the 39th floor, and the 50th floor. Among them, on the nearest 18th floor, adventurers have established the adventure town, Riveria. This town is quite prosperous as a relay point for expeditions of various familias. Once the paths between the floors are cut off, it's not a simple matter to reopen them. Not only is strength needed, but also patience, and a lot of time. Ryuu has a very powerful magic, but she has no confidence in using this magic to open up the blocked floor passages. It's more likely to result in a larger scale collapse. Before setting off, I had already entrusted Miss Hill to inform my Familia about Lafia and I coming to the dungeon, just to prevent such unexpected situations. I didn't expect it to really come in handy, Alicia continued, her voice serious but not nervous. 1. Broken Phantasm. It is possible to sacrifice a noble phantasm for an attack that is one rank higher, which is called a broken phantasm, the destroyed illusion. If a noble phantasm is packed with magical energy, it can be made to explode after striking its target. It is nearly impossible to repair a destroyed noble phantasm, and since they are the trump cards of heroic spirits, they are unlikely to take such measures. Emiya is an exception, as he can reproduce as many copies of noble phantasms as his magical energy will allow due to tracing, allowing him to also counterbalance the fact that all of his projections are lowered by one rank according Type Moon Wiki. 2. 9 lives. 9 lives. Shooting the 100 heads is the most trusted of all of Heracles' noble phantasms, a combat technique devised at the end of a lengthy battle by Heracles. 3. Tachi. A tachi is a type of saber-like traditionally made Japanese sword worn by the samurai class of feudal Japan. Chapter 24, Yet another one falls in the pit. As long as Captain Finn receives news of an earthquake in the dungeon, he will definitely send a rescue team immediately, and everything will be fine soon. That's great. Hearing this, Lafia let out a long sigh of relief, her legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground. However, the expressions of Ryuu and Shirou remained unchanged. Emiya looked at Alicia with a meaningful glance. Sister Alicia, is what you said true? Alicia shook her head at a very slight angle, then glanced lightly towards Lafia. It's false, just to let Lafia relax a bit. Captain Finn won't arrive that quickly. Emiya nodded, indicating that he understood. He slung the giant heavy bow, fake 9 lives too, behind his back, closed his eyes, and thought for a moment. Skill, mind's eye, effect activated. He raised his head and spoke. This should be the 17th floor. How did you determine that? Ryuu asked. I haven't entered the middle floors, but I've heard from seniors in the Familia that the 17th floor is taller compared to other floors in the middle area, Emiya replied. Besides that, it's just intuition. I believe Shirou, Ryuu said, looking at Alicia. As high-level adventurers, some things didn't need words, a glance was enough to understand. I actually have the same feeling. After all, this floor is noticeably a bit too tall. Alicia looked at the boy. Shirou, you've expended the most physical and mental energy. Rest as quickly as possible. Emiya nodded. I've already taken a high-grade elixir. I still have 1 mana potion and 2 high-grade healing potions left. It will take some time for the elixir to take effect. Does the Hephaestus Familia directly provide so many high-grade potions to a LV.1 newcomer? Well, you guys are rich and can afford to be extravagant, Alicia couldn't help but sigh. Then she looked at Lafia and sighed softly. Lafia, if we need to defeat the giant Goliath, can you join the battle? Hearing the name, Goliath, Lafia was completely stunned. Goliath? No, I can't. It was the giant Goliath that wiped out Lafia's squad when she was still in the school district, leaving her with psychological trauma that hasn't fully healed to this day. I understand. Then stay close to Shirou and make sure to protect yourself. If the enemy is the Dungeon King, Ryuu and I might not be able to spare any attention for you, Alicia replied decisively. Wait, Sister Alicia, why are we suddenly fighting Goliath? Lafia hurriedly asked. If the dungeon has sent us to the 17th floor, it must be to use Goliath against us, Alicia said rationally. Even if Goliath hasn't been reborn yet, the dungeon will forcibly create one. This is the malice of the dungeon. Probably the path to the 18th floor is already blocked. Ryuu, although Goliath is always born in the large room at the center of the 17th floor, it has the ability to break through walls and move to other rooms. In the past, when she was in the Astria Familia, Ryuu had participated in battles against the giant Goliath multiple times, so she was very familiar with the information about this Dungeon King. Other rooms on the 17th floor spawn LV.2 monsters, such as minotaurs, hellhounds, tiger claws, etc. Once these monsters gather, even high-level adventurers need to take them seriously. Especially hellhounds, whose flame breath power can stack with their numbers, making them one of the most threatening monsters in the middle floors. However, the large room where the giant Goliath resides only spawns that one dungeon king. Right, compared to other places, facing Goliath at its birthplace is actually the best choice. In that open room, no other monsters will spawn, Alicia nodded. If there's no Goliath blocking the way, that would be great. As long as we can reach the safe zone on the 18th floor, we can breathe a sigh of relief. For now, she could only set Lafia aside. As the eldest among everyone present, she naturally took on the responsibility of command, so she temporarily didn't have extra energy to focus on Lafia's psychological issues. If Lafia could rally her spirits, her super-tier firepower would definitely make her a useful combatant. Lafia at LV.2, with her individual magic firepower, surpassed Alicia at LV.4 and might even rival Ryuu. But rather than betting on the uncertain probability of the girl rallying, she preferred to focus her mind on command and deployment, practically increasing the chances of success. The specific situation is still uncertain, but no matter what, we need to be mentally prepared to defeat Goliath, Alicia said. She said this because, based on Alicia's judgment, with her and Gale's strength, as long as nothing unexpected happens, defeating a LV.4 Goliath wouldn't be too difficult. This judgment wasn't arrogance but a reasonable analysis of combat strength. Alicia was a top-tier LV.4, Ryuu's strength surpassed hers, and although Emiya was only LV.1, his extraordinary archery skills allowed him to contribute more than most LV.2 adventurers. If Lafia could overcome her psychological barriers and fully unleash her magic firepower, not just Goliath, but even the dungeon king of the 27th floor, the twin-headed dragon Amphisbana, could be confronted, as long as it wasn't a water battle. TL/N, the twin-headed dragon has a potential ability of LV.5, with water battles at LV.6 difficulty. The giant Goliath is a dungeon king with super endurance. My ice magic won't be very effective against it, so Ryuu, you'll be in charge of the main attack. Shirou, I'm counting on you to protect yourself and Lafia. If there's a chance, try shooting Goliath's eyes, that's where you have a chance to break through its defense. Ryuu, your magic, Alicia looked at her fellow elf. My highest stats are agility and magic power. I have a light and wind attribute annihilation magic, with a medium-length chant, Ryuu spoke, succinctly summarizing her information. My main weapon is Itachi, and I have the parallel chanting technique that allows me to prepare magic while fighting. My magic can be chanted quickly when stationary, but parallel chanting reduces efficiency. Like Alicia, Ryuu was an all-around warrior with both magic and close combat abilities. Alicia had one more skill in archery than Ryuu, but against Goliath, she would probably have to take on the vanguard role. Ryuu, Sister Alicia, here, take these. Emiya took out 6 small golden and silver daggers from his bag. These are magic swords. Yes, the golden ones are fire attribute, the silver ones are thunder attribute. Each can be used 2 to 3 times, with power equivalent to a LV.2 magician's attack. You actually carry magic swords worth millions of valis into the dungeon. Alicia couldn't help but envy the wealth of the Hephaestus Familia. As expected of the largest arms dealer in the city, just how rich are you guys? Actually, Emiya brought fewer today. If he were exploring alone, he would have brought at least one medium-sized magic sword of LV.4. Alicia and Ryuu didn't refuse, accepting the magic swords and distributing them. Shirou, can your projection create magic swords? Alicia thought for a moment and asked. Emiya replied, I can project magic swords, but it consumes a lot of mana. However, the projected magic swords are the same as regular ones and can be activated instantly without cost. In that case, Shirou, take these 2 elixirs. You need mental energy more than I do. Alicia handed a small glass bottle to the boy. I took a small sip from this one earlier, don't mind it. Sister isn't as wealthy as you, I take small sips of high-grade elixirs instead of drinking a whole bottle at once. Ryuu was alert, indirect kiss. But seeing the serious expressions on Alicia and Shirou's faces, now didn't seem to be the time to consider such things. "Why don't I have any high-grade elixirs on me?" Ryuu muttered in a voice so low only she could hear. "Alicia, Lafia, if you can't fight, hand over all the elixirs you're carrying to Shirou." Yes. As a magician, Lafia also had the habit of carrying elixirs with her. 2 unopened potions fell into Emiya's hands. "Now, let's head to the Wall of Grief, where Goliath is born." Alicia raised her head because the dungeon shook again, and the ceiling not far away cracked once more. Did someone else fall down? Dungeon, 12th floor. Aisha used her fists to beat an armadillo to near death. This monster had a hard shell but was fragile inside. Its defense was the highest in the upper floors, and a typical LV.1 adventurer couldn't defeat it alone in close combat. The armadillo, like the silverback ape, was considered the strongest monster in the upper floors. The silverback ape's strength was in attack, while the armadillo's was in defense. For lower-level adventurers, the armadillo was less deadly but harder to defeat. However, in front of LV.3 Aisha, the armadillo's famously sturdy shell was like paper. After a series of punches, the armadillo was on its last breath, clearly not going to survive. "Haruhime, come quickly. I've brought the monster to near death. You finish it off." Aisha stood up and let out a long breath. Suppressing the desire to fight at full strength and patiently bringing the monster to the brink of death was as frustrating for Aisha as dressing up all night only to meet an impotent client. Compared to that, she'd rather have a fierce fight with another LV.3 monster. But there was no helping it, this job had fallen to her. The Ishtar Familia's team for this trip consisted of 6 people, 2 LV.3s, 3 LV.2s, and 1 LV.1. The 3 LV.2 adventurers were responsible for keeping watch from a distance, ensuring no one approached. The 2 LV.3s, one was tasked with capturing monsters from the dungeon, and the other with carefully weakening them. The last LV.1 girl's task was to reap the rewards. "Oh okay, thank you, Sister Aisha," said the girl named Haruhime in a soft voice. She was an extremely beautiful fox girl with long golden hair, emerald green eyes that were enchanting, fox ears and a tail covered in beautiful golden fur, the tail large and fluffy enough to make all other fox people jealous. Even though she was in the dungeon, the fox girl still wore a kimono and wooden sandals. Despite her seductive appearance, her movements were clumsy, giving off a contrasting sense of adorable awkwardness. "Although the experience gained this way is minimal, there's no other choice," Aisha said. "Hurry over, we're running out of time." Yes, the fox girl hurried over. Sister Aisha, what should I do?" "Use the knife, stab here." Aisha pointed to a crack on the armadillo's shell made by her fist, her tone full of irritation. Haruhime took out a small dagger-shaped knife from her bosom, took a deep breath, and then thrust the knife. I hadn't stabbed yet." Haruhime was afraid she'd miss, so she pulled the knife back to aim. She repeated this action 3 times. Aisha felt her blood pressure rising and shouted, "Hurry up and do it." Yes, the fox girl yelped and thrust the knife out, but she instinctively closed her eyes. Then, unsurprisingly, she missed. Even though the armadillo's shell had been shattered by Aisha's punches, Haruhime still managed to hit the remaining hard shell. Not only did she fail to stab it, but her hand also went numb from the impact, and she nearly dropped the knife. And at this moment, after being half dead for half a day, the armadillo finally died, unable to rest in peace. Once again, half a day's work was wasted. Aisha felt the veins on her head throbbing. Haruhime might achieve a feat never before accomplished, driving a LV.3 high-level adventurer to death by frustration. "Haruhime, forget it." Looking at the trembling fox girl, Aisha didn't want to say anything more. "You really aren't suited for the dungeon. You should just stay in the Familia from now on," she sighed and said. Yes, Haruhime's voice was downcast. Aisha wanted to pat the fox girl's head, but her hand hovered in the air for a long time before finally lowering. "Let's go, Haruhime. We're heading back. The Loki Familia's pristine garden is on the 12th floor. To avoid complications, let's call it a day here." The high-level adventurers of the Loki Familia had put a lot of pressure on Aisha and her team. To prevent any incidents, they had been carefully avoiding them. There was no helping it. Haruhime's existence was the Ishtar Familia's biggest secret. If this secret were discovered by the Loki Familia, the Ishtar Familia might be wiped out. Aisha didn't want to be skewered by the braver Finn. Although she thought it might be thrilling to be beaten up by the handsome Paolum, her LV.3 body probably couldn't handle it. Yes, Haruhime stood up with her head down. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook, causing the girl to fall to the ground unprepared. What's going on? An earthquake? But this is the dungeon. Aisha's expression immediately turned grim. This is an irregular. Haruhime, quickly, we need to leave now. An irregular was a sudden occurrence in the dungeon that often challenged the feats adventurers had built up over time. Under the management of the guild and the efforts of various exploration familias, Ryuu had not only thoroughly analyzed the upper, middle, and lower floors of the dungeon but also compiled the terrain, monsters, and precautions of each floor into manuals, teaching this knowledge to other adventurers, greatly reducing the mortality rate. However, even so, the dungeon was still full of dangers. The self-aware dungeon would bare its fangs when adventurers let their guard down, triggering situations that shouldn't happen, such as monsters appearing on floors they shouldn't be on, monsters having abilities they shouldn't possess, etc. These situations were collectively referred to as irregulars. The ground shook more violently. Aisha immediately reached out to grab Haruhime, but she was a bit too late. The ground where Haruhime had fallen cracked open, and the girl, with a panicked expression, fell down. Among all irregulars, this was the worst: floor collapse, and vertical cave, which shouldn't appear on this floor. Gritting her teeth, Aisha jumped into the hole that had opened in the ground. Damn it, this pitfall doesn't lead to the 13th floor but goes deeper. What the hell is the dungeon doing? Aisha desperately grabbed Haruhime, holding the fox girl tightly in her arms. She turned in mid-air, positioning herself to land back first. Boom. Chapter 25, Labyrinth King of the 17th Floor. The body slammed heavily onto the ground. Even with the abilities of LV.3 and the resilient physique of an Amazon, Aisha still spat out a mouthful of blood. Haruhime, are you okay? Damn it, the medicine is all with the supporters. Aisha, Haruhime's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Don't cry, little fox, I'm fine. Damn it, Aisha couldn't help but curse. Because for the second time, she heard the sound of the floor beneath her cracking. I'm alive, thanks to your healing magic, little elf girl, and thanks for your medicine, young man. As a reward, next time you go to the pleasure district, mention my name, and I'll treat you to a free king's suite for the night. Stop, I'm joking, put the sword away, please. The beautiful Amazon woman lay on the ground, a katana and a rapier crossed at her neck. The cold expressions of the two elven girls told Aisha that if she dared to spout nonsense again, she could say goodbye to her head. By the way, what's a king's suite? Ryuu quietly asked Alicia beside her. She instinctively sensed that what the Amazon said wasn't anything good, but she didn't have a concrete understanding. Alicia hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to Ryuu's ear. Private room, 1 vs 10, court dance, no cover. After hearing Alicia's description, steam seemed to rise from Ryuu's head, and Alicia's face also turned red. Alicia, how do you know about this? Ryuu stammered. Alicia gritted her teeth. I overheard some idiot guy in the Familia talking about it, don't ask. The Loki Familia once had a male adventurer who embezzled a huge sum of money from the Familia to spend in the pleasure district. Then, because he was deceived by a bad woman, he squandered it all in a few days. And that Mr. Ryuu, who wished to remain anonymous, spent so much in the pleasure district that he still hasn't paid back the Familia's money. Thus, the series of stories about Ryuu Nord and the pleasure district, Ryuu Nord and debts, Ryuu Nord and the king's suite became enduring legends within the Loki Familia. What's with these two perverted elves, Aisha thought to herself, watching the two elven girls' awkward demeanor, but she naturally didn't dare to say it out loud. So, you first fell down a vertical pit to the 16th floor, then encountered a cracked floor and fell here. That's really unlucky, Emiya said. I'm Emiya Shirou, may I ask your name? This humble one is called Sanjuno Haruhime, the fox girl said softly. Haruhime had a pair of melancholic, emerald-like beautiful eyes. She lowered her gaze, her long golden eyelashes still adorned with dewdrop-like tears. Emiya spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. Haruhime, I'll call you that. From now on, you and Lafia follow behind me. I'll protect you. This humble one obeys. Haruhime lowered her head even further. Haruhime secretly raised her head to look at Emiya's profile. Emiya was taking the time to comfort Lafia, trying to cheer her up. Lord Emiya, who said he would protect me, is like a hero. Yet I am, a courtesan destined to bring disaster to heroes. She lowered her head again, her golden ears and tail drooping as well. I'm certain that not long ago, our Familia's expedition team killed the giant Goliath on their way back. It's not time for it to respawn yet. Aisha stood up again. The most formidable aspect of the Amazon race is their resilience. A mere fall from a few floors up is nothing, a stamina potion is all it takes to recover. The Ishtar Familia has over 10 adventurers who have reached LV.3, and the Familia's captain is a first-class adventurer at LV.5. Even if it's just to deal with the guild, an expedition that doesn't involve all members can easily handle the giant Goliath. That Goliath hasn't respawned is a fact. Aisha couldn't understand why they were preparing to hunt Goliath. You don't understand the malice of the dungeon, Alicia said. To target adventurers, the dungeon makes all sorts of unreasonable things happen. Having the Labyrinth King respawn early isn't impossible. Alright, but with you and Gale here, even if we're a bit short on numbers, taking down Goliath shouldn't be too hard, right? I can help too. Although Goliath is the Labyrinth King, it's just an LV.4 with super durability. On our side, we have 2 LV.4 adventurers, and both, Pristine Garden, and Gale, are no ordinary figures, they're among the strongest at LV.4. Aisha's reputation isn't just from her main job as a courtesan. Her ability values and physical strength are above average, and she possesses a quite powerful attack magic. Her adventuring career is also thriving, holding a high position within the Ishtar Familia. Frankly, with you here, we're even more worried, Alicia said. Don't misunderstand, it's not that we look down on you, but with you added, taking down Goliath seems a bit too easy. The combat power of an adventurer team increases noticeably with numbers. An Amazon like Aisha is fully qualified to be a vanguard, which would further unleash the attack power of Ryuu and Alicia. The dungeon's goal is to kill us adventurers, so I'm worried, is it really that simple? Alicia suddenly changed the subject. Can that LV.1 fox girl be of any use? Aisha immediately replied, no, she's just a newcomer, without any skills or magic. Is that so? Alicia didn't press further, though she still had doubts. Would the Ishtar Familia have, beauty elite, Aisha specifically protect an LV.1 with no skills or magic? Moreover, isn't it a bit strange to come to the dungeon wearing a kimono? Alicia restrained her curiosity. It's impolite to pry into the secrets of other familias. Seeing that Alicia wasn't interested, Aisha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Haruhime does have magic, and she possesses an incredibly powerful, almost unbelievable magic. That's why the Ishtar Familia has so many high-level adventurers who have undergone level elevation constantly protecting and caring for her. Honestly, we Amazons aren't even this attentive to our own mothers. Because of that overpowering magic, Haruhime is also the highest level secret of the Ishtar Familia. If not for an accident, she shouldn't have appeared in the sight of the Loki Familia. At this moment, Ryuu returned. Since she has the highest agility, the task of scouting was given to her. I've confirmed, the path to the upper floors is blocked. Although it was expected, she still checked just in case there was a miracle. Thanks, I understand. It seems we only have one way to go. Let's move before monsters start spawning in this room. Okay. You call the shots. The 3 senior adventurers made the decision. Meanwhile, among the 3 newcomers, Haruhime lowered her head, thinking of the rumors she heard from the sisters in the pleasure district. I heard that the dungeon deliberately targets promising newcomers, using abnormal events to eliminate future threats early. So, this disaster must have happened because of me. I brought the disaster. Lafia was also feeling down, that the malice of the dungeon must be targeting me. I've dragged down Shirou, Ryuu-senpai, and Elishine. Amiya, he wasn't thinking about anything, just closing his eyes and taking deep breaths, adjusting his physical and mental state to prepare for the upcoming battle. Leaving the initial room, everyone headed towards the deepest part of the 17th floor. Alicia and Aisha led the way at the front, Ryuu took up the rear, and the 3 juniors were protected in the middle. Passing through corridors, the scale of the caverns they traversed continuously expanded, turning into open structures wide enough for dozens of people to pass through. The number of forks in the road also decreased, gradually narrowing down to just one path, making it feel like they were walking inside the belly of a snake with its mouth wide open. The ceiling grew higher and higher, the phosphorescent light swaying like torches appeared as small as grains of light. Following the direction where the passage widened, they would reach the large room at the deepest part of the 17th floor. Something's definitely wrong, Aisha said softly. The 17th floor was eerily quiet. This level is where the Labyrinth King resides, but that doesn't mean ordinary monsters don't spawn here. That's exactly why Alicia and the others didn't dare to leave the juniors in another room while they went to take down the boss. LV.2 monsters on the 17th floor appear in groups, and without high-level adventurers like them around, it would be too dangerous. However, on their way to the deepest room, they didn't encounter a single monster. If it weren't for judging by the terrain that this was indeed the 17th floor, they might have suspected they had traveled through a vertical cave to some cavern outside the dungeon. Not a single monster, Aisha said softly. It gave a bad premonition. It's as if the dungeon is gathering its strength. However, whether it was Ryuu, Alicia, or Aisha, what they felt inside was just vigilance and a bit of unease, without excessive worry. Because of the advantage of experience and information. In the dungeon, the most terrifying enemy is the unknown. Those monsters whose information has been thoroughly understood, as long as adequate preparations are made, even a not-so-strong team has a chance to overcome stronger foes. Conversely, facing a completely unknown enemy, even if the adventurer team has the advantage on paper, they might be instantly wiped out due to lack of information. Ryuu had a particularly profound understanding of this. And Giant Goliath is one of the monsters with the most comprehensive information. For this initial Labyrinth King, adventurers have long mastered all its information, ability parameters, attack patterns, combat habits, everything is transparent. The current Goliath is a monster that a team with an LV.3 at its core, several LV.2s as the backbone, plus dozens of higher ability LV.1s can steadily take down by following a strategy. In comparison, the combat power of Alicia and the others far exceeds what's needed to deal with such a monster. Without the monster's interference, the adventurers quickly reached the deepest part of the labyrinth. This was a spacious, long, and large room. Unlike the previous oddly shaped rooms, the structure here was like a rectangular cuboid. From the circular entrance to the deepest part of the room was about 200 meters. The width was about 100 meters, and the ground was about 20 meters from the ceiling. The walls and ceiling of this large room were made of rugged rocks, except for the left wall, which was different. One might even mistake it for having been polished by someone's hand. The surface of that wall had no bumps. It was as if a large number of stonemasons had smoothed it, without a single crack, stretching from one end of the room to the other. It was quite eye-catching. This wall was even somewhat beautiful, but also incredibly eerie. Looking up at it, one couldn't help but feel their vision distort. The Wall of Grief. Named by adventurers who reached this large room and returned alive, the final barrier of the 17th floor. The giant wall that can only give birth to a specific monster, the Labyrinth King. Ahead, the cave in the center of that wall was the passage to the safe area of the 18th floor, unsurprisingly, completely blocked by huge rocks. Whether moving forward or backward, all paths were blocked, temporarily trapping the adventurers in the seemingly vast 17th floor. Crack. As if welcoming the arrivals, such a sound rang out. A huge crack ran down the wall from top to bottom, like a thunderbolt. The wall continued to make cracking sounds, crack, crack, the noise gradually growing louder. Then, it transformed into a heavy, labored sound, as if grieving in pain, shaking the entire large room. Listening to this sound, like an avalanche's tsunami, one felt their eardrums emitting mournful cries. The increasing calls of grief. The growing, deepening cracks. The 17th floor shaken by the lament. Approaching the limit, a stronger impact struck the wall from the inside. The adventurers' expressions grew increasingly serious, especially the senior adventurers. "This isn't right," Aisha's voice was somewhat grave. "This isn't Goliath," Alicia murmured, "not the Goliath we've seen." Flying rock fragments scattered in the air, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, the shattered pieces of the giant wall scattering everywhere. Boom! As if something enormous had descended upon the earth, an exceptionally piercing landing sound. An unimaginably large silhouette. Thick neck, thick shoulders, thick arms, thick ankles. Its body resembled a human's, entirely pitch black like the deepest ink. A normal Goliath's skin is grayish-brown, standing about 7 meters tall, but this black Goliath was at least 9 meters tall. Its black skin shimmered with a metallic luster, larger in size, but compared to the stocky ordinary Goliath, its body appeared more agile and nimble. Unprecedented, with no prior sighting reports, the Black Goliath. A chilling aura spread, the difference in power, both in terms of race and size, filled the adventurers with awe and dread. Not only Haruhime, who was scared to the point of falling, and Lafia, whose legs went weak, but even the LV.4 Alicia hesitated for a moment. "We misjudged. Originally thought that with her and Ryu's strength, dealing with Goliath would be enough, and with Aisha added, the odds were even better. All along, what Alicia worried about was just that while they were fighting Goliath, the dungeon might spawn other monsters, harming Shirou and the others. Despite warning Aisha not to underestimate the malice of the dungeon, she herself had been careless. The 17th floor houses the Labyrinth King, Giant Goliath. For adventurers, this is an absolute truth. This so-called Labyrinth King, which respawns every dozen or so days and is immediately killed, is, in the eyes of high-level adventurers, a weakling far less threatening than a few random monsters in the deep layers. Chapter 26, An Arm for a Leg. It was precisely because of such ingrained impressions, and the mentality of being high-level adventurers who believed they could handle any situation in the upper and middle levels, that Alicia, Ryuu, and Aisha all subconsciously underestimated Goliath. Boom! At that moment, when Goliath landed and Alicia was shaken by the unexpected enemy, a loud explosion sounded. Flames erupted on Goliath's face, and the one who acted was Emiya Shirou. Long before Goliath was born, he had projected a magic sword, then raised the fake 9 lives, and began charging it. The moment the Black Goliath broke through the rock wall, he shot the magic sword. Under the enhancement of fake 9 lives, the magic sword shot into Goliath's mouth at an extremely high speed. Arrrrrrr, Goliath let out a terrifying roar that stirred the blood. Emiya, with a high-grade mental potion in his mouth, began the next round of projection. It wasn't just Emiya who had prepared in advance. Now the distant forest sky, the infinite night sky studded with endless stars. Respond to the voice of one as foolish as I, grant me once more the protection of starlight, give light and mercy to those who have abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, roaming traveler. Fly across the sky, gallop through the wilderness, travel faster than all things, and conquer the enemy with the brilliance of the stars. Luminous wind. Ryuu unleashed the pre-chanted magic, and a large number of light bullets accompanied by a swift wind rushed towards the opponent ahead. High-frequency explosions sounded on Goliath's face. Alicia came to her senses. Well done, Shirou, Ryuu. Aisha, let's go. Aisha responded, and with a battle cry, the agile figure of the Amazon warrior charged forward. In any case, facing Goliath in the room of the Labyrinth King was definitely the right decision, as no other monsters would spawn here. If this giant were allowed to rush into other rooms and cooperate with more monsters, that would be a real disaster. So there was no need to hesitate. From the beginning, they only had one choice, to kill their way through. Alicia and Aisha charged out, and Ryuu, who had completed her magic, also charged out, the three of them simultaneously beginning their chants. Even if it's a bit taller, its skin a bit tougher, it's still just a Goliath. As long as it's LV.4, it can definitely be defeated. Freeze, chains of winter. Come, Lord of Tyranny. Brave warrior, mighty hero, greedy and violent hero. Prove your worth to obtain the Empress's belt. Satisfy me, pierce me, kill me as proof. My thirsty blade is named Hippolyta. Now the distant forest sky, the infinite night sky studded with endless stars. Respond to the voice of one as foolish as I, grant me once more the protection of starlight, give light and mercy to those who have abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, roaming traveler. Fly across the sky, gallop through the wilderness, travel faster than all things, and conquer the enemy with the brilliance of the stars. All three high-level adventurers possessed magic and had mastered the advanced skill of parallel chanting. Compared to Ryuu and Alicia, Aisha's parallel chanting wasn't as smooth, but it was still quite proficient. If the enemy were just an ordinary Goliath, they could probably easily defeat it with their full effort. So amazing, Lafia couldn't help but exclaim, watching the backs of her seniors. The fear in the young girl's heart seemed to ease a lot. However, the next moment, the dust cleared, revealing Goliath's bloodied, ferocious, and terrifying giant face. Having taken the magic sword and Ryuu's magic head-on with its relatively fragile face, for Goliath, this wasn't even a serious injury. Ignoring Ryuu and Alicia as they chanted their magic, Goliath strode forward, its disproportionately long arms swinging, its heavy fist smashing towards Aisha in the center. Hail and dust formed a blue-white sphere above Alicia, then countless icy projectiles shot out from it. Goliath raised its other arm to protect its head, the ice bullets leaving gray-white marks on its arm. Alicia's magic was a short chant spell, quick to release but not powerful enough to effectively harm Goliath. Infernal chaos, Aisha finished her chant, and a deep red slash was released from her great sword. A thin blood line appeared on Goliath's incoming fist, and Aisha raised her sword. Just need to block once, the gale magic will soon. Boom! Under Goliath's heavy fist, Aisha was directly knocked to her knees, her arms and the knee that bore all the pressure making a cracking sound, her great sword already bent. The intel was wrong. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Aisha despairingly realized the true strength of this black Goliath. Compared to an ordinary Goliath, this monster's strength was far beyond just a bit, its potential ability was definitely LV.5. This power, it's even stronger than the twin-headed dragon, ugh. Aisha recalled the time she teamed up with the LV.5 first-class adventurer, man-killer, from the Ishtar Familia to defeat the Labyrinth King of the 27th floor, the twin-headed dragon Amphisbaena. TL/N, man-killer is Phryne Jamil. By comparison, she immediately judged that this Goliath possessed an unreasonable level of strength. The greatest threat of the twin-headed dragon Amphisbaena was the limitation of the water combat environment, which made it difficult for adventurers to exert their full strength, plus its deadly dragon breath attack. But in terms of pure strength, even this black Goliath was stronger. Their tactics had been seriously flawed from the start. The original plan was for the LV.3 Amazon warrior with outstanding strength and endurance to hold the front, while the two LV.4 elf swordswomen attacked from the flanks, making full use of their quick attack techniques and magical firepower, which was the most effective tactic against an LV.4 Goliath. However, this Black Goliath's potential ability, especially its strength, had reached the upper level of LV.5. This meant that Aisha should not have engaged the enemy head-on from the beginning. She should have, like the elf swordswomen, used her speed and agility to adopt guerrilla tactics, harassing the giant to create attack opportunities for the elves. But now, thinking about these things was already too late. With the intel unclear, Aisha, who had taken Goliath's full-force strike head-on, became the first adventurer in the team to lose her combat ability. The Black Goliath's bloodied face showed a human-like twisted malicious smile. Not having crushed Aisha into pulp with one punch seemed to have piqued its interest. The giant fist lifted, Aisha wanted to stand up, but with her knee pressed into the floor, she couldn't muster any strength. Alicia rushed up, she circled to Goliath's side, and with a sword, left a shallow red wound on the giant's calf. TCH, such tough skin. Goliath swung its arm, trying to grab Alicia, but the agile elf dodged. Having driven Alicia back, the giant's next move was to suddenly lift its foot. It directly kicked Aisha into the air, at the same time opening its mouth wide. Mana condensed in the giant's mouth. Boom! Gale and light bullets blasted the giant's side, causing Goliath's roar to go off course. Emiya didn't hesitate at all, he shot a magic sword at Goliath, then rushed towards Aisha's direction. Quick, drink the healing potion. Aisha was like a broken doll, her right arm hanging limp as if boneless, her left leg completely twisted. Tell Haruhime to use that magic, or else, Aisha spoke, but she couldn't make any sound, only spitting out a large amount of blood. Aisha lost consciousness and fainted. It's tough, and also, it moves fast, it's indeed different from the usual floor boss. Rushing to the enemy's side to cast magic, then slashing fiercely with a sword before immediately jumping away, Ryuu's neat brows under her hood slightly twisted as she distanced herself from it. The standard Goliath that appears on the 17th floor has abilities equivalent to LV.4. In the past, Ryuu had teamed up with her companions to defeat the same monster several times. Based on those experiences, the individual she was now facing was not something an ordinary Goliath could compare to. The strength that LV.3 Aisha couldn't withstand, the defensive power that even Ryuu's arms would go numb from, the roar that it shouldn't originally possess, and most troublesome of all was its attack speed and reactions that were completely disproportionate to its size as a super-large monster. Just now, realizing that Ryuu's magic could effectively harm it, the Black Goliath immediately raised its arm to block Ryuu's attack, the light bullets only leaving some wounds on its arm, not hitting its head again. The enemy's potential ability had reached LV.5, Ryuu made this judgment. At the same time, she cast aside pessimism and despair, trying to find a way to defeat it under these circumstances. Escaping was meaningless, as long as she turned her back on this giant, as long as there was a hint of fear in her fighting spirit, from that moment on she would become the monster's prey. Her seasoned experience and instincts clearly conveyed this to her. Magic, I can't cast it again for now, I can't afford any lapse in concentration. Ryuu's magic chants were long and powerful, correspondingly consuming more mental energy. Using it a third time would definitely start to tire her out. In a battle with such a monster, any distraction could be fatal. Alicia also realized this and reduced her use of magic. The two elves, one on the left and one on the right, engaged Goliath with their swords. Even though it was more agile than an ordinary Goliath, its massive size still limited its agility. The black giant swung its two arms vigorously but couldn't touch the two nimble elves. However, Ryuu and Alicia were also sweating profusely, their slashes could barely cut through the giant's skin, yet any attack from the Black Goliath was unbearable for them. Whoosh! After Ryuu left another wound on the giant's leg, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air came again. Emiya, who had moved Aisha to a safe place, began his attack. The magic sword accurately pierced the bloody wound, then exploded. Roar! Emiya shot another arrow, aiming straight for the giant's eye. However, the giant just closed its eye and slightly turned its body, the arrow exploding on its skull without piercing the black tough skin. Emiya's method of attack made Alicia's eyes light up. Ryuu. Concentrated explosion. Understood. Seeing the magic sword in Alicia's hand, Ryuu immediately understood her intention. Shirou, keep shooting. Gritting his teeth, forcibly enduring the fatigue from excessive mental energy consumption, Emiya's hands produced arrow after arrow and magic sword after magic sword. More mana was infused into fake 9 lives, and with the enhancement of this bow, the power of his arrows fully reached LV.2. The target was only one, the Black Goliath's eye. Facing the sudden increase in the density of the shooting, Goliath raised its right arm to block in front of its face, and this was the opportunity Alicia was looking for. Emerald and gold, the two elf figures crisscrossed. Ryuu slashed at the back of Goliath's right knee. Alicia immediately followed up, thrusting the magic sword into the wound, adding a second slash, then switching positions with Ryuu to thrust in a second magic sword. Soon, 6 magic swords were all thrust into the same spot, and as the last flame magic sword was thrust in, Ryuu triggered the mana. Boom! The stacked magic swords exploded simultaneously, fire and lightning mana forming a chain reaction, the violent mana even flipping Ryuu over. Roar! The Black Goliath let out an unprecedented roar of rage. This time the injury it sustained was the most severe since the battle began. The sturdy black tough skin was torn apart by the internal mana turmoil, the rough and strong muscles were burned to charcoal by the raging flames. After the explosion, the giant's right lower leg was left with only the pitch-black hard bones exposed, barely supporting its heavy body. Ryuu rolled on the ground several times, her originally clean hood now covered in dust. She struggled to get up, kneeling on one knee, breathing heavily. Her left arm hung limply at her side, the skin from the elbow down all burned to a deep red, oozing blood. I overestimated my speed, should have had Shirou use the magic sword to detonate remotely, Ryuu subconsciously reviewed, but, it's good that it's the left arm, it doesn't affect using the sword, one arm in exchange for Goliath's leg, worth it. With its right leg destroyed, the Black Goliath's mobility was greatly reduced, making it much easier to deal with. More importantly, they had finally found an effective means of inflicting damage. The scales of victory seemed to be tipping in favor of the adventurers. Chapter 27, Strengthening Oath Under the Snow. Freeze, Chains of Winter. Alicia activated a short incantation magic, sending icicles shooting towards the giant maw of the Black Goliath, once again interrupting its roar. The power of short incantations is often inferior to that of long incantation magic, but they excel in flexibility and casting speed. Shirou, project the magic sword with all your might, Alicia commanded while attacking. Ryuu, I'll hold here, you go to Shirou's side. The magic sword shot by Emiya with his bow couldn't penetrate the tough hide of the Black Goliath. They needed the two of them, both LV.4, to personally deliver the magic swords into the Black Goliath's body. Projection, begin, trace on. Emiya pressed his head with one hand and projected a deep red flame magic sword with the other. His face twisted in severe pain from a splitting headache. The mental strain was too great. Even though he drank high-grade elixirs like water, Emiya still felt as if countless needles were shaking in his head. Hold on, I must help Ryuu and Alicia. Skill, Oath Under the Snow, activated. When acting to protect others, attack power and durability increase, magic and skill effects enhance. Projection, begin, trace on. Throwing the projected magic sword on the ground, Emiya struggled to take out the last bottle of high-grade healing potion from his satchel. Ryuu rushed to the boy, grabbing the magic sword, but Emiya caught her hand and poured the healing potion on her injured left hand. Shirou. First, heal. Seeing the elf girl's originally fair skin now mangled and bloody, Emiya couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest, and his headache grew even more intense. It's okay, for adventurers, such injuries are nothing. Thanks to Shirou's projection, we've found the path to victory. Roar. A roar far more ferocious than before interrupted Ryu's words. The astonishing sound echoed throughout the vast room, and even Haruhime had to cover her ears to avoid being directly stunned. The terrifying sound waves forced Alicia to retreat a few steps, fearing her eardrums would be pierced. This roar from the Black Goliath wasn't merely an emotional outburst or the use of the long-range attack magic cannon, roar. As the roar continued, the Black Goliath's originally tight and sturdy metallic skin began to dull and wither, as if aging decades in seconds. Meanwhile, the muscles and skin on its right leg rapidly regenerated. By consuming overall vitality to heal injuries, how can it have such an ability? Alicia felt a hint of despair rising in her heart. Inflicting a severe wound on the giant's right leg, crippling its mobility, was a significant achievement for her and Ryuu. Once it lost its ability to move, the Goliath's massive size would turn from an advantage to a disadvantage, becoming a living target. Even if Alicia and Ryu's attack power was lacking, they could slowly wear it down. But now, with the Black Goliath's sudden self-healing ability, Alicia's original plan was completely thwarted. From a video game perspective, the Goliath's total vitality, HP, hadn't increased. In fact, it had additional losses due to forcibly healing its severely injured thigh. But real combat isn't a game. Crippling a leg and overall vitality decrease are entirely different concepts. Even though the Black Goliath's overall abilities, especially defense, must have decreased due to the overall vitality loss, it was nothing compared to the strategic value of a leg. What made Alicia even more despairing was the subsequent sounds. Moo. Roar. Howl. Through the passage into the giant room came the cries of various monsters. The room they were in only produced Goliaths and couldn't spawn other monsters, which was certain and the reason adventurers had to confront the Goliath here. However, monsters could move, and they were responding to the Black Goliath's call. After, roar, and, self-healing, the Black Goliath once again displayed a special ability ordinary Goliaths didn't have, the most disastrous one for adventurers. Monster Summon. LV.5 potential ability, plus the special abilities, Roar, Self-Healing, and Monster Summon. Without a doubt, this Black Goliath was a Labyrinth King with a conquest difficulty of LV.6. The potential ability and conquest difficulty of monsters are two different evaluation dimensions. For example, the LV.5 potential ability of Two-Headed Dragon's water combat ability is still LV.5, but adventurers' abilities are greatly limited in water combat, so its conquest difficulty is rated LV.6. Similarly, the 49th floor boss, the One-Eyed Demon King Baylor, has a potential ability of LV.7, but its battlefield has many LV.4 savage monsters, the Fomoirans. When conquering Baylor, one must face these monsters' assault, making its conquest difficulty LV.8. The Black Goliath's own potential ability is LV.5, but with Monster Summon activated, its conquest difficulty rises to LV.6. Ryuu, guard the entrance, don't let other monsters in, Alicia roared. Her originally beautiful and neat orange-gold hair was completely disheveled. Alicia could no longer maintain her usual composure. Ryuu gritted her teeth, looking towards the room's entrance where the monster roars grew louder, then turned to glance at Alicia. If the monsters broke in, not only would Emiya and the others surely die, but Alicia and Ryuu also couldn't fight the Black Goliath under the monster's assault. Once surrounded by a monster group, their demise was certain. But could Alicia alone really hold off the Black Goliath? Even if she could maneuver around it, so what? Alicia's short incantation magic was too weak, she had no means to kill the giant. Was she supposed to compete with the Goliath in endurance? Ryuu, guard the entrance. Lafia, move, get moving, Alicia attacked the giant while hysterically shouting. High Sword of Victory, use this magic. High Sword of Victory, this is one of the powerful magics mastered by the vice-captain of the Loki Familia, the 9. Hell, Riveria. Alicia clearly remembered that this magic had been engraved in Lafia's fairy ring. In terms of single-strike power, this magic undoubtedly ranks at the pinnacle of the city's attack magics. As long as Lafia could complete the incantation of High Sword of Victory, and accurately hit the Black Goliath's upper body, with its power, even an LV.5 upper tier, strength and endurance specialized Goliath would lose most of its life. Yes, this was the only path to survival. LV.2 Lafia's pure magical firepower surpassed Alicia's LV.4, even surpassing Ryu's. Ryu would block the other monsters, Alicia and Emiya would contain the Black Goliath, and Lafia would chant the magic for the kill. As the commander, Alicia found the path to victory in an instant, but the problem was Lafia's heartbeat was so fast Emiya could hear it. Her hands holding the staff trembled uncontrollably. Forget chanting magic, she couldn't even speak clearly now. An ordinary Goliath was already her psychological shadow, let alone such a terrifying Black Goliath. On the other side, Haruhime was also trembling all over, holding the unconscious Aisha. What should I do? She seemed like she should activate magic, but everyone in the Ishtar Familia told her never to reveal that magic in front of outsiders. Lord Emiya, what should I do? Haruhime looked at Emiya, hoping the figure could give her courage. And at this very moment, while Haruhime and Lafia were still trembling and hesitating, Emiya acted. I don't know if this will work, but I have to gamble, he whispered, suddenly stepping forward, his left hand grabbing Ryu's shoulder, his right hand wrapping around her head from behind. He pulled Ryu into his embrace, fiercely kissing the elf girl's lips. Ryu's brain short-circuited from the sudden event, her body completely stiffening, feeling the hot and bloody sweet taste spreading in her mouth. To stay conscious, Emiya had already bitten his tongue, their first kiss flavored with blood. Ryu, go help Alicia, I'll block the monsters here. I'll protect you all. Skill, Oath Under the Snow, effect activated. When having an intimate bond with the protected, all abilities superdomain increase, ability value growth accelerates, ability value increase, magic and skill effects increase. Skill effect increases with the number and strength of bonds. The moment Emiya suddenly kissed Ryu, the world seemed to fall silent. Lafia was dumbfounded, Haruhime covered her eyes with her hands, but her fingers were spread wide, just turning back to urge Ryu to act quickly. Alicia was also stunned. Even the Black Goliath seemed to pause for a moment. What shocked them even more was the change happening to Emiya. Vast and intense aura surged from his body, a powerful sense of strength bursting from within, his deep red hair floating in the air as if wind rose from his body. Alicia was the first to react. Ryu, switch. Huh. Ryu was still in a daze, but Alicia had already rushed over. Seeing no one blocking the Black Goliath, it immediately tried to release, roar, but Ryu hurriedly threw the magic sword to interrupt. Alicia, what are you doing? Ryu roared as she charged towards the Black Goliath. Though not entirely clear about your skill or magic, but this should work, right? Alicia embraced Emiya, closed her eyes, and kissed him. Alicia. The background noise was Ryu's roar and the sound of her tachi slashing through the air at the Black Goliath, her recently dyed green hair wildly dancing in the air. Skill, Oath Under the Snow, effect activated. When having an intimate bond with the protected, all abilities superdomain increase, ability value growth accelerates, ability value increase, magic and skill effects increase. Skill effect increases with the number and strength of bonds. Our rear is entrusted to you, Shirou. Alicia turned her head, not letting the boy see her expression. Yes, I will protect you all. This is my oath. Alicia turned and charged towards the Black Goliath, while Emiya rushed in the opposite direction, towards the entrance of the giant room. Identify the concept of creation. Assume the basic skeleton. Duplicate the composition material. Imitate the production technique. Sympathize with the experience of growth. Reproduce the accumulated years. Surpass, complete many processes. At this moment, complete the sword that gathers illusions. Fronting. Emiya's left hand grasped a deep black sword. Though from the perspective of a projection, it was still a fake, but this time, what he projected was no longer an empty shell. 9 lives, with the boy's low roar, magic power poured into the heavy bow in his right hand, giving this fading bow a new strength. Magic power and will form the noble phantasm's content, the giant bow gradually transforming into a terrifying giant axe. 9 lives, axe form. Various handheld weapons, or martial arts executed barehanded, in a sense, can all be turned into noble phantasms by the technique, 9 lives. Maximizing the weapon's power, displaying forms from anti-personnel to anti-army, even capable of siege warfare, according to the situation. At this moment, Emiya needed more straightforward and brutal power than a bow. Skill. Roadless Valhalla, effect activated. Temporarily gain skill, Hunter, H. Temporarily gain skill, Berserk, I. Temporarily gain skill, Bravery, Temporarily gain skill, Indomitable, The first to rush into the entrance was a black-furred wolf-like creature, a mid-level monster known as the Hellhound. Chapter 28, Yukai no Kazuchi. However, the moment it was about to cross the passage and charge into the enormous room, a black heavy axe cleaved through the air, smashing its hardened skull to pieces. In his left hand, grunting, in his right hand, 9 lives, Emiya's figure blocked the only entrance. Trace, on. Without hesitation, he advanced, stepping into the passage. With each step forward, several silver-white spears manifested, their shafts slanting into the ground with spearheads pointing forward. The crisscrossed spears formed dense steel barricades behind Emiya. Leonidas spears. The Spartan king Leonidas, a hero renowned for resisting the Persian army of 100,000 with merely 300 men at the Battle of Thermopylae. The spear barricade marked the boundary, behind it lay the vast chamber housing the labyrinth's lone king. Ahead surged the tidal wave of beasts. And before the spear formation stood a lone warrior. Skill. Roadless Valhalla, activated. Temporarily acquired skill, rearguard battle. In this moment, Emiya felt as if hallucinating, he seemed to hear behind him the confident, unrestrained voices of men. Now is the time for battle. Day and night, we fight until we fall. Child of man, fear not. Surmount this trial. Witness the Spartan spirit. Not one step back, where we stand becomes Thermopylae. For some reason, his mind calmed as he stared down the monsters momentarily stunned by his explosive aura. From this moment onward, passage through this place is forbidden. The passageway teemed with countless monsters. Hundreds upon thousands of creatures spawned from the 17th floor, answering the Labyrinth King's call, had gathered here. Quantitative accumulation forms terrifying violence. Even a level 4 adventurer wouldn't dare face over a dozen hellhounds' combined fiery breath. Even first-class adventurers could be overwhelmed by endless waves of monsters. Unlike humans, where a single mighty warrior can rout entire armies, for even the most elite troops cannot maintain morale before absolute violence, the tale of one shattering the courage of thousands is truth in this world. Monsters are opposite. Individual beasts fear, cower, flee. But gathered in thousands, only primal madness remains in their collective will. Yet now, the monsters hesitated before this solitary figure. From his stalwart posture, the axe and greatsword in his hands, the steel spears behind him, they sensed something deeper than instinct. Grow. But soon, mad instincts resurged. A hellhound's roar triggered countless monsters to howl and charge. Ryuu. They were answered by an even more thunderous battle cry. Grunting, swept horizontally like black lightning, tearing through air to meet midair pouncing hellhounds. The blade precisely bisected a hound's midsection. With agonized shrieks, the massive body split, blood raining down. The greatsword seemed alive, greedily drinking monster blood. Its jet-black surface glowed eerie crimson after satiation, like hellfire burning in darkness. Meanwhile, the ferocious axe arced overhead, descending with mountain-splitting force upon a minotaur. The monster's crude stone axe shattered instantly under impact. The Minotaur's thick skull exploded, spraying blood and bone shards as the axe carried death's breath. The legendary endurance and vitality that terrified countless foes became fragile paper before 9 lives, heavy axe. Each swing birthed a death hurricane. Air resonated with slicing winds and dying wails. All resistance seemed insignificant before the axe's might. Greek myth-born monsters daring to defy 9 lives. You bastards, do you seek to insult Heracles? Dual-wielding heavy weapons defied reason, yet Emiya transformed this madness into peerless power. Sword and axe became weightless, unleashing lightning attacks. Obsidian swordlight poured like torrential rain upon the charging horde. Razor edges tore air alongside screams drowned in the blade storm. The black greatsword gradually sheathed in crimson bloodglow. Blood rivulets along the blade awakened the slumbering demonic weapon. The sword devoured lives, its bloodlust thickening, mad aura surging like tides, suffocating the air. Many monsters tried breaching the entrance through speed. Those crashing into spears died instantly impaled. Survivors fell to Emiya's counterattacks. Unless this man dies, the spear barrier cannot be broken. Even maddened monsters gradually understood this. 3 tiger claws pounced like gales, their strength matching minotaurs. Razor talons sliced air with lethal glints. Swift and savage, each strike could rend steel. Gale force speed and pressure aimed for Emiya's chest. Roar, the tiger claw bellowed. Even with its torso impaled, blood gushing, it charged undeterred. Talons lashed at the youth's shoulder before being severed. Claws tore deep into his shoulder, staining armor crimson. Yet Emiya's gaze remained ice-cold. Pain didn't weaken resolve, it ignited inner flames. Unyielding, skill activated, strength increased. Endurance recovery boosted. Rearguard battle, skill activated, during defensive battles or choke point holds, strength, endurance, defense increased. Effects enhanced in adversity, further boosted in dire straits. Emiya raised his axe, smashing down. Talons and life obliterated into bloody mist. Standing at the crimson battlefield's heart, drenched in enemy blood, battered yet unyielding like mythical heroes. Ryuu. The fully crimsonized greatsword unleashed storm-like blade light, instantly bisecting all surrounding foes. Unicorn rabbits, fluffy white-horned creatures, deceptively cute yet battle-maniacal. Individually weak mid-level foes, manageable for level 1 adventurers. But en masse, their threat escalates to level 2 speed-specialized dangers. Yet now, Emiya's blade outpaced their charge. Cold glints exterminated crimson-eyed war-thirsty rabbits before approach. The fortunate few breaching the sword screen left bleeding wounds with their horns, only to have necks crushed underfoot, final whimpers drowned in blood. Crystal mantis, rare precious monsters with translucent crystalline bodies glowing internally. Their unique forms make them among the mid-level's most magic-resistant foes. Dungeon, being able to simply eat freshly toasted food was truly a delightful surprise. I feel like I forgot something. Ace realized belatedly, I forgot to ask him to be my teacher. Then, the adventurers of the Loki Familia saw little Ace standing in the hallway, banging her head against the wall, thump. 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 Onlookers, I don't know what's going on, but it's so cute. But, my teacher is so good to me, I shouldn't deceive him. Ace, with a strong sense of morality but a bit of a rigid mindset, thought guiltily. I've decided, the next time I see my teacher, I'll confess the truth. And I'll ask my teacher to help keep it a secret from Riveria. The belated little Ace realized that using Riveria's name to swindle outside might, perhaps, maybe, be a little bit inappropriate. But, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? After all, it didn't cause any serious consequences, little Ace thought optimistically. Leader, today when I was buying sushi on the commercial street in the north of the city, I discovered something incredible. A dog-eared girl approached Tsubaki and whispered. The Hephaestus Familia also had many non-blacksmith members, and this dog-eared girl was one of them, reaching LV.2. She was well liked among the upper-level adventurer community, good at gathering information, and served as an informant for the Familia. Tsubaki, sushi. Yes, a small mobile stall. The owner is a male god who seems to have just arrived in Orario from out of town. The shop girl is very cute. No, that's not the point. The dog-eared girl didn't dwell on the sushi issue and got straight to the point. I saw Emiya-kun and an adventurer from the Loki Familia walking together on the commercial street. Hearing this, Tsubaki's expression became serious. Who could it be? Dog-eared girl, yes, it's the Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein. Tsubaki was stunned. Huh? Sword Princess? I thought it was Riveria. Why would it be the Sword Princess? In the Loki Familia, isn't, 9 hells, Riveria the one close to Emiya-kun? This is information personally confirmed by the goddess, it can't be wrong. No, this isn't that simple. Tsubaki thought for a moment and suddenly realized, I see. Sword Princess, Ace must have been sent by Riveria to contact Emiya. Tsubaki quickly came to this conclusion, exclaiming in her heart. The reason was simple, Riveria's target was too big. The princess of the elf race was always the focus of the elves wherever she went, and obviously, if her relationship with Emiya was discovered, the elves would go crazy. So, having Sword Princess act as the liaison. Quite cautious. As everyone knew, Ace and Riveria were very close, so it made sense that she was the one Riveria trusted the most. Although Riveria is the elf princess, such matters cannot be entrusted to her own people. Tsubaki thought, and Ace is young, her interaction with Emiya would be like friends of the same age, more discreet. Such thorough consideration, Riveria. Dog-eared girl, leader, what have you been muttering about since just now? Tsubaki, nothing, don't tell anyone about this except the goddess. Forget it, I'll go tell the goddess myself. Later, Tsubaki reported the information witnessed by the member and her own thoughts to the goddess Hephaestus. Regarding this, the goddess thought, it makes perfect sense. Sigh, if the other party is the elf princess, a shabby gift won't do. Tsubaki, send someone to the Swordcraft City to procure some special materials. Goddess Hephaestus flexed her wrist. I'll have to take action myself. What's wrong, Lord Loki? Alicia put on her shirt and turned to look at Loki. Did I gain a new developmental ability? She first asked this question. Developmental abilities are different from basic abilities, they often enhance a specific area of an adventurer. Starting from LV.2, each level up has a chance to gain one. It's also possible to gain no developmental abilities during a level up or have multiple to choose from. For example, Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein from the same Loki Familia has had multiple developmental abilities to choose from more than once during her level ups. For adventurers, developmental abilities are extremely valuable as they significantly enhance the user's capabilities. For instance, even if 2 people use the same ingredients and the same method to make a potion, the one with the developmental ability, alchemy, will produce a higher quality potion. Some developmental abilities, like magic, can even boost the user's attributes beyond their current level, and LV.2, magic, user's magic power can reach LV.3 levels. Like Lafia, one of the main reasons her magic is so powerful is because she possesses the developmental ability, magic. Moreover, Lafia gained this developmental ability when she leveled up to LV.2, meaning she could start training this ability early, potentially reaching a very high level of magic in the future. Considering the difficulty of leveling up, every adventurer has limited opportunities to gain developmental abilities, making the number of developmental abilities an important measure of an adventurer's strength and potential. Well, you gained the developmental ability, swordsman, Loki said, only this one developmental ability appeared. Alicia nodded, I see. Swordsman, as the name suggests, enhances the user's effectiveness with swords. Ace also possesses this developmental ability. You're probably one of the less than 5 adventurers in all of Orario who possess both, magic, and, swordsman, Loki said, a true all-round warrior. Gale has the same role as me, at the same level. I'm not as good as her, Alicia thought, but at least now, after leveling up, I'm stronger than her. Lord Loki, you mentioned earlier that I gained a new skill, Alicia continued to ask, what kind of skill is it? Unlike developmental abilities, skills are not related to leveling up. New skills can appear during regular status updates. However, the acquisition of skills is often related to the great feats achieved by the adventurer, so it's common to see skills appearing alongside level-ups. Skills are rarer than developmental abilities. If gaining the developmental ability, Swordsman, was satisfying, the appearance of a new skill was a pleasant surprise for Alicia. Well, it's a very powerful skill, Loki said vaguely. As for the specifics, you can see for yourself. She handed Alicia the paper recording her status. Alicia took it and looked directly at the skill section. Elven Chant was her only previous skill, with a simple and powerful effect, increasing magic casting speed and control over magic. The newly added second skill, Alicia saw. Elven Bond. When fighting alongside a specific individual or teammates with bond-type skills, all abilities are enhanced, small extent. Skill description is influenced by the user's perception. The female elf's hands holding the paper trembled slightly. Past memories of secretly reading some literary works surfaced, and she had all sorts of strange associations. In terms of effect, it was actually a very powerful skill. Enhancing all abilities is a highly valuable boost, usually accompanied by costs like weakening of reason, significant stamina consumption, or entering a weakened state after the skill ends. But, Elven Bond, only required fighting alongside a specific individual. However, Alicia had no time to consider the skill's effects now. It was just a guess before, but now it's confirmed. Alicia's voice trembled slightly. That child's desire is so strong that just him gaining a skill isn't enough, he's left a mark on me directly. She knew exactly who the specific individual was, undoubtedly the child who took her precious first kiss, preserved for 18 years and 300 months. When she saw him unreasonably pull Gale into his arms, Alicia had this premonition, and now, through her newly gained skill, she was completely certain. Elven Bond, doesn't this completely treat me as a tied-up possession? Now it's just a bond, rope, but what will this skill become after the hunt is completed? Elven Collar. Besides me, who else would that elf slayer target? Could it be Lady Riveria? That child actually wants to form a bond, leave a mark, and put a collar on the princess. Gulp, truly that elf slayer. Alicia trembled all over. It's so beauty, no, so terrifying. Chapter 34, Waking Up. Such a gentle, kind, and strong child, yet harboring such desires deep within. Or is it because of the tragic experiences of the past that such ambitions have arisen? Alicia's thoughts became increasingly unsettled. Although it's true that the women of our elven race are elegant, beautiful, strong, intelligent, cute, and kind, it's only natural for that child to develop feelings for us. Well, in any case, it's at least a very powerful skill with no negative side effects. Loki said, but at the same time, alarm bells were already ringing in her heart. How dare you set your sights on my child, you greedy wretch, I will never let you succeed. The goddess thought, I must keep the members on their guard. On the other side, the female elf placed the paper on the table with a slightly trembling hand. Having just imagined the scene of Lady Riveria and the elven sisters within the Familia being hunted by the elf slayer, she was now breathing rapidly. Alicia took a deep breath. No matter what, such a terrifying event must not be allowed to happen. Not only Lady Riveria, but also the other elven sisters within the Familia must not fall into the clutches of the elf slayer. Even if it means sacrificing myself, it will be worth it. Alicia's voice was filled with determination. Whether it's Lady Riveria or the elven sisters, I will protect them all. Emiya suddenly opened his eyes, startling the silver-haired girl who was changing his bandages. The first thing that came into view was a soft white light. Because his eyes had been adapted to the dark environment for a long time, everything in his vision was somewhat blurry for a short while. As time passed, the things he saw gradually became clearer. He could vaguely make out that he was now in a white room. Emiya realized he was lying on a soft bed, covered with a light and warm silk quilt. His entire body ached terribly, and his limbs were immobilized by bandages, splints, and the like, making it impossible to move for the time being. Waking up in an unfamiliar place after fainting, this experience seemed to have happened not long ago. A silver-haired girl sat by Emiya's bed, changing the bandages on his right hand. At first, Emiya thought it was Seer, but as his vision cleared, he realized it was someone else. Her silvery white, fine, and soft hair reached down to her waist. Her eyes were a mysterious silver purple, with long eyelashes that curled up at the ends like pure white swan wings, giving her a dreamlike appearance. The girl's features were very sharp, among the best Emiya had ever seen in his life. Her skin was exceptionally fair, with a pearl-like luster. Her face showed little expression, making her seem like a living doll. "Have I arrived in heaven?" Emiya muttered to himself. "Even if you call me an angel, I won't give you a discount on the medical fees." The silver-haired girl smiled slightly. "Medical fees? Is this a hospital?" Emiya asked. The girl nodded. "Yes, it's the hospital of the Dien sect Familia." Dien sect Familia. "Ah, Miss Ermid," Emiya finally realized. "Finally recognized me, Emiya-kun." Ermid said with a light laugh, "I have a deep impression of you. It's not common for a young boy to buy so many high-grade elixirs at once." Ermid Tizenaire, a member of the medical Familia Dien sect Familia, always wore the white-based uniform of her Familia, giving off the impression of a healer at first glance. In fact, this silver-haired girl was also the most outstanding healer in Orio. Additionally, Ermid was a top-tier pharmacist and also skilled in the creation of high-grade prosthetic limbs. It could be said that in the field of medicine, she stood at the pinnacle of Orio, and even the world. Ermid was beautiful, intelligent, kind-hearted, and treated others with seriousness and equality, making her very popular among the adventurers of Orio. As the most beautiful white-clad angel of the Labyrinth City, she was the dream lover of many male adventurers. However, with the title of Orario's #1 healer, Ermid's fees were naturally not comparable to those of ordinary healers. Due to the high cost of treatment, only a small portion of adventurers had personally experienced Ermid's healing. Of course, the average injuries sustained by ordinary adventurers did not require Ermid's personal attention. "Thank you very much for the potions you made, Miss Ermid. They were a great help." Emiya sincerely expressed his gratitude. His first encounter with Ermid was when he was buying potions at the Dien sect Familia's pharmacy. At Ermid's enthusiastic recommendation, Emiya bought the high-grade elixirs made by the girl herself. Compared to ordinary elixirs, all the potions produced by Ermid were at least 30% more expensive, but the effects of the potions were definitely worth the price. Whether it was the healing effect or the efficiency of restoring mental strength, they far surpassed the elixirs made by others. This time, being able to survive was really thanks to Ermid's potions. "I'm glad the potions I made were able to help. Since you've said so, Emiya-kun, I'll give you a discount next time you come to buy potions." Ermid smiled lightly, the corners of her eyes curving into a pleasant arc due to her good mood. "Thank you so much. If Miss Ermid ever needs custom equipment in the future, you can come to me." Emiya said this. Ermid had already known that Emiya was a member of the Hephaestus Familia, and she didn't stand on ceremony, nodding lightly. Dealing with rich people is so easy, Ermid thought happily. The high-level blacksmiths of the Hephaestus Familia often only wanted the best and most expensive potions when buying, frequently purchasing large quantities at once without haggling, and were very generous with their spending, making them Ermid's favorite customers. In contrast, the adventurers from Exploration Familias liked to haggle over prices. For example, the members of the Loki Familia, even though they were LV.5 first-class adventurers, still bickered over the price of mere tens of millions of valis for potions and material acquisition fees, always making Ermid very annoyed. And in fact, healers like Ermid were also the favorite customers of blacksmiths. For the same reason, they were generous and didn't default on payments. Taking the Loki Familia as an example again, those first-class adventurers had each defaulted on tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of valis in weapon and equipment manufacturing fees, to the point where the blacksmiths had to pray they didn't die in the dungeon, fearing they wouldn't be able to recover the debts. Emiya-kun, the injuries on your arm have mostly healed. I'll change the dressing one more time, and tomorrow you can remove the splints, Ermid said as she unwrapped the bandages from Emiya's arm. Her slender fingers brushed against the boy's skin, sending a tingling sensation through him. After lying down for about 3 more days, you'll be able to get out of bed. Ermid said, your body's recovery ability is truly astonishing. Despite such severe injuries, you've managed to recover to this extent in just 7 days. 7 days. I've been unconscious for that long, Emiya was surprised. Ermid nodded, yes, the injuries on your body were very severe, with many broken bones. Although healing magic was applied in time, it only alleviated the injuries. She paused. What was more serious than the injuries was the problem of excessive mana consumption. It was the first time I've seen someone drain their mana to such an extent. At the time, I thought you might not wake up. At this point, Ermid frowned slightly in dissatisfaction, her small nose tightening. Really, it was too reckless. Emiya smiled wryly. In that situation, to survive, he had no other choice. By the way, Miss Ermid, do you know how the others who were with me are doing? Emiya asked. Aside from the Amazon, from the Ishtar Familia, the others weren't seriously injured. That Amazon woke up after a day, and I've already sent her away, Ermid said, somewhat annoyed. Because after Amazon woke up, she actually tried to seduce a male doctor from the Dien sect Familia to get a discount on her medical fees, almost turning the hospital into the set of an adult film. Speaking of which, Emiya-kun, since you're awake, I should notify your patron deity. Be careful, Lady Hephaestus is very angry, Ermid said. Ah. This, Emiya was indeed starting to get a headache. Although it was an accident and not something he had intended, the fact remained that he had put himself in danger this time. It was only natural that Lady Hephaestus would be angry. Oh, one more thing, Ermid said, slightly turning her face away, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Emiya-kun, although elven women are very beautiful, you're still young. You should exercise some restraint in your daily life. Emiya? What does that mean? Without giving Emiya a chance to ask, Ermid stood up and left the room with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Emiya began to feel a bit uneasy. Hephaestus's slender but strong hands pressed down on Emiya's head, ruffling the boy's red hair into a messy shape. Shirou, do you know how worried I was about you? The goddess said angrily. Emiya could only apologize. I'm very sorry, Goddess-sama. I took my eyes off you for just a moment, and this happened. I didn't know until the people from the Dien sect Familia came to inform me. I was really scared at the time. Hephaestus was still shaken by the experience. Emiya could only try to explain himself, because there was an accident, so. In truth, he had never intended to jump into the middle layers. He just didn't expect the dungeon to be so ruthless. And he had originally thought that with 2 LV.4 second-class adventurers in the party, they could easily level up in the lower and middle layers. In theory, even a giant Goliath wouldn't be a match for Ryuu and Alicia. Who could have imagined that the dungeon would come up with something like a Black Goliath, which not only had a potential ability of LV.5 but also possessed powerful moves like the Mana Cannon, Roar, Self-Restoration, and Summon Monsters. Especially Summon Monsters, which practically pushed them into their deaths. If Emiya hadn't risked activating the 3rd stage of his skill, Oath Under the Snow, in a desperate attempt to survive, they might have truly been wiped out this time. Oath Under the Snow. Immune to Charm. When acting to protect others, attack power and durability increase, and the effects of magic and skills are enhanced. When there is a bond with the protected, attack power, durability, and agility are greatly enhanced, and the effects of magic and skills are greatly enhanced. When there is an intimate bond with the protected, all abilities are enhanced, ability value growth accelerates, ability value increases, and the effects of magic and skills are greatly enhanced. The skills effects increase based on the number and strength of bonds. The third stage of Emiya's skill, Oath Under the Snow, required having an intimate bond to trigger. Emiya judged that family definitely met this standard, but friends did not. His relationship with Ryuu had long reached the level of friends, but it hadn't activated the skill. Therefore, at that time, to save everyone, Emiya could only try to activate the skill from another angle. In this regard, Emiya had a clear conscience. If people are killed, they die. Life is the most important thing. If he couldn't block the monsters summoned by the Black Goliath, the outcome would be the end of everything. He could declare with a clear conscience, "My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my actions are for justice." However, now that the crisis was over, Emiya couldn't help but recall the sensation of that moment. Ryu's lips were thin but cold, while Alicia's lips were thicker and warmer. What the two elven women had in common was that their mouths carried a faint floral fragrance. Even though what he mostly tasted at the time was the flavor of blood, he still sensed that subtle sweetness in them. Initially, Emiya had only wanted to save everyone present, so he tried to activate the skill through Ryuu. What he didn't expect was that Alicia would take the initiative to kiss and also trigger the skill, enhancing Emiya's abilities. What was Alicia thinking, and what is Ryuu thinking now? Emiya couldn't help but feel worried. Is there any way for everyone around me to find happiness? The goddess's voice interrupted the boy's reverie. "Shirou, what are you thinking about? You look so wistful," Hephaestus said exasperatedly. "Focus a bit, the goddess is lecturing you." Emiya, who had been lost in days of the two elven women's kisses, felt somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry, goddess-sama." Sigh. Hephaestus sighed. "It's unfortunate that you encountered such an accident. The guild is investigating the cause of this abnormal situation, but so far, there's been no result. It's likely that it will left unresolved." She whispered gently. This time's abnormal situation, the dungeon's reaction was indeed abnormally large. It was almost as if a god had released their divine aura within it. Emiya looked up. Divine aura. Chapter 35, Leveling Up. The dungeon harbors a deep hatred for the gods. Once a deity releases their divine aura within the dungeon's confines, it provokes a violent reaction. Hephaestus explained, "Such incidents have occurred before." Emiya sighed inwardly, a suspicion forming in his mind. After all, the divine level of Heracles, the son of a god, is quite high. The initial disturbance in the dungeon occurred precisely after he projected 9 lives, and entered that special state of unity between man and weapon. So, projection replication isn't limited to noble phantasms, but also includes the abilities and traits of heroic spirits. Emiya recalled his final battle with the monster using Hunting, and 9 lives. He realized that at that time, he was indeed overly excited, with his rationality weakened. Simultaneously, as his rationality diminished, his strength, speed, and stamina seemed to increase. Clearly, these are characteristics of mad enhancement, albeit a lower level where rationality is only weakened, not lost. He would need to find time later to thoroughly test how his projection abilities have changed in this world. But, it's really good that you're okay. After venting her emotions, Hephaestus bent down and gently hugged Emiya. "Welcome back, Shirou." "Yes, I'm back, goddess-sama." Hephaestus's embrace was warm, like being bathed in the glow of a bright furnace, dispelling the chill in his heart. After a long while, Hephaestus finally released Emiya, tilting her head slightly as she asked, "Shirou, the doctor said you need to rest for a few more days to recover." Emiya nodded. "Yes, Miss Airmid said I need 3 more days before I can get out of bed." Hephaestus thought for a moment. In that case, let's go ahead and update your status first." "Emiya, update now. Improving your endurance can increase your recovery efficiency. Perhaps after the update, you'll only need 2 days to get out of bed." Hephaestus continued, "Moreover, I'm very curious to see how much you've improved after this crisis. Hephaestus had only heard a brief account from the Loki Familia, with some details still unclear. She would definitely need to hear the full story from Emiya later. However, more than words, Hephaestus wanted to see how the god's blessing would reflect Shirou's adventure. Oh my god! Even as a god, Hephaestus couldn't help but exclaim, showing how strongly her heart was struck. It's like a dream. No, not even in dreams would one dare to dream such things. At this moment, Emiya Shirou's status panel was displayed before her. Emiya Shirou. LV.1. Strength, SS 1101. Endurance, SS 1129. Dexterity, SSS 1306. Agility, SS 1001. Magic, SSS 1437. Development abilities. Magic. Unlimited blade works. Skills. Oath under the snow. Roadless Valhalla. All 5 basic abilities have reached S rank or above, with 3 exceeding the normal adventurer's cap of S999, reaching SS rank. Dexterity and magic have unprecedentedly reached SSS rank. Shirou, what kind of battle did you go through? Hephaestus asked seriously. Emiya then detailed everything he experienced in the dungeon. At first, it was somewhat normal. He single-handedly took on a large number of magical beasts, including 2 silverback apes, and with the help of LV.4 adventurer Alicia, he slew a young dragon. Though not something an ordinary LV.1 adventurer could achieve, it was still within the realm of comprehension. What happened next was somewhat abstract. You're saying that, while activating the skill, Oath Under the Snow, you killed at least 100 monsters with potential abilities at LV.2, Hephaestus was momentarily incredulous. Yes, there should have been that many, Emiya said somewhat guiltily. He had concealed some less important details from the goddess, such as the specific ritual to activate Oath Under the Snow. Children of the lower world cannot lie in front of a god, but Emiya felt this wasn't lying. He just thought some trivial matters were unnecessary for the goddess to know, that's all. Fortunately, the goddess, shocked by Emiya's achievements, didn't notice these details. Alright, after a long silence, the goddess finally accepted reality. Given what happened, this level of growth is reasonable. As an LV.1, killing over 100 monsters with potential abilities at LV.2 is equivalent to directly infusing the feats that other adventurers use for level ascension into his abilities, hence the massive growth, even breaking the limits. Additionally, the skill, Oath Under the Snow, itself has the effects of accelerating ability growth and breaking ability limits. Viewed this way, the extent of Emiya's ability enhancement seems logical. Indeed, crisis forges great deeds, trials make heroes, Hephaestus murmured softly. Then, the goddess said, Shirou, you can level up now. His abilities have undoubtedly met the criteria, and at this point, there's no room for further improvement. Unless Emiya ventures out to fight higher-level monsters again, but that would be both dangerous and inefficient. His current abilities are more than sufficient to lay a solid foundation for the boy's future. As for great deeds, there's no doubt, if that level of battle doesn't count as great deeds, then perhaps no adventurer in Orario could ever level up. Yes, let's level up, though he had anticipated it. Hearing the goddess's words, Emiya couldn't help but feel excited. After much anticipation, he was finally able to level up. From LV.1 to LV.2 is the biggest threshold for all adventurers. Over half of Orario's adventurers are stuck at LV.1, with many struggling for decades to barely reach LV.2. On average, adventurers take less time to go from LV.2 to LV.3 than from LV.1 to LV.2. The first level ascension holds absolute difficulty and value. Though leveling up in a hospital instead of the Familia's base lacks a bit of ceremony, given your abilities, completing the level ascension should mean you'll recover fully by tomorrow. Hephaestus said, so, let's proceed with the leveling up as soon as possible. The goddess initiated the leveling up ritual. Development abilities, indeed there are, and multiple options to choose from. Hephaestus listed them one by one: swordsman, archer, hunter, blacksmith. Swordsman, and archer, have similar effects, both enhancing the adventurer's effectiveness with a certain type of weapon, the former with swords, the latter with bows, both being solid development abilities. Generally, only when an adventurer has achieved something in the field of a particular weapon and has extensively used that weapon in the previous level would such development abilities manifest. They are also influenced by the adventurer's cognition and will. Emiya was unaware that Alicia had already ascended from LV.4 to LV.5, and if he hadn't shattered Alicia's confidence in archery, her development ability would have been archer, instead of swordsman. For Shirou, both swordsman and archer are good choices, but unfortunately, there are two other development skills available. The development ability, hunter, enhances the owner's ability to fight against a type of monster they have previously defeated. For adventurers primarily active in the dungeon, frequently battling monsters, hunter is almost one of the most useful development abilities. Owners of hunter can often sweep through monsters at a speed far above average, gaining higher adventure rewards or growth. The condition for hunter to manifest is killing a large number of monsters in a short time, making it difficult to obtain, and hunter only appears when leveling up to LV.2. This means, if hunter is passed up now, there will be no chance to obtain it later. As for the development ability, blacksmith, its importance needs no further explanation, it's a dream for countless blacksmiths. A blacksmith with blacksmith can add special abilities to their creations, meaning only with blacksmith can one forge high-level equipment. Hunter and blacksmith, it's really a tough choice. In terms of the value of development abilities, blacksmith is currently more needed by Emiya, but once hunter is missed, there's no chance to obtain it again. Goddess-sama, which of these two development abilities should I choose? Emiya sought Hephaestus's opinion. Choose neither, Hephaestus said, because there's another development ability you can obtain, mystery. The development ability, mystery, is currently known as one of the rarest and most valuable of all development abilities. A simple introduction, mystery, can activate divine miracles, hence also known as divine skill. To date, mystery has manifested differently in each of its owners, to the extent that even the gods cannot fully comprehend the entirety of mystery. What is certain is that mystery is a necessary ability for crafting magical tools. There are no more than 5 owners of mystery in all of Orario, one of whom is close at hand, Ermid Tizonaire of the Dien sect Familia, a medical familia. Ermid's adventurer level is LV.2, and she possesses only the mystery development ability, lacking the alchemy required by potion makers. However, mystery not only grants her the ability to craft high-level magical prosthetic limbs but also enhances the effectiveness of her healing magic, even making the potions she crafts more effective than those of many potion makers with alchemy. In the field of medicine, LV.2 Ermid surpasses many higher-level healers at LV.3 and LV.4, standing at the pinnacle of Orario, with mystery playing a crucial role. In a sense, the development ability, mystery, can almost be considered a superior version of production-based development abilities like alchemy, blacksmith, and engraving, and mystery can also complement these abilities. If Ermid could level up to LV.3 and obtain alchemy, the already impressive quality of her potions could reach new heights. Emiya indeed needs blacksmith, and missing hunter is a pity, but in the face of mystery, these options pale in comparison. Without any hesitation, Emiya chose mystery as his development ability. His level ascension was thus officially completed. Emiya Shirou. LV.1 LV.2 Strength, SS 1101I0. Endurance, SS 1129I0. Dexterity, SSS 1306I0. Agility, SS 1001I0. Magic, SSS 1437I0. Development abilities. Mystery, I. Magic. Unlimited Blade Works. Skills. Oath Under the Snow. Roadless Valhalla. Chapter 36, Knight of Owner. After the level ascension, all ability values return to the initial eye level 0 points. The previous abilities do not disappear but are hidden within the adventurer's body, becoming potential abilities that are not displayed. Among adventurers of the same level and ability values, those who have accumulated more potential abilities before leveling up are often stronger. I never expected that our Hephaestus Familia would now have an adventurer with mystery. Tsubaki would definitely be very jealous of you. The goddess was unprecedentedly excited. So far, no one has ever possessed both mystery and blacksmith at the same time. Shirou, you are likely to become a history maker. In a certain magical superpower of this world, there are some who have reached the pinnacle of magical knowledge. They can create some magic books to help those with a magic slot awaken their magic. This extremely precious magic book, which costs at least hundreds of millions of valis, requires the development abilities, mystery, and magic, to be created. If the combination of mystery and magic results in a magic book, then what kind of miracle would the combination of mystery and blacksmith create? Can this child forge works that surpass mine? The blacksmith god Hephaestus was deeply moved by such a possibility. Besides the development ability, mystery, Shirou, you have also awakened a skill. Calming her excitement over mystery, Hephaestus continued, it should be related to your fighting style. Knight of Owner. Dominate the weapon in hand and enhance it. In another world, this is the noble phantasm of Lancelot, the strongest knight of the Round Table known as the Knight of the Lake, in the legends of ancient Britain. No matter what kind of weapon or armament, when it falls into Lancelot's hands, it becomes a noble phantasm equivalent to D rank. If the original rank is higher, it retains its original rank under Lancelot's control. This noble phantasm is the manifestation of the story where Lancelot, due to an enemy's strategy, fought without his sword and defeated his opponent with a branch. Shirou's Knight of Owner is considerably weaker compared to the original. He can only dominate and enhance weapons but cannot elevate ordinary weapons to the strength of a noble phantasm. He judged that he might have awakened this skill due to a fighting style similar to Lancelot's exploits. Shirou often fights in the dungeon without carrying weapons, but unlike Lancelot, who picked up branches to fight, he projects weapons. This skill really suits me. With Knight of Owner, his unlimited blade works can unleash even greater power. Congratulations, Shirou. Hephaestus's hand gently rested on the boy's shoulder, filled with emotion. From today, you have officially become a high-class adventurer. It's been less than 2 months since you became an adventurer, and you've already achieved level ascension, completely breaking Sword Princess's record. Once your body recovers, we must celebrate properly. However, while feeling joy, Hephaestus also felt a bit of underlying tension. Reaching LV.2 in less than 2 months is an unprecedented short time, surpassing Sword Princess Ace's record of 1 year by more than 10 months. Such a groundbreaking event is completely unprecedented, and the term unprecedented is what those entertainment-seeking gods love to hear the most. Just imagining their lecherous smiles gives Hephaestus a headache. For the bored gods, Hephaestus couldn't think of a perfect countermeasure, only to deal with things as they come. Fortunately, the blacksmith god's Familia is large and well established, and goddess Hephaestus has the confidence to protect Shirou, and no Familia would dare to provoke the Hephaestus Familia directly. The child is too outstanding. This is probably the so-called happy trouble that Hephaestus sighed. At the same time, Shirou, upgraded to LV.2, under the boy's hospital bed, a useless elf who was stuck there for some reason whispered in surprise. A/N, current timeline, Shirou joined the Hephaestus Familia on the 2nd day of arriving in Aria, received the god's blessing, then underwent half a month of forging and training before starting to enter the dungeon. He solo explored the dungeon for 3 weeks, during which he encountered Ace twice, then entered the dungeon with Ryuu, Alicia, and Lafia, encountering the malice of the dungeon. He woke up 7 days after returning, updated his ability values, and leveled up to LV.2. It's been about a month and a half since the story began. To explain why Ryuu was hiding under Shirou's hospital bed, we need to start 7 days ago. 7 days ago, the adventurers who successfully defeated the Black Goliath returned to the surface with the help of the Loki Familia, and all survived without any casualties. Among them, Shirou and Aisha were the most severely injured. Aisha had more than a dozen bones broken all over her body by the LV.5 Black Goliath's 2 attacks, plus internal injuries and a concussion from the severe impact. If she weren't an Amazon known for her strong vitality, but a human, elf, or dwarf, she might not have survived until the Loki Familia's rescue. Shirou, while severely injured, also fell into a state of mental exhaustion due to excessive mana consumption. Fortunately, Riveria, as a mage, had the habit of carrying mental elixirs, otherwise Shirou's coma would have lasted longer than 7 days. Ryuu and Alicia's injuries were much lighter, mostly moderate injuries that didn't affect walking, and their mana was almost depleted, but not enough to cause a coma. As for Lafia and Haruhime, the 2 girls were not attacked by monsters. Lafia's injuries were from her own mana going out of control, and she only attacked once and cast a few healing spells for the injured adventurers after the battle. Haruhime only secretly cast a strengthening spell once. Haruhime deliberately chanted softly when Lafia wasn't paying attention, so except for Shirou and Haruhime, no one else realized she had used Yukai no Kazuchi. To treat the wounded, Riveria immediately cast the healing spell, Sacred Sky. Lafia's healing spell was learned from Riveria through Fairy Ring, but even with the same spell, the effects are naturally vastly different when used by LV.2 Lafia or LV.69 Hells. Ryuu, Alicia, and Lafia's minor injuries were directly healed, and Shirou and Aisha were also out of danger, but although Riveria can use healing magic, she is not a professional healer, so deeper treatment and recovery had to be left to professionals. The first-class adventurers of the Loki Familia carried the wounded to the surface, sent them to the Dien Sect Familia Hospital, and had the Dien Sect Familia notify the Familias of the injured. That night, Alicia updated her abilities and leveled up to LV.5. In the early morning, Alicia quietly left the Loki Familia's base, Twilight Manor, and sneaked into the hospital. Then, she ran into Ryuu, who had also sneaked into the hospital, at the door of Shirou's ward. To compete for the right to care for the injured boy, the 2 elf girls had a confrontation, resulting in Alicia, who had leveled up to LV.5, winning overwhelmingly. When both were at LV.4, Ryuu was slightly stronger, but after Alicia's level ascension, the pressure of a first-class adventurer became evident. Moreover, Alicia not only surpassed Ryuu in level but also triggered a skill. Elf Bond. When fighting alongside a specific target or teammates with bond skills, all abilities are enhanced. Ryuu and Alicia clashed outside the door, and Shirou, separated from them by just a wall, as the specific target, activated Alicia's skill. Having ascended to LV.5 and gained an enhancement in all abilities, Alicia easily subdued Ryuu. Alicia, now I'm a LV.5 first-class adventurer, a mere LV.4 ant is no match for me. Ryuu, knocked down by Alicia, could only watch as the curvaceous elf girl entered the boys' ward. The elf girl's condescending gaze seemed to say, "This is the victor's prize, beautiful boys, are only for the strong." Ryuu, as the loser, could only shed tears of humiliation. However, the resilient elf girl wouldn't give up so easily. Ryuu returned during the day, bringing reinforcements. She pulled Seer out of the tavern, and with Seer present, Alicia, not wanting to leave a bad impression on the girl, had to seal her combat abilities. However, Seer ended up scolding both Ryuu and Alicia, as the 2 elf girls clearly couldn't take care of the injured, even changing bandages was beyond them. Leaving Shirou in their care, he might not recover for a month. The task of caring for the injured was taken over by Ermid, and the rivalry between the elf girls shifted from physical combat to verbal combat, that is, trading insults. However, even in verbal combat, Ryuu was no match for Alicia. Ryuu's natural lack of eloquence was one thing, but Alicia had mastered the essence of verbal attacks, relentlessly targeting the opponent's weakest point. No matter what Ryuu said, Alicia only needed to attack Ryuu's figure to instantly break the young elf girl's defense. Elf women are mostly slender, and Lafia's development is already above average, while Ryuu is on the slimmer side. Alicia, on the other hand, is the opposite. Her figure is extremely rare among elves, being quite voluptuous. What used to be a nuisance for elf women, hindering movement and bouncing when shooting arrows, has now become a super weapon that Ryuu absolutely cannot resist. Alicia's complete suppression of Ryuu continued until Ryuu learned the skill of precision strike from the female staff at the tavern. Ryuu, a slender figure, is a symbol of the noble character of the elf race. Alicia, your criminal figure only proves that your heart is extremely lewd. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest blade. Alicia was broken. She angrily pressed Ryuu down and beat her up, teaching her junior the lesson that the weapon of criticism cannot replace the criticism of weapons, through action. Ryuu stuck to the truth: the more you resort to violence, the more broken you are, and the more it proves you are the lewd elf. In the end, there was no winner in the rivalry between the two elf girls, because Ermid stepped in. The hospital is not a place for you to go crazy, you two perverted elves, get out of here. The hospital is the domain of healers, and here, even a LV.5 first-class adventurer cannot defy Ermid. Ermid kicked Ryuu and Alicia out of the Gen Sect Familia hospital and put up a sign at the boys' ward door that read, "Perverted elves not allowed." Back to half an hour ago. Ryuu once again ignored Ermid's ban and sneaked into the hospital. The elf girl, as a top-wanted criminal with an 80 million Valis bounty, has limited respect for rules. She just wanted to gaze at Shirou's sleeping face more. For some reason, Ryuu felt that just looking at him filled her heart with happiness and satisfaction. Because Ermid suddenly entered the room, Ryuu had to hide under the bed, and after Shirou woke up and the goddess arrived, Ryuu never found the right moment to come out. Ryuu was very nervous inside. If discovered, the title of perverted elf might really stick. Fortunately, no one expected an elf girl to be hiding under the bed, and Ryuu safely waited until Goddess Hephaestus left, and Shirou, lying down again, gradually calmed his breathing, presumably falling asleep. Ryuu carefully crawled out from under the bed, and just then, creak. The door was pushed open again. The elf girl quickly retreated back under. Through the gap under the bed sheet, Ryuu saw familiar brown boots and black tights. Further up was a noticeably wider, voluptuous rear, and in contrast, a slender waist. Alicia. The golden-haired elf girl carefully pushed the door open and quietly entered. Ermid's work is very busy, avoiding her isn't difficult, and the perverted elves not allowed sign at the door was decisively ignored by the elf girl. Alicia slowly closed the door and quietly walked to the boy's bedside. Shirou, still asleep, Alicia gazed at the boy's face, her heart somewhat stirred. Gulp, to think that I, a pure elf, would feel shaken, truly the elf slayer. Alicia had already concluded that the boy must possess a skill targeting elves, otherwise it would be impossible to explain the changes in her body. Just recalling the moment when their lips touched made her feel hot all over, her legs weak, and her body tingling as if struck by electricity. The only way to alleviate it was to imagine Lady Riveria's dignified face. Only her loyalty to Riveria could sober her up. Alicia, a curse, without a doubt, I have been cursed. Although she had already had Riveria and Ermid diagnose her, both the city's strongest mage, 9 Hells, and the city's top healer stated that Alicia was not under any curse. But Alicia only thought, the curse must be too powerful, and too hidden for even Lady Riveria to detect. Only this could explain it, otherwise, could it really be that she is a lewd elf? Alicia, impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a pure and righteous elf following Lady Riveria, I absolutely cannot be a lewd elf. So, it's all the elf slayer's fault, it's because he cast a curse on me. However, the elf slayer's power is too strong, even the god's blessing can be tainted, leaving a mark within it. I can no longer resist. Chapter 37, Riveria visits Emiya. Alicia wiped away the non-existent tears from the corner of her eye and reached out to caress the boy's cheek. Just as she was about to succeed, a pair of slender arms reached out from under the bed and grabbed Alicia's feet. Alicia, who was doing something guilty, screamed in shock. "What's that noise? Have those two crazy elf girls sneaked in again?" Ermid kicked open the door and cautiously scanned the room. Emiya also woke up. "What's wrong, Miss Ermid?" Ermid looked around and, after confirming there was nothing unusual, nodded. "Nothing, I just thought I heard a strange noise." Under the hospital bed, Ryuu tightly covered Alicia's mouth, while Alicia glared fiercely at her. The two elf girls communicated with their eyes. "Alicia, you crazy girl." Just met and being called a crazy girl, Ryuu was furious. "Ryuu, you're the crazy girl, you cow elf, what were you just about to do to Shirou?" "Alicia, I couldn't help myself. It's good that nothing's wrong." Ermid looked at Emiya, hesitated for a moment, and then said with a complex tone, "Shirou-kun, you need to be more restrained with those two elf girls." "Emiya." Under the bed. Ryuu put a finger to her lips. "Keep quiet." Alicia nodded. "I know, of course." In this situation, once discovered, neither of them could explain themselves. Ryuu released her hand covering Alicia's mouth, and the two maintained a silent stance under the bed. Under the bed were some boxes, the space was not very spacious, and to avoid touching each other, the elf girls had to maintain twisted postures. Miss Ermid, a young girl in a white nurse uniform, peeked her head in from the door. "A guest has come to ask if Mr. Emiya has woken up, she wants to visit Mr. Emiya." Ermid frowned. "It's not another elf girl, is it?" The two crazy elf girls from a few days ago had already given Ermid some psychological trauma. Aisha, an Amazon patient seducing male doctors, was not the first case. Ermid had long understood the nature of this race. It was precisely because of this consideration, for the physical health and injury recovery of all male patients, the hospital did not have a single Amazon female doctor or nurse. It was just that Ermid didn't expect, apart from Amazons, even the seemingly dignified and pure elves could have such a side. So much so that she began to wonder, what kind of a monster could turn the solemn elf girls into that? The little nurse hesitated. "It is indeed an elf girl." "Another elf girl." Ermid glanced at Emiya with some dissatisfaction. Emiya was completely puzzled. Having just woken up less than an hour ago, he had no idea what was going on. Ermid's look at him was very complex, with 1 part reproach, 2 parts disdain, and 97 parts curiosity. "Yes," the little nurse said, "the guest who came is Her Highness Riveria, the 9 Hells." Ryuu and Alicia, Her Highness Riveria? Ermid's gaze turned to Emiya again. She was quite shocked. "The 9 Hells? That Riveria is also one?" "Emiya, Riveria?" "Ermid, she's the vice-captain of the Loki Familia, Her Highness Riveria, the 9 Hells." Although Emiya knew of Riveria, she was not the 9 Hells, just a young and lovely ordinary adventurer from the Demeter Familia. Emiya had never met Riveria from the Loki Familia. "What's between you and the 9 Hells?" Ermid asked curiously and gossipily. Emiya shook his head. "I don't know the 9 Hells." "Is that so?" Ermid was somewhat disappointed. The gossip about Riveria, the elf princess, was much more interesting than those two crazy elf girls. "Then do you want to see her, Shirou-kun?" Ermid asked. In the hospital of the Gen sect Familia, patients were absolutely prioritized. Even if a first-class adventurer wanted to visit, it depended on the patient's willingness. Emiya nodded. "Although I don't know the reason why the 9 Hells wants to see me, but if it's Her Highness Riveria, of course I won't refuse." He had already learned from the goddess Hephaestus that he owed his rescue to the Loki Familia, so Emiya naturally felt grateful to the Loki Familia. Moreover, Emiya was also curious, what reason would a big shot like Riveria have for coming to see him? This was the vice-captain of the Loki Familia. The relationship between the Hephaestus Familia and the Loki Familia was quite good, but could he, a newcomer who had just reached LV.2, be of any help to Riveria? Riveria walked into the hospital of the Gen sect Familia. She passed through the tidy corridor and came to the innermost room. Then, Riveria's forced smile froze. What does this mean? Looking at the sign that said, "Crazy elf girls are not allowed to enter," Riveria's expression almost didn't hold. The nurse who was guiding her was somewhat embarrassed. This was posted by Miss Ermid, it's not referring to you, anyway, Your Highness Riveria, please come in." Riveria took a deep breath, with a complex mood, she entered the room. "Hello, nice to meet you, Emiya-kun," Riveria said somewhat cautiously. "Emiya, hello, Senior Riveria." Because of the familiar name, Riveria, Emiya subconsciously looked at her for a while longer. For some reason, he felt that Riveria seemed a bit afraid. How could that be? Emiya shook his head, dismissing this unreliable thought. She's the vice-captain of the Loki Familia, a first-class adventurer with LV.6 strength, how could she be afraid of me? Must be a misunderstanding. "Sorry, Senior Riveria," Emiya said, "I can't get up to greet you, it's a bit rude." At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh subconsciously, it's like a goddess. Not counting the female gods, Riveria was definitely the most beautiful person Emiya had seen in this world. She had perfect features that could only be seen in sculptures or paintings, her emerald green hair like a flowing waterfall of green gemstones, cascading down her waist, sparkling with brilliance. Her skin was more flawless and delicate than pure silk, her figure was just right. Riveria's attire was very conservative, she wore a long dress, with a cloak behind her, and black stockings on her lower body. Almost no extra skin was exposed, but this couldn't block her charm at all. From her, Emiya felt the solemnity of a warrior, the nobility of royalty, the ethereality of a fairy, and the gentleness of a mother, these qualities intertwined, elevating Riveria's charm to a level that even gods would envy. Seeing the boy's somewhat nervous reaction, Riveria gently brushed her hair. "It's me who's being rude, visiting you before you've fully recovered." She was also secretly observing the boy in front of her, but so far, Riveria hadn't found anything strange. This child, whether in appearance or figure, could be called top-notch, but as for what Alicia called the elf slayer, Riveria didn't have any special feelings. Did Alicia misunderstand? But she did awaken a special skill, Riveria thought. The appearance of the skill, elf bond, Loki and Alicia didn't hide it from Finn and Riveria. Of course, Riveria felt that Alicia's thinking from bond to rope, from rope to XX tie, then to collar, X-slave was a bit too radical and jumping. This elf girl, since returning from the dungeon, her mental state had not been quite right. Moreover, from her inexplicably rich knowledge system, it could be seen that in the past, Alicia was not really as pure as the title, Pristine Garden, suggested. However, if the skill, elf bond, was really related to the boy in front of her, Riveria had to be careful. After all, so many elf girls joined the Loki Familia because they trusted and admired Riveria, whether as a princess or as the vice-captain, Riveria had to be responsible for them. If Emiya Shirou was really the elf slayer, then she must find a way to deal with it. "Senior Riveria, thank you very much, it's thanks to you that Ryuu and I were saved." Emiya slightly lowered his head, speaking very sincerely. Riveria could clearly feel the other's sincere feelings. She relaxed a bit in her heart. "We adventurers should help each other, and I should also thank you for saving Lafia and Alicia." She paused. "They are safe and sound, thanks to you. Alicia has also leveled up to LV.5. Sister Alicia has leveled up to LV.5. That's great." Emiya was somewhat surprised, and genuinely happy for Alicia. Riveria thought, this child calls Alicia, sister. He directly calls Ryuu by her name, calls Alicia sister, but calls me, senior. Riveria always felt that she was being called old. After all, she was only a few hundred months older than Alicia, and at most less than 1,000 months older than Ryuu. "Emiya-kun, the age difference between me and Alicia actually isn't that much," Riveria said, gently twisting her hair with her left hand. "Alicia under the bed, wait, Your Highness Riveria, you're at least 50 years older than me." Emiya vaguely felt that Riveria's words about her age were a bit guilty, but still spoke, "I understand, Sister Riveria." His tone when addressing Riveria was very natural, because Emiya didn't know the specific ages of these elf ladies, he only knew that Ryuu was 18 years old. He thought, Ryuu was 18, actually 18, Alicia should be 20, actually over 40, Riveria was probably 25, actually over 90. So calling her sister wasn't wrong. Riveria pursed her lips and smiled, What a good child. The psychological pressure accumulated from being treated respectfully by elves every day was instantly reduced. Riveria reached out and ruffled Shirou's hair. Shirou, next weekend, that is, 7 days later, our Familia will hold a banquet at the Hostess of Fertility to celebrate Alicia's level up. Riveria knew that Emiya lived at the Hostess of Fertility Tavern. By then, I should have fully recovered, Emiya said, to celebrate Sister Alicia's level up. If there's nothing else to do that day, I'll cook. Alicia, Shirou is going to cook for me, he has me in his heart. Ryuu. You're not allowed to eat the food Shirou cooks, she fiercely pinched Alicia's face. Alicia, it hurts, idiot, let go quickly, be careful not to be discovered by Lady Riveria. Riveria's long ears twitched, her expression darkened for a moment, then returned to normal. After some time of conversation, she felt that she had come to understand this child called Shirou. Polite, strong, gentle, kind, and the smell of his magic was exceptionally clean, he was definitely a good child. Chapter 38, The Epic of the Heroic Spirit Emiya, The Ground Fault. Such a good child can't possibly be the elf slayer that Alicia imagined. At most, he might have some normal human desires towards beautiful female elves. Although she comes from a conservative royal family, Riveria is a very open-minded person and does not oppose interracial romance. She is willing to support Alicia's feelings, and adding Ryuu to the mix wouldn't be a problem either. But the premise is that they are normal people, not obsessive women and criminals. From the beginning, I could detect the voices and mana of two different elves. Riveria was angry, these two idiots. As a level 6, Riveria's sensory acuity far exceeds that of ordinary people. Sounds that Emiya couldn't hear, she could clearly catch. Moreover, Riveria possesses the skill, Fairy King's Seal, which can enhance the magic of fellow elves in the party and convert the mana consumed by fellow elves within her magic circle into mental energy, which she then absorbs. Therefore, Riveria is very sensitive to the mana of the elf race. Well then, Shirou, see you later. Emiya nodded, yes, Sister Riveria. He initially wanted to mention that he knew a girl with the same name as Sister Riveria, but upon further thought, the vice-captain of the Loki Familia probably wouldn't be related to a little girl from the Demeter Familia, so he didn't bring it up. Riveria nodded and gently tapped 3 times on the bed board above Ryuu and Alicia's heads. Late at night, in the Loki Familia's base, Riveria's library. Ryuu and Alicia knelt tremblingly on the soft carpet, facing Riveria who was seated on a chair. At this moment, the two elves could finally understand little Ace's feelings. An angry Riveria is not the elf princess, but a demon king. Seeing the warning sign that Miss Ermid put at the child's door, I already had a bad premonition, but I didn't expect you to have fallen to such a level. Ryuu shivered, Your Highness Riveria. Alicia was terrified, please let me explain. Riveria ignored their pleas. Since ancient times, the elf race has been regarded as a symbol of purity and integrity. Some may criticize our race for being too proud, but no one would question the integrity of the elf race. Even in the Dark Ages, we elves were the least likely to join the Evilus. Even if there were anomalies like the Dis sisters, they were ultimately dealt with by our own warriors. As Riveria said, whether in absolute numbers or proportion, elves were the least likely to join the Evilus. During the chaotic era of Orario's Great War, almost all elves firmly stood on the side of justice. The Dis sisters were a rare exception, a pair of elf sisters who had reached level 5. In the end, it was 2 elf adventurers from the Freya Familia, White Fairy's Staff, Haydeen Selland and Black Fairy's Sword, Hogni Ragnar, who killed the Dis sisters, cleansing the shame of the elf race. Actually, I don't care if you respect the royal family. Riveria looked at the 2 respectful female elves and slightly shook her head, what I care about is whether you can maintain integrity. Alicia was anxious, Your Highness, how could we not respect the royal family? Whether you respect the royal family or not is not important. Riveria said firmly, what's important is that you have completely fallen, behaving like criminals. Ryuu and Alicia, gulp. They had to admit that their hiding spot was indeed a bit too suspicious, and they were unfortunately discovered by Riveria. It was just an accident, Alicia tried to explain, but Riveria wouldn't accept her feeble excuses. Emiya is a good child, I can't let you corrupt him. Riveria was very serious, Alicia, from today onwards, you are not allowed to contact that child without my permission. How can this be? Alicia was shocked. I must protect your highness Riveria from the elf slayer, Alicia said righteously. A mark appeared on Riveria's forehead, I actually believed such nonsense as the elf slayer before. Riveria held her forehead, Alicia has fallen, only I can protect that child, Shirou. This is an order, Alicia. From Alicia's perspective, Riveria's figure completely darkened, her eyes glowing red, and her hair wildly dancing in the air. Alicia was intimidated, yes, your highness Riveria. You should also take care, Ryuu. Why yes, your highness, Ryuu also let out a frightened cry. Looking at the frightened girls of her own race, Riveria couldn't help but sigh. Shirou is a good child, he couldn't possibly be an elf slayer. Riveria believed in her own judgment, but Alicia did gain a special skill, and both she and Ryuu have indeed become very strange. After Alicia and Ryuu left, Riveria still couldn't help but think about it. Unable to find an answer, she sought help from braver Finn, known for his wisdom. It's because of love, they've fallen for that child, Finn answered without thinking. Riveria pondered for a long time, I don't think it's that simple, how do you explain Alicia's new skill? I feel it's just that simple, Finn shrugged, you're overthinking it, Riveria. No. Riveria said firmly, you don't understand the elf race, our elf women would never become like that just because of a love-struck brain. Finn, that may be so, but you yourself have never been in love at your age, you don't understand what love is. Such words that would surely anger Riveria, Finn did not say out loud. Then what do you think? He asked helplessly. Shirou is a good child, he couldn't possibly be an elf slayer, in his own right, but Alicia's guess isn't completely without reason. Riveria speculated, I think he might have a skill that he can't control, attracting female elves. I still think Alicia is just simply in love, Finn smiled wryly. Riveria said, regardless, that child deserves our special attention. Finn nodded, I agree with that. He didn't believe Alicia or Riveria's speculations, but Emiya Shirou was undoubtedly a subject worth special attention. His cross-dire combat power was something that was hard to ignore. Alicia's elf bond is quite powerful, but it's still not easy to trigger, Finn said, if every elf in our Familia had this skill, it would be amazing. Having a bond-type skill in the same team is one of the activation conditions for elf bond, meaning if every elf in the Loki Familia's magic unit had this skill, everyone's elf bond could be triggered simultaneously. Everyone's full abilities enhanced, just thinking about it is terrifying. Finn, do you know what you're saying? Riveria said quietly, if Loki knew you had such thoughts, she would fight you to the death. After all, judging from Alicia's situation, the activation condition for elf bond is likely to establish a close relationship with Emiya. Every female elf in the Loki Familia activating elf bond, if that really happened, Loki would probably go crazy. I'm just joking, Finn laughed awkwardly. To protect that child, we can't let Alicia act recklessly. Just in case, besides me, we shouldn't let Shirou come into contact with other elf girls in the Familia, Riveria sighed, my abnormal resistance is at G rank, even if there is a curse, I'm not afraid. Abnormal resistance can offset the effects of abnormal statuses like poison, paralysis, and charm. Riveria's development ability in this area has reached G rank, almost no abnormal status can affect her, even the strongest poison in high doses. Although having this skill doesn't seem like a bad thing, Riveria thought again, this skill is really strong. She shook her head, smiled self-deprecatingly, and didn't dwell on this unrealistic thought. How could that be? Emiya stood at the entrance of the Hostess of Fertility Tavern. It had been a few days since he last pushed open this sturdy wooden door, but for Emiya, it felt like it had just happened yesterday, as he had spent most of this time in a coma, not even dreaming much. He gently moved his wrists, no longer feeling any pain. Just as the goddess had said, after updating his status and leveling up, his body's recovery speed had increased significantly. Originally, Ermid had estimated that it would take at least 3 more days to heal, but Emiya just slept for one night and was able to leave the hospital the next day. Emiya slept very soundly, so he didn't notice that after he fell asleep, 2 suspicious figures jumped out of his room's window. Another adventurer with a monstrously strong vitality, Ermid was no stranger to the recovery abilities of God's Familia members, just casually commented before letting Emiya leave. The concept of 100 days to recover from a broken bone doesn't exist for adventurers. With the enhancement of status, adventurers' resistance to damage and recovery abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. Especially adventurers who have undergone leveling up, as long as they don't die in the dungeon or suffer severe injuries that completely destroy body parts, even comminuted fractures can be fully recovered within a few days with the help of elixirs and healing magic. Emiya slowly pushed open the tavern's door. "I'm back," he said softly. What greeted Emiya was a series of clattering sounds, not applause or firecrackers, but a large number of porcelain dishes and glass cups falling to the ground. In the center of the tavern's hall, a green-haired elf girl held an empty tray, with a large area of broken dishes in front of her. The elf girl looked at Emiya, her ears twitching greatly, her fair cheeks quickly turning red, and soon, even her pointed ears were covered in a blush. "Ryuu," Emiya called her name, but then he saw a puff of steam rise from Ryu's face. Then she quickly turned and ran away, so fast it was like a gust of wind, leaving what seemed like an afterimage. "What am I doing?" In her small dormitory, the elf girl curled up in a corner of the bed, holding her head in distress, curling herself into a ball. She really wanted to see him, even going so far as to sneak into the hospital at night, only to be scolded by Lady Riveria for going too far. I want to see his face, hear his voice, eat his cooking, feel his breath, that's what her heart desired. Yet, when he really appeared before her, she retreated. "I'm such an idiot," the elf girl curled up into a ball, a thin blanket draped over her, looking like a depressed rice ball. Chapter 39, Using Mamma Mia's Lesson. Click. The sound of the door lock opening was heard. "Seer. How do you have the key to my room?" Ryuu was very surprised. "I borrowed it from Mamma Mia," Seer said. "You broke the record for how many plates can be broken at once at the tavern today. Mamma Mia is very angry and sent me here to catch you." Seer's round little face was very serious. "Suspect Ryuu Lion, you are under arrest, surrender now." Seeing Seer's cute appearance, Ryuu couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Her mood eased a lot. Seer chuckled. She sat on the elf girl's bed. "What are you worried about, Ryuu?" "Seer," Ryuu blushed, "I don't know how to face Shirou." "Just rush up, confess, date, and then get married," Seer shouted in her heart. "You two, hurry up and be together." However, although she was very anxious, Seer still maintained a gentle smile, and chose not to say the words in her heart. Just like before, Seer comforted Ryuu. Can it really be like before? Ryuu lowered her head, trying to hide her crimson pretty face and swaying eyes. Seer covered her chest. "Ryuu, what's wrong, Seer?" Seer took a deep breath. "Ryuu, you are too cute now." "Seer, don't tease me." Ryuu blushed. She hugged her knees with both hands, and said in a low voice, "I don't want to make Shirou worry." In Ryuu's view, Emiya's actions were all to save everyone from desperate situations. Everything he did was out of righteous actions. Everyone survived because of Shirou's courage and determination. And now, for Emiya's justice to stand up, she actually had an inappropriate reaction and thoughts. Ryuu felt that she was very bad. Ryuu, who has a strong sense of morality and honor, believes that the reputation of the noble forest clan has been disgraced because of herself. And besides, the thought that I was saved by Shirou also made Ryuu feel very uneasy. After the revenge against the Evilus, Ryu's original plan was to die. It was the existence of Emiya and Seer that supported her broken heart and became the reason for Ryuu to live. Ryuu believes that Shirou can become the successor of the Justice of the Astria family, and she, who is no longer worthy of the name Justice, the only thing she can do is to use her remaining strength to protect the temporarily weak boy. However, she, a useless waste elf, could not even do this. She could neither kill the Black Goliath alone, nor could she defeat Alicia who had upgraded to LV.5. I can't do anything. Looking at Ryuu who was shrinking into a ball and becoming more and more depressed, Seer sighed helplessly. Truly an elf. In the field of being stubborn, no race can compare with the elves. Knock. Knock. The room door was knocked. Ryuu, are you okay? Because the fleeing Ryuu did not show up, the worried Emiya came up. Shirou, Ryuu panicked, but there was no place to hide in this room. So Seer saw Ryuu lift the quilt and bury her head in it. But was not hidden in time, but instead was sticking out high. An ostrich, Seer held back her laughter and got up to open the door for Emiya. Emiya, Seer, long time no see. Shirou, it's really good to see you are okay. The silver-haired girl clasped her hands in front of her chest, she smiled sweetly from the bottom of her heart. But immediately, Seer changed the subject. I still have work to do, Ryuu is left to you, Seer said decisively. She quickly walked behind the boy and pushed Emiya into the room. Because the girl's movements were too coherent, Emiya had no time to object and was pushed in. Seer closed the door from the outside, then she took out a long iron chain from under her skirt and locked the room door. Done. The silver-haired girl put her hands on her hips and nodded with satisfaction. Ryuu, Emiya called the elf girl's name. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me, Ryuu hid her head in the quilt, pretending to be an ostrich, futilely escaping. Emiya tried again, he called Ryuu several times, but the elf girl did not respond. She held her head tightly, only a small but was shaking outside. For the elf girl hiding in the quilt, Emiya also felt helpless for a while. Elves are a group of stubborn and awkward guys, it's useless to reason with them, Emiya thought of the dwarf Mia's evaluation of elves. The bold and rough dwarves, and the elegant and proud elves, the two races are completely different extremes in style of doing things, so they often dislike each other. And in a sense, the two races who are lifelong enemies, their views on each other may be the most accurate. In Mia's mouth, elves are a group of troublesome good people. In general, elves often have a sense of morality above the average level, they are considered symbols of purity and integrity. Even the dwarf Mia admits that as comrades, most elves are trustworthy. But, it's really troublesome to interact with elves in daily life, that's what Mia said. Stubborn, proud, don't listen to people. These are also the evaluations that elves often receive. In this regard, if Lafia is an elf who is not like an elf, then Ryuu is an elf among elves. Her degree of stubbornness, even the experienced Mia feels troublesome. However, Mia, who has experienced storms, has long mastered the trick to deal with elves, and she selflessly taught this secret skill summed up from life experience to Emiya. The correct way to deal with elves is, to be tough. It's useless to reason with a stubborn elf, their heads are more stubborn than orichalcum and they can't listen to others. Mia clenched her fists while showing a villain-like evil expression, telling Emiya her approach, the only feasible way to deal with them is to be tough. The more you reason with them the less they will listen, but if you start to be unreasonable, they will obediently listen. The softer you are, the harder they are, and the tougher you are, the softer they are, elves are such a race. Seriously recalling the truth taught by Mia, Emiya took a deep breath. Sorry, Ryuu. He whispered to the elf girl in his heart. Emiya's right hand naturally hung down, from the shoulder to the fingertips, all bones, muscles, joints, completely relaxed. He closed his eyes, imagining his arm becoming softer and softer, turning into a clear stream of water. The right hand swung, the target, Ryuu's, back. Slap. Ah! Ryuu covered her back and jumped up from the bed. The elf girl's pretty face was red, stammering, "Shirou, you. The situation finally made some progress, at least Ryuu admitted the existence of the other party, and could no longer pretend to be an ostrich. Ryuu protected her back behind her hands, her slightly red eyes looked at Emiya, her eyes had 3 parts of grievance, 3 parts of surprise, 3 parts of fear, and 1 part of expectation. Emiya took advantage of Ryuu's panic and stepped forward. He grabbed the girl's hands from both sides and held them tightly. Ah, feeling the temperature of the boy's body, Ryuu lost her strength for a moment. "Ryuu, look at me carefully," Emiya said seriously. Yes. "Ryuu, you are very important to me." "Yes. I am grateful to you and also regard you as an admired role model." "Yes. Because of Ryuu, I was saved." "Yes." In the small room, Emiya looked into the eyes of the elf girl, saying each sentence seriously. Ryuu felt that she could not bear the boy's sincere gaze, she tried to escape, but could not break free. The only way Ryuu could resist was to push Emiya away with her strong force, but, pushing Shirou away was something she could not do. The hot temperature from the other's fingers passed to her sensitive fingertips, Ryuu's whole body was soft, unable to resist, and could only unconditionally agree with everything the boy said. "Ryuu, I hope you can be happy," Emiya said softly. Hearing this, Ryuu's heart ached. She struggled to resist, "I am not qualified to be happy." Emiya opened his mouth, then closed it. He originally wanted to tell Ryuu, everything she did was right, she should untie her heart knot, the sacrificed companions would not want Ryuu to continue to struggle in the shadow of the past. But, he realized that comfort was useless. As Miya said, for stubborn elves, those painless words are meaningless. Even if it can briefly cheer Ryuu up, she will soon start to deny herself again. Only, unreasonable, troublesome, reversing right and wrong, making trouble for no reason, is the correct way to deal with Ryuu. Chapter 40, Bounty Hunter, the Black Fist. Ryuu's personality is twisted, rooted in the conflict between her inherently noble character and her tragic past. However, Emiya Shirou, beneath his exterior as a gentle and kind person, possesses a nature that is more deeply, stubbornly, and fundamentally twisted than Ryuu's. In a sense, it could even be called demonic. Emiya spoke, "If Ryuu cannot find happiness, then I cannot find happiness either." Ryuu was stunned. "Ryuu, your struggle is not only tormenting yourself but also causing me pain." "What?" "Because that's just the kind of person I am. My happiness is built upon the happiness of those around me." Emiya Shirou is that kind of person. "Ryuu, because you are in pain, I feel pain too." "No, Shirou, what are you saying? I don't understand." "To put it simply, it's all Ryuu's fault." "That's so unreasonable," completely twisting logic, Ryuu bit her lower lip, feeling utterly wronged. Emiya was unusually firm, "So, Ryuu, not for yourself, but for me, pull yourself together." "Shirou, are you ordering me?" Ryuu was increasingly shaken. "If that's what it takes for you to accept it, then yes, it's an order. Since Ryuu feels her existence has no meaning, then entrust your life to me. I will take on your past and future." "How can this be? Don't just decide things on your own." Golden and blue eyes met. As Ryuu looked into Emiya's eyes, which shone even brighter after his level up, as if molten gold flowed within them, her resolve wavered more and more. The boy's eyes were like a tranquil bay, clear and transparent, with an endless abyss beneath the calm surface. The twist of the elf was gradually being swallowed by Emiya's demonic nature. "Shirou, I want to write a letter to Goddess Astrea." "Congratulations." Seer gently clapped her hands, "Your relationship is back to normal." "Yeah," Ryuu lowered her head in embarrassment. A smile appeared on Seer's cute face, and she thought to herself, "No, it should have gone even further." That kid Shirou, when he acts for the sake of someone or something he cares about, he becomes truly terrifying. She thought, to be able to go this far, he's really something. Originally, her expectation was just to savor the romance between two adorable kids, but she never expected things to develop far beyond her expectations. Two dazzling souls, intertwining in fate, bursting with a beauty even more exquisite than romance. Seer lightly licked her lips. For a moment, an extreme charm, completely different from her identity as a cute street girl, seemed to radiate from her. However, in the next moment, Seer completely broke character. "Seer, how dare you lock us up?" Ryuu grabbed Seer's cheeks and stretched them like dough. I'm sorry," Seer pleaded. "Ryuu, let me go." After Seer's relentless begging and cooing, Ryuu finally released the soft cheeks of the girl. At that moment, thud, thud, two dull sounds echoed in the air. Ryuu and Seer both clutched their heads, squatting on the ground, letting out pitiful cries. "Useless elf, what's with that pile of broken plates?" Mamma Mia swung two punches and roared angrily, "And you, stupid girl. I told you to call this useless elf out, and it took you this long." Mamma Mia stood there, hands on her hips, furious. "Today, we're already short-staffed, and you two are still not hurrying to work." "Yes." Understood. After enduring Mamma Mia's tyranny, the human and elf girls became much more obedient. They nodded repeatedly, quickly got up, and rushed back to their respective workstations. Emiya watched the scene before him and asked, "Is the staff short today?" Mamma Mia turned her head, and after throwing two punches, her anger subsided slightly. "Yeah, many people happen to take the day off." She paused for a moment. "If you're free, you can come help." Emiya nodded without hesitation, "Sure." With that, he turned around, about to head to the kitchen out of habit, but Mamma Mia suddenly called out, "Hey, kid, where are you going?" Emiya stopped and looked back in confusion. "I was going to help in the kitchen." Since he often helped prepare staff meals at the tavern, and those dishes were always well received, the waitstaff praised his cooking skills. So, Emiya naturally assumed that Mamma Mia wanted him to cook. Upon hearing his answer, Mamma Mia's expression became somewhat complicated, eventually turning into a sigh, and she waved her hand. "No. Those picky customers, if they fall in love with your cooking today, they'll complain endlessly every time they come back and can't have it." Mamma Mia said discontentedly. "By then, they'll spread rumors like, 'This place's standards have dropped,' and that would be troublesome." Emiya felt a bit helpless. He had thought he could showcase his skills in the kitchen, but he never expected Mamma Mia to stop him for such a reason. "In that case, I'll help with taking orders," he said. Mamma Mia thought for a moment and nodded. That's more like it." During the lunch rush, the tavern was bustling, and Emiya helped with taking orders. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. It was a seemingly ordinary human man sitting by the window. He was Ryuu Nord, a LV.4 adventurer from the Loki Familia, who had been Emiya's supporter and guide during his first dungeon exploration. Sitting across from Ryuu was a black-haired, black-eyed catgirl with delicate features. She quietly watched Emiya, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She was Anakitty Autumn, a LV.4 adventurer from the Loki Familia. Because her name was hard to pronounce, those close to her simply called her Anya. "Emiya, long time no see. Are you working here?" Ryuu greeted warmly. "Yeah, we're a bit short-staffed today, so I'm helping out," Emiya replied. Ryuu nodded, his gaze lingering on Emiya for a moment, as if trying to confirm something. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Emiya, are you really the elf slayer?" Before he could finish, a dull thud followed. Ryuu clutched his leg, almost sliding off his chair in pain. Anakitty, sitting across from him, had mercilessly kicked him. "That's so rude, Ryuu." Anakitty's tone was calm but carried a hint of reproach. "Besides, I told you not to believe those baseless claims from Goddess Loki." Although Goddess Loki was a goddess, she didn't command much authority within the Loki Familia. The adventurers of the Familia preferred to see her as a friend rather than a parent. Moreover, Goddess Loki loved jokes and pranks, and her occasional bizarre statements were usually taken as jokes and laughed off. Recently, Goddess Loki had been vigorously promoting the so-called Amiya threat theory within the Familia, sparking much discussion. Some members of the Loki Familia believed it wholeheartedly or were skeptical, while others, like Anya, dismissed it entirely, seeing it as just another of the goddess's pranks. Ryuu grimaced in pain, and under Anya's stern gaze, he could only endure the pain and not say more. Seeing the atmosphere slightly awkward, he quickly straightened up and began to introduce, "This is Anna Kitty Autumn, from the same Familia as me." The cat girl said seriously, "Just call me Anya." Anya was different from all the cat people Emiya had met, including the lively Anya and the tavern's cook, Miss May. She seemed particularly calm and reserved. Emiya couldn't help but say, "Anya-senpai, you give off a very reliable vibe." Hearing Emiya's words, Anya's tail involuntarily swayed slightly, but noticing her own lapse, she quickly controlled her tail's movement, maintaining her usual composure. She nodded lightly, "Ahem, thank you." After that, Emiya finished taking Ryuu and Anya's orders and was about to continue working when he suddenly felt a gaze from behind. He turned around and saw a brown-haired human woman sitting not far away. Though her features weren't as delicate as an elf's, her well-proportioned face exuded a refreshing and capable aura. Paired with her neat short hair, she gave off a unique charm that was both beautiful and handsome. The moment Emiya turned around, the woman slightly lowered her head, shifting her gaze to the menu in front of her, as if deliberately avoiding eye contact. Out of politeness, Emiya walked over and softly asked, "Hello, do you need any help?" She didn't respond immediately. She just looked down at the menu, remained silent for a moment, and then gently shook her head without speaking. Then, the woman stood up and quietly left the tavern, as if her appearance was just a brief interlude. "Gale, you've changed." After leaving the tavern and turning into a dark alley, the brown-haired woman muttered to herself, her voice clear in the quiet air. Her name was Lunwar Faust, a legendary bounty hunter in the underground world of Orario, known as Black Fist. Lured by the bounty, Lunwar had taken on the mission to hunt down Gale. To find the right moment, she had been observing the tavern where Gale was hiding, silently watching Ryu's every move. Lunwar was born in a war zone, her parents died in the chaos, and she grew up alone. Relying on the power of fauna and her indestructible fists, she carved out a path of survival in this dangerous world. Over the years, she had moved between different familias but never found a place to call home. Seeing Ryu's current state, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The once cold and ruthless Gale, who lived only for revenge, now had a peaceful and warm place to call home. Lunwar Faust, 17 years old. A human girl with an old-fashioned tone but actually quite young, looked up at the sky and whispered, "Maybe it's time to retire from bounty hunting." Before her eyes, the image of Gale, standing beside the boy, shyly lowering her head, appeared. "I was going to give up on this mission, but I'm so angry. I at least have to punch her once." Lunwar, thinking of Gale's current happy expression, felt a nameless fire burning in her heart. Like a child, she wanted to vent her anger on Gale, who should have been living in the same blood-stained world as her but had now found a place to belong. Lunwar made up her mind. She raised her hand and grasped a ray of sunlight. "I'll make my move tonight, and then, I'll retire from this line of work." Lunwar Faust. LV.4. Strength, B780. Endurance, B722. Dexterity, D577. Agility, D599. Magic, I0. Development abilities. Fist Strike, H, Shatter, I, Fighter, I. She's changed, Naya. The cat girl, basking in the sunlight on the rooftop of a building, gazed at the tavern, the hostess of fertility. Chapter 41, Between the Fight of Two, the Third Wins. As for the object of her observation, it was Ryuu, who was having lunch with the boy after finishing the hard work at noon. "Gale, is almost a completely different person from before. Naya, amidst the teasing of the silver-haired girl, Gale accepted the boy's head-patting reward, her hands covering her face, but even without looking, one could imagine the blissful expression on the elf girl's face. The boy gently ruffled Ryu's hair, and whether he sensed Chloe's gaze or not, his pale golden eyes looked up. Chloe, who had pulled down her hood to cover her eyes, flipped away like a wildcat. She passed over several rooftops and silently jumped into a dark alley. As she found her place, Naya, Chloe twitched her cat ears that protruded from her hood, muttering to herself in the deserted alley. She pulled out Gale's wanted poster from her bosom. This realistic portrait of an adventurer was not issued by the guild but was mainly commissioned by adventurers and merchants. Because Gale had made many enemies by killing widely, she was listed as a bounty target. Chloe was hired by merchants to be the assassin responsible for dealing with Gale. Chloe Raulo, a legendary assassin widely known in the underground world of Orario, bearing the title of Black Cat. She was born into a criminal familia led by an evil goddess. During her childhood, her only companion was her partner, a sister who silently protected her. However, this sister was actually her mother, who sacrificed herself in a mission to protect Chloe. After learning the truth, Chloe parted ways with her original familia. After completing the last task assigned by the goddess, she completely left the dark organization. After leaving the familia, Chloe still made a living as an assassin, the only means of survival she had learned since childhood. However, as time passed, she gradually grew tired of this precarious life. Every mission was a walk on the edge of a knife, and every successful assassination left her with an increasingly strong sense of emptiness. I really want to live an elegant life served by a handsome boy. Naya, just let him stroke my belly button and tail, enjoying the paradise that makes one blush and heart race. Naya. Chloe Raulo, 16 years old. Maybe it's time to retire, Naya. The young catgirl frivolously muttered to herself, moreover, I don't want to do this job anymore, Naya. Gale is a fellow enthusiast who likes handsome boys, so I don't want to kill her, Naya. Chloe said capriciously. But then again, to be favored by such a handsome boy, isn't Gale a bit too lucky? Such thoughts made her envy gradually grow, eventually turning into an uncontrollable fire of jealousy. Decided, I'll teach Gale a lesson tonight, and then I'll retire, Naya. Leave the labyrinth city, find a distant country, and spend the rest of my life in debauchery. The catgirl fantasized about a beautiful future. Chloe Raulo. LV.4. Strength, F301. Endurance, G279. Dexterity, B751. Agility, B776. Magic, B455. Development abilities. Abnormal resistance, G, alchemy, H, escape, I. Night fell. Because they had to attend an important banquet, Mia and Seer left the tavern, and as soon as the dwarf owner left, Anya and others cheered Yahoo, throwing their aprons over their heads. The staff, who were always treated like beasts of burden, were overjoyed by the unexpected temporary break. A group of people took advantage of Mia's absence to hold a small banquet in the separate dining room, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Shirou, come drink with us, Naya. Anya, don't corrupt Shirou. The tavern was in an uproar, and at the same time, a human female bounty hunter and a cat-person assassin left their respective residences. Lunwar and Chloe, after tonight, I'll wash my hands of this. The bright moonlight shone through the window into the room, casting a soft veil over Emiya's face, covering his eyes. He hadn't drunk today, but for some reason, he was sleeping unusually deeply, surrounded by a sweet scent that lured him into a deeper sleep. Boom! A loud noise intruded into his dream, the bed beneath him and the ground constantly shaking, the scenes in the dream gradually falling apart. Emiya struggled to open his eyes, but soon, due to strong drowsiness, his heavy eyelids drooped again. And what he heard in his dream seemed to be a call from a distant place, reforming in his dream. Luminous wind. Emiya suddenly opened his eyes. This is Ryu's magic. In the next instant, he had already jumped out of bed. At this moment, the lingering sleepiness had been thrown to the back of his mind. Emiya frowned, the faint fragrance in the air made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. This smell is sleeping essence. Enemy attack. Emiya made the judgment immediately, and at the same time, his thought was, how dare someone attack here? Hostess of Fertility is not an ordinary tavern. The number of high-level adventurers here even exceeds most familias in Orario. Are they overconfident, or just ignorant? Emiya raised his hands, projection, begin, trace on. A longbow and arrows appeared out of thin air. Emiya, holding the weapon, didn't go through the door but flipped out of the room through the window. He stepped on the window sill, leaped up, and lightly jumped onto the roof of the separate building. Then, he saw a shocking scene. Centered on the backyard of the Hostess of Fertility Tavern, the space surrounded by buildings was damaged everywhere. The surrounding houses were full of cracks, and a lot of smoke was billowing out. As if it had been hit by a high-powered magic sword, or suffered the annihilation magic of a high-level adventurer. The smell of burnt wood filled the air, stimulating Emiya's nose and spirit. In his sight, 4 girls, each from a different direction, crawled out. Anya, who was slammed into the wall by the impact, leaving a cat-person-shaped dent. Ryuu, who crashed into the living room. Lunwar, who was blown into the warehouse, and Chloe, who rolled on the ground for more than a dozen rounds. An elf, a human, 2 cat people, for LV.4 second-tier adventurers of different races, were now truly angry. Damn it, you actually pulled this on me? Are you planning to perish together? Stupid Ryuu. I came specifically to save you. What are you doing, Naya? Are you trying to kill us, Naya? Leaving Anya aside, Black Cat, you were originally here to assassinate me, right? Black Fist, and Black Cat, 2 renowned bounty hunter and assassin, had infiltrated the tavern not long ago. Black Cat released the high-level, sleeping essence, she personally concocted, except for Anya and Ryuu who had the development ability, abnormal resistance. Everyone else in the tavern was affected, only Emiya had just woken up. And the melee between the 4 LV.4 second-tier adventurers had not yet been decided. Ha, great. I'm really fired up now. It's because I occasionally encounter idiots like you that I can't let go of this job. Lunwar punched her right palm, showing a ferocious smile. Even though she knew her reaction wasn't cautious enough, Lunwar's straightforward nature couldn't help but make Ryuu smile. And at this moment. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, it's a fight where both sides are hurt. A voice clearly from a 4th party, besides Ryuu and the hidden Emiya, appeared in the courtyard. Lunwar frowned. Ryuu looked around and found that the surroundings were filled with countless thugs, each holding various weapons like swords and sticks. Bruno Trading Company. What's going on? It was agreed that, Gale, would be handled by me alone, right? Lunwar shot a sharp look at the human man leading these thugs. Next to the man stood a dwarf with a lecherous smile. That dwarf is the client who commissioned me to carry out the assassination. Naya, Chloe narrowed her eyes. Ryuu and the others also vaguely sensed the situation. So that's it, you weren't just targeting Gale, but also us. That's right. Black Fist, and Black Cat, you are also in our way. The human merchant, a cadre of the Bruno Trading Company, admitted with a smile. First, let you fight with Gale, and after you are both hurt, we'll clean you all up together. That's the real purpose of this commission. The reason why the 2 targeted Gale at the same time was also deliberately arranged by them. The 2 members of the trading company, who had colluded in private, provided the same information to lure Lunwar and Chloe, making them choose the same day to take action against Ryuu. The Evolus has collapsed. All thanks to you, Ryuu Lion. This city. Orario will be reborn because of you. As many had anticipated, the merchant cadre also spoke of the same future and continued to boast. As for the reborn, brand new Orario, it will be managed by our trading company. At that time, vagrant mercenaries and outlaws like you without familias will be a headache if you continue to exist. The trading company cadre became carried away with his grand talk. Moreover, how can we leave alive those who know about our relationship with the Evelis? Brothers, take action. The man stretched out his hand and ordered the strong men beside him. The thugs licked their lips greedily at the pitiful, injured girls and began to close the encirclement. However, how boring. Third-rate tricks and below, Naya. If you want to deal with us, at least send 10 times the number. Your understanding of adventurers' strength can only be described as tragic. The girls helplessly sighed. Ryuu, can we just beat them all up? Probably, no problem. The sound of an arrow cutting through the air interrupted the girls' conversation. My knee, who is it? The human merchant, the cadre of the Bruno Trading Company, was already holding his knee and fell to the ground. A dark shadow leaped down from the high building, black boots fiercely stepping on the human merchant's face, pressing the man's wail into the floor. So, it's you who destroyed the tavern, home. Emiya lifted his right foot and then fiercely stomped down, burying the human man's head into the ground. Ryuu. At this point, the fact that she was the one who blew up the tavern seemed impossible to say. The dwarf next to the human merchant panicked and shouted. Do you think you can get away with doing this to us? The one backing our Bruno Trading Company is. Chapter 42, Ganjiang and Emoyi. Emiya's voice was cold. The dwarf's line of sight suddenly lowered, he lost his balance in an instant, and the whole body fell to the ground. No, this description is not accurate, because his left leg, specifically the part below the knee, was still standing upright on the ground. My leg. With one foot stepping on the dwarf's lewd and ugly face, kicking him unconscious, Emiya let out a light sigh. He turned to face the large group of ruffians in the tavern's courtyard. The longbow he casually projected dissipated into light particles. Oath under the snow, skill effect activated. When acting to protect others, attack power and durability increase, magic and skill effects enhance. A terrifying aura erupted from Emiya's body. Projection, start, trace on. His pale golden eyes coldly swept over, Emiya began to chant, and then with the burst of magical power, a pair of black and white swords appeared in his hands. The black sword Ganjiang, the white sword Emoyi, a pair of swords made by the famous swordsmith Ganjiang of the Wu Kingdom during the spring and autumn period. Emiya had not seen the actual, Ganjiang and Emoyi, but obtained related information through some channels. The Ganjiang and Emoyi he projected was not a perfect replica of the original, but something supplemented by his imagination. Holding the twin swords, his heart instead calmed down. You people who try to take others' lives, should also be prepared to be miserably cut down. You can't talk about ice with summer insects, nor can you discuss the sea with a frog in a well. Those mortals who have never entered the dungeon cannot understand the power of high-level adventurers. They stubbornly believe in the traditional logic of war, thinking that the violence of numbers can overwhelm everything, believing that no matter how strong an adventurer becomes after leveling up, they cannot withstand the siege of dozens or hundreds of people. A LV.7, or even a LV.6, without the restraint of a strong person of the same level, can single-handedly destroy the entire military force of an empire, a fact they would not believe. And although Ryuu and the others are only LV.4, trying to deal with them with just over 100 ordinary people and lower-level adventurers is completely wishful thinking. Even if this number were 10 or 20 times larger, they would still be easily defeated by them, like cutting melons and vegetables. Even this time, they didn't need to take action, just a newly leveled LV.2 easily ended everything. Even among the adventurers brought by the Bruno Trading Company, there were a few who had also leveled up to LV.2. Among peers, there are also differences. In front of Emiya, who had activated, both under the snow, these not outstanding LV.2 and LV.1 adventurers didn't make much difference. Emiya, holding the black and white swords, charged into the crowd, like a fierce tiger pouncing on weak lambs. The last time he fought against many like this, he killed over 100 monsters in the middle layers of the dungeon, and this time, Emiya had leveled up to LV.2, but his enemies were much weaker. In just one encounter, the three adventurers at the front were struck on the neck with the back of the sword and knocked unconscious. If it were the blade, 3 heads would have flown high. The noble phantasm level of Donjiang and Moyi is not as high as Grunting and 9 lives, but this pair of swords is one of the weapons Emiya is most familiar with. Strictly speaking, they are not even fake noble phantasms, because Emiya has not analyzed the real Donjiang and Moyi. This pair of swords is projected based on his understanding and imagination of the concept of swordsmithing. Therefore, this pair of swords in Emiya's hands is like an extension of his arm, easy to handle, and even the consumption of magical power can almost be ignored. Accompanying his figure like a tiger among sheep, was a series of screams. Echoing under the starry sky, like cries from the endless hell, the ruffians who were beaten up all lay down in the inner courtyard. At least in the city, Emiya suppressed his killing intent and did not directly start a massacre, but other than that, he did not show much restraint. Hey, can we make peace? The only one who could block Emiya's sword was a LV.2 adventurer. His head was sweating, and the steel sword in his hand had cracked in one collision. Emiya did not hesitate to swing his sword again. The first strike, the blade cracked; the second strike, the entire weapon broke; the third strike, the side of Donjiang heavily slapped the adventurer's face, knocking him unconscious. It was simply a crushing battle. The mastermind behind the series of disturbances was so easily annihilated. Currently, the only people still standing on the field, besides Emiya, were the same as before, only 4 girls. Ryuu and Anya quickly blocked in front of Emiya. Do you still want to continue fighting? Of course, as the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Just as the cat wishes, Naya. Is it 3 against 2 now? The other side has one more LV.3, should be LV.3, whatever, I'll beat them all the same. Lunwar, Ryuu, Anya, and Chloe, their eyes sharply looked at each other. The girls, already seeing red, were ready to start the war again. However, Emiya was the first to let go, the projection was cancelled, and the black and white swords disappeared. He sighed lightly, "You're finally back." Boom. Boom. The girls, who had all assumed fighting stances, heard a sound that shook the earth. Anya had long lost her color, Ryuu was constantly sweating. Soon after, the source of the anger that could shake the earth appeared before Ryuu and the others. "Hey, you silly girls, the one who came was Mia. What's with this mess?" The windows along with the corridor were blown apart, the walls were blasted with a big hole causing the ingredients and wine in the warehouse and cellar to be all ruined, and the courtyard where the second building was planned to be built was all destroyed beyond recognition. Facing the finally returned owner of, Hostess of Fertility, Ryuu was so frightened that she was sweating profusely. Lunwar and Chloe, who intuitively sensed that the other party was extraordinary, also stood still in place. As for Anya, she was already teary-eyed, constantly sobbing. Mia lowered her head, her face shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see her current expression. "Mom." The staff took the wine from the shop to drink, all drunk. "Ahahaha, now doesn't seem to be the time to mention this," Seer, who hurried over, threw out this sentence, the first half directed at Mia, the second half at Ryuu and the others, then she alone let out a dry laugh, and quickly retreated from the scene in a few steps. Emiya decisively followed Seer, quietly moving away from the brewing storm center of disaster. His way of fighting tonight was very restrained, he did not use a magic sword, nor did he project a large-scale noble phantasm like Khalidbalg. The destruction of the tavern building had nothing to do with him. "Mom, Mom. Mia, Mom. Please listen to the cat's explanation, Naya. There's a very complicated reason." Anya could no longer hold back, she ran towards Mia. Facing the cat girl who ran in front of her desperately trying to explain, the burly dwarf swung her arm, causing a earth-shattering noise on the scene. To be precise, she punched the girl into the ground with one punch. Witnessing Anya, who had steam rising from her head and was lying on the ground, Ryuu, Lunwar, and Chloe were all stunned. Once again, there was a sound of the earth shaking. The huge dwarf stood in front of the stiffened girls. Ryu's voice was full of fear. Mia mom. Mia. Mia grand. The cat remembers this person, the former head of Freya Familia. LV.6. Little giant, Demi-Emer. Lunwar and Chloe, their faces pale, spoke one after another. In the girls' minds, some past memories emerged. That was when they first came to Orario, two girls who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They once tried to challenge the true top of this city, the first-class adventurers who had reached LV.5. And since then, the girls who survived by luck understood, in Orario, there exists a group of unparalleled monsters. You bunch. The dwarf, who had been lowering her head, looked up fiercely, at the same time releasing the fury in her heart. Damn fools all. Early morning, the warm dawn that brings light to the world has not yet risen, the air still retains some of the night's chill, and the green grass is adorned with thin dewdrops. Emiya habitually woke up early. His mental state was good, despite many things happening last night. Good morning, Ryuu, Seer, Anya. He greeted the familiar girls. Shirou, good morning. Seer yawned. Ryuu and Anya seemed quite awake. With the bonus of Falna, high-level adventurers only need a short amount of sleep to ensure energy. Good morning. Lunwar, Chloe. After a pause, Emiya turned to the human and cat girl. Why does the cat have to do this? Shut up, close your mouth and work hard, stupid cat. In such a peaceful morning, there are two poor souls who have stayed up all night, working hard with tears. They are Chloe and Lunwar. Both are dressed as waitresses, wearing the uniform of hostess of fertility. They are holding wooden boards and iron nails, repairing the damaged building and warehouse. And now, during breakfast time, is one of the few opportunities they have to rest. This is the second day after the attack. Because the girls touched Mia's reverse scale, they are now forced to be responsible for repairing all the damaged parts of the shop. And judging by Chloe and Lunwar's attire, they have become new labor forces in hostess of fertility, that is, staff. This is also the lamentable end of the Black Cat and Black Fist, who are notorious in the underground industry. Ryuu and Anya also couldn't escape, but they only need to work during the day, at least retaining the right to sleep. It's all your fault for causing destruction in the shop, meow. The one who destroyed the building wasn't the cat. It was that muscle-brained bounty hunter, and the runaway elf next to him, Naya. Stop shirking responsibility. Stupid cat. The cat will definitely escape from here. No matter what, absolutely will escape from here, Naya. It's useless, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. The worst part is, the cats have completely ruined the fruit wine that Mom carefully brewed, along with the warehouse, meow. Compared to Chloe, who was tearful and vowed to escape, Ryuu and Anya both showed enlightened eyes. Because Chloe and Lunwar greatly destroyed Mia's property, both were required to repay the debt with labor. As for the amount owed, it was a total of 100 million valis, which is 1.25 Ryuu. Let's eat first. Today's breakfast is made by Shirou himself. A cook came out of the kitchen with a tray. Finally, there's food. The cat is starving. Chloe picked up the fried rice, eating in a very ungraceful manner. So delicious. The cat girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately began to wolf down the food. Chapter 43, Two Familias Down Simultaneously. A beautiful boy personally making delicious cuisine, with such benefits, staying here doesn't seem too bad. Chloe's eyes rolled around, while Lunwar sighed softly, whispering, it really has been a long time since I've had such a warm breakfast. Speaking of which, Anya and Chloe, to borrow the words of the gods, aren't they a bit overlapping, Lunwar said. Chloe was furious, who's overlapping with that stupid cat? You better look clearly, I am the ice beauty with a slender figure and tail, Naya. But my chest is bigger than the cat's, Naya. Anya put her hands on her hips, proudly puffing out her chest. Chloe, you, how dare you? Because of the newcomers, the tavern was noisier than usual. Emiya looked at Seer. By the way, is Mamma Mia not here? Seer replied, Mamma Mia, she said she couldn't swallow her anger, so she went to smash the Bruno Trading Company, and the Familia behind it. The Familia backing the Bruno Trading Company is an upper-tier faction with one LV.4 and several LV.3 adventurers, quite famous in the Labyrinth City. However, the history of this Familia ends today. Those who tried to attack us yesterday have already been caught and handed over to the Ganesha Familia, including several LV.2 upper-tier adventurers, Lunwar casually mentioned. Speaking of which, those people weren't all adventurers from the Familia behind the Bruno Trading Company, right? Emiya remembered a trivial matter. When beating up the ruffians hired by the Bruno Trading Company, he smelled a strong and familiar scent of alcohol. Trading companies often hire adventurers from small familias to do their dirty work, and when problems arise, they throw them out as scapegoats. This is a common tactic of trading companies. Lunwar, a former bounty hunter who often worked with trading companies, shared her experience. Especially for illegal activities, trading companies always have those rogue adventurers from small familias do them. Like the Soma Familia, they are often the trading company's partners, as they have the most rogue adventurers. Emiya and Ryuu frowned slightly. The Soma Familia, them again. Last time, the adventurers they encountered in the dungeon performing malicious monster offering were from the Soma Familia. Again and again, these drunkards from the Soma Familia keep provoking them, and Emiya is starting to feel annoyed. Moreover, the Soma Familia has always had a bad reputation in the city, and the overall style of the Familia is the type Emiya despises the most. Seer's lips curled up. If you want to do something, just do it. The strongest member of the Soma Familia is just an LV.2 upper-tier adventurer. For you to deal with him would be a bit of a bully. Chloe said, but, I think bullying fights are easier. I'm also LV.2, Emiya said so. Lunwar and Chloe, you're LV.2. Emiya nodded, yes, just leveled up not long ago. You're kidding, I thought you were LV.3. I thought you were at least an LV.2 with maxed out stats. The situation at that time was a bit special, Emiya vaguely explained. Lunwar and Chloe exchanged glances. They reached a common conclusion, a significant increase in ability values due to enhancement magic or skills. Chloe's back teeth ached. What kind of place is this? An LV.6 owner, 2 LV.4 waitresses, now 4, and a newcomer with super enhancement skills. This tavern, placed among familias, would only be weaker than the 3 giants, Freya, Loki, and Ganesha. Lunwar and Chloe thought to themselves. Seer looked at the sky outside the window. She chuckled, Shirou, if you're really worried, why not take a trip to the Soma Familia? After learning about what Emiya and Ryuu encountered in the dungeon, Seer issued a commission to investigate the Soma Familia, which was taken up by a passionate adventurer named Hayden Selrand. And Hayden actually found out something, divine wine. You might discover something interesting. A purple glint flashed in Seer's silver-gray pupils. Emiya was not in a hurry to act. He first returned to the Familia's base to inquire about the situation with the goddess. That poorly reputed Soma Familia, if you really can't stand it, just take action. As long as no lives are lost, it should be fine. The goddess said, at most, pay a bit more in fines. Given Shirou's personality, for him to be so angry, they must have done something quite outrageous. If it's that Familia, it's not surprising. Soma is not an evil god, but he is obsessed with brewing wine in his base, completely neglecting his Familia. As a result, under the leadership of a morally corrupt captain, the Soma Familia has become increasingly chaotic. Emiya, I am indeed a bit concerned about the situation with the Soma Familia. In fact, the 2 provocations from the Soma Familia were just the triggers. What really caught his attention was a piece of information about the Soma Familia, the divine wine. A creation of the wine god Soma himself, said to be addictive after just one taste. This kind of thing really gives Emiya a bad feeling. He recalled his past life with Emiya Kiritsugu, searching for Mayan ruins in Latin America, and the minor frictions they had with the local social groups that were lively but lacked manners. Specifically, Emiya Shirou and his adoptive father Emiya Kiritsugu used various methods, including but not limited to sniper rifles, rocket launchers, and truck kun, to send many drug lords to the sky. Thinking back, that was probably the most intense period of their actions, but it was unavoidable, as the scenes they witnessed there were truly unsettling. Now, just imagining that situation stirs up a desire to go on a killing spree, perhaps also because yesterday's battle was too half-hearted, leaving his emotions unvented. Seer suggested that today is the best opportunity, as the LV.6, small giant, Demi-Emer, will today remove a large familia with second-tier adventurers from the map. With such big news, no one will care about the mere Soma Familia. And the attitude of the goddess Hephaestus is the same, as the notorious Soma Familia is also detested by the upright goddess of fire. Since both the goddess and the girl think so, Emiya has no need to hesitate. Enemy attack. This is happening in two different locations in the labyrinth city Aria, but the nature of the crises faced by the two familias is quite similar. The familia bases are under attack, the attackers are single individuals, boldly charging in from the front. One of the attackers is the former captain of the Freya Familia, an LV.6 adventurer, small giant, Mia Grand. The other is a newly promoted LV.2 adventurer without a title yet, Emiya Shirou. The two attackers are worlds apart in level, but they share a common point at this moment: no one can stop them. Mia only needed one punch to embed the only LV.4 second-tier adventurer of that familia into the floor. She didn't carry any weapons, simply grabbed two LV.3 adventurers and used them as dual-hand axes. All the high-level adventurers of the familia were instantly killed, even used as weapons, and the morale of the other adventurers instantly collapsed, fleeing in disarray. Even so, Mia did not let them go. Every adventurer above LV.2 in that familia received at least one hit, then was thrown out like a dead dog. As for those LV.1 members, many were simply brushed by the wind from Mia swinging her human weapons and fainted on the spot. After clearing all the adventurers from the base, Mia then manually dismantled all the load-bearing pillars of the building, and with one stomp, turned the entire base into ruins. Having finally vented her anger, Mia clapped her hands and left, but not before venting half her rage at the Bruno Trading Company. If you dare reveal their information, I'll bury you. If you dare leak news to the guild, I'll also bury you. In short, I will bury you. With a fierce threat and a little physical punishment, the Bruno group was scared out of their wits. On the other side, Emiya's progress was slightly slower. By the time Mia finished dismantling the building, he had just knocked down all the LV.1 adventurers in the Soma Familia base. "You monster, who are you?" The captain of the Soma Familia, Xanis Lustra, faced the lone youth, his voice trembling. The Soma Familia only has two LV.2 adventurers, one of whom, Chundra hit, is not at the base, leaving only the captain, Wine Guardian, Xanis Lustra. But even if Chundra were here, the outcome would be no different. The only redeeming feature of the Soma Familia is the number of adventurers, but the average strength of the adventurers in this familia is almost the lowest among their peers. Their money and energy are all consumed in the pursuit of alcohol, and neither their equipment nor combat skills are up to par. Stronger than goblins, but weaker than LV.1 orc warriors, this is Emiya's assessment of these adventurers' combat power. No matter how many such LV.1 adventurers there are, they pose no threat to Emiya. The strength of the Soma Familia is even less than that of the ruffian group gathered by the Bruno Trading Company, which had more than one LV.2 upper-tier adventurer. "Are you the captain of the Soma Familia, Xanis Lustra?" Emiya walked up the steps of the Soma Familia base, coming face to face with Xanis. "Ah, since you know, how dare you invade here? Aren't you afraid of the guild's laws?" Xanis spoke with a false show of strength. "Laws?" Emiya's tone was sarcastic. "Ryuu is a first-class criminal wanted by the guild for 80 million valis. Lunwar and Chloe are famous bounty hunters and assassins, all with numerous blood crimes to their names. I've been living with these people day and night, and now you're talking to me about laws. Moreover, Are you even qualified to speak of laws? Having confirmed the existence of the divine wine and knowing what Xanis has done, Amiya's gaze grew colder. I don't believe you still have the stamina. Go to hell, Xanis charged forward. As a veteran upper-tier adventurer, Xanis's paper stats are not low, but just seeing his sword swing, Amiya felt a strong sense of disappointment. This Familia is mine, no matter how much dirty work is done, the main god won't blame me. As long as it doesn't interfere with that guy's obsession, do whatever you want. There's no better environment than this, Xanis shouted madly, I will never allow you to destroy my kingdom. Only relying on stats, without any skill, even if I revert to LV.1, defeating you probably wouldn't earn enough great deeds to level up. Amiya met Xanis's sword head-on, grabbing his wrist from the side and twisting it quickly, the sword falling from Xanis's hand with a cry of pain. The other hand casually grabbed the sword hilt, Knight of Honor, activated. Amiya instantly took control of the sword. His sword is quite a good piece of armament, not cheap. Thinking this, Amiya raised the sword, the hilt smashing into Xanis's temple. For Xanis, the last time he entered the dungeon was long ago, and too much time living in comfort has greatly dulled this upper-tier adventurer's body. Xanis's stats haven't dropped, but his combat skills have weakened to the point where he can only rely on stats and level differences to bully LV.1 adventurers. The sword hilt hit Xanis's temple squarely, and he collapsed like a limp noodle. Amiya felt that after this fight, his stats wouldn't even budge. Shaking his head, Amiya turned and walked towards Xanis's captain's office. Next, he just needed to gather some evidence and hand it over to the Ganesha Familia. Why are you doing this? A male god, dressed in a sloppy robe, who had been watching coldly from start to finish, finally spoke. Amiya stopped in his tracks, countering, God Soma, why have you let your Familia come to this? Chapter 44, God Soma and Aftermath of the previous night. Soma is a young god of medium build. His slender figure gives a delicate impression. His loose-fitting clothing, similar to a robe, has sleeves and hems that have turned a yellowish-brown due to dirt. His completely unkempt bird's nest-like hair is shrouded in a cloud of miasma, and his face, buried under long bangs, is visibly disheartened. He remained motionless, just staring at Amiya. After a long while, Soma slowly spoke, what's the point of talking to those children, who easily indulge in wine? Soma was disappointed in the members of his own faction. The collapse of the Soma Familia initially began because Soma used divine wine as a reward. The main god originally intended to use the divine wine to reward the members, as a catalyst for the faction. Who would have thought that the members would become addicted, as he said. Each member wanted to get the divine wine first, and in the end, they even started to engage in ugly competition, scheming against each other. As for Soma himself, he probably just wanted to use the cost he could afford, offering his own fragrant and mellow wine as a reward. However, the children instead became addicted to the divine wine, repeating foolish behaviors. Seeing their disgraceful behavior, the male god couldn't help but feel a sense of disillusionment. Thus, Soma gave up on the pitifully foolish lower world residents, continuously giving rewards to the annoying believers who clamored for divine wine, merely using them. The voices of children indulging in wine are extremely shallow. Underneath the long bangs, deep disappointment was etched in his dark eyes. Amiya understood the logic and emotions of the wine god Soma, and then he turned and left. Don't you want to say something? Soma whispered. Amiya, what's the point of talking to a god who easily indulges in his own world? He used Soma's own words against him. Soma, what? God Soma, the lives of the lower world do not exist to fulfill your expectations. Amiya's voice was calm, expecting on your own, testing on your own, then being disappointed on your own. I only feel arrogance in your thoughts. Gods are beings far beyond humans in terms of life hierarchy. The divine wine brewed by the wine god is something that not even many gods can resist, let alone humans. Creating something that shouldn't exist in the lower world, then being disappointed because the lower world people can't resist its temptation. What's the point of that? In Amiya's view, the behavior of the wine god Soma is no different from taking a sharp weapon to cut down unarmed ordinary people, injuring them, and then feeling disappointed in their fragility. Confusing cause and effect. After all, how you mess around with your familia is your own business. Correspondingly, the collapse and degeneration of the Soma familia leading to its own destruction, and me coming to destroy it, is my business. If the wine god Soma's attitude towards the lower world people is disappointment, Emiya's attitude towards him is indifference, unconcern. Emiya said no more. He walked into Xanus's office. Soma reached out towards the boy's back, but in the end, he said nothing, silently lowering his hand. Only a soft sigh remained. Did I do something wrong? And Emiya, entering Xanus's office, quickly found what he was looking for. Xanus's ledger. The various misdeeds of the Soma Familia adventurers were not their spontaneous actions, but organized behaviors induced by divine wine. Once this is confirmed, the Soma Familia is finished. The same crime, whether stemming from the moral corruption of individual adventurers or the guidance and organization of the Familia, are two completely different natures. Emiya casually tapped Xanus's desk, and then he immediately realized that the sound wasn't right. With a sword strike, he cut the wooden desk in half, and hidden ledgers fell out from the hollow inside. This is the transaction record between the Soma Familia and the Evolus: liquor trade, smuggling channels, fire stones, magic swords. Today was an unusual day for the Labyrinth City. In one day, Aria lost two large familias. One of them was a large familia with second-tier adventurers, whose main force was completely destroyed by Mia Grand alone. The Bruno Trading Company it supported promptly abandoned the dark side, providing a large amount of evidence of the familia's collusion with the Evolus. In the end, the Bruno Trading Company was stripped of half its assets as punishment by the guild, and the supporting familia was forcibly dissolved, with the main god being sent back to the heavens. On the other hand, the Soma Familia, with much weaker overall strength but comparable numbers, met the same fate. The evidence that the Familia leader Xanus used divine wine to guide members to earn money through criminal means was enough to make the Soma Familia suffer. Cooperation with the Evolus completely sealed the Soma Familia's fate. Xanus provided funds to the Evolus in exchange for their protection and lent the smuggling channels for liquor to the Evolus to purchase weapons from countries outside the city. This situation could already be considered deep cooperation. The Soma Familia was forcibly dissolved, and the main god Soma was prohibited from brewing divine wine. Considering that this god had long been sidelined by the Familia leader and was completely unaware of Xanus's cooperation with the Evolus, the guild did not send Soma back. He is now confined in a detention room in the Babel Tower, writing a self-criticism. After Soma reflects for 100 years, he might be allowed to re-establish the Soma Familia. Even if the Soma Familia had not cooperated with the Evolus, the result would probably have been the same. The guild's reaction to divine wine was very intense, believing that the existence of such a thing has an immeasurable potential impact on Orario's order. Except for some drunkards, most adventurers in the Labyrinth City were pleased with the fall of the Soma Familia. Because the Soma Familia's reputation was too bad, many had been stolen from by Soma Familia adventurers or had monster offerings forced upon them. They could only say good riddance to the Soma Familia's demise, should have been wiped out long ago. However, compared to the other disbanded familia, the Soma Familia received much less attention. But some still noticed the process of the Soma Familia's fall, and some legends began to spread in Orio. After all, Emiya's solo assault on the Soma Familia made a huge commotion, and he didn't kill anyone during the process. The adventurers in the Soma Familia's base were only knocked out. Moreover, some adventurers belonging to the Soma Familia were even more pleased with its fall. For example, a dwarf girl whom Emiya casually knocked out when he stormed the Soma Familia's base even started to idolize him as a hero. Xanus, who had his divine blessing sealed, was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, during the transfer to the Ganesha Familia's prison, he mysteriously disappeared. The Ganesha Familia leader, Shakti, remained tight-lipped about it, hastily concluding the case as a suicide to avoid further investigation. Late at night, at the Hostess of Fertility Tavern. The Ganesha Familia leader, a first-year adventurer with LV.5 strength, elephant god staff, Shakti Verma, quietly arrived at the tavern's backyard. Ignoring the cat girl Chloe, who was trembling in the corner due to her presence, Shakti threw down a large black bag. She looked at the silent elf girl, handed her an envelope, and then sighed softly, "Gale. Ryuu, take care of yourself." "Phew, she's finally gone, scared the cat out of me." Chloe looked in the direction Shakti had left, letting out a long breath of relief. While repairing the warehouse, she suddenly encountered that disaster, and Chloe was so scared she didn't dare to breathe, her heart almost stopping. That was the Ganesha Familia leader, elephant god staff, Shakti Verma, right Naya? Lunwar teased, "Stupid cat, what's wrong with you, looking like a mouse meeting a cat." "Damn it, cats aren't mice Naya." Chloe was furious, "You don't know how scary that woman is, if you fought her, you'd definitely perform worse than a cat Naya." "Anya, you fought Shakti. Who won?" "Chloe. That's a first-tier adventurer, and if I could win, why would I be scared of her?" Chloe gave Anya a look, not voicing such embarrassing words. "By the way, why did you fight Shakti? Did you take an assassination mission for Shakti?" "Just kidding, no cat could be that stupid, taking an assassination mission for a first-tier adventurer, Naya." Anya laughed, but seeing Chloe's heavy expression, she slowly stopped laughing. "You really took it?" Anya was shocked. "Chloe. Do you know that the Ganesha Familia has double-digit first-tier adventurers, Naya?" Anya cautiously asked. Back then I had just arrived in Orario, completely unaware that there would be such monstrously strong adventurers here Naya. Chloe frantically rubbed her hair. "I hadn't fought a first-tier adventurer before, how was I to know she'd be so strong Naya?" Clearly, Chloe had been beaten badly by Shakti, barely escaping with her life, leaving a strong psychological shadow. To think a cat would go assassinate a first-tier adventurer, ha 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 ha, what a super idiot Naya, Anya loudly mocked her fellow cat girl. Chloe's face turned red, but before she could explode, Lunwar fell down. "I'm actually on the same level as this stupid cat." Lunwar pounded the ground with her hands, her voice filled with grief. "Lunwar, don't tell me you. When I first arrived in Orario, I took a mission to take out the four warriors of Burning God." Anya and Chloe. The four warriors of Burning God, also known as the Gulliver brothers. Members of the Freya Familia. All four are powerful adventurers. The leader is named Alfred Gulliver, a Paolum who reached LV.5. Together with his 3 LV.5 brothers, they are collectively known as the four warriors of Burning God, wielding sword, hammer, spear, and axe respectively. They are considered the city's strongest team, their coordinated attacks possessing LV.6 level combat capability. Chloe sighed, "You're even more amazing than me, I only dared to take on one Naya." "So, one of you provoked the Freya Familia, the other tried to assassinate the Ganesha Familia leader." Hearing this, even Seer couldn't hold back. "You two are really, the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix." Emiya watched the noisy girls, and gradually, Lunwar and Chloe also began to blend into the environment here. Probably under the protection of Mamma Mia, they finally feel a rare sense of security. The girls' inescapable pasts were all blocked by the iron fists of LV.6, Little Giant, Mia Grand. "I am the law of this bar, and also its owner. No matter what others say, it cannot shake this fact. Even those foolish gods can't complain about my style. As the owner, I am your mother, and you are all my daughters. Everything in the shop is mine, and if anyone dares to take advantage, I will make sure they regret it." Mia's declaration was just like that, incredibly arrogant, yet reassuring. The Hostess of Fertility is a terrifying tavern where even the strongest adventurers, outlaws, or scoundrels can only flee with their tails between their legs. No matter what past the girls have, here they can only work diligently, striving to provide delicious food and wine, sharing joy with more guests. Ryuu, what did Shakti's letter say? Seer looked at Ryuu, who had been silent since earlier, just staring at the letter, and cautiously asked. Ryuu didn't answer immediately. She paused for a dozen seconds, then slowly shook her head, saying, nothing, just some criminal records of the Soma Familia. She folded the letter and handed it to Emiya Shirou. I've already seen it, Emiya said softly. The evidence Shakti obtained was initially provided by him to the Ganesha Familia. Unconsciously, Anya and the others also stopped talking, and Lunwar grabbed the collars of the two curious cat girls peeking out. We're heading back now, Lunwar unceremoniously pulled Anya and Chloe back inside. Ryuu, Shirou, I'll go pour you some tea, Seer whispered, also turning back into the tavern. Under the vast starry sky, only Emiya and Ryuu remained. During the great struggle, the Soma Familia leader Xanis had been sharing smuggling channels with the Evolus. He gained wealth by smuggling liquor to countries outside the city, while the Evolus used the cover of liquor smuggling to purchase equipment and items from outside Orario. Ryuu softly repeated the information from the letter. Chapter 45, Eulogy of Ryuu, Part 1, all production-related Familia in the Labyrinth City refused to cooperate with the Evolus. Therefore, the Evolus's supply of equipment, items, and medicine, aside from robbery and a small amount of self-production, mainly relied on smuggling from the outside world. Especially for items like magic swords, apart from the high-level blacksmiths in the Labyrinth City, only a few forces such as the Magic Kingdom of Altina, the sword-making city of Zolingen, and the War Kingdom of Rakia had the capability to produce them on a large scale. 2 years ago, with the assistance of Xanis, the remnants of the Evolus smuggled a large number of magic swords and flame stones at once. Ryuu's hand holding the letter tightened. Not long after, a nightmare-like tragedy occurred. The remnants of the Evolus set a trap deep in the labyrinth of the dungeon, ambushing and annihilating a squad from the Astria Familia, almost wiping them out in one go. The adventurer squad framed by the Evolus was from the Astria Familia. The adventurers from this familia were completely wiped out in this incident, with the sole survivor being a girl named Ryuu Lion. Shirou, can you accompany me to the dungeon? The next day, when the sky was still dim and a faint fish-belly white had just risen on the horizon, Emiya and Ryuu entered the dungeon together. Their actions were very swift. Magic stones and dropped items were all crushed on the spot, and they did not delve deeper into the labyrinth to chase monsters. They advanced rapidly along the main path, heading downward at high speed. All the monsters along the way were slain with a single sword strike. Ryuu did not use her usual weapon, the sacred sword made from the branch of the sacred tree in the fairy forest, which has high compatibility with elven magic and possesses the staff attribute, the wooden sword known as Alves Lumina. And the equipment gifted by the late member of the Astria Familia, the Far Eastern-born Gajuno Kagaya, the short sword Futaba, was also sheathed at this time. Ryuu was using a moe, borrowed from Emiya. The form was adjusted based on the user's habits. The moe, in Ryuu's hand was a white longsword in the style of a tachi. Emiya was using a black sword in the style of a longsword, Ganjiang. Ganjiang and moe have great anti-monster properties. The original noble phantasm even had the power to destroy sea monsters and gorgons, so naturally, slaying monsters in the dungeon was no problem. No monsters in the middle and upper layers could hinder their progress, and they did not encounter any abnormal events. They quickly reached the 17th floor. The 17th floor was the deepest record of Emiya's dungeon exploration so far, and he still vividly remembered the battle with the Black Goliath. And less than 10 days had passed since they killed the Black Labyrinth King. Not to mention the Black Goliath, even ordinary Goliaths had not respawned. However, the path from the 17th floor to the 18th floor had already been cleared. Passing through the passage, they entered the safe zone of the 18th floor. The first thing that extended into their vision was the scenery of a large-scale forest. Emiya looked up and saw that the branches and a large number of green leaves formed a circular dome. A few beams of sunlight leaked through the gaps in the leaves, and the light shining on his cheeks was warm. Deep within the layers of stacked leaves, a hint of blue could still be faintly discerned. In the silent forest, numerous crystal blocks reflected the thin sunlight, dyeing the entire forest with a faint blue hue. Even the roots of the giant trees rooted in the ground, along with the moss, were tinged with fragments of azure. It was both mysterious and full of fantasy. Listening carefully, one could hear the sound of gurgling water, as a small stream flowed through the forest. Led by Ryuu, Emiya passed through the forest. Gradually, the trees ahead became sparse, forming a semicircular exit. Just as they crossed the boundary between the dim forest and the outside, they were enveloped by a dazzling light. Nature spread out before their eyes. The first thing that caught their attention was a grand prairie that could only be described as majestic. The vast green land, rarely seen even on the surface, occupied most of their vision. To the left, there was a huge pool of water, so large that it was more appropriate to call it a lake than a pond. To the right, the trees stretched endlessly, indicating that the forest was also vast. Directly ahead, at a distance in the center of the grand prairie, stood a giant tree with a clearly visible hollow. The safe floor, the 18th floor, was filled with crystals and nature, an underground world also known as Riveria. The contrast between this scenery and the 17th floor was too stark. Emiya, seeing such a scene for the first time, was deeply in shock. Ryuu, on the other hand, seemed accustomed to it. She walked towards a direction away from the adventure town of Riveria. Riveria town is a small town established by adventurers in the safe floor of the 18th level. The origin of this town was a large-scale relay base planned by the guild in the past for the purpose of more effective exploration of unexplored floors in the dungeon. Later, the plan was shut down due to the repeated invasion of monsters from other floors and the huge expenses required for a large number of personnel and defense costs. However, a group of adventurers took over and built the place without permission, resulting in the current, Riveria, town. Although it is a safe floor where monsters do not spawn, this is still the dungeon, and no one can predict when a sudden abnormal event might occur. In fact, whenever an abnormal situation occurs, Riveria town always suffers. As soon as adventurers sense danger, they immediately abandon the town and return to the surface. So far, Riveria town has experienced over 300 cycles of destruction and reconstruction, yet it always maintains a vigorous vitality. And in a place far from Riveria town, deep in a forest on the 18th floor, Emiya saw a scene that left him silent. A grave, composed of weapons. "Everyone, I'm really sorry for not visiting you for so long since the last time," Ryuu murmured, holding a bouquet of white flowers. The object of her apology was that very grave. The grave was adorned with various weapons, mainly swords and staves, most of which had already rusted and decayed, presenting a scene in the beautiful forest that matched the adventurer's grave. There were no remains beneath the grave, and knowing this, Ryuu still spoke to the weapons they left behind. "Every time this period comes, I can't help but want to avoid you. I often wonder, do I, who am not worthy of bearing the name of Austria, really have the right to visit this place? Do I really have the face to see you?" Ryuu lowered her eyes, as if repenting. An extremely harsh, extremely arduous, but also extremely glorious past. Looking at me now, would you be angry? Would you sigh? Or, would you smile? Of course, no one answered her. So, Ryuu called out the names she would never forget. Kaguya, Lyra. The eccentric rival, the sarcastic dwarf. Noin, Knees, Asta. The always optimistic human, the caring beast man, the pitiful dwarf girl. Rihanna, Kelty, Iska, Mariu. The senior and junior mages, the fashion-loving Amazon, the senior who was like everyone's older sister. And, Elise. Finally, the name of the best friend she respected and admired immensely. After a long time, Ryuu turned around, her expression a mix of sadness and determination. "Shirou," Ryuu called softly, and this time, her voice received a response. A large black bag was thrown to the ground by Emiya. It was the package delivered by Shakti yesterday, the contents of which they had already confirmed, a person. A person who was still alive but would not wake up after today, the former leader of the now-defunct Soma Familia, Zanus Lustra. Also, one of the culprits, in a sense, of the Astria Familia's destruction incident 2 years ago, who had delivered a large number of magic swords into the hands of the Evolus remnants. Shakti, the leader of the Ganesha Familia, who upholds order, even at the cost of breaking the law, delivered this person into the hands of Ryuu and Emiya. Ryuu took out the short sword Futaba, a pair of exceptionally outstanding blades among second-tier armaments, which were once the weapons of Gajuno Kagaya. Ryuu also learned the art of the tachi from her, who was both a friend and a rival. Ryuu did not return these weapons to the grave on the 18th floor but kept them as the only choice for relics to fight together. Wait, Emiya stopped Ryuu's action. He looked at the grave adorned with various weapons, mainly swords and staves, with all kinds of weapons reflecting in his eyes. Let me do it. Emiya softly chanted. Identify the concept of creation. Assume the basic skeleton. Replicate the composition material. Imitate the production technique. Sympathize with the growth experience. Reproduce the accumulated years. Surpass, complete numerous processes. At this very moment, complete the sword that gathers fantasies. Projection begin, trace on. The first thing that appeared in Emiya's hand was a pair of silver short swords. The sword bodies had radial small blades, resembling the fangs of a carnivorous animal. Emiya held the hilts of the short swords in a reverse grip, dominating this pair of short swords. Flying dragon's fangs, these are Lyra's weapons. Ryuu said softly, the image of her pink-haired, cute dwarf companion appearing before her eyes. Ryuu's eyes trembled, and crystal-like tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Emiya held the flying dragon's fangs, in a reverse grip, an indescribable palpitation surged up his heart. He felt extremely familiar with the weapons in his hand, even though he had only projected them for the first time a few seconds ago, and the initial analysis of these short swords had been done within a minute. This feeling was as if he had been learning how to use these specially made short swords for a long time, as if someone had personally taught him the methods of using the weapons. In his ears, it seemed he could hear the mischievous chuckle of the pink-haired dwarf girl. Emiya threw the short swords, in the large black bag, causing the creature, inside to struggle and emit a muffled groan. Projection, begin, trace on. Emiya continued the projection. The mace of the human healer, Ryuu. The gauntlet of the Amazon warrior, Iska. The heavy hammer of the human blacksmith, Kelti. Rihanna's staff, Asta's shield, Ni's claw stab, Noin's long sword. As various weapons were wielded, the figures of those girls Emiya had never met became clearer in his mind. Then, Gajuno Kagaya's katana, Higanbana. The vice-leader of the Astria Familia, a powerhouse with the title, Yamato Rindu. Outwardly a black-haired, kimono-clad, delicate woman, but her sharp tongue and rough nature would be exposed upon contact. Emiya could now see every detail of her body clearly. In his vision, Gajuno Kagaya stood before him, tilting her head slightly. It seemed a breeze passed by, gently swaying Kagaya's black hair and the hem of her kimono. She smiled lightly and said, "Do it." Emiya swung the tachi, slashed down, and the creature in the bag no longer moved. He seemed to see Kagaya's phantom, before disappearing, open her mouth. As if saying, "That useless elf, thank you for taking care of her." Ryuu's vision blurred with tears as she desperately called out for friend's name, Kagaya. Projection, begin, trace on. Finally, a sword. Chapter 46, Eulogy of Ryuu, Part 2. The rapier, Crimson Order, of Astria Familia's captain, Elise Lovell was in Emiya's hands. The cheerful, energetic girl with a red ponytail seemed to be patting Emiya's shoulder from behind, laughing brightly, "Well done, kid. You've got half the skills of this perfect, beautiful girl." Elise leaned against Emiya, bringing her lips close to his ear, "From now on, I'll leave Ryuu in your hands." In Ryuu's vision, the two red-haired figures overlapped. Skill, Roadless Valhalla, activated. Temporarily obtained development ability, Fire Flash, I. Temporarily obtained magic, Agaris Alvacinth. Temporarily obtained skill, Psycha Kosho. Emiya gripped his sword with one hand and stabbed it downward. Scarlet flame spread from the blade, blooming like a crimson lotus. The fire continued to burn, reducing everything beneath the blade to ashes, leaving only a field of gray remnants. Ryuu, it's over, Emiya spoke softly. The elven girl threw herself into his arms, wailing uncontrollably. On their journey back to the surface from the 18th floor of the dungeon, Ryuu silently fell back, no longer engaging in battle. Emiya fought alone. His weapons were no longer the twin swords, Gon Jinag and Imoyi, but instead a series of special armaments, Astrea Familia's relics. The swords, staves, blades, and hammers that Ryuu had personally placed upon graves. Emiya analyzed and projected them, leading to an unexpected phenomenon. On the 17th floor, after leaving the enormous chamber where the lone king of the labyrinth, Goliath, had yet to be born, Emiya and Ryuu entered an area where other monsters spawned. Ryuu had two black and white tachi hanging at her waist, standing guard behind Emiya. Emiya, on the other hand, wielded the rapier, Crimson Order. The blade itself was silver white, but when Elise fought, the flames of the magic, Agaris Alvacinth, would wrap around it, giving the impression of a fiery red sword. Now, in Emiya's hands, Ryuu once again saw that long-lost deep crimson. The walls of the dungeon cracked open. Accompanied by monstrous roars, 3 minotaurs emerged. Emiya's expression remained unchanged. He gripped the rapier, and searing crimson flames spread along its edge, dazzling like a blooming red lotus. One minotaur let out a deep growl, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Raising its thick arm high, it suddenly swung down at Emiya. However, Emiya did not evade but instead lunged into the monster's embrace, his rapier carving a fiery trajectory through the air. Before the minotaur's attack could land, Emiya accelerated sharply, thrusting his rapier straight at the creature's heart. The blade pierced the thick flesh in an instant. The crimson inferno wrapped around the sword erupted, pouring both the weapon's force and the fire's scorching heat into the minotaur's body, directly incinerating the magic stone in its chest. The monster howled in agony before collapsing. Its companion swung a massive fist in retaliation, but Emiya had already anticipated the move. He swiftly withdrew his sword and retreated, his figure flickering like fire as he appeared behind the minotaur. The rapier slashed again, this time targeting the monster's knee joint. The searing flames spread along the blade, instantly scorching the wound shut and robbing the creature of its mobility. The minotaur staggered, its enormous body tilting forward. Seizing the opportunity, Emiya drove, Crimson Order, into it. The red lotus flames bloomed in midair. In a flash of lightning, his sword pierced through the minotaur's back. Fire surged outward, engulfing the creature's head and torso together. As the flames died down, the minotaur's struggle ceased, leaving only a charred corpse. Emiya stood with his sword in one hand. The flames flickered out, leaving only embers glowing red. The last remaining minotaur, faced with the monster that had slain its companions in an instant, lost all courage and bloodlust, immediately choosing to flee. This was the difference between minotaurs and claw tigers, two powerful level 2 monsters in the middle floors. A claw tiger, once it smelled blood, would never retreat, even if faced with a level 7 adventurer. It would only become more frenzied. Trace, on. The rapier, Crimson Order, vanished, replaced by 2 small blades in Emiya's hands. These were Lyra's weapons, the daggers, reversed Fong blades. Skill, Roadless Valhalla, activated. Temporarily obtained development skill, Abnormal Resistance, I. Temporarily obtained magic, Muse's Thunder. Temporarily obtained skill, Agile Twin Blades. Emiya's movements became even swifter and more nimble. He quickly closed the distance with the fleeing minotaur, leaped onto its shoulders, and plunged both daggers into its spine. The crossed blades sliced cleanly, one large bull's head rolled away. Emiya landed smoothly, the two short swords fading into nothingness. The surrounding dungeon walls began to crack on a large scale. "It's a monster feast," Ryuu murmured softly, though she didn't seem worried. She simply placed her hands on the hilts of Gon Jinag and Imoyi. "Trace, on." Emiya whispered, projecting a sharp tachi. Skill, Roadless Valhalla, activated. Temporarily obtained development ability, Night Duel, I. Temporarily obtained magic, Goku. Temporarily obtained skill, Bloodline of the Sword. On the 17th floor, wielding Kagaya's tachi, Higanbana, Emiya weaved through the labyrinth. His blade cut through the air like lightning, tracing arcs of cold light. The tachi in his hands became a streak of black shadow, slicing into the weak points of monsters with precision. With each retraction of the blade, dark red blood sprayed, and the Minotaur's roars were abruptly silenced. A claw tiger lunged from behind, but Emiya had already turned. His tachi traced a graceful arc in the air, blooming like an evening primrose in the night sky, instantly cleaving the claw tiger in two. Each strike was a guaranteed kill, cold, efficient, and lethal. On the 16th floor, Emiya altered his combat style, engaging monsters in a savage close-quarters battle. His weapons shifted to razor-sharp claw gauntlets, Gale Ripper, the weapon of the werewolf girl, Niz. In his hands, the twin claws seemed alive, slicing through the air with a piercing howl. Hellhounds, unable to withstand the rapid strikes, were torn apart before they could react. When the slashes reached their peak speed, they generated powerful magical wind blades, shredding the monsters ahead into pieces. On the 15th floor, facing a crystal mantis, Emiya projected the Amazonian warrior Iska's gauntlets, Battle Frenzy Grip. Though he wasn't adept at close-quarters brawling, the magic and skills he had gained granted him overwhelming power. He dashed forward, taking the scythe-like claws of the mantis head-on. His fist struck. The first punch slammed into its abdomen, spiderweb cracks spreading across the crystalline armor. The second followed immediately, erupting with magical energy. The cracks widened, until with a deafening crash, the entire exoskeleton shattered. The mantis let out a final cry before collapsing into a flurry of light fragments. On the 14th floor, wielding a heavy mace and shield, Emiya crushed a dungeon worm in half. On the 13th, against his worst-matched weapon, a staff, he drove it straight into an armored armadillo's body and detonated it like a magic sword. Ryuu always followed behind Emiya. She rarely took the initiative to act, only intercepting when the number of monsters became overwhelming and casting healing magic on him whenever he was injured. The elven girl's eyes were constantly brimming with tears, but she held them back with effort, preventing them from falling once more. Emiya Shirou. LV.2. Strength, I0 I51. Endurance, I0 I29. Dexterity, I0 I98. Agility, I0 I23. Magic, I0 H194. Development abilities. Mystery, I. Fire Flash, I, temporarily obtained. Magic. Unlimited Blade Works. Agarus Alvacinth, temporarily obtained. Envelopes limbs and sword in flames, greatly enhancing speed and melee combat ability. This magic is temporarily obtained, with weakened effects and increased mental energy consumption. Skills. Oath Under the Snow. Night of Owner. Labrude Bikia, temporarily obtained. In combat, strength, receives a high correction. In adversity, endurance, and dexterity, receive a high correction. When fighting a formidable enemy, agility, and magic, receive a high correction. Given all three conditions are met simultaneously, strength, agility, and magic, receive an additional minor correction, proportional to the duration. This skill is temporarily obtained, with weakened effects and increased stamina consumption. After paying respects to the former comrades of the Astria Familia alongside Ryuu, Emiya and his group left the dungeon and headed straight to the Hephaestus Familia's base, seeking out the goddess. The reason was that something illogical had appeared on Emiya's status. He, who originally had only one magic, unlimited blade works, had used other magic, such as the flame-based additional magic that should belong to Elise level. Under the system of Falna, the number of magic slots a person could have was fixed, at least one, and at most 3. The discovery of new magic was something that could not be forced. Many high-level adventurers had not even filled all their magic slots. For example, Alicia had 3 magic slots but only possessed one magic, Hail Dust, with the remaining 2 slots empty. The same applied to Ryuu. She had 3 magic slots but currently only possessed Luminous Wind and Noah Heal. Unlike elves, who generally had more magic slots, Emiya only had one, which was already occupied by his sole magic, Unlimited Blade Works. Theoretically, he had no possibility of awakening new magic. It was only after finding Goddess Hephaestus and updating his status that the truth was finally revealed. The skill Emiya had possessed from the very beginning, Roadless Valhalla, had finally been fully unlocked. Its effect allowed Emiya to temporarily acquire development abilities, magic, and skills based on the weapon he equipped. At this moment, he was wielding his projected weapon, Crimson Order, which granted him Elise-level special abilities. Fire Flash was a unique development ability of Elise, which increased fire resistance, enhanced fire magic power, and boosted agility. Agarus Alvacinth and Labrude Bikia were Elise's exclusive magic and skill, the former being a powerful enchantment magic, and the latter an extreme power-boosting skill with simple activation conditions. Elise had ultimately reached level 4, yet she possessed the ability to fight, and even defeat, first-rank level 5 adventurers. At first glance, it seemed unbelievable, but after seeing her magic and skills, it became easy to understand. The combined effect of Agarus Alvacinth wasn't as comprehensive as Ace Wallenstein's enchantment magic, Wind Spirit Rush, but because it could synergize with Elise's own skills, its final power output was immense. Furthermore, besides Labrude Bikia, Elise also possessed another skill, Batliat Asarath, which amplified skill effects in close combat and enhanced magic effects when casting spells. Simply put, every single one of Elise's skills was strong enough to make ordinary adventurers cry. Goddess Hephaestus spoke in a deep voice, Shirou, try testing other weapons. Goddess Hephaestus was utterly shocked. From the very beginning, she had been intensely curious about the special hidden skill that Emiya possessed. After all, skills that even the gods couldn't decipher were exceedingly rare. Moreover, that skill had appeared alongside magic and skills such as Unlimited Blade Works and Oath Under the Snow. Hephaestus had long been convinced that this skill's effects couldn't possibly be weak. Chapter 47, Donatus. Indeed, the skill, Roadless Valhalla, challenges the very cognition of gods, especially since it can synergize with Unlimited Blade Works. Under the urging of the goddess Hephaestus, Emiya began his tests. He first dispelled the projection of Crimson Order, then projected Fake Grunting. Next, he checked his status. As expected, the developmental ability, Fire Flash, the magic, Red Flower Knotweed, and the skill, True Blossom Crimson Bloom, had all disappeared. However, he did not gain any new abilities from grunting. After that, he dispelled Fake Grunting, and attempted to project Fake Khalidbalg, Fake 9 Lives, Don Jinag and Moyi, and other noble phantasms. The result was the same. Except for temporarily gaining the developmental ability, Swordsman, when projecting Don Jinag and Moyi, Emiya did not acquire any new developmental abilities, magic, or skills from wielding these weapons. Emiya recalled that at the very beginning, he had attempted to project the noble phantasm, Sword of Theseus. At that time, he entered a special state and easily slew the Minotaur. However, when he projected Sword of Theseus, outside of combat later, he could never replicate that state again. So, when projecting noble phantasms, only specific combat conditions can trigger skills and temporarily grant abilities. But there are also some special cases. He raised his hand, Trace on. Emiya projected a long, exquisite Iato blade, which was the weapon of Kaguya, Higanbana. He could clearly feel that he had gained different powers. Roadless Valhalla activated. Temporarily gain related developmental abilities, magic, and skills based on the equipped weapon. Currently temporarily gained, Night Struggle, 5 lights, Sword Killer Bloodline. Night Struggle is Kaguya's unique developmental ability, which enhances night vision and combat capabilities at night. 5 lights is her magic, allowing the user to release up to 5 sword lights when swinging the blade. Sword Killer Bloodline is a skill that significantly increases agility and dexterity when using a sword as a weapon. Emiya took a deep breath and continued testing. Projected weapon, the short sword, Reverse Fong Flying Sword, originally owned by Lyra, a dwarf girl from the Astria Familia. Roadless Valhalla activated. Temporarily gain related developmental abilities, magic, and skills based on the equipped weapon. Currently temporarily gained, Abnormal Resistance, Muse's Thunder, Small Agility. Muse's Thunder is Lyra's magic, which consumes mana to create a magical thunder trap. Small Agility is a skill that increases agility. In the end, the test results showed that as long as Emiya projected the weapons of deceased members of the Astria Familia, he could unconditionally temporarily gain the original owner's developmental abilities, magic, and skills. Only their weapons had this effect. When Emiya projected Tsubaki's weapon, Red Rain, he did not gain Tsubaki's skills. Regarding this situation, Hephaestus narrowed her eyes and spoke in a teasing tone, "So, Shirou, you've completely won over Gale, as well. Are these the dowry of the Astria Familia? Goddess, must you use such strange phrasing?" Emiya weakly retorted, "And what do you mean by, as well?" Hephaestus chuckled, Now there are rumors outside that you're an elf slayer. I didn't believe it at first, but now, I'm starting to believe it. Please don't believe such rumors. Wait. Emiya realized something was off. Elf slayer, what's that? Hephaestus tilted her head, her lips tightly pressed to keep from laughing. It's the goddess Loki. She suspects you have a skill that attracts elven women, like, elf slayer, or something, so she strictly forbids the elven girls of the Loki Familia from interacting with you. Loki even specifically complained to Hephaestus, telling her to keep her child in check and not to seduce the young sprouts of the Loki Familia. The story was so vivid that if Hephaestus didn't know Emiya's true skills, she might have believed it. Emiya was speechless. Why? How could there be such an outrageous rumor? Can't be helped, because there really are quite a few elven girls around you, Gale, Pristine Garden, and that new girl from the Loki Familia, Lafia. Hephaestus spread her hands, while secretly thinking, and, 9 hells. Now, your reputation among the elven community in the Labyrinth City might be second only to Riveria's. Emiya held his forehead. I don't want such a reputation. So, Shirou. Hephaestus suddenly asked, do you like elves, especially those a bit older than you? Emiya thought of Ryuu, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, indeed. Hephaestus sighed inwardly. Children of the lower world cannot lie in front of a god. She was certain now. Shirou really does have feelings for Riveria. Go for it, I'll support you, Hephaestus thought to herself. Hephaestus patted Emiya's shoulder, all right, Shirou, I should be going out now. Does the goddess have something to do today? Emiya asked. Today is the day of the Donatus, held every 3 months. Donatus. Could it be? Yes, that's right. It's a gathering of gods with nothing better to do, deciding on titles for those who level up. The titles of adventurers, such as Ace's, Sword Princess, Ryuu's, Gale, Riveria's, 9 Hells, and Alicia's, Pristine Garden, are all decided by the gods. To be more precise, titles are born from the discussions of the gods at the Donatus. The fact that Hephaestus was attending such a gathering meant. Since Emiya has leveled up to LV.2, his title will probably be decided today. Hephaestus took a deep breath, her voice turning serious. In any case, I will definitely strive to get you a normal title, at least not, Elf Slayer. Such a title. The so-called gathering of gods, when you get down to it, is a gathering planned by some gods to alleviate boredom. After their familia has accumulated a certain amount of strength and territory, a god can easily forget the hardships of life and enter a period of decadence. They learn to mess around with old friends from their hometown, chatting about trivial matters to pass the time. In essence, it's just ordinary chatting, but the key point is, gods of various temperaments hold a gathering every so often. Later, the number of gods participating in such gatherings increased, and the scale of the gatherings expanded. As time went on, the purpose of the activity changed from just chatting to sharing the latest information and exchanging opinions. Thus, the gatherings were no longer just for familia interactions but became events in cooperation with the guild, influencing the entire city. The bestowal of titles is also one of the segments, and it has now become a convention. I heard that many children have leveled up recently. Yes, plus the newcomers from the school district, joining familias, this should be a bountiful harvest. The gods walked up the stairs in 2s and 3s. The venue for the gathering of gods was on the 30th floor of Babel Tower, located in the center of the city. The venue used an entire floor's hall, with all partitions knocked down. Thick, long columns lined up in a row, supporting the raised ceiling. The spacious area had only a large round table in the middle, with no other furniture. The walls in the distance were all huge glass windows, surrounded by the sky 30 floors high. Various gods attended this meeting. There was a male god with tightly pursed lips, unable to hide his nervous expression, a mysterious figure wearing a giant elephant mask, and a silver-haired goddess with her eyes lightly closed, smiling as she waited for the meeting to begin. Unlike the banquet of the gods, which required formal attire, the gods could freely wear whatever they liked. Then, let's begin, a ethereal yet seductive female voice rang out. The previously noisy round table immediately fell silent. The speaker stood up, her silver-white hair swaying. The goddess who appeared in the sight of the gods was even more outstanding among the already handsome gods. Compared to other gods, she was slightly superior. Her skin was as delicate and fair as freshly fallen snow. Her slender limbs were tender and fragrant, just gliding through the air was enough to captivate hearts. Her small, soft buttocks and the slim waist above them, if looked at directly, could probably make one lose their rationality. The chest of her gold-embroidered dress was open, tightly wrapped in a piece of fabric, with an impressive and beautifully shaped bust. Perhaps it was too hot, as her cleavage was dyed a cherry blossom pink. Such unparalleled beauty could even be described as peerless. The several thousandth gathering of gods officially begins. I am Freya, the host for this time. Please take care of me. Yay! The scene erupted into enthusiastic cheers and applause, a spectacle like never before, especially among the male gods. Their fervent attitude could almost be described as madness, giving the illusion that this place was Ragnarok. Strange, Hephaestus whispered from a corner of the round table, Freya actually hosting the gathering of gods, this is a first. Indeed, I wonder what that infatuated goddess is scheming now. The red-haired goddess Loki next to Hephaestus, sitting with her legs crossed in an unladylike manner, spoke such harsh words. Loki stared fiercely at Freya's chest. Seemingly noticing her gaze, Freya turned her head and gave Loki a charming smile. Oh ho! A male god sitting behind Loki spurted blood from his nose and collapsed onto the table. Freya, Ishtar, Aphrodite, these goddesses of beauty have personalities that are harder to figure out than the last. Hephaestus said, Ishtar isn't attending this gathering of gods, so today will probably be Freya's solo show. All goddesses of beauty have difficult personalities to deal with, this is a consensus among the gods. Loki was still staring intently at Freya's chest, occasionally glancing down at her own disappointing bust, her gaze growing fiercer. By the way, Loki, when deciding on the title for my child later, don't cause any trouble, okay? Hephaestus whispered. Ha! That elf slayer, who dares to seduce my girls, Loki glanced sideways, I think this title suits him quite well. Fine, Hephaestus nodded. Loki smirked. If you don't want him to get such a miserable title, then, what did you say? I said, fine. Hephaestus chuckled, just as well, your Familia has 2 elven girls whose titles need to be decided. If Shirou's title is decided as, Elf Slayer. Hephaestus's voice paused for a moment. I think their titles, Forbidden Fruit of Abundance, Sexy Elf, and, Pure White Flower, Sweet Elf, would be quite fitting. Upon hearing the 2 titles proposed by Hephaestus, Loki's mind immediately conjured up an image, Alicia in a backless sweater and Lafia in a JK uniform, both sitting seductively in front of a camera, using peace signs to cover their eyes while showing charming smiles. In front of them was that despicable, Elf Slayer, reaching out his sinful hand towards them. You're using this move, how vicious, Loki gritted her teeth. Loki wanted to give that audacious scoundrel who dared to covet her elven sisters a shameful title, but if it meant sacrificing her own children, the goddess was a bit reluctant. Elf Slayer, appearing alone would shame Hephaestus, but if it were bestowed along with those 2 seductive elven titles, it would be the Loki Familia's disgrace. So, if things get out of hand, it won't benefit anyone. Hephaestus extended her hand. TCH, fine then. Loki gently grasped Hephaestus's hand. The 2 goddesses temporarily reached a peace agreement. At the same time. First, let's exchange information. Does anyone have any interesting topics to share? Freya's enchanting voice echoed through the venue. Yes, yes. First, poor Soma. His subordinates messed around behind his back, and his Familia was directly disbanded. Now he's locked up writing a self-criticism, and his only hobby, brewing, has been banned. Chapter 48, Title of Shirou Amiya. Yes, yes. First, poor Soma. His subordinates messed around behind his back, and his Familia was directly disbanded. Now he's locked up writing a self-criticism, and his only hobby, brewing, has been banned. Wow, it's really tragic. Never thought the first topic would be the friendless Soma. I heard he just hugged his knees and curled up in the corner of his room, not moving. Super want to see that. I'm going to comfort little brother Soma. Hey, you're just going to pour salt on the wound, aren't you? By the way, this was done by the newbie from Hephaestus's family, right? So impressive, just leveled up and already made big news. Mamma Mia also destroyed a Familia. If it's Mamma Mia, well, that's not surprising. Speaking of which, the newbies from the school district, this time are of high quality. There are several kids directly at LV.2, and quite a few LV.1s who are about to level up. Many of us gods have gained a lot. Ah, the most impressive one, the genius elf girl, was taken in by Loki. Then, Ganesha probably got a very strong newbie too. Seems like they leveled up on their first dungeon adventure. I am Ganesha. Alright, Ganesha. Sorry to interrupt everyone, but I have something serious to say. I heard the kingdom of Rakia is planning to attack Orario again. Not again, really. That idiot Ares, hasn't he been overthrown by the people of the kingdom yet? He seems quite popular in the kingdom. After all, Ares's personality is quite likable, and he's also very handsome. Just that his brain is messed up. Agreed. According to the informants, the kingdom's troop mobilization this time isn't large, probably just a probe. The kingdom is still preparing for war internally, probably will launch a full-scale attack in 2 to 3 years. I am Ganesha. From serious discussions to interesting jokes, the topics at the venue changed rapidly. Until Freya's, everyone, please calm down, the surrounding voices immediately quieted down, so fast it was hard to believe. Freya succinctly organized the information provided by the gods, noting down the key points. The gathering of gods is, after all, a gathering of the main gods of Orario's major, Familia, and also serves the function of conveying important information. Then, confirming that the topics were about done, Freya's lips curled up, then let's move on to the next event, the naming ceremony. The atmosphere at the scene changed in an instant. With Freya's words as the dividing line, several gods who had remained silent suddenly changed their expressions, including Loki and Hephaestus, who showed serious expressions. And the other gods, they laughed wickedly. Ha ha ha, who should we start with first? Everyone has the information, right? Then first, let's start with the adventurer from Ganesha's side, a sister named Niren. I am Ganesha. Your voice is too soft, no spirit. From the gods' love for the culture of the lower world, it's clear that the tastes of the gods and the people of the lower world are quite similar. Although they are transcendent beings, they do not possess feelings that surpass human wisdom, and there is no divergence in sensibility, not much different from the children. Only the taste in naming is an exception. Whether it's the gods who have issues or the children who are too foolish. Whether the gods are too avant-garde or the children's era is not advanced enough. The truth is unknown, but indeed, there are some painful names that make the gods feel unbearable when the children's eyes sparkle. The Minotaur sister, wow, this figure is too exaggerated, Ganesha, you actually monopolize such a treasure, damn it, decided, Sister Niren's title is, Oversized Apples. Uaya. I, Ganesha, will never acknowledge such a title. Ganesha began to argue on just grounds, and with his efforts, Niren's title was finally decided as, Heavy Warrior. The gathering of gods is indeed a factory producing painful titles. Children who are proud to receive titles, and gods who are driven mad by the pain, those few malicious gods point at both sides and laugh until they roll on the ground every day. One way to avoid getting an unsightly title is to expand the Familia's influence. In short, just make other gods feel, don't dare to provoke that Familia, because no god would knowingly risk retaliation and deliberately act as a suicide squad. Ganesha, because his personality is too generous, doesn't earn the reverence of the gods, but the strong influence of the Ganesha Familia still makes the gods dare not play too rough. It is also for this reason that Hephaestus and Loki have the confidence, at least their children won't get too tragic titles. However, not every god is so lucky. Alright, next. From Takamikazuchi Familia, by the way, little brother Takamikazuchi is a god who just came to Orio from the Far East last month. Today we're going to give a title to his family's captain who just leveled up to LV.2. Let's see, in the Far East, the surname comes first, so. Kashima Uka, is that the name? Everyone, please go easy. The male god with buns tied on both sides of his head, Takamikazuchi hurriedly stood up from his seat. The gods looked at the data they had first applied for from the guild. Besides the name, the data also recorded personal data, and attached a realistic portrait drawn when registering as an adventurer. The gods flipped through the stack of parchment in their hands, then unanimously voiced their condemnation. What the hell, the name is such a cute Buka, but it's such a strong man. Totally deceiving feelings. But to be honest, this kid, isn't he quite handsome? The name, Buka, is also very cute. How about giving a title that reflects the characteristics of a manly man? Then, Kashima Uka's title, is decided as, Warrior of the War God. No objections. Uaewa, the new male god, bullied by many gods with bad tastes, lay on the table crying bitterly, his pitiful appearance unbearable to look at. After the male god with the identity of the war god shed tears of blood, victims continued to appear. The order arranged by Freya was random members of large and small, Familia, many famous adventurers were listed. The next adventurer is, oh my, it's a child from Loki's family, Pristine Garden, Alicia. My beloved elf beauty. Pristine Garden, has reached LV.52. It's been a long time since we gave her a title. The titles given to the children of the lower world have the opportunity to be renamed every time they level up. Feel like Sister Alicia's title can remain unchanged. Yeah, Pristine Garden, feels very fitting. No, you haven't seen the current Sister Alicia, I think it should be changed to, Blooming Flower. From, Pristine Garden, to, Blooming Flower. No, my Sister Alicia, what happened? Thus and thus, thus and thus. You guys, don't go off topic, Loki was furious. Yes. As mentioned above, the god's right to speak is determined by the Familia's influence, leading one of the strongest, Familia. Loki's words naturally cannot be ignored by the gods. In the end, Alicia's title remained, Pristine Garden, the recently leveled up Ace's title also remained, Sword Princess, and Lafia's title was decided as, Thousand Elf. Then Freya continued to preside over the title decision ceremony, but except for a newly leveled up child from her own, Familia, she did not actively give a title to any adventurer. Only one left, it's a child from Hephaestus's, Familia, leveled up in just 3 months, truly remarkable, Freya said with a smile. In fact, Emiya had received the blessing for less than 2 months. To not appear too conspicuous, Hephaestus had externally advanced the time Emiya received the divine blessing by about a month. The goddess claimed that Emiya had officially registered as an adventurer with the guild a month after receiving the divine blessing. If it weren't for the fact that advancing too much time would be hard to justify with the guild, Hephaestus even wanted to change Emiya's registration time to last year, to make it seem like he took a year to level up. However, since gods can see through the lies of the lower world's children, this method has limited effect on those gods who are curious enough to investigate personally. It can only be said, hide as much as possible. And now, the modified time is more restrained, but 3 months from LV.1 to LV.2 is still a quite shocking number. Just look at the reactions of the surrounding gods, they all have expressions of disbelief, some even starting to look at Hephaestus with suspicious eyes. Hephaestus crossed her arms in front of her chest, ready to deliver the prepared statement. If I didn't happen to know the situation of that child, I would have thought you secretly used divine power to cheat, Hephaestus. Of course, I believe in your divine nature, Freya said in a voice as clear as a lark. As an LV.1 adventurer, participating in a battle of LV.4 against an LV.5 monster, and the other side is an unprecedented new type of labyrinth king, with such heroic epic experiences, leveling up is not strange at all, right, everyone? Indeed, indeed. Right, right. Freya is correct. I will always support Freya. The wind in the gathering of gods instantly changed, for Freya's words, the male gods responded with cheers. Seeing this, Loki couldn't help but frown. She knew the situation of that, Emiya Shirou, although very unhappy that he broke her, Sword Princess' record, Loki had to admit, with such abnormal magic, skills, combat ability, and adventure experiences, not to mention 3 months, she wouldn't be surprised if he leveled up in 1 month. What surprised Loki was, Freya speaking up for that boy. With the personality of the infatuated goddess, would she do such a thing? Loki and Freya are old acquaintances of hundreds of millions of years. She realized that today's Freya was very unusual, from actively serving as the host of the gathering of gods, to explaining for that boy, these are not things the usual Freya would do. Freya stood up holding the information, looking at Emiya's portrait. I want to give him a cool title. No problem. We support your decision. Anything is fine, as long as it's given by Freya. My heart only has Freya as the sun. Witnessing the most moving smile of the goddess of beauty today, all the male gods agreed with cheerful smiles, unanimously. As for the goddesses, they coldly glared at them, as if looking at trash. Shirou, Ryuu, Anya, Alicia, Ace, one by one, the figures of lovely children appeared before her eyes, the curve of Freya's lips became more and more beautiful. Sword King, how about this title? Loki Familia's base, Twilight Manor. Don't joke around. The main god of the Loki Familia, the goddess Loki, was throwing a tantrum. Chapter 49, Loki Familia's broke situation, Sword King, to bestow such a title upon a mere LV.2 adventurer, this is completely disregarding our families, Sword Princess. The first-class adventurer of the Loki Familia with LV.5 strength, Ace Wallenstein, holds the title of Sword Princess, meaning Princess of the Sword. This title has followed Ace since she reached LV.2 and remains unchanged even after her recent upgrade to LV.5. Sword Princess, is a title that perfectly matches Ace's temperament, something all gods fully acknowledge. It would be strange if Ace were no longer the Sword Princess, one day. That infatuated goddess, knowing this full well, still proposed the title, Sword King. Loki grabbed a bottle of red wine and frantically drank from it. In that gathering of foolish male gods, no one could stop the goddess of beauty. Ugh, Ace, I'm sorry. Loki lunged towards the Sword Princess, but little Ace deftly dodged the sudden attack. The red-haired goddess fell face first to the ground, while Riveria sighed and facepalmed. I think it's fine, Ace whispered, thinking to herself, in the realm of swords, I am no match for Emiya. It's just a title, Loki, no need to get so worked up over it. Riveria couldn't help but shake her head. Loki sat up, wiped the blood from her nose, and looked seriously at Riveria. No, Riveria, you're the one who should be most concerned. Riveria was puzzled. Why? Because, Sword King, is the father of, Sword Princess, and as everyone knows, you are Ace's mother. Boom. Riveria punched the disrespectful goddess, embedding her into the wall. Emiya is going to be my father. And Riveria is my mother. Ace's mouth hung open, her little face full of shock. Don't listen to Loki's nonsense, Riveria gritted her teeth, rubbing Ace's head, it's just a title, don't think too much about it. Ace nodded, then looked up at Riveria, a flash of inspiration in her mind. If Emiya is my father, does that mean I can legitimately learn his swordsmanship? Riveria, I acknowledge you as my mother, for the sake of my swordsmanship, could you make a sacrifice? Ace Wallenstein, aged 13, if Riveria knew little Ace's thoughts, this might be the only outcome. Fortunately, little Ace, though bold, isn't foolish, and she doesn't dare to say everything. To this day, Riveria remains unaware that Ace has used her name to swindle outside. Speaking of which, Loki, since you returned, you've been complaining about the title, Sword King, Riveria asked, what about the titles of Ace, Alicia and Lafia? Loki struggled to get up. Ace and Alicia's titles remain unchanged, still, Sword Princess, and, Pristine Garden, while Lafia's title has been confirmed as, Thousand Elf. How about that, sounds nice, right? The goddess raised a thumb, proudly seeking praise from the Elven Princess. Ah, with veteran adventurers leveling up one after another and promising newcomers joining, my Loki Familia is truly thriving. A fairy capable of using 1,000 types of magic, Thousand Elf, quite fitting, Riveria nodded. What are you thinking about, Riveria? Instantly noticing her vice-captain's preoccupation, Loki tilted her head to ask. Ace just recently leveled up to LV.5, but her situation is special. In the dungeon, she can be considered a LV.6 combatant. Riveria rubbed Ace's head. As for Alicia, Finn and I plan to promote her to an executive and transfer her to the First Army. In short, due to the leveling up of 2 key Familia members, the combat strength of the Loki Familia's First Army expedition team has significantly increased. Finn and I hope to take this opportunity to break our previous record in the next expedition, reaching deeper floors. Also, we want to try to directly defeat the 49th floor's Labyrinth King, boss, the Evil Eye King Baylor. So far, the Loki Familia's dungeon expedition record is the 49th floor, which is also the floor where the Labyrinth King resides. The Evil Eye King Baylor, with a potential ability value of LV.7, like the Labyrinth Kings of previous areas, possesses extremely high specifications of embodiment and endurance. Baylor's body is even larger than the giant Goliath, with endurance reaching LV.8. Moreover, Baylor's attack power is at the limit of LV.7, it has 2 eyes, one always closed, with no visible eyeball. Once this closed eye opens, any first-class adventurer hit by its gaze will die instantly. Within the Loki Familia, only the LV.6 Heavy Warrior, Heavy Champion, Gareth could potentially survive a direct hit from Baylor's Death Ray. Additionally, Baylor possesses the Monster Summoning ability that nearly drove adventurers to despair during the Black Goliath subjugation battle. Baylor is not a lone Labyrinth King. The 49th floor generates numerous powerful beastly monsters, the Fomorians, to fight alongside it. In reality, with 3 LV.6 members, the Loki Familia isn't without the possibility of defeating Balor, but Captain Finn aims for a perfect subjugation with no casualties. And before, Sword Princess, Ace and Ferocious Wolf, Bet, these new generation first-class adventurers of the Familia, Finn never had complete confidence. Another way is to bypass Balor. Unlike Goliath, Balor doesn't block the entrance from the 49th to the 50th floor but roams the vast wilderness of the 49th floor. However, without a perfect plan to subjugate Balor, Finn wouldn't choose this approach, for a simple reason: finding a moment when Balor isn't present to bypass the Labyrinth King and enter the 50th floor isn't difficult, but what if, upon returning from the 50th floor, Balor blocks the passage? The probability seems low, but if such a situation arises, it would mean certain doom. Therefore, until they are sure they can defeat Balor, Finn won't act rashly, and the Loki Familia's expedition record has been stuck at the 49th floor for a long time without progress. Until the past year, when the Loki Familia's titled, Raging Snake, Great Cleave, the Hiryut Sisters, Ferocious Wolf, Bet, Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, and Pristine Garden, Alicia all leveled up to LV.5, Finn and Riveria knew the time had come. If we could purchase Hephaestus's recently developed, historically powerful magic sword, our chances would be even greater. Riveria's tone was melancholic. Finn asked me to find a way, but the bidding starts tomorrow. Loki was puzzled. Then buy it, it's just bidding, doesn't our Loki Familia have the money? Riveria gave the goddess a sidelong glance, then couldn't help but sigh. What, our Familia's account only has 400 million Valis left. Looking at the ledger Riveria presented, Goddess Loki could no longer remain calm. If some small Familia's gods or captains knew about Loki and Riveria's current emotions, they might cry out of jealousy, as 400 million Valis is likely a sum that ordinary Familias would never come across in their lifetime. Yet, the goddess and vice-captain of the Loki Familia, faced with this astronomical sum of money, felt it was completely insufficient. How could there be so little left? Wasn't our harvest from the expedition before last very bountiful? Loki found this hard to believe. Normally, an expedition by the Loki Familia yields about 1 to 1.2 billion Valis, and the expedition Loki mentioned took place 5 months ago. That expedition went very smoothly. They encountered rare, high-value monsters multiple times during their adventure and were fortunate to collect their drops. Ultimately, the expedition's earnings reached 1.5 billion Valis, and Raging Snake, Tioni Hiryut, Great Cleave, Tiona Hiryut, and Ferocious Wolf, Bet Loga all leveled up during that expedition, becoming LV.5 first-class adventurers. First of all, that wasn't the expedition before last, but the one before that. Riveria corrected Loki's statement. The expedition before last, our luck was poor. Many high-level monsters we defeated didn't yield drops, and we barely broke even. As for the last expedition. Ace, where are you going? Little Ace, who was tiptoeing, sneaking, and cautiously heading towards the room door, froze in place. Come back. Yes, Ace slunk back to Riveria's side. Because someone impulsively chased after a strengthened species dragon monster, the last expedition was a total loss. Riveria rubbed Ace's head, sneering. Little Ace, shivering, not daring to move. Ugh, even so, the Familia's remaining deposits shouldn't be this little. Loki was still unwilling to accept it. Expedition earnings don't all go into the Familia's public account, each participating member gets a proportional share. Riveria patiently explained. Moreover, the average 1 billion Valis expedition earnings are after deducting initial costs, not including subsequent costs. The Loki Familia successful expeditions yield very bountiful earnings, but the costs are also astonishing: 500,000 Valis per high-grade elixir, at least 20 needed for both the first and second armies, 100,000 to 200,000 Valis per spirit potion, each mage needing to carry at least 3, magic swords costing several million, up to 10 million each, possibly consuming over a dozen. These initial costs are already considered when calculating expedition earnings, but there are also equally high subsequent costs, equipment repair fees, treatment expenses for injured members, etc. And the annual taxes paid to the guild. Our Familia's rank is too high, so the taxes we need to bear are almost the highest among all familias, Riveria couldn't help but complain. Among the Loki familia's top 3, Captain Finn, as the familia leader, is responsible for overall management and strategic planning and army command. Executive Gareth's work is the training and development of new familia members, and Vice Captain Riveria manages the familia's finances. Clearly, due to the familia's financial issues, Riveria has accumulated quite a bit of stress and resentment. First-class adventurers who have leveled up to LV.5, the familia funds the forging of a first-class weapon for them. This is our familia's incentive policy. Riveria pulled out a stack of bills. Tiona, bet, their weapon forging costs average over 100 million valis each. Ugh, Loki held her forehead, not daring to look at the bills in Riveria's hands. Continuously forging high-grade weapons for newly promoted first-class adventurers is the main source of the Loki familia's financial problems, though it's a kind of happy trouble. It has indeed caused the current economic crisis. Alicia also needs a new weapon forged. Alicia is a magic swordsman. If we're to forge a first-class weapon with magic properties for her, the cost would likely be at least 150 million valis, Riveria said gloomily. After deducting this expense, the Loki familia's account would only have 250 million valis left, and even without considering the initial costs of the next expedition, this sum might not be enough to buy Hephaestus familia's magic sword spiral sword. After all, Riveria and her team's competitors are the Freya Familia, Ganesha Familia, Ishtar Familia, and Yen Sect Familia, each with billions in assets, especially the latter two who operate the pleasure quarter and hospitals. Speaking of which, I have a batch of bills here, for someone who bought alcohol and various useless things in the familia's name, as well as the costs of throwing parties. Riveria smiled at Loki. Want to take a look, our beloved goddess? Loki's back instantly broke out in cold sweat. Bills, no need to look. Who in our familia would do such things? Ah, it must be that kid Ryuu. Riveria stared at Loki. Loki obediently stood next to Ace, lowering her head. I'm sorry. Sigh, Riveria sighed helplessly. Anyway, I'll attend the bidding tomorrow. As for whether we can buy the magic sword, we'll do our best. Go for it, Riveria mama, Loki shouted. Do you want to come along, Ace? Riveria asked. Ace was also interested in the historically powerful magic sword, and wanted to nod, but suddenly realized that going to the Hephaestus Familia with Riveria might mean running into Emiya. If Riveria found out about her previous actions, she'd be done for, so Ace quickly shook her head, her little head bobbing like a rattle drum. I want to go to the dungeon. Ace found a suitable excuse. All right then, Riveria didn't doubt her. Be careful on your own, only allowed in the upper and middle layers, no going to the lower layers. Ace obediently nodded. It's getting late, hurry up and go to sleep, Ace. Goddess too, Riveria said. Ace's body is still developing, don't stay up late. Chapter 50, Bidding begins. What about you, Riveria? Ace asked. Riveria, I'll think of another way. The more strength we have, the greater the chance everyone will be safe during the next expedition. Thus, Ace and Loki left Riveria's study. As they reached the door, Ace paused for a moment. She turned back and saw Riveria flipping through the bills. The beautiful brows of the elven princess were furrowed, her expression tinged with a hint of worry. Shirou, let's not forge anything today. The tall half-dwarf pushed open the workshop door. What's wrong, Tsubaki? Emiya looked up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After ascending to LV.2, Emiya could now be considered a competent blacksmith in his own right, and thus had his own workshop. Although he hadn't acquired the development ability, forging, he had obtained what could be considered its superior, the development ability, mystery. With the support of mystery, and his high potential ability values, Emiya's forging skills were now at the level of a master blacksmith. Especially in the forging of swords, Emiya was a natural master in the field of sword making. Yesterday, he forged a sword for the first time in his own workshop, and his creation was praised by the goddess Hephaestus. A short sword engraved with the Hephaestus Familia emblem was placed in the Hephaestus Familia specialty store in Babel Tower at a high price of 499,000 valis and was sold on the very first day. The material for that sword was just ordinary steel, and the cost was almost negligible. A short sword of the same type, of inferior quality sold by the guild to novice adventurers, costs 3,600 valis, while a standard quality one is around 20,000 valis. The work of Emiya, a master blacksmith, limited to swords, directly increased the price by several dozen times. No wonder the goddess Hephaestus suggested that Emiya need not collect magic stones and dropped items in the dungeon. For him, forging swords was a far more efficient way to earn money. "Tsubaki-ne, please come in," Emiya said, letting the captain into his workshop. The workshop wasn't particularly large, but it was fully equipped. The previous owner of the workshop had just retired a few months ago, which conveniently allowed Emiya to move in directly. "Oh, Shirou has started trying to forge using monster drops." Tsubaki was immediately attracted by the scene on the workbench. "Yes, currently experimenting with using the horns of the Minotaur to forge daggers," Emiya said. "Adding the horn material during forging can enhance the toughness of the finished product. Besides, I'm also experimenting with embedding magic stones into swords." Although no customer had urged him, Emiya hadn't forgotten that he still had an unfulfilled order from Miss Lafia. Forging weapons with magical properties is very challenging and highly valuable. Keep it up, and feel free to ask me anything you don't understand." Tsubaki patted her chest. "The metal boots, Flossword, of the ferocious wolf, from the Loki Familia were forged by me, the only special armament in Orario with magic absorption properties. I'm confident that no one in Orario understands magical armaments better than I do. Then I'll thank Tsubaki-ne in advance. By the way, Tsubaki-ne, what brings you here today?" Tsubaki slapped her forehead. I got so engrossed in Shirou's work that I almost forgot." She said, "Today is the day for the bidding of our collaborative work, the Magic Sword Spiral Blade." The Magic Sword Spiral Blade, designed by Emiya with Tsubaki's assistance, based on the noble phantasm, spiral sword, Caladbalg, of the great Irish hero Fergus Mac Roich from Celtic mythology, was forged by Tsubaki and finally infused with the special magical properties of Emiya's unlimited blade works. The goddess Hephaestus's evaluation was, "a magic sword that surpasses all previous magic swords, the key to a new era of magic swords. It can be used 3 times, with a power equivalent to the wide area attack magic of a LV.5 magician. By briefly charging and increasing the magic output, it can consume all usage times for an even more powerful attack. The power is equivalent to the Longchant wide area annihilation magic of a LV.6 magician. It should be noted that the firepower of magicians often exceeds their level. In terms of attack power alone, LV.2 Lafia has the level of LV.4, and LV.6 Riveria's output in Legion battle surpasses that of LV.7 Otter. Therefore, the Loki Familia's keen interest in the Magic Sword Spiral Blade is not unique. Any Familia with the financial means to purchase this magic sword has expressed great interest. From the current perspective, the initial estimate of 100 million valis by the goddess Hephaestus was actually the most conservative. Even a few days ago, there were thieves who tried to steal it without permission, but the Magic Sword Spiral Blade was stored in the Hephaestus Familia's specialty store in Babel Tower, which is guarded by the Freya Familia. King Otter crushed all intruders, and no one dared to have any more ill intentions. "Let's go take a look, Shirou. After all, it's our collaborative work." Tsubaki extended the invitation. "Sure, why not?" Emiya thought for a moment and nodded. "I also want to see how much that magic sword is worth." Babel Tower, in a meeting room on one of its floors. The Hephaestus Familia temporarily rented it as the venue for the bidding. To pursue higher profits, the Hephaestus Familia chose to have various familias bid, but this transaction was not open to all familias, as only a few could meet the threshold for purchasing the magic sword. Many small familias would never see 100 million valis in their lifetime, and that figure might just be the starting bid for the Magic Sword Spiral Blade. Representing the seller, the Hephaestus Familia, were Captain Tsubaki, Emiya who came along for the experience, and several other blacksmiths who also came to see the event. Additionally, they had a half-elf girl borrowed from the guild to serve as the host. Emiya observed the adventurers present. From the Freya Familia, the LV.6 first-class adventurer, the handsome elven magician, White Fairy's magic wand, Hayden Selland. From the Loki Familia, the vice-captain, LV.6 first-class adventurer, the elven princess, Nine Hell, Riveria Joe's Alf. From the Ganesha Familia, the vice-captain, LV.5 first-class adventurer, Red Battle Leopard, Ilta Fana. From the Ishtar Familia, the cadre, LV.3 second-class adventurer, Beauty Elite, Aisha Belka. From the Dien Sect Familia, the cadre, LV.2 third-class adventurer, Saintess of Battlefield, Ermid Tizenaire. All were famous figures in the Labyrinth City, and their gathering made one can't help but marvel, how many heroes are there in the world. As for another wealthy production-type familia, the Goibniu Familia, the Hephaestus Familia did not invite them. Because competitors are enemies, and the Goibniu Familia also has magic sword blacksmiths, the Hephaestus Familia did not want their magic sword to be studied by another familia. First, thank you all for coming, the half-elf hostess said respectfully, Lady Riveria, Lord Hayden, have you confirmed the state of the magic sword? Hayden looked at Riveria, first slightly bowing to show respect to the royal family, then said, the magic contained in the magic sword is very strong, no problem. Riveria nodded, as Hayden said, no problem. The two strongest magicians in the city jointly confirmed. In that case, the bidding for the magic sword spiral blade begins now, with a starting price of 50 million valis. 200 million valis, the Ishtar Familia's beauty elite, Aisha suddenly spoke. Riveria's lips parted slightly, then slowly closed, swallowing back the 60 million valis she was about to call out. She looked around, her gaze meeting that of the Ganesha Familia's Ilta, both leaning back in their chairs, sharing a knowing smile. 200 million valis, Aisha's initial bid directly raised the starting price from 50 million valis to 200 million, causing the atmosphere in the room to freeze. Now the most relaxed was Riveria, as the Loki Familia's maximum acceptable bid was 150 million valis, any higher might affect the next expedition. With the Loki Familia out of the competition, Riveria's gaze turned to Ermid, lingering for a few seconds on the doll-like delicate face of the young girl before moving away. Besides Riveria, there was another person in the room who was very calm, and that was the vice-captain of the Ganesha Familia, Red Battle Leopard, Ilta Fana. Ilta, laughing to death, no money at all, not even a single valis. The Loki Familia could still offer 100 million valis, while the Ganesha Familia couldn't even afford the starting price of 50 million valis. Ilta was here just to join in the fun and to uphold the Ganesha Familia's reputation. Riveria started to worry when the Familia's accounts showed only 400 million valis left, but the Ganesha Familia's accounts, which were in deficit and debt due to their main god's obsession with monumental architecture, would probably make Riveria drop dead on the spot. Ilta, oh my, just as Shaktine said, this Emiya-kun's aura is really sharp, like a natural-born powerhouse. I'd love to have a big fight with him, but alas, how long will it take for him to level up to LV.5? Feeling unrelated to the bidding, Miss Ilta began to daydream. Meanwhile, at the opposite extreme from the calm Riveria and the distracted Ilta, the most nervous person in the room was actually the first bidder, Aisha. Of all times, Aisha's heart was bitter, if only it had been a bit earlier. Not long ago, the Ishtar Familia had just spent a huge sum to secretly purchase an item called Seshoseki, from the distant Far East. Seshoseki was already an extremely rare item, and with the need for covert smuggling, the final cost amounted to several hundred million valis. So much so that even the wealthy Ishtar Familia, which operates the pleasure district, suddenly found itself financially strained. It was precisely because of this lack of financial confidence that Aisha had to make the first move, attempting to intimidate other competitors with her bold bid. If only it had been earlier, if we had spent 500 million, a billion on purchasing the magic sword first, the purchase of Seshoseki might have been postponed, Aisha sighed inwardly. Dean of the Freya Familia broke the silence, 210 million valis. Unfortunately, Aisha's strategy did not work. The Freya Familia was interested in the magic sword, but not that much. After all, the Freya Familia had a close relationship with the key figure in the creation of the magic sword spiral blade, that LV.2 Emiya Shirou. Not to mention, the place where Emiya currently resides is a tavern run by the former captain of the Freya Familia. If the Freya Familia really wanted a magic sword, they could just order one directly from him. The only reason Dean came to participate in this bidding was, to prevent the Ishtar Familia from obtaining the magic sword spiral blade. Anyone else could have it, the Loki Familia, the Ganesha Familia, the Jien sect Familia, but not the Ishtar Familia. Because the goddess Freya and the goddess Ishtar, both goddesses of beauty, have a very poor relationship, and there are numerous conflicts between their familias. Rationally, Dean did not want the Ishtar Familia to obtain the magic sword spiral blade, and more importantly, the goddess herself said, "Just the thought of Ishtar possibly getting her hands on a sword made by that child makes me sick." With the goddess's oracle as such, Dean unconditionally obeyed, unlike the Loki Familia where the gods are not much involved in practical affairs and the three giants lead the Familia, the Freya Familia takes the goddess's will as absolute and sole. If the Ishtar Familia really wins the bidding for the magic sword, we'll go to war tonight and destroy the Ishtar Familia in one fell swoop, Dean thought expressionlessly. After all, the Ishtar Familia's purchase of the magic sword must be aimed at the Freya Familia, so it's better to strike first. Aisha had no idea that, White Fairy's magic wand, was thinking of such dangerous things, although Dean's thoughts were completely correct, the Ishtar Familia's every action was aimed at the Freya Familia. 250 million valis, Ermid of the Jien sect Familia spoke. She was the lowest level among the representatives of the various familias, but her presence was no less than that of LV.6 Riveria and Dean. Aisha spoke, 260 million valis. Hearing Aisha's bid, Dean immediately followed, 270 million valis. Ermid, 300 million valis. Aisha's emotions began to fluctuate, 310 million valis. This is all money earned by the sisters through hard work, twisting their waists and butts. Thinking of this fact, Aisha felt her heart ache. Dean, however, remained calm, 311 million valis. At this point, even a fool could sense that Dean was simply targeting the Ishtar Familia. He didn't follow Ermid's bids at all, but immediately matched Aisha's. Aisha glared at Dean, but Dean completely ignored her. If we go to war with the Ishtar Familia tonight, how should we arrange our forces? Dean was pondering this question. Aisha felt a chill and stopped looking at Dean. 350, no, 400 million valis. Chapter 51, Escorting Goddess Astrea. Ermid's voice remained calm, but her right hand under the table was trembling slightly. Riveria glanced at Ermid with the corner of her eye. "I hope it works out." If the Jien sect Familia ended up buying the magic sword, then Finn's plan might really have a chance to succeed. Ermid looked around. "I can still raise the bid. The Jien sect Familia is determined to get this magic sword. If you want to compete, I'll go up to 1 billion. When the saintess of the battlefield said this, she exuded the aura of an empress looking down on the world. Among all the familias present, only the Jien sect Familia lacked a first-class adventurer. As the strongest medical faction in the city, their familia had been heavily targeted by the Evilist during the chaotic period. Under frequent attacks, adventurers above LV.4 were almost completely wiped out, and they had yet to recover. And yet, they still possessed enviable wealth. The magic sword, spiral blade, was a nice addition for other familias, but for the Jien sect Familia, it was a lifeline. Therefore, they were determined to acquire it, even if it meant paying a premium. If I have to go all out, so be it. We might as well die together. With the magic sword, spiral blade, the Jien sect Familia at least had such a trump card. Aisha gritted her teeth for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. you medicine sellers really are rich. 4 billion valis, just like that. How many nights would her sisters have to work to earn 4 billion? Hayden, on the other hand, didn't care, as long as the final winner wasn't the Ishtar Familia, he was fine with it. The magic sword, Spiral Blade, was ultimately acquired by the Jien sect Familia for 4 billion valis. Excuse me, does the Hephaestus Familia have any more magic swords, like this? Ermid continued to ask, exuding an air of, I'll buy as many as you have. Yes, we do, Tsubaki smiled, and Ermid's eyes lit up. But the next moment, Tsubaki added, however, the remaining ones are not for sale. How did it go, Riveria? Finn looked at Riveria, who had returned to the base with a tired body. Mission accomplished, Riveria lifted a black sword case, I borrowed it. Our luck is quite good. The materials used by the Hephaestus Familia to forge this magic sword, Spiral Blade, happen to be the magic stones and drops from monsters below the 50th floor. Looking at the sword case, Riveria sighed softly. Finn, so, the Hephaestus Familia is now using materials left behind by the Hera and Zeus Familius, those two factions. The Hera and Zeus Familius were the rulers of Orario before the Freya and Loki Familius. These two Familius were far stronger than any current faction in Orario, boasting adventurers of LV.8 and LV.9 at their peak. These two Familius took on the quests to slay the Land King Behemoth, the Sea King Leviathan, and the Sky King Black Dragon. The Zeus Familia killed Behemoth, and the Hera Familia defeated Leviathan, but their combined forces were tragically wiped out in the battle against the Black Dragon. After that, the Hera and Zeus Familius disappeared, and the Freya and Loki Familius rose to the top of Orario after a period of chaos. According to the guild's records, the Hera and Zeus Familius reached as far as the 71st floor of the dungeon, while the current farthest exploration record in the Labyrinth City is the 49th floor by the Loki Familia. That's right. Almost all the materials sold to the guild by the Hera and Zeus Familius were bought by the Hephaestus Familia and forged into magic swords. But now, those materials have been exhausted, Riveria said, and our Loki Familia is one of the few factions currently capable of breaking through the 50th floor. The Freya Familia's adventurers have stronger overall combat power, but the members of the Freya Familia have no concept of cooperation. They spend their days fighting each other for the goddess Freya's favor, so their progress in dungeon exploration has actually fallen behind the Loki Familia. The Hephaestus Familia's trump cards are equipment and magic swords, the Jien sect Familia's trump cards are medicine and healing, and our Loki Familia's trump cards are progress and materials. Finn said, there are other forging and healing Familias in the city, but as for providing materials from the deepest layers, at least for now, only we can do that. Riveria nodded, that's why I was able to reach an agreement with them. The Jien sect Familia will lend us the magic sword, Spiral Blade, of course, as insurance. It's best if we don't need to use it, but if we do, we'll provide the materials and hire the Hephaestus Familia to forge a new one to return to the Jien sect Familia. The main material for the magic sword, Spiral Blade, is the magic stone of the Strong Dragon from the 51st floor. T/N, Strong Dragon Cadmus. And in return for lending the magic sword and accepting the order for a new one, the Jien sect Familia and the Hephaestus Familia will have the first right to purchase the materials we obtain from this expedition. Additionally, the medicine for the expedition will be purchased from the Jien sect Familia, and Alicia's first-class armament will be forged by the Hephaestus Familia. Finn nodded, we would have done that anyway. The Jien sect Familia's medicine is the best, and it has always been the Loki Familia's first choice. As for Alicia's first-class armament, Alicia herself has probably already chosen the forger. The only question is whether Emiya, who recently leveled up to LV.2, has the ability to forge first-class armament. If he's not capable, then it will have to be forged by the one-eyed blacksmith, Tsubaki. Alicia's level up, plus this magic sword, do you now have the confidence to perfectly defeat Baylor? Riveria asked. Finn, to be honest, without these two things, I wouldn't have much confidence. He paused for a moment, but now, saying 100% would be arrogant, so let's say 99%. Finn said, let's start preparing for the expedition. Once Alicia's weapon is ready, we'll set off. Our goal is to slay Baylor and break through to the 50th floor and beyond. Emiya-kun, wait a moment. You are. Aisha-senpai. Outside the Babel Tower, Aisha stopped Emiya, who was about to return to the workshop. Beauty Elite. Aisha-senpai, what can I do for you? Emiya asked. The Beauty Elite was already eye-catching, and with her calling out Emiya's name, the surrounding gazes instantly focused on them. Emiya? Wait, is he the Emiya Shirou who single-handedly wiped out the Soma Familia? You mean the super genius who broke the Sword Princess's fastest level-up record, reaching LV.2 in just 3 months? What? 3 months? That's cheating, right? No way. Watch your words. He's from the Hephaestus Familia. Ah, the Hephaestus Familia, that explains it, that explains it. These big familias always manage to find once-in-a-lifetime geniuses. I envy him. I wish I could join the Hephaestus Familia. If you could level up to LV.2 in 3 months, even the Loki Familia would beg you to join. Emiya overheard the surrounding adventurers' discussions and was momentarily at a loss for words, so if an adventurer from a small familia levels up quickly, they're suspected of cheating? How realistic. By the way, the title, Sword King, clearly overshadows Sword Princess, right? Will he also level up to LV.5 as quickly as Sword Princess? Sword King is from the Hephaestus Familia, so it might also mean King of Swordsmithing. My second uncle's cousin's friend bought a sword he forged, and I heard the quality is terrifyingly good. It can cut through iron like mud and slice through hair. Meanwhile, a bit further away, a few elf girls were whispering among themselves. Elf Girl A, by the way, what's the relationship between Beauty Elite and Sword King? I heard Emiya Shirou is an elf slayer. Does his hypnotic skill work on Amazons too? Elf Girl B, Elf Slayer. Hypnotic skill. What's that? Tell me more. Elf Girl A, my neighbor heard from her cousin's friend in the Loki Familia that Emiya has a mental control skill targeting elves, making elf girls fall unconditionally in love with him. Elf Girl C, what? Such a terrifying ability exists. Elf Girl D, no, it's fine. We have Lady Riveria. She'll personally deal with such an inherently evil human brat. Amazon Girl A, what should I do? My heart races when I see his profile and eyes. Have I already fallen under Emiya-sama's skill? Other elves, Amazon, stop eavesdropping on us. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Emiya didn't hear the elf girl's whispers. Good afternoon, Emiya-kun. I came to thank you for helping me and Haruhime back then. Aisha also ignored the surrounding commotion and firmly grasped Emiya's hand. Please accept this highest-level VIP card. Emiya instinctively wanted to refuse. He didn't want any high-level VIP card from the Pleasure District. You can secretly come to the Pleasure District to find me, Aisha said, looking up to meet Emiya's gaze. Her voice was seductive, but her eyes only showed determination and resolve. Emiya was silent for a few seconds before accepting the VIP card from the Pleasure District along with the note Aisha slipped into his hand. Aisha gently lowered her head, and a faint whisper reached Emiya's ears, please, save Haruhime. Thank you for your hard work, Asfi. A brown-haired woman stepped down from the carriage, speaking in a gentle tone. Don't say that, goddess. A short-haired, blue-haired female adventurer with a heroic demeanor placed her right hand over her left chest and gave an elegant bow. It is my greatest honor to assist you. Her name was Asfi Al-Andromeda, the captain of the Hermes Familia, registered as LV.2 with the guild, and her title was All-Rounder. The Hermes Familia was a unique faction. It was an exploration-type familia, but their explorations were not of the dungeon, but of the world outside the labyrinth city. The familia's main god was the traveler god Hermes, a restless deity who was always on the move, loved traveling, and never stayed in one place for more than half a month. Under the leadership of their main god, the Hermes Familia was active in countries around the world centered on Aria, reaching as far as the island nation in the Far East, the sword-making city, the magic country, and even the secret realms of the Great Tree Sea, and Dragon Valley, leaving their footprints everywhere. Due to the unique nature of the Familia, the Hermes Familia possessed a vast amount of information and secrets about Aria and its surroundings. At the same time, to meet the needs of the guild and various familias in the Labyrinth City, they often took on missions that required leaving Aria, such as delivery tasks. Asfi had accepted a request from her former comrade, Gale, the task being to deliver a letter to the goddess Astrea in the distant sword-making city. Fortunately, Asfi hadn't even reached the sword-making city when she coincidentally encountered the goddess Astrea, who was on her way to the Labyrinth City of Aria. Asfi handed Gale's letter to the goddess Astrea and then took on the task of escorting the goddess Astrea to Aria. Before Emiya, there were no more than 5 adventurers in all of Aria with the development ability, Mystery, and Asfi was one of them. Her mystery was reflected in the development and creation of magic tools. Asfi modified the goddess Astrea's carriage, further improving its efficiency, allowing them to complete the 2-day journey in just 1 day and return to the Labyrinth City. It's been a long time, the goddess Astrea gazed at the majestic walls of Aria in the distance and sighed softly. 2 years ago, the Astrea Familia was annihilated by the Evelus, with only Ryuu Lion surviving. Afterward, at Ryu's urging, the goddess Astrea left Aria, while Ryuu stayed in Aria to seek revenge on the remnants of the Evelus. The goddess Astrea went to the sword-making city, where she lived for 2 years, preparing to forge a new weapon for Ryuu, who was fighting alone, while silently waiting for Ryu's letter. Until half a month ago, the goddess Astrea still hadn't received any word from Ryuu, but she did receive a letter from her former comrade, the god Ganesha. During the dark era of fighting against the Evelus, the Astrea Familia and the Ganesha Familia of that time had jointly shouldered the Order of Aria. Ganesha's messenger was a LV.5 first-class adventurer, who informed the goddess Astrea of Gale's recent situation and the changes that had occurred. At the same time, Ganesha suggested that the goddess Astrea return to Aria to see for herself. Whether Gale can be entrusted to that boy should be confirmed by you personally. This is what I, Ganesha, believe. This was written in Ganesha's letter. After careful consideration, the goddess Astrea set off for the Labyrinth City, only to coincidentally encounter Asfi, who was carrying Ryu's letter, along the way. In the letter, Ryuu recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 years, telling the goddess Astrea that her justice and future had found a new home, and expressing her wish to meet with the goddess Astrea. Ryuu, who hadn't updated her god's blessing in 2 years, hoped to update her status and level up. The goddess Astrea was immensely relieved. The child she had been most worried about had finally been able to leave her heavy past behind and embrace the future. Thanks to that boy named Emiya Shirou. The only thing that puzzled the goddess Astrea was why Ryu's handwriting in the letter was so shaky, with many strokes faint, as if her hand had been trembling while writing. Chapter 52, Save Haruhime. That child, in what state did she write this letter? Goddess Astrea had some doubts about this. The answer actually was, the left hand of the useless elf was being held by Emiya, and because she was too shy, her right hand also started to tremble. Let's enter the city, goddess, Asfi said. Let's go, goddess Astrea nodded. Looking at the lonely figure of goddess Astrea, Asfi felt a moment of sadness in her heart. If that incident had not happened, the Astrea Familia would now have at least 3 level 5 first-class adventurers Elise level, Ryuu Lion, and Gajuno Kagaya. At least these 3 would definitely have leveled up within 2 years. And now, only Gale remains, Asfi sighed softly. The walls of Aria were so high that one had to tilt their head back until their neck ached to see the top, exuding an overwhelming presence. As the only barrier against the dungeon in the world, this fortress, standing here since ancient times, felt somewhat cold and stern. Crossing this massive wall, one entered the Labyrinth City at the center of the world. Thanks to the privileges of the Hermes Familia, Asfi and her companions did not need to queue at a city gate like merchants or travelers but used a different entrance. "Yo, Asfi, back so soon. Who's this?" The guard at the entrance was an adventurer with brown skin and a scruffy beard, casually dressed with a pattern on the shoulder of his clothes, the emblem of the Ganesha Familia, mimicking the face of the god Ganesha. "A friend of Lord Ganesha, Hashana," Asfi replied. Before entering the city, Goddess Astrea first put on a hood, concealing her iconic, stunningly beautiful face. Goddess Astrea simply wanted to return to Orario to see Ryuu, and to avoid misunderstandings like, the Astrea Familia is returning to the Labyrinth City, which could cause unnecessary trouble, she simply concealed her identity. Hashana Dorlia, a level 3 adventurer of the Ganesha Familia, with the title, Hard Fist Fighter. The Ganesha Familia manages the city's order, and Hashana was responsible for the security near the city gates during this period. "I see. I'll confirm with Lord Ganesha," Hashana shrugged and then chose to let them pass. He knew that Asfi was trustworthy, and it was better not to pry into the secrets of the Hermes Familia. Later, he would inform his god, Lord Ganesha, who probably knew the reasons for their coming and going. Lady Astrea, Gale, is now working as a waitress at the Hostess of Fertility Tavern. "Shall we go there?" Asfi inquired. "I look forward to reuniting with Ryuu, but there's no rush, let's go to the Hephaestus Familia first," Astrea said, "I want to see that child first." Northeast Avenue, Hephaestus Familia headquarters. Unaware that Goddess Astrea was heading here, Emiya was currently holding the VIP card and note given to him by Aisha, returning to the workshop. So, what happened back then wasn't an illusion, Emiya thought to himself. Not long ago, during the battle to defeat the Black Goliath, Emiya, to protect the rear of Ryuu and Aria, creating conditions for them to kill the Dungeon King, faced the monster feast summoned by the Black Goliath alone. During the fight, his status values suddenly experienced a significant boost. It was at that moment, with multiple enhancements, Emiya's magic power finally reached the threshold to project anti-army noble phantasm, and he ultimately used Fate Calidbalg to annihilate the hundreds of monsters summoned by the Black Goliath. Because he was already in the state of enhanced status values activated by both Under the Snow and under the influence of Mad Enhancement, Emiya, in the heat of battle, couldn't immediately discern the source of the enhancement. He once thought that the status boost during the battle was also an effect of Oath Under the Snow. It wasn't until now that Emiya learned it was actually the effect of Haruhime Senjuno's magic, Yukai no Kazuchi. Moreover, the enhancement he received at that time wasn't a status boost but a level up. Yukai no Kazuchi. Level up. Limited to one target, the effect lasts for 15 minutes. After activation, there is a certain cooldown period, and the caster themselves cannot be the target. This is the only magic of the level 1 rookie adventurer, Haruhime Senjuno. Powerful enough to incite war, Emiya had only this evaluation for the Yukai no Kazuchi magic. Leveling up provides a comprehensive enhancement to adventurers, with a very significant boost. Only a very few skills can provide enhancements that surpass levels, and these are rare skills. Asa's, Avenger, Alice's, Saika Benisaki, and Emiya's, both Under the Snow, etc., adventurers in Orario with such skills can be counted on one hand. And without exception, these skills have their own activation conditions or usage costs, and more importantly, these skills can only affect the possessor themselves. But Haruhime Senjuno's, Yukai no Kazuchi, is a magic that can be directly used, and it can be used on others. The Man Killer, Phryne Jamil, at the bottom of the level 5 upper tier adventurers, can directly enter the level 6 hero realm with the enhancement of Yukai no Kazuchi, and if the level 7, the King, Otter received the enhancement of Yukai no Kazuchi, his strength could reach the long-lost level 8 in the Labyrinth City. Emiya clenched the note secretly passed to him by Aisha. "I never expected, the Ishtar Familia was hiding such a secret." He recalled Haruhime's appearance, that delicate, timid fox girl, always following closely behind Aisha, and in the end, it was her courageous release of Yukai no Kazuchi that became the key to Emiya ending the battle. Being the first fox person and the first woman in a kimono he met in this world, Emiya had a deep impression of Haruhime, and now, he had a new understanding of her. Undoubtedly, Haruhime's act of using magic on him took a huge risk, and their fates became intertwined because of this magic. And Aisha's act of leaking Haruhime's information to Emiya was an indisputable betrayal of her Familia. Aisha betrayed the trust of the Ishtar Familia, which appointed her as an executive, even entrusting her with the most important tasks like taking care of Haruhime and purchasing magic swords. Aisha held a very high position in Ishtar, as the only level 5 in the Ishtar Familia had strength but no brains, and the only level 4 was the goddess Ishtar's close attendant, not involved in Familia affairs. Having leveled up to level 3 a few years ago, Aisha, with a promising future, was already part of the Familia's management, effectively the vice-captain of the Familia. Trusted by the goddess, loved by her peers, holding a high position. Yet, Aisha still chose to betray. Because of a stone from the Far East, Seshu Seiki. Seshu Seiki is an item specifically for fox people. A forbidden magical item made from Tamamonome's stone and Tariba's stone. The material for Tamamonome's stone is the remains of a fox person, preferably a fox child. Just from the material and the method of making, it's already a forbidden item not tolerated by the world. The effect of Tamamonome's stone is to greatly enhance the magic, or sorcery, of a fox person. Gekka Seiki is a special ore that changes color under moonlight, emits light, and generates magical power, also used by blacksmiths as a weapon material. It's also called Tariba's stone, because the ore's original color is as black as wet crow feathers. Because a certain bard, holding the ore that glowed in various colors and lights under the moonlight, sang a tragic love song about the moon, which became widely known, this ore gained recognition in the world. Weapons and items made with this material change their hardness, power, and effects with the moonlight. However, this characteristic is meaningless in the deep underground dungeon, so Gekka Seiki itself is not circulated in the market of the Labyrinth City. The time when Tariba's stone can exert its maximum effect is on the night of a full moon. At that time, the Seshu Seiki, a fusion of the two ores, turns into a demon stone. It will seal the user of the Seshu Seiki, the fox person's magic, soul, into the stone. With the corresponding equipment, the Seshu Seiki, perfectly sealed with magic, can provide the fox person's precious magic, sorcery, to a third party, completing a magical item not inferior to magic swords. As a cost, the sacrificed fox person will become an empty shell, losing their soul. The Ishtar Familia has already purchased a Seshu Seiki from the Far East and transported it into Orario. Their plan is to initiate the Seshu Seiki ritual on the next full moon night, sealing Haruhime's soul into it. At that time, the Ishtar Familia will divide the Seshu Seiki, along with Haruhime's soul into fragments, and each fragment of the Seshu Seiki will be a magic sword, capable of releasing Yukai no Kazuchi once. The Ishtar Familia will obtain an unprecedented forbidden magical item, and Haruhime, her soul will be completely shattered in dozens of divisions, leaving only her body, becoming a hollow puppet. Aisha, knowing the Ishtar Familia's plan, made the choice Emiya would have made. She chose the latter between Familia and sister. Save Haruhime, she issued such an adventurer's request to Emiya. This situation is really troublesome. Goddess Hephaestus rubbed her temples, staring at Aisha's note, her tone unprecedentedly grave. Regarding Haruhime's situation and Aisha's request, Emiya did not shut himself in, pondering alone, nor did he act impulsively on his own. Instead, he immediately sought out Goddess Hephaestus. Compared to acting rashly alone, he trusted the goddess's wisdom more. Your thoughts are correct, Shirou, we must save that child, Seshu Seiki. Such a forbidden item should not exist, the goddess said seriously. However, we must carefully consider what method to take. The Ishtar Familia is not an easy opponent, being one of the top factions in Orario in terms of strength, with one level 5 and one level 4 in their Familia, surpassing the Hephaestus Familia in top-tier combat power. One-eyed giant blacksmith, Tsubaki's strength is superior to the Ishtar Familia's level 5, man-killer, Phryne, but the Hephaestus Familia lacks a level 4, and apart from Tsubaki and Emiya, the other members are mostly blacksmiths with average combat abilities, while the Ishtar Familia has many battle prostitutes who frequently engage in dungeon adventures. This is without considering Haruhime and, Yukai no Kazuchi, if, man-killer, is enhanced to level 6, dealing with her would be troublesome. In terms of financial resources, the Ishtar Familia is second only to the Hephaestus Familia, and if the cost of obtaining the Sesshu Seiki wasn't so high, the Dien sect Familia might not have outbid them in the magic sword auction. If we were to go to war with the Ishtar Familia, winning in the end wouldn't be a problem, we could just use magic swords to bombard them to death, Hephaestus said, but, a war between our two great familias would most likely end in mutual destruction, and there are many issues we must consider. First, is Aisha's information reliable? The reputation of, beauty elite, is quite good, she should be trustworthy, but for such a significant matter, we must be cautious. Second, what is Haruhime Sanjuno's attitude towards the Ishtar Familia? Will her magic, Yukai no Kazuchi, be cast on, man-killer, Phryne or on Yu, Shirou? This is very important. Third, can Haruhime and, Yukai no Kazuchi's information remain confidential after this matter? Hephaestus pointed out several important issues she was concerned about, and Emiya also fell silent. So I say, this situation is really troublesome, but fortunately, Hephaestus changed her tone. Today, there happens to be a friend here who can help us. Hephaestus's lips curled into a pleased arc. Astrea, come in, Hephaestus called out loudly. Is this all right, Hephaestus, your familia's affairs? Should I not step back for now? The goddess outside the door responded. I trust you, and besides, this matter requires the intervention of you, the goddess of stars and justice, Hephaestus said. Is that so? Then it seems I've come at just the right time. The stunningly beautiful goddess with long brown hair pushed the door open and entered. The goddess of stars and justice, Astrea. Hearing this name, Emiya couldn't help but be startled. Astrea, Ryu's former familia, he also thought of goddess Hephaestus's words, the dowry of the Astrea Familia. Emiya could project and borrow the powers of all deceased members of the Astrea Familia, and with his relationship with Ryuu, he was momentarily unsure of how to face goddess Astrea. Shirou, I finally meet you, Astrea walked up to the boy. Anyone could see at a glance. As a benevolent goddess, she was full of compassion, or rather, maternal love. The air around her was so gentle, just, and pure. Her walnut-colored long hair fell down her back, and her eyes were a deep blue like the starry sea. Chapter 53, The Hero-Themed Restaurant. Her azure eyes were clearer than Ryu's, captivating the viewer like a starry sky. Her pure white garment, untainted by any impurity, outlined the unique curves of a woman's body, yet it also enveloped her soft limbs. Her demeanor, along with her appearance, evoked the image of a chaste and noble woman, though the deep valley formed by her twin peaks was somewhat distracting. The title of goddess existed solely for her. She was the embodiment of purity, whiteness, and beauty, deserving of endless praise. Goddess Astrea. Ryu's patron god, a transcendent being who governs stars and justice. Astrea maintained a gentle smile. Hello, Goddess Astrea. Suddenly meeting such a legendary god, Emiya found himself at a loss for words. Astrea embraced him. The soft and warm embrace left Emiya flustered. I see a brilliant starlight within you, Astrea whispered, thank you for everything you've done for Ryuu, Shirou. The light emanating from the boy was not flawlessly pure. Within the dazzling radiance, there were also traces of suppressed, heavy, and even distorted dark light. Yet, Astrea felt that Ryuu was better suited to follow such a light. From the perspective of a transcendent being, Astrea saw the most fundamental trait of Emiya, steadfastness. His will and spirit were like an unyielding holy sword, unshaken by any words or divine decrees. This absolute resilience, a mind free from internal conflict, was exactly what Ryuu needed. Changing Ryu's stubborn nature was no easy task. She needed a guide, and in Astria's eyes, Emiya was the best candidate. I returned to Orario not only for Ryuu but also to meet you, Astria said. Now, I feel assured to entrust Ryuu to you. Thank you, Lady Astria, Emiya gently hugged Astria. Hephaestus, ahem, that's enough, Astria. Come take a look at this. The goddess of fire coughed twice, separating Emiya and Astria, then handed Aisha's note to Astria. Astria picked up the note and began reading, her delicate brows soon furrowing. Such a thing could actually happen. Hephaestus shared her concerns with Astria, and the goddess of justice tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment. Beauty elite, Aisha seems sincere. Just in case, I can meet her in person, Astria said. Hephaestus, your presence would be too conspicuous. I, on the other hand, can move unnoticed. Gods can easily see through the lies of mortals, and Astria, who had hidden her identity to enter Orario, could act in the shadows. Astria, if the information from Beauty Elite can be confirmed, I can think of 3 methods to deal with the Ishtar Familia. The first method is to directly engage in a Familia war with the Ishtar Familia, launching an attack before the next full moon to rescue Senjuno Haruhime from their grasp. Goddess Astria explained her 3 strategies. However, both the Ishtar Familia and our Hephaestus Familia are large factions controlling crucial industries in the city. A war would have massive and uncontrollable repercussions, Hephaestus thought for a moment before speaking. The Ishtar Familia is not the Soma Familia. Regardless of the war's outcome, even if we achieved a great victory, the mere act of destroying the Ishtar Familia would be too significant. The subsequent impact and chain reactions might be more than the Hephaestus Familia could handle. As a goddess, Hephaestus had to consider her numerous followers. Yes, that's true. After hearing Hephaestus's concerns, Astria nodded and continued. Another strategy is to publicize Haruhime Senjuno's information or directly hand it over to one of the Freya Familia, Loki Familia, or Ganesha Familia, preferably the Freya Familia, and then, Astria made a beheading gesture. Watch as the Freya Familia destroys the Ishtar Familia, and it will all be over. The rivalry between Goddess of Beauty, Freya and Goddess of Beauty, Ishtar was common knowledge in the city. The Ishtar Familia's preparation of Seshuseki was undoubtedly aimed at the Freya Familia. If the Freya Familia learned of Haruhime's situation, Goddess Freya would naturally deal with Ishtar in the most ruthless manner. However, this might not be a good outcome for the child named Haruhime. Moreover, the city's balance would be severely affected, Astria continued. Not only that, but if the Ishtar Familia were to fall, the recently improved situation in the Pleasure District might take a sharp turn for the worse. The Freya Familia's strength was slightly superior to the Loki Familia and Ganesha Familia, but the gap was not insurmountable. The 3 major familias maintained a delicate balance. Any one of the 3 major familias obtaining Haruhime could disrupt the balance of power at the city's top, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Furthermore, although some practices and members of the Ishtar Familia were questionable, during the Dark Ages, they had stood on the side of justice. Now, the Ishtar Familia was an essential pillar of the city, objectively playing the role of maintaining order. At least for now, this recently calmed Orario still needed the Ishtar Familia to manage the Pleasure District, which was inherently the city's dark side. Perhaps Goddess Ishtar and her Familia had no intention of doing good, but they had indeed reshaped Orario's Pleasure District. As the patron god of courtesans, Ishtar protected the women who formed the Red Light District, yet were in vulnerable positions. Before the rise of the Ishtar Familia, the Pleasure District was controlled by merchant guilds and gangs, where the lives of women were extremely miserable. Human trafficking and forced prostitution were rampant, far worse than the current situation. Girls who came to Orario dreaming of the city were immediately targeted by guilds or gangs, tricked or forced into signing contracts full of traps. Their innocence and bodies were quickly destroyed, leaving them in debt to the guilds. Such cases were common in the past. Now, at least within the Ishtar Familia's territory, anyone daring to act so brazenly would face the wrath of LV.3 battle courtesans wielding swords. Astria and Hephaestus, though goddesses of justice, were not naive. They understood that in a city of adventurers like Orario, the demand for the pleasure district would always exist. And despite goddess Ishtar's sinister side, she was indeed the only god with both the ability and the will to protect these women, because she and her familia genuinely regarded courtesans as a sacred, noble, and great profession. Currently, the Ishtar familia lacked a righteous first-class adventurer to inherit the faction's influence. Their only LV.5 was a figure with significant moral and intellectual flaws. If the Ishtar familia were to fall now, the pleasure district might revert to its former, more brutal and chaotic state. Indeed. Additionally, I have a personal wish. If possible, I hope the child named Haruhime can join the Hephaestus familia and become part of our camp. Hephaestus was quite candid about this. The goddess used the term our camp. She said this because of Ryuu, who was not a member of the Hephaestus familia but, due to her relationship with Emiya, undoubtedly belonged to their side. And Ryuu alone represented 99% of the Astrea familia's combat power. After leaving the labyrinth city of Orario, the Astrea familia had recruited some new members, but those girls were only LV.1, with no upper-class adventurers who had undergone level upgrades. Thus, the Astrea familia could also be considered part of their camp, which was another reason Hephaestus trusted Astrea, aside from believing in her divine nature. The fire goddess's words also hinted to Astrea. She hoped Astrea would consider staying in Orario. Currently, the Astrea familia in Orario had only one LV.5 member, Ryuu, who was under the protection of the hostess of fertility, Tavern, making them fearless. Although Ryuu had not yet updated her status, Hephaestus had already assumed, upon meeting Astrea, that Gale was a LV.5 first-class adventurer. With LV.5, Gale, and the support of the Hephaestus familia, the Astrea familia should quickly establish a firm foothold. Regarding Hephaestus's hint, Astrea neither confirmed nor denied it, continuing to discuss the Ishtar familia. If you wish for Haruhime Senjuno to join the Hephaestus familia, then the Hephaestus familia cannot easily take the stage. Shirou can act in a personal capacity, but he needs a reasonable excuse. Astrea looked at Emiya. Additionally, Ryuu can also participate in a personal capacity. Astrea pondered. The basic idea of this strategy is to resolve the matter at a personal level, without escalating it to a familia level. Haruhime Senjuno, perhaps we can delve into this child's background. Astrea thought of her familia's former vice-captain, Kagaya Gajuno. Kagaya was a princess from the Far East, so Astrea had some knowledge of that distant country. Kagaya Gajuno's homeland was the Far East, a country composed of several islands. The ruling body of the Far East was a national type, Familia, with gods such as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo as its patron gods, forming a large composite faction. Among them, 9 ancient families served as high nobles, managing state affairs and steering the country's course. The Gajuno family, to which Kagaya Gajuno belonged, was one of the 9 families. In governance, each family had clear responsibilities. For example, the capital's administration, rituals related to the great gods, military campaigns against unruly local lords and demons, and so on. Among these tasks, the Gajuno family was responsible for fire extinguishing. As mediators, their duty was to swiftly eliminate any harmful friction, whether within or outside the court, that threatened stability. Navigating between major organizations, they had always achieved peace and efficient mediation, earning the reputation of, without Gajuno, fire disasters cannot be avoided. Haruhime Senjuno's surname was similar to Kagaya Gajuno's. Astrea recalled that the 9 families of the Far East all had surnames related to numbers, and Sanju was one of them. A child from a noble family like Sanju, why would they join the Ishtar familia, which operates brothels and the pleasure district? There must be some hidden story behind this, Astrea analyzed. Hephaestus, could it be human trafficking? If so, that would explain it. Human trafficking was explicitly prohibited by the laws of the Labyrinth City. Thanks to the efforts of Major Familius, the situation had improved compared to the Dark Ages, but shadowy transactions were hard to completely eradicate, and the pleasure district was undoubtedly a hotspot. Some things, when not weighed, seem light, but once weighed, they become unbearably heavy. I remember, at the last gods meeting, there was a Takamikazuchi, who had just arrived in Orario from the Far East. His captain was LV.2, so he was eligible to attend the meeting. Hephaestus recalled the strong god who had teared up at the gods meeting because his captain was given the embarrassing title, Martial God's Son. Takamikazuchi Familia? We could inquire about Haruhime Senjuno's information from them, Astria said. We might get crucial information, or even their familia could play a surprising role. Takamikazuchi, Emiya remembered this name. And the key to everything is you, Shirou. Astria looked at the boy. You need to do something very important. Considering that the next full moon is in 7 days, you must start acting tonight. It might require some sacrifice from you. Emiya asked seriously, yes, what do I need to do? Astria, first, spend a night in the pleasure district. Go tonight. Emiya, alright, what? Achoo, far away in the tavern, Ryuu sneezed violently. After Emiya left, Goddess Hephaestus asked softly. You said Shirou would act in a personal capacity. Do you think Ishtar will believe it? What matters is not whether she believes it, but whether she wants to believe it. Goddess Astria spoke calmly. I will give Ishtar 2 choices, either believe that Shirou is acting in a personal capacity, and that Ryuu happened to defeat Man-Killer, at the same time. Goddess Astria raised her hand, as if her fingertips were balancing a scale. Or, face the hammer of the Hephaestus Familia and the sword of the Astria Familia. She looked out the window, and that towering spire. Hey, useless elf, I'm giving you half a day off today. Make up for it next weekend. Mia suddenly walked up to Ryuu and said. The tall figure of the dwarf boss gave Ryuu a strong sense of oppression, and Mia's words left Ryuu even more confused. The boss is proactively giving me a day off. Has the sun risen from the west? Unfair, Mamma Mia, the cat wants a day off too, Naya. The cat too, Naya. We don't get enough days off, Naya. Chapter 54, Updating Fauna of Ryuu. Bang! Bang! After delivering a heavy punch each to the catgirls Anya and Chloe, Mia turned to Ryuu. Hurry up, make the most of your time, she is waiting for you. Ryuu was puzzled, but the next moment, she saw the goddess standing at the entrance of the tavern. Lady Astria, Ryuu whispered in disbelief. Ryuu, long time no see, congratulations on your new job. Astria smiled lightly. This uniform suits you very well, it's very cute. Lady Astria. Goddess, the elf girl threw herself into the arms of Goddess Astria. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, Ryuu wanted to say something, but her sobs wouldn't stop, only tears kept flowing out. Really, you've worked hard, Ryuu. Goddess Astria tightly hugged the elf girl, comforting her gently. Ryuu, is this where you live now? Yes, Lady Astria. Astria and the elf girl came to her living quarters, located in a separate building of the tavern, sharing the dormitory with Anya, Lunwar, and Chloe, while Emiya's room was upstairs. Originally, Ryuu lived in another separate building of the tavern, but that building was severely damaged due to a brawl involving several LV.4 girls and has not been repaired yet, so they are temporarily staying here. The room is not large, with only a wooden bed and a table and chairs as furniture, but the details exude a warm living atmosphere. Astria sat on the edge of the bed, and as she looked up, she saw the wooden sword hanging on the opposite wall. Ryuu stood by, her tears already wiped away, though her eyes were still slightly red. Ryuu, tell me, what has happened during this time? Astria patted the bed beside her, signaling Ryuu to sit next to her. Although Ryuu had briefly described her experiences in letters, the information conveyed through text was ultimately limited, and compared to reading letters, Astria preferred to hear Ryuu's first-hand account. Ryuu sat next to Astria, leaning gently on the goddess's shoulder, narrating her story. After persuading you to leave Orario, I have been hunting down the remnants of the Evolus faction. At the peak of the Evolus faction's power, they once had several first-class adventurers who reached LV.5 and numerous second-class adventurers at LV.4. but most of these high-level adventurers fell in the decisive battle against the allied forces of the order-aligned Familias. Hayden of the Freya Familia, the White Fairy's magic wand, and Hogni, the Black Fairy's demon sword, killed the LV.5 sisters, the Dis. Finn of the Loki Familia, the Braver, defeated LV.5, Killer Empress, Valletta Greed. Goddess Astrea Familias, Yamato Rindu, Kagaya defeated LV.4, Faceless, Vito. After the decisive battle, the Evolus faction, having lost many high-level adventurers, could no longer confront the allied Familias of Ororio head-on, and the remnants of Evolus went underground. Soon after, they orchestrated a conspiracy that nearly annihilated the Astrea Familia. The only survivor, Ryuu, began an unrelenting pursuit of the Evolus remnants. In 2 years, Ryuu defeated no fewer than a handful of LV.4 adventurers of her level, and the number of ordinary Evolus members she killed was countless. Besides Evolus, some drug trafficking organizations, organ trafficking groups, and slave smuggling rings also fell to Ryuu's blade. The gale ended the dark era of Ororio. This statement is not an exaggeration. However, in Ryuu's account to Goddess Astrea, the battles of the past 2 years were briefly mentioned, while the experiences of the last few months took up at least 70% of the content. Emiya, Seer, Anya. Ryuu tirelessly recounted these recently met companions, and Goddess Astrea listened patiently. Lady Astrea, I want to protect Seer, I wish to help Shirou, for them, I cannot remain stagnant. After concluding her story, Ryuu looked up, earnestly gazing into Goddess Astrea's eyes. So, please update my fauna. Astrea's voice grew even gentler, as you wish, Ryuu. Ryuu. LV.4 LV.5. Strength, D5800. Endurance, D501I0. Dexterity, S999I0. Agility, S9500. Magic, S9000. Development abilities. Hunter, G, Abnormal Resistance, G, Magic, I, Magic Defense, I, New. Magic. Luminous Wind. Wind, light attribute, wide area attack magic, creates a large number of light bullets accompanied by a gale to attack the enemy ahead. Chant. Now distant forest sky. Infinite night sky studded with infinite stars. Respond to the voice of a fool like me, grant me the protection of starlight once more. Bestow light and mercy upon those who have abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, roaming traveler. Fly across the sky, gallop through the wilderness, travel faster than all things. Carry the radiance of the stars to vanquish the enemy. Noah heal. Single target recovery magic, with good healing effects but slow to take effect. Terrain effect, receives a correction in forest areas. Chant. Now the song of the distant forest, the melody of past life. Please bestow healing mercy upon those who seek you. Astrea record stellar memory. Inherits the will of past Familia members like Alicia and others, able to inherit and activate the magic of past Astrea Familia companions. Chant. When the mission is faithfully fulfilled, the scales will achieve balance. The fortress of order, the crown of integrity, the lamp of evil destruction. In the name of the goddess, like a trail across the sky, decorating the earth with brilliant stars. Justice flows endlessly. Skills. Fairy Serenade. Enhances magic effects. Effect enhancement increases at night. Mind load. When attacking, the greater the mental power consumption, the greater the strength boost. Automatically activates once mental power consumption begins. Arrow mana. While dashing, attack power increases with speed. Justice Oath. When fighting alongside a specific target or teammates with bond-type skills, all abilities are boosted, small effect. Skill description is influenced by the owner's perception. The Gale, Ryuu Lion was to become a first-class LV.5 adventurer, whether it was the all-rounder Asphai or goddess Hephaestus. Upon hearing of goddess Astria's arrival in Orerio, they immediately came to this conclusion. Ryuu had experienced hellish battles over the past few years, and the great deeds she accomplished could have elevated several LV.4 second-class adventurers. The only thing holding the Gale back was her psychological issues. Ryuu believed she could no longer bear the name of Justice and lacked the courage to face Astria again. But now, for various reasons, she finally took a step forward, and goddess Astria also came to Orerio, so Ryuu's leveling up was a natural progression. The Gale, Ryuu Lion became the first LV.5 adventurer of the Astria Familia. Now, among the less than 40 first-class adventurers in the Labyrinth City, she became one of them. Moreover, Ryuu is definitely not the weakest among them. The results of all the life and death battles, the Gale, experienced are reflected in her status. Magic and agility both reached S rank. Her dexterity even reached the limit, an astonishing S999. Over the years, due to continuous high-intensity battles, Ryuu gained a lot of high-quality experience. These great deeds accumulated in her body, but Ryuu never leveled up, and in the end, these great deeds turned into extreme attributes. These statuses all transformed into her potential abilities after Ryuu leveled up, and with such potential abilities as a foundation, plus her terrifyingly strong magic and skills, the newly leveled Ryuu could rival seasoned LV.5 adventures in combat power. Besides her status, Ryuu also gained a development ability, a skill, and a magic. The development ability, Magic Defense, as the name suggests, increases resistance to magic, including the effects of magician's spells and magical items. Since during her pursuit of the Evolus remnants, what most often injured Ryuu was not the Evolus adventurers themselves but the magic swords, and other items or various traps they used, Ryuu manifested the Magic Defense, development ability. The skill, Justice Oath, is the same as Alicia's, Elf Bond, with the same effect but a different name. The effect is a simple and powerful boost to status, although it's just a regular status boost, not a high domain or ultra domain boost like Alicia, Ace, or Emiya's exclusive skills, but, Justice Oath, boosts all statuses, and the trigger condition is simple, making it an extremely strong skill in every sense. Compared to the solid and reliable development ability, Magic Defense, and the simple and powerful skill, Justice Oath, the magic Ryuu newly awakened can only be described as cheating. Astria Record Stellar Memory inherits the will of past Familia members like Alicia and others, able to inherit and activate the magic of past Astria Familia companions. This magic is the crystallization of Ryuu's longing for her departed companions, the embodiment of her inheriting the will of Alicia and others, and the sublimation of her efforts to avenge them. In a sense, the appearance of this magic can even be seen as the divine will recognizing Ryuu's justice. And because of this magic, Ryuu became one of the adventurers who can use more than 3 magics, alongside 9 Hells, 1000 Elf, and Sword King. Especially, the additional magic she can use is that of the geniuses of the former Astria Familia. Almost all past members of the Astria Familia possessed magic, and some adventurers even had more than one magic available. Their magics included, Crimson Clover, which adds fire to weapons and bodies, Blaze Flower, which ignites flames, 5 Lights, a slashing magic, and Windya, a group recovery magic, Muse's Thunder, a trap magic, Raging Fire, a fire attribute attack magic. And Speed Enhancement magic, Defensive Barrier magic, Wind Blade magic, Combo magic, Lightning magic. All these magics are recorded in Astria Record, and Ryuu can use them at will. In comparison, Emiya can only project the weapon of one Astria Familia member at a time and borrow her abilities. After seeing Ryuu's status panel, Goddess Astria began to suspect that even if the Ishtar Familias, Man Killer, temporarily leveled up to LV.6 using Yukai no Kazuchi, Ryuu might not lose to her. However, for Ryuu, the greatest significance of Astria Record is, I, together with Shirou, have inherited the power of our past companions. Alicia, Kagaya, Lyra. They are also blessing us. Ryuu lowered her head and whispered, Lady Astria, I wish for you to meet Shirou with me. I hope that you, Lady Astrea, can also recognize Shirou. Chapter 55, Friends from Far East. Actually, Astrea hesitated, Shirou and I have already met. Ryuu, huh? Before meeting me, Lady Astrea went to see Shirou first. Why? Ryuu tilted her head, very puzzled. I wanted to see first what kind of child could change Ryuu. Astrea gently stroked Ryuu's hair, which had recently been dyed green. So that's how it is, Lady Astrea, you care so much about me, I am truly touched, Ryuu said sincerely. The goddess Astrea, however, somewhat guiltily averted her gaze. Ryuu, there's something I need to explain to you first. Do you remember a child named Sanjuno Haruhime? Sanjuno Haruhime. That's the fox girl who was with Beauty Elite, when you, Shirou, and the child from the Loki Familia were hunting the Black Goliath. Astrea explained to Ryuu about Sanjuno Haruhime. I see, Ryuu sat up straight. If that's the case, we were able to be saved at that time thanks to Haruhime's power. We must go save her. We cannot stand by and let the Ishtar Familia commit such a taboo. Ryuu, I'm glad you understand. Astrea was relieved. To save Haruhime, I have devised a plan. Goddess, please command, whatever you ask, I will definitely do it, Ryuu said firmly. Astrea, there are no other requirements for now, just that my plan requires Shirou to spend the night in the pleasure district. Ryuu, I hope you can understand. Ryuu, what did you say? The elf girl looked incredulously at the goddess she trusted. Astrea could only smile apologetically while stroking Ryuu's emerald green hair. Are you sure it's okay, Lord Takamikazuchi? This seems like a very expensive tavern. At the entrance of the hostess of fertility tavern, a male god and a female adventurer were hesitating. This tavern, the most popular in the Labyrinth City, is famous not only for its delicious cuisine, rich wine, beautiful waitresses, but also for its expensive prices and its unforgiving attitude towards troublesome customers. Even a LV.5 first-class adventurer who dares to dine and dash at the hostess of fertility will be stripped and thrown onto the street, and if they dare to harass the waitresses here, they should be prepared to have their legs broken, such is the urban legend circulating in Orario. Don't be polite, today is my treat, Emiya, standing next to the male god, said, please come in, God Takamikazuchi, and Miss Yamato. Yes, senior, the adventurer girl next to God Takamikazuchi answered nervously. The god hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Emiya, coincidentally, met God Takamikazuchi in the commercial street. At that time he was pushing a cart selling sushi, and the adventurer girl named Yamato Mikoto happened to come looking for God Takamikazuchi, and coincidentally met Emiya. So, Emiya invited the god and his familia he coincidentally met to come here. His reason was that he wanted to learn about the Far East country. Because his name is Emiya Shirou, a name with obvious Far Eastern style, it is logically reasonable for Emiya to be curious about the god from the Far East. God Takamikazuchi seemed somewhat uneasy about this. Yamato Mikoto was both surprised and apprehensive. Sword King, such a titled high-level adventurer is undoubtedly a big figure for Mikoto who just became an adventurer, not to mention coming from a top familia like Hephaestus. Excuse me, please prepare a private room for us. Emiya led God Takamikazuchi and Yamato Mikoto into the tavern. Seer looked at him with some resentment, but still professionally led the way. Please follow me, guests. Emiya, God Takamikazuchi, and Yamato Mikoto entered a quiet room. They sat on either side of a square table. Emiya subconsciously observed the two guests. Takamikazuchi is a handsome male god. His divine duties are God of Thunder and God of War, but he gives off a gentle, even soft feeling. Just from a brief exchange Emiya felt that God Takamikazuchi's personality is completely the opposite of the word tough, very easy to talk to, even somewhat overly kind. Yamato Mikoto is a beautiful girl. She has glossy black hair and bluish-purple eyes. Her back is also straight without any slack. Through the purple combat clothes, her limbs are tender and delicate. Her appearance is so proper and beautiful that even gods would sigh in admiration. The Takamikazuchi Familia arrived in the Labyrinth City not long ago. The time they arrived in this city is close to the time Emiya was picked up by Ryuu. now they are one of the many exploration-type familias in Orario. The so-called exploration-type familias, as the name suggests, explore the dungeon, bring back magic stones and drop items and make a living from them. Including Yamato Mikoto, the Takamikazuchi Familia has a total of 6 members, all of whom are human, and all are citizens of the Far East country who came to Orario with god Takamikazuchi. The Familia's leader, Kashima Uka, is a LV.2 high-level adventurer, the other members are LV.1, Yamato Mikoto is the youngest newcomer. Although the number is small, having level sublimated adventurers, in the Labyrinth City can already be considered a middle-tier Familia. The main god also has the qualification to attend the gods' meeting. Among the many emerging familias in Orario, it is relatively noteworthy. Hello, Emiya-kun, god Takamikazuchi was quite polite to Emiya, not at all like a god. Emiya's achievements before leveling up were not publicized, but after leveling up, the feat of single-handedly destroying the Soma Familia is somewhat famous. God Takamikazuchi, hello, I would like to learn some things about the Far East country, I hope you can enlighten me, Emiya said. He did not mention Mikazuchi at the first time, but first asked about some other things, while probing and assessing the other's personality. Emiya's intuition is, whether it's god Takamikazuchi or Mikoto, they are upright people. But after all, the matter is significant, he still maintains a cautious attitude. God Takamikazuchi's impression of Emiya is similar. As a god he can sense that the other is an upright and determined adventurer, but he is puzzled by Emiya's purpose. Emiya and god Takamikazuchi conversed. As the conversation progressed, his understanding of the Far East country gradually deepened. I know an adventurer named Gajuno Kagaya. Emiya thought of the gorgeous Iaedo sword, Higanbana, she seems to be from the Far East country as well. Yes, Lady Kagaya is also a celebrity in the Far East country. She is a princess from Gajuno, one of the 9 families. The Gajuno family members are all beautiful in appearance, but have a slightly strange custom of covering the upper half of their faces with cherry blossom-like masks. They are also known for their upbringing and demeanor. The men are elegant, the women are chaste, the mysterious aura they exude is admired by many who come and go, truly the cherry blossoms that adorn the Far East. 9 families. Senjuno is also one of the 9 families, Emiya took the opportunity to ask. Yes, Senjuno is the family responsible for rituals and offerings among the 9 families. May I ask, Sword King, Senior, have you met anyone from the Senjuno family? Yamato Mikoto seemed to think of something, couldn't help but ask. Emiya, I know a fox girl named Senjuno Haruhime. You, where did you hear that name? Mikoto was first shocked, then leaned forward, her reaction was quite strong. This adventurer from the Takamikazuchi Familia knows Senjuno Haruhime. Emiya was surprised by this sudden development. He asked without showing any signs, if possible, could you tell me, Miss Mikoto, about your relationship with Miss Haruhime? Mikoto was silent, motionless, only slowly nodding after a while. My companions and I grew up in a shrine where god Takamikazuchi and other gods lived. We crossed the sea from the Far East to Orario because of financial difficulties. Life in the shrine was not enough to make ends meet. The shrine adopted more and more orphans, the income was meager. The life of poverty and hardship one day finally reached its limit. Mikoto and others discussed with the kind gods who supported the children's livelihood and made a decision. Among the shrine's elders, those who could fight, Miss Mikoto and others, under the guidance of the god of war, crossed the ocean to Orario. This was to earn money in the Labyrinth City where gold and silver treasures sleep, to send living expenses to the shrine that raised them. This is also why, despite being a middle-tier familia with a LV.2 high-level adventurer, god Takamikazuchi is so poor, most of their income is sent back to their hometown. I met Lady Haruhime before coming to Orario. Counting from now, it was about 5 or 6 years ago. Miss Mikoto's gaze wandered on the floor, talking about her encounter with Miss Haruhime. My shrine and others were on the mountain. Lady Haruhime's mansion was at the foot of the mountain. That lady was of noble birth, could not leave the mansion, grew up in a different environment from us, but god Takamikazuchi took pity on her. Miss Mikoto said, since childhood she and other companions who learned martial arts under the god of war, trained like ninjas, sneaked into the mansion, avoided the guards, took Lady Haruhime to play in the back mountain. So, Lady Haruhime and Miss Mikoto, you were childhood playmates? We interacted with Lady Haruhime several times, ran in the mountains, walked around the fields, played by the river. However, everything suddenly ended. What happened? Because life in the shrine became difficult, everyone went out to work to earn daily living expenses, no longer had time to go to the mansion. After a long time, when we went there, we found out Lady Haruhime was disowned. The girl was expelled from her home. Mikoto and others searched everywhere, but ultimately couldn't find any trace. Compared to Ukasama and others, I spent a short time with that lady, but, I and Lady Haruhime, were indeed friends, confidants. Miss Mikoto always kept her head down, telling the whole story. Her words revealed her feelings and remorse for Lady Haruhime. I met Lady Haruhime in a previous adventure, because she is a rare fox person, plus a special name, so I was deeply impressed. Emiya was silent for a moment, explained, I didn't expect Lady Haruhime and Miss Mikoto to be friends. Later, I will help you keep an eye out for her news. Thank you so much. Yamato Mikoto actually bowed deeply to Emiya. God Takamikazuchi also bowed in thanks. The waitress Lunwar served the dishes. At the strong request of God Takamikazuchi and Mikoto, they only ordered the cheapest chicken stew. God Takamikazuchi and Yamato Mikoto thanked Emiya again after eating, saying things like, this is the best meal I've had in Orario. After they left the tavern, Emiya still sat in the room. The side door opened, and several women walked out. The goddess Astrea, the beauty elite, Aisha, and Mamma Mia. Lady Astrea, the one who sold Haruhime to the Ishtar Familia was. Aisha paused for a moment, then spoke the name of a human male. Under Aisha's deliberate display, the sisters of the Ishtar Familia believed she was pursuing a handsome youth from the Hephaestus Familia. Therefore, Aisha's visit to the tavern raised no suspicions and instead garnered cheers and encouragement from her sisters. This caused the beauty elite great inner turmoil, but since she had already made her decision, she would not regret or retreat. That name. I know him. Lunwar, who was cleaning the table, spoke up. As the former, Black Fist, who once roamed the underground world of Orario, her connections proved to be surprisingly effective. Mamma Mia, can I borrow the kids from your tavern for a while? Astrea looked at Mia. Sigh, this is going to be troublesome. Mia sighed, but then muttered to herself, however, my tavern is indeed short-handed, and having a rare fox person waitress would probably boost business quite a bit. Lunwar couldn't help but laugh. Mia, what are you laughing at, silly girl? Since you know that human trafficker, you go and break his limbs, then bring him back. Yes, Mamma Mia. Lunwar punched her palm, grinning fiercely, mission guaranteed. Chapter 56, Do not treat Amazons like that. He confessed. Naya, Chloe's tone was relaxed. My skills haven't diminished over the years. Lunwar took only half an hour to bring back the target, a level 1 thief leader whose main business was smuggling, with the top commodity being young children from outside Orario. Because his mouth wasn't clean when Lunwar confronted him, Black Fist was a bit too harsh, exceeding the task set by Mamma Mia to break his limbs. However, the subsequent interrogation wasn't the forte of the bounty hunter, who was more skilled in direct combat, but rather the stage for the assassin. Under Lunwar's grand memory restoration technique, the thief leader not only recalled his transactions with many brothels and casinos in Orario but also miraculously remembered the details of how he found Haruhime. His thief group encountered Haruhime in the wild, who was nearly eaten by a monster ogre. Although they initially planned to enjoy her themselves, upon hearing that Haruhime was still a virgin, they restrained their desires for higher profits and sold her to Orario. Originally, Haruhime was bought by an ordinary brothel, but, beauty elite, Aisha happened to be patrolling the pleasure district that day. Noticing Haruhime's young age and pitiful eyes, she beat up the brothel owner and forcibly took Haruhime away. Initially, Aisha wanted to take care of the girl, so she begged the goddess Ishtar to grant Haruhime, Falna, once officially joining the Ishtar Familia, no one would dare to bully her. Unexpectedly, Haruhime awakened the magic, Yukai no Kazuchi, and Aisha's initial kindness brought disaster to Haruhime. Ironically, it was because Aisha presented Haruhime that she caught the eye of the goddess Ishtar, rising rapidly within the Familia. Now, to save Haruhime, she chose to betray the Ishtar Familia. Take this thief to the Ganesha Familia, let Shakti detain him, Astria said, the information he provided is very useful. Haruhime was bought by the Ishtar Familia through illegal means. Confirming this, the Ishtar Familia's ownership of Haruhime became shaky. Generally, how to handle their own members is an internal affair of each familia, and interfering in other familias' internal affairs is unreasonable. But if the process of acquiring members by a familia is problematic, that's a different story. Aisha looked up at the vast sky and remained silent for a long time. It's getting dark, Emiya-kun, please come with me. Night. Under the dark, moonlit sky, the labyrinth city overflowed with the light of countless magic stone lamps. Throughout the labyrinth city, the adventurer street thriving around the guild headquarters, the industrial area with the overlapping sounds of iron clashing, the bustling district centered around the grand theater and casinos, filled with thunderous applause and cheers. Receiving the dungeon's blessings, the city remains prosperous today, with the clamor of the crowd never ceasing. Between the buildings, faintly heard were the mixed sounds of various pleasures. Men and women seeking pleasure, sometimes shouting fiercely, sometimes whispering softly. The swaying lights faintly reflected the intertwined silhouettes on the bed against the windows or walls. Countless brothels converting myriad desires into money. The red light district, presenting a different nature from any other part of the city, had dim lights, seemingly isolated from other roads or districts, exuding an ambiguous atmosphere. This place is the pleasure district where people's desires sink. Coming to such a place under the command of the goddess of justice feels quite balanced, Emiya couldn't help but think. Sword King, is this your first time in the pleasure district? Aisha asked. Just call me by my name, Aisha-senpai, Emiya said, it is indeed the first time. Aisha, I see, it's my first time too, the first time to entertain a guest for free. Is that so? I am truly honored, Emiya chuckled. But, it really doesn't seem like it, Aisha turned her face, looking at Emiya. Emiya, doesn't seem like what? Like a man visiting the pleasure district for the first time. Emiya, Aisha-senpai, please don't tarnish my innocence. No, I don't mean that, you don't seem like it's your first time in the pleasure district, but you also don't seem like you've been here before. Aisha, you just don't seem like you're here for the pleasure district. It's like you're here to kill. Looking at the shadow under Emiya's cloak and hood, Aisha couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Even though she was level 3 and he was just a newly promoted level 2, she faintly felt a sense of fear. The Amazon's combat instincts warned Aisha that the man before her was extremely dangerous. They were currently in the city's 4th district, a relatively southeast street location. This place, adjacent to the bustling district, exuded a different, silvery atmosphere. The walls or pillars of the buildings were adorned with pink magic stone lamps, a few sparse street lamps casting a hazy light, illuminating the seductive red lips or fresh fruit-shaped billboards, and the women in dresses revealing their beautiful backs and slender waists, enticing men. Mainly Amazons, but also humans, beast men, and even dwarves, these women called out to men passing by, showing charming or teasing smiles. After exchanging a few words with the lecherous men, they either held hands or wrapped arms around waists, heading into their respective shops. The faintly visible ample bosoms, delicate shoulders, and thighs swayed in the view. A sweet fragrance wafted from somewhere, perhaps perfume, or their faintly scented sweat. Emiya completely ignored them, and the women didn't come up to flirt, with beauty elite, by his side. How could their ordinary charms catch his eye? On the broad street with various dressed prostitutes coming and going, there were buildings with designs unseen near Ororio, from the east or desert regions. There were Western-style buildings with open upper floors, and heavy stone buildings reminiscent of the cold north. Brothels with styles from around the world spread out before them, the streets filled with exotic flavors. Soon, they arrived at a crossroads. One side of the road ahead was a rare sight in Aria, a red light district full of exotic charm. Imitating the architecture of the island country, the red pillars and walls of the red buildings were dazzlingly colorful, attracting the viewer's gaze. The Amazon woman gazed at a luxurious building illuminated by the lights, then soon narrowed her eyes as if to hide her compassion, her body turning, her black hair flying. Facing the street, a large room with railings gathered many prostitutes, beautiful women calling out to passers-by, or charmingly smiling and waving. Emiya unexpectedly met an acquaintance here. The road paved with flat stones split before their eyes. The right side was the Far East District, in the style of the extreme East, the left side was the Western District, in the style of the Ocean Country. Adventurers led by High Novice, Ryuu Nord hesitated at the crossroads. Emiya first crossed paths with Ryuu when he followed the Loki Familia's team into the dungeon for the first time. It was also because of that adventure that he got to know Lafia, and later thought Lafia knew Alicia and Riveria. The dungeon adventure with Ryuu, Lafia, and others was only 2 months ago. Emiya still remembers, High Novice, Ryuu's wish to save money to buy a magic book and learn magic to rid himself of the title, High Novice. However, Mr. Ryuu might have forgotten his initial determination. Far East District, or Western District, which should we choose today? We haven't been to the Far East District for a long time. Let's choose the Far East District this time. Let's go to the Western District. Honestly, the shamisen, kabuki, tea ceremony, etc., in the Far East District, are incomprehensible. The striptease in the Western District is more interesting. Coarse grains for the course, that's all you aim for. I support the Far East District. The sisters there are prettier. The big sisters in the Western District have better figures, and I heard Poseidon Hall has recently hired many newcomers. The adventurers argued over the direction of their adventure. Finally their opinions were evenly split 3-3, only Ryuu was still pondering. The others all looked at Ryuu. Finally, the silent Ryuu spoke. Western District, it's decided. War adventurers, we must bravely face the unknown. Target, the new sisters at Poseidon Hall. Forward. Oh. Ryuu was clearly the leader of this adventure group. Under his lead, everyone marched valiantly towards Poseidon Hall. They are adventurers from large familia like the Loki Familia, known in our pleasure district as Big Spen, patrons, Aisha casually said. Emiya, you were about to say big spenders, right? Watching the eager backs of Ryuu and the other adventurers, Emiya and Aisha walked towards the other side. He first saw a vermilion-painted torii gate, resembling a large gate. Further ahead, exotic buildings filled both sides of the road. These were wooden buildings with red pillars and walls, each over 3 stories high. The bright crimson color was stunningly beautiful. The roofs and above the gates used tiles, a rare sight in Aria. The entire area within sight was filled with buildings of the same style, the Far East style brothels known as yukaku. In the center or sides of the broad road, blue cherry trees discovered in a certain layer of the dungeon were planted. These labyrinth trees from the dungeon bloomed beautiful flowers regardless of the season, scattering blue petals on the stone pavement. Besides magic stone lamps, bright red lanterns hung everywhere, young men and women coming and going under the lights. All the women here wore kimonos, and most of the male guests had also changed into haori. Cherry blossoms fluttered. The lights were just lit, presenting a rare exotic scene for Orario's adventurers, but for Emiya with memories of his past life, it evoked a special sense of reality. It feels like crossing this torii gate. One enters a fantasy realm far from the human world. Emiya couldn't help but think as he passed the torii gate. However, for some, this place should be considered heaven. This environment made Emiya feel somewhat irritable. He pressed his temples, suppressing the inexplicable violent emotions in his heart. There are no good men today. High Novice is here. The strength of level 4 should be enough to satisfy you. Strength alone is useless. He's too boring. I don't like such gentle types. There seems to be the scent of a young lad. Aisha-senpai, who is that? A group of beautiful and lively women walked towards Emiya and Aisha, all of the same race, Amazons, and of course dressed like Aisha, or even more revealing. He's an important guest. Aisha hesitated, then said, I'll entertain him, you all go to work first. Is he the man Aisha-senpai wants to monopolize? Makes one curious. An Amazon girl enthusiastically stepped forward, she reached out, seemingly wanting to help Emiya adjust his cloak and hood. Emiya grabbed her arm. The Amazon girl was startled. An adventurer? So fast, I'm level 2, yet couldn't react to his movement. She looked up, meeting Emiya's gaze. The boy's amber eyes shimmered like flowing gold under the lights, as if molten gold was flowing in his pupils, hot yet suppressed, cold yet fierce. The Amazon girl had an instant illusion, a cold longsword slashed down, pinning her to the barren earth. Emiya suppressed his voice, politely saying, no need, thank you. Yes, yes. The Amazon girls made way. Emiya walked straight through. Aisha helplessly held her forehead. Shoo! Shoo! She shooed the girls away, then caught up with Emiya. Thud! The Amazon girl who met Emiya's gaze went weak in the knees, kneeling on the spot. Oh, oh, she made a silly sound, so strong, so fierce. I'm already wet. You can't treat us, Amazons, like that, it will cause big problems. Aisha's voice was somewhat hurried. Chapter 57, Haruhime's Backstory. Emiya, why? Aisha, because, it just can't be. Because a man who is strong both in power and inner self is the greatest weakness of the Amazons. Once an Amazon is defeated by such a male, her life can be declared over. This is the other side of the Amazons who rob, exploit, and trample men. The dominance and tyranny of the Amazons are built on the foundation of strength and victory. Once they are completely defeated, the pitiful traits in their bloodline begin to manifest. If it were an ordinary man, it would be fine, as most adventurers are only strong in physical power, but their inner selves cannot overwhelm the Amazons. What the Amazons fear most, and yet desire most, is the conqueror, who possesses godlike strength and an ironclad inner will. King, meets half of the requirements. Otter, the burly and strongest adventurer in the city, lacks the overwhelming inner strength to conquer everything due to his excessive attachment to the goddess Freya. On the other hand, the gentle and refined, braver, Finn, despite being a Powlum, possesses a will as strong as a giant, which is why almost all Amazons defeated by the braver, unconditionally fall in love with him. And so far, the Sword King, is the adventurer Aisha has seen who most resembles, and even surpasses, the braver. Similarly humble and gentle in appearance, yet with an inner will that would not waver even at the end of Ragnarok. However, it is precisely because Emiya is such a person that Aisha trusts him like a spell. Really, inviting a wolf into the house, Aisha sighed softly. She led Emiya to the top floor of the pleasure quarter. Haruhime is inside. This is her first time receiving a guest, and I specially arranged it for today. The rest is up to you, Emiya. Emiya walked into the boudoir on the top floor of the pleasure quarter. What caught his eye was the glossy golden hair, as well as the animal ears and thick, long tail of the same color. A rare race that can only be seen in a few regions such as the Far East, the Fox people. A figure between a girl and a woman, delicate and beautiful. The girl was wearing a bright red kimono, sitting in the corner of the room as if accepting her fate. On her slender neck, whether it was an ornament or not, was a black collar, no, a choker. She looked up at the night sky outside the window, her eyes filled with envy and longing for the night sky. Hearing the footsteps behind her, the girl slowly turned around. The girl's emerald green eyes looked over. A momentary exchange of glances felt like dozens of seconds, or even longer. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she smiled. My lord, am I dreaming? Emiya, who had already removed his cloak and hood, stepped forward and stood in front of the girl. This is not a dream. Long time no see, Haruhime, Emiya said softly. Tonight is my first time receiving a guest. Haruhime looked up, a genuine smile on her lips. It is my greatest honor to serve my lord and to give everything to you. I am truly, very happy. Kneeling, her thick tail gently swayed. Even her movements as she stood up were so meticulous and respectful. She took Emiya's hand and gently led him over. Haruhime led Emiya deep into the room, where a set of bedding was neatly laid out. I admire you. She knelt down, sitting on the tatami in front of the bedding. Back then, you really were like a hero. Haruhime whispered, recalling the figure of Emiya standing between her and the tide of monsters, and couldn't help but show a happy expression. I know, you were not there to save me. Haruhime lowered her eyes. Gale, the pristine garden, the thousand elf, these spirits who symbolize purity, unlike a prostitute like me, are the ones truly worthy of his protection. Haruhime knew this. But, when you were protecting me, I shamelessly felt joy, even relief. Haruhime pressed her head down, touching the tatami, her hands on the ground, her tone respectful. So, I begged Sister Aisha. I have reached the age to receive guests, and I only hope that my first time, can be with my lord. At that time, she had also begged Aisha like this, but Haruhime never imagined the courage Aisha had mustered for her. And now, what Emiya needed, the purpose of his coming here, was only one thing, Haruhime's courage. With an expression of determination, she propped herself up, and began to untie the sash of her kimono. However, soon, Haruhime's actions were stopped by Emiya. Emiya pressed down on Haruhime's hand. My arm, my lord has grabbed my arm. Ah, Haruhime was greatly shaken, but at the moment before fainting, she forced herself to take a deep breath and remained calm. Haruhime tried to catch her breath. For my lord, I cannot faint. Where are you from, Haruhime? Emiya suddenly asked. Haruhime was stunned, chatting before starting the main event. Is my lord this type of person? She thought of the sisters in the Familia mentioning that some men like to chat about this and that before and after the event. The Amazon sisters generally found such guests annoying, troublesome, and meddlesome. But knowing that the other party wanted to know about her, Haruhime was very happy. She sat up straight as if to hide her shyness, then slightly raised her head, looking at the ceiling. My birthplace is the Far East. An expected answer, Emiya said. Can you tell me more about it? As if recalling the scene of her hometown, she continued, it is an island country surrounded by the sea on all sides, with more distinct seasons than Orio. In spring, cherry blossoms bloom, in summer, cicadas chirp, in autumn, maple leaves turn crimson, and in winter, it is covered in thick snow. Her gaze shifted from the ceiling to the window, looking at the moonlit night outside the open paper sliding door. Emiya looked at that side profile, illuminated by the moonlight, so crystal clear and somewhat transcendentally beautiful. Miss Haruhime's hometown, is it a noble family? How did my lord know? Sanjuno, it sounds like a noble surname. As my lord said, my family is a noble family with a long history. I have no mother, and my father is a state official. When I was young, I was always taken care of by many maids. She said she only knew the large mansion she lived in, knew nothing about the outside world, and every day she learned the manners and behaviors of a noble. Although the pampered life was a bit lonely, she still had a few friends, and life was comfortable and well provided. At this point, Miss Haruhime's expression suddenly became sorrowful. However, 5 years ago, when I was 11, I was expelled from my home. Why? Emiya asked. I was so sleepy, I ate an important item of my father's distinguished guest, an offering. According to Miss Haruhime, in the year she turned 11, a certain Paolum official started visiting the mansion frequently. Then one day, Miss Haruhime, being so sleepy, ate the offering brought by the guest staying overnight at the mansion, an offering meant for Amaterasu, the ruling god of the Far East. Emiya, did you really eat the offering? I have no memory of it, but when I woke up, there were food crumbs all over my mouth. It must have been Haruhime being hungry, sneaking out to eat every night. Miss Haruhime covered her face with her hands and sobbed. Later, her father, an official serving Amaterasu, was furious and wanted to punish Haruhime severely, but the Paolum guest persuaded him, all right, it's already eaten, let it be, and Miss Haruhime was able to keep her life. In return, he no longer recognized Miss Haruhime as his daughter, and she was taken away by the guest. Emiya, and then... Woo! I knew nothing, I could only let them take me away. But on the way back with that person, Woo, we were attacked by monsters. That person, seeing a group of ogres coming to kill, abandoned me and ran away. Just as I was about to be killed, I was fortunately saved by a group of bandits. The bandits, knowing I was still a virgin, sold me to Aria. Emiya sighed softly, looking at the crescent moon outside the window. The description from the Takamikazuchi Familia, the bandit leader captured by Lunwar, the information extracted by Chloe, plus Haruhime's confession. The chain of information was complete, with sufficient witnesses. According to the plan of the goddess Astrea, there were still 2 elements left before the Ishtar Familia would be in a hopeless situation. First, the physical evidence of the Seshuseki. Second, and most importantly, Haruhime's will. I did not become a prostitute voluntarily, I want to leave the Ishtar Familia, or even a simple, save me. As long as she spoke, and made such a request to Emiya. Then, they could turn the Ishtar Familia upside down. Emiya was not in a hurry to advance the plan. At this time, there were still a few days before the full moon night necessary to activate the Seshuseki ritual, and Astrea and the others were not fully prepared to act yet. He sat down on the floor. In this pleasure quarter, Emiya saw tatami for the first time since his rebirth. The contact with something familiar unexpectedly calmed his mood. The light from the candles and magic stone lamps illuminated his face from the side, but the other side of his eyes was hidden in the shadows. In the warm light, his crimson hair appeared even deeper. Emiya looked at Haruhime, still with those amber, molten gold-like eyes. The LV.2 Ishtar Familia Amazon battle prostitutes would feel fear, but Haruhime, who was powerless, felt at ease. Besides the experience at that time, a similar name should also be the reason why Haruhime trusts me, Emiya thought. Although he, who was reborn from another world, actually had no connection with the Far East country of this world, the name Emiya Shirou clearly had a Far Eastern style. Anyone would think that he at least had some connection with that country. The Far East country is too far from Aria, and that country has already formed its own unique god system. Therefore, residents from the Far East in the dungeon city are actually not common. Emiya only knew that his captain Tsubaki had half Far Eastern blood, the Takamikazuchi Familia, a small faction from the Far East that had recently arrived in Aria, and the former Astrea Familia's Gajuno Kagaya. In contrast, the scale of the pleasure quarter, in the red light district was surprisingly large, but whether it was the guests or the courtesans, the vast majority were locals of the dungeon city. Including Haruhime, there were actually no more than 10 courtesans with Far Eastern blood. The reason why the pleasure quarter, style red light district was so popular in Aria was purely due to the trends set by many male gods. The well-traveled male gods highly praised the pleasure quarter, and the Ishtar Familia naturally followed suit. Haruhime, due to the strict protection of Aisha and others, rarely had the opportunity to interact with the outside world. Emiya was the first fellow countryman from the Far East she encountered outside the pleasure district. Therefore, Haruhime inevitably projected her longing for her hometown onto Emiya, and even after learning that he was not from the Far East, she still maintained such feelings. After all, for Haruhime, the brief few years she spent in her hometown during her childhood were the happiest times of her life. However, from Emiya's perspective, Haruhime's life at the Sanjuno residence, even with its luxuries, could hardly be called completely happy. Aside from learning noble etiquette, have you been taught any other knowledge? Following the topic of her hometown, Emiya inquired. This one learned to read and write at a very young age from a tutor, and since then has been continuously learning noble etiquette and ceremonial rites. Haruhime answered meekly. Father believed that the daughter of the Sanjuno family did not need to master any other knowledge. Apart from textbooks related to etiquette and ceremonial rites, the only books I have read are heroic tales. Chapter 58, Story of Goju. Emiya reached out and gently touched the candle flame, unable to suppress a sigh. Since childhood, confined within the mansion, not allowed to interact with the outside world, only permitted to study the knowledge of etiquette and sacrificial rites. This is not raising a daughter, but rather creating a tool or a sacrificial offering. From how easily Haruhime's father believed the words of that Paolum official, severing ties with Haruhime and expelling her from the family, it was clear, he did not regard Haruhime as a person, but as an item that could be discarded at any time. Any normal person could sense that Haruhime's theft of the offerings might have been a plot by that Paolum official, and Haruhime's father might not have been unaware of this. However, in his heart, Haruhime, who mingled with the common folk outside, such as Mikoto and others, was already a failed creation. Rather than keeping her and risking further tarnishing the prestigious glory of the Sanju family, it was better to take this opportunity to dispose of this useless daughter. The truth of the matter might not be so, but Emiya speculated with the utmost malice about the yet unseen noble of the Sanju family. Haruhime, do you know of the 9 families? Emiya asked. I am sorry, I have heard the name, 9 families, Haruhime said, but I only know that Sanju is one of the 9 families, the rest, I have not learned about. It sounded somewhat ironic, the young lady of Sanju knew less about the 9 families than Emiya, who at least knew the duties of Gojo among the 9 families, and that the 9 families had actually been reduced to 8 families, as the Rokujo clan had been annihilated. He learned these things from the goddess Astrea, because Gojo Kagaya was one of the executors of the annihilation of the Rokujo clan. To be honest, the more I learn about the 9 families, the worse my impression of these families becomes. I could even say, the more I detest them. Emiya spoke words that might be considered great disrespect in the Far East country. Haruhime showed a frightened expression at Emiya's words. Even though she had left the Far East country for a long time, her childhood education was still etched in her memory. If she had spoken such words in front of her father, the consequence would not be as simple as expulsion, she would definitely be executed immediately. But, father, he cannot kill Emiya-sama. Haruhime looked at Emiya's tall and strong figure, subconsciously thinking, even she herself did not realize she had such a thought, it is Emiya-sama, who has the ability to kill them. Whether it was the guards of Sanju, her father's shadow warriors, or her father himself, Emiya-sama could easily defeat them. This might not be the truth. Haruhime did not know the actual martial strength of Sanju, but regardless of the current facts, having witnessed Emiya's battles, Haruhime blindly believed this. Therefore, she gradually stopped being afraid. I know, the story of a Gojo, Emiya said so. Hearing Gojo, Haruhime curiously pricked up her ears. She knew almost nothing about the 9 families, but vaguely understood that Sanju was a middle-ranking family among the 9 families, while Ichijo, Gojo, Kujo were far above Sanju. Gojo is the guard of the Far East country. They are the order of the Far East, the guardians of justice. The entire clan, regardless of gender, is dignified and beautiful, embellishing the cherry blossoms of the Far East, on the surface. Emiya raised his hand, and the tachi, higanbana, appeared in his hand. Then he spoke words that shocked, shook, and even collapsed Haruhime's worldview. But in reality, the true Gojo is just a filthy dark department. Emiya realized that although she had been expelled by her family, Haruhime had not questioned Sanju, but instead fell into deep self-doubt and self-loathing. Due to the incomplete education she received since childhood, whether it was Sanju or the 9 families, Haruhime always revered them. And if Sanju and the 9 families were correct and great, then she, who was abandoned by her family, was wrong, lowly. Haruhime always followed this logic. So the first thing Emiya needed to do was to break the sanctity of the 9 families, and Sanju, in Haruhime's heart. For this, he needed to use the story of a senior, Gojo Kagaya. I hope senior does not mind. When Emiya mentioned the name, Gojo, the weapon, Higanbana, he projected, which belonged to Gojo Kagaya in the past, vibrated slightly. However, it did not seem to be blaming Emiya for insulting the name of Gojo. Rather, it was saying, the Gojo, that stupid idiot family, curse them hard. The true face of Gojo is actually the dark department of the Far East country. Emiya introduced assassination, tampering, erasure. All means aim to solve problems with as little loss as possible, implementing mediation with extreme speed before the smoke turns into a spreading fire. They undertake the most unspeakable work in the Far East, surpassing even ninjas, becoming the noble yet filthy, flying in the night and darkness, the incarnation of the death cherry blossoms. Girls of the Gojo family, from birth, take a certain drug daily. It is a poison called Konohana's poison, as literal as it sounds. Those who cannot withstand this poison are eliminated, only those with the minimum qualifications survive. This is a familiar method, because the criminal Familia from which Chloe Rollo originated also cultivated assassins in this way. However, compared to the hell that Chloe called the criminal Familia, the methods and purposes of Gojo are even more nauseating. Chloe and others were fed poison from childhood to cultivate abnormal resistance. The special poison they drank would not stay in their bodies. After enduring the brief pain, their bodies could return to normal. But the daughters of the Gojo family, the poison they drink penetrates into their bones. The accumulating flower poison turns the girls' bodies into poison vessels. The meaning is naturally to lure the foolish males who are in heat into their chambers, causing them to greedily consume themselves and die strangely, a heterodox method using bedroom arts. In stark contrast to the girls, the boys of the Gojo family must continuously take an antidote called Konohana's wine. This is to be able to combine with the girls who are poison vessels, and can even kill higher-level ability users, to produce offspring. This disgusting custom originates from the characteristics held by the bloodline of Gojo. It determines the inheritance of specific magic and skills through generations. Just as similar nature, skills, easily manifest among elves due to the inherent bloodline of the race. Based on the same principle, Kagaya's ancestors noticed that a strong Gojo bloodline could mass-produce soldiers with the same ability, skills. And the ability, inherited by the founder of Gojo, was specialized in killing. Subsequently, the clan members who showed more of the founder's magic and skills were considered superior, playing an indispensable role in the generations-long mission of fire extinguishing. This is the family inheritance of Gojo. It created this combat group that only reproduces within the clan, continuously refining, aiming for ultimate standardization. Thus, the custom of always wearing masks is not without reason. After all, those who always maintain inbreeding almost invariably have the same face. It is impossible to describe them as brothers and sisters, everyone is uniform. It can be said that for Gojo, even the goddess of sin, whom Chloe called a demon, would comment, "You are a bit too extreme." Haruhime was clearly also scared, or rather, somewhat disgusted. Even the fox girl who received an incomplete education since childhood could feel the absolute abnormality of Gojo. Yet, Gojo was the existence that her father and the Sanju family respected and worshipped. Realizing this, Haruhime, although she had not yet realized it, finally began to question Sanju. National affairs lie in sacrifices and warfare, and the latter is especially important. Compared to Sanju, which manages sacrificial rites and etiquette, the violent organization, Gojo, holds a higher status in the Far East country. However, if the more revered Gojo is like this, what about Sanju and the 9 families? Haruhime's worldview began to shake. "My friend, her name is Gajuno Kagaya," Emiya continued. Gojo, Haruhime's tone was somewhat dazed, she is also. Before being expelled from the family and severing ties, Haruhime's surname was Sanju, and after being disowned by the family, her surname became Sanjuno. Unworthy of the noble, Sanju, name, wandering ghosts, the new surname carried such meaning, and Gajuno Kagaya's situation was the same. The divine blessing engraved on you, the contract between us has been lifted for you. This is my sin. And you no longer belong to me or Goju. So, consider this a farewell gift. Rest assured, I did not use your treasured virginity. T/N, dialogues between parentheses mean it was said in the past. The god served by the Gojo family, the cherry blossom god, Konohana Sakuyahime, said so, severing the bond with Kagaya. From then on, Goju Kagaya became Gajuno Kagaya. She went from being a princess of a noble family to a wandering ghost with nowhere to go. Kagaya, Haruhime softly recited the name. Due to similar experiences, she felt a sense of camaraderie with this princess she had never met. However, Emiya had a completely different idea from her. I believe that Kagaya, who left Gojo and the 9 families, is not a wandering ghost, Emiya said, but a wildflower growing freely on the boundless wilderness, transformed from the decaying Far East cherry blossoms. What? Haruhime was surprised. Emiya-sama, do you really think that Kagaya-sama leaving the Gojo family is a good thing? Yes, that's exactly what I think. Emiya immediately replied. Haruhime lowered her head. She subconsciously thought, what about me? Haruhime, you are the same, Emiya said. You have encountered many disasters after leaving the Far East country, but those tragedies are not your fault. You do not need to feel ashamed. Especially, leaving the Sanju family, I actually think, not being in such a family, might not be a bad thing. Listening to Emiya's words, Haruhime's head hung even lower. Master, do you really think so? Yes, stepping back 10,000 steps, it is precisely because you left the Sanju family that we met in this city, Emiya said. This line was taught to him by the goddess Astrea. He gripped the tachi, Higanbana, in reverse. Magic, Goku. The sharp sword intent burst forth, like bursts of cold air scattering. The wicks of the incense candles in the attic were all severed, and the room immediately darkened. Haruhime, from today on, be my sister, Emiya tried to gently hug the girl's shoulders. However, Haruhime heard nothing, because, Master, the air master exhaled, blew on my ear, Haya. Only the sound of thud was heard. The fox girl fell on the tatami, completely fainted. Hostess of fertility, tavern, courtyard. Ryuu swung the wooden sword, the sacred blade, Alf's Lumina, cut a full arc in the air. The spear adorned with delicate golden patterns was struck. This spear, a first-class armament of the same rank as Alf's Lumina, along with its user, had retreated from the front lines to the background at some unknown time, and had not participated in battle for a long time. The last time was when Lunwar, Chloe, and the others invaded the tavern, and, Golden War Spear, once took to the field, suppressing the weaker Chloe in terms of strength and endurance. However, this time, Golden War Spear, encountered a Waterloo. Under Ryu's overwhelming sword pressure, Golden War Spear, and its owner, Anya Fromel, were sent flying together. Anya crashed onto the floor, rolling several times with a Naya. Naya, sound before coming to a stop. Without a moment to mourn for Anya, the one who rushed to the battlefield was, Black Fist, Lunwar Faust. Lunwar charged forward and was hit by the magic trap, Muse's Thunder, immobilized on the spot. Wait, what is this thing? Stop, idiot Ryuu, stop quickly. Chapter 59, Celebration Banquet. Lunwar screamed in terror. However, Ryuu moved too quickly. Before Lunwar's voice could even be heard, she had already activated the magic, Goku. This was a slashing magic possessed by Gajuno Kagaya, also a technique passed down through generations of the Goju family, the Iaido Great Sword. This technique has 3 stages, the drawing technique, Flash, the continuous attack technique, double leaves, and the Goku, which combines the technique with the magic of the same name. If only the magic, Goku, were used, it would only produce a single sword light. However, when used in conjunction with the drawing technique of the same name, it generates 5 divine speed magical slashes from different positions, unleashing an ultimate attack magic akin to a heavenly net. Goku is a secret technique that the Goju family has been perfecting for 1,000 years since its founding. Due to the Goju family's unique method of bloodline inheritance, many members of the family possess this magic. Kaguya taught Ryuu the Iaedo Great Sword technique during her lifetime, and Ryuu, living up to her reputation as a combat genius, had already trained this technique to the level of Goku. 5 slashes hit Lunwar from different directions. Despite the restrained power, they still left bruises on the body of the robust LV.4 second-tier adventurer. Lunwar fell, losing her ability to fight. Before there was even a moment to mourn for Lunwar, the one who rushed to the battlefield was Black Cat, Chloe Raulo. "I surrender, Naya, I won't fight anymore, Naya." Chloe decisively threw down her dagger and hastily abandoned the fight. Anya, covered in dust, got up. "Ryuu, you idiot, you have no idea how to hold back, Naya." "That's right, Ryuu is now LV.5, Naya, how could we possibly be your match, Naya?" Chloe also meowed in dissatisfaction. "Lunwar, I need healing." Gulp. "Sorry." Ryuu, no longer in a combat state, immediately realized she had provoked everyone's anger and quickly used healing magic on Anya and the others. Magic, End Windermere. A recovery magic inherited from her fellow Familia member Ryuu. A group recovery magic that takes effect quickly. The damage Anya and the others suffered was rapidly recovering. However, seeing Ryuu use Astria record again, the girl's eyes grew even more annoyed. "Lunwar, I should have said this more than once, but I still want to say, isn't Ryuu's new magic way too cheaty?" Anya, "Yeah, Naya, it's just as cheaty as Shirou's projection, Naya, so good, I want such magic too, Naya." Chloe, "Seeing Ryuu level up like this makes me want to go train in the dungeon." Originally, everyone was LV.4, but now Ryuu suddenly leveled up to LV.5, immediately becoming the target of everyone's envy. "Stupid elf, don't show such a smug face, Naya." "I'm not smug, and I'm not a stupid elf," Ryuu retorted. Seer, who holds the record for breaking the most plates in a day at the tavern, Lunwar looked at the girl beside her, who was watching their fight. Seer smiled, "It's Ryuu." "What about the second and third records?" Seer, "Also Ryuu." Ryuu was instantly sunk by Seer's words, squatting on the ground, gulp. Even after leveling up to LV.5, Ryuu still couldn't shake off the title of useless elf, and due to her body's lack of adaptation and coordination, she caused even more trouble. It had been too long since Ryuu's last status update, and the leap in her abilities was too large. Coupled with the direct level up, Ryuu found it much harder to adapt to her new abilities than usual. Moreover, she had acquired a very complex magic like Astria record. Astria record allows Ryuu to use the magic of her past companions, but she also needs to familiarize herself with those magics to use them properly. Otherwise, not being able to unleash their full power would be one thing, but using Elisa's additional magic, red flower knotweed, Ryuu could easily hurt herself now. In short, Ryuu still can't fully utilize her strength, and for this reason, she is undergoing special training through combat. Anya and the others were sparring partners Ryuu had found. The 3 girls are among the best of the LV.4 second-tier adventurers. Normally, their combined strength could rival a newly leveled up LV.5 first-tier adventurer. However, Ryuu is not a normal adventurer. She was the strongest among the tavern waitresses at LV.4, and before leveling up to LV.5, she had accumulated an exaggerated potential ability, plus her array of magics and skills, making her combat power far exceed what Anya and the others could handle. Ryuu muttered to herself, in the end, it didn't serve as training or adjustment at all. "Lunwar, useless elf, you know what, your words are really annoying now, if I weren't no match for you, I would definitely. Stimulated by Ryuu, Lunwar began to consider leveling up. Her basic abilities were fully sufficient, with her highest strength reaching B780, not far from a level. For Lunwar to level up, the main difficulty lies in obtaining achievements. Ryuu, if you want to adapt to your new abilities by fighting strong opponents, there's a good option right now, Seer suddenly spoke. Ryuu immediately asked, what? Tomorrow night, the Loki Familia is hosting a banquet at, Hostess of Fertility, to celebrate, Pristine Garden, Alicia's level up to LV.5, Seer said, you can try challenging the strong members of the Loki Familia. Ryuu's eyes lit up, Alicia. Now that I'm also LV.5, it's time to settle past scores with you. Today's, Hostess of Fertility, was more lively than usual, with the rarely open second-floor banquet hall also put to use. What's going on, are there usually this many people? An adventurer in the tavern's first-floor hall asked in confusion. You don't know. Upstairs, the Loki Familia is hosting a banquet to celebrate, Pristine Garden, level up, another adventurer pointed at the ceiling. Oh, I see, the Loki Familia has gained another first-tier adventurer, as expected of them. Feels like if they keep this momentum, it's only a matter of time before the Loki Familia surpasses the Freya Familia. Shoo, such words should be spoken cautiously. The red-haired goddess descended from the second floor, standing in the middle of the staircase, 1 foot on the railing. Today's honey wine is on me, everyone celebrate to your heart's content, Goddess Loki shouted, and the adventurers on the first floor immediately got excited. Woo-oh! Long live the Loki Familia! The banquet's atmosphere spread throughout the entire tavern, with adventurers ordering more food and drinks, contributing more to Hostess of Fertility's sales, making even the boss Mia grin from ear to ear. Ace, why are you wearing a mask? Riveria walked up to the girl and asked in confusion. And no reason, I just think this mask looks cool. Ace adjusted the fox mask on her head, her voice betraying her guilt. Little Ace was actually worried about being recognized by Emiya, which would reveal her false identity in front of Riveria, and then she'd be in big trouble. However, little Ace didn't know that, as the only person wearing a mask in the entire venue, she was even more noticeable, and her hiding was completely meaningless. If Emiya were present, he would only spot her faster. Fortunately, Emiya wasn't here at all. I'm sorry, Lady Riveria, Shirou had an urgent matter and couldn't attend the banquet. I apologize on his behalf. Ryuu bowed respectfully to the elven princess. As a token of his sincere wishes, Shirou made these pastries for you. However, the serious-faced Ryuu couldn't help but complain in her heart. Shirou's urgent matter is actually going to the pleasure district to take care of a fox girl. These past few days, Emiya had been very busy, forging in the Hephaestus Familia's workshop during the day and spending the night in the pleasure district, making it rare for Ryuu to see him. For this, Ryuu was quite dissatisfied, but remembering it was part of Goddess Astria's plan, she could only choose to endure and forgive. It's alright, compared to a banquet, of course, important matters come first, Riveria said understandingly, picking up a honey fruit cake and elegantly placing it in her mouth. Very delicious. Riveria said, it's specially made to suit our elven tribe's taste. Lafia, go share these with everyone. Yes, Lady Riveria. Ryuu watched as the cute elven girl somewhat clumsily responded, took the plate from her hands, and ran towards the direction of Sword Princess. Only in the Loki Familia can you see so many of our own kind, Ryuu couldn't help but think. Shirou-kun is not here. The protagonist of today's banquet, Miss Alicia, seemed a bit downcast. It's been many days since I last saw Shirou. Unfortunately, Shirou cannot attend the banquet today, Ryuu spoke, her lips slightly curving, though the angle was so small, it still appeared as if she had no expression. At least, she could see Shirou every day, and only a few people, including herself, knew about Haruhime's situation. There was no way Alicia could know about it. Thinking of these, Ryuu's mood improved quite a bit. By the way, Ryuu, Alicia looked at the elf girl, lowering her voice, have you leveled up? Whether the level has increased cannot be told from the appearance. Alicia sensed the overflowing magic power from Ryu's body. This indicated that Ryu's recent level ascension was not just a minor improvement, but so significant that she was temporarily unable to adapt to her body's enhanced capacity. Originally, after Alicia leveled up, relying on the level difference between LV.5 and LV.4, her magic power intensity surpassed Ryu's. But now, Alicia could feel that she was completely surpassed by Ryu, even to say the gap was not small. Yes, Ryu nodded, for now, please keep it a secret for me. Although I don't know what you're planning, Alicia said, sure, I'll keep it a secret for you. Besides Alicia, Riveria, who possesses the Fairy King seal, should also be able to sense the change in Ryu's magic power and deduce that Ryu has leveled up. However, Riveria wouldn't proactively ask, and if Ryu didn't mention it, she would assume the matter didn't exist. Want to have a match with me to try it out? Ryu was eager. Alicia immediately responded, I refuse. Ryu was puzzled, why? Do you know how many years I've been grinding at LV.4 before I leveled up? Alicia rolled her eyes at Ryu. I'm just an ordinary person, not a monster like you who levels up faster than flying, nor do I have that kind of outrageous combat power. There are differences even within the same level. Ace, who just leveled up, could single-handedly kill LV.6 monsters, and young geniuses like Ferocious Wolf, Raging Snake, and Great Cleave, all have their unique skills. As for Alicia, she's not a genius, at least not like Sword Princess and Gale. Alicia knew that her ability to level up was partly due to time. Her experience was much longer than Ace and Ryu, slowly accumulating enough ability values over the years, and partly due to luck, having unexpectedly achieved the feat of first kill of the Black Goliath. Alicia, with your talent, you probably have the combat power of a seasoned LV.5 right after leveling up. Sorry, I have no interest in being abused, at least not by you. Ryu, somehow, what you're saying sounds a bit off. Anyway, if you want to fight, don't come to me, Alicia said, even if you defeat me, there won't be any sense of accomplishment or gain. Instead, you might want to challenge the geniuses in our Familia. Whether it's Ferocious Wolf, or the Amazon Sisters, these people are warmongers and would definitely be willing to fight a match with the famous Gale. Chapter 60, Gale v/S Sword Princess. Alicia turned around, her gaze falling upon the juniors of the same Familia. However, she did not look at the Ferocious Wolf, who was huddled in a corner gnawing on a steak, nor did she pay attention to the Raging Snake, who was pestering the captain, or the Great Cleave, among the crowd. Alicia looked at Ace, who was wearing a cute fox mask and devouring small cakes one after another. Gale, and Sword Princess, are once geniuses of equal fame. Have you ever fought against each other? Alicia asked. Ryu, yes, once, but it was inconclusive. At that time, Ryu was 14 years old, and Ace was 9 years old, both at level 3. Now, Ryu is 18 years old, and Ace is 13 years old, both having just reached level 5, standing at a fair starting point, seemingly the perfect opportunity to determine a winner. Ace, with her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, looked over, her gaze meeting Ryu's. Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein and Gale, Ryu Lion, in today's Orario, their statuses and positions are worlds apart. The former is a well-known powerhouse, the princess of the Loki Familia, a top-tier first-class adventurer, and a strong candidate for the future strongest in the city. The latter is just a plain and ordinary waitress in a commonplace tavern in Orario, and a fugitive known only to a few. But a few years ago, they were indeed adventurers of equal fame, the two brightest new stars of that era. Ryu started her adventures less than a year before Ace, and she took 1 year and 2 months to reach level 2, becoming one of the fastest to level up among high-class adventurers. Soon after, Ace also reached level 2, taking only 1 year, a record that was only recently broken by Sword King, Emiya Shirou. After becoming high-class adventurers, Ryu and Ace continued to chase each other, both taking about a year to reach level 3, and then quickly advancing to level 4. After the destruction of the Astria Familia, Ace continued to be active in the dungeon's labyrinth, while Ryuu moved into the city's underworld, beginning assassinations and subjugations against the Evilous. Ace recently reached level 5, while Ryuu, encouraged by Emiya, actively sought the goddess Astrea for her level up. The two, with similar leveling rhythms, had only one inconclusive confrontation, which in a sense is also a regret. After the banquet, in a quiet alley, Ace stopped. Riveria, Ace tugged at Riveria's sleeve. I understand, Finn, you go back first, Ace and I will return later, Riveria said. Finn exchanged a glance with her and nodded, all right, be careful. The captain of the Loki Familia, Finn, and, heavy champion, Gareth, along with others, carried the drunken goddess Loki and the members, leaving first. Ace turned around, and after a brief wait, a slender emerald figure descended. Gale. You've also reached level 5. Ryuu did not suppress her power, her sharp sword intent and surging magic burst forth. Even Ace, who is not particularly adept at sensing magic, could detect the change in her opponent. Yes, Ryuu nodded gently, Miss Ace, Lady Riveria excuse me, I wish to fight against, Sword Princess, to perfect my strength. As soon as Ryuu finished speaking, Ace had already charged out like a golden flash. Sword Princess, never leaves her weapon behind, even when attending a banquet, she still carries that, desperate. At this moment, suddenly challenged, Ace's eyes showed no shame or anger from being provoked, only fighting spirit. Gale, will be an excellent opponent, realizing this, Ace did not hesitate to take the initiative to attack. Alf's Lumina, and, desperate, collided, emitting a sharp sound. Ryuu held her sword with both hands, standing firm like a rooted pine, unwavering, while Ace took a step back. The first clash of blades, Ace was at a disadvantage. Ace's abilities lean towards magic, with an average potential ability of a rank, followed by dexterity and agility, averaging AB rank, with strength and endurance slightly weaker, at D rank. Ryuu's abilities are similar to Ace's, leaning towards dexterity, agility, and magic, with strength and endurance being weaker, but Ryuu's potential abilities are higher. Due to the accumulation of high-quality experience, her dexterity, agility, and magic all reached S rank at level 4. In terms of abilities, Ryuu has the advantage, and Ace's disadvantage doesn't stop there. Ryuu admitted, your weapon seems a bit lacking in power. Ace gripped the desperate tightly, not commenting on this. Ryuu's judgment was correct, the desperate is indeed a first-class armament in terms of value and overall performance, but because Ace demanded the weapon to have an indestructible property, the blacksmith of the Hephaestus Familia sacrificed some other performance aspects to ensure its toughness. As a result, the desperate is less powerful than other first-class armaments, and compared to the Alf's Lumina, which emphasizes magic resonance, it falls far short. Ace was not disheartened by the temporary disadvantage and the issue with her weapon, she stepped forward without hesitation and launched another attack. Ryuu gripped the hilt of her sword, the powerful magic unique to elves poured into the Alf's Lumina, the holy sword made from the branch of the sacred tree in the forest flickered with a faint light. She sidestepped, dodging Ace's sharp thrust, then swung a swift upward slash, which was immediately blocked by Ace's retracted blade. Sword Princess, S thrust was not at full strength, just to lure me into attacking, Ryuu's attack was too wide, and she couldn't adjust in time, while Ace's thrust immediately followed. Alf's Lumina, barely parried, but a sword still grazed Ryuu's shoulder, cutting through her sleeve and skin. Strength and speed are above Ace's, but the movements are not coordinated enough, Gale's swordsmanship should not be at this level. I see, you haven't adapted to the power after leveling up, Riveria said softly, she stayed as Ace Guardian, and unless Ace or Ryuu were in mortal danger, she would not intervene in the battle between these rivals. Are you using me as a whetstone, Gale? Ace thought, then launched a furious attack on Ryuu. Apart from Emiya, whose sword skills have reached the realm of heroic spirits, and some martial gods with sword authority, Ace's swordsmanship is the ceiling of this world, but this does not mean that swordsmanship in the mortal realm has no reference value. Ryuu's sword is special, her swordsmanship foundation was taught to her by Gajuno Kagaya, the Goju family's thousand-year-old swordsmanship, incorporating the elf's magical sword skills, and refined through long-term life-and-death battles, forming an ultimate practical swordsmanship. Moreover, she has subtly absorbed Emiya's movements during their sparring, giving her sword techniques a hint of the heroic spirit realm. The sword princess's attacks were like a storm. Ryuu was initially overwhelmed, even leaving a bloodstain on her cheek, but she quickly adapted to the rhythm of the battle, her movements becoming more and more adept. Sword Princess is deliberately helping me adapt to level 5 abilities. Ryuu realized this. As time passed, the offensive and defensive dynamics gradually reversed. Immersed in the level 5 offensive and defensive rhythm brought by Sword Princess, Ryuu's absolute combat talent had already taken effect. Unconsciously, her techniques became more agile, and her control over her body became more perfect. Gradually able to unleash her full strength, Ryuu began to overpower Ace. Sword Princess, you are a swordsman of the same type as me, Ryuu said. This means that there is no similarity between their fighting styles, it's purely a contest of ability and skill. Ryuu's potential abilities are higher than Ace's, and her weapon is more suitable for battles between adventurers. In terms of swordsmanship skills, Ryuu is not as good as Ace, but her skills have reached a level that can threaten Sword Princess. More importantly, it's the skills engraved by the Falna. Ryuu's Elf Star Song, Spirit Reload, and Gale's Fierce Advance can all be triggered in this battle, especially their hometown, and Ace is only 13 years old, her body has not yet fully developed. Such young children are already capable of such level of combat. Riveria for the first time felt as if she was a bit old. Ryuu, this dangerous flame magic, you'd better use it only after you fully master it, or simply wait until you reach LV.6. Okay, Lady Riveria. It shouldn't be too long before they level up to LV.6, Riveria thought, probably just 4 or 5 years. I wonder if I can reach the realm of LV.7 before that. Ace lay on the floor, Riveria's healing magic shining on her petite body. The not seriously injured Ace remained motionless, just staring blankly at the half-moon in the sky. I lost, Ace whispered to herself. In the sky was the same moon, but the people bathed in moonlight had different moods. No matter what Ace's mood was now, Haruhime only felt sincere joy. Because, the hero, that the girl admired came to visit her again. To avoid attracting attention, Emiya changed into a black Haori, like most guests who came here. Aisha's evaluation was that this outfit suited the boy, but it also made people somewhat fearful. It always felt like under his kimono was a blood-stained undershirt printed with azura and vitra, and sharp swords that could be drawn at any moment. Emiya sat quietly by the low table, his posture upright, one hand naturally hanging by his side, the other gently resting on the table, his demeanor solemn. His eyes were half closed, his long breaths today becoming somewhat heavy. At this moment, even Haruhime, who was not good at reading expressions, could see the other's fatigue and weariness. Emiya was an adventurer with extraordinary endurance and a very strong will, but the intensity of his work these days was indeed too great. Recently, Emiya had not entered the dungeon labyrinth, he was focusing on equipment forging, the essential work of the Hephaestus Familia. He had accepted the commission of the goddess Astrea, forging a sword. This was not Emiya's first time forging a sword, but what he had forged before were just standard template mass-produced weapons. Those equipment were qualified as weapons for general adventurers, but if given to first-class adventurers, their quality was somewhat lacking. So in a sense, what Emiya was forging recently was his first work, in essence, and unlike the spiral blade, where he only participated in the design, this time the sword Emiya was forging, from design to forging, was all done by his own hands. Therefore, this forging was of extraordinary significance to Emiya, and he was very attentive to it, to the extent that the forging in the workshop actually made him feel more pressure than fighting in the dungeon. Master, please let me serve you to rest. Haruhime recalled the experiences taught by the sisters from the pleasure street. She knelt on the tatami, her upper body straight, her hands folded on her thighs. Please use here as a pillow. Haruhime said, the fox girl's cute face unknowingly dyed with a delicate red. Then I'll trouble you, Haruhime. Emiya did not refuse. His sword forging process was different from ordinary blacksmiths. Other blacksmiths only consumed physical strength during the forging process, but Emiya's physical and mental strength decreased like flowing water. Reflected in the ability values, other blacksmiths completing a forging, 60% of the experience value increase was on dexterity, the rest on strength and endurance. But Emiya, when he forged general weapons and equipment, it was the same, but this time, besides dexterity, it was magic that received more training. The goddess Hephaestus judged that this might be the result of his development ability, mystery, and therefore, the goddess concluded that Emiya would inevitably forge an extremely extraordinary work. Under Haruhime's guidance, Emiya gently rested his head on the fox girl's thighs, although separated by the kimono. At the moment of contact, Haruhime was so nervous that she tensed up. Master Emiya's body, so warm, feeling the other's temperature, Haruhime's foot arches tensed, her thick and long golden tail flusteredly swayed. Feeling the girl's nervous emotions, Emiya wanted to get up, but Haruhime firmly reached out. Master, please let me serve you. Slender fingers gently massaged the acupoints on both sides of Emiya. He obediently closed his eyes, enjoying the fox girl's clumsy but earnest service. Even though Haruhime had no technique, even the strength in her fingers was too weak for Emiya, but Emiya still felt relaxed by Haruhime's massage. Even his mental strength miraculously recovered a bit. After a while, Emiya finally got up. He sat opposite Haruhime, looking into the girl's eyes. Haruhime, if I were to redeem you, would you be willing to come with me? He asked bluntly. Redeem, a unique rule of the Pleasure Street. A system where large sums of money could be exchanged for a prostitute's freedom. As long as the debt of the concerned individual was repaid, or the ransom was paid, the one providing the money could redeem the prostitute. It was said that in Orio, accomplished high-ranking adventurers often bought prostitutes they fancied, making them either their lifelong partner or favored concubine. The moment she heard Emiya mention these two words, Haruhime's eyes widened in shock. With the rich imagination she had cultivated since childhood, Haruhime began to fantasize. Although they were few, there were indeed some prostitutes in this pleasure street who had been redeemed by adventurers and left. It was said that most of those adventurers later disappeared into the dungeon, never to return, leaving behind unfortunate women. But there were also those who left this city and lived happily ever after with their beloved. If she could also have such a beautiful dream. The moment the thought crossed her mind, Haruhime couldn't help but mock herself. Even though it was mere delusion, she still felt apologetic for having dragged the esteemed lord into her foolish imagination, even for a moment. As a prostitute, she was not qualified for such things. As someone incompetent, she was not worth such things. Most importantly, Ishtar and the others would never let her go. Without thinking, Haruhime touched the black collar fastened around her neck and, seeing through everything, lowered her head. The Ishtar Familia will never let me go, my lord. Haruhime seemed to be suppressing her emotions as she softly answered. Emiya's voice, however, was even calmer. Don't worry. The goddess of beauty, Ishtar, is still a goddess who governs love. If a man wants to redeem a prostitute, as long as the person in question is willing to go with him, the goddess will agree. He reached out and pinched the collar on Haruhime's neck. Against the contrast of the girl's fair skin, the black collar appeared particularly striking. My lord, you jest. You clearly know my situation, Haruhime whispered. Even if it was a beauty elite, of level 3 seeking redemption, the Ishtar Familia would never let Haruhime go. The girl was keenly aware of this. Of course, beauty elite likely wouldn't wish for redemption either. Aisha deeply loved her promising career as a prostitute. Emiya reached out and pinched the collar on Haruhime's neck once more. Against the contrast of the girl's fair skin, the black collar appeared particularly striking. Let's assume, if Goddess Ishtar agrees, would you be willing to come with me? Haruhime lifted her head, her emerald eyes meeting Emiya's gaze, their reflections captured in each other's pupils. Before she even had time to think, her body had already spoken instinctively, I am willing. T/N, if you're into anime mashup worlds, crazy girls, and a protagonist everyone somehow falls for, give Animania, Everyone Loves Me, a shot. I had a blast translating it. Maybe you'll have just as much fun reading it. Chapter 62, The Epic of the Heroic Spirit, Emiya the Great. Emiya's fingers brushed over the cold collar. The goddess Ishtar will agree, he said. So, what kind of person was that Haruhime-san when she was in the Far East? Lunwar asked. In the tavern, hostess of fertility, Yamato Mikoto, who had returned here again, was feeling somewhat uneasy. Beside her was a strong man. It was not Takamikazuchi, but the leader of the Takamikazuchi Familia, Kashima Uka, a recently promoted upper-class adventurer of LV.2, a man with the bold title of Martial God Son. Regardless of what the Familia's chief god Takamikazuchi thought, Kashima Uka was very proud of his title. Now, he was also somewhat famous in Orario due to his unusually tall stature among humans and the cool title of Martial God Son. In the eyes of humans in the lower world, this is a particularly cool title. It's just that for a mere LV.2 to use such a title seems a bit too arrogant. However, considering that there was an even more arrogant, Sword King, at the same time, in comparison, titles like, Martial God Son, Holy Dragon Knight of Dawn, and, White and Black Knight, were not so envied. Haruhime-sama, she is dignified and elegant, but a bit out of touch with the world. The smallest things can surprise her, as if she finds them very novel. Yamato Mikoto lowered her head, bit by bit recounting the information she knew. Kashima Uka also spoke up, he said, moreover, Haruhime-sama is very kind. Before we even knew each other, Haruhime-sama had heard about the shrine behind our mansion, so she went to ask her father to share food with us. For Haruhime, who lived a monotonous life in the mansion with no lack of food or clothing. The fact that there were a group of children and gods dressed shabbily, picking wild vegetables in the deep mountains to barely make a living, seemed to have shocked her greatly. Kashima Uka recounted their brief but beautiful past with Haruhime. He was 1.90 meters tall, a height that was like a giant in the Far East country. However, in front of Lunwar, who was wearing a waitress uniform, both Yamato Mikoto and the upper-class adventurer Kashima Uka were very reserved. These days, they had gathered some information, and had some fragmentary understanding of the tavern, hostess of fertility, especially, they happened to know some news about Black Fist. That legendary bounty hunter had just retired a few days ago, and her stories were still everywhere in the martial world, among which there was also a rumor that Black Fist had switched careers to become a waitress. My name is Lunwar, I used to have the title of Black Fist, recently Shiro-kun and the idiot Ryuu have been very busy, so I'm here to receive you. This was Lunwar's opening line when she met Yamato Mikoto and the others. This sentence alone was enough to make the two feel terrified, and then Lunwar mentioned Haruhime, which made them even more uneasy. However, amidst the tension, suddenly hearing news of an old friend, they couldn't help but feel anticipation. Yamato Mikoto spoke about the beginning and end of their encounter with Haruhime. Someone sent food to the shrine, which made us ecstatic, and then we became curious about the person who shared the food with us. Hearing that the food was sent from the mansion at the foot of the mountain, we later sneaked down the mountain, climbed over the wall to peek inside the mansion. The story that followed, Lunwar already knew. Miss Mikoto and the others became Haruhime's playmates, and then not long after, Haruhime was abandoned by her family, and then came to Orario after many twists and turns. Lunwar recorded the information with pen and paper. She thought in her heart, from this perspective, the character of that Senjuno Haruhime is trustworthy, and her relationship with the Takamikazuchi Familia is deep enough. As the goddess Astrea said, that upright god Takamikazuchi, his Familia, can help us in our actions, although not at the level of combat power. Yamato Mikoto mustered her courage and asked, "Excuse me, do you know any news about Haruhime?" Lunwar replied, "Yes, I do." Yamato Mikoto, "Sorry, I was impulsive. Wait, what did you say?" Senjuno Haruhime, there is a fox person prostitute in the Ishtar Familia, that's her name. Lunwar said, I happen to know about this girl, she is a valuable commodity that the Ishtar Familia's pleasure district bought at a high price from a thief organization. Bought? Commodity? Yamato Mikoto stood up, her tone shocked. Does Ryuu allow such things as human trafficking? Even in the Far East country, human trafficking is not allowed, at least that's the rule on the surface. The city's laws, of course, do not allow human trafficking, Lunwar said calmly, but, if the other party is that Ishtar Familia, what does it matter if they break the rules? Are you going to make an enemy of the Ishtar Familia over this? Does the Takamikazuchi Familia have the courage to do so? Grow bigger, the fox person girl knelt on the bedding, chanting as if in prayer, its power, its actions, countless treasures, countless wishes. When the bell rings, pray for glory and fantasy. Her hands were clasped together in front of her, her voice was soft, and because of the fear in her heart, her tone was a bit shaky. But, the chant did not stop. Grow bigger. This body that swallows the divine feast, bestows the golden light of the gods. Bestow the hammer back to the earth, bestow the blessing. Haruhime's voice paused for a moment, at the last moment, she instead became firm. Grow bigger. Haruhime's magic, Yukai no Kazuchi, activated. A brilliant light hammer fell, enveloping Emiya's entire body. The rushing light brought him invigorating vitality, as well as pure strength. The flash of light sped by, a large number of light particles attached to his body. Within the time limit, the target's level is increased by 1, greatly enhancing all abilities. This is the goddess Ishtar's long-hidden trump card, level boost. After all the light particles dissipated, Emiya pulled open the tightly closed curtains. Thank you, Haruhime, I will use this power well. You promised, Master, you only want to borrow the power of, level boost, to forge swords, Haruhime said nervously, please, don't do anything foolish. Haruhime knew that Emiya was strong, but the leader of the Ishtar Familia, man-killer, Phryne Jamil was a first-class adventurer of LV.5. She thought, even if Emiya was temporarily boosted to LV.3 by Yukai no Kazuchi, he would not be Phryne's match. Don't worry, today I just plan to finish the forging, Emiya said, tomorrow I will come to see you again, Haruhime. He stood by the window, lightly poked Haruhime's forehead. The next morning, Emiya arrived at the tavern, hostess of fertility. As usual, Ryuu woke up early and started her morning training in the courtyard. Even though she had already leveled up to LV.5, her habits had not changed. And unlike before, Lunwar was also in a corner of the courtyard, punching and kicking a metal training dummy. Anya and Chloe were still sleeping in, after all, they were naturally lazy cat people, expecting cat person girls to wake up early was really too much. However, this did not mean that they were really slacking off. Now Anya and Chloe were staying up at least an hour and a half later than before. They would do high-intensity training late at night. Because of their racial nature, cat people are often more energetic late at night. In short, because of Ryuu's leveling up, the girls in the tavern were no longer as leisurely as before, they were stimulated by the catfish effect and became active, or rather, they started to compete with each other. And last night, Ryuu had another sparring match with Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, and won, which once again shocked Anya and the others. First-class adventurer, no matter which one of them, they all had a shadow in their hearts about the peak of adventurers in this city. Lunwar had almost been killed by Elephant God's staff, Shakti. Chloe had once been in a life-threatening situation surrounded by, for warriors of Burning God. Anya also had an unknown past. But now, Ryuu, who had been at the same level as them not long ago, suddenly became a first-class adventurer, and even defeated Sword Princess, who had leveled up to LV.5 earlier. This fact shook their worldview violently. Especially Lunwar. Not long ago she was evenly matched with Ryuu, even if she lost it was only by a slight margin, but a few days later, suddenly there was a world of difference between them. Such a gap was really too big. And seeing that useless elf could level up to LV.5, they suddenly. Moreover, seeing that even the Alicia could level up to LV.5, they suddenly felt that being a first-level adventurer wasn't such a big deal after all. If I go, it seems like I can do it too. As for the source of this change, Gale, she wasn't yet clear about all this, she was just happy that someone had finally joined her in early morning training. When Emiya entered the courtyard, he saw Lunwar violently aura a metal dummy until it was completely destroyed. The dummy still can't take a beating, Lunwar muttered to herself, and upon seeing Emiya arrive, she waved her hand. I'm going to take a bath first, you guys chat, Lunwar said, then turned and left, leaving the courtyard space to Emiya and Ryuu. The elf girl, somewhat embarrassed, lowered her head and whispered, Shirou, you're here. Ryuu, I brought this for you. On Emiya's back was a heavy black sword case. He took off the sword case and placed it in front of Ryuu. This is the weapon I forged for you, Emiya said. Ryuu was visibly stunned for a moment. For me? So, it was for me. She knew that Emiya had been busy in the workshop recently, but she never expected that he was actually forging a weapon for her. This was a commission from Goddess Astrea, Emiya said. Fortunately, I didn't disgrace the mission, it's finally completed. Wait, Goddess Astrea. Could it be that taking, Futaba, before was also for, Ryuu was shocked. She remembered that on the first day she reunited with Goddess Astrea, the goddess had taken away, Kodachi Futaba, the relic of Gajuno Kagaya that she had kept. Kodachi Futaba was a pair of small swords. Among the second-tier armaments, they were particularly outstanding blades. However, second-tier armaments were ultimately only suitable for second-tier adventurers of LV.3 and LV.4. After Ryuu leveled up to LV.5, Kodachi Futaba was no longer of much help to her. Moreover, Ryuu thought that Goddess Astrea was reminiscing about the past through the object, so she didn't think much of it and handed Kodachi Futaba over to her. That's right, following the goddess's request, I integrated Futaba into the new weapon, and the other materials were also provided by the goddess. Goddess Astrea had been planning to forge a suitable new weapon for Ryuu for a long time. For this purpose she had specially gone to the Sword City, but now, the goddess had found a more suitable swordsmith. She had prepared many high-value materials in advance, and the missing parts were purchased through the channels of the Hephaestus Familia, then given to Emiya. This was a gift from Goddess Astrea to Ryuu, so the goddess insisted on covering all the costs herself. And with the enhancement of Treasure Hammer, Emiya completed the final forging of the weapon ahead of schedule. The level sublimation of Treasure Hammer couldn't improve his swordsmithing skills, but the LV.3 physical strength and magic power greatly accelerated Emiya's forging progress. Ryuu gently stroked the sword case. She asked, what is the name of this weapon? This is a pair of twin swords, their names are Higanbana and Tsubame Geishi. Emiya opened the sword case, and a cold light caught Ryuu's eyes. The pure black sword case, engraved with the emblem of a volcano and a forging hammer, slowly opened, accompanied by the crisp sound of mechanisms, and a sheathed long sword emerged from each side. The back of the sword case bore the emblem of the Hephaestus Familia, while the front displayed the emblem of the Astrea Familia's wings of justice. The fully opened sword case had 10 slots, but now only 2 swords were placed inside, with 8 slots still empty. Ryuu was astonished. Shirou, did you forge this? The sword case is the work of Lady Hephaestus, Emiya said. The long swords inside were forged by me. There was a long sword on each side of the sword case. The left sheath was red, while the right was pure black. One black and one red, the long swords intercepted the dawn, casting long shadows on the ground. The 2 swords gave the impression of 2 hidden dragons, currently slumbering within the sword case. This is first-tier armament. No, it seems more than that. A blacksmith's forging skills are not related to their level. Theoretically, as long as one possesses the forging development ability, there is a possibility of forging first-tier armaments. Most of the dwarf blacksmiths of the Goibniu Familia are upper-tier adventurers of LV.2, and they have forged nearly half of the first-tier armaments in the Labyrinth City. Emiya, who had leveled up to LV.2, would one day become a top-tier blacksmith capable of forging first-tier armaments. Ryuu never doubted this, but she never expected that day to come so soon. Chapter 63, Night of the Action. At the same time, Ryuu never expected that Emiya's first creation would be forged for her. Shyness, excitement, nervousness. Ryu's emotions were extremely complex at this moment, with joy taking the forefront. She wasn't happy about obtaining a first-class weapon, but rather because she felt the boy's sincerity, especially since it also carried the blessing of the goddess Astrea. "Try these two swords, Ryuu," Emiya said. "The one with the red scabbard is called Higanbana, and the black one is called Tsubame Geishi." Higanbana and Tsubame Geishi, these were the names given to the two swords by the goddess Astrea. In addition, they each had another name, Elisa's sword, and Kagaya's sword. This was a pair of long swords with similar designs, with Higanbana being slightly shorter at 3 feet, and Tsubame Geishi being longer, close to 4 feet. When Emiya designed these two swords, he referenced the weapons of Red True Flower, Elise Lovell and Yamato Rindu, Gajuno Kagaya. Elisa's Crimson Order was a top-tier second-class weapon, and Kagaya's Higanbana was an heirloom of the Goju family. It earned its name because any opponent within its attack range would bleed like a flower, making it a national treasure-level sword. Ryuu inherited their powers through the magic, Astrea record, so Elise and Kagaya's weapons were perfectly suited for Ryuu to fully unleash the magic's power. However, Emiya only used Crimson Order and Higanbana as references. While they were indeed excellent weapons, they couldn't compare to the swords from myths and legends that Emiya knew. The Higanbana, forged by Emiya, although sharing the same name as Kagaya's weapon, had no actual connection to it. The Higanbana he forged existed to carry the magic, Agarus alvacynth, red flower knotweed. It could fully concentrate the power of the fire attribute additional magic, Agarus alvacynth, onto the blade, enhancing its power while preventing the dangerous additional magic from harming the user. At the same time, in the state of Agarus alvacynth, Higanbana also possessed a mana burst ability. During combat, it could continuously accumulate the energy of Agarus alvacynth, then release it at a critical moment for a short-term, extraordinary power boost. The ultimate form of mana burst was True Flame Eruption, a devastating attack that could be unleashed when the fire attribute mana of Agarus alvacynth was accumulated and compressed to its limit. Because True Flame Eruption would summon a deep crimson storm of flames, resembling a blooming flower of death, the sword was ultimately named Higanbana. When Emiya forged Higanbana, he referenced King Arthur Artoria Pendragon's noble phantasm, Invisible Air. Invisible Air, a C-rank noble phantasm, is a barrier created by wrapping multiple layers of wind around the sword, altering the refractive index of light to conceal the blade. Through this barrier, the opponent cannot discern the distance or trajectory of the sword's attacks. It also enhances attack power by using the wind as a blade, wrapping it around the sword, and provides an advantage in accuracy due to the invisible weapon aspect. In addition to attaching wind blades to the sword, it can also instantly release condensed air as a sweeping, penetrating weapon against groups, known as Barrier of the Wind King. It can be said that Invisible Air is a noble phantasm of not high rank, but with powerful effects and extremely high cost-effectiveness. The magic, Agarus alvacynth's attribute is fire and wind are both active elements. Although it doesn't have the effect of hiding the blade, fire can grant the weapon greater power, making Invisible Air a noble phantasm that can be fully referenced as a model. In the end, Higanbana was no longer just a first-class weapon. In the hands of those who could use the magic, Agarus alvacynth, it became at least a C-rank noble phantasm. Emiya didn't know that there was a swordsman in the Labyrinth City who possessed an extra magic called Aerial, which would have been more suitable for Invisible Air. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't have been of much use, as he currently didn't have the luxury of forging weapons for others. Compared to Higanbana, the other sword, Tsubame Geishi, was actually stronger. If Higanbana was born for the magic, Agarus alvacynth, then Tsubame Geishi, derived from the Tachi, Futaba, corresponded to the magic, Goku, 5 lights. This was the strongest technique in Astria record, and also the strongest magic possessed by former members of the Astria Familia. In terms of overall strength as an adventurer, Elise undoubtedly surpassed Kaguya, but Elise's advantage lay in her cheat-like skills, while Kaguya was stronger in magic. Goku was a secret technique passed down for 1,000 years in the Goju family, a deadly technique that could only be used by combining the magic of the same name with skills honed to the extreme. This sword technique could almost be called the strongest human-slaying sword in this world. Despite the differences in criteria and level, Goku, which could unleash 5 God-speed slashes simultaneously, inevitably reminded Emiya of a similar sword technique. That was the secret sword of Sasaki Kojuru, a swordsman who had reached the highest realm of swordsmanship, Void, and whose technique even Emiya, with his innate sword body, couldn't replicate through projection, Tsubame Geishi. Tsubame Geishi, a noble phantasm whose existence cannot be limited or described by rank. This is a deadly sword technique that unleashes blades closing in from 3 directions, simultaneously cutting down the opponent and taking their head. Strictly speaking, it is neither a noble phantasm nor a phenomenal magical power. Originally, it was a technique developed to cut down swallows in midair. From the real world, a single flash, then completely simultaneously overlapping 2 flashes, ignoring the concepts of time and space, resulting in slashes from 3 directions. That is a multidimensional refraction phenomenon that surpasses speed, precision, and feints. The attack method of Goku is similar to Tsubame Geishi, with the former's sword-like even having 2 more strikes than the latter, but their essence and logic of realization are not exactly identical. The magic, Goku, is the concept of Iaido, solidified into the bloodline of the Goju family through the power of divine blessings, then driven by skills honed to the extreme, using specialized mana to unleash a net of sword light in an instant. Therefore, Goku appears to be a sword technique, but in essence, it is magic, the result of highly specialized application of mana. Tsubame Geishi, on the other hand, has nothing to do with mana. It is purely a sword technique that has reached the level of one thought connecting to gods and spirits, surpassing the limits of space and time. However, the two also share similarities, such as their incredibly similar technique effects and their absolute pursuit of swordsmanship skills and state. Amiya's view is that Tsubame Geishi is the result of the highest realm of swordsmanship, while Goku is a solution that compensates the inability to reach that realm by using specialized mana. The main god served by the Goju family is Konohana Sakuyahime, and the original source of Goku is likely the divine will of the moment of blooming, possessed by this goddess of cherry blossoms. In the myths and legends known to Emiya, Konohana Sakuyahime symbolizes prosperity like flowers, as well as the momentary life of flowers. This is Emiya's speculation, and with Kaguya gone, he has no way to verify this idea. However, regardless of its truth, it doesn't hinder him from forging the sword with the concept of one thought, flowers bloom. The sword forged was named Tsubame Geishi by the goddess Astria. The crimson sword, Higanbana, the black sword, Tsubame Geishi, resembling swords, yet also resembling people. Ryuu took the twin swords and the sword case from Amiya's hands. She carried the case on her back, and hung the 2 long swords at her waist. At this moment, Gale seemed to have an army of thousands following her. One sword to slay evil, one sword to pacify souls. Ryuu whispered, these were the words of the goddess Astria engraved in a corner of the sword case. Inheritor of the justice of the Astria Familia, those who have passed will be with you. Seeing this, Emiya asked, Ryuu, do you need time to adjust to the new weapons? No need, Ryuu said decisively, tonight, we can take action. She didn't even draw the swords from their scabbards, just holding the hilts. Ryuu was convinced that these were the most suitable weapons for her. Emiya Shirou, the goddess Astria, Elise, Kaguya, Ryuu felt the will of these most important people to her from the twin swords. With your support, I fear nothing, I can overcome anything. Before nightfall, Ryuu first went to the goddess Astria for a status update. Although it wasn't a life-or-death battle, having defeated the Sword Princess, of the same level, she must have gained experience. Even if the status increase wasn't much, every point added would increase her confidence in battle. However, the goddess Astrea hid it well, so Ryuu never noticed the troubled expression that occasionally appeared on the goddess's face behind her. Ryuu. LV.5. Strength, I0I7. Endurance, I0I4. Dexterity, I0I21. Agility, I0I15. Magic, I0I22. Development abilities. Hunter, G, Magic Guide, I, Abnormal Resistance, G, Magic Defense, I. Magic. Luminous Wind. Noah Heal. Astrea Record Stellar Memory. Skills. Fairy Serenade. Mind Load. Arrow Mana. Justice Oath. Held Amount. Zero Valis. Weapons. Alf's Lumina. A sacred sword made from the branches of the sacred tree in the elf forest, highly compatible with elf magic, possessing the attribute of a magic staff. Price, 9,800,000 Valis. Stellar Sword Case. A container for weapons, with 10 slots, capable of holding up to 10 swords. As it was personally crafted by the goddess of forging and used a large amount of the hardest metal, orichalcum, the price is high. Bound attribute, only members of the Astrea Familia or Hephaestus Familia can use it. Unbreakable attribute, a special weapon that will never break. Divine craft, equipment not made by human hands, but defined by gods, or crafted by beings rivaling gods. Creator, Goddess Hephaestus. Price, 40 million Valis, discounted. Higanbana Elise Sword. A deep red long sword, with basic functionality among the upper tier of first-class weapons. Can concentrate the energy of the magic, Agarus Alvacinth, enhancing attack power and preventing the user from being harmed by the flames. It can also release the concentrated mana to launch a powerful attack. Magic Guide, due to the creator's mystery, the equipment gains special attributes, temporarily grant the user the development ability, Magic Guide, or enhance an existing, Magic Guide, by 1 level. Unlimited Blade Works, due to the creators, Unlimited Blade Works, the attributes of sword type. Maker, Emiya Shirou. Price, 40 million Valis, discounted price. Tsubame Geishi. A pitch-black long sword, its basic performance is top tier among first-class armaments. It can significantly enhance the power of the magic, Goku, and increase the user's probability of entering the flow state. In the flow state, subjective time dilation is obtained, and the magic, Goku, will have the characteristic of spatial locking. Flow, an ultimate state of concentration, accompanied by high excitement and a sense of fulfillment when flow occurs. Subjective time dilation, the speed of neural reactions increases, making the individual subjectively feel that time slows down. Swordsman, due to the maker's mystery, the equipment gains special attributes, temporarily granting the user the development ability, Swordsman, or increasing the existing, Swordsman, by 1 level. Unlimited Blade Works, due to the maker's Unlimited Blade Works, the attributes of sword-type equipment are greatly enhanced. Maker, Emiya Shirou. Price, 40 million Valis, discounted price. Labyrinth City, Red Light District. A group of male adventurers led by High Novice, Ryuu Nord is heading towards the VIP area deep in the Pleasure Street. Among them, besides adventurers from the Loki Familia, there are also members of the Ganesha Familia, and a few high-level blacksmiths from the Hephaestus Familia. Apart from Ryuu, a second-tier adventurer of LV.4, there are 3 LV.3 adventurers among them, and the rest are also upper-tier adventurers of LV.2. There are many male adventurers indulging in the Pleasure Street, even high-level adventurers from large familias are no exception, perhaps only the Freya Familia is an exception. In Orario, the demand for prostitutes is very high. Orario, which gathers many powerful adventurers, has a thriving S*X industry. Adventurers who engage in dangerous work all day long must have their desires vented, otherwise it may indirectly lead to an increase in crime. The pleasure street is the target for these strong men to vent their animalistic desires. The management organization, the guild, for the safety of the citizens and to prevent adventurers from taking out their stress on the city, has tacitly allowed the existence of the pleasure street. Where there is demand, there is a market, and prostitutes have automatically gathered in this center of the world, the Labyrinth City. Chapter 64, A Hero vs an Amazon or a Rio. The most convenient way to make money, aside from being an adventurer, is to sell oneself in the red light district. One can simultaneously gain wealth and status in the red light district, establishing connections with famous adventurers or, Familia, executives can also indirectly grant a certain degree of power. Many courtesans who have gained patrons live lives akin to queens of small countries. The spirited courtesans who come here all dream of rising from the branches to become phoenixes. There are also many who, despite not belonging to any familia, have opened their own shops. Like adventurers, making a name for oneself in this labyrinth city equates to gaining power. Many courtesans come to Ororio with ambitions, and girls like Haruhime, who find themselves in such circumstances, are actually quite rare. High-level adventurers like Ryuu are the most coveted targets for the courtesans. Establishing a stable, intimate relationship with them can at least ensure a few years of worry-free wealth. And if one can persuade a famous adventurer to redeem them, they can completely enter the winner's circle of life. Therefore, even for the same expenditure, adventurers with fame and strength often receive more attentive, meticulous, and considerate service. This is also one of the reasons why people like Ryuu become addicted to the red light district. The attitudes of the courtesans allow them to experience a status that is hard to come by within their own familia. On the broad streets where courtesans in various costumes come and go, there are architectural designs from the east or desert regions that are not commonly seen around Ororio. There are open-style eastern buildings, as well as heavy stone houses reminiscent of the cold north. The changing culture of the Magic Kingdom, and the style of the maritime region of this era. These modern types of brothels have recently started to cause aesthetic fatigue among adventurers, who are gradually beginning to miss the mysterious desert ambience. The Familia has already started preparing for the next expedition. I've been too indulged in the red light district recently, spending all my money here, Ryuu thought to himself. Clearly, his plan to save money for a magic book had failed once again. Today is the last time. Starting tomorrow, I need to train hard and earn money by killing monsters in the dungeon. Ryuu made up his mind for what felt like the 100th time. Isn't this, High Novice, Ryuu? Long time no see. The speaker was a handsome male god. Ah, Lord Hermes. Standing before him was a male god with orange-yellow hair and eyes. Slender in build, of medium height, his limbs stretched straight under his travel clothes. As expected of a god, his appearance was impeccably neat. As he removed the wide-brimmed hat with feathers from his head, his orange-yellow hair cascaded down. Ryuu, long time no see, Lord Hermes. You've returned to Ororio. The strength of Hermes' Familia is not strong. At least according to the information registered with the guild, but this god is very well liked. Because the Hermes Familia is one of the rare traveling familia, other familia in the city often need to commission them for special tasks, such as the Hephaestus Familia, which occasionally requires the Hermes Familia to help procure unique materials from the sword-making city. The Loki Familia is the same. Many elves need the Hermes Familia to deliver letters to the Elven Homeland every year. Ryuu is quite familiar with the Hermes Familia, especially this handsome male god. Meeting in a special place like the Red Light District is not the first time for both of them, and they share a knowing smile, a silent understanding between them. We're planning to go to the pyramid today. Would Lord Hermes like to join us? Oh, Ryuu's target today is the golden-painted sisters, huh? Although it is indeed tempting, but sorry, I already have an appointment with someone from the Yukaku. The tall male god's eyes curved into crescents as he revealed a charming smile. He put his wide-brimmed hat back on, the two feathers attached to it rustling in the night breeze. The wind tonight is quite restless. It seems something interesting is about to happen. Hermes looked up, gazing at the vast night sky covering the entire red light district, and the gradually filling moon. Labyrinth City, South District. The solemn mansion, like a temple, even located in the bustling downtown, still possesses a spacious courtyard and is surrounded by high walls on all sides, the scene displaying wealth, power, and glory. This mansion stands in the 5th district sandwiched between the Southern Avenue and the Southeastern Avenue, facing the Loki Familia headquarters, Twilight Pavilion, located in the northern part of the city from afar, named Folkvanger. This is the base of one of the city's apex, Freya Familia. Goddess Freya, the Ishtar Familia, is making moves deep within this building, which is also known as the Sesrumner, due to its style resembling the moon in the sky. Freya sits at the center of a grand hall, a young Familia member kneeling before her. The goddess of beauty sits on an elegant chair, her gaze shifting away from the round table set with wine and delicacies. What are the details? Around the headquarters in the red light district, the courtesans seem to be unusually busy, running around. The monitors, are they Alan and the others? Yes, Lord Otter is directing the surveillance from the Deadless Street side, while Lord Alan and Lord Goliath have infiltrated the red light district. I see, you may leave. Thank you, Helen. Freya comforted the human member who came to report in place of Otter, who had temporarily left the headquarters. She reached into the member's long hair, lovingly caressing her cheek. The girl froze for a moment, then trembled with emotion, her back shivering as she said, "You flatter me," bowing her head. She lowered her head to hide her flushed face and hurried away. Freya watched the girl's back for a while, then turned to look at a large map hanging on a wall. A strategic map replicating all landmarks of the Labyrinth City or Aria, with the red light district at the center, marked with numerous symbols. A tavern to the north of the red light district, where, one-eyed blacksmith, Tsubaki, carrying the red rain katana, is drinking alone. A coffee shop to the south, where, Black Cat, Chloe, Black Fist, Lunwar, and, Chariot's Fragment, Anya are eating cake. On Deadless Street adjacent to the red light district, King, Otter is directing the surveillance there. Inside the red light district, Goddess's Chariot, Alan and, for warriors of Burning God, Gulliver brothers have already entered. And at the Yukaku, according to the time, Hermes should have arrived. Freya hopes he can investigate what Hephaestus, Astrea, and Mia are hiding, as agreed. Freya does not know that Haruhime possesses the Seshoseki, killing stone, but even if she did, she wouldn't be too concerned. These adventurers or gods are merely supporting characters on the stage, and it's quite possible they won't actually appear. Tonight, the real protagonists are only two. Shirou, Ryuu. I can't wait to see what brilliance you will shine with. The goddess's fragrant tongue lightly glides over her delicate lips, she tilts her head, her hands cupping her cheeks like holding a flower, her eyes seem to be filled with deep purple mist, her divine intent lost and rippling. Some guests have already noticed the anomalies in the red light district today. The number of Amazon women has decreased, to be precise, the battle courtesans of the Ishtar Familia seem to be absent from the red light district tonight. The red light district's industry is not solely operated by the Ishtar Familia, many small familia or merchant houses in the Labyrinth City run brothels here, along with some entrepreneurs who have not joined any familia. As long as one follows the rules of the Ishtar Familia, anyone willing can contribute to the construction of the red light district. However, compared to these small-scale brothels, there's no doubt that the Ishtar Familia's venues and practitioners offer higher quality and professionalism. Especially the upgraded battle courtesans within the Ishtar Familia, even if you're just a non-upgraded LV.1 junior adventurer or an ordinary person without the blessing of a god, as long as you can catch their eye and have enough money, you have the chance to get close to a senior adventurer. Only in the Labyrinth City, only in the Ishtar Familia's red light district, is there such an opportunity. But tonight, all LV.2 and above battle courtesans in the red light district are off duty, leaving the guests deeply regretful. No one finds it strange, though, as this is a common occurrence, likely due to the Ishtar Familia preparing for a large-scale expedition. After all, the primary occupation of the battle courtesans is adventuring, their work as courtesans is merely a side gig for their own entertainment. In fact, after today comes the full moon night, and the combatants of the Ishtar Familia are preparing and rehearsing for the Sesshoseiki ritual. If nothing goes wrong, after completing the Sesshoseiki ritual under the moonlight tomorrow, the day they go to war with the city's strongest, the Freya Familia, is not far off, hence even during rehearsals, the battle courtesans are particularly tense. To go to war with the Freya Familia, the Sesshoseiki, fragments engraved with the powerful sorcery, Sesshoseiki, are essential. In addition, they must launch a surprise attack, relying on magic swords, traps, curses, and other means to weaken the first-tier adventurers of the Freya Familia. Otherwise, even if all members temporarily undergo a level ascension, the Ishtar Familia has no chance of defeating the Freya Familia. Apart from the Sesshoseiki, Goddess Ishtar seems to have prepared some unknown trump cards to deal with top-tier strongmen like King, Otter, but the specifics are not yet known to the female warriors. In fact, within the Ishtar Familia, opinions on whether to go to war with the Freya Familia are not unified. For example, beauty elite, Aisha is a staunch opponent. Not only because she does not wish for Haruhime's sacrifice, but also because reason tells her that the outcome of a war with the Freya Familia would only be the complete annihilation of the Ishtar Familia, regardless of the presence of the Sesshoseiki. This result is inevitable. Even if all members temporarily rise by one level, the Ishtar Familia only has one LV.6 and one LV.5 first-tier adventurer, while the Freya Familia has 3 LV.6 and 4 LV.5, and even one city's strongest LV.7. The gap is too large, too obvious, and within the Ishtar Familia, rational individuals like Aisha are not few. But unfortunately, the Familia's goddess is completely blinded by jealousy, and they cannot change Goddess Ishtar's mind. Unlike the Loki Familia, which is actually led by the captain and executives, the Ishtar Familia is absolutely centered around the goddess's desires, and no member within the Familia can question or sway the goddess's will. As a result, those within the Ishtar Familia who maintain rationality and realize they are on a path to destruction, like Aisha, are clearly suffering. On the other hand, those who are fanatical and foolish, only following the goddess in calling for slaughter, live more easily. So even without Emiya, Aisha might eventually choose to abandon the path of the Ishtar Familia. It's just that with Emiya around, Aisha, who doesn't have to bear the main responsibility, is somewhat relieved. Today, the Ishtar Familia held a gathering to prepare for the Sesshoseiki ritual. Surprisingly, Haruhime, the protagonist of the ritual, did not participate. Considering this might be the last day of her life, Goddess Ishtar generously and thoughtfully gave her a day off. The goddess hoped that Haruhime could enjoy the nourishment of love in her final moments. Haruhime had fallen in love with her first guest after her debut, which was no secret within the Ishtar Familia and had recently become a topic of conversation among the seniors. For the well-traveled female adventurers of the Ishtar Familia, such situations were not uncommon. Indeed, there are girls new to the world who develop special feelings for their guests under such circumstances, and they often grow from the so-called love that eventually shatters. Only a very few courtesans can ultimately be redeemed by one of their guests. As for a girl and her first guest staying together from beginning to end, from the time Goddess Ishtar descended to the lower world until now, it has never happened. It's a fairy tale that no one has ever imagined. In fact, Emiya is not really Haruhime's guest because he never paid, not a single valis. Because he is essentially the hired party, an adventurer who accepted a mission. In the highest tower of the pleasure district, Haruhime gently lifted her chin, revealing the delicate neck adorned with a black collar. This is a magic tool, it tells them my location. No matter where I go, I am always under the control of Goddess Ishtar and them. As soon as I step out of the pleasure street, this collar will sound, burn my neck, and make me unable to move, and pursuers will come to capture me. Even if I try to break it, the collar will immediately send an emergency signal, Haruhime said, touching the surface of the black ring that emitted a strange glow, so, I cannot go with you, master. The girl lowered her head. When you said you would redeem me before, I was very happy, but Goddess Ishtar would not agree. I am honored to serve you, master, to give everything to you, even if I die, I have no regrets. Emiya's finger gently pressed on Haruhime's lips, interrupting her words, while his other hand grasped the side of the collar. It's too early to talk about dying without regrets now. Emiya looked into the girl's eyes. Haruhime, you don't need to worry, I can persuade Goddess Ishtar, and I will definitely take you away. Skill, Knight of Honor, activated. He dominated and destroyed the collar. A tense alarm sounded throughout the pleasure street. The door of the tower was kicked open, and, beauty elite, Aisha walked in calmly. As Haruhime's guardian, she also did not attend the Ishtar Familia's gathering. Sir, do you know what you are doing? Aisha asked in a low voice. Emiya reached out to support Haruhime's shoulder. He said, stealing the queen's belt of the Amazons, that's what I'm doing. Declaring theft right from the start, it's really an undeniable, male approach. Aisha's lips curled up. You really understand us, Amazons. Not saying to her those boring nonsense like, I hope you can let her go, do you really want to sacrifice a family member, such a war is meaningless, but straightforwardly declaring, I will take that girl away. That's how it should be, arrogantly declaring war, roughly defeating the enemy, and then greedily taking the girl away. From the beginning, Aisha had been looking forward to such a thing. Such an approach, even Goddess Ishtar probably cannot refute it, Aisha said. She raised the black broadsword in her hand, the blade pointing directly at Emiya. According to your position, now you are going to block me? Emiya asked. Even though the beginning of everything was Aisha and trusting him to save Haruhime, now, she is the first to stand in front of Emiya. Aisha, as a sister, entrusting an adventurer to save a sister, and as an adventurer, blocking the enemy of the Familia, these are two different things. And, as an Amazon, I still want to feel the resolve of a man, male, through fists and weapons. Emiya nodded, a reasonable approach. Haruhime, for me, use, Yukai no Kazuchi, he said. Then, Aisha watched as Haruhime used the magic, Yukai no Kazuchi, completely ignoring her, without a moment's hesitation, directly enhancing Emiya. This color-changing fox, Aisha couldn't help but think, but the next moment, she didn't even have the heart to mock the color-changing fox. Projection, start, trace, on. Chapter 65, Ishtar under attack, luring, man-eater, in. A black, ferocious giant axe was almost smashing into her face. Skill, Oath under the Snow, effect activated. When having an intimate bond with the protected target, all abilities are superdomain enhanced, ability value growth accelerates, ability value limit breaks, magic and skill effects are superdomain enhanced, skill effects increase according to the number and strength of bonds. Skill, Yukai no Kazuchi, effect activated. Temporarily increase level by 1, LV.2, LV.3. Magic, Unlimited Blade Works, effect activated. Projection weapon, 9 lives, axe form. Skill, Roadless Valhalla, effect activated. Temporarily gain development ability, Crush, I. Temporarily gain development ability, Mad Enhancement, I. Temporarily gain skill, Bravery. Temporarily gain skill, King's Order, 9th Labor. In a hurry, she raised her simple sword to collide with 9 lives, and then Aisha, seeing the second-level weapon bent and cracked by a single blow, realized something was wrong. Damn, if I get hit by such an attack, I will definitely. With the axe form of 9 lives, in his right hand, Emiya instantly knocked Aisha off balance, then stepped forward and threw a straight punch with his left hand. Oath under the Snow, Yukai no Kazuchi, Crush, Mad Enhancement, Bravery, King's Order. Numerous enhancements and corrections were added to Emiya's punch. The heavy punch violently hit Aisha's exposed abdomen, the intense pain making the Amazon warrior's body curl up like a boiled red shrimp, crumpling to the floor. Aisha's mind went blank, and in her dizziness, only one thought remained: it's over, my body is going to break because of the Amazon's instincts. Aisha struggled to get up, only to be met with an even more ferocious, natural disaster-like violent attack. Even though she was a powerful LV.3 warrior, and an Amazon known for her strong physique, she could not resist this overwhelming violence. No, precisely because I am an Amazon, I will definitely lose to him. More than one rib was broken, her right arm was twisted completely out of joint, her whole body covered in severe bruises. Yet the more she was crushed, the happier Aisha smiled. As long as it's an Amazon, it is destined to be unable to defeat the strongest hero, this is our destined fate. King's Order, 9th Labor. Increases the user's strength, endurance, agility, and gains additional attack power when fighting Amazons. This skill is the manifestation of one of the 12 labors, of the greatest hero in Greek mythology, Hercules. Hercules' 9th labor was to seize the belt of the Amazon queen Hippolyta. Hercules crushed all the brave and skilled Amazon warriors, even capturing Queen Hippolyta, who eventually offered him, King's Order. This great feat was sublimated into Hercules' noble phantasm, and because of roadless Valhalla, it was temporarily added as a skill to Emiya. And at this moment, what he was doing was exactly seizing the golden belt, Haruhime Sanjuno, of the Amazon country, Ishtar Familia. The enhancement of Yukaide no Kazuchi, and the act of replicating mythology, allowed Emiya to project an unprecedented 9 lives, and further touched the power of the strongest tier of heroic spirits. Emiya single-handedly raised 9 lives, horizontally, just by swinging it. The wind pressure of the heavy axe shattered the paper windows of the attic, the edge of the weapon just slightly touched, and the side wall collapsed with a bang. Aisha's right arm hung weakly, her left arm barely protecting her front abdomen. The already ruined weapon fell to the floor. She closed her eyes in despair, smiling to welcome the giant axe slashing from the side. The axe blade of 9 lives stopped just before hitting Aisha. After a while, Aisha opened her eyes in confusion, and Emiya responded with a heavy punch. The punch hit Aisha's cheek, knocking her out. In less than 5 rounds, the famous, beauty elite, Aisha Belka of the Labyrinth City was thus defeated by Emiya. Aisha didn't even get the chance to use her magic, Hell Chaos. If Emiya were still LV.2, then with the absolute suppression of level, and the combat ability that belongs to the upper level even among LV.3, even if Emiya's, Oath Under the Snow, took effect, and temporarily gained the skill to counter the Amazon tribe by projecting 9 lives, Aisha could still have a fight, and even hope to have a fierce battle with Emiya. The effect of level suppression is so exaggerated, especially among high-level adventurers. At LV.1, monsters often have the advantage over adventurers of the same level due to their physical superiority, but by LV.2 and LV.3, the situation reverses. High-level adventurers are usually far stronger than monsters of the same level. However, because of the enhancement of Yukaide no Kazuchi, Emiya's level was temporarily elevated to LV.3, equal to Aisha's level, and there was no longer any level suppression. The difference in combat power between the two was clearly exposed. Aisha's ability values were actually not bad. Her strength, agility, endurance, dexterity, all these physical abilities were quite good, and she gained development abilities every time she leveled up, in addition to having a powerful magic. It's just that Emiya's combat power was really too beyond the norm. Time, just less than a minute has passed. Yukaide no Kazuchi still has 14 minutes of effect. Emiya stood in the attic with half of the wall collapsed, looking towards the distant palace. The highest floor of the palace, towering over all buildings in the pleasure district. No gold and silver headbands, earrings, necklaces, chest ornaments, bracelets, and anklets. What could be called clothing was only the belt and loincloth, and then a few straps covering the ample breasts. Including the tender limbs and slim waist, the brown skin exposed without reservation, a posture that tempts men. Boasting the beauty of a country-toppling beauty, even more so, the beauty of a goddess. In the dark room with all 4 sides open, the cool evening breeze gently blowing, she looked towards the center of the city, as if glaring at a hated enemy. The place where she was now was higher than any place in the pleasure district. But this still could not satisfy her. This was because in the center of the city stood a white-walled giant tower reaching to the sky, as if mocking her. She glared fiercely at the highest floor of the giant tower. Resenting the silver-haired goddess Freya, who should also be there at this time, the same as her, goddess of beauty. Why can you stay there? Why is it you, not me, who is reigning? That goddess always looked down on her from the highest position. From the highest position in this city, seeing herself as one of the many. With her beauty and the status of the strongest faction in the city, the goddess reigned over the apex of Orario. She took all the most beautiful praises of the city, no, the world, for herself, looking down on herself. With a thought almost like a curse, the beauty of the goddess Ishtar twisted. Ishtar's hostility towards Freya was one-sided. From the moment they met, she, also a goddess of beauty, had been hostile to Freya. Was it the disdain of the same kind, or jealousy that Freya possessed what she did not, Freya did not know. But the fact was that she hated Freya, repeatedly trying to push Freya aside and take her place. As for Freya, she did not take her to heart. She repeatedly picked fights, Freya just laughed them off, sometimes even finding it fun, a way to kill time. Freya's perception of her was just that, not particularly disliking her. Such an attitude only made Ishtar's heart more angry and twisted, to the point that she had completely forgotten the original intention of coming to the lower world, only targeting Freya as the sole goal of the Ishtar Familia. One more day, just wait and see, Freya. Haruhime and Sesshu Seiki, plus another secret weapon she had prepared. Ishtar was ready to give Freya a surprise. At this moment, a rapid alarm sounded. Ishtar was startled. This is. Haruhime has a problem. Someone come. Ishtar-sama, I am here. The tall and thin human male Tammuz immediately came to the goddess's side. This LV.4 second-tier adventurer was the second strongest in the Ishtar Familia after Man-Killer, Phryne Jamil, and also the nominal vice-captain of the Ishtar Familia. However, he always served by the side of the goddess Ishtar. The actual duties and powers of the vice-captain were entirely handled by Aisha. Where is Haruhime now? The goddess Ishtar inquired. Haruhime-sama should be entertaining guests. The man she has been serving recently is the rising star of the Labyrinth City, Emiya Shirou of the Hephaestus Familia. Tammuz replied, the current alarm, should be that man breaking Haruhime's collar. What is Aisha doing, and where is Phryne? Where has that stupid woman gone? No, it's not good, Ishtar-sama, an Amazon woman rushed up. She was a LV.2 battle prostitute of the Ishtar Familia. Captain, Phryne, she's fighting with Gale. Gale? Both Ishtar and Tammuz were stunned when they heard this name. Tammuz thought for a moment, then remembered, Gale, could it be that elf from the Astrea Familia? Why would she attack Phryne, and, has she leveled up to LV.5? The Amazon girl who came to report hurriedly said, Captain, it seems that, Gale, is suppressing Phryne. Ishtar's face grew darker. Tammuz, you go and eliminate the intruder. A few minutes earlier, at a tavern on the edge of the pleasure district. I smell the scent of a young man. An Amazon burst into the tavern. It was a giantess over 2 meters tall, no, a female giant. The brown short arms and legs exposed under the red and black hunting outfit were not a metaphor, they were completely 4 large muscles. Not only was her height astonishing, her width was also very thick, the whole presenting a stocky figure, her limbs and torso completely out of proportion. The most exaggerated was that big face. Oily black short hair, coupled with squirming, rolling eyeballs and a mouth split open to the side, it was not pleasant to say, but just like a toad. She was the leader of the Ishtar Familia, a first-class adventurer of LV.5, the man-killer, Phryne Jamil. This extremely capricious first-class adventurer did not participate in tonight's gathering of the Ishtar Familia, but instead wandered in the red light district, looking for prey. Men caught by Phryne would be forcibly fed drugs and dragged to bed without any explanation. That woman would consume them regardless of how the prey cried, and the final result was that the men could only wait to become crippled. Because of such behavior, she earned the title of man-killer. So much so that the goddess Ishtar strictly forbade her from approaching any brothel area. Phryne could only wander in the outskirts of the red light district, resulting in these areas becoming famous no-go zones for men. He. The tavern door was easily destroyed. The female giant, an Amazon woman, let out an unpleasant laugh, stepping into the room. She effortlessly kicked away round tables and chairs, heading straight into the tavern. Then, because she saw some scene, the corners of her mouth split upwards, revealing huge teeth. Her whole face broke into a smile. Her cheeks squeezed out a bunch of ugly wrinkles that could hardly be called dimples. That smiling face gave Kashima Uka goosebumps. Isn't this the martial god son of the Takamikazuchi Familia? Croak. I like it. In the tavern, the tall and handsome Kashima Uka turned pale. As a senior adventurer who had just earned a title, the leader of the Takamikazuchi Familia was somewhat famous throughout the Labyrinth City, but he never expected that a first-class adventurer of LV.5 would also be paying attention to him. However, the reason the other party was interested in him was not because of his level or title, but because of his physique and face. If possible, Kashima Uka really wished not to be remembered by such a person. He resolved that no matter what, he would never approach the red light district again. Phryne let out a loud giggle again, her eyes sparkling brightly. Chapter 66, Man-Killer v/S Gale, push him down, ride on top of him, and ruin that handsome body beyond recognition. Isn't that tempting? A strong chill drained all color from Kashima Uka's face, but he still forced himself to stay strong, glaring fiercely at the terrible face of the Man-Killer. Hee, what a great look, I like you, croak. A bottle of red wine flew straight and hit the back of Phryne's head. Shut up, you ugly toad. Who is it? Phryne turned her head. The sudden attack with a wine bottle had already ignited her anger, and being called an ugly toad made her almost burst into flames of rage. Now Phryne even temporarily forgot about Kashima Uka, only wanting to tear the person who insulted her beauty into pieces first. Gale, Ryuu Lion, sitting in the corner of the tavern, coldly looked at Phryne and spoke words that made her even more furious. What are you looking at? Just because I looked at you one more time in the crowd. Man-Killer, and, Gale, thus started a battle because of an accident. At least Phryne really thought it was an accident. With her barren brain, she didn't consider any other possibilities. Even if she thought about it, Phryne would only conclude that, Gale, is jealous of my beauty, so she attacked me. Phryne brought her large, frog-like face close to Ryuu's, looking down at her in a physical sense. Ugly freak, are you provoking me? Phryne's huge mouth spewed sticky hot air. I will beat your ugly bitch face into a miserable state that can't be seen, croak. Ryuu responded to Phryne's words with a direct punch. The slender elf girl looked like a small doll in front of the huge Amazon giantess. The size of Ryuu's tender fist was even less than a third of half of Phryne's face. However, such a disproportionate size difference only made the effect of Ryuu's punch more visually impactful. The elf's slender arm, which seemed like it might break, punched and made the Amazon giantess's face directly concave. Then Phryne was sent flying sideways. She rolled on the floor like a round wine barrel for several rounds, and then, with a dull sound, a wall of the tavern collapsed. Your duty is done, leave quickly. Ryuu stood the sword box on the ground. With the sound of metal mechanisms, both sides of the sword box opened, and deep red and black long swords popped out. Yes, the pale-faced Kashima Uka stood up, without saying anything about fighting alongside Ryuu, and quickly left the scene. A battle between first-class adventurers was not something he, a mere LV.2, could intervene in. Kashima Uka's duty was only to act as bait to lure Phryne here. For this purpose, he even sprayed a lot of perfume on himself. According to Aisha's information, the Man-Killer's nose is even more sensitive than a dog person's, able to smell excellent male's or men's perfume from 2 streets away. Being willing to step forward as bait against the Man-Killer, Kashima Uka showed courage not inferior to directly fighting a first-class adventurer. The wall collapsed, dust filled the air, but within a few seconds, a huge and heavy figure jumped out from it. I remember now, you are, Gale, so you've leveled up to LV.5, and now you plan to use me as a stepping stone to fame, right? Croak, how dare you look down on me like this? Phryne pulled out the heavy and thick great battle axe Gorda from behind, which looked surprisingly small in her hands, and pounced towards Ryuu in midair. Ryuu coldly looked at the terrifying figure of the man-killer, trying to recall the provocation techniques taught to her by the cat girl Chloe, with just you. Far inferior to the Sword Princess, you are worthy to be my stepping stone. When she heard the name, Sword Princess, Phryne instantly lost her reason. You actually say that puppet is the strongest, the most beautiful? What a joke. Like Ishtar, who was jealous of the beauty goddess Freya, she also held hostility towards the female swordsman hailed as one of the strongest adventurers. The goddess-like beauty of golden hair and golden eyes, and the strength of the girl who caught up to her and reached LV.5, made her heart burn with the fire of hatred. The man-killer, Phryne Jamil, was a veteran adventurer who became famous very early. Even the Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, once almost lost to her. However, that was several years ago, when Phryne was of a higher level. With the level difference, she only once suppressed and nearly defeated the Sword Princess, but couldn't truly defeat her, which already showed the gap in talent and ability between her and Ace Wallenstein. Now Ace Wallenstein has leveled up to LV.5, caught up to Phryne, and it's only a matter of time before she surpasses her. Little Ace is only 13 years old this year. Everyone believes she can level up to LV.6 within 5 years or even less, reaching the hero realm. The one who will challenge the King Otter for the title of the strongest in the city in the future is likely this person. The gods' expectations for Ace are even this high. As for the man-killer, Phryne, she has almost no future left. Phryne is already quite old, past the period when an adventurer's strength grows the fastest. Her potential is almost exhausted. LV.5 is her limit. Therefore, Phryne is especially jealous and hates the Sword Princess, seeing the little girl she once looked down upon stepping on her head so quickly, and destined to reach heights she can't touch in the future. This is the most unbearable torture for the self-important Phryne. The huge Amazon giantess landed like a tiger. The terrible impact made the solid rock floor completely crack, dust filled the air, and the already shaky tavern completely collapsed. Cap. Ryuu landed steadily, her steps very light, almost making no sound. Phryne's attack didn't even touch Ryuu's clothes, she just lightly jumped, creating distance from her opponent. Seeing your way of fighting makes me furious. Phryne let out a hoarse roar, like some rude beast. Ryuu is a speed attack type swordsman focusing on agility, speed, and magic power, similar to Ace. Therefore, Phryne was even more furious seeing Ryuu's elegant, light movements. Damn elf bitch, I will kill you. Realizing that Gale is a genius girl like the Sword Princess, Phryne's jealousy burned even more fiercely. She transferred her jealousy of Ace to Ryuu, her emotions becoming more and more intense. Ryuu, however, became even calmer. She even had the leisure to recall Phryne's information. Phryne's strength and endurance attributes are extremely high. Every time she levels up, these two abilities reach at least A rank. In terms of brute strength, Phryne is definitely top-notch among her peers. Neither Ace nor Ryuu could possibly be her match in strength. But, too slow, and her techniques are not impressive, also, lacking a decisive attack method. Ryuu calmly dodged Phryne's attacks. The Amazon giantess's wide and open movements could easily destroy solid buildings, but couldn't even catch Ryuu's shadow. Man-killer, you are weaker than the Sword Princess, Ryuu said in a flat tone. Even the Sword Princess, who just leveled up to LV.5 with all ability values still at I rank, is stronger than the man-killer, Ryuu, who has fought both, easily made this judgment. And the Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein, couldn't defeat Ryuu, who leveled up to LV.5. Even at that time, she hadn't changed her weapon yet. Ryuu drew her blade, black and red brilliance intertwined, like a sword dance. The black blade, dark as the night sky, collided with the heavy great battle axe, the extraordinary weapon performance of Tsubame Geishi, made up for the user's strength difference. Instead, Phryne's arm was numbed by the shock. "What kind of weapon is this?" the Amazon giantess exclaimed. Phryne's great battle axe Gorda is a first-class armament. Tsubame Geishi is also a first-class armament in positioning, but there are differences even among weapons of the same level. Tsubame Geishi and Higanbana are first-class armaments, simply because this is the highest evaluation set by the world's forgers for weapons and equipment. The blade slashed out a deep sword light, seemingly making the dark night sky even darker, while on the other side, a red light shone, like flames, blood light, or a bewitching flower's magic sword. The slash of Higanbana didn't seem as sharp, but was more deadly. The deep red sword body had magic power flowing like a torrent. The blade faced the bright moonlight, but reflected a gem-like blood light. When the mission is faithfully fulfilled, the scales will achieve balance. The sword lights intertwined into a tight net, pressing Phryne back repeatedly. At the same time, Ryuu began to chant. Ryuu needed to focus entirely on defense to maintain the rhythm of chanting amidst Ace's storm-like attacks, but now, she could chant while pressing Phryne to the point of breathlessness. The fortress of order, the crown of integrity, the lamp of evil destruction. Now, Ryuu's chanting of Astria record has become more and more proficient, while the frequently used magic, luminous wind, in the past seems to have not been used for a while. But it was ridiculous. Astria record is just too strong, too useful, so strong that when Emiya was forging weapons for Ryuu, he first thought of maximizing the power of this magic. In the name of the goddess, like a trail that cuts across the sky, embellishing the earth with sparkling stars. Justice flows endlessly. The emblem of the Astria Familia's wings of justice unfolded beneath the feet of the elf maiden, and 10 weapon-shaped crystals appeared, surrounding Ryuu. The gale, with blades encircling her body, as if a Valkyrie descending from Valhalla to the mortal world, a vast amount of magical power converged around her location, like an unending torrent piercing through heaven and earth. Roar! Phryne let out a shocking roar, the sound waves spreading out in all directions. Even the dust seemed to be swept up by her furious shout. Phryne had no magic, her only skill was Berserk, which activated when she was severely injured or extremely angry, sacrificing reason, intelligence, and judgment to gain a boost in power. The effect of the skill increased based on the difference in true beauty between herself and her opponent. The greater the difference, the stronger the boost. Considering Phryne's own conditions, the effect of this skill was actually quite powerful. Her robust body was dominated by the wildness of the Amazons, her terrifying physical abilities further enhanced. Phryne spread her arms, her right hand gripping a giant axe, while her left hand curved into a claw like a beast, her massive figure pouncing fiercely towards Ryuu, like a mountain pressing down. Agaris Alvacinth, Ryuu whispered. A deep red flame surged from the blade of Higanbana, instantly covering the entire longsword, like a soft silk ribbon wrapped around the blade. Ryuu gently twisted the longsword, the deep red lotus-like flame slowly disappeared, as if merging back into the blade. It was as if she hadn't used any magic. The only difference was that the patterns and inscriptions on Higanbana had become deeper and darker, and the air around the blade had completely distorted due to the terrifying high temperature. Even though she saw no flames, Phryne felt as if she was engulfed in a raging fire. Just as beasts naturally fear the bonfires lit by humans, facing the blade of Higanbana, Phryne, in her wild and berserk state, miraculously regained her senses. No, she let out a terrified scream, but it was too late. In Ryuu's hand swung the ultimate flame blade, yet her gaze grew colder. Iato slash. One of the sword techniques passed down through the Goju family for 1,000 years, although not as ultimate as Goku, a divine skill engraved in the bloodline with magical inheritance. This Godspeed draw slash was a killing technique that had spilled more blood than Goku. At this moment, Ryuu's skills and magic were almost the top-tier configuration of an urban swordsman. Fairy Serenade, enhanced magic effects, with increased effects at night. Mind Load, the greater the consumption of spiritual power, the greater the increase in strength. Arrow Mana, attack power increased with speed. Magic Guide, Swordsman, Agaris Alvacinth, / Just as LV.2 Lafia could unleash firepower of LV.4, or even LV.5, level and ability values ensured the lower limit of an adventurer's combat power, while skills and magic determined the upper limit. To be precise, high-powered attack moves and high-intensity ability enhancements are the two wings that allow an adventurer's combat power to soar. Those who possess both have the qualifications to step onto the top, even the strongest throne. Ryuu, at full power, swung a sword at Phryne. From the beginning, this was not a challenge from a newcomer to a veteran adventurer, but a ruthless crushing of the ordinary by an extraordinary hero. What Ryuu swung seemed not a blade, but a stellar ring that could dim the brilliance of a full moon. Flame flash. Boom. Gwa-ah. The scorching storm engulfed Phryne's massive body. The final result was a 4-6 split. Gale, Ryuu slashed 4 times, man-killer, Phryne was 60% cooked. The man-killer, having lost the ability to resist, lay on the ground, unconscious, but she did not die just like that. Chapter 67, Dominator of Amazons. Although there was a considerable gap in combat power between her and Ryuu, Phryne, possessing an A-rank super endurance along with development abilities such as abnormal resistance, self-recovery, and magic defense, was not so easily killed outright. Moreover, due to the instructions of the goddess Astrea, Ryuu suppressed her killing intent and refrained from dealing the final blow or further attacking. The man-killer, Phryne was not a member of the Evilus. She was a formally registered adventurer in the guild and held a prestigious position as a level 5. If she were to be killed outright, it would mean a complete fallout with the guild. Although Ryuu herself did not care about this, the goddess Astrea strictly forbade her from doing so. It's not worth sacrificing your future for someone like her, that was what the goddess had said. Thus, the battle between Ryuu and Phryne, at least on the surface, was nothing more than an accidental conflict sparked by a trivial, "what are you looking at," kind of situation. As for the fact that others attacked the Ishtar Familia today, it was purely a coincidence and had nothing to do with Ryuu or the Astrea Familia. She just happened to, for some coincidental reason, take down Ishtar Familia's strongest fighter tonight, nothing more. However, Ryuu had not expected that the infamous, man-killer, Phryne, a seasoned first-class adventurer, would be so easily defeated. Or rather, only now did she gain a clear understanding of her own combat ability. "Phryne, you wretched thing, what the hell are you doing?" After Ryuu had stood bored over Phryne's corpse for a few minutes, a man jumped down from a nearby building, angrily shouting the name of the man-killer. But upon seeing Phryne's massive form sprawled on the ground, the man swallowed his words. Tammuz, even Ryuu was slightly taken aback. Tammuz. What could he say? Since he believed that even if Gale had leveled up, she still shouldn't be able to defeat Phryne, who had been at her level for a long time and accumulated considerable ability points, he thought the prolonged battle meant Gale was barely holding on. With him, a level 4, assisting, they should be able to quickly defeat Gale. The Hephaestus Familia had first-class adventurers, and if he had gone alone to capture Emiya Shirou, he might have run into the one-eyed giant craftsman, and ended up as an easy target. Defeating Gale, together with Phryne, then the two of them capturing Emiya, even if the one-eyed giant craftsman was present, Phryne could hold her off while he dealt with the level 2 Emiya. That was Tammuz's perfect plan. However, before he could even execute the first step, his plan had already crumbled. By the time he arrived, Man-Killer had already been defeated by Gale. How could their Familia's level 5 be such a failure? "Are you working with the Sword King?" Tammuz braced himself and said, "Let go of Phryne and leave the entertainment district immediately, or the Ishtar Familia will not let you go." Mentioning the Ishtar Familia gave him a bit more confidence. After all, Ishtar Familia was one of the most powerful familia in the city, while Astrea Familia had already been destroyed. Even a first-class adventurer, if alone, could not possibly go against the Ishtar Familia and the guild backing it. "Gale, as a top-ranked fugitive, you dare to recklessly attack the captain of the Ishtar Familia. Surrender now. What a pity, Ryuu muttered to herself, that's one less level 4 for Shirou to gain experience from. Tammuz, what? His answer was a downward sword strike from Ryuu. With Agarus Alvacinth activated, the level 5 man killer could barely withstand a few blows, but for a level 4 like Tammuz facing a cross-dire powerhouse like the level 5 Gale, there was only one outcome. Another unconscious man lay beside Phryne. And thus, both the captain and vice-captain of the Ishtar Familia were taken care of. With this, Anya and the others, who were meant to be the backup force, probably won't have a chance to act. Enemy attack. Someone is attacking the Belit by Bili, godly brothel of the mistress. There's only one enemy. Protect Goddess Ishtar at all costs. Where are Phryne, Tammuz, and Aisha? Where the hell did they go? It's that genius rookie from the Hephaestus Familia. He has the Yukai no Kazuchi. Damn it, Haruhime has betrayed us. All level 3s, follow me. Don't be afraid. He only recently leveled up to level 2. Even with the Yukai no Kazuchi enhancing him, he's just a temporary pseudo-level 3. We are real level 3 adventurers. Wait, something's not right. Don't clash blades with him. The clash of metal echoed through the vast night sky and the shining moon. Silhouettes moved across rooftops and outer walls, breaking footholds as they dashed about. Men and women raised their weapons, their strikes crossing time and time again. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Amazon warriors, a great axe and sword met, one striking downward, the other swinging upward, sparking violently. Then, completely disregarding the astonished expression of the Amazon warrior wielding the sword, the man continued pressing his heavy axe downward. Her second-class weapon began to bend, crack, and emit a sorrowful creaking sound. The next moment, the weapon reached its limit and shattered. The massive axe cleaved through the sword and shattered several bones in the Amazon's shoulder. Then, with a heavy kick, he planted his foot straight into her stomach, leaving a distinct shoe print on her bare midriff. Guh. The Amazon warrior was sent flying, rolling several times across the hard floor. Her left hand's fingers were crushed and embedded in the floor before she finally came to a stop. I haven't lost yet. Lying on the ground, the Amazon warrior lifted her head stubbornly. However, a crimson silhouette had already reached her. A firm grip seized her long black hair, yanking up her delicately made-up face before ruthlessly slamming it back down. The impact shattered the floor as her head was embedded into the ground. The level 3 Amazon warrior let out a final crazed laugh before losing consciousness. Emiya turned, wielding 9 lives, to block an incoming axe strike. This was the highest level of the Ishtar Temple, the palace rooftop closest to the sky in the entertainment district. The highest level of this grand building, decorated with artificial greenery and pools, presented a scene worthy of being called the godly brothel of the mistress. A battle raged around the vast rooftop, large enough to rival an arena. On one side stood over 20 level 3 Amazon battle prostitutes. On the other, alone Emiya. 20 against 1. The advantage is mine. At first, the Amazon warriors thought so. But in a mere instant, their opponent rendered one of them completely incapacitated. And his battle posture only drove the remaining Amazons into a frenzy. Come, oh man! Strike me with all your might, a white-haired Amazon wielding an axe taller than herself shouted ecstatically as she launched her attacks. She was yet another level 3 Amazon warrior. And the battle continued. The white-haired Amazon warrior wielded a giant long-handled axe that exceeded her height, attacking frantically while shouting chilling words. This was also a LV.3 Amazon warrior. Apart from the LV.5 captain and the LV.4 vice captain, the second-tier adventurers at LV.3 were the core combat force of the Ishtar Familia, totaling more than 20 individuals. Even Aisha, who possessed magic, was not the strongest among them. I am Samira, please remember my name. As she spoke these pleading words, her cheeks flushed as red as a summer sunset, and at the same time, her axe swung continuously, her combat posture even more frenzied than before. Samira swung with all her might, 9 lives, blocked the axe, and the intense recoil momentarily made it impossible for the Amazon warrior to grip her weapon. Emiya stretched out his left hand and grabbed the axe's long handle. Knight of Honor, a knight does not die with empty hands, activated, and he effortlessly took the axe from her hands. I clearly used all my strength, yet I was so easily defeated, even my life-sustaining weapon was taken away. Then, under the Amazon's expectant gaze, the axe handle struck her cheek harshly, knocking her to the ground. He raised his foot and stepped onto her smooth abdomen. Please do not hold back. Emiya let out a light sigh, then suddenly exerted force and stomped down. Through the girl's body, the floor below shattered with a resounding crash. Thump. 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 The sound of violent heartbeats echoed through, godly brothel of the mistress, mixed with the sound of swallowing saliva and some strange moaning noises. Emiya silently counted, Yukai no Kazuki, has less than 10 minutes remaining. Before him, the Amazons shouted, roared, and moaned as they charged at him in waves, their eyes shining like a pack of wolves in the night. Various weapons gleamed with a chilling light. They howled wildly, each one using their full strength, even displaying unprecedented combat power. Only by fighting with all their might could they experience the supreme pleasure of defeat. If they fought this desperately in the dungeon, the Ishtar Familia's exploration record might have been several floors deeper. Emiya stepped on Samira's body and raised 9 lives, indifferently. After Samira fell, 3 more female warriors who tried to engage Emiya in close combat were also defeated. Their third-tier swords and blades were powerless against the storm stirred up by 9 lives. The moment their blades touched the wind, they shattered instantly, followed by the breaking of their bones. One Amazon was struck at the waist by the monstrous axe and was sent flying like a ragdoll hit by a heavy blow. She crashed through a wall and never got up again. Another female warrior was completely overpowered in close combat, lost her balance, and fell clumsily. Emiya grabbed her wrist, swung her high into the air like a weapon, and then smashed her heavily into the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater. Another Amazon, despite both hands already broken, still charged at Emiya recklessly. Then, her neck was seized by the boy, gripped tightly until she foamed at the mouth, before being casually tossed aside. As Emiya lifted the Amazon warrior by the neck, raising her up, a petite Amazon was the first to rush in. Her charge, however, caused the previously restless Amazons to hesitate simultaneously. They instinctively slowed their steps, clearly unwilling to fight alongside this particular companion. The reason was simple: this petite Amazon let out a deafening roar as she charged. Accompanying that war cry, her eyes were instantly dyed with a crimson glow of blood, and her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Her body trembled with intense emotion, as if controlled by some kind of fanatic force, filling her with an uncontrollable urge for battle and destruction. This was her feared skill, similar to Man-Killer, a berserk ability, but different in that it was an actively triggered magic, completely under her control. Once this magic activated, she would enter an extremely dangerous state, attacking indiscriminately. In her berserk state, both enemy and ally could become her targets. When she fell into this frenzied mode, her teammates could only pray that she was defeated quickly. Perhaps due to the Amazon's belligerent nature, berserk-type and rage-type magic and skills were relatively common among them. However, the strongest berserk ability in the city belonged to a Paolum, braver, Finn of the Loki Familia. His berserk skill allowed him to greatly enhance all his abilities at the cost of losing his sanity. In comparison, Amazon berserk skills typically only provided significant strength boosts. The magic, fanatic girl, that the petite Amazon activated was a typical Amazon-style berserk magic. It sacrificed rationality in exchange for a massive increase in attack power. Agreement and let her continue doing what she wanted. Haruhime had always been clear about her own position. In her heart, she saw herself as the master's concubine, or perhaps even possession. She had once been a courtesan, though she had never actually received any clients. Still, deep down, Haruhime believed that she no longer had the right to stand proudly by Emiya's side. The title of official wife was beyond her reach, she didn't dare to desire such a status. She only wished to enter his household in any way possible, even if it meant taking the most humble role. At the same time, Haruhime also secretly felt that, compared to being a wife or a madam, the identity of a concubine or mistress stirred her heart even more. Because of the master's favor, I get tormented and mistreated by the legal wife, crying daily in the house, but every day, when the master returns, I still show him my brightest smile. Every time she imagined such a scenario, the little fox's heart trembled violently, and her body felt so hot that she nearly fainted. Or, an outside mistress could work too, living in a separate residence kept by the master, secretly meeting him every day behind the wife's back. When facing the wife, the master secretly plays with my tail from an angle she can't see, all while chatting with her as if nothing is happening. And I have to pretend that nothing is wrong. Yuwa. As these images unfolded in her mind, Haruhime's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple. Hugging Emiya's clothes, she took a deep breath, her beautiful tail swaying behind her. It was hard to say whether the girl's self-perception, or rather, her desires, stemmed from her own inferiority or from a deeper yearning within. Haruhime, are you here? Have you seen my clothes? Suddenly, Emiya's voice came from outside the door. Hearing his voice, Haruhime was startled, letting out a cute "eep." Her tail shot straight up, and her whole body froze in panic. Then, she looked down, and her face instantly flushed bright red. Because of her earlier fantasies, she had unconsciously hugged Emiya's clothes too tightly, now they were completely crumpled. Haruhime frantically tried to smooth out the wrinkles, but as soon as her hands touched the soft fabric, her mind was once again filled with various wild thoughts. Her tail swayed instinctively, and the more nervous she got, the clumsier her movements became. What should I do? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, staring anxiously at the clothes in her hands, terrified that Emiya would notice her blunder. If you can't even handle such a small matter properly, it looks like you need to be punished properly. A strange fantasy suddenly surged into her mind, and Haruhime's face turned crimson. In her imagination, the master took step after step toward her, gradually removing his clothing. Finally, the little fox let out a soft whimper and, overwhelmed by nervousness and embarrassment, fainted on the spot, collapsing onto the floor. Don't apologize. When she came to, Haruhime panicked and apologized hastily, then immediately assumed the three-finger prostration before Emiya. She knelt properly on the ground, knees together, upper body straight yet slightly leaning forward. Lowering her head gently, she touched the floor with her thumb, index, and middle fingers, a graceful and aesthetically pleasing posture. The noble education and etiquette training from her childhood had unexpectedly come in handy today. Haruhime had been forced to practice various rituals countless times, each posture needing to be flawless, or else she would face severe scolding. By now, her body was naturally accustomed to these courtesies, executing them with absolute precision. Looking at the girl before him, Emiya sighed helplessly. Haruhime, there's no need for that. I don't have anything important to do today, and the clothes don't matter. I can just change into another set. He reached out and helped Haruhime up. As his fingers touched her arm, the girl trembled slightly, her tail instinctively swishing with excitement. Speaking of which, Haruhime, would you like to do some training? Emiya suddenly asked. Training? Haruhime blinked in confusion, looking at him blankly, clearly puzzled by the suggestion. With Haruhime's talent, it would be a huge waste not to utilize it properly. Moreover, her extraordinary magic meant that her future would never be peaceful. Even if she wished for an ordinary life, reality likely wouldn't allow her to live in peace forever. At the very least, Haruhime needed to train in some basic combat skills, just in case. I can try, Haruhime said softly. She also hoped to be strong enough to help Emiya when needed. Haruhime, have you ever used a magic sword? Emiya asked again. The girl blinked, then shook her head blankly. Her understanding of magic swords was limited to rumors and book descriptions. She had never seen one in person, let alone used one. Haruhime's knowledge was skewed, mostly consisting of religious rituals and etiquette she learned as a child, as well as bedroom arts she later picked up in the Ishtar Familia. In contrast, she knew very little about other subjects. A magic sword is a special magical tool. For you, it should be the most suitable weapon, Emiya said. Come with me, Haruhime. He led Haruhime to the courtyard, then snapped his fingers, projection, start, trace, on. As his words fell, a faint light flashed from his hand. Emiya gently waved his arm, instantly projecting 10 magic swords into the air. These were all firework magic swords, a type of magical tool that had no real lethality. Whenever they were swung, they would not release fireballs or lightning, but instead, a beautiful firework. This type of magic sword was a creation designed by the blacksmiths of Hephaestus's Familia in their boredom, but they had only designed it on paper and had never actually forged one. Through projection magic, Emiya successfully materialized them. This design was quite suitable for someone like Haruhime, who had no combat experience, to practice with. Emiya handed the magic sword in his hand to Haruhime. Here, give it a try. Don't be nervous, take your time. Haruhime held the magic sword, her heartbeat quickening. She carefully raised the sword, following Emiya's instructions, took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and swung the magic sword. However, out of an instinctive reaction, she closed her eyes tightly when releasing the magic sword. As a result, the sword light veered off course. The magical firework that should have shot out in a straight line instead tilted to the right, directly hitting a corner of the courtyard, where it exploded into a small burst of colorful fireworks. Haruhime panicked instantly, too nervous to speak. Her face turned bright red, thinking that her performance had been terrible. She timidly looked at Emiya, full of apology. However, Emiya showed no sign of blaming her. Don't be nervous. Everyone is a bit clumsy the first time. Take your time, try keeping your eyes open, and focus on the target you want to hit. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Haruhime took a deep breath and gathered her courage to try again. This time, she tried to control her nervousness, relaxed as much as possible, and slowly raised the magic sword according to Emiya's instructions. After several failures, Haruhime finally started to get the hang of it. Just before she completely exhausted the magic sword's uses, she finally shot out an accurate beam of light, hitting the target in front of her. A dazzling, small firework bloomed. Haruhime's eyes widened instantly, and her tense face showed an expression of disbelief. She jumped up in joy, turned around, and threw herself into Emiya's arms, exclaiming excitedly, "I did it! I did it!" However, a few seconds later, she realized that she had impulsively hugged Emiya. She instantly became flustered, quickly let go, and her face turned red all the way to her ears. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Emiya, but her tail was still gently wagging from excitement. At that moment, Seer and the other girls saw from a distance what Haruhime was doing and immediately ran over. Anya's tail swayed excitedly. She looked at Emiya with anticipation and said, "Shirou, this looks so fun. Naya, can you give some to the cats?" Emiya projected a few more firework magic swords but didn't hand them directly to Anya. Instead, he gave them to Seer. "You can have them, but be careful, especially about fire hazards. Don't break anything." "Seer, I'll leave them to you." Anya happily took the magic sword from Seer's hands and patted her chest in assurance, "Don't worry. The cats will be careful." Seeing their excited expressions, Emiya nodded, gave them a few more instructions, then turned and left to train in the dungeon. Time passed quickly, and night quietly fell. When Emiya returned from the dungeon and entered the house, he immediately saw the pitiful sight of Anya and the others being hung upside down on a drying rack. Seer walked over with a cup of hot tea, shook her head, and said, while they were playing with the fireworks, they accidentally shot one onto Mama Mia's head. Hanging from the drying rack, Anya let out a pitiful cry, "Shirou, help Naya save the cat." The day before Haruhime moved into the Hostess of Fertility Tavern. This is the situation, Lady Freya. In the central building of the Folkvanger, the goddess stood before a crystal-clear floor-to-ceiling window, looking with great interest at an exquisite sketch. Behind her stood a male cat person, standing like a knight. "Well done, Alan," hearing the goddess's melodious voice, Goddess Chariot, slightly lowered his proud head. This adventurer, renowned as the fastest in the city, was a level 6 known for his rough and fierce nature. Only in the presence of Goddess Freya would he show such restraint and composure. Freya tilted her head slightly as she carefully admired the artwork in her hands, an enchanting smile unknowingly appearing at the corner of her lips. It was a sketch created in a short amount of time, yet its strokes were anything but simple. Every line and brushstroke in it would astonish even the world's greatest painters. Anyone who saw it would call it a masterpiece. And indeed, it was literally a divine work. Its creator was the traveler god, Hermes. Hermes' divine duties were highly diverse. He was the god of commerce and travelers, as well as the protector of thieves and shepherds. He was the messenger of the gods, the first bard, skilled in mathematics and debate, and proficient in music and painting. If Hermes had a single weakness, it would be combat. Neither he nor his Familia excelled in battle, they were more accustomed to working behind the scenes. Like bards, forever supporting heroes and singing their tales. Freya had commissioned Hermes, who had recently returned to the Labyrinth City, to investigate the situation with Ishtar Familia. Hermes naturally agreed without hesitation. This somewhat unserious god had long dreamed of visiting Aurario's pleasure quarter. Now, with an official reason to enter the red light district, along with Freya's funding, it was like a gift from the heavens for Hermes. During the day, Hermes arrived at the pleasure street early. Using scouting as an excuse, he wandered around, enjoying himself in various places. He flirted with many women, laughing and playing to his heart's content. For the women of the pleasure street, a handsome god who was also generous with money was the ideal customer. However, despite getting lost in pleasure, Hermes remained professional. He completed all of Freya's tasks with quality and quantity, fully justifying the goddess's commission. He even brought back an extra achievement, the artwork Freya now held. This was an impromptu creation, inspired while he watched Emiya's battle. Yes, Hermes had witnessed the entire fight between Emiya and the battle courtesans of Ishtar Familia. However, no one noticed him, thanks to his magical tools. Using his flying boots, Talaria, and the Hades helm, Hades head, which erased his presence, Hermes easily observed the battlefield. Even the most alert adventurers failed to detect him. These tools were created by Asfi al-Andromeda, the level 2 leader of Hermes Familia, who possessed the rare, mystery, ability. With her talent in crafting magical items, Hermes Familia could complete various high-difficulty commissions. This time was no exception. Freya was quite satisfied with their results, especially Hermes' artwork. The painting depicted a brave young man wielding a sharp sword in one hand while holding a fox girl in the other. Before him, a horde of Amazon warriors charged like a raging tide, while the young man, expression cold, rushed forward with his sword. Clearly, the painting was based on Emiya's battle with Ishtar Familia, though with artistic modifications. In reality, Emiya never fought while holding Haruhime. She had been rescued separately. And instead of a grand escape, Emiya had stormed into Ishtar Familia's home and beaten the confused battle prostitutes senseless. The only real threat, the man-killer, had been unceremoniously taken down by a sneaky attack from Gale. Chapter 71, A Willful Child. If Goddess Ishtar saw Hermes' work, she might be so angry she'd vomit blood. You're turning the tables on me. However, Hermes himself was very satisfied with his painting, and so was Goddess Freya, especially the latter, who obviously didn't consider the mere Ishtar Familia worth her attention. Alan, I'm a bit troubled, the goddess said with some concern as she gazed at the exquisite painting. The goddess Chariot straightened his expression, his tone cold as he said, Lady Freya, if you have any wish, please just give the order. Alan Frommel's attitude was firm. Among the many fervent followers in the Freya Familia, he was one of the most devoted. The goddess's will was his goal, and the goddess's desire was his direction. If Goddess Freya gave the order to go to war with the Loki Familia today, Alan wouldn't even bat an eye. Freya, I was originally a staunch supporter of Shirou and Ryuu as a couple. Though Anya is also quite cute, I always believed that Ryuu-chan was the better match for Shirou. But now, after seeing Haruhime, I'm starting to waver. T/N, go Haruhime. Alan. The goddess's words left him baffled. He understood each word individually, but when strung together, he found them incomprehensible. And why was his foolish little sister's name included in this conversation? Alan could only remain silent in response. That child's soul. Although it has nothing to do with the word purity, it has undeniable shining qualities. Moreover, her assistance to Shirou might not be any less than Ryuu's, the goddess muttered to herself. Haruhime's magic, Yukai no Kazuchi, was something Freya didn't yet know the name of, but she had already roughly deduced its effects. After all, Hermes had witnessed firsthand how a level 2 Shirou, surrounded by luminous particles, had utterly demolished a group of level 3 female warriors. A strengthening magic so potent that it's equivalent to level transcendence, or perhaps it is level transcendence itself. Freya had already realized this much. Her tolerance for goddess Ishtar was actually quite high, but secretly harboring such a superweapon slightly tested her patience. If Shirou and Ryuu hadn't already taken Haruhime away, letting her live at the hostess of fertility, while breaking the Seshuseki, then by now, the king, would likely have led a team to pay the Ishtar Familia a visit. That goddess, blinded by jealousy, actually managed to maintain a degree of divine dignity and grace in the end. She finally showed a glimpse of beauty and let me enjoy a good show. Since that's the case, I'll let her off the hook this time, Freya thought indulgently. Besides, Shirou's ruthless trampling had already vented Freya's frustrations, though for Ishtar, that might have been more of a reward. One could say that the Ishtar Familia had actually benefited from misfortune and temporarily escaped disaster. Sigh, it's still Ryuu who's too unassertive. She had the best chance, yet she takes no initiative at all. Freya pondered for a moment. Alan, inform Mamma Mia to arrange for that fox girl to become Shirou's personal maid. Ryuu needs a little pressure, after all. The Astrea Familia makes a powerful return. Gale levels up. Another first-class adventurer is born in the dungeon city, and it's her. Defeating Sword Princess first, then crushing Man Killer, can Gale become the strongest female swordsman? Gale versus Elephant God's Staff, who is stronger? Overnight, the name Gale became the hottest topic in the dungeon city. The battle between Emiya and the battle courtesans had been overshadowed by the Ishtar Familia, with only a few frequent visitors of the pleasure district noticing something unusual. LV.3 high-rank battle courtesans had stopped accepting clients. Some had begun high-intensity dungeon adventures, while others were still lying in hospitals. However, the fight between Gale, Ryuu Lion and Man Killer, Phryne Jamil was not something the Ishtar Familia could cover up. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't suppress the news. Emiya and the female warriors had fought in the Goddess Garden, at the heart of Ishtar's domain, a place already restricted to outsiders. But Ryuu and Phryne's battle had taken place in the commercial district, hardly an isolated location. Moreover, during the quiet night, the commotion caused by Ryuu's battle, as well as the magical fluctuations of her technique, Agarus Alvacinth, were as striking as a supernova explosion. Some keen magic users, like Riveria, had sensed the surge of magic even from half a city away. The adventurers of the dungeon city weren't all law-abiding citizens. Many of the townspeople had the potential to be bloodthirsty spectators. For them, witnessing a battle between first-class adventurers was a rare spectacle. Even if there was a risk of getting caught in the crossfire, just watching was worth it. Ryuu didn't take long to defeat Man Killer and Tammuz, but since she didn't take their lives, she had to keep an eye on the unconscious enemies. Because of this, many adventurers who came to watch the commotion witnessed Gale's achievements. including Sword Princess, Ace, who had been somewhat withdrawn after losing to her. Ace, who was always straightforward, openly admitted on-site that she had lost to Gale as well. This added another valuable victory to Gale's record, further fueling the already intense buzz. However, as quickly as the news spread, it also died down. By the afternoon, the hype had significantly calmed because the guild had stepped in. After all, Ryuu Lion was still the guild's #1 wanted criminal, at least for now. While both the guild and Ganesha Familia, responsible for law enforcement, had been turning a blind eye to Ryu's actions, the guild still cared about appearances. However, now that Ryuu had advanced to a first-class adventurer, the guild had to reconsider how to handle her. Among high-level adventurers, there was a significant difference between LV.5 and LV.4. Once an adventurer reached LV.5, they were classified as first class, as their power underwent a qualitative transformation. Including Ryuu, there were fewer than 40 first-class adventurers in the entire dungeon city, while LV.4 adventurers numbered in the hundreds. Though LV.4 adventurers were still considered big shots, it was the LV.5 ones that even the guild had to treat seriously, as they were crucial combat forces. The guild suppressed the news about Gale, and began negotiations with Goddess Astrea and Goddess Hephaestus. If nothing unexpected happened, Ryu's bounty would likely be lifted soon. Some observant people also noticed the new weapons Ryu used, but for now, only a handful realized the unique nature of her dual blades. Shirou, do you want to update your status? Yes, thank you, Goddess Hephaestus. The day after buying Haruhime's freedom, Emiya went to the Hephaestus Familia's base, the Etna volcano, to update his status with the goddess. Emiya Shirou. LV.2. Strength, I51 H175. Endurance, I29 I99. Dexterity, I98 F397. Agility, I23 H106. Magic, H194 G283. Other stats omitted. Goddess Hephaestus looked at Emiya's updated status and pondered briefly. Aside from dexterity, the increases in your stats are all between 50 to 100 points. But dexterity has risen significantly, an increase of over 200 points compared to before. As expected, he hadn't acquired any new skills or magic. Skills weren't easy to obtain. Typically, adventurers only gained them when leveling up. Magic was even rarer, and Emiya didn't even have an extra magic slot. This growth isn't as much as I expected. If other gods or adventurers heard Hephaestus' words, they'd probably be furious, but she was simply speaking her true thoughts. In just 1 week, his stats had increased by over 500 points, with dexterity alone rising by around 300. For an average adventurer, this rate of growth was unimaginable. Especially considering that Emiya was already a high-level adventurer. Normally, a LV.2 adventurer would find it harder to improve compared to when they were LV.1. Yet Hephaestus still wasn't satisfied with this growth speed. But she had a valid reason. Shirou, you've defeated more than 20 LV.3 warriors. The growth you've gained shouldn't be this low. Logically, a LV.2 adventurer defeating a LV.3 should gain extra experience. Even without a skill that boosts growth, you should have gotten a bigger increase in stats. Emiya thought for a moment and said thoughtfully, maybe it's because this wasn't a battle where I was surpassing my level. Hephaestus paused briefly, then suddenly understood. Agreement and let her continue doing what she wanted. Haruhime had always been clear about her own position. In her heart, she saw herself as the master's concubine, or perhaps even possession. So, it would undoubtedly be an insult and provocation. But if it were the finest weapon forged by the children of the lower world and then given a divine name, it would instead be an honor. Skadini of Ice, considering that airhead goddesses' relationship with giants, this name is actually quite fitting. It's just, such a great work, Skadi is getting off easy with it, Hephaestus said, Shirou, engrave your signature and our Familia's emblem, then we can notify Loki Familia to come pick it up. Alicia, long time no see. Shirou, long time no see. After a long time apart, Emiya finally met Alicia again. This elven beauty still maintained the elegance and dignity characteristic of the children of the forest, just as she did when they first met. But unlike before, after an adventure fighting side by side, Emiya had seen Alicia's lively and expressive side beneath her strict exterior. Alicia also believed she understood Emiya's personality. Unknowingly, their relationship had become much closer. Yet, in front of Emiya, especially a clear-minded Emiya, Alicia still maintained the characteristic reserve of elves. Or rather, she seemed a bit shy. She dared to speak nonsense in front of Lady Riveria, but when she stood before Emiya, she immediately returned to her graceful and dignified demeanor. La fille, it's been a while. Emiya's gaze shifted to the elven girl hiding behind Alicia. I should be the one saying that. Pardon me, Lord Emiya. La fille was like a student in class, silently praying, please don't call on me, only to be called on anyway. Side of the city's forces, providing Ganesha's faction and other just familiars with valuable intelligence. Even direct material support. Now, the guild's tacit approval of them is, to some extent, a repayment for their unwavering stance back then. And because of the ambiguous relationship between the Five Fingers, the guild, and Ganesha's Familia, the more extreme underground forces, which are completely at odds with the city's rulers, hold them in contempt and call them Shakti's dogs. At this moment, the leaders of these gangs had gathered for their most important routine activity. Sharing intelligence and updating their lists. The lists in their hands covered almost all the high-level adventurers in the Labyrinth City, including every known LV.4 and above adventurer in the city. Some LV.3 and LV.2 adventurers were also recorded. Of course, this was not an assassination list or a bounty list. Even if they were given 10 times the guts, they wouldn't dare to get involved in such matters. This was a danger level list, marking the threat level of these high-level adventurers. In other words, this danger level essentially reflected which adventurers were completely beyond the reach of their gangs. Operating a gang in the Labyrinth City, the most dangerous thing was often not committing some major crime but rather the seemingly trivial matters that could utterly destroy a gang. For example, if a gang member failed to recognize their opponent and dared to spit on the braver's new clothes, a birthday gift from his goddess. Or, if a member unknowingly tried to drug and assault a seductive-looking Amazon, only to find out that she was raging snake. In such cases, the best course of action would be for the entire gang to immediately turn themselves into Ganesha's Familia. That might at least result in a somewhat lenient outcome. The adventurers on this forbidden list were marked by colors. Red represented extremely dangerous. All first-tier adventurers were automatically given this label. And above red, there was an even more terrifying level. Black, representing utterly lethal. Without exception, those marked in black were the true titans of the Labyrinth City. Braver, Goddess's Chariot, Nine Hell, Gale, and others. Their danger level was not just based on raw power but also on their identities and the way they handled matters. For example, Braver, Finn, despite being immensely powerful, was relatively lenient toward affairs unrelated to the Loki Familia's interests, so he was classified as red. Extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Nine Hell, Riveria, despite her gentle nature, carried a status that could easily trigger extreme reactions from the elven race. Thus, she was marked black. Utterly lethal. As for Gale, her deadly nature was beyond doubt. And today, a new name was added to the black. Utterly lethal list. That name was Emiya Shirou of Hephaestus's Familia. Not only that, but the 5 underground gang leaders even bestowed upon him an additional unofficial title, Demon King of the Blade. So-called unofficial titles referred to nicknames that were not officially granted by the gathering of gods but were privately circulated. For instance, Alicia's disciplinary committee member. Lunwar's Black Fist. Chloe's, Black Cat. And Ace's, War Princess. The nickname, Demon King of the Blade, was given to Emiya Shirou after underground gang members analyzed all the intelligence gathered on him. The Adventurers Guild's publicly available information states that Emiya Shirou advanced from LV.1 to LV.2 in just 3 months. His talent is undeniable, but what's truly terrifying is his character and way of doing things. A burly dwarven man murmured, "I would call him a natural-born Demon King." First, according to reports, Emiya Shirou is closely connected with the legendary bounty hunter, Black Fist, the top-tier assassin, Black Cat, and the infamous slaughterer, Gale. That alone is proof that he is an exceedingly dangerous individual. As the saying goes, those who walk with vermilion become red, those who walk with ink become black. Although Emiya Shirou was still young and only LV.2, the people he associated with were all terrifying figures. Black Fist, and Black Cat. For someone to get along so well with these two underground legends. Could he possibly be a decent person? And then there was Gale. The heaviest weight of them all. In the eyes of these gang leaders, Gale had nothing to do with justice. Someone like Shakti of the Elephant God's staff might barely qualify as justice, but Gale was just a maniac. She was as terrifying as the lunatics of the Evelus. Maybe even crazier, since she had practically wiped them all out. For Emiya to laugh and chat with Black Fist and Black Cat, and to be so intimate with Gale, that was more than enough to show that he was no ordinary man. Beyond that, there are certain events led by the Demon King of the Blade, starting with the destruction of Soma Familia. The catalyst for Soma Familia's downfall was when their members were hired to take part in an ambush against Gale and others, which enraged the Demon King. The result was a Paolum man murmured, Soma Familia was directly erased. Since the guild had not publicly disclosed information about Soma Familia's divine wine or their dealings with the Evelus, these gang leaders could only make reasonable guesses. By piecing together scattered and limited intelligence through their own logic and understanding, they reconstructed the events. In a single day, Soma Familia's base was overrun, all adventurers were defeated by Emiya Shirou. According to survivors, his combat power was overwhelming, and his actions were extremely decisive. Not only that, but even more terrifying. After this incident, Emiya Shirou, who had wantonly used force to crush Soma Familia, faced no punishment whatsoever. Instead, Soma Familia was disbanded, all assets confiscated, their god imprisoned, their captain jailed, while the attacker even received part of Soma Familia's assets as compensation. All the underground leaders present had the same thought, he has connections in the highest places. Ha! And what's even scarier, Soma Familia's captain, Xanis Lustra, mysteriously died in prison that very night. They called it suicide from guilt. The wine guardian, Xanis. All of us here know exactly what kind of person he was. He valued his own life above everything. He would never commit suicide from guilt. And yet, he died. Without a body to be found. Or perhaps without a body left. The gang leaders reached the same conclusion, most likely, Ganesha's Familia took action. It might have even been Elephant God's staff, Shakti herself who disposed Xanis for that man. The one speaking was the leader of Five Fingers, an Amazon who ran several brothels and casinos. She painted such a scene. The Demon King of Swords, Emiya Shirou sat by the window, dressed in a black haori. The night breeze gently swept through the room, making the candlelight flicker. In his left hand, he idly swirled a cup of sake, the crystal-clear liquid rippling slightly within the glass. In his right hand, he toyed with the treasured sword that had once belonged to Xanis, his fingertips lightly caressing the blade. At that moment, dressed in her official uniform, Elephant God's staff, Shakti gracefully approached, her steps elegant, the hem of her skirt silently brushing against the ground. She quietly came to Emiya's side, lowered her head with a gentle smile, and spoke in a soft, obedient voice, "Everything has been taken care of. As for the Soma Familia, I will ensure the evidence against them is ironclad so that they have no chance of recovering. Emiya lifted his eyelids slightly, his gaze somewhat indifferent, and interrupted her, these minor matters aren't worth bothering me with. Handle them as you see fit. Shakti obediently bowed slightly and replied softly, understood. She then knelt gracefully beside Emiya and poured him a cup of sake. The sake flowed from the bottle like a silk ribbon, swirling at the bottom of the cup with a faint sound. Emiya reached out, his palm touching the smooth, fair skin of Shakti's exposed back, lightly caressing it. Shakti's breath hitched for a moment, and she couldn't suppress a barely audible hum. When confiscating Soma Familia's assets this time, be more restrained. Leave some for the guild, Emiya said, this little bit of money isn't worth fussing over. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Yes, Shakti nodded slightly, a little embarrassed, and then asked, and that, Wine Guardian, how should I handle him? Wine Guardian? Oh, that guy, Emiya swirled his sake cup and spoke in a cold tone, he's actually quite talented. Unfortunately, I don't like the way he talks to me. Let him take his own life. I will arrange it tonight. Shakti lowered her head as she spoke. Just then, Emiya's hand pressed down on the back of her head. Good girl, here's your reward. The Amazon leader cupped her face, her eyes hazy, and her voice teased at the hearts of those listening like silk threads. Shakti's face turned slightly red as she obediently lowered her body. Then, the Demon King of Swords, Emiya grabbed her hair roughly, forcing her to kneel before him. Wait a minute, the others cut off the Amazon's fantasy, where the hell are you going with this? Is this still the Labyrinth City? You Amazons sure have wild imaginations. Isn't this version of Shakti way too OOC? Did you slip in your own editions just because your establishment got fined by the Ganesha Familia? To be fair, the plot is obviously fake, but I kind of like it. So, is that the end? The female werewolf slammed the table hard to keep everyone on track. She looked at the Amazon in exasperation, you really just made up such an outrageous story? I'm not making it up. I have my sources, the Amazon said, I know a lot more about the Demon King of Swords, Emiya Shirou than you guys do. What do you know? Heh, I have connections in the Ishtar Familia, this Amazon, who ran a brothel, was stating something well known to all. The brothels directly under the Ishtar Familia operated with a focus on quality over quantity. Their strategy was to cultivate courtesans who could make men willingly spend fortunes, rather than exploit lower-tier prostitutes for meager earnings. There were also many establishments in the pleasure quarter that weren't directly under the Ishtar Familia but relied on their influence. These brothels had to abide by the rules set by the Ishtar Familia, but since this was the entertainment industry, there were inevitably some gray-area dealings. Things weren't completely clean. The Amazon, as a brothel owner herself, had connections with the battle courtesans of the Ishtar Familia, making her a key liaison between various brothels and the Familia. On one hand, she worked for the Ishtar Familia, overseeing and managing the affiliated brothels. On the other hand, she accepted benefits to cover up or negotiate for those who got into trouble, even those who broke the law. However, despite her connections, her status wasn't high. She wasn't privy to top-tier secrets like Yukai no Kazuchi, or Seshuseki. So, she could only make reasonable speculations based on the information she had. The Amazon paused for a moment and lowered her voice, you guys know, beauty elite, Aisha Belka, right? The female werewolf replied, of course. She was a level 3 from the Ishtar Familia, their top courtesan. Somehow, she left the Familia, and now a lot of Familias are trying to recruit her. Aisha was taken in by the Demon King of Swords, for a week. Apparently, he even got a virgin Renard girl as a bonus. T/N, Renards are a demi-human race that have fox ears and a tail. They are the only ones among beast humans who possess an innate magic aptitude, and are known for possessing rare magic. E.g. Sanajuno Haruhime. A Renard girl? That's pretty rare in Orario. And then what? Demon King of Swords, played with Aisha for a week, didn't pay a single valis, and on the last day, he beat her up. Huh. That's way too cruel. The gang leaders couldn't help but exclaim in shock. And that's not all. When Aisha's sisters came to demand justice, they all got beaten to a pulp. The Amazon continued, they were utterly wrecked. Not only were they beaten, but they were also humiliated. The Demon King stepped on their heads and forced them to apologize before he let them go. Sigh, it's just too too tragic. Hiss. Truly worthy of a Demon King, so ruthless. Someone asked, what about the man killer? She's a level 5, a top-class adventurer. She just so happened to get knocked out by Gale that day. What are the odds? The Amazon's gaze turned dreamy, supporting a man's indulgence in brothels to this extent. Gale has been completely broken in. And then that Renard girl was also taken away by the Demon King of Swords. She's now his little maid. The Amazon shook her head. Everyone was stunned, that's just too much. The worst part is yet to come. Even after being treated like that, Beauty Elite still couldn't forget the Demon King of Swords. She even left her Familia to follow him. But in the end, he discarded her like trash and wouldn't even let her transfer to the Hephaestus Familia. The Amazon sighed. The gang leaders were furious. That damned Demon King of Swords. So think about it. Beauty Elite was incredibly experienced, yet he trained her to that extent. What about someone like Shakti, who only pretends to be upright? When you put it that way, it kind of makes sense. I heard, Demon King of Swords is a elf slayer who knew Amazons weren't safe either. A Paolum man commented, what's an elf slayer? Loki herself said it. Emiya Shirou might have an ability that forcibly makes elf women fall for him. Hypnosis, mental control, forced affection increase, personality modification, probably skills like these. Gale is an elf who has been thoroughly trained by the Demon King of Swords. On ordinary days, she is a cold and ruthless, obsessive and crazy warrior, but in front of the Demon King, she is as obedient as a pet. Demon King, and evil female officer, in the imaginations of these dark-hearted gang leaders, Amiya and Ryuu are exactly this kind of image. Hiss, now that you mention it, I also remember something, a male dwarf suddenly spoke. What? Tell us in detail. This matter, spoken by my mouth, heard by your ears after today, I will not admit a single word of it. Chapter 81, Training Outside Orario. This matter, spoken by my mouth, heard by your ears after today, I will not admit a single word of it. The dwarven man spoke in a low tone, I advise you not to go around talking about this either. It concerns the Demon King of the Sword, and that, 9 hell, Riveria. What? Based on the intelligence we've gathered, we can now draw a conclusion, the Amazon spoke. Emiya Shirou, this man possesses immense strength and extraordinary talent. At the same time, his way of handling matters. I think we can only describe it as Demon King. Ruthless, cold-blooded, violent and unrestrained, holds power over life and death, indulges in debauchery, controls everything with one hand, eats and drinks without discrimination. And yet, on the surface, he appears calm as still water, hiding his true depths. Danger level, black. Extremely dangerous. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, as the first rays of sunlight dispersed the mist, the Loki Familia's grand expedition team set out. For this expedition, the Loki Familia was essentially deploying their entire force. The members of the expedition team included 3 LV.6 first-tier adventurers, 5 LV.5 first-tier adventurers, and numerous LV.4 and LV.3 second-tier adventurers. Additionally, all the supporters accompanying the expedition were at least LV.2 upper-tier adventurers. This lineup was nothing short of luxurious. This was the top-tier exploration-oriented adventurer faction in the city. With Freya Familia dominated by lone wolves and Ganesha Familia preoccupied with city management duties, the Loki Familia was the sole hope for Aria to break through to the deepest layers of the dungeon labyrinth. The purpose of this Loki Familia expedition was to break records. At this moment, the Loki Familia was at the strongest point since its establishment. 3 powerhouses still in their prime, a rising new generation, and newly developed magic swords and weapons as trump cards. With all these, the Loki Familia was craving a decisive and overwhelming victory. The grand doors of Twilight Manor were wide open. Led by the 3 LV.6 adventurers with Braver, Finn at the center, many renowned adventurers of the dungeon city marched out in a steady stream. Behind them, Goddess Loki gazed at their departing figures and called out, "I have only one thing to say, everyone, come back alive." Braver, Finn did not turn back. He simply raised his right hand high and gave a thumbs up to the goddess. Not losing a single companion, this was the reason the Loki Familia had waited until now to challenge the theoretically conquerable dungeon floor boss. It was also the goal behind all their efforts over this time. Move out. Target, Babel Tower. At the forefront of the group, Finn swung his spear, its golden tip pointing forward, glistening brilliantly under the morning sun. Oh! The adventurers raised their weapons in response. The legion of the Loki Familia advanced toward Babel Tower, and today, more eyes than usual were upon them. Some were awed by the imposing might of the Loki Familia, some secretly envied the prestige of this top-tier familia, and some simply wished the brave adventurers well as they ventured into the land of certain death. Atop Babel Tower, the strongest individual ruling over the city, the king, and the goddess of the strongest familia, silently observed this scene. "Lady Freya, after the Loki Familia's expedition is over, please allow me to undertake my own expedition," a male Boazman spoke in a deep and steady voice. "You wish to embark on a solo expedition, Otter?" "It will be very dangerous," Freya's voice remained as calm as ever. "The dignity of the Freya Familia must not be challenged," Otter declared. Recently, the Loki Familia had been growing explosively, shifting from being completely dominated by the Freya Familia in terms of both quantity and quality of first-tier adventurers to now standing on nearly equal footing. Has the Loki Familia begun to surpass the Freya Familia? This question had even become a trending topic in the city. "You know very well that I have never cared about such things." Freya's fair, jade-like fingers played with a lock of her silky hair. "Staying at the top of Babel Tower isn't all that interesting, really. This is also to hone my abilities and combat skills." After a brief silence, Otter spoke again. Freya pondered for a moment. "I understand. If the Loki Familia successfully slays Balor, I will trade its intelligence with the guild or the Loki Familia. At that time, Otter, you may proceed as you wish." Otter half bowed. "Thank you for your permission, Lady Freya." The goddess then stood up, seemingly uninterested in lingering any longer at the summit of Babel Tower. When they set out, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were at the forefront, followed closely by Ace and the others. However, after leaving their familia's headquarters, they immediately switched to a more practical formation. The 5 LV.5 first-tier adventurers of the Loki Familia, Sword Princess, Ace, Ferocious Wolf, Bet, Great Cleave, Tiona, Raging Snake, Tioni, and Pristine Garden, Alicia separated from the main force and entered the dungeon ahead. All 5 possessed exceptional agility, particularly, Ferocious Wolf, Bet. Before leveling up, his average agility potential had already reached S rank. Even among LV.6 adventurers like Heavy Champion and 9 Hell, his speed surpassed theirs. Ferocious Wolf was even considered the most likely candidate to challenge the title of fastest in Orario, held by Goddess Chariot. Apart from Bet, the others also had high agility stats. Their mobility far exceeded the other Familia members, so at this stage, for the sake of efficiency, they became the spearhead of the expedition. The first-tier adventurers would move at maximum speed along the dungeon's main passage, clearing out all monsters in their path, including the reborn floor boss of the floor 17, the giant Goliath. Their task was to pave the way for the main force, especially the supply convoy composed of supporters. By eliminating accumulated monsters and obstructing floor bosses, they would significantly ease the progress of the main force. Afterward, Alicia and the others would rest in the safety zone on the floor 18, waiting for the main force before repeating the process up to the next safety zone on the floor 28, including slaying the floor 27's floor boss, twin-headed dragon, Amphisbaena. After reaching the floor 28, the spearhead team and the main force would start moving together. Before reaching the deep floors, efficiency was the priority. In dungeon expeditions, supply lines were lifelines. Every moment saved in the early stages translated into greater advantages in the later explorations. However, once they reached the deep floors, even first-tier adventurers could be subjected to the dungeon's malice. From that point onward, the expedition's progress would have to become increasingly cautious. These were the lessons Riveria had taught Emiya. She generously shared the precious insights gathered from countless Loki Familia expeditions, even though this time, Emiya declined the invitation to join them as a supporter. Rather than increasing his knowledge of the dungeon as a supporter, he preferred to enhance himself through actual combat and adventure. Additionally, Goddess Hephaestus believed that entering the deep floors at his current level would expose him to unpredictable dangers. Although Riveria regretted Emiya's refusal, she still shared a wealth of advanced adventuring knowledge with him, from which he greatly benefited. Before departing, she even placed an order with Emiya for a first-tier weapon for Sword Princess. No matter what, Riveria was undoubtedly the person in this world who cared most about Ace. Emiya couldn't guarantee he could forge a noble phantasm level weapon, but creating a first-tier weapon was well within his ability. And so, he took on the task of forging a blade for Sword Princess, while at the same time, as the Loki Familia's expedition began, he was locked in an intense battle with Gale, Ryuu, Chariot's Fragment, Anya, Black Fist, Lunwar, and Black Cat, Chloe in a secluded training ground. Outside the dungeon city Orario, on a farm in the vast open wilderness, a training ground for adventurers had been set up. This was one of the benefits of establishing a friendly relationship with goddess Demeter. The Demeter Familia was one of the few factions granted the right to freely enter and exit the city. In the outskirts, where land was abundant, training grounds could be easily found. Unlike in the city, where every inch of land was precious. Near any given farm, one could easily find an open space larger than the entire Loki Familia's headquarters. Only in such places could high-level adventurer girls go all out. By comparison, the backyard of Hostess of Fertility was far too small. It had barely been enough for Emiya's training before his level up, but if Ryuu and the others were to fight at full force there, the result would be the entire tavern being destroyed by the aftershocks of their battle. Followed by the girls being torn to pieces by an enraged Miya. On a grass field reaching down to the ankles, the figure of an elven girl moved with agility, leaving behind afterimages. Whoosh! 3 sharp arrows shot toward her from behind. Ryuu sidestepped, 2 arrows whizzed past the sides of her slender body, while the last one met a pitch-black sword light. The blade precisely cut the arrow in half, producing a crisp metallic clang. The elven girl's sharp eyes scanned her surroundings and quickly locked onto a direction. Meanwhile, the moment the arrow was loosed, Emiya immediately moved from his original shooting position, not even pausing to confirm whether he had hit or not. Ryuu was even faster. She crouched low like a panther ready to pounce. Once she launched, her speed was as swift as wind and thunder. However, after taking 3 steps forward, she stepped into actual lightning. Muse mine, seeing the electricity and lightning spreading from the ground beneath her feet, Ryuu instantly identified the nature of this attack. It was the magic possessed by Lyra, the former Paolum adventurer of the Astrea Familia. This spell consumed magic power to create a magical lightning trap. It could explode on its own or be imbued with paralyzing electricity to disable enemies. Lyra had already passed away, but 2 people in the city still had the ability to use this magic. One was Ryuu, who possessed Astrea Record, and the other was Shirou Emiya, who could project the Carnivore, Lyra's weapon. Among the magic within Astria record, this trap magic was the one Ryuu was the least proficient at using. She only ever treated it as a disposable bomb. In contrast, Emiya was adept at using it to control the battlefield. That's why he shot an arrow and exposed his position because that spot was a trap. Realizing this, Ryuu immediately retreated. With a single powerful step, she reversed her direction by 180 degrees, retreating at high speed. She was so fast that even the magic trap couldn't keep up, and in the blink of an eye, she was already outside the trap's range. Then came the explosion behind her. The two arrows that had struck the ground earlier instead of hitting Ryuu revealed their true nature. They were actually magic swords. Although Ryuu was unharmed by either the magic swords or the muse mine trap, the delay from the trap and the swords had given the others enough time to catch up. Ryuu, don't think you can run, Naya, Anya charged in, gripping her golden spear tightly. Her combat power might have been slightly inferior to the LV.4 Gale, but when it came to speed, she absolutely lived up to her title as Chariot's Fragment. Especially in a straight-line charge. When she raised her first-tier armed, Golden War Spear, her momentum truly became as unstoppable as a chariot. Even a first-tier adventurer like Ryuu didn't want to take such a charge head-on, especially when she was facing multiple enemies at once. Ryuu sidestepped, trying to evade Anya's charge. At the same time, she lowered her head and began chanting a spell softly. Don't think you'll get away so easily, Gale. The second one to catch up was Black Fist, Lunwar. This former bounty hunter possessed even greater physical strength and destructive power than Anya. With her combination of First Strike, Crush, and Fist Fighter development abilities, her fists were more dangerous than weapons. Each strike could shatter rocks and leave terrifying craters in floors or walls. Ryuu drew her second sword from her waist. The crimson longsword traced a burning arc, clashing against Anya's spear tip, while the black longsword left an afterimage as it met Lunwar's gauntlets. The sheer force of the impact sent Ryuu back 2 steps, while Anya and Lunwar were both blown away. The difference in level and equipment meant that even with a 2-against-1 advantage, they couldn't gain the upper hand against Ryuu. After repelling the 2 LV.4 second-tier adventurers, Ryuu didn't linger but instead rushed toward Emiya. She had already spotted the boy's location and charged without hesitation. In response, he released a smoke bomb, trying to obscure his movements. With the speed of a LV.5 first-tier adventurer, Ryuu quickly entered the smoke screen and caught up to the hooded figure. At that moment, the shadow under the coat reached for a dagger hidden in their chest. Ryuu struck with a swift hand chop, knocking them to the ground. The figure tumbled across the grass, rolling several times before stopping, the dagger coated in anesthetic falling from their grasp. How did you notice, Naya? I even mimicked the boy's posture, lifting the hood, the face revealed beneath was the adorable countenance of a catgirl. Lunwar, I told you disguising as Shirou wouldn't work, Black Cat. You'd be better off helping us hold her off directly. Chloe, Naya, I don't want to face that muscle-obsessed elf head-on. Assassins are supposed to use their brains to win. Anya, 1 more minute. Can Shirou-kun hold out? Not likely, Chloe sighed, unless he uses seduction. Sigh, looks like we're losing again, Naya. The cat girl sighed in frustration. Clearly, this wasn't their first time losing to the useless elf today. But on the other side, Emiya wasn't about to give up so easily. Anya and the others' efforts hadn't been in vain. Their attacks and delays had weakened Ryuu and bought Emiya enough time to recover his magic power and complete his chant. After reaching LV.2, his stats, especially dexterity and magic, had been growing rapidly. By now, even without the Yukai no Kazuki, he could project that noble phantasm. Behold the true radiance of the rainbow, fake Kalidbalg. Agaris Alvacinth, true flame flash. Emiya, this time, did not shoot out the Kalidbalg, using a bow but instead wielded it as a sword, utilizing its original function. The spiral-shaped blade, like a vortex leading straight into the abyssal depths of the sea, shimmered with a 7-colored radiance. Compared to the original, which possessed the might to pierce through mountains and cleave the earth, the projected replica in Emiya's hand seemed dim. Yet, even so, it could still bloom with an instant of unparalleled brilliance. The thunder of the gods roared, as if it had dyed half the world in a dazzling white. Meanwhile, on the other side, a deeper, more profound crimson spread, as though capable of swallowing everything. The flames of Agaris alvacinth were sealed within the blade, forming an even more extreme and violent flow of magical energy. The intense heat it stirred caused the surrounding air to distort. Chapter 82, Defeating Ryuu. The flames of Agaris alvacinth were sealed within the blade, forming an even more extreme and violent flow of magical energy. The intense heat it stirred caused the surrounding air to distort. The crimson sword blade clashed with the spiraling thunderlight. At this moment, the world-ending energy was finally unleashed, far surpassing the seemingly raging thunderlight in scale. The rainbow light of the Kalidbolg was suppressed, dispersed, and devoured. Blazing flames surged toward Emiya. "Shirou, this time, I win again," Ryuu spoke, a rare smile appearing on her naturally cool and delicate features. Her figure flickered as she passed through the terrifying curtain of fire, reaching out toward Emiya's hand. The Kalidbolg in her right hand had already shattered into twinkling specks of light. Emiya also instinctively raised his hand toward Ryuu. However, just before their fingertips met, both of their movements suddenly changed. Agaris alvacinth versus Agaris alvacinth. The same magic bloomed in their hands. Two streams of flame flowed toward each other, intertwining and ultimately flowing back into Ryuu's hands, dispersing into the surroundings. The firework-like embers drifted about, resembling tiny red butterflies. In this contest of magical control, the elven girl ultimately had the upper hand. At last, Ryuu successfully grasped Emiya's wrist. Emiya no longer resisted. "I thought Ryuu would overlook the fact that I can also use Agaris alvacinth." As he spoke, he removed the crimson order, hidden behind him. With his magical energy waning, this projected weapon also began to fade. "I wouldn't overlook anything about Shirou," Ryuu spoke softly. In the end, Shirou still got caught, Naya. Anya and the others ran over. Seeing Emiya fall into Ryuu's grasp, they couldn't help but sigh dramatically. Today, Ryuu and Emiya had specifically borrowed a training ground from the goddess Demeter for an intensive training session. Back when Emiya was at LV.1, he had grown at an unimaginable pace, eventually breaking the city's record for fastest level up. While his personal talent and opportunities played a role, Ryuu and Anya's help was equally crucial. Two advanced adventurers at LV.4 spent a significant amount of time each day sparring with a LV.1 rookie. Thanks to them, Emiya's stats grew far beyond the average rate. Particularly in the early days, the daily special training sessions had benefited him immensely. However, after reaching LV.2, Emiya first had to recover from injuries, then dealt with the Ishtar Familia, focused on forging weapons, and even managed to eliminate the Soma Familia in between. As a result, he hadn't found time for special training until now. When he brought up the idea of special training to Ryuu, it just so happened that Ryuu and Anya had been thinking the same thing. Emiya needed training to improve his stats, while Anya and the others still held a grudge over being defeated by the useless elf. As for Ryuu, while she had adapted to her upgraded body, her magic, Astria record, which had an exceptionally high upper limit, still required further development. Thus, they easily reached an agreement to train together. As expected, their battle training turned into a 1 vs 4 match against Ryuu. And when she got serious, she could easily crush Chariot's Fragment, Black Cat, Black Fist, and Sword King, all of whom were well-known adventurers in the city. There was a thick, insurmountable wall between LV.5 and LV.4, just like the vast gap between LV.2 and an unadvanced LV.1. It far exceeded the difference between LV.4 and LV.3 or LV.3 and LV.2. This was why adventurers at LV.5 and above were referred to as first class, enjoying various explicit and implicit privileges. Becoming a first-class adventurer was a powerful bargaining chip, capable of swaying the guild's decisions. With such an achievement, individuals like Black Cat and Black Fist, who once roamed the underworld, could openly cleanse their past identities. Just look at the case of Gale. This first-class adventurer, once infamously wanted for a sky-high bounty, had now openly struck a deal with the guild. This was one of the main motivations for both of them to push themselves harder. Even Anya, who lacked ambition, found it impossible to stay idle while the girls around her gave their all. Not to mention, she wasn't entirely without aspirations. In short, the girls trained hard, and Emiya did too. Unfortunately, the gap in strength wasn't something that could be bridged through mere effort. Numerical advantage meant nothing to a high-speed swordswoman like Ryuu. As long as she didn't want to get caught up in a fight, she could escape Anya and the others' encirclement at any time. But if she chose to engage, no one could escape her pursuit. Ryuu only needed to break through the siege of the 3 LV.4 adventurers, take down the weakest yet most troublesome ranged fighter. Emiya, then turn around to deal with Anya and the others. Victory was hers in an instant. After several rounds, even Seer, who was observing, found it dull. She then suggested a rules-based battle format. The rule was a timed pursuit match. Ryu's goal was to catch the lowest-leveled Emiya, while the others focused on fleeing and providing support. Emiya could set up the battlefield and use projections in advance. Even if Anya and the others were defeated by Ryuu, they could return to the battlefield after 1 minute. If Ryuu failed to catch her target within the time limit, she would lose. This balanced the playing field significantly. Even with these constraints, Ryuu still won multiple times in a row until now. Unfortunately, Ryuu, even though you caught Shirou, time's up, Seer held a pocket watch, smiling brightly as she spoke. Anya and Chloe were momentarily stunned, then cheered and jumped up together, yeah. The cats win. To defeat the monstrous muscle elf, this must be a great achievement, Naya. How could this possibly be a great achievement? Lunhwa retorted, though she couldn't stop the corners of her lips from curling up slightly. Ryuu, are you okay? Emiya looked at the elven girl. Ryuu, I'm fine, I'm fine. It's just one loss. It's fine. She said that, but her dejected tone and the slight trembling in her body betrayed her true feelings. Elven girls were usually extremely competitive. Clap. Seer clasped her hands together, lifting a wooden box. Everyone must be hungry, right? Come, let's eat. Shirou and I prepared lunch for everyone. Oh yay. Shirou's cooking is the best, Naya. Wait a minute, Seer, you said you and Shirou. Yes, one of these meals was made by me, Seer smiled sweetly. The girls. The atmosphere froze instantly. Who has a high level of status resistance? Hurry up, help. Black Fist, Lunhwa frantically blinked at her companions, silently screaming for help. Having undergone 3 upgrades, Lunhwa gained a development skill each time her level advanced. However, among her 3 development skills, neither status resistance nor poison resistance was included. Instead, her companions, Ryuu, Anya, and Chloe, all possessed the development ability, status resistance, and their levels were not low. Yet, they chose to ignore Lunhwa's desperate eyes, or rather, to leave her to her fate. Even with status resistance, it was uncertain whether they could withstand Seer's cooking. Besides, refusing Shirou's food in exchange for eating Seer's was simply too great a sacrifice. Ryuu, don't you follow the justice of the Astria Familia? I'm not that just. Ryuu could endure Seer's cooking, but she absolutely did not want to miss Shirou's lunch. After a brief exchange of glances, Lunhwa realized that no one was going to voluntarily sacrifice themselves. As for the 2 catgirls, they were utterly unreliable. Now, it all came down to luck. Russian roulette, a cruel game. Unlike other gambling games that use cards or dice, Russian roulette's tools are a revolver and a human life. And right now, the girls were playing such a game. 6 food boxes, 5 of which contained Shirou's prepared lunch, while one. Oh my, they're all sandwiches made by Shirou. Did I take the wrong one? Did I mix it up with the one Shirou made for Mamma Mia? The absent-minded girl had accidentally left her own cooking back at the tavern. Mamma Mia, thank you. The girls had never been more sincere in their gratitude toward Mia the tavern owner. Shirou, is today's lunch sandwiches? Yeah, since it's a picnic, I thought sandwiches would be the most suitable. As Shirou spoke, he opened the wooden food boxes. Except for Sears, each lunch contained 4 generously sized sandwiches filled with fresh vegetables, tender eggs, flavorful ham, and thick tuna. For an ordinary person without a divine blessing, even a strong adult male would struggle to eat such a large portion in one meal. But for adventurers, it was just right. With bodies far surpassing normal humans, their ability to digest and absorb nutrients was several times greater, especially under high-intensity activity. Sears' portion contained only a vegetable sandwich. She claimed she was on a diet and blamed her recent weight gain on Shirou's cakes. Although Shirou hadn't noticed any changes in her figure compared to before, worrying about weight was probably an instinct for girls her age. He gathered some dry branches and leaves, using the magic, Agarus alvacynth, to ignite them. This reminded Ryuu of the past. Elise had once tried using magic to toast bread. Because she failed to control her magic properly, she burned the bread to charcoal and nearly set Kagaya's hair on fire. In the end, Kagaya forced her to eat the charred bread as punishment. Thinking back, that disaster happened purely because Elise was an idiot. Instead of doing it like Shirou, using magic to light the wood and then leisurely grilling, she insisted on holding the bread directly in her hands to burn it. Ryuu, you're smiling, Shirou, watching the elven girl sitting by the fire, hugging her knees and lost in thought, felt an unexpected sense of peace in his heart. Above the fire, a simple grill was set up, and the sandwiches were placed on top to warm. The slightly roasted bread emitted a nutty fragrance. Though it seemed like a simple meal, in some ways, it was more precious than any delicacy. The bread was personally baked by goddess Demeter, whose greatest joy was cooking for her Familia children. The extra portions had been given to Ryuu, who lived with them. The rich fillings inside the bread were Shirou's handiwork, carefully chosen to match the girls' tastes: vegetables for Ryuu, ham for Lunwar, fish for the 2 cat girls, and nutritious eggs. Anya, hey Ryuu, can I trade my vegetable sandwich for your fish sandwich, Naya? No, before Ryuu could answer, Shirou spoke first. You can't just eat what you like. You need a balanced diet of vegetables and meat to get proper nutrition. Anya, you hardly ever eat vegetables, do you? You always leave behind green peppers and carrots. Ugh, cats don't like the taste of vegetables, Naya. Anya pouted but obediently picked up the warm vegetable sandwich and took a bite. Shirou is too strict, Naya. Sear, sitting to the side, glanced at Shirou's profile and couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Sear giggled as she said, I just feel like, even though Shirou is the youngest, he's unexpectedly like everyone's mom. Oh, I love Mama Shirou, Naya. Shirou is way gentler than Mamma Mia, Naya. Shirou chuckled, speaking of Mamma Mia, you all made sure to ask her for leave today, right? The girls. Aside from the meticulous Sear and the now retired to bodyguard duty Ryuu, the expressions of the other girls instantly turned unnatural. Lunwar, you remembered to ask Mamma Mia for leave, right? Huh? Wasn't it agreed that you'd do it? Wait, I remember we settled it with rock paper scissors, and it was Anya who lost. The cat girl, who had been hanging her head since earlier, suddenly looked up, tapped her forehead lightly with one hand, and threw a wink. I forgot. Aya, stupid cat. We're doomed because of you. The girls erupted into noisy chaos, while Shirou and Sear calmly continued eating lunch. Sear pulled out pre-prepared lemon tea, and Shirou projected, Scotty of ice, lightly touching the glass bottles with the sword blade. A swirling chill spread, instantly turning the room temperature fruit tea into an ice-cold drink. Here, have some tea and cool down. Seer said with a playful smile. Chapter 83, Withdrawn Expedition and Anomaly. In a distant part of the forest, so far that even Ryuu and Shirou couldn't sense any hostility or gazes. A white-clothed, golden-haired elf lowered a magic tool with the far sight function. It's been a long time since I've seen her smile so happily. Beside him, a dark elf with chocolate-colored skin and pure white hair sat on a large rock, expressionlessly chewing on dry bread. Do not recklessly touch the score, lest the predetermined opera produces discordant noise. The dark elf spoke words that made no sense, but the blonde elf understood his meaning. Don't act on your own. Don't do anything outside the mission. The two of them, the level 6 adventurers of the Freya Familia, the Black and White Knights, had only one duty today, to ensure the safety of a specific target. That was all. I know what I'm doing. White Fairy's magic wand, Hayden Selland, spoke in a calm voice. Black Fairy's demon sword, Hogni Ragnar, glanced at Hayden's back before falling silent once more. Hogni, what do you think of that boy's ability, as a swordsman? Hayden asked. Black Fairy's demon sword, Hogni Ragnar was known as the king of swordsmen in the labyrinth city of Orario. Though the sword princess was closing in step by step, at least until Ace leveled up, level 6 Hogni was still the city's strongest swordsman. At the same time, he was one of the few adventurers in the city to possess the swordsman development ability. Although many adventurers used swords as their primary weapon, the swordsman development ability was rare, a testament to an adventurer's top-tier talent and achievements in swordsmanship. Upon this world stage, if there is a crown of swords, then it is destined to belong to him. Hogni still spoke in his unique manner, but this time, his words were easy to understand. Translation: in this world, that person has the strongest swordsmanship. He doesn't even have the swordsman development ability, Hayden continued, his voice still steady. Emiya was currently level 2, meaning he could only have one development ability. And clearly, his was a production type, either blacksmith or mystery. Hogni, a divine-granted medal, is but the end of the thread of fate for the children of man, not the beginning. Translation: development abilities are results, not causes. Adventurers obtain development abilities because of their talent, not the other way around. Of course I know that. I'm just surprised. Hayden, His words were cut off by an unexpected disturbance. This is the roar of a dragon hidden deep beneath the earth. Hogni, a trivial noise unworthy of concern. Translation: an earthquake. Mild tremors. Earthquakes near Orario are quite rare. Hayden spoke. Is it the dungeon, or? On the other side, Emiya and his group also noticed the unusual event. Especially Anya and Chloe, being cat people, they were particularly sensitive to earthquakes. Naya. It's shaking. Is it the dungeon acting up? Hasn't the dungeon been behaving strangely a lot recently? Not long ago, Orario had already experienced a minor earthquake due to another dungeon anomaly. Emiya and Ryuu had personally witnessed that event. This tremor, however, was much weaker than that time. Let's head back, everyone. Seer spoke, the city gates might close early today. Yeah, let's go, Emiya said, glancing toward the Babel Tower in the Labyrinth City. Could this be another malice of the dungeon? It is not a dungeon anomaly. In the deepest part of the guild, within a sacred altar, an elderly male god spoke. He had white hair and blue eyes, wore a long white robe, and had a black hooded cloak draped over him. His feet were clad in laurel-woven shoes. The sky Uranus among the many deities in Orario, he held the most unique position. He was one of the earliest gods to descend from the divine realm, the first to bestow fauna upon mortals, and the god who founded the first Familia. It was thanks to Uranus and a group of pioneering gods and their familias that humanity had been able to fend off the monster onslaught and build a fortress to defend against the ever-spawning creatures of the Great Hole. That fortress would eventually become the labyrinth city of Orario. Because of this, Uranus was known as the founder god of Orario. His Familia had long ceased to exist, replaced by his role as the guild's president, where he spent his days praying to the dungeon in the underground altar. With his immense divine authority, he suppressed the dungeon, preventing monsters from emerging as frequently as they did in ancient times. For 1,000 years, he had carried out this task. To an immortal god, a millennium was but a fleeting moment, and many gods didn't think much of Uranus' contributions. However, he was still deeply respected by the people, especially the guild workers. At the same time, Uranus was undoubtedly the god who understood the dungeon better than anyone. "It's not a dungeon anomaly," another god standing before Uranus spoke. He tilted his head, seemingly in thought. "By the way, are you surprised to see me, Uranus?" the male god asked with a smile. "I thought Loki would come first." "Didn't expect it to be you." Uranus paused for a moment. "Hermes." The god standing before Uranus, wearing a relaxed expression, was none other than the traveler god Hermes. "I don't think you need to worry. Loki will be here soon. Most of her children are in the dungeon. With this happening, she's probably going crazy," Hermes chuckled. "That's why I had to check with you before she got here and started pestering you." Hermes looked at Uranus. "You say it's not a dungeon anomaly. So is it just a normal earthquake, or?" His voice paused, then turned serious. "Where is the problem?" Dungeon anomalies were dangerous, but with Aria around, they weren't the most frightening thing. Hermes knew this world well. There were places with far greater potential for disaster. Not because they housed worse threats than the dungeon, rather, because outside Aria, there was almost no capacity to handle them. Beyond Aria, there wasn't a single place with dozens of first-class adventurers ready to act at a moment's notice. In most regions, even finding a single level 4 was difficult. "Looks like it's one of those places." After all, seeing Uranus' expression, Hermes had his answer. "Which one?" "The Aurora Glaciers, Hraesvelgr. The Storm Wildlands, Gugalana. The Divine Sakura Islands, Yamata-no-Orochi. Or the Great Forest Seas, Antares. It can't be Dragon Valley, right?" "It's the Great Forest Sea," Uranus said. "The force that resonated with the dungeon came from that direction. I believe the recent dungeon anomaly must have awakened that monster. Some time ago, the dungeon had reacted violently to the presence of a god, and the guild had secretly investigated. But until now, they hadn't been able to determine which god had illegally entered the dungeon. The only conclusion was that it was likely the doing of a Evolus Godin, ultimately meaningless answer. "The Great Forest Seas Scorpion, what a troublesome one," Hermes sighed. "I'm counting on you, Hermes." "I know. I'll check it out." The traveler god lightly flicked the brim of his hat, activating his magic item. His figure vanished. "You should deal with your own problem first, Uranus," Hermes smirked. "I'm off." "Uranus. What the hell is going on?" Loki's voice echoed through the guild. Perhaps because too many adventurers had leveled up to LV.5 in a short period, exhausting their luck, Loki Familia had been rather unfortunate lately. Just like now, the expedition, which had been thoroughly planned and prepared for, not only failed to achieve a great success and break records, but they didn't even reach the deep floors. One could say it ended almost as soon as it began. The only gain was the magic stone and drop item of the floor boss on the 17th floor, the giant Goliath, thanks to Ace and the others running fast enough to slay Goliath before the expedition had to be called off. However, it was just an ordinary Goliath, not the black Goliath of LV.5 that Alicia had once seen. Due to being hunted too frequently, the drop item of a regular Goliath, Goliath's Tooth, was no longer worth much. Afterward, the dungeon started trembling. Compared to the surface, tremors were more noticeable underground. Although the shaking only lasted for a short time, Finn, the captain of Loki Familia, made a swift decision. The expedition was cancelled, and everyone was to immediately return to the surface via the same route. He and Riveria personally set out to catch up with Ace and the others, who had departed earlier, forcibly bringing them back. Although the young adventurers, especially Sword Princess, Ace, were very unwilling to accept this, they had no choice but to accept the result. Subsequent events seemed to prove that Finn was perhaps overly cautious. After the brief tremor, nothing unusual happened in the dungeon. However, both Captain Finn and Goddess Loki firmly decided to suspend the expedition, with no foreseeable date for its resumption. The only consolation was that, although the expedition had been halted, the guild reopened the dungeon entrance the next day after confirming no anomalies. Loki also did not restrict her members from entering the dungeon, only forbidding them from venturing into the deeper floors alone. As a result, the adventurers of Loki Familia vented their frustration over the cancelled expedition on the monsters of the middle and upper floors. The monsters up to the 27th floor suffered heavy casualties, and even the floor boss, the two-headed dragon Amphisbaena, was slain by the Amazon sisters, who specialized in aquatic combat. Amphisbaena had a latent strength equivalent to LV.5, and in water battles, where most adventurers' combat abilities were limited, it was considered as difficult as a LV.6 enemy. However, Loki Familia's Amazon sisters possessed the rare development ability, Diver, a skill that granted them the ability to breathe underwater, and enhanced their combat strength in aquatic environments. Thus, Amphisbaena was not a particularly difficult opponent for them. The members have been holding in a lot of frustration lately, Finn remarked upon returning to their Familia's base, his tone as calm as ever. They're also trying to help ease the Familia's burdens, Riveria added, because of the expedition's suspension, our debt situation is quite severe. Expeditions were highly profitable, but the initial investments were staggering. Potions, equipment, magic swords, and various magical tools added up to an astronomical amount. Moreover, these preparations were crucial to the expedition's success and the survival of adventurers. Not a single one could be omitted, nor could any compromise be made on quality. Loki Familia's current situation was that they had poured massive resources into the expedition, but due to unexpected circumstances, it had been suspended with no short-term returns in sight. Not only that, but a significant portion of these investments came from other familias. For instance, the Jian sect Familia had crafted a large supply of healing and mind potions for Loki Familia at the lowest possible discounted rate, allowing them to defer payment. The same went for equipment. The Goibniu Familia had sold Loki Familia a batch of spare weapons at low prices for the expedition. And that wasn't even mentioning the 400 million Valis loan for the magic sword, Spiral Blade, and the 600 million Valis super weapon that had yet to be paid for. Other familias had agreed to these deals partly due to Loki Familia's reputation and their long-standing cooperative relationships, but also because they anticipated the results of Loki Familia's expedition. Most of the rare items obtained from the deep floors would eventually end up in the hands of these major production-type familias. Of course, Loki Familia was not at a disadvantage in these deals either. What they gained from the expedition was far more valuable. Their familia's reputation and honor, and most importantly, the strength and achievements of their members. One could say that the production-type familias were making a risk-free investment through Loki Familia's expeditions, or that Loki Familia was using these familias' resources to nurture their own members. Either way, their cooperation was crucial for Loki Familia. Fortunately, I've spoken with the captains of the Jian sect Familia, Goibniu Familia, and Hephaestus Familia. They understand that this is a special situation and are willing to continue supporting our future expeditions, Finn said. Chapter 84, Worshipper of Ame-no-Murakumo Sword. Fortunately, I've spoken with the captains of the Jian sect Familia, Goibniu Familia, and Hephaestus Familia. They understand that this is a special situation and are willing to continue supporting our future expeditions, Finn said. The creditors of the Loki Familia were emotionally stable, which was good news. Riveria nodded, then changed the topic and asked, Finn, what exactly happened in the dungeon? I don't know, Finn answered honestly. Loki probably knows something, but since she hasn't explicitly stated it, that means we don't need to know. Riveria, or, even if we knew, it wouldn't be of any use. Finn nodded, that's right. If I had to say, it might be an issue outside the city. Shortly after the earthquake, Hermes borrowed a flying dragon from the Ganesha Familia and hurriedly left the city. Hearing this, Riveria closed her eyes, her brows tightly furrowed. To most people, Hermes was just the god of a mediocre, unremarkable mid-tier familia. But Finn and Riveria, with their status, naturally understood this god's uniqueness. Finn, Riveria, do you know something? I do know a little. It's something from when I was a child. Before you were even born, Riveria reminisced. Finn, over 80 years ago. Even my father wasn't born then. Go on. I once read about it in a forbidden book when I was a child. It recorded how ancient monsters were sealed or slumbered in various places beyond the city. Half a month later, at the edge of the great forest sea. Hermes, these so-called ancient monsters originally came from beneath Orario's labyrinth city, from the great hole suppressed by Babel Tower. After the gods descended to the lower world, humans who received divine blessings suppressed the monsters. They sealed the hole and exterminated the monsters left on the surface. As he spoke, he jumped off the flying dragon. These creatures, raised by the Ganesha Familia from hatchlings, possessed extremely high flight speeds. Thanks to their help, the travel time to the destination had been cut in half. Because they originate from the Great Hole, these ancient monsters often resonate with the dungeon. This scorpion of the Great Forest Sea likely awakened due to the recent violent earthquake in the dungeon. Its gradual revival also triggered tremors within the dungeon. The traveler god brushed off the dust on his clothes while explaining the world's secrets to the Familia captain beside him, Asphai, the omnipotent one. But, being able to sense the dungeon's disturbance means it was already close to waking up. Whether it happened now or within the next few years wouldn't have made much difference. Asphai, ancient monsters. Could it be that the black dragon is one of them as well? Exactly. The black dragon is one of them, and the most restless one. But don't worry. The scorpion of the Great Forest Sea is nowhere near as powerful as those dragons, serpents, or bulls. In ancient times, before people had divine blessings, this monster was an undefeatable foe. The only option was to seal it away. But with Orario's current combat strength, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Hermes spoke as he walked toward the figure who had fired the signal flare, summoning him from the skies. Artemis, seeing that figure and realizing her condition, Hermes' voice became uncharacteristically serious. You've broken our rules. You've committed an unforgivable sin, he spoke in a low voice. I know. I don't seek forgiveness, only redemption. The moon goddess' mournful voice dissipated into the wind. T/N, so far, it seems like Arrow of Orion Arc and Scorpion monster is Antares. But, I will wait for a little more context before confirming it. The Great Forest Sea was a secret land 10,000 miles away from Orario. Even on a flying dragon, a round trip would take nearly a month. While Hermes traveled back and forth, life in Orario remained unchanged for its residents and adventurers. After the minor earthquake, the dungeon showed no further disturbances, and most people had already forgotten about it. The Loki Familia's expedition remained on hold. However, this time, Loki noticed an unusual stance from the guild. Due to some unspeakable reason, the guild strongly insisted that the Loki Familia must not embark on an expedition now, and that their elite forces had to remain on standby. Realizing this, Loki took advantage of the situation, half persuading and half threatening the guild into granting various benefits, including a 50% tax reduction for the year. This significantly alleviated the Familia's financial troubles, and the members' frustrations over the halted expedition also dissipated. It wasn't just the Loki Familia. The Freya Familia and Ganesha Familia also reduced their dungeon activities. Even the Ishtar Familia, which had only one level 5 adventurer, who had been humiliated by Ryuu and labeled as the weakest first-rank adventurer, cancelled their lower-floor expeditions. The city maintained an illusion of peace, but beneath the surface, turbulent undercurrents surged. However, none of this concerned Lilaruka Arde, a Paolum girl who was, in both size and status, a true nobody. Compared to world-class crises brewing in the shadows, she was more worried about her own future. Early in the morning, Lily woke up in her small rented room. These apartments were specifically for low-level adventurers, offering extremely cheap rent but only barely decent living conditions. In Orario, not all familias had their own headquarters. Many gods were homeless themselves, let alone capable of providing housing for their adventurers. In fact, over half of the city's familias only had simple residences as their headquarters, like the Takamikazuchi familia, or had no fixed base at all. But people only paid attention to the prestigious, powerful familias, never these minor ones. Though her rental room was small, due to her Paolum size, it didn't feel cramped. Compared to the spacious estate of the Soma familia, Lily preferred this place. She was once a member of the Soma familia. Or rather, the former Soma familia. She hadn't left the familia ceased to exist. The Soma familia provoked someone they should never have angered. That person stormed into their base and, within a single day, defeated every member, exposed their captain's criminal record, and had their god, Soma, imprisoned by the guild. The familia was forcibly disbanded. Their former captain mysteriously died in prison. That man made his name in one swift move. Within half a day, a large familia with 2 level 2 adventurers was crushed, its god jailed, its members scattered, its captain dead. Clean. Efficient. Ruthless. Unstoppable. The terrified survivors whispered his title, Demon King of the Sword. But to Lilaruka Arde, that man wasn't a nightmare. He was her savior, her idol, her god. On the wall beside her bed, 2 portraits hung. One of Fianna, the goddess of the Paolum, and the other, a painting of him, locked in battle with Amazon warriors. Looking at the portrait, Lily softly whispered his name, Lord Emiya. The Soma familia had never been her home. Only a hell she couldn't escape from. Born to Soma adventurers, Lily was bound to the familia from birth. When her alcoholic parents died in a dungeon, she was deemed too weak to be an adventurer and forced to become a supporter. From that day forward, her life became a curse. The Soma adventurers, scum who delighted in tormenting the weak, made her their favorite target. They ordered her to distract monsters, stole her earnings, forced her to steal from others, and beat her for fun. She endured. Until the day the sword fell from the heavens, severing her curse and chains. Lord Emiya, actually, we had already met before that day. Standing before his portrait, Lily clasped her hands to her chest and whispered, that day at Babel Plaza, when I searched for an adventurer needing a supporter, the moment I saw you, I just knew. If I could grasp your hand, my future would be saved. You didn't need a supporter. I couldn't take your hand. But, you still came to save me. To her, it was fate. Emiya had never spared her a second glance, yet he still rescued her. To her, wasn't this akin to a god? Gods did not watch over mortals, yet they would extend a hand at crucial moments. Lily's gaze grew ever more determined. As always, Lily left her rental room early in the morning. She headed to Babel Tower. Lately, this had been her routine. Working at the tavern at night, scrubbing dishes until late to cover her daily expenses, and during the day, waiting at Babel Tower for an opportunity. Due to her long nights, deep shadows had formed under her eyes, yet her gaze was brighter than ever, burning with an almost maddening fervor. Maybe, today is the day. Lily thought to herself. Her heart was pounding harder than usual, it felt like an omen. And today, she finally saw it. That flame-like red hair appeared once more at Babel Tower, at Hephaestus Familia's weapon shop. It wasn't Emiya, but the goddess Lily had been waiting for all this time. Hephaestus. After a long absence, the goddess had unexpectedly decided to inspect the Familia's exclusive shop. The tiny Paolum girl mustered an unimaginable burst of strength, forcing her way through the crowd. She pushed past everyone in front of her and arrived at the goddess's feet. With a loud thud, Lily fell to her knees, the sound crisp and clear. Under the goddess's surprised gaze, the Paolum girl bowed her body forward, pressing her forehead tightly to the ground. My name is Lilaruka Arde. Please allow me to join Hephaestus Familia. The surrounding people turned their eyes toward her, most of them sneering in mockery. Just a mere Paolum, trying to reach the heavens in a single bound through such a shameful act. Putting on a show, thinking she's clever. What a ridiculous sight, truly befitting a worthless Paolum. That kneeling posture is perfect, though. She must have practiced it countless times. As the crowd was brimming with scornful ridicule, Lily shouted once more, cutting them off, "I possess magic unique, special magic." The moment Lilaruka declared those words, the air around her froze. Instinctively, the surrounding people wanted to refute her. Rare, unique magic appearing in such a weak Paolum? It was an absurd notion, one too difficult to accept. However, most of them realized she wasn't lying. Soma Familia had already disbanded. Any of its former members could now freely join a new Familia. Hephaestus only needed to place a drop of divine blood on her back, and all of her abilities, magic, and skills would be revealed. Even a worthless Paolum wouldn't fabricate a lie that could be immediately exposed. In fact, such a hassle wasn't even necessary. Simply standing before her, Hephaestus could already see that this girl wasn't lying. She did possess special magic. And at the very least, Lily herself had complete confidence in her magic's uniqueness. However, simply possessing rare magic or skills did not guarantee acceptance into a great Familia. For Hephaestus, other qualities mattered more. "Why do you want to join Hephaestus Familia?" Hephaestus asked. Lily kept her forehead pressed firmly against the ground and replied, "Because Lord Emiya saved me. No matter what, I want to repay his kindness. I want to work for Lord Emiya." Hephaestus gazed down at Lily, observing her carefully. After a long silence, she finally spoke, "Come with me." Lilaruka Arde. LV.1. Strength, I-35. Endurance, I-94. Dexterity, I-39. Agility, I-31. Magic, I-22. Magic. Cinderella. Transformation magic, alters appearance. Skills. Artel assist. Enhances carrying capacity. Within Hephaestus Familia's Etna volcano, the goddess mentioned the new Paolum recruit to Emiya. Instead of bringing Lily back to the Familia headquarters, she had placed her in one of the Familia's equipment shops. Not the main store at Babel Tower, but a newly built branch in the northern part of the city. For now, Lily would work there as a shop attendant. To put it bluntly, Lily was completely unsuited to be an adventurer. She lacked talent in every attribute. Even after years as an adventurer, all of her abilities remained pitifully low. By contrast, Emiya had surpassed her years of effort in just half a month after receiving Falna. In simple terms, Lily had almost no talent for combat. Moreover, due to both her racial limitations and childhood malnutrition, her physical strength was weaker than even that of a rookie adventurer of the same level. Even with divine blessings, she might not be stronger than an average adult male. In the dungeon, her only role was that of a supporter, leveraging her Artel assist skill. Yet, Hephaestus did not look down on her for this. A king has the talents of a king, and a chef has the talents of a chef. Lily was an incredibly gifted girl, just not in combat. Lily had a sharp mind. Her memory was excellent, her perception keen, and she had a natural affinity for numbers. Even without formal training, she displayed remarkable mathematical abilities. Chapter 85, Spear of Artemis. Hephaestus handed her a quarterly ledger for testing. After some simple training, Lily completed the tabulation, summary, verification, and error correction in a short time, despite this being her first encounter with formal financial work. This girl, when Soma Familia threw her into the dungeon to be an adventurer, it was a complete waste of her talent. Her true calling was merchant or manager. In Orario, where warriors were everywhere, such talent was rare. By comparison, that so-called rare special magic wasn't as important. The transformation magic, Cinderella, might be useful in special situations. But in the daily operations of a large familia like Hephaestus, which valued honesty and openness, such loophole-exploiting magic was not very applicable. What truly moved Hephaestus wasn't Lily's magic, but her talent in business, along with the courage, resilience, and determination she displayed in that decisive moment when she kneeled. The girl who left Soma Familia, I placed her in a newly established store to train as a clerk first, to see how far she can grow, Hephaestus spoke. Maybe, in the future, she could make a name for herself in Orario's business world. Orario wasn't just a city of adventurers. There were also ordinary residents and various commercial facilities. Lily's life had suddenly shifted from fantasy adventure to workplace struggle. But her ultimate goal remained unchanged. She would climb step by step, from clerk to branch manager to headquarters, until she reached a position where she was qualified to assist her hero. Hearing the goddess's description, Emiya nodded. Soma Familia. Oh, right. That happened before. If not for Hephaestus mentioning it, he would have nearly forgotten about Soma Familia. Actually, not only him. Even Hephaestus, and even Seer, who had instigated him to go there, hadn't paid much attention to that brief incident, which lasted only a day. His deepest impression of Soma Familia was its captain, Wine Guardian, Xanis Lustra, who had contributed to resolving Ryu's internal struggle. As for Lilaruka Arde, Emiya had no memory of this Paolum girl at all, even though they had met twice. Once, when Lily offered to be his supporter and was rejected. And another time, when he stormed Soma Familia and knocked out a few people, including Lily. But things like that weren't significant enough to remain in Emiya's memory. To this day, he still didn't know what Lily even looked like. Only that she was a cute Paolum girl, as described by the goddess. Still, Emiya found himself in a good mood, so back then, I unintentionally saved this girl, huh? Lily. Keep working hard on your own path. I look forward to meeting you again in the future. He offered a simple blessing for this stranger. Emiya, Hephaestus-sama, please update my status. I'd like to see how much I've grown from my training. Emiya Shirou. LV.2. Strength, G292. Endurance, H195. Dexterity, D530. Agility, H191. Magic, D506. Details omitted. For a period after his status update, Emiya shifted his focus to dungeon exploration. He continued exploring alone, but unlike before, he no longer stayed in the relatively safe upper floors. Instead, he headed directly into the middle floors. The dungeon's middle floors started from the 12th floor onward. The guild recommended that teams venturing into this zone should have multiple upper-class adventurers who had leveled up. Furthermore, any level 1 adventurers in the team should have core stats at B rank or higher to ensure safe exploration. However, Emiya was clearly an exception to the guild's recommendations. With his overwhelming combat power, he could roam freely through the middle floors alone. In fact, bringing other level 2 adventurers would only slow him down. Skill, Roadless Valhalla, activated. Temporarily acquiring development abilities, Night Battle, Swordsman, H. Temporarily acquiring magic, Goku. Temporarily acquiring skill, Bloodline of the Killing Blade. The sword Emiya wielded now was the strongest he had forged so far. Goddess Astrea had named it, Tsubame Geishi, also called, Kagaya's Blade. Gajuno Kagaya, formerly one of Astrea Familia's 3 heroes, though the least prominent among them. Compared to, Red True Flower, Elise and, Gale, Ryuu Lion, who represented Astrea Familia in different eras as leaders, Yamato Rindu, was merely a vice-captain of a justice-aligned familia. Her skills and magic weren't as dazzling as the others. No explosive fire magic, no storm and light bombardments, just the simplest, IAI/. However, after experiencing their abilities firsthand, Emiya came to a conclusion. In a life-or-death duel, same level, sword against sword, Kagaya could easily defeat, or even kill, Ryuu or Elise. A pitch-black blade slashed through the Minotaur's chest, leaving a deep wound. The monster's steel-like hide was as fragile as thin paper before the sword's Emiya projected. Its body was cut open with ease, and the magic stone at its heart was instantly shattered by a flash of his blade. By Emiya's usual fighting style, he could have just used a bow to take down a Minotaur effortlessly. But he wasn't here just to explore, he was here to refine his abilities. Just like when he was level 1, his dexterity and magic grew rapidly through forging and projection practice. But his other stats lagged behind. To raise agility and endurance, he could train by fighting Ryuu and focusing on dodging and defense. To raise strength, the best method was to hunt monsters in the dungeon. Aside from that, Emiya was also training in Gajuno Kagaya's special magic, Goku. After swiftly slaying a tiger claw monster, Emiya surveyed the passageway ahead, filled with even more creatures. His expression grew serious. This isn't just my imagination. The number of monsters in the dungeon really is increasing. Compared to a month ago, both the spawn rate and the number of monsters appearing at once had risen. Monster feasts had also become more frequent. For Emiya, this was a good thing. At this level, no matter how many monsters appeared, they weren't a real threat to him. Meanwhile, the increase in enemies made his training more efficient. However, the changes in the dungeon might be a sign of something ominous. That thought left a faint sense of unease. Suppressing the ripple in his heart, Emiya projected another crimson long sword and charged toward the monsters. Did Loki suddenly gather everyone together for something important? Could it be that our expedition is finally restarting? In Twilight Manor, the base of the Loki Familia, it was a rare occasion for the goddess Loki to call for a full assembly. Every member of the Familia was present, and even the Sword Princess, and the Ferocious Wolf, had to cancel their training plans for this. Well, it is indeed something important. Everyone, come try pulling out this spear. Ace Tan, you start. Loki, what is this about? Little Ace was confused. Don't ask so many questions for now, just give it a try. At Loki's urging, Ace could only step forward, reaching out to grasp the shaft of the silver spear. It was a dull silver spear, its tip sealed within a crystalline cluster. Ace slowly exerted force, but even with the strength of an LV.5 adventurer, she couldn't move the spear at all. Little Ace switched to both hands, putting in all her strength, yet the spear remained completely motionless. As expected, it's not possible. Next. Bet, you're up, Loki pointed to the next candidate. Huh? Why the hell do I have to do this stupid oof? Damn Amazon, don't push me, Bet was forcibly shoved forward by Tiona. He grabbed the spear and gave it a tug-no reaction. Bet doesn't work either. Next Finn, want to give it a try? Finn had no objections, but even as the strongest spearman in the city, he couldn't pull out the spear. So, Loki, what exactly is this? Finn asked. It's the spear of the goddess. The one who pulls it out will receive the blessing of the pure goddess and an invitation to embark on a luxurious world tour, Loki said with a smile. The spear of the goddess. Thinking that it might be a powerful weapon, Ace felt a momentary surge of excitement. But then she realized it was a spear, not a sword, and quickly lost interest. Finn gazed at Loki's profile. A moment later, he chuckled softly, I see. Looks like I'm not lucky enough. Everyone, come give it a try. At Finn's call, the adventurers of the Loki Familia stepped forward one by one to attempt pulling out the spear. Not everyone was as skeptical as Finn about Loki's perfunctory lie. Quite a few adventurers eagerly stepped up, hoping to claim the spear of the goddess, receive the pure goddess's blessing, and embark on a world tour. However, without exception, they all failed. Even the LV.6 powerhouse, Gareth, couldn't budge the spear in the slightest. The only one with a slightly different result was Riveria. When she grasped the dark silver spear of the goddess, it trembled ever so slightly. As expected, our elven princess could at least make it waver a little. But even Riveria can't pull it out. I originally thought she had the best chance, Loki mused inwardly. Let's wait a while and have Hermes take this thing away later. Loki studied the spear of the goddess and then spoke, Riveria, come with me first. So, this spear can only be pulled out by someone with a completely pure soul. Inside the study, Loki revealed the truth to Riveria, not Goddess's Blessing, or World Tour, but the real deal. Yes. You're one of the very few who could make it move slightly. As for the one who can actually pull it out, we haven't found them yet. Are there others? Who are they? Riveria asked. Loki replied, the Black and White Knights, of the Freya Familia, and Gale. Riveria murmured, all of them are LV.5 and above elves. That's right. Elves are indeed a noble race. The magic of first-tier elves seems to resonate faintly with the pure goddess's spear. Loki paused, her tone becoming subtly odd, but for some reason, Alicia doesn't qualify. The spear of the goddess didn't react at all in Alicia's hands, despite her also being a first-tier elf. Riveria. Probably because Alicia's soul is already completely impure. Riveria inquired, if no one can pull out the spear of the goddess, will there be any serious consequences? Yes, very serious. Loki continued, serious enough that we now need to cooperate with Freya, that troublesome goddess. Riveria asked, is there anyone in the city who can pull out that spear? That's the biggest problem right now. I'm not great at soul divination, but a professional has already given their answer, Loki sighed. No one. Not a single person. In this entire labyrinth city, not a single soul is pure enough to pull out Artemis's spear. At dusk, Emiya returned to the pub. With Haruhime's assistance, he changed into attire suited for the festival. Stepping out of his room, he descended the stairs to the first floor of the pub. Shirou, that outfit looks really good on you. Seeing the boy appear before her, Seer's eyes lit up. Emiya responded with a smile, is that so? Haruhime picked it out for me. Master looks very handsome in this outfit. Behind Emiya, the fox-eared girl blushed slightly, lowering her head as she murmured softly. Chapter 86, Hands on the Spear. Emiya was wearing a black, wide-sleeved haori, entirely as dark as crow feathers, like black jade. The cuffs and front lining were embroidered with patterns of gentian flowers and drifting clouds in white thread. After receiving the blessing of the gods, Emiya's body had developed rapidly. In just a few months, he had caught up to and even surpassed Ryuu, who had previously been taller than him. His shoulders had broadened, and with his current physique and aura, he could easily pull off this dignified haori. Haru was indeed a former noble lady, her taste and eye for fashion were impeccable. Not only did she dress Shirou well, but she also helped Seer into a beautiful kimono. Emiya, I didn't expect Orario to have shops selling these kinds of clothes. Seer, Orario is the center of the world, after all. No matter which culture, you can find it here. She continued, it just so happens that I know a clothing shop owner who was willing to sell these to us at a discount. After speaking, Seer lightly rose onto her tiptoes and spun around in place. Chloe, so cute. The cat wants to wear cute clothes too. The cat wants to go to the festival, Naya. The cat girl, dressed in a waitress uniform, slumped over the table, looking utterly dejected. Anya, well, can't be helped. You cats skipped work too many times before, so Mamma Mia got mad. Aside from the only good girl, Seer, Anya and the others had often sneaked out. Today was no different. They had been caught skipping work and were dragged back by Mia. Seer, I'll enjoy it on your behalf, too. She beamed, Shirou, Haru, let's go. Under Anya and the others' resentful gazes, they left the tavern. Emiya, Ryuu isn't here today. Not seeing the familiar girl in the tavern, he asked. Seer, this afternoon, someone called her out. Emiya, who was it? Did something happen? Seer, seemed like someone from Freya Familia. I don't know the details. She answered vaguely. Emiya, Freya Familia. Seer, probably a guild matter. I saw Miss Ina from the guild with them. Ina was a half-elf, a hybrid of human and elf, and somewhat well-known among adventurers for her outstanding appearance. However, Emiya had only heard of her name and had never met her. Since Hephaestus Familia had dedicated members handling dealings with the guild, he himself had little direct contact with them. Seer, Ryuu should also be attending the festival. Emiya, He nodded, speaking of which, what exactly is this New Moon Festival? Haru, the New Moon Festival has existed since before the gods descended to the lower world. She softly explained, people pray to the moon for blessings, for safety, and to be protected from monsters. Emiya, so, it's a festival for the moon goddess? Seer, no. She corrected him, it's for the moon, not a moon goddess. Though there is a goddess Artemis in the lower world, the New Moon Festival actually has nothing to do with her. She turned to Haru-chan, does the Far Eastern country celebrate the New Moon Festival too? Haru, She shyly avoided Seer's kind gaze, we do have this festival, but we don't hold such large celebrations. Over there, Divine Sakura Festival is more important. Talking about her homeland, Haru rarely opened up, and during their conversation, her relationship with Seer deepened. Seer, Shirou, I see Ryuu. She grabbed Emiya's wrist and led him into the crowd. Seer, Ryuu. She waved, and the elf girl turned toward her voice. Ryuu, Seer. She spoke, but her tone seemed somewhat confused. Seeing Seer in a cute kimono and Emiya in his black haori, Ryuu swallowed slightly. Seer was as adorable as ever, and today, Shirou looked particularly handsome. Seer, Ryuu-chan, what's wrong? Ryuu, nothing. She replied. Seer, by the way, isn't this year's New Moon Festival earlier than usual? Ryuu, seems like it. But the New Moon Festival never has a fixed date. Every year, they pick a night with a visible moon. Emiya, Ryuu, about Freya Familia calling you earlier. What happened? Ryuu thought for a moment before answering, I'm not entirely sure either. They just had me go to Babel Tower, to try pulling out a spear. Ryuu, that one over there. She pointed toward a high platform surrounded by people. Seer looked in that direction, tilting her head slightly, the god standing up there looks like Hermes. Emiya, Hermes. He also turned to look. At this moment, Seer took both his and Haru's hands. Seer, let's go, Shirou, let's take a look. Ryuu quickly followed, Seer, Shirou, wait for me. Emiya, so, if you pull out that spear, you get the goddess's blessing and a free luxury world tour? He asked. Male adventurer, why yes. Sir. Sword King. The adventurer in front of Emiya lowered his head, sweat forming at the back of his neck. Emiya, I see. Thanks. Male adventurer, no, it's an honor to serve you. The man swallowed air. May I leave now? Emiya, sorry for bothering you. As soon as Emiya spoke, the man looked relieved, answering yes, before turning and running away. This man, whom Emiya had randomly questioned, was actually a member of Orario's underworld. His heart pounded in terror. So this is the terrifying aura of the demon king of the sword. Who stands alongside the brutal, Black Fist, the cold-blooded, Black Cat, and the infamous, Gale. Emiya, strange, do I look that scary? Seer, maybe he was just nervous in front of a high-ranking adventurer. Ryuu, I couldn't pull out the spear. She said. Shirou, want to try? Emiya, not really. I'm not interested in world tours. Seer, it's just a try, no harm in it. She gently pushed him from behind, doesn't goddess's blessing sound amazing? Ryuu, Shirou, I believe you can do it. She spoke seriously. Haru, I also believe. Master is capable of anything. Urged by the girls, Emiya stepped onto the platform. Before him, several adventurers had attempted but failed. The spear never budged. Hermes, come, young man, give it a try. Perhaps you are the destined hero. Hermes flashed him a dazzling smile. Looks just like the legendary sword in the stone. Emiya thought as he stepped forward, grabbed the spear with both hands, and pulled with all his strength. The dark silver spear remained completely still. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hermes's eyes. So, you are not the chosen one either. Emiya, looks like fate didn't choose me. He smiled calmly and released the spear, preparing to turn away. Then a thought crossed his mind, this spear is definitely no ordinary weapon. Could it be a divine spear? In that case, I wonder if that skill would work. He reached out again, gripping the spear's midsection. Knight of Honor. The ability to dominate and empower any weapon in his grasp. Emiya's right hand gripped the midsection of the spear's shaft. Seeing him return, Hermes cast a questioning glance at him. This boy, what is he planning to do? Hermes's curiosity was piqued, and at the same time, he subconsciously felt a faint sense of excitement. The intuition of a god told him that this man was about to do something incredible. Emiya no longer held the spear with both hands in a solemn posture, as if grasping something sacred. Instead, his arm pressed close to the spear, gripping it single-handedly. It was as if he were simply drawing an ordinary battle spear from a weapon rack, ready to enter combat at any moment. As though this was not some divine relic, but merely a simple weapon tool meant to be wielded, nothing more. Emiya's magical energy surged forth, red-black waves of mana coursing across the spear's shaft. A knight does not die with empty hands, Knight of Honor. For all the weapons Emiya had ever wielded, this skill had always activated passively. With his projection abilities, he had never found himself in a situation where he lacked a weapon to use. Thus, Knight of Honor, simply made his projected weapons even more seamless to wield. But until now, this was the first time, Knight of Honor, had not activated on its own. This dull silver spear seemed to harbor something within it, resisting Emiya's control. And now, his choice was to push forward with his own magical energy. The silver spear began to tremble. From the point where Emiya grasped it, deep crimson mana spread upward and downward along its length. A faint radiance flickered along the spear, struggling desperately against Emiya's magic. The trembling of the spear grew more intense. Emiya seemed to sense a will of resistance within it, causing him to hesitate for a brief moment. But in that instant, something overwhelming descended upon him. It was as wild as the wind, as scorching as flames, as torrential as a flood, and as heavy as mountains. It was the vast sky, the eternal light of the stars, the convergence of all truths, the beginning and end of all things, the ceaseless journey of eternity, the grand symphony echoing from the depths of the galaxy. It could not be precisely described in any language, or perhaps, it could be summed up with the simplest of words. Divine authority. Do not stop, Byoa, keep going. Chapter 87, Seizing Fate. Do not stop, Byoa, keep going, the traveler's god, Hermes, who had unleashed his divine might, roared. The hat adorned with white feathers on his head was blown away by the fierce wind, and his golden hair wildly danced in the storm. That godly face, so handsome it seemed beyond mortal realms, now revealed a trace of ferocity and frenzy. Fate didn't choose you. Then seize fate with your own hands. Ha ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. Just go for it, just go for it. Artemis. Is this your resolve? Is this the will you pursue for redemption? Is this all you have? Hermes' voice boomed in Emiya's heart like a war drum. At the same time, along with Hermes' furious roar, a certain power within the spear seemed to be suppressed. Emiya gripped the spear tightly, feeling that force struggle within it. He channeled all his magical energy into the spear to completely subdue it. Magic surged like a tide, and along with Hermes' divine might, the determination within Emiya became even stronger. At that moment, it felt as if the weight of an entire world was pressing down on his hands. Boom! Emiya pulled out the spear. The crystal sealing the spear tip shattered with a loud crash, and the fragments scattered in all directions, leaving multiple wounds on both him and Hermes. Even a bloodstain appeared on the side of Hermes' face. The surrounding adventurers fell into a brief silence, followed by an eruption of cheers. Woohoo! He pulled it out. Hooray! They didn't know exactly what had happened, they only knew that someone had finally pulled out that spear. Just like the heroes in stories. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Hermes. The male god casually wiped the blood off his cheek, his overwhelming divine presence now fully retracted. It is an honor to meet you, Shirou Emiya. Greetings, Lord Hermes. Emiya raised the spear in his hand. May I ask, what exactly is this spear? The silver-white spear no longer looked dull as before. The divine inscriptions on its shaft lit up, flickering with mysterious colors, and the previously sealed, magnificent spearhead was now fully unveiled. The instincts of a projection mage made Emiya subconsciously begin analyzing the weapon. However, the situation was somewhat unexpected. Holding his aching forehead with one hand, Emiya muttered, "Analysis, failed." No, it wasn't exactly a failure. It was that the analysis progress was extremely slow. It was like trying to decrypt an enormous encrypted file of over 1,000 gigabytes, but with a processing speed of only 1 kilobyte per second. And that was already with his computational circuits running at overclocked capacity. For now, Emiya gave up on analyzing the spear. The essence of this weapon was something beyond his current comprehension. Regarding this spear of Artemis, let's find a quiet place to discuss in detail. Hermes said, however, one thing I can assure you. The goddess blessing and world travel are both real. This event is officially recognized by the guild. Hermes took a parchment titled, Event Announcement, from his traveler's satchel and unfolded it. Emiya could clearly see the guild's official seal in the bottom right corner. Would you mind discussing this further at Hephaestus Familia's base, Lord Hermes? After reading the parchment, Emiya returned it and asked. No problem, that's how it should be, Hermes responded politely. However, please wait a little. The sponsor of this event should actually meet you, but her current condition is probably not very good. So, please give her some time. On the other side of the street, in the shadows, a beautiful goddess with moon-blue hair sat weakly against a wall, gasping for breath. She gritted her teeth, struggling to stand. Her slender fingers gently brushed against her neck. A crimson-black thorny curse mark had appeared on the pure white, graceful skin of her throat. Like a beautiful yet dangerous choker. And besides that, below her clothing, on her lower abdomen, there was also a command seal shaped like a sword and shield. These were the marks proving she was now a controlled weapon. Originally, with her divine rank, she could have easily resisted an adventurer's domination skill with just a fraction of her true power. However, just as Hermes had said, this was her only chance at redemption. No matter what method, he is the only one who pulled out Orion's arrow, the goddess panted, then being wielded by him, is my fate, my redemption. He is, my master, my Orion. Allow me to introduce to everyone, this is Goddess Artemis, the sponsor of this Crescent Festival event. Emiya and Goddess Hephaestus did not have to wait long before Hermes arrived at the Etna volcano with Artemis. He already knew that the spear in his hands was called Spear of Artemis, and now, he finally saw the true form of the moon goddess. Her long blue hair was like a lake under the moonlight, soft and smooth, gently rippling with a star-like glow, as if merging with the night sky. Her emerald green eyes were bright and deep, exuding pure kindness and gentle determination. The goddess's figure was tall and athletic, carrying the grace and power of a huntress. Her curves were elegant, and every inch of her skin radiated pure beauty, its sheen flowing like soft moonlight. Her waist was slender yet full of strength, and her graceful lines swayed lightly with each step, like the night wind brushing across the water's surface. Around her swan-like, slender, and pure white neck, she wore a black silk choker that concealed a large portion of her fair skin. This discordant element, originally out of place with the goddess's sacred image, unexpectedly added a hint of mystery and allure, blending a touch of seductive charm into her divine presence. Artemis was known as one of the three virgin goddesses in the divine realm, with domains over the moon, chastity, and hunting. After descending to the lower world, like most gods, Artemis granted her divine blessings to the children of the lower world and established her own familia. Her familia mainly focused on exploration and monster hunting, belonging to the combat-oriented factions. However, unlike many other gods, Artemis did not choose to stay in Orario but instead expanded her familia's activities to regions beyond the city. Outside the dungeon, various monsters also roamed. Some had escaped from the dungeon through various means, while others were wild beasts that mutated into monsters after devouring magic stones or being influenced by the magic power in the earth's ley lines. There were also descendants of ancient monsters and beasts that had escaped from ancient secret realms. Overall, the monsters outside the dungeon were far inferior in both quantity and individual strength compared to those inside. When dungeon monsters left the dungeon, their strength and ferocity often diminished over time. Even though Artemis's familia primarily operated outside the city, and the goddess had descended relatively late, their strength could not be underestimated, and they had grown rapidly in recent years. According to the guild's intelligence, Artemis's familia had nearly 20 members, including at least one level 3 and one level 2 advanced adventurer. Even within the labyrinth city of Orario, this familia could be considered a solid mid-tier force. Artemis, it has been a long time, Goddess Hephaestus stood up, smiling as she greeted the moon goddess, her voice carrying the joy of reunion. The last time we met was back when we were still in the heavens. Back in the heavens, Hephaestus and Artemis had been close friends. Their bond was strong, and they shared this friendship with another yet undescended goddess, Hestia. Artemis approached gracefully and resolutely. However, just when Hephaestus thought the goddess was coming to exchange pleasantries, Artemis bypassed her and walked straight toward Emiya. Stopping in front of him, her emerald-green eyes flickered with deep light. Then, she reached out her hands and gently yet firmly held the boy's right hand. "Can you become my Orion?" Her voice was soft yet carried a touch of earnestness, as if seeking a promise of fate. Emiya was slightly taken aback before responding after a brief pause, "Nice to meet you, Goddess Artemis. My name is Shirou Emiya." Meanwhile, at the center of the labyrinth city, atop Babel Tower, an unusual gathering was taking place. At the very center stood a regal and beautiful elven princess with long emerald-green hair, Loki Familias, 9 Hell, the city's strongest magic caster, level 6 adventurer, Riveria Joe's Alf. Beside her were 3 equally striking elves. A platinum-haired elf, draped in a pristine white robe, bore an indifferent expression, as if detached from the mundane world. He was Haydeen Selland, a level 6 member of Freya Familia, and one of Orario's top-tier mages, known as the White Fairy's Magic Wand. A dark-skinned, white-haired dark elf, slender in build yet exuding an undeniable sharpness. Currently recognized as the city's strongest swordsman, level 6 adventurer, Bulk Fairy's Demon Sword, Hogni Ragnar. Lastly, a petite white-haired elf, appearing as a cute teenage girl but in truth possessing an age, seniority, and experience far beyond the others present. She was a member of the school district, under the goddess of youth, Iduna level 6 magic caster, thousand-year sage staff, Frianna Ellen. Even the nearly century-old Riveria had grown up hearing stories about this elder. Before Riveria was even born, Frianna was already a famous grand scholar in the Elven Forest, mastering numerous magical rituals and elven secret arts without the aid of divine blessings. She was also one of the rare few elves who showed little reverence for the royal family. Riveria remembered that in a letter Frianna had written to her father, King Raffaele, she directly criticized him as a stubborn and rigid fool. Later, in pursuit of deeper magical knowledge, Frianna left the Elven Forest and joined the school district. Receiving divine blessings from the goddess of youth, Idun, she took on the role of professor in magical studies, history, and comparative theology, traveling the world with the school district. Since the school district happened to be near Orario, the guild had invited this powerful and experienced elven mage to assist in a critical matter. If Artemis's approach failed, they would gather Riveria and the others to channel their immense magic power and use Friana's ancient elven magic ritual to forcibly activate the spear of Artemis and erase the awakening Scorpio monster, Antares, from existence. Now, the 4 level 6 elves were gathered, but the atmosphere was unusually delicate. By bloodline, Riveria was an elven princess, ranking above the others, yet at the same time, thousand-year sage staff, Friana was their senior by an overwhelming margin. Riveria disliked being worshipped due to her royal status, but in front of these particular individuals, she had to uphold the dignity of the royal family. Meanwhile, White Fairy's magic wand, Haydeen was a subject of the elven royal family and Friana's junior, but he was also a member of Freya Familia, the city's most powerful faction. In Orario, especially here in Babel Tower, where Freya Familia reigned supreme, his demeanor represented his goddess's stance, particularly in interactions with Loki Familia, the second-ranked faction. He could not disrespect the royal family and his elders, nor could he weaken Freya Familia's prestige, putting him in a particularly difficult position. As for thousand-year sage staff, Friana, as the elder among them, she could have alleviated the awkward atmosphere, but she showed no interest in doing so. She simply sat there the entire time, engrossed in reading an ancient tome. One of the rewards she had requested from the guild for her assistance. As for Black Fairy's demon sword, Hogni, he was completely unreliable in this situation. Though outwardly calm, inwardly, he was in complete panic, so scary. Lady Riveria is terrifying, Lady Friana is terrifying, Haydeen is terrifying too. I want to go home and hide in Lady Freya's arms. Someone save me. The awkward tension persisted. Friana kept reading, Hogni remained silent, and Haydeen and Riveria exchanged polite, superficial words, only making the atmosphere even more uncomfortable. At last, the gods finally arrived. Accompanied by Hermes and Artemis, Ryuu and Emiya also entered Babel Tower. For level 6 adventurers, 1 level 5, all-powerful elven mages or magic swordsmen, along with a spear wielder. This was the strongest magic force that could currently be assembled in Orario or even the entire world. Hermes-sama, you and the guild's Uranus-sama went through great trouble to gather us here. What is the matter? Can you explain now? The petite white-haired elf girl, with her hair styled in cute twin tails, lifted her gaze from the book. Her emerald eyes looked toward the gods opposite her, and she asked in a calm and indifferent tone. Hermes slightly lowered his head, the brim of his hat casting a shadow over his eyes. I apologize for disturbing you all, but at this moment, the Labyrinth City, no, I should say, the entire world, needs your power. The traveler god's voice paused briefly. He then lifted his head, meeting the elf's gaze, as well as Shirou Amiya's. With a solemn expression, Hermes said, the ancient monster, the scorpion Antares, has awakened. For a moment, silence filled the room. A few seconds later, thousand-year sage staff Friana lowered her gaze back to her book and uttered a brief, "Oh. Excuse me, what is this, Antares?" Friana-sama, do you know? Haydeen adjusted his glasses and asked. Hogni, Ryuu, and the others also turned their eyes toward her, clearly unfamiliar with the name. Antares is a dangerous monster that has survived since ancient times, Friana stated, her tone remaining flat. A long time ago, the Great Spirit sealed it away in the Great Tree Sea, within the Elso's ruins. It seems that as time passed, the seal gradually weakened. As she spoke, she looked at Riveria and the others, the Grand Library of Alfheim, as well as the archives in various elven forests, should have records of it. Haven't you all read them? The younger elves averted their gazes in guilt. Riveria thought to herself, the book recording ancient monsters. I read it as a storybook when I was a child, so I don't remember many of the details. Haydeen, Hogni, and Ryuu, on the other hand, were thinking, huh? Library? What library? Friana sighed and turned to Hermes, but if it's about subjugating Antares, why ask us? Leon should be a better choice. He would probably be happy to help with this. The Leon she mentioned was Leon Vardenberg, a fellow academy professor, and an LV.7 Knight Supreme. One of only 2 LV.7 adventurers in the world, standing equal to Otter, the berserker of the Labyrinth City. Chapter 88, Don't be arrogant. Because Antares is not a monster that can be defeated by the strength of adventurers alone, Hermes spoke softly, the key to subjugating it lies in the divine weapon, Spear of Artemis. Everyone walked out of the room and arrived at the high platform of Babel Tower. So in the end, was it you who pulled out that spear, Shirou? Riveria asked softly. Yes, Emiya nodded and reached out to lightly grasp the silver-white spear hanging behind him. Hayden glanced at him. Antares requires the power of that spear to be killed, so in battle against it, you need to land the final blow. The dark elf Hogni walked past him, warrior bearing the flames of destiny, the chaotic fate has already gathered in your palm. We shall tear apart the black clouds of the void and open for you the eternal gate to the sanctuary. Emiya, excuse me, what does that mean? Hayden translated, what he means is, young hero, we will open the path to victory for you. Oh, anyway, thank you, Emiya thanked Hogni, but the dark elf only averted his gaze with a face full of cold indifference. Don't be nervous, boy, Friana said, if you can't control that spear when the time comes, just use our magic to forcibly fire it. She walked behind Emiya and reached out to rub the boy's red hair. Don't treat this as some heavy responsibility, just see it as a normal adventurer's commission. However, while she was speaking like a reliable adult, her height, significantly shorter than Emiya's, forced her to quietly stand on her tiptoes just to properly ruffle his hair. Seeing this scene from behind, Ryuu couldn't help but smile. The young and somewhat naive Ryuu had no knowledge of the true identity of this thousand-year sage staff. She also failed to notice the immense magical power deliberately controlled within the Friana, instead mistaking her for a younger fellow elf. This laid the groundwork for the intense special training Ryuu would undergo in the following days. Riveria also nodded, ultimately, a mission like this should never have been placed on the shoulders of a child like you. These troublesome matters should have been our responsibility as adults. As she spoke, she shot Hermes a warning look, making the traveler god let out an awkward chuckle. Emiya, speaking of which, how exactly are we traveling to the Great Tree Sea? Why aren't we using Orario's city gates? Instead, we're here. Hermes, because there's a faster mode of transportation, here it comes. I am Ganesha. Accompanied by hearty laughter, the male god descended from the sky, landing precisely on the high platform. Following him were several flying dragons. These flying dragons have been raised by the Ganesha Familia since they hatched from their eggs, so anyone can ride them with ease. Ganesha gave a thumbs up, feel free to use them. Hayden, 6 in total, huh? Not enough for each person to have one. Emiya and the 5 elves, along with Hermes and Artemis, made for a total of 8 people. Ganesha, apologies, at the moment, this is all we can deploy. However, 2 of them are very strong, so carrying 2 people each won't affect their speed. Indeed, 2 of the dragons were noticeably larger than the others, with dual saddles designed for 2 riders. I shall ride with Orion, with Emiya-kun. I will ride with Shirou. The goddess and the elven girl spoke at the same time. I should be the one to teach Emiya how to use the goddess spear, Artemis stated. If we ride together on the same dragon, I can protect Shirou. Ryuu refused to back down. Goddess, when you said that just now, your body shrank back slightly, and you instinctively avoided my gaze. That was a lie, wasn't it? The use of that spear doesn't actually require any guidance at all. The useless elf radiated an astonishing aura. It was clear that Artemis was not skilled at lying, her physical reactions were so obvious that even the useless elf could see through her. Ugh, but I. Enough arguing. The elven girl will ride with me, Friana spoke up, as for the boy. Lady Riveria, you are the strongest among us. You should ride with him. Riveria, who had been watching Ryuu and the goddess argue, huh? Me? If not, then Hayden, you ride with the boy. No, of course I can, Riveria responded reflexively. At the same time, Hayden had already taken a step forward and spoken proactively, no problem, I will protect him well. Whether out of personal intent or the goddess wishes, Hayden didn't mind spending more time with the boy. I'll do it instead, Riveria took a slight step to the left, blocking Hayden's way. The reason for doing so was simple. Maintaining a good relationship with Shirou Emiya, the Sword King, who could forge mythological swords, was a strategic priority for the Loki Familia. Gale had instantly slain the high-level adventurer, man-killer, with a sword forged by him. Pristine Garden had transformed from a fragile magic swordsman into the Familia's most durable level 5 simply by wielding one of his blades. It was hard to imagine what the monstrous members of the Freya Familia would become if they got their hands on his weapons. No matter what, we cannot let him drift toward the Freya Familia. Yes, this is for the Loki Familia's sake, Riveria told herself this. Seeing himself blocked by the elven princess, Hayden did not insist further. He merely gazed at Emiya with deep, unreadable eyes. With the team assignments finalized, Hermes called out, "Depart. Destination the Great Tree Sea." Asfi and the others are probably getting impatient. We need to hurry. The flying dragons soared through the sky, the wind howling, cool air brushing past their faces. Shirou Emiya sat at the front of the dragon, gripping the reins with both hands, his body slightly leaning forward, feeling the powerful flaps of the dragon's wings. From his stable posture, it was clear that the height and speed were not affecting him much. Riveria sat behind him, resting her right hand lightly on the boy's shoulder to prevent any sudden dragon movements from causing him to lose balance. Her gaze occasionally swept over Emiya's back as she pondered how to start a conversation. "Are you getting used to riding a dragon?" Riveria asked. Shirou's voice was calm, "It's fine. Although it's my first time, it's not hard to control." Riveria nodded slightly, relaxing a little. She had been worried that someone of his age might be afraid of flying dragons, but Emiya's composure put her at ease. She lightly patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax. "Alicia really likes the sword you forged," Riveria remarked. "I'm honored," Emiya replied softly, his tone earnest and sincere. "Alicia and I have fought side by side. Being able to help her makes me very happy." As the dragons cut through the sky, the sunlight filtering through the clouds bathed them in golden light. Riveria felt the wind whisper past her ears and instinctively leaned in closer. "Do you like elves?" Riveria asked in a quiet voice. Shirou's response was direct, "Yes, many of my important friends are elves." Riveria changed the topic and began sharing her past adventure stories and experiences as an adventurer with Emiya. Emiya listened attentively, occasionally asking questions at key points. Unknowingly, the distance between the two seemed to naturally close as they conversed. The wyvern moved swiftly. Although its pure speed couldn't surpass a level 6 adventurer, by flying over various terrains, it still saved a significant amount of time. However, even so, reaching the Great Tree Sea on the other end of the horizon would still take at least half a month. On the first night, after a full day of flying, the adventurers temporarily stopped at a small town in the mountains. This town belonged to a small, little-known country. Due to its remote location, it had practically become the domain of a few native families who ruled over it. It was a closed-off town completely different from the labyrinth city of Orario. One with little contact with gods, familias, blessings, or adventurers. When they landed here, a minor incident occurred. Simply put, a member of a local family coveted their group's wealth and the beauty of their goddess. Failing in an attempt at coercion, they later conspired with the inn at night to drug their food. The adventurers' response was quite simple violence. At Hayden's command, Hogni, like a beast unleashed, resolved everything with an unstoppable storm-like force. Not many people were actually killed, but the manner of their deaths was shocking. Instant steps across hundreds of meters, slashes too fast to see the black sword in his hand. After swiftly dealing with the main culprits, the town mayor promptly stepped forward to apologize to the adventurers. Frianna accepted their compensation on behalf of the group, bringing the matter to a satisfactory conclusion. These veteran adventurers handled such matters with great efficiency. Clearly, their long years of combat had honed skills beyond just fighting monsters. However, this incident sparked a conflict between Goddess Artemis and Frianna, the elf who held the dominant voice among them. The goddess believed the problem could have been resolved without killing, while Frianna had an entirely different opinion. If we act now, only a few main culprits need to die to resolve the problem. The longer we delay, the more people will end up dead. Your leniency will only embolden them. If these people are allowed to incite and gather others to cause trouble, then in the end, I might have to erase the entire town with magic to put an end to it. For some reason, Frianna's attitude toward Goddess Artemis was particularly severe. Hermes observed this and could only smirk inwardly. This mage must have noticed something. Kindness without understanding will only lead to painful consequences. Life is precious. Precisely because of that, do not be so arrogant as to think you can bear the weight of all lives. A god's pure goodwill, when applied to the lower world's beings, could instead bring about great calamity. The thousand-year sage staff left the goddess speechless, even making her look sorrowful, as if something had struck a deep pain within her heart. What was most difficult for Goddess Artemis to accept was that no one present sided with her. Neither the first-class adventurers, nor the fellow god Hermes, nor even the youngest among them, Emiya. All agreed more with the thousand-year sage staff than with her. The first night was not a harmonious one between the goddess and the adventurers. Watching the lonely and sorrowful figure of Goddess Artemis, Emiya felt a ripple in his heart. However, before he had the chance to dwell on it, an event occurred that left him with no time to think about such things. Frianna first turned to Hermes. "Lord Hermes, you didn't forget to bring the unlocking potion and update potion, did you?" Hermes, ahem, the update potion is explicitly forbidden by the guild. "So, did you bring it?" Hermes, "I did." "Good. We travel during the day, but we won't let the nights go to waste." Frianna said, "Starting tonight, every night when we're not on the move, we'll conduct special training for the boy. Hayden, Hogni, I leave this to you. Time is tight, so go straight into real combat training." Hayden lightly adjusted his glasses, "No problem." Hogni, "Understood." Emiya, "Huh. I have to fight the Black and White Knights." "Are you serious?" "Don't worry, kid, Princess Riveria and I both have healing magic." The thousand-year sage staff patted Emiya's shoulder, "Go all out. With our magic, even if you have just one breath left, we can bring you back." Chapter 89, Training and Tale of Fallen Families. The thousand-year sage staff patted Emiya's shoulder, "Go all out. With our magic, even if you have just one breath left, we can bring you back." "Emiya, then, I'll be counting on all of you, seniors." After a brief moment of surprise, Emiya immediately realized that this was a rare and precious opportunity. A special training session targeting the LV.6, Black and White Knights. This was something that countless people would beg for but never get. Ryuu hesitated before speaking. "If that's the case, won't Shirou be under too much pressure?" "You over there, little girl, you shouldn't just stand idle either." The thousand-year sage staff looked at Ryuu. "Her Highness Riveria and I will accompany you for training." Ryuu, "So this involves me too, huh?" For the young human boy and the elven girl, the journey to the Great Tree Sea didn't seem to be so simple. During the daytime, Riveria and Emiya shared one flying dragon, while Frianna and Ryuu rode another. By now, Emiya finally understood the deeper meaning behind this travel arrangement. That professor from the school district, even during a short journey, never missed an opportunity to train young adventurers. Fully embodying the spirit of the old generation educators who were serious and strict. Letting Riveria and Emiya share a dragon wasn't, as initially stated, for the purpose of having Riveria protect the lower-leveled Emiya. Instead, it was to have Riveria, a member of the Elven royal family with a vast knowledge base and rich adventuring experience, mentor the young adventurer. In fact, thinking carefully, if safety was truly the main concern, then the two gods, whose divine powers were sealed in the lower realm, would be in greater need of protection from veteran adventurers. Riveria was responsible for Emiya, while the other young member of the group, 18-year-old Miss Ryuu, was personally guided by Professor Friana, the thousand-year sage staff. Even though Ryuu was already LV.5, a top-tier adventurer who could stand on her own in the dungeon city, in the eyes of these long-lived elven seniors, she was still just a fledgling child. Friana simply called Ryuu a good-for-nothing failure of an elf. Her reasoning was, you didn't study properly in the elven forest, you didn't go to the school district to learn, and at such a young age, you ran off to Orio to mess around with adventurers. Aside from being physically strong, you're just an ignorant fool. It was an evaluation that was hard to refute. Compared to Riveria's gentle approach, Friana's teaching was far stricter. She took out a small wooden mallet from her pocket, lectured Ryuu on various topics, and then conducted oral quizzes. If Ryuu couldn't answer correctly, she'd receive a knock on the head. By the end of the day, Ryuu had several lumps on her head, standing out prominently. Faced with this, the failure of an elf was on the verge of tears but dared not complain. After all, this was one of the most senior professors in the school district, LV.6, thousand-year sage staff, providing an entire day of private one-on-one tutoring. Back in the school district, students had to fight for a seat in Friana's magic classes. Now she was teaching for free. What was there to be dissatisfied with? At night, before resting, Friana would also pull Riveria in for two-on-one combat training with Ryuu, while Emiya engaged in duels with the Black and White Knight. The results were obvious. Whether Emiya or Ryuu, both were effortlessly crushed by the LV.6 elves, beaten black and blue, left covered in wounds. At that point, Riveria would cast, Phil Eldis, to heal them, and then the battles would continue. They trained late into the night, only stopping when exhaustion forced them into unconsciousness rather than rest. However, while Ryuu struggled with the cultural lessons during the day, she was highly motivated for the nighttime training. Emiya, too, took this opportunity very seriously. Even if he was completely overpowered, he still forced himself to stand up and endure for even a second longer. Because this level of guidance and training was far too valuable, in fact, they owed a significant debt to the Loki Familia, the Freya Familia, and the school district. At a training ground carved out on a barren mountain, Friana hovered in midair, simultaneously quizzing Ryuu while bombarding her with magic attacks. Lion, what is the contemporary Elven royal family's stance on the divine blessings? Ryuu desperately rolled to avoid an attack and shouted, It's neutrality. The royal family does not favor any faction but allows elves to join different familia as individuals. Friana continued, who originally created the Philosopher's Stone. Ryuu replied, the sage, Fells. Friana temporarily halted her attacks, demonstrate the accelerated chanting technique I taught you today. Yes. Ryuu took a deep breath and began chanting the magic, Astria record. Once Ryuu finished her incantation, Riveria, standing on the ground, also waved her staff. Harbinger of the end, pristine snow. As twilight looms, summon the raging storm. Sealed light, frozen earth. Blizzard across the sky, the third winter me name is Alf. 3 blasts of winter frost surged toward Ryuu. She hurriedly raised the red sword in her left hand. Agaris Alvacinth. Her blade slashed through Riveria's blizzard magic, but in the face of the elven princess's overwhelming magical power, even Ryuu's full-strength flames were quickly extinguished, leaving only residual heat in the sword. The Elisa's sword barely shielded her upper body from freezing. Riveria was slightly surprised by this. Times she had wanted to grab Hermes and Artemis by their collars and question them. But every time, she would see Artemis' eyes filled with overwhelming sorrow and hold back. Riveria was certain that the guild and the gods had not been truthful about the true nature of this monster. They had deliberately withheld crucial information about it. And the fact that they were still keeping secrets even now was part of what infuriated her. Riveria gently stroked Shirou's hair. As they drew closer and closer to the great tree sea, the sense of unease in her heart grew stronger. Aside from that, Riveria had also been dealing with a lot of aggravation from Friana these past few days. This petite elf senior had a rather unpleasant personality. In her eyes, Riveria and the others, these so-called youngsters, were all uncultured weaklings, and she never missed a chance to make sarcastic remarks. Among the group, Shirou was tolerant, the black and white knights didn't care about anything unrelated to goddess Freya, and Ryuu, well, Ryuu really was just an uneducated weakling. T/N, hey everyone. If you're into mystery, magic, and a whole new twist on the wizarding world, check out my new fanfic, Harry Potter, Transmigrated Detective Link. A sharp-minded detective finds himself in the world of Hogwarts, and things are about to get interesting. Give it a read and let me know what you think. Chapter 90, Messed Up Artemis. Among the group, Shirou was tolerant, the black and white knights didn't care about anything unrelated to goddess Freya, and Ryuu, well, Ryuu really was just an uneducated weakling. As for Riveria, this elven princess was rare in that she was holding in a belly full of anger due to the elves. After some time, Emiya opened his eyes. At this moment, an endlessly extending forest, like a boundless sea, appeared in their field of vision. The adventurers had already arrived at the edge of the great tree sea. The scent of the forest is not right, as the princess of the forest-dwelling race, Riveria immediately sensed the discordant atmosphere, and the other elves did as well. This sound is too abnormal. Hayden spoke, this is absolutely not the sound of animal migration. It's monsters, Friana said. At this moment, through the shade of the trees, the silhouettes of black monsters could already be seen. They should be moving towards the village we just passed, Hayden spoke softly. He looked at Friana. The white-haired elf nodded at him, and Hayden nodded in response. Then, he began controlling the wyvern to descend. The rest of you, continue forward. Friana began speaking, but at this moment, someone was even faster than her voice. The goddess Artemis had already jumped off the wyvern. I'm very sorry. Artemis called out in fear and trepidation, performing a full dajiza before the adventurers. Both hands pressed forward in front of her body, forehead tightly touching the ground, knees bent to the maximum extent, feet stretched straight and pressed flat against the ground, waist sinking as much as possible, and her but slightly raised. Her posture was extremely standard, to the point that even the noble Lady Sanjuno Haruhime from the far east would be unable to find any faults with it. It made people seriously wonder just how many blunders this goddess had made since descending to the mortal realm to have perfected this movement to such an extent. Artemis was currently apologizing because her reckless action of jumping off the wyvern had caused a great deal of trouble for the adventurers. Originally, Hayden had intended to use his magic to deal with the group of monsters below them. Salis Hildr, White Fairy's magic wand, one of the three magics Hayden possessed, capable of summoning powerful spheres of lightning imbued with immense thunder energy. For an adventurer of level 6 like Hayden, the lightning spheres he summoned had enough power in a single strike to incapacitate level 3 or level 4 second-rank adventurers, and he could release hundreds of such spheres in mere seconds. Because of this formidable magic, Hayden was considered a magic caster on par with Riveria in the dungeon city. In terms of raw power in a single strike, Riveria was stronger. However, in terms of sustained magical attacks, area of effect damage, and total mental energy, Hayden held the advantage. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of Salis Hildr was not just its exaggerated power and range, but the fact that, despite its sheer might, it was a super short chant magic. Eternal Strife, Undying Thunder Soldiers. Its incantation consisted of just this single short phrase, practically instantaneous in battle. However, this time, the White Fairy's magic wand's famed casting speed nearly caused a serious problem. At the very moment Artemis jumped down, Hayden had already finished casting his magic. Following right behind the goddess as she fell were hundreds of terrifying lightning spheres. The good news, the monsters were completely wiped out. The bad news, the goddess was almost wiped out too. Fortunately, Friana's casting speed was even faster. She had released a barrier magic just in time, protecting the goddess within it. However, even this barrier had not been able to completely block all the lightning, and the goddess still got lightly zapped. Her hair now stood completely on end. Additionally, to protect the goddess, Haruhime and Ryuu had immediately jumped down from the wyvern, both of them taking several unnecessary electric shocks. Luckily, Heidine's lightning magic had been widely dispersed, and both Haruhime and Ryuu were first-rank adventurers with high endurance. Being struck a couple of times wasn't enough to injure them. Afterward, the goddess immediately demonstrated her well-practiced Jiza before the adventurers. Friana held her forehead in her hand. "Goddess-sama, were you trying to rush down there and deal with those monsters?" "Artemis, why yes." Riveria sighed helplessly. "I understand that you are a combat-oriented god highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat and archery. Even with your divine power sealed, your strength is still not weaker than that of a level 2 upper-rank adventurer, but, have you forgotten our levels?" Artemis, "Ugh, no. It's just that, when I thought about those monsters possibly attacking the village, my mind went completely blank." Hearing the goddess's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. Then, Ryuu spoke. "Artemis-sama, you really are a useless goddess." Everyone turned to look at Ryuu. Is this useless elf actually calling someone else useless? This truly turned the world upside down. Late at night, the quietest moment of the entire world, Emiya inexplicably woke up. He covered the blanket over the dark elf sleeping beside him in an upright sleeping posture, then got up and walked out of the tent. After Emiya left, Haruhime slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the sky outside the tent before closing them again. The sky had only a dim crescent moon, leaving everything in darkness. Trace, on. Emiya projected, Tsubaime Geski. When using this sword, he gained the developmental ability, Night Fight, which increased his combat power at night and granted him night vision. The camp was built near a water source. Emiya walked toward the river. Heidine-san, is it your turn to keep watch? At the edge of the makeshift camp, Emiya spotted, White Fairy's magic wand, Heidine-san, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, resting. Night watch duty was rotated among the first-rank adventurers, excluding Riveria, for whom the Black and White Knights of Freya Familia refused to let their princess take such a role. Not wanting to disturb others' rest, Emiya kept his voice low. Heidine's long ears twitched slightly before he slowly opened his eyes. Most people thought the Black and White Knights of Freya Familia were difficult to get along with, and after traveling with them, Emiya found this to be quite true. Heidine possessed a sharp mind and an exceptional eye for the essence of things. At the same time, he was only interested in very few matters. For anything outside his interest, Heidine showed absolute indifference, unwilling to waste even a moment of time or energy. Haruhime, on the other hand, was even harder to interact with. He was mostly silent, and when he did speak, it was often incomprehensible to others. Yet, through sparring and dueling, Emiya sensed the fire hidden deep within Haruhime's heart. Beneath his cold exterior was a sensitive soul. As for Heidine, his true thoughts were buried even deeper. If the White Fairy's magic wand ever plotted something, even Freya herself might not notice. However, one thing was certain. Both knights were respectful to Emiya, and their training duels were completely serious, without holding back. Emiya's stats had risen by over 1,000 points in just half a month, thanks largely to their assistance. Heidine lifted his gaze toward Emiya, then, after a moment, turned his head toward the river. Following his gaze, Emiya unexpectedly saw an unforeseen figure. Goddess Artemis. Emiya took 2 steps forward. Looking at the goddess's figure, he seemed somewhat hesitant. At this moment, Heidine, from behind, used his staff to push Emiya's shoulder. You should get used to interacting with the goddess. Emiya stumbled forward a few steps. Hearing the noise, the goddess turned around, and their eyes met directly. Dean had already turned away, hiding his figure behind a large tree. The goddess's eyes were slightly red, with crystal-clear tears still hanging at the edges. Seeing Emiya, she was briefly stunned, then hurriedly wiped away her tears. Emiya walked toward Artemis. The goddess instinctively tried to avoid him, and then... plop! The goddess, who had been standing at the water's edge, fell straight into the river. Emiya was momentarily stunned. He quickly ran over, jumped into the river, and lifted the glug. Glug, drowning goddess up. Goddess Artemis, are you all right? Holding the goddess, Emiya returned to the shore. The goddess's hair was soaked with water, clinging to her body, outlining a beautiful curve. Suddenly, Artemis grabbed the collar of Emiya's shirt. I messed up. The goddess's voice trembled. Chapter 91, Arriving at the Location. Suddenly, Artemis grabbed the collar of Emiya's shirt. I messed up. The goddess's voice trembled. It's fine, it's just that my clothes are wet. A little fire will dry them up in no time. As Emiya spoke, he was about to project, Higanbana, / Elisa's sword. No, it's not that, it's not about this matter, Goddess Artemis whispered. Emiya fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, he slowly spoke, if you're talking about this afternoon, Ryuu and Mr. Hogni weren't injured. It's not that, the goddess buried her head into Emiya's chest, it's all because of me that Antares has become so uncontrollable. It's all my fault. I killed them. I killed everyone. The goddess's body and voice trembled constantly, and crystal-clear tears kept sliding down her cheeks. Emiya let out a soft sigh. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but the next words from the goddess made his heart tighten. The children of the lower world, they were so beautiful, and this world is so beautiful, but because of me. Wait. Emiya's heart pounded violently. Not just him, but Dean, who was hiding behind a tree, also broke out in a cold sweat. They realized that when the goddess said everyone, she wasn't referring to a specific group, like all the members of the Artemis Familia. She meant literally everyone. Countless faces flashed through Emiya's mind, Ryuu, Seer, Goddess Hephaestus. As for Dean, in an instant, he thought of his most important goddess, Freya. Antares has absorbed my divine power, Artemis spoke in a low voice. Now, it can unleash one of my arrows. That arrow will destroy this world. This is all my fault, because I violated the most important rule of the gods in the lower world. I used divine power. Goddess Artemis. Emiya remained silent for a long time. That spear, can it kill Antares? Artemis clenched her hand tightly. Yes, and no. That spear is a god-slaying weapon designed to end the lives of gods. It is strong enough to kill Antares, who has absorbed my divine power. However, her voice trembled, you can forcefully use that spear. But that method won't unlock its true power. Even if you drive it with an enormous amount of magic, the result will be the same. Before, Artemis still had some hope, believing that as long as someone could pull it out, even if they couldn't fully unleash its power, it would still be enough to end Antares. But now, after truly entering the great tree sea, and sensing the divine power within Antares, Artemis finally recognized the reality. To kill Antares, who possesses divine power, the true strength of that weapon must be unlocked. And the spear of Artemis, or rather, Orion's arrow, is a weapon of the gods. To truly wield it, one must meet its requirements. Skills, magic before true, divine power, they are all insignificant. Like fireflies before the radiant moon, like mayflies before the vast heavens. Orion's arrow, it belongs solely to Orion. Unless. Emiya silently grabbed the goddess's hands. He pressed both of her shoulders with his hands and gazed into her eyes seriously. Looking into the boy's eyes, the goddess's gaze trembled. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breathing became heavier. Wait, what is he trying to do? This distance, it's too close. Could it be, the goddess remembered the stories the members of her Familia had shared with her? Artemis was a goddess who upheld chastity. Love, marriage, even interacting with men. These were things she had always rejected. However, after coming to the lower world, she met those adorable children whom she adored the most, and they told her that love was a beautiful thing. Goddess Artemis, Emiya spoke in a low voice. Yes, Artemis's voice trembled with nervousness. Emiya asked, is there really no way? Artemis fell silent. She pursed her lips. No. To use Orion's AR. As she spoke, the goddess suddenly froze. In that moment, she recalled the first conversation she had with Emiya. Can you become my Orion? Nice to meet you, Goddess Artemis. My name is Emiya Shirou. Artemis's lips parted slightly. There is a way. I just thought of it. She extended her arms and wrapped them around Emiya's neck. The goddess gazed into Emiya's eyes and softly whispered the method. Reforge Orion's arrow, forge it into a new divine weapon. Hearing the goddess's words, Emiya was stunned. Meanwhile, Artemis gently leaned forward, pressing her forehead against the young man's. Go ahead and do it, Shirou. This is the meaning of my existence. Before Emiya, the goddess displayed a long-lost, yet most beautiful, smile. Be careful, the arrow rain is coming, Riveria raised her head and warned. Almost as soon as her words fell, a storm of light arrows tore through the sky, descending from the heavens. The magnificent rain of arrows reminded Emiya of a certain heroic spirit's noble phantasm, Phoebus' catastrophe. A noble phantasm materializing the concept of drawing and releasing an arrow. With the Tauropolos, bow of heaven, bestowed by guardian goddess Artemis, arrows were fired as a plea for the blessing of the moon goddess. The moon goddess responded to this request, granting the hero her blessing in the form of a disaster upon her enemies, causing a torrential downpour of light arrows across a wide area. The size of the area could be adjusted. The smaller the range, the more concentrated the light arrows would be, increasing their destructive power. The wielder of Phoebus' catastrophe was the famous huntress of Greek mythology, Atalanta. Renowned for being the first to strike the Caledonian boar. Projection start, trace, on. A heavy, giant longbow appeared in Emiya's hands. The longbow was pitch black, exuding a cold and mysterious aura. The bow seemed to be forged from an unknown metal, its dark luster gleaming in the sunlight. 9 lives. This was the third wave of arrow rain they had encountered since setting out today. At their first encounter, the rain of light arrows had targeted goddess Artemis directly. Hayden had promptly cast a lightning spell to intercept them, but those arrows seemed to have a special resistance to adventurers' magic. They even pierced through the lightning net and Friana's barrier magic, nearly hitting the goddess. To protect Artemis, Ryuu had taken an arrow in the shoulder. Fortunately, the light arrow's damage to adventurers' bodies was limited. Each single arrow was only about as strong as a level 2 or level 3 mage's attack. By now, they had grasped the pattern of the arrow rain. Welcoming the descending arrows was an upward shot from below. 9 lives, released a powerful shot that tore through the sky, its roar resembling an enraged dragon. The arrow from 9 lives clashed with Phoebus' catastrophe in midair, producing a deafening explosion. The devastating shot pierced the sky, obliterating the arrow storm in an instant. Those arrows, symbols of destruction, were completely devoured by 9 lives. That shot definitely wasn't from a level 2, after a brief silence, Friana whispered. Riveria reached out and caught the falling Shirou Emiya. She directly carried the temporarily exhausted boy on her back, completely ignoring Ryuu, who was eagerly watching from the side. Let's keep moving forward. It should be unable to attack for the time being. We can give up on the flying dragon. The distance isn't too far, and now our walking speed is faster. Shirou Emiya, Sister Riveria, I can walk by myself. If it's just you, can you keep up with our speed? Riveria did not put him down. On the other side, Hayden and Ryuu also carried Hermes and Artemis, respectively. Ryuu stared at Riveria's side, seemingly wanting to swap partners, but Riveria completely ignored her. As they went deeper into the Great Tree Sea, the once lush and green forest was gradually replaced by withered yellow trees, and the fertile black earth turned pale white. Antares is absorbing the life force of this land. Looking at the lifeless forest, Riveria felt both heartache and anger. The speed of the first-year adventurers running at full strength far surpassed that of the flying dragon. Before long, they were approaching the frontline camp. Shouts came from the camp. "Wait, don't attack. It's reinforcements. It's Lady Riveria. And also, White Fairy's magic wand, Black Fairy's demon sword. Gale is here too. This lineup is way too luxurious." The adventurers in the frontline camp cheered in excitement, but among the cheers, there were also some other voices. "Lord Hermes! How dare you leave me here?" A blue figure dashed out from the camp. Upon seeing the person, Hayden decisively threw Hermes down. White Fairy's magic wand looked utterly disgusted. If it weren't for the fact that guy Hogme was completely useless, he would absolutely refuse to have any contact with any gods other than Lady Freya. "Asfi, long time no see. You've really had a tough time. Honestly, you're such an idiot." However, in the face of Hermes' smile, Asfi surprisingly forgave him quite easily, making even Riveria secretly shake her head. "This place is the frontmost line facing the Elso's ruins, huh?" Under the incredulous gazes of several elven girls, Riveria directly carried Shirou Amiya into the camp before belatedly realizing and putting him down. Before the girls of the same race could make a sound, Riveria stiffly changed the topic. "Asfi, please tell me the current situation." Chapter 92, Ring of the Fairy King. At the frontline base not far from the Elso's ruins, adventurers from various factions gathered, led by the Hermes Familia. The Hermes Familia's registered information in the Adventurers Guild indicated that the Familia had a small number of members and belonged to an exploration-focused faction. Their primary activity area was not limited to within the city but instead involved year-round exploration and adventure in the unknown territories outside the city. The strongest member of the Familia was its captain, the Omnipotent One, Asfi, who was registered as a Level 2 adventurer. However, this was merely the information available in the guild. In reality, most members of the Hermes Familia had hidden their actual levels and concealed their advancements. The Omnipotent One, Asfi, was not a Level 2 adventurer but a Level 4 second-tier adventurer. Besides Asfi, the Hermes Familia also had several Level 3 second-tier adventurers, such as Fulgur Batros and Lolian Louis. Of course, they, too, hid their actual levels. Furthermore, the Hermes Familia had some members who were not even registered with the Adventurers Guild, some of whom had even leveled up. The reasons for doing this were twofold: first, to avoid the high taxes imposed on high-level familias; second, to gain an advantage in certain secretive operations by concealing information. The highest-ranking figure in the Adventurers Guild, the sky god Uranus, was actually well aware of the Hermes Familia's actions. However, since the Familia was essential to the Labyrinth City due to its ability to explore the outside world, he tacitly allowed their secrecy. Aside from the Hermes Familia, the factions gathered here were not forces from Orario but rather familias that originally operated within the Great Tree Sea region. Even before Antares' awakening, the Great Tree Sea had a considerably higher number of monsters. As a result, more adventurers naturally gathered in this area. Although they could not compare to Orario, many of these adventurers had also achieved level transcendence, reaching level 2 or level 3, and among them was even a powerful level 4 hunter. Adding the members of the Hermes Familia, this frontline base had 2 level 4 adventurers, 5 level 3 adventurers, 10 level 2 upper-tier adventurers, and nearly 100 level 1 lower-tier adventurers. In any ordinary nation outside the city, such a force would be enough to dominate a sizable war. Originally, our forces could have been stronger, but when the Elso's ruins first showed signs of abnormality, several familias approached recklessly, Asfi recounted, and none of them came back. The Familia of Artemis, the moon goddess, was among them. To be precise, the very first ones to be annihilated at the Elso's ruins were the Artemis Familia. Behind Shirou, the goddess Artemis tightly gripped the hem of his clothes. Faced with such a tragedy, Shirou found it difficult to offer any words of comfort and could only gently hold the goddess's hand. To be honest, if you all hadn't come, we probably wouldn't have been able to hold this position much longer, Asfi continued. The scorpion-type monsters emerging from the forest are increasing in number, and their individual strength is also constantly growing. Riveria, are they evolving? That's right, Asfi nodded. Compared to the beginning, the most common black scorpion-type monsters are clearly harder to kill. Moreover, some special variants have appeared. There are ones with massive bodies, ones that move faster and have poisonous tail stingers, and even ones capable of using magic, Asfi spoke with a grave tone. In addition, there's the intermittent rain of arrows, which is an even greater threat than the scorpion-type monsters. Fortunately, as long as we're inside the forest, the accuracy and lethality of the arrow rain are somewhat limited. Earlier, Shirou and his group had been able to precisely intercept several waves of the arrow rain. One reason was that they had been flying on dragons in an open sky without cover. The other was the guidance provided by the moon goddess's divine power. The goddess and that divine weapon were especially likely to attract Antares' attention. The moon goddess's arrows never missed their mark, whereas even if Antares steals the moon god's divine power, it merely throws divine arrows haphazardly. Even with divine power, it's ultimately still just a monster, Shirou thought as he tightened his grip on the hand of the goddess Artemis, helping her calm down considerably. However, at present, the most troublesome issue was the sheer raw power of that divine bow. That arrow didn't even need accuracy. Just shooting it was enough to pierce through planets and destroy the world. Riveria, thanks to you all, the monsters haven't broken through the forest and caused greater harm. We haven't stopped all of them. We've just done our best. Asfi added, but now that you've arrived. That's right. It's time to launch a counterattack. You guys are idiots, aren't you? The battle starts tomorrow, and you still have the energy for such nonsense. Wrapped in a towel, Asfi looked at the bound men, led by Hermes, and let out a deep sigh. If you ask why we must climb over the mountain, the only answer is because it's there. Even though he was tied up like a worm on the ground, Hermes still shouted, "This is the dream of all men. Dreams never end." Sounds noble, but in reality, you're just trying to peek, aren't you? Asfi stomped on Hermes. Moreover, you didn't even inform your most crucial combat force before acting. I don't know whether to call you reckless or courageous. Though Hermes shouted with conviction, in reality, the male adventurers, led by the gods, never even got close to the girls' bathing pool. They didn't even need the female adventurers to intervene. Haydeen and Hogni took care of them on the spot. The original purpose of the Black and White Knights was to protect the Elven princess. However, their actions now had only caused themselves trouble. Haydeen-sama. Hogni-sama. So cool. Many female adventurers, protected by the handsome elven swordsman, gathered around them. Some, dressed in nothing but bath towels, even tried to throw themselves at them. This left the male adventurers looking on with envy, nearly in tears. Haydeen stopped their advances with his icy gaze, but this only made the girls more excited. Hogni, on the other hand, was completely petrified. Hogni, terrifying. Women are terrifying. I want to go home. Goddess-sama, I miss you. Speaking of which, where's Shirou? Ryuu scanned the area but didn't see the young man. Also, the goddess, Riveria-sama, and Friena-sama are all missing. Inside the central tent of the camp, Emiya sat cross-legged on a straw mat, the silver-white divine spear lying flat in front of him. Goddess Artemis was sitting across from him, her hands gently placed above the silver-white spear. Shirou, are you here? Riveria lifted the tent flap and walked inside. Emiya opened his eyes and stood up. Riveria, what brings you here? I just finished bathing and thought you might be here. As she spoke, Riveria gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. But soon, she realized that her wording sounded a bit strange. She cleared her throat lightly and reached out to remove a ring from her left hand. Shirou, take this. Riveria, this is. Emiya Shirou's gaze fell upon Riveria's palm, where the ring lay quietly. The ring was crafted from holy platinum, its silver-white metal surface emitting a soft halo. The intricate engravings on it seemed to be elven magical runes, faintly glowing with a silver sheen, and ancient sacred inscriptions could be vaguely seen. At the center of the ring was an exquisitely transparent gemstone, firmly secured by delicate metal prongs. Around the gemstone were several tiny silver decorations, encircling the main stone in a way that perfectly balanced the ring's overall design. This ring can enhance the wearer's magical power, Riveria explained. Furthermore, once you wear it, my skill, Mark of the Fairy King, will be effective on you. The battle you're about to face will be difficult. Riveria gently closed Shirou's hand, placing the ring in his palm. I hope this will help you. Thank you, Riveria. Emiya did not refuse. He knew very well that this was not the time to decline. He took the ring and slipped it onto his middle finger. A faint glow emitted from the ring as it settled on his finger. The transparent gemstone seemed to resonate mysteriously with him, making his soul feel slightly clearer. And this as well. Riveria took out a necklace from her bosom. This was lent to you by Friana-senpai. She paused for a moment. She asked me to tell you to be careful with it and break it. It was a delicate silver necklace, its chain thin yet incredibly sturdy, radiating a faint glow. Each link had been meticulously polished, free of any flaws. The pendant was a deep red gemstone, shaped like a prism, firmly held in place by a silver-white metal setting. Through its mirror-like smooth surface, Emiya could almost see countless tiny flames dancing within. Riveria personally helped the boy put on the necklace. When you need it, it can provide you with magic power. Emiya nodded earnestly. Understood. Get some rest. Don't be nervous, we're here for you. Riveria ruffled Emiya's hair before leaving the tent. Outside the tent, a white-haired elven woman stood waiting. She nodded at Riveria, and the two walked off into the distance. You actually gave him that thing? Friana spoke up. That's. Haven't you also lent out the Philosopher's Stone, Friana-senpai? Riveria responded. A mere imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, not the legendary one. It's just a magic reservoir, nothing more. Friana shook her head slightly. The amount of magic left in that Philosopher's Stone isn't much. Besides, I'm only lending it to him temporarily, he has to return it. Riveria murmured, my ring must also be returned. And if we don't survive this, no matter how valuable or precious these things are, what meaning would they have? That's true. Friana gave Riveria a meaningful glance, then nodded. The night breeze gently brushed past, the land slumbering under the tranquil darkness, with only the distant trees rustling softly in the wind. Far-off mountain peaks loomed under the starlight, like silent giants guarding this world. A crescent moon hung high, its gentle glow casting a dreamlike radiance over the land. At dawn, before the sun had even risen, the adventurers had already assembled. The battle plan is simply so simple that even the dumbest fool can understand it. The commander-in-chief of the operation, Hayden, stood before a map, issuing orders to the gathered high-ranking adventurers and gods. The decoy force, led by Hermes Familia, will be commanded by the Omnipotent. Your job is to charge toward the ruins but not enter. Just lure away all the monsters. That is your mission. Asfi responded, understood. Hogni, Gale, you two will depart with the decoy force, but you don't have to match their speed. Advance toward the ruins at full speed, and cause as much damage to the monsters as possible along the way. Ryuu replied, understood. Hogni simply nodded. Lady Riveria, Lady Friana, and I have a special task and won't be moving with the main force. As Hayden spoke, he marked 4 positions inside the Elso's ruins on the map. Hogni, once the outside monsters are mostly cleared, you must break into the ruins from the side and take position here. Manage your timing yourself. Hayden pointed to one of the 4 positions. Ryuu noticed that these 4 positions corresponded to the roles assigned to Riveria, Friana, Hayden, and Hogni, all powerful LV.6 magic users or magic swordsmen. Chapter 93, Deepest Part of the Ruins. Ryuu noticed that these 4 positions corresponded to the roles assigned to Riveria, Friana, Hayden, and Hogni, all powerful LV.6 magic users or magic swordsmen. These few directions seem to form the phases of wind, water, earth, and fire. Unfortunately, Ryu's level is not high enough to understand them clearly. As for Gale, you are the last safeguard of the ground front. Before we return, before Emiya returns, you must eliminate all monsters on the surface. Leave it to me. After a moment of silence, Ryuu seriously agreed. Even though deep down, she longed to enter the ruins and fight alongside Emiya, she understood that her strength was limited. Among the team over there were 4 powerful LV.6 adventurers, each stronger than her. Hayden, you must bring Shirou back. Ryuu looked fearlessly at her older and stronger clansmen. Humph, it's not your place to teach me that, Gale. Hayden's tone remained cold. Then, he looked to the other side. Emiya, your task. Emiya, I know. Hayden nodded. The two shared an unexpected level of understanding. Artemis, only my divine power can open that door, so I must go as well. Hayden acknowledged, all right. Hermes raised his hand, then I'll also. Useless gods should obediently stay at the camp. Fine. With the map tucked away, the high-level adventurers walked out of the temporary command center and arrived at the adventurers' gathering square. Asfi lightly poked Hermes from behind, signaling that it was his time to speak. Everyone, Hermes stepped forward without hesitation, the battle will be tough, and some may even die. But I ask all of you to fight for victory, for the world we love. The moment the top adventurers took action, everyone was overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of their power. Especially those adventurers who had only ever operated outside the city and had never seen true monsters firsthand. Within an instant, they were deeply shaken by the figures of these powerful warriors, as if their very souls were being seized. Their speed, strength, and aura were all beyond mortal comprehension, causing those watching to unconsciously hold their breath and fix their gazes upon these elite fighters. The first to sweep across the battlefield was a storm of black and red. The dark elf renowned for his speed and strength dashed forward like lightning, his black longsword cutting through the air, leaving behind a flurry of razor-sharp black sword shadows. His movements were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, like a streak of dark light weaving through enemies. Every swing of his sword was accompanied by a heavy slicing sound, the surrounding air humming as if being torn apart. Each slash of the black longsword struck true, cleaving into the scorpion-like monsters. Wherever the blade passed, their thick exoskeletons shattered instantly, sending black blood flying. Hogni's attacks were as swift and deadly as a storm, and the scorpion monsters had no hope of keeping up with his speed. His black figure flickered, appearing before his enemies in an instant. His long sword, like the scythe of death, swept across them. Before the monsters even realized what had happened, they had already been sliced into pieces, collapsing heavily to the ground. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Ryuu appeared, flames burning in her hands, growing more intense with each step. The Higanbana, in her grip blazed like a fire dragon, tracing fiery arcs through the air. With every swing, the sword ignited fierce flames that instantly consumed the approaching scorpion monsters. With each strike, firestorms erupted, turning into a raging inferno that devoured everything before her. Ryu's figure flickered within the flames, her footwork as light as a butterfly's dance, yet the fire around her was as violent as a thunderstorm. Her flames were not mere fire. They carried the force of wind. Pushed by the wind, the flames grew even more intense, as if threatening to turn the battlefield into a sea of fire. So strong. This is terrifying. Asfi, if you reach LV.5, could you become this strong too? Are you kidding? No way. These guys are even scarier than monsters. As the adventurers found themselves spellbound by the sight of these powerful warriors, Hermes suddenly shouted from behind them. The vanguard has opened the path for you. What are you waiting for? Yes. Oh. Charge. Attack. Inspired by the sight of first-tier adventurers, the men and women among them rushed forward in excitement. Projection. Just as Emiya was about to activate his magic, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Save your mana, Hayden spoke as he swung his staff, sending streaks of lightning sweeping across the battlefield, turning the monsters and their magic stones into nothing but ash. These scorpion beasts aren't that strong, but their numbers are practically endless, Emiya said. Friana, and they're evolving. Soon, there might be ones as strong as first-tier adventurers. Riveria nodded, But luckily, Antares has a limit on how fast it can absorb energy. It won't be able to produce too many of those kinds of monsters. Artemis, we've arrived. This is the sealed gate we talked about. Soon, they reached the ruins. Lady Artemis, we leave it to you, Emiya said. The goddess nodded, reaching out her hand. A divine glow resonated from her body, syncing with the ruins. The massive gate slowly opened, revealing a sight that made the adventurers' expressions darken. Are these monster eggs? They've been parasitizing the temple. Riveria glanced around and warned, be careful. Most of these monster eggs are dried up. Emiya, dried up. Yes. They never hatched, all their energy was drained. Antares must have realized that sheer numbers aren't enough. Either way, we push through. Hayden swung his staff. Salus Hilder. Dozens of lightning spheres surged forward through the passage, reducing the dried-up and still active monster eggs to ashes. The lightning spheres detonated at the end of the passage, and at the same time, sharp monster screeches echoed out. A creature that could withstand the attacks of the White Fairy's magic wand had finally appeared. They're here, Hayden spoke in a low voice, and before his words even finished, the monster's shadow emerged. It was a stark contrast to the previous scorpion creatures, its black exoskeleton gleamed like dark steel under the faint light, as if it had been forged through countless trials. Standing nearly as tall as two men, its tough armor seemed to shield it entirely from magical damage. The black shell was covered in intricate patterns, resembling mysterious magical runes. Hayden's face remained emotionless as he activated another spell. Varian Hildra. This was Hayden's second magic, Varian Hildra, a lightning-based, ultra-short incantation spell that unleashed a massive bolt of lightning onto its target. Like a divine spear from the heavens, the lightning pierced straight through the scorpion's head with a heavy explosion. Though this monster had undergone specialization to develop extreme magic resistance, against this attack, its once impenetrable defense proved futile. The lightning shattered the exoskeleton at its head, sending shards flying as electricity surged violently through its body. Armor specialized against magic, Friana glanced at it and instantly assessed, it evolved quickly. Not just that, but its vitality is stronger than ordinary monsters. It's still moving after losing half its head. Hayden, because you attack so often, they've evolved to counter you. Hayden smirked coldly, his voice tinged with scorn, I know. Let them keep evolving against magic resistance and lightning resistance. He flipped his staff, revealing its sword form, and charged without hesitation. With one swift slash, he sliced through the black exoskeleton, which had prioritized magic defense over physical resistance. Hayden's figure flickered, and in an instant, he severed all the scorpion monster's legs. Then, he turned back to look at Emiya, his eyes carrying a tacit signal. In that moment, an arrow whistled out like lightning, piercing precisely into the crack shattered by Hayden's thunder spear, striking the vital point. Orario, dungeon. Reinforcements. Call for adventurers, and the best ones at that. We can't handle it anymore, the monsters are all. The monsters in the dungeon have gone mad, something terrible has happened. Adventurers scrambled to flee from the dungeon, their retreat forming a chaotic scene. Behind them, the roars of monsters interwove into a terrifying symphony. But at that moment, several figures advanced against the flow of the crowd, charging into the dungeon. Ace, as always, led the charge at the forefront. However, today, there was someone even ahead of her. It wasn't the more agile, ferocious wolf, nor the battle-obsessed Amazon sisters, but rather the one who was supposed to be elegant and pure, the elven woman, pristine garden, Alicia. Why? Why can Lady Riveria and Ryuu travel with Shirou, but I have to stay in the city? Alicia roared as she rushed forward, and an ice-blue skeletal giant rapidly formed around her. Unlike before, driven by the elf's unprecedentedly intense emotions, this time, the ice giant was more complete than ever. Simple veins and flesh began to form on the skeleton, and it even grew a second arm. My God, can that thing still grow? Amidst Tiona's exclamation, the ice giant swung both arms, sweeping away the monsters attempting to escape the dungeon, turning them all into a mist of blood. For a moment, the Loki Familia members weren't sure which was more terrifying, the monsters or this thing. Salus Hildr. Varian Hildr. Hayden alternated between casting two types of magic, turning all the monsters ahead of him into ashes. His movements were swift, constantly chanting while moving at high speed. The Desaria, which had both a staff and a blade, continuously released powerful and precise magic. The White Fairy's magic wand displayed a parallel chanting technique even more skilled than Ryuu's. The continuous, fluid magic bombardment demonstrated his unfathomable mental strength. Possessing greater total magical energy, magic control, and range than Riveria, in some ways, he was truly Orario's strongest mage. And in this speed-driven battlefield, his ultra-short incantation advantage was fully unleashed. Each spell was almost instantaneous, requiring no unnecessary pauses, allowing him to deliver deadly strikes to the enemy in a heartbeat. Hayden, can your magic power still hold out? Riveria asked. Hayden answered indifferently, no problem. Compared to that disgustingly tough wild boar, this battle is so easy it's not even worth mentioning. Friana scanned the surroundings and calmly stated, we've arrived. This is the deepest part of the ruins. The hiding place of Antares. Chapter 94, Four Elements Secret Ring. Deep within the Elso's ruins, a massive altar resembling an arena unfolded before them. They had overcome countless obstacles and finally arrived at this mysterious forbidden land. Riveria took a deep breath, her eyes firm, prepared to enter. She stepped forward, raising the staff in her hand high. Magic power gathered within her, ready to be unleashed at any moment. As she advanced, she began chanting, intending to pour out her strongest attack the instant she laid eyes on that monster. According to the plan, for LV.6 adventurers would work together to heavily wound Antares, rendering it incapable of battle. Then, Emiya would attempt to use the divine spear to kill it. If that failed, they would activate the magic circle provided by Friana and forcefully awaken the divine spear using their magic. However, just as Riveria was about to continue forward, a staff blocked her path. Hayden, Riveria looked at him in confusion. Stop, Princess Riveria, Hayden's voice was calm, from this moment on, this is beyond the capabilities of us adventurers. What do you mean? Riveria frowned slightly. Hayden's tone remained indifferent, Antares is not an ordinary monster. It has stolen divine power and has become another kind of existence. More precisely, it is a false god of the surface. A battle against a false god is no longer the duty of adventurers. This fight belongs to those who bear the blessing of the gods. The heroes. As he spoke, Hayden gently placed his right hand on Emiya's shoulder. Hayden, what exactly are you trying to say? Riveria stared into his eyes, her tone growing extremely serious. Are you saying that the upcoming battle will be fought by Emiya alone? In the original plan, Emiya was also supposed to participate in the fight, but it was meant to be under their protection. Even so, Riveria was still concerned about his safety and had lent him the precious ring of the Elven King. And now, Hayden was telling her that they wanted that child to fight alone. What kind of joke was this? Hayden remained unmoved and directly met her questioning gaze. I'm sorry, Princess Riveria, but this has been the plan from the very beginning. He continued calmly and firmly, our battle ends here. From now on, our duty is to take our respective positions and ensure the magic circle operates smoothly. Artemis spoke, her voice soft. A hero's battle is necessary, and their great deeds are the essential material for forging a divine artifact. That's right, Princess Riveria. Friana interjected, her tone as calm as ever. Hogni has also arrived. Let's get to our positions as soon as possible. Friana-senpai, Riveria's voice carried anger, what exactly have you all planned, and why did you keep it from me alone? Friana, it wasn't just you. That little girl, Gale, was also kept in the dark. Because we knew you both would never agree to this plan. Hayden's indifferent tone made Riveria want to punch his glasses into pieces. No wonder you left, Gale. On the surface, Riveria let out a cold laugh, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She took a deep breath, her voice growing even more severe. Friana-senpai, what exactly is that magic circle? What are you all scheming? I command you in the name of the royal family, tell me the truth. If you had read more books in your childhood, you wouldn't need to ask, Princess Riveria. Friana politely responded, 6 rings of the immortal spirits. This was the original prototype of the ritual. It was a grand spell cast by 6 great spirits of wind, light, fire, thunder, earth, and water, who sacrificed their own lives to annihilate the evil dragon Nidhogg. An ancient elven sage referenced this ritual and removed the most unstable elements. Thunder and light, keeping only the 4 fundamental aspects of wind, water, earth, and fire. The stabilized 6 rings of the immortal spirits should now be called 4 Elements Secret Ring. Its function is to gather and supply magic power. However, the recipient of this magic power is not a weapon but a person. 1,000 years ago, an elven king used an attack imbued with the magic of 12 elven sages to eradicate a powerful monster that threatened the safety of their race. Riveria frowned slightly, puzzled. 4 Elements Secret Ring, why have I never heard of it? Because it's practically useless, it was lost ages ago. Friana bluntly stated, do you think this so-called secret magic is strong? In reality, its magic efficiency is far inferior to the Fairy King's mark you received through divine blessings. If not for the fact that divine blessings didn't exist back then, who would use such an inefficient spell? In ancient times, before divine blessings, even elves, without the aid of the great spirits, could only release a few small fireballs after decades of training and meditation. They were far inferior even to modern LV.2 mages. Friana sighed helplessly, I spent decades and still couldn't restore this formation. It's undoubtedly one of my biggest research failures. Hearing this, Riveria was momentarily stunned, you couldn't restore it. Then Friana, later, I got so frustrated that I left the elven forest, met a goddess, received a divine blessing, and then obtained, 4 Elements Secret Ring, as a magic spell. An enhanced version of the original. A lost secret technique that she failed to restore even after decades of research was granted in an optimized version by a single drop of divine blood. This was the unreasonable power of divine blessings. Riveria was silent for a few seconds, so, we are going to. That's right, use this spell to supply magic power to Emiya. And since you were even willing to give him the Ring of the Elven King, that's perfect. Combined with your Fairy King's mark, the efficiency will increase significantly. Friana fearlessly met Riveria's gaze, this is the only way. Without it, we can't kill Antares, and everyone will die. Riveria fell silent. She looked at Emiya, then at the silent Artemis standing behind him. The goddess bit her lower lip lightly and nodded. I understand, Riveria compromised. Emiya took a deep breath and stepped forward, gently holding the elven princess's slender, fair hands. Riveria ne-san, believe in me. I will return, he spoke seriously. Alicia told me that when you kiss an elven woman, your abilities significantly increase, Riveria suddenly asked. Emiya, what? Yes or no? Answer me directly. Yes. Before Emiya could finish speaking, he felt a cool sensation on his lips. It's true, but that's because of the bond one share with Ryuu and the others, not because I kissed an elf, that was what he had intended to say. Riveria turned away from him, her back facing him, and spoke softly. We have done everything we can. Shirou, may fortune favor you in battle. Emiya, alone, leaped down from the altar. Move out, to your respective positions. Hayden, can you still move? Riveria spoke softly. I'm fine, just temporarily out of magic power. With a spirit elixir and my skills, I'll recover quickly, the platinum-haired elf spoke lightly. Before Emiya stepped onto the battlefield, Hayden had bestowed a magic upon him. The White Fairy's magic wand possessed 3 spells. First magic, Salus Hildr, Wide Area Annihilation Magic. Second magic, Varian Hildr, Single Target Attack Magic. Third magic, Loris Hildr, a bestowed magic, lightning attribute, with ultra-short chant time. The Blessing of Thunder Flash cloaked the recipient in lightning armor, enhancing attack power, defense, and speed, while also improving reaction time and sensory perception. It could not be used on oneself, only on someone the caster recognized. Upon activation, it drained all of the caster's magic power but fully restored the recipient's injuries. Besides the goddess Freya, no one else in their faction knew about Hayden's final magic. This spell consumed all his remaining mental strength as a price. Hayden himself considered it the worst condition for activation. However, in exchange, it provided blessings far beyond ordinary enchantments. The lightning armor, which focused entirely on attack and speed, rivaled Ace Wind Blessing, Aerial. Due to using this magic, Hayden had completely exhausted his mental power. Yet, at the same time, his abilities had started taking effect. Development ability, Spirit Healing, automatically restores mental and physical strength. Skill, Hildra Blood, increases maximum mental power, magic potency, and mana regeneration speed. Skill, Gyo Janingav, enhances all stats during combat, with greater effects when mana is depleted. With the addition of a high-grade spirit elixir, Hayden recovered in an extremely short time, returning to combat-ready condition. This was the terrifying nature of the White Fairy's magic wand. Everyone, take your positions. Hayden spoke, Friana-senpai. Friana pressed her finger to her lips and softly spoke. Whispers of wind, traverse the endless wasteland. Flames of fire, burn away all falsehood. Grace of water, cleanse the dust of the world. Power of earth, solidify the foundation of all things. For elements converge, cycling endlessly, the beginning of all laws, weaving the strongest shield and blade in existence. In the name of the spirits, I declare to the heavens and earth, at this moment, the elements align, eternal and unyielding, only wisdom and truth shall remain. Green, red, blue, yellow. 4 dazzling magic circles slowly emerged at 4 points on the battlefield. 4 LV.6 elves moved into position within them. The magical formations resonated with each other, their glowing runes and incantations intertwining, swiftly merging into a vast, magnificent array. The structure of the formation resembled an ancient star chart, stretching across the ground. Runes and light intertwined, constructing a mysterious and intricate design at an awe-inspiring speed. At the center of this grand formation, Emiya Shirou stood upon the altar, like the guide of a sacred ritual. Riveria gently tapped the ground with her staff, Magna Alf. With a deep echo, another magic circle, shining with a brilliant green light, unfurled beneath her feet. The formation, as if alive, expanded in response to her magic until it fused with the 4-element array. Exclusive skill, Fairy King's Seal. Effect, enhances magic abilities. Strengthens all elven magic within its domain. Converts the magical energy consumed within the formation into mental energy, absorbing it into herself. Mana began to flow through her formation. Not only did the magic circle amplify the power of the elves, but it also reclaimed the mana they expended, regenerating it into her own mental energy. The cycle commenced. The elves' magic power was continuously absorbed, restored, and amplified. In that moment, humanity and elves grasped the power of perpetual energy. At last, we meet Antares, and the goddess Artemis. Chapter 95, Reality Marble. At last, we meet Antares, and the goddess Artemis, Emiya spoke softly. As his words fell, the monster before him, Antares, was finally fully exposed to his sight. It was an existence like a nightmare, a massive and evil body resembling a demon that had crawled out of the abyss of darkness. Antares' form was difficult to look at directly. A scorpion enlarged to an infinite degree, its entire body covered in an ink-black carapace. That carapace was filled with strange, blood-red magic patterns, writhing like living scars, emitting an ominous glow. The magic patterns seemed to have an independent consciousness, continuously twisting and deforming, as if some ancient curse was whispering ceaselessly. Its limbs were thick and powerful, seemingly carved from rock, with claws deeply embedded into the ground, as if fused with the earth itself. Even more terrifying was the countless black tentacles extending from Antares' body. They writhed like venomous snakes, with their ends piercing deep into the ground. Each tentacle radiated a chilling glow, continuously absorbing the life energy of the land. At the core of Antares' body was a massive crystal, embedded between its chest and abdomen, pulsating like a heart. A dim glow emanated from the crystal's surface, and through it, a vague silhouette could be seen, that of the sealed goddess Artemis. Her figure remained elegant and sacred, her eyes closed in deep slumber, completely imprisoned by Antares' power. Each time the crystal flickered, Antares' tentacles would squirm madly, as if absorbing the goddess' divine power, making itself even stronger. The monster before them, Antares, was not just a mere monster but a catastrophe upon the world. And another figure, the goddess Artemis, who had been traveling alongside Emiya, also leaped down from the high platform. She landed beside Emiya, holding in her hands the spear of Artemis, or rather, the arrow of Orion. From the very beginning, what Antares had taken was not merely the goddess' divine power but Artemis herself. In order to protect the children of her Familia, she had illegally used her divine power in the lower realm. However, at the moment of her forced return to the heavens, she was captured by Antares. Thus, Artemis was sealed within Antares' body, and her divine power was stolen by the monster. This peculiar way of utilizing divine power unexpectedly bypassed the rules of the celestial realm. Realizing her grave mistake, Artemis used the last of her strength to summon the arrow of Orion, and embedded her consciousness into it. As long as they found a child with a completely pure soul, someone capable of wielding the arrow of Orion, they would be able to activate this divine weapon and slay Antares. Unfortunately, she never found such an Orion, with a flawless and pure soul. But fortunately, she met that boy. "You are not Artemis Orion. You are my hero," the goddess' lingering thought spoke softly as she raised the arrow of Orion. The divine armament shone with an increasingly brilliant radiance, while her figure gradually faded, turning into specks of light that merged into the sacred weapon and Emiya's body. Antares let out a deep roar, a bellow echoing from the depths of the abyss, shaking the heavens and earth. Its tail, a massive scorpion tail, suddenly rose high, the sharp stinger gleaming with a black glow, stabbing fiercely toward Emiya, tearing apart everything in its path. What met it was a slashing strike formed from lightning. Loris Hildre, effect activated. Attack power increased, defense increased, speed increased, reaction speed increased, perception ability enhanced. Oath under the snow, skill effect activated. When a close bond exists with the protected target, all abilities exceed normal limits, ability growth accelerates, ability cap is broken, magic and skill effects surpass limits. Skill effectiveness increases based on the number and strength of bonds. For element secret ring, effect activated. Fairy King seal, effect activated. For someone like me, using an entire small world as a furnace to forge a divine weapon is still doable. That was what the goddess Hephaestus had once said to Emiya. Emiya suddenly raised his head, his golden eyes burning like flames. I am the bone of my sword, T/N, literal goosebumps. The first chant had barely fallen when Emiya's figure flashed like lightning, his thunder blade slicing through the air, striking directly at Antares' scorpion tail. Lightning exploded, and the sword edge carried an ultimate force, nearly severing the tip of the tail. However, at the moment it cracked open, the tail regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Steel is my body, and fire is my blood. Emiya chanted again, transforming the thunder blade into a thunder spear, which flashed as it stabbed toward Antares' core. The thick black carapace blocked this strike. Emiya suddenly leaped up, spun in midair like a flash of lightning, and slashed his thunder blade across Antares' back, leaving a long sword scar. The tail swept horizontally through the air, and Emiya dodged swiftly, but the tentacles attacked once more. I have created over 1,000 blades. The chant echoed like a war drum, and Emiya's eyes gleamed with battle spirit. Countless swords appeared around him in an instant, like lightning descending from the sky. With each swing of his weapon, thunder blades rained down upon Antares, lightning intertwining into a storm of blades. Unknown to death. Emiya chanted softly, continuing to wield his thunder blade and thunder spear, darting through Antares' massive body at an almost dizzying speed. Nor known to life. The massive pincers came crashing down, the air filled with the stench of decay and death. The tentacles curled, shooting out a barrage of bone spikes. But Emiya simply raised his thunder blade, and a light shield unfolded before him like cherry blossoms blooming, blocking the oncoming assault. The Fairy King's ring shone brilliantly, and Emiya's body seemed to merge with the magic circle, his magical energy surging like a tidal wave, filling every cell of his being. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet, those hands will never hold anything. Emiya closed his eyes. In this moment, it was as if only the sound of swords and thunder remained in the world. His body was like a forged blade, his hands empty, yet holding the power of countless swords. Yet, my flame never ends. So as I pray, unlimited blade works. Snowflakes drifted down quietly, a silver-white mist shrouding the entire world, as if even the air itself had frozen. The once grey world was now replaced by pale whiteness. Heavy clouds hung low, as if they were about to crush the earth. A thick layer of snow covered the ground, pure and flawless, yet torn apart by countless cold blades. These swords, some weathered by time, others gleaming as if newly forged, stood in the snow like silent, solemn gravestones. Snow accumulated on the edges of each blade, flickering with a cold light. Occasionally, the wind swept past, shaking off the snow clinging to the swords. The sea of swords, blanketed by snow, appeared even more desolate and still. Only the wind, snow, and shadows of the blades remained so cold it sent shivers down one's spine. In the distance, the horizon was blurred, as if the end of the world had vanished into the boundless snow curtain. Sky and earth merged into a vast expanse of white, losing all distinction. Yet the swords still stood, like lonely sentinels, steadfast in this frozen battlefield. The purity of the snow and the sharpness of the blades formed the ultimate contrast. The entire scene resembled a frozen painting, cold, magnificent, tinged with sorrow, yet filled with an unspoken power. Reality Marble, Unlimited Blade Works. A reality marble is the manifestation of its user's mind, the most secret projection from the depths of their soul, materialized into reality as a miracle. When a reality marble unfolds, everything in its surroundings is drawn into another world. A domain that belongs solely to its wielder, a land woven from their thoughts and spirit. Within this foreign realm, the sky, the land, even time itself, no longer belong to the outside world. Every landscape, every breath of air, is shaped by the caster's consciousness. This place could be a blazing inferno, a frozen wasteland of endless blades, or even a moment where time itself stands still. Each reality marble is the truest reflection of its wielder's heart, containing all their memories, ideals, and obsessions. Within this self-created world, the caster's power is unparalleled. They become the absolute ruler, capable of forcing enemies into desperate straits and turning the tide of battle. But a reality marble is not just a symbol of power, it is also the revelation of the caster's soul, an inescapable fate. Within a reality marble, battle is no longer merely a clash of bodies, but the ultimate struggle of will, conviction, and soul. Each time a reality marble is invoked, it tears open a fissure between fate and reality, allowing a glimpse of the grandeur and sorrows hidden deep within the heart. This is the true, fully liberated form of Emiya's only magic. Projection sorcery, in a sense, is merely a limited manifestation of unlimited blade works. At this moment, those drawn into the reality marble were not just Emiya and Antares, but also the 4 elves who had activated the magic circle, along with the 4 primordial spirit rings and the fairy king's seal, all branded into the snowfield. The moment unlimited blade works unfolded, the magic within the elves surged forth like a broken dam. And though this world was constructed and maintained by their magic, the sight before them still made them doubt their own eyes. "Is this really magic?" the elven princess murmured in disbelief. How could such an absurd existence be possible? The platinum-haired fairy nearly lost her grip on the spiritual elixir in her hand. Illusion? No. The entire world has been overwritten. I've studied magic for over 100 years, yet I've never heard of anything like this, the petite spirit scholar muttered in a daze. So cool, the dark elf whispered in awe, unable to hide the astonishment in her eyes. Emiya stood in the center of the snowfield. The forge is in place. Next the core of the sword, his right hand gripped Orion's arrow, and from its tip, silver-white flames ignited. The 4 level 6 spirits, likely the strongest magic users of this era, instantly grew solemn. Almost in unison, they made the same movement, retrieving their spiritual elixirs and drinking them. The highest grade elixirs, each worth over 1,000,000 valis, had been prepared in quantities exceeding 10 vials per person. Yet now, they wondered if even that would be enough. Emiya released his grip, and the spectral image of a goddess cradled the burning divine arrow, slowly ascending. Suspended at the center of the reality marble, she held it aloft like a white sun. Roar, Antares erupted into unprecedented fury. With its enraged bellow, a crescent-shaped bow of pure white appeared in midair. At last, it was wielding its most precious stolen power. The divine strength it had seized from goddess Artemis. In the sky of the reality marble, both a burning sun and a crescent moon emerged. Yet while the sun was the divine arrow, the crescent moon was the divine bow formed by the magic circle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, above Aria, an enormous crescent moon bow likewise appeared in the sky. But it ceased its expansion, and even the magic circle within it began to dim. "If not for the moon goddess's power, you're nothing more than an insect hiding in the shadows," the boy spoke as he stepped toward Antares. The small moon god's bow drew back and fired, a silver light arrow streaking straight toward Orion's arrow and the spectral goddess. Emiya raised his hand, prison scythe, dust saw. 2 colossal swords, shining with emerald and blazing fire, materialized like towering mountains. They stood in the arrow's path and swung down, cleaving toward the moon god's arrow. A vast emerald sky stretched over the land, the blade gleaming with the brilliance of nature's life force. One swing, and mountains crumbled. Valleys fell silent. The verdant sword cleaved through heaven and earth, flattening endless mountain ranges into open plains. It was the blade of pioneers, the world-forging sword of creation. Wherever it passed, all obstacles were wordlessly severed, reshaping the land into peace and boundless vastness. Igialima, green field cutting, through the 1,000 mountains. Like the first dawn's light, blazing white flames erupted from the sword's tip, engulfing the sky. Before it, the ocean boiled, waves vanishing into steam, and even the abyss recoiled. Chapter 96, King of Orario. Before it, the ocean boiled, waves vanishing into steam, and even the abyss recoiled. Its edge is not just destruction, but a power of purification that burns everything clean. Accompanied by the radiance of dawn, it dispels endless darkness, reshaping the world beneath the brilliance of daybreak. The horizon of dawn that purifies the seas, Sulsagana. The twin swords, the supreme divine constructs of heaven and earth, belonging to the war god Zababa of Mesopotamian mythology. Emiya Shirou is not a god. What he projects is merely the outer shell of divine constructs, mere remnants of their appearance, unable to touch the true divinity of the twin swords. Yet even so, these two pseudo-divine constructs still possess immense power, containing a sliver of the divine sword's residual might. Even if they are false divine armaments, their existence alone is enough to shake the boundaries of the mortal realm. Moreover, the one they are aimed at, Antares, is merely a false god, who has stolen divine power. Thus, even if they are merely pseudo-objects, even if this projection is nothing more than an illusion in shape, it can still withstand Antares' divine power and block the divine arrow that symbolizes destruction. At the moment the twin swords fell, heaven and earth froze. And at the same time, Antares, moon god's bow, had already been drawn to fullness like a perfect full moon. The divine arrow, carrying the radiance of destruction, streaked through the sky, its silver-white arc like a blade of the firmament. When the divine arrow clashed with the twin swords, a deafening tearing sound erupted in the air. Green light and flames flickered under the violent impact, and tiny cracks appeared on the outer shell of the massive swords, as if heralding the collapse of mountains. In an instant, the cracks spread rapidly, and with a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the twin swords' outer shells finally shattered, dispersing into countless points of light that scattered into the sky. After the outer shells broke, the interiors of the twin swords were revealed to be completely empty, devoid of any substance. They were, from the beginning, mere illusions in shape. Like mirages vanishing in the wind, the shattered divine swords dissipated, leaving only fragments of light. Nevertheless, their final strike was not without effect. Although the moon god's arrow had pierced through the twin swords' defense, its power had already been diminished. The unstoppable divine arrow, under the residual shock waves of the slashes, was deflected, its force gradually dissipating. The silver-white arrow lost its originally lethal momentum, and its trajectory became imprecise. The arrow fell into this vast, white wilderness of swords, its silver light vanishing into the snow. The cold wind howled, and the snowfield, covered with countless sword blades, returned to silence once more. That weakened and deflected divine arrow was completely swallowed by the boundless, icy embrace of the endless snowy plains, fading into nothingness. On the other side, the twin swords projected by Emiya Shirou, though mere pseudo-objects, were still powerful enough to make 4 LV.6 Elven spellcasters feel a dramatic drain on their mental energy. The moment the twin swords formed, all 4 felt an invisible pressure sweeping over them. This brat actually projected something of this level, the elven scholar gritted his teeth in his heart. The scattered afterglow, like a meteor shower, drifted through the air. Riveria softly chanted, and her Fairy King seal activated at full force. In an instant, the shattered radiance was gathered, transformed into a vast and pure energy, absorbed back into her staff, and seamlessly guided into Riveria's body, returning once more to the cycle of magic. However, they had no time to feel relieved about the returning magic, because Emiya had already begun the next stage of his forging. What Emiya Shirou was doing was not forging a brand new divine construct. Such a miracle was beyond his reach. Moreover, in this lower world, there was no divine fire for him to use, nor any true divine materials that he could employ. The only thing he could use was a single divine-powered Orion's arrow, along with the thought essence of the goddess who coexisted with it. This arrow's divine power, combined with the goddess's thoughts, was all he had to work with. It was the core and foundation of this entire miracle. Thus, Emiya was not forging a completely new divine weapon. He was creating what he excelled at most pseudo-objects. Shameless plagiarism. Unrestrained imitation. Brazen theft. Using every possible method. Like the scorpion that stole the heavenly fire, Emiya was about to steal the core of a divine weapon and forge it into his own sword. Unlimited blade works is the furnace that forges miracles. The divine arrow is the core that constitutes the divine sword. The thoughts of the spirit are the brand that elevates its rank. The heroic exploits are the substance of the divine sword. And next, the outer shell of the divine sword will be forged by these endless swords. The philosopher's stone hanging around Emiya's neck swayed gently in the snowstorm. Then, with a deep rumble, the dazzling red gemstone suddenly shattered, turning into countless tiny crystalline lights that dispersed into the frigid wind. At the same time, across the boundless snowy plain, every single sword, all the blades that the heroic spirit Emiya had replicated in countless battles, rose from the snow. Their edges gleamed with a chilling radiance, like stars in the heavens, resonating with his will in this endless sea of swords. Countless weapons ascended into the air, drawn by an invisible force, converging toward the center of the bounded field. Whether rusted, broken blades or brilliant divine armaments, they all began to shatter under this unseen pressure. The blades crumbled into countless fragments of light, flickering weakly like falling stars, gathering at the heart of the bounded field. In the sky, Orion's arrow blazed like a scorching sun, burning fiercely. It was not a true celestial body, but a core woven from the divine arrow and the thoughts of a goddess. As the fragments of endless swords poured in, the core's radiance grew ever more intense. Silver-white flames ignited from the arrow's tip, spreading outward as if they would engulf the entire world. Each glimmering fragment, carrying the remnants of heroic exploits, was ultimately absorbed by this divine arrow. The raging torrent of magic made the surrounding space tremble. The runes of the Fairy King's seal beneath Riveria's feet shone brightly, like a floodgate channeling the magic into her body. Yet, the strength of this magic far exceeded her expectations. It surged into her with uncontrollable force, nearly tearing her body apart. Riveria's face turned pale in an instant. A crushing pressure built up rapidly in her brain, the pain stabbing like needles. The excessive magical impact caused her nosebleed to flow uncontrollably, staining her breathtaking features with crimson. Her forehead veins bulged, her mind nearly shattered by the unbearable energy. Even so, she clenched her teeth, gripping her staff tightly, refusing to let her body's agony waver her resolve. I can't fall. I absolutely can't. Her thoughts grew chaotic, her vision blurred, the pain nearly overwhelming her. Yet, she forcibly locked the raging magic within the cycle of the Fairy King's seal. Compared to Riveria, Emiya's condition was even more severe. As the surge of magic raged through unlimited blade works, his body could no longer endure the overwhelming pressure. The rampaging magic surged through his cells like a raging tide, with every strand of power wreaking havoc within him like sharp blades. Cracks began to appear on the surface of his skin, and blood gushed from the fissures, staining his tattered armor and dripping onto the pure white snow, dyeing the ground crimson. Every breath felt like fire scorching his lungs. The impact of magic caused his muscles to tear apart, and his bones emitted faint cracking sounds under the strain. He was covered in blood, his face pale, yet his eyes remained fixed on the light ahead, his expression unwavering. Projection, start. Once again, it was the sword he trusted most since coming to this world. 9 lives. Skill, Roadless Valhalla, activated. Temporarily acquiring development ability, Endurance. Temporarily acquiring skill, Unyielding. Temporarily acquiring skill, 12 labors, God Hand. Feeling the surge of power within him, Emiya smiled slightly. He allowed the magic to shatter his body. His posture tilted forward for a moment, but in the next instant, he stood firm again, an even fiercer fire burning in his eyes. Skill, 12 labors, God Hand. Resurrection, granting resistance to fatal damage. For LV.6 Elven magic users, over 50 bottles of mental elixirs, the Philosopher's Stone still holding most of its energy, the cycle of the Fairy King's seal, and the ultimate blessing of the Spirit King's ring. Harnessing this immense magic, Emiya swung the nearly completed sword. At the same time, Antares also drew the most powerful bow he had ever wielded. "All the divine power that was stolen from me, is inside," the goddess's voice echoed in Emiya's mind. "Artemis-sama, the amount of divine power you lost is a bit too much, isn't it?" The useless goddess's phantom immediately bowed deeply in apology. "I'm really, really sorry. The difference in divine power is simply too vast. Even if the arrow is specifically designed to target Artemis, there's no guarantee that it will be enough. The Orion arrow could pierce through the power of the moon goddess. This divine slaying force allowed it to overcome even 100-fold difference in strength with ease. However, compared to the strongest bow in the heavens, the gap in divine power was far greater than just 100-fold. Emiya spoke softly, "Then let's increase the constraint." Labyrinth City, Orio. The dungeon riot was still ongoing and worsening. It seemed as if an unknown force had awakened the labyrinth, causing monsters on every floor to surge upward in a frenzy, attempting to break free from the dungeon's constraints. The main defensive line of Orio was managed by the Loki Familia. Although Riveria was temporarily absent, Ace, Finn, Gareth, and other powerful members were holding the front lines. The elite teams of the Loki Familia quickly established defensive positions at various entrances, trying to contain the monsters within the first few floors. However, as the riot continued, the number and strength of the monsters became increasingly difficult to control. On the 6th floor of the dungeon, a strengthened four-horned minotaur suddenly broke through several blockade lines. Each of its attacks carried terrifying destructive power. Ordinary adventurers stood no chance against it and could only retreat under the cover of high-level adventurers. Only, braver, Finn, personally stepping in, managed to put an end to the resilient monster. In addition, monsters from the lower levels also began appearing in the upper floors. A blood dragon, a 5-meter-tall red carnivorous dinosaur from the 30th floor, suddenly emerged from the depths and charged at the front line. A monster of this caliber should have remained in the lower floors, yet now it was ignoring floor restrictions and rampaging through the adventurers' defenses. Fortunately, among the Loki Familia was the Sword Princess, Ace Wallenstein. With the boost of Avenger, she could slay even the highly durable blood dragon with a single sword strike, instantly ending the battle. However, the true threat lay in the deep floor monsters that were now surfacing. Beast barbarians, skeleton rams, earthborn warriors. Seeing these monsters on the 4th floor is like a nightmare, High Novice. Raoul's voice trembled slightly. Beast barbarians, monsters from the 37th floor, were 2 meters tall with massive curved horns, black skin, red hair, and yellow eyes, resembling minotaurs. They possessed immense strength and endurance, with estimated combat capabilities equivalent to a level 3 or 4 adventurer. Their durability made them a major headache. Skeleton rams, also from the 37th floor, were 1.4-meter-tall skeletal creatures. Though they appeared fragile, they were highly troublesome. Their bone structure allowed them to blend into the dungeon's dim environment, seemingly floating in the void, making their movements unpredictable. Furthermore, they could launch rapid, precise long-range attacks. To make matters worse, beast barbarians and skeleton rams cooperated seamlessly. One overwhelming the front lines with brute strength while the other provided ranged support, making the battlefield even more treacherous. Then there were the Earthborn warriors, skeleton monsters possessing combat strength comparable to a level 4 adventurer. They could generate weapons like swords, spears, or shields made of bone at will. Their combat style and skills resembled trained warriors rather than mindless monsters. As the most dangerous warrior-type creatures on the 37th floor, excluding rare monsters, their presence alone put immense pressure on adventurers. Even first-class adventurers from the Loki Familia found themselves gradually drained of stamina amidst the endless waves of monsters. Making matters worse, their most powerful mage, Riveria, who possessed large-scale annihilation magic, was not present. In her place, Thousand Elf, Lafia, escorted by Alicia, was dashing across battlefields, repeatedly casting fairy cannon and double cannon. The young elven mage was already on the verge of collapse from mental exhaustion, forcing her to temporarily retreat from the front lines. "We'll take over here, get some rest." "Shakti, you're finally here." Finn sighed in relief. Shakti Varma, captain of the Ganesha Familia, a level 5 warrior known as Elephant God Staff, arrived with 5 other first-class adventurers to reinforce them. Meanwhile, the rest of the Ganesha Familia's level 5 members remained on the surface, maintaining order and standing by as backup. At that moment, a massive figure suddenly leaped past the adventurers' defensive line, charging into the enemy ranks alone. LV.7, King, Otter. Claws and fangs of the monsters struck his body repeatedly, but they were as ineffective as striking steel. The Boaz warrior moved like a storm, his twin swords dancing with overwhelming might, cutting down multiple monsters with each strike. Otter never paused, his figure swiftly weaving through the battlefield, tearing apart even the largest of creatures in an instant. The shockwaves of his attacks made the ground tremble slightly, and wherever he passed, blood rained and monster corpses piled up. The king's battle was a one-sided massacre. Monsters' attacks seemed no more than gentle taps against him. The Boaz warrior rampaged through the battlefield, not a single monster able to get close. Every swing of his blade completely crushed any enemy in his path. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. Otter ignored the dying monster's screams. His gaze remained locked ahead, his speed unwavering as he cleared the battlefield, giving other adventurers a brief respite. As expected of the berserker, Finn murmured in admiration. That disgusting endurance of his, he could probably keep fighting here for 3 days straight. A male cat person, Alan, lazily leaned against the wall, holding a spear but showing no intention of joining the battle. His gaze, however, remained locked onto Otter's back. The dungeon riot intensified, yet on the surface, the gods watching over the city finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chapter 97, 13 Goddess Wills. The second moon hanging in the sky, Artemis Bow, had finally disappeared. On the high platform of Babel Tower, the goddess Loki exhaled lightly. That was terrifying. If that thing had really been fired, Aria as it is now, us gods, unable to use divine power, wouldn't have been able to stop it at all. Freya spoke, indeed. Artemis' martial prowess ranks among the highest even among the gods. However, what made Artemis Bow truly fearsome was the divine power imbued within it. If the gods could use their divine power, things would have been completely different. Without even needing to join forces, quite a few gods in Aria would have been able to withstand that one arrow. For example, the other goddess present Hephaestus. Whether using her world shield to block the attack or her flame god sword to cleave it apart, either would have been enough to counter the lethal strike of Artemis Bow. If given enough time, Loki could have prepared a grand spell for effective defense. As for Freya, if she were allowed to use divine power, the Boaz, King, Otter from the dungeon would have truly unleashed a power capable of devouring the moon. However, there was one absolute, insurmountable rule for the gods: divine power must not be used. This was an unbreakable rule. Divine might, divine duties, divine authority, and divine will could all, under specific circumstances, be tolerated to some extent. But divine power alone was an eternal taboo. Even if the lower world were on the brink of destruction, gods were absolutely forbidden from using their divine power to save it. This might seem unreasonable, but the logic behind it was exceedingly simple. Even those wicked and evil gods, despite failing countless times, losing everything, and becoming laughingstocks, had never resorted to using their divine power to destroy the world. The power of divinity was too overwhelming. It could create everything, destroy everything, control everything, and grant omniscience and omnipotence. Once this taboo was broken, everything in the lower world would lose its meaning. For this reason, Artemis' actions could not be forgiven. Even though she had used divine power with the intention of saving her Familia's children, the consequences of her actions went far beyond just sacrificing a few lives. Ultimately, her actions resulted in an extremely dire catastrophe: the birth of Amaterasu, a monster that had stolen the power of the moon goddess. In some ways, this was an even greater threat than the Black Dragon, a monster more lethal and terrifying. Ryuu, and indeed the entire lower world, had truly walked on the precipice of annihilation. And as the instigator of this disaster, the moon goddess Artemis would pay the most severe price for it. The moon god's bow has disappeared. Did those children win? Hephaestus murmured. They should have, Loki added, seriously, that had me worried for so long. Say, Loki, you wouldn't have hidden under the covers crying at the thought of saying goodbye to the children, would you? Freya chuckled. Loki snapped, shut up. I'd never do that. Only a love-obsessed goddess like you would cry over something like this. I cried, you know, Freya calmly responded. Loki, what? Freya lifted her head and smiled, just thinking that I might never see those children again made me unable to hold back my tears. Is that really such an embarrassing thing? Ugh, Loki fidgeted awkwardly, actually, I also. Seeing Freya easily render Loki speechless, Hephaestus shook her head helplessly. Suddenly, all three goddesses stood up simultaneously, their gazes locking onto the same direction. This is Artemis' divine will. What is she trying to do now? Artemis' divine will erupted fully, encompassing everything under the moonlight in the mortal world, even reaching the gods still in the divine realm. Among the gods, Artemis had selectively chosen about 13 to receive her divine will. Without question, this was another violation, a serious enough one to warrant expulsion back to the divine realm. But given Artemis' circumstances, expulsion was likely the least of her concerns. Her divine will was simply meant to deliver a message. The artifact forged by the child of the lower world is complete. I sincerely invite you all to form a covenant with it and help it ascend. To form a covenant, or rather, a binding, in exchange for the artifact's ascension. This was a principle Shirou had learned from a certain sword. It was a rule of causality: the stronger the covenant or binding set upon it, the greater power could be granted to the artifact. In an instant, dozens of divine wills burst forth across the mortal world. Even if it meant breaking the rules, the gods were eager to send their response. Each of their divine wills carried the same message: I. Pick me. The bindings are set. The holy sword is forged. With an incredible method, that sword had been created. Shirou, holding the radiance that burned like the stars, stepped toward Antares. Amidst the boundless snowfall of his reality marble, the crescent moon and scorching sun had both faded away. Only the sacred flame in Shirou's hands blazed fiercely. A true divine artifact, Orion's arrow, a magical force vast enough to erase a city, the great undertaking of challenging a divine beast, the divine spirits who sacrificed everything, the infinite swords within the reality marble, the 13 goddesses' covenants. And the prototype of this holy sword, which was fated to be tied to Shirou's very destiny, fate. All of these had converged into this miracle that would save the world. 13 bindings released. The goddess's decree begins. This battle is a battle for survival. Acknowledged Hephaestus. This battle is a battle to uphold justice. Acknowledged Astrea. This battle is a battle for the sake of all that is beautiful. Acknowledged Freya. This battle is a battle fought alongside the goddesses. Acknowledged Artemis. This battle is a battle to protect the earth. Acknowledged Demeter. This battle is a battle to defy the gods. Acknowledged Loki. This battle is a battle for the honor of the goddesses. Acknowledged Hera. This battle is a battle to save the world. Acknowledged Skadi. This battle is a battle to preserve the rules. Acknowledged Amaterasu. This battle is a battle to protect family. Acknowledged Parvati. This battle is a battle to challenge mighty foes. Acknowledged Ereshkigal. This battle is a battle for the ultimate love. Acknowledged, comma. This battle is a battle to protect the children. Acknowledged Tiamat. The holy sword, unsheathed. This sword, radiant with light, was the embodiment of the noble and tragic ideals held in the hearts of all warriors who had perished on the battlefield, past, present, and future. To take pride in this will, to carry this belief through to the end, at this moment, the undefeated king declared the miracle's true name. Bear witness. Excalibur, Artemis the star's holy sword at twilight. The one whom Emiya was imitating was a noble phantasm that also possessed the concept of 13 constraints. The lance that shines to the end of the world, Rongaminiad. A noble phantasm possessed by King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon. The holy spear, the storm anchor that binds the stars. Its true form is said to be a tower that anchors the surface of the world. When its true name is released, its rank and nature undergo a transformation. Even though its original power is limited by the 13 constraints, it remains the most distant spear that shines as it sings the light of the stars. The holy spear Rongaminiad takes as its essence the pillar of light that maintains the surface of the world. Due to the existence of the 13 constraints, which follow the same system as the holy sword of the star that saves the world, it barely retains the form of a noble phantasm. Sword of promised victory, Excalibur. Likewise, it belongs to King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon. Among all holy swords, it stands at the pinnacle. It was not forged by humans. Created from the crystallization of people's hopes within the planet itself, it is one of the ultimate god-forged weapons, classified as the last phantasm. Originally managed by the spirits of the stars, it was later entrusted to the Lady of the Lake and, through the mediation of the Magus Merlin, delivered into the hands of King Arthur. It can convert the wielder's magical energy into light and then release it like a beam from the sword's downward swing, obliterating all in its path. Thank you, Artoria, Emiya softly spoke the name of this heroic spirit he had never met. Riveria, her robes stained with blood, rubbed her eyes. In that fleeting moment, she seemed to see two ethereal figures standing beside Emiya, hazy yet mysterious. They were two blonde female knights, one tall and one short. One had a mature and noble air with a graceful figure, while the other was slender and delicate yet brimming with gallant spirit. Their presence was both beautiful and dignified, like heroic spirits from ancient legends. Their fingertips gently rested upon Emiya's hands, which tightly gripped the holy sword. Moonlight filtered through the drifting snowfall, casting dappled radiance upon their golden hair, wrapping them in a divine glow. Riveria watched, her heart trembling. She could not tell whether this was an illusion or reality. At that moment, one of the female knights, her golden eyes shimmering faintly, seemed to glance in Riveria's direction. The instant their gazes met, Riveria felt as if an immense force had struck her from the void. Like a heavy iron hammer slamming into her skull. Her ears buzzed, her consciousness blurred in an instant, and her footing wavered, nearly making her collapse. In the next moment, she struggled to focus her vision, but the two figures had already vanished. Only Emiya remained, standing alone, gripping the holy sword that radiated dazzling light. The brilliance of the holy sword surged, illuminating every corner of the snowfield, as if it sought to shatter this endless winter and awaken all the wills and convictions buried beneath the ice and snow. As the blade swung, the radiance grew ever more resplendent, becoming an aurora in the snowy night that pierced the sky. The towering pillar of light, transformed into an endless tidal wave of moonlight, swept across the entire world. It was an unstoppable force, a divine will from the moon goddess herself, carrying supreme judgment and salvation, instantly engulfing Antares. In that moment, time itself seemed to halt. Under the pressure of the light pillar that pierced heaven and earth, Antares could no longer even release its final arrow. Artemis will resonated with the light of the holy sword, surging violently. The divine power it had stolen began to backfire against it. The scorpion monster's roars were gradually drowned out in the flood of boundless light. Its pitch-black body crumbled within that radiance, its stinger snapped, its limbs dissolved, and finally, it was entirely devoured by the light. Antares' form vanished as if it had never existed, erased completely at the edge of the snowfield. Shirou. Hearing the goddess's voice, Emiya slowly opened his eyes. This place is. Before his eyes stretched an endless snowfield where the wind and snow had ceased. In the sky, fragments of light drifted down like glowing spring rain, silently descending. Chapter 98, Interrogated by Tiamat and Erishkigal. Each speck of light that touched the ground once again condensed into swords. This familiar sight made Emiya realize that he was still within his reality marble. Or rather, this was not just a reality marble but the world deep within his heart, the mental landscape that carried his thoughts and will. The spirits who had exhausted their strength to pave the way for his victory were no longer here. The powerful scorpion beast Antares had also vanished without a trace. On the boundless snowfield, only he and the Holy Sword remained, along with a goddess standing quietly beside him. At this moment, the radiance of the Holy Sword had completely faded. The two divine beings who had elevated it beyond the mortal realm and into the domain of the gods had now completed their respective missions. The divine artifact, Orion's arrow, had returned to the heavens after fulfilling its purpose, and the manifestation of the gods' will had also reached its limit. Excalibur Artemis, Excalibur. Now, the holy sword that severed the end was no longer a tool of the gods. However, its other essential properties had not dissipated, still recording the constraints set by the divine will of 13 goddesses. Artemis, Emiya softly uttered the goddess's name. Her eyes shimmered with a crystalline light. Thank you, Shirou. She and I have finally found salvation. Emiya was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. No, please don't say that. The goddess shook her head. Gods do not die. Even if we depart temporarily, we will ultimately be reborn. She paused for a moment, so, in order for us to meet again, please live on with a smile. Yes, Emiya responded softly. Perhaps it will take 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. By then, our fates will intertwine once more. Emiya, when that time comes, I am willing to once again become your sword. The goddess left a gentle kiss on Emiya's lips. At the highest point of his mental landscape, thick black clouds loomed, with sporadic snowflakes drifting through them, symbolizing an endless winter. However, the layer of dark clouds gradually thinned, as if breaking free from some heavy restraint, until a crack finally appeared. Moonlight poured through the opening like a silver waterfall, dyeing the world in a sacred radiance. Emiya opened his eyes once more, seeing a crescent moon hanging in the sky. In the heavens, within a divine sanctuary undetectable by any god. Artemis opened her eyes. How long have I been lost? Has 10,000 years passed? She murmured to herself. In terms of time, about 3 minutes have passed since your death in the lower world, another goddess spoke. Artemis heard the voice. Artemis blinked in confusion. She looked up and saw two figures standing over her. One was a goddess with golden hair and red eyes, dressed in an ornate black and gold divine robe, the goddess of the underworld, Erishkigal. Her golden hair shone brilliantly, and her form-fitting robe outlined her enchanting curves. Occasionally, the hem of her skirt lifted, revealing her long, slender legs, stirring an irresistible allure. The other goddess had long, sky-blue hair, with beautiful curved horns atop her head. Her voluptuous figure was wrapped in a pure white divine robe, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of pale skin at her chest. The goddess of creation, Tiamat. Her gentle yet alluring demeanor exuded maternal warmth, making one yearn to sink into her embrace. These were goddesses who had not descended to the lower world and had remained in the heavens. With their divine power and the authorities of the underworld and creation, they easily restored Artemis's divine radiance and healed her godly body. In less than 3 minutes, Artemis, who had temporarily died, or rather been lost, was pulled back into the heavens. As for their purpose, what exactly happened in the lower world? The two goddesses leaned in close, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. That child who forged a divine artifact, was he cute? Ereshkigal asked with interest. How old is he this year? When will his soul enter the underworld? Did you have children? How many? Tiamat was particularly fixated on the topic of having children. They were impatient to hear the story, unwilling to wait even a mere 10,000 years. The creator goddess, Tiamat, declared, "This is my temple. If your story doesn't satisfy me, I won't let you go so easily." Artemis exclaimed in shock. The heavens and the lower world were separated by the rules established by the gods. Even the gods of the divine realm could not use their power to peer into the lower world. The only way to learn about events in the lower world was through the words of gods who temporarily returned. For gods who, due to various reasons, laziness, social anxiety, indecisiveness, or simply still waiting in the long queue for descent, could not visit the lower world, this was their most entertaining pastime. Now, Artemis had become their target. And this time, the situation was even more complicated. These two goddesses had keenly sensed Artemis's divine will earlier and had actively joined the goddess resolution ritual. Artemis had originally hoped that her close friend would participate instead. However, that goddess seemed to have chosen, once again, to spend time in bed, likely lost in a dream, missing the entire event. After hesitating for a moment, the moon goddess spoke. A lot of things happened. In short, I met that child, and from that moment, our fates became intertwined. Thus, the goddess began recounting a story, one that had been embellished. Before Emiya's consciousness entered the mental landscape, two identical-looking goddesses were engaged in a fierce brawl. Artemis, move aside. I want to make a vow with Shirou to love each other for 10,000 years. Manifestation of the gods' will, I've always been the one by Shirou's side. Useless goddess, don't push your luck. You're just a mere manifestation of divine will. Can you even bear the responsibility of loving Shirou? You're the one who messed everything up, and I had to clean up your mess. Do you know how many times I had to kneel in apology to Shirou because of you, useless goddess? We are one and the same. You're insulting yourself. The goddess and her own manifestation wrestled on the ground, pulling each other's hair and rolling around. In the end, the manifestation of divine will erupted with unprecedented strength, mercilessly beating the original goddess, binding her with a rope woven from moonlight, and even stuffing a sock, also made of moonlight, into her mouth. There's no way you could defeat me. This is the power of love. The manifestation kicked away the useless goddess, tidied up her appearance, and leisurely prepared to welcome Emiya's consciousness. Shirou Emiya slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually emerging from the haze. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if everything had been sealed away in a distant past. He lifted his head and looked at the dome of the Elso's ruins, which had once enclosed them like a cage. Now, it was completely empty. The shattered stones and drifting dust seemed to have long since been carried away by the wind. The scorpion behemoth, Antares, had vanished without a trace, and the overwhelming pressure that once shook the heavens and earth had also disappeared, as if it had never existed. The goddess Artemis was gone as well. That pure and beautiful figure had streaked across the sky like a falling star, fading away into the vast expanse. The whole world felt so empty. Shirou lay on the ground, gazing up at the night sky. A crescent moon hung on the horizon, with wisps of thin clouds drifting lightly, like a fine thread suspended in the void, dividing the silent world. He stretched out his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, trying to reach that distant crescent moon. Yet, the emptiness in his grasp reminded him that everything had already passed. The moonlight slipped through his fingers, its cold radiance reflecting on his face, as if answering with an endless silence. A journey beneath the boundless night, chasing the unseen moon. No, that wasn't quite right. The gentle moonlight wrapped around his fingertips like silk, cold, yet real. The very existence of this light was proof that the journey had not been meaningless. He looked up at the crescent moon, and the ring on his finger reflected a soft blue glow, as if resonating with the distant sky. Shirou. He heard that familiar, gentle voice. Riveria, Nei-san. Riveria approached Shirou Emiya, slightly out of breath. The blood on her face had long since been wiped away, but the front of her garment was still stained with traces of deep red. Those vivid marks seemed to be the lingering echoes of battle, yet to fully fade. She stopped beside Shirou, her gaze carrying exhaustion, yet filled with a reassuring warmth. The moonlight bathed Riveria's emerald green hair, casting a soft halo around her, adding a touch of sacred brilliance to her silhouette. She slowly raised her hand, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she simply gazed at Shirou in silence. After Riveria, Hayden stepped forward. His face was deathly pale, even weaker than Riveria's. His once radiant platinum blonde hair now bore signs of dryness and fatigue. Yet, his expression was unusually relaxed. His lips even curved into the faintest of smiles. A rare sight on the face of Hayden, the White Fairy's magic wand. On the other hand, Hogni, the Black Fairy's demon sword, seemed to be in better condition than Hayden. He remained silent, as always, maintaining that cold and distant demeanor. However, deep within the Black Elf's heart, emotions surged restlessly. His silence was not due to coldness, but because he simply didn't know how to speak. Hogni's gaze was fixed on Shirou, his face appearing calm, yet his mind was in turmoil. Should I say something? No, I can't, it's too awkward. What should I even say? To have survived that whirlpool of fate. King of Swords, you too now possess the power to defy destiny. Shirou smiled openly, thank you. At the very least, he could tell that this was meant as praise. Friana also walked up slowly. She crouched beside Shirou, furrowing her brows slightly as she hesitated, staring at him as if pondering something important. My Philosopher's Stone. You need to tell the Adventurers Guild that it was shattered to defeat Antares. Make sure they compensate me. She extended a finger and lightly poked Shirou's cheek, her tone serious. Then, after a brief pause, her expression softened slightly, and she smiled faintly, also, well done, kid. To accomplish such a feat at just level 2, it's honestly beyond words. Shirou shook his head lightly and spoke softly, this battle had nothing to do with levels. Now, he finally understood. This battle was not about an adventurer's level. Even if he had been a higher level, the only difference would have been having more leeway to chant unlimited blade works against Antares. And perhaps lasting a little longer with his own magic power, reducing his reliance on the 4 elves for mana. Because this time, their enemy did not belong to the realm of adventurers. His true opponent was not the latent level 5 scorpion behemoth, but the goddess Artemis. Thus, levels were irrelevant. What truly mattered was resolve, willpower, and the salvation and sacrifice brought by the goddess. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the final light that overcame the moon goddess's arrow, destroyed Antares, and freed the imprisoned goddess. More than 90% of its power came from the true divine weapon, Orion's arrow, and the goddess's thought projection. However, for a mortal of the lower world, even forging that remaining 10% was an unprecedented, reality-defying achievement. And for that, he owed special thanks to the contributions of the Elven companions. Before today, Shirou had never realized just how much magical energy was required to forge an imitation divine weapon, even with a confirmed blade core. At level 2, his magic reserves likely wouldn't have been enough to sustain his unlimited blade works reality marble. Chapter 99, Punishing Himself. Friana's, 4 elemental secret ring, Riveria's, Fairy King's seal, plus the power of the Spirit King's ring, and the sacrifice of the Philosopher's Stone, only then was this miracle finally created. Right, Sister Riveria. The Philosopher's Stone got accidentally broken, so this ring, I'll return it to you. Emiya gently raised his hand, a faint light flickering between his fingers. Riveria shook her head, no rush. Wait until we return to the camp, then take it off and give it to me. However, beside them, Friana was feeling depressed over her shattered Philosopher's Stone. When she heard Riveria mention, take it off, she immediately lowered her head, the corners of her lips subtly lifting, as if struggling to hold back laughter. No, hold it in. I can't laugh out loud just yet. Friana bit her lower lip hard, her fingers quietly pinching her thigh, trying to suppress herself. That ignorant and uneducated princess still hasn't realized it yet. Her shoulders trembled slightly, but everyone's attention was focused on Emiya, so no one noticed her abnormal reaction. Do you need me to carry you back, Shirou? Riveria asked with concern. Emiya tried to stand up, but in the end, he shook his head helplessly. I'll have to trouble you. Riveria ignored Hogni's attempt to volunteer himself and walked straight over to personally carry Emiya on her back. The elves walked out of the nearly destroyed ruins. However, at that moment, a green figure suddenly dashed toward them. It was none other than Gale, Ryuu Lion. She rushed up to the group without hesitation and threw a punch, striking Heidine's glasses directly off his face. White Fairy's magic wand, you bastard. With a punch, Ryuu struck Heidine's cheek directly. The glasses hanging on Heidine's nose bridge were sent flying by the punch. Even as a level 6 adventurer, he was momentarily seeing stars from the furious blow of level 5 Ryuu. After the battle outside the ruins ended, Ryuu had learned about Heidine's true plan from Hermes. She immediately rushed over. You actually made Shirou do something so dangerous, Ryuu roared, landing 2 more punches in rapid succession. With his mental energy exhausted, Heidine had no strength to react or dodge Ryuu's punches. But even if he could avoid them, he wouldn't. He simply stood there, allowing Ryuu to vent her anger. This was the personality and behavior of the White Fairy's magic wand. At this point, he had no intention of explaining anything to this young junior. After taking 3 punches, Heidine staggered back a couple of steps, then steadied himself again, facing Ryuu calmly. His once handsome face was now half swollen, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. And you even sent me away, Ryuu angrily raised her fist. But this time, she didn't strike. Emiya's voice caused her to hesitate. Sorry, Ryuu, Emiya spoke softly, I agreed to Heidine-san's plan. The companions outside the ruins needed your strength. In the Great Tree Sea, where a defensive line was built to fend off monsters, all the adventurers survived. The wounded were also promptly rescued. A large part of this success was thanks to Ryuu. The presence of a level 5 magic swordsman not only provided a tactical core but also became a pillar of morale for the adventurers. As long as Gale was still there, their confidence wouldn't collapse. However, Heidine interrupted Emiya's words in a calm tone. No, Heidine said, I left you outside simply because your level wasn't high enough. A level 5's magic would have dragged down our magical energy efficiency. Hearing this, Hogni tilted his head slightly. Because among the 4 level 6 elves responsible for supplying magic, he was actually the weakest link. Riveria, Heidine, and Friana were all mages, with S-rank magic power. But Hogni was a magic swordsman. His strength and dexterity were S-rank, but his magic was only a mere B-rank. Hogni also didn't have the development ability, Spirit Recovery. Among the 4 elves, he contributed the least amount of magic power. If Ryuu were to level up to 6 and train her magic stat, he would probably be the one replaced. Thinking of this, Hogni's mood darkened. He suddenly felt the urge to find a corner to squat in and cry. Additionally, your personality is too irrational. It could have affected my planning. The white-haired elf looked at Ryuu and spoke bluntly. Ryuu's previously somewhat calmed emotions were instantly reignited. She raised her fist again, but this time, she didn't throw the punch. Not continuing. After today, I won't be this lenient with you anymore, Junior, Heidine spoke, his tone almost provocative. It sounded as if he was hoping Ryuu would continue hitting him. Riveria observed Heidine. This proud elf was definitely not a masochist. Even if he were, his target wouldn't be Ryuu. It would be that goddess on the high tower, Freya. Is this your way of punishing yourself, White Fairy's magic wand? Clearly, even though he had devised a plan that placed nearly the entire burden on Emiya, this proud elf himself wasn't completely indifferent to it. That was why he had fought so desperately during Emiya's battle against Antares. Now, Heidine's condition was the worst among everyone present, except for Emiya. Before the battle even started, he had exhausted all his mental energy to enhance Emiya with Loris Hildr. Then, he had pushed himself to the limit, extracting every bit of recovered energy through spirit recovery and magic potions. At this moment, though his posture remained straight, he looked weak enough to be knocked over by a gust of wind. White Fairy's magic wand, I will visit you for a lesson in the future, Ryuu retracted her fist. Heh, come back when you catch up in level, Junior, Heidine smirked, bent down, picked up his now cracked glasses from the dust, and put them back on as if nothing had happened. Their gazes met in the air, both unwilling to back down. After a brief standoff, Ryuu finally snorted and turned away, breaking the confrontation. Just as Heidine had said. At level 5, Ryuu was still unqualified to truly challenge him. Heidine letting her land 3 punches was indeed an act of leniency. Seeing that the conflict between Heidine and Ryuu had gradually settled, Riveria let out a small sigh of relief. However, at that moment, Ryuu suddenly turned toward her. Lady Riveria, thank you, Ryuu said seriously. Riveria was momentarily stunned, not understanding the reason for this gratitude. And in the next second, Ryuu had already reached her, swiftly lifting Emiya off Riveria's back and carrying him onto her own without hesitation. Riveria hadn't even fully processed what was happening. In that brief moment of distraction, Emiya had already been moved. Or rather, snatched. Riveria? Huh? Lady Riveria, is something wrong? Noticing Riveria staring at her, Ryuu turned back in confusion. Her eyes were filled with pure innocence and slight puzzlement, as if she genuinely had no idea why the elf princess was so shocked. Riveria gazed into Ryuu's clear, foolish-looking eyes. Little girl, do you not want to be an elf anymore? For the first time, Riveria considered using her royal title to threaten someone with expulsion from the elven race. But in the end, her noble character and good manners restrained her. Ryuu, I'll leave Shirou in your care. Then, she forced an unnatural smile and spoke with a tone that did not match her expression. Under these circumstances, even the usually airhead, sword princess, Ace could sense that Riveria's mood was a little off. However, when it came to the domain of being a deadweight elf, the useless elf never failed to live up to expectations. As you command, Lady Riveria, Ryuu remained serious, her face full of respect and gratitude. I will definitely take good care of Shirou. Friana reached out and gently patted Ryuu's shoulder. Little girl, from now on, just live well in Orio. Don't go back to the Elven Forest anymore. She gave this piece of advice to the young girl who could barely be considered her student. Not long after, Emiya and his group returned to the camp outside the ruins of Elsos. At this moment, nearly half of the adventurers in the camp were exhausted from the fierce battle earlier in the day and had already fallen into deep sleep. The remaining half were immersed in a celebratory feast, their cheers and laughter rising and falling in waves. Seeing this scene, one couldn't help but marvel at the sheer stamina and energy of these adventurers. At the camp entrance, the gods and Asphai led the members of the Hermes Familia, waiting in anticipation. The moment Riveria and her group appeared in their line of sight, cheers erupted instantly. Witnessing this scene, Riveria couldn't help but smile gently, revealing a rare expression of relaxation. Heroes, congratulations. You have saved the world and made history. Hermes clapped his hands as he stepped forward. When I saw that beam of light, I had no words. In my billions of years as a god, this is definitely one of the most memorable moments. He spoke with a smile on his lips. It had to be said, when Hermes wasn't up to his usual mischief or inappropriate antics, his divine handsomeness was indeed flawless. However, Riveria and the others did not show him much kindness. God Hermes, if you had told us the whole truth from the beginning and hadn't played your mysterious games, we could have been better prepared. Riveria's tone was calm, yet carried an obvious note of reproach. Ah, well. I couldn't help it. It was all the guild's doing, Uranus' request. Hermes' smile instantly froze, and the noble, enigmatic aura he had been maintaining vanished in an instant, returning him to his usual self, the unreliable and unpretentious traveler god. Under Riveria's condemning gaze, Hermes quickly made his escape. Everyone present tacitly chose not to mention the goddess who was no longer there. Afterward, the elves politely declined the invitation to the celebration. As was natural for their kind, they were never fond of such lively gatherings, and besides, they were already somewhat fatigued. Only Friana relentlessly sought out Hermes, demanding that he, as a god with some level of representation for the Adventurers Guild, promise full compensation for her, Philosopher's Stone. Hermes, being as magnanimous as ever, signed the contract with a grand flourish, using Uranus' name. After all, it was the guild's problem, and he had no intention of saving money for that bunch of bureaucrats. As for Friana's lost, Philosopher's Stone, which had already consumed more than half of its magical power, and her demand that the guild compensate her with a completely intact one, such a minor detail was hardly worth fussing over. Only Omnipotent One, Asphai, upon hearing the name, Philosopher's Stone, couldn't resist asking Friana for guidance. For this pinnacle and most mysterious creation of alchemy, Asphai, herself a maker of magic tools, was clearly filled with curiosity and longing. However, Friana was straightforward. She had no idea what the Philosopher's Stone, created by the historical sage, looked like. In any case, the one she made couldn't turn stone into gold, nor could it produce an elixir of immortality. It was simply a very powerful magical energy source. To refine such a magic stone, high-level developmental abilities like mystery and magic were essential. Besides that, some now extinct materials were also required. Friana admitted that the key ingredient for making her Philosopher's Stone had been a fragment of the Sea King Leviathan's magic stone, which she had traded for from Leon Vardenberg. Clearly, such rare materials were no longer available anywhere. The Adventurers Guild was in for a hefty compensation payment this time. Haydeen and Hogni each returned to their tents to rest, while Friana was pestered by Asphai, who bombarded her with all sorts of questions. The clever student reignited Friana's passion for teaching, and the frustration she had felt when instructing the stubborn and useless elf Ryuu completely vanished. Ryuu, on the other hand, secretly felt grateful to Asphai for diverting teacher Friana's attention, because she still hadn't completed the homework Friana had assigned her the day before. That's right. Even though today's expedition battle could have spelled world-ending disaster if anything had gone wrong, the elven teacher had still not forgotten to assign Ryuu homework. Chapter 100, Cursed Ring of Love. Ryuu supported Emiya, whose body had somewhat recovered and who could now barely walk, back into the tent. Shirou, are you hungry now? I'll go get you some food, Ryuu said, then dashed out of the tent energetically. After Ryuu left, a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the tent where Emiya was. Just as she was about to enter, she saw Ryuu dash back again. Lady Riveria, what are you doing here? Ryuu, holding a food tray in one hand, asked in confusion. The training in the tavern hadn't been meaningless. At the very least, Ryuu was now steady and quick when carrying plates. Caught red-handed at the tent entrance, Riveria smiled awkwardly. It's nothing, I just came to check on you too. Really? Thank you for your concern, Lady Riveria, Ryuu said with deep honor and gratitude. Riveria, no need to thank me. In fact, she had come here because she suddenly remembered the Elf King's ring she had lent to Emiya. Not that she was reluctant to part with the ring or worried that Emiya would try to keep it. Just a sudden, inexplicable unease welled up in her heart. Of course, apart from that, part of her reason was also to see how Emiya's condition was. Lady Riveria, please come in. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought a lot of food, Ryuu said. Most of the food in the camp was simple items like hard bread, along with some roasted meat from hunted animals. Although the taste was average and didn't really suit the palates of elves, if it was just to fill the stomach and replenish energy, it was good enough. After entering the tent, Riveria saw Emiya sitting on a hammock. Her gaze instinctively landed on the boy's lips. At the time, because of the urgent situation and being in the peak of her emotions, she had impulsively done that kind of thing. What was that feeling again? Riveria tried hard to recall but felt her mind go blank. Ryuu asked in confusion, Lady Riveria? Huh? Oh, Riveria snapped back to reality, I'm fine. Shirou, how's your body feeling? She asked. Much better after the treatment. I also drank panacea, so I should be fine by tomorrow, Emiya said, thank you for your concern, Riveria nay. Ryuu, Riveria, nay. That sounds kind of off. Does Shirou not know Lady Riveria's age? Ryuu thought. No, I need to remind Shirou later. Calling Lady Riveria that way isn't quite appropriate. Right, Riveria nay, your ring, Emiya said, raising his left hand and trying to take off the ring on his middle finger. However, he couldn't remove it. Emiya pinched the ring on his hand, trying to take it off, but no matter how hard he tried, the ring wouldn't budge. At first, he thought the ring was just too tight to remove, but as time passed, he gradually felt something was off. There wasn't that tight pressing sensation on his finger, and even when he exerted force, there wasn't the slightest feeling of being stuck or unable to move. If he had to describe it, this ring seemed more like it was fixed to his finger spatially, rather than physically stuck. Noticing Emiya's shift from calm to confused and finally silent, Riveria and Ryuu also sensed something was wrong. Shirou, what's wrong? Riveria asked aloud. The ring won't come off, Emiya looked up and said helplessly, no matter what I try, this ring just won't come off. Is it stuck too tightly? Riveria's expression also turned uneasy, her tone full of doubt. In truth, a vague answer had already surfaced in her mind, but she was unwilling to believe it. How about you try it, Riveria nay? Emiya helplessly raised his hand. Riveria hesitated, then reached out and gently held Emiya's left hand. This feels kind of wrong. Watching this scene, Ryuu murmured in her heart. No way, this is Lady Riveria, not that perverted elf Alicia, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Right? Riveria pinched the ring, tried for a while, then let go of his hand. She shook her head, it really won't come off. Ryuu also stepped up to try, but the result was the same. The ring remained as steady as a rock. Cursed equipment, they both thought of this idea at the same time. So-called cursed equipment, as the name suggests, are gear imbued with curse effects. These curses often don't affect enemies, but instead are placed upon the user. Usually, it's in exchange for great power or designed as traps to harm others. The characteristic, cannot be removed, is a type of curse. However, curses are a type of magic. If this were really a curse, Riveria would never have failed to notice. Moreover, she had used this ring for years, from the time she ran away from home until now, and never encountered a case where it couldn't be removed. Taking it further, a royal heirloom of the Elf King's line turning out to be cursed equipment? That's a bit too absurd. Riveria nay, what should we do now? Emiya asked, looking helpless. First, Shirou, do you feel any abnormalities in your body? Like the ring absorbing your life force or mental power? Riveria asked seriously. I don't feel anything like that, Emiya replied, on the contrary, this ring seems to have sped up my mental power recovery. Looks like, we'll have to ask a senior, Riveria said helplessly. Lady Riveria, even you don't know? This is a royal heirloom after all, Friana said with a clearly pleased smile at the corner of her mouth. Senior, please enlighten me, Riveria sighed. Indeed, this was a royal heirloom. But the royal treasury of the Elf King's court had countless such heirlooms. How could she possibly remember each one in detail? When she ran away from home back then, she just randomly grabbed a few convenient items. This ring, she only knew it was called, Elf King's ring. Sure, it sounded impressive, but at the time it was just something gathering dust in a corner of the treasury. Moreover, after wearing it, it didn't seem to have any special effects. It only slightly increased her magic and mental recovery speed, something negligible to Riveria. It was Frianna who had told her that if she lent the Elf King's ring to Emiya, maybe her own Fairy King seal would also have an effect on him. That was the only reason Riveria decided to give the ring to Emiya. Riveria looked at Frianna and asked, "What's the secret of this ring?" Frianna's lips slightly curled. "This involves some royal secrets." She spoke casually, her gaze sweeping toward Ryuu. Riveria understood her intention. "Let's talk outside." "Ryuu, stay here for now." Ryuu was stunned. Though her instincts told her something was fishy, out of trust in the princess, she gently nodded and followed Riveria's instruction. After leaving the tent, Frianna smiled and spoke in a meaningful tone. "This ring carries the blessing of the fairy spirits." "Blessing?" Riveria's brows furrowed slightly. "Yes, a fairy spirit's blessing. In a way, it's something two sides of the same coin with a curse. It brings protection, but it can also bind the wearer like a curse." Riveria's mood grew heavier. "Please continue." Frianna seemed to be enjoying herself a bit. She narrated slowly, 1,000 years ago, a high-ranking elven prince fell in love with a human woman. At that time, the elves were extremely xenophobic, more than now. The people were extremely displeased with this romance. However, the queen, who was kind, brave, strong, and possessed many virtues, received the blessings of the fairy spirits. Because of this, she gained magical talent equal to elves. That ring was the relic she left behind. So although it's called the Elf King's ring, it was actually meant for humans to use. Riveria's face turned extremely unpleasant. "Are you saying I gave such a meaningful ring to Shirou?" "Obviously, yes," Frianna nodded. "Riveria, Senior, you knew this all along, didn't you?" Frianna said innocently, "Of course, but I always thought you knew too. You are royalty, after all." Riveria fell silent. She couldn't even refute Frianna's words. She clenched her fists, took a deep breath. "Then what now, blessing or not, how do we remove it?" "First, you must remove the blessing." "But that's no easy task," Frianna said. "You'll probably have to bring Emiya back to Elf Forest and find those fairy spirits. They might have a way, but—" Frianna didn't continue, and upon hearing such a method, Riveria also fell silent. An image involuntarily surfaced in her mind, the elven princess who had long left the high elf forest, returning decades later, hand in hand with a human male, to the elven sacred land. And that person is wearing a ring that once belonged to elven royalty. That scene, she really didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In the end, she let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "Forget it. Let's just give the ring to Shirou." Riveria silently made up her mind. She never intended to return to the elven forest again. Because if her father, King Larfel, current ruler of Elf Forest, asked her where the ring had gone, Riveria honestly didn't know how to answer properly. The next morning, after a night of rest, aside from Emiya, the first-tier adventurers had mostly recovered. High-level adventurers had extremely tough bodies. Hayden, who had looked deathly pale and seemed unable to even stand yesterday, now looked no different from usual after just some healing magic, panacea, and one night of rest. Chapter 101, A Long Journey. High-level adventurers had extremely tough bodies. Hayden, who had looked deathly pale and seemed unable to even stand yesterday, now looked no different from usual after just some healing magic, panacea, and one night of rest. And Emiya, whose level was only LV.2, obviously still needed more time to recuperate his body, but he was already able to walk normally, with no restrictions on movement. The morning sunlight sprinkled through the gaps in the dense forest, birdsong brought a trace of vitality to the silent forest. Riveria and the others were tidying up their gear in the simple camp, preparing to set off back to Orio. God Hermes had prepared earlier than the adventurers. The traveler god's usual leisurely smile at this moment appeared somewhat proud. "I've already prepared a few carriages for you all in advance." He stood in front of everyone, gently unfolding a scroll of contract document. The surface of the document was smooth as new, its edges inlaid with golden thread, and on the contract was clearly imprinted the emblem of the Orario Guild as well as the Hermes Familia's crest, a traveler's hat adorned with a feather. With this contract, you all can receive the carriages and supplies I've prepared in advance at the departure town on the outskirts of the Great Tree Sea. Thank you for your thoughtful arrangements, God Hermes. Riveria took the contract. Hermes' arrangements indeed made their journey much more convenient. Hermes gently smiled, his gaze revealing a rare trace of sincerity. You are all outstanding adventurers. To be of help to you is my honor. The difficult task is completed, let the return journey be a bit more relaxed. On the other hand, Friana did not embark on the return journey with Riveria and the others. As a professor of the school district, she chose to stay near the Great Tree Sea, waiting for someone from the school district to come pick her up. Her plan was to use this time to discover some young people in the surroundings who had potential and thirsted for knowledge, and bring them back to the school district for training. Although the villages and towns around the Great Tree Sea were remote, she believed that students with talent might still be hidden there, only lacking opportunity and guidance. Through this stop, Friana hoped to find more seedlings with academic or magical potential for the school district. Thus, everyone briefly bid farewell to Friana. According to the school district's plan, they would return to the labyrinth city Orario 3 years later for a short rest, and also to give the school district students a chance to consider whether to join a familia in Orario. At that time, perhaps they would see Friana again. God Hermes also did not set off on the road back to Orario with the adventurers. He explained that many members of the Hermes Familia had been injured in the previous battle and had not fully recovered. As the main god of the Familia, he decided to stay behind to personally care for them, ensuring they received enough treatment and rest. However, although Hermes explained his reason for staying behind lightly, saying it was because his Familia members had not recovered from their injuries, Emiya and the others could all see that the true reason that made him give up leaving alone was not this. Standing behind Hermes, Asfi, although her expression was calm, her gaze emitted an oppressive feeling that could not be ignored. That kind of gaze clearly warned Hermes, if you dare run off alone again, prepare to die. The killing intent beneath her calm exterior made Hermes have no choice but to obediently stay in the camp. Not long after leaving the adventurers' camp, Riveria and the others successfully exchanged the contract for 2 carriages in the small town on the outskirts of the Great Tree Sea. At first glance, the appearance of these 2 carriages was very modest. The surface of the carriage had no decorations and appeared extremely ordinary. But this plain exterior at first sight concealed their true extraordinariness. The frame was built from exceptionally sturdy special wood, the wheels and axles were meticulously crafted to ensure durability. The space inside the carriages was also unexpectedly large, enough to carry all their equipment and supplies, and could even provide enough resting space for the adventurers. What truly demonstrated the value of these carriages were the magic items personally crafted by the Omnipotent One, embedded inside. These magic items could automatically adjust the carriage's balance, ensuring smoothness inside the compartment even on rugged or muddy roads. Riding inside, one could barely feel the bumps and instability of an ordinary carriage. Even during long journeys, it felt comfortable and caused no fatigue. This hidden high-end design, combined with sturdy and durable materials and outstanding comfort, made it easy to realize that these 2 carriages, though low profile in appearance, were certainly very expensive, far beyond what ordinary adventurers could afford. On the way here, they had ridden flying dragons to cross the vast distance between the Great Tree Sea and Orario. That speed was far faster than carriages on land. But now, the flying dragons were either injured and unable to fly or had been killed by monsters, and could no longer provide assistance. Switching to carriages meant their journey would extend to over a month. This was a reality they had to accept. Even so, Riveria, usually calm and steady, seemed unusually excited about this upcoming long-distance journey. Especially when she saw the carriages Hermes had prepared for them, her eyes visibly lit up. Although Riveria didn't say much, from the subtle changes in her expression, it was clear that this rare opportunity seemed to have stirred some kind of anticipation deep within her. Emiya and Hayden originally both had their own reasons for wanting to return to Orario as soon as possible. Hayden was eager to meet Goddess Freya and report the results of this adventure. Emiya was entirely focused on returning to Orario's dungeon for training to improve his strength. He knew he still had many shortcomings and needed to make up for them through constant battles and tempering. However, when they noticed Riveria's strong interest in this journey, they tacitly refrained from mentioning the plan to return to the city early. Besides, the adventurers also realized that perhaps they themselves needed a journey. A bit of relaxation and adjustment. Moreover, Emiya quickly realized that traveling with Riveria and the others might be more effective for his training than returning to the dungeon alone. After all, in front of him were 3 LV.6 adventurers. Riveria, Hayden, and Hogni, as well as 1 LV.5 adventurer, Ryuu. These top-tier adventurers were not only experienced and powerful but also possessed unique combat styles and techniques. They could offer him guidance and real combat training at any time. And so, a traveler team powerful enough to challenge the dungeon's 49th floor Labyrinth King, the one-eyed demon King Baylor, set off. However, before the adventurers set off, the issue of carriage allocation sparked a slight conflict. Hayden and Hogni, both male elves of the Freya Familia, were naturally supposed to ride in the same carriage. However, Hayden also suggested that Emiya ride with them. The reason was simple: Emiya was male, so it was more appropriate for him to be with them, and the boy also needed more combat guidance. But Ryuu didn't agree. She hoped to ride in the same carriage as Emiya, reasoning that Emiya's body hadn't fully recovered and someone should take care of him. She wanted to ensure that Emiya could get better rest and recovery during the journey. Because of their differing opinions, the argument gradually escalated. The atmosphere among the elves grew tense, and the 2 first-class adventurers were nearly about to come to blows. Until, after arguing with Ryuu for a while, Hayden suddenly spoke in a relaxed tone, "Gale, did you forget that Lady Riveria is supposed to ride with you?" Only then did Ryuu realize that it was indeed somewhat inappropriate to have Lady Riveria ride with a male of another race. Although Ryuu personally didn't mind riding with Emiya, in her view, Lady Riveria might not feel the same. Moreover, considering Her Highness's status and the traditional views of the elf race, such an arrangement was clearly not very suitable. Hayden's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining his usual calm, but a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, as if he had effortlessly won this argument. However, such a victory didn't bring him much sense of accomplishment. After all, defeating a mere useless elf was far too easy. Ryuu was cornered by Hayden's words, realizing her oversight, and let out a frustrated sound, "Guh." The useless elf had already been pushed to the brink of failure, unable to find a way to respond. However, at that moment, Riveria suddenly spoke. "I don't mind riding with Emiya," she said. Her gaze swept over everyone, and Riveria continued, "I am very grateful for everyone's respect, but I have already relinquished my royal status. Now, I'm just a normal adventurer like you all." Riveria's tone remained calm, but there was clearly a touch of seriousness in her voice, as if she had already considered this for a long time. She said, "This is not just about whether or not I ride with Emiya. It's also about the long-standing attitude of the elf race towards other races." Riveria spoke slowly. "The elves have long held an incorrect prejudice against other races. This isn't an isolated phenomenon but a deeply rooted mindset. Even now, in some elven homelands, especially in Alfheim, this kind of mindset still exists. Elves still consider themselves superior and remain distant and hostile toward other races." Hayden's expression slightly stiffened, and Hogni's brows furrowed. Ryuu stood silently to the side, seemingly thoughtful and clearly agreeing with this point. "That is also one of the reasons I left the Alf Forest." Riveria continued, "I didn't want to continue being bound by such a mindset, using rigid views to distinguish between race, identity, and status. Now, I've chosen to be an adventurer, to fight equally alongside other races. Not to look down on others with the identity of an elven princess." Her words carried no intense emotional fluctuations, yet each sentence was powerful. Hayden and Hogni remained silent. They knew Riveria was telling the truth. As adventurers, we've long broken free from the traditional shackles of the elven race. Why should we continue to cling to such outdated thinking over something so trivial? Riveria said this with a strong sense of justice. However, after hearing Riveria's speech, Hayden remained indifferent inside. In his view, all of this was merely an excuse made by Her Highness. Her real purpose was to use this grand rhetoric to force him to back down, thereby ensuring that Emiya would travel with her and Ryuu, and not with the two elves of the Freya Familia. It was just that now, Riveria had raised the issue to the level of elven ideology and promoted equality with such noble bearing that even if Hayden doubted her motives, he had no way to refute her directly. Under the pressure of her identity and moral high ground, Hayden had no choice but to yield, since Her Highness has already made her position clear. Hayden finally said calmly, "Then I have nothing more to say." Hayden pondered silently. For Riveria to raise such a minor issue to such heights seemed a bit deliberate and lacking in sincerity. It wasn't her usual standard. With Her Highness's usual composure and intelligence, under normal circumstances, there would have been no need for such a lengthy explanation. No one need to believe her words. However, just as Hayden thought this, he turned to look at Ryuu and Hogni. Ryuu's eyes sparkled with undisguised admiration. Hogni also nodded slightly, his gaze filled with the same respect and awe. Yeah, they believed it. Two idiots, Hayden sighed in his heart. The useless elf Ryuu was even silently expressing her gratitude at that moment. Her Highness Riveria's character is truly noble. It's thanks to Her Highness's generosity that I can travel with Shirou. As a result, thanks to Riveria's decision, the carriage assignments were finally settled. Hayden and Hogni would ride together. Riveria, Ryuu, and Emiya would ride in another. The carriage Hermes had prepared was spacious, enough for the three to rest comfortably. While the elves were arguing outside, Emiya, due to his injuries, had already been resting inside the carriage. As the dispute came to an end, Riveria and Ryuu boarded the carriage, ready to depart. At that moment, Riveria looked at Ryuu and calmly asked, "Ryuu, are you good at taking care of the injured?" This question made Ryuu slightly freeze. She finally realized this blind spot. She wasn't actually good at caring for others. Though Gale was outstanding in strength, in non-combat fields, she was completely a useless elf. At most, she could wash dishes. But when it came to tending the wounded, she had no experience whatsoever. Thinking about it carefully, if she were in charge, Emiya's injuries might only get worse. Realizing this, Ryuu's face seemed to lose all color, shaken intensely. Seeing Ryuu's expression, Riveria sighed helplessly and said plainly, "Looks like you understand too. In that case, I'll help you take care of Shirou." Riveria's tone carried just the right touch of helplessness and reluctant acceptance. Ryuu realized her own shortcomings. A trace of disappointment appeared on her face, but she quickly expressed her gratitude to Riveria seriously and sincerely. "Lady Riveria, thank you so much." Although not as fast as flying dragons or first-class adventurers, the carriage specially prepared by Hermes was still much faster than a normal one. In just a few days, the adventurers followed the wide roads and arrived at the large city closest to the Great Tree Sea. The city known as the City of Hot Springs, Spring City. This journey was completely different from their way there. Previously, they had ridden flying dragons over mountains and rivers, heading straight for the Great Tree Sea, stopping only at remote villages or desolate places along the way, with simple and barren environments. Now, however, the carriage traveled along official roads built by various countries, passing through many major cities and bustling towns. The scenery and facilities along the way were more modern and convenient. Adventurers generally weren't allowed to leave the dungeon city or Rio easily. Even if they did go out, they were usually just running between nearby farms, towns, or ports. As a result, over time, many adventurers unconsciously formed a kind of subconscious idea: Orario is the world. In many people's eyes, Orario's unparalleled prosperity and authority made it seem like the very center of the world. Indeed, as the largest and most important city in the world, Aria had an unshakable position. However, the true world, its vastness and grandeur, how could it possibly be represented by a single city? Therefore, there were also many adventurers, like Riveria, who actually longed for the world beyond the dungeon city. Spring City was a tourist city famous for its hot springs. Inns offering hot spring services and small pavilions for travelers to rest in were everywhere along the streets. The city's warm atmosphere naturally made people relax. Though this city couldn't compare to Aria in scale and influence, it had its own unique culture and prosperity. Merchants from various countries gathered here. Exotic architectural styles dotted the streets. Languages and customs from all over the world flowed through the city. Of course, the adventurers weren't here for sightseeing. Spring City was just a temporary resting place on their journey back to Aria. After a day's travel, they decided to stay one night in this city to recover their strength and continue on the next morning. At this moment, they had just entered the city. Riveria pointed to the faint outline of a mountain in the distance and introduced it to Emiya. That dormant volcano you see was once one of the ancient monster behemoth's lairs. Unlike most ancient monsters such as the scorpions in the Great Tree Sea, the Earth King, Behemoth, and the Sea King, Leviathan, were monsters with no fixed homes and vast ranges of activity. Behemoth's traces once appeared all over the continent. Before it was defeated, there were constant sightings reported from various regions. It brought disasters to people across the world, destroyed many towns, and left countless innocent people homeless. Chapter 102, Riveria in a Mixed Bath. Behemoth's traces once appeared all over the continent. Before it was defeated, there were constant sightings reported from various regions. It brought disasters to people across the world, destroyed many towns, and left countless innocent people homeless. But, for this hot spring city, the existence of Behemoth turned out to be an unexpected blessing. It said that this volcano was originally on the verge of erupting, with magma blocked underground. It was Behemoth who dug through the magma channel, which instead prevented the volcano from a major eruption and reduced the disaster here. Not only that, Behemoth's activity also allowed the underground hot springs to gush out, eventually bringing prosperity to the hot spring city. Emiya looked at the not-so-high volcano in the distance and nodded slightly. Riveria-senpai, you really are knowledgeable. Riveria chuckled softly and casually pulled out a history book from her bag, just selling what I just learned. These books were all placed in the carriage by Lord Hermes. Seeing this, Emiya couldn't help but sigh, as expected of the god of travelers. It feels like Lord Hermes puts more thought into letting us enjoy the trip than he does in carrying out world-saving missions. Carrying out the missions arranged by the Adventurers Guild was just routine for Hermes, but recommending travel destinations to adventurers he favored, that was something that truly made him happy from the bottom of his heart. Looking at Riveria's profile, Emiya asked curiously, Riveria-senpai, do you like traveling a lot? Riveria didn't evade the question and admitted frankly, yes. My greatest dream is to search every corner of the world and explore. However, the last time I left Aria was a long time ago. The dungeon of Aria is praised as the world's greatest, unknown land. Riveria's original plan was to uncover all the mysteries of the dungeon before traveling around the world. However, she hadn't expected the depths and mysteries of the dungeon to far exceed her imagination. Even now, the area explored by the Loki Familia might only be the tip of the iceberg of this massive labyrinth. Not only that, as the Loki Familia grew stronger, her responsibilities as the vice-captain also increased day by day. From commanding battles and organizing operations to managing internal affairs, these duties unknowingly bound her. Sometimes, she became aware that she had somewhat forgotten her original intention of becoming an adventurer. That pure sense of freedom and desire for knowledge. The dream of exploring every unknown corner of this world seemed to have been gradually blurred by the heavy responsibilities and endless tasks. As Riveria quietly spoke of her feelings, her gaze unintentionally landed on the ring on Emiya's left hand. Her expression suddenly changed, and a hint of unnatural redness appeared on her face. Back then, this ring couldn't be removed no matter what. Riveria had simply declared that this ring would be her gift to Emiya. Emiya wanted to repay her with an equivalent gift, but Riveria firmly rejected his proposal without hesitation. Of course, she didn't tell Emiya the story behind the ring. The royal treasure, ancient legends, and blessings from the spirits. These hidden pasts, Riveria chose to keep in her heart and never spoke of them. A cooperative relationship with the Sword King is an important matter that could influence the future development of the Loki Familia, Riveria pondered seriously in her heart. She was very firm inside, everything I do is for the Loki Familia. At that moment, Riveria suddenly noticed that Emiya's way of addressing her had changed from the familiar, sister, to the more formal, senpai. She frowned slightly and asked, Shirou, why the sudden change in how you call me? Emiya explained, Ryuu told me that your status and rank within the elven race are extremely noble, so calling you sister might be a bit inappropriate. So I thought, calling you senpai would be more fitting. Riveria lightly nodded after hearing this, is that so? In the evening, Riveria found Ryuu and handed her a thick book with a smile. Ryuu looked down, and her expression instantly froze as if struck by lightning. What is this? There was a hint of fear in Ryuu's voice. This is the homework Professor Friana specifically prepared for you before she left. The elven princess still wore a smile, her tone gentle but brooking no refusal. Ryuu, your combat ability is indeed excellent, but your academic shortcomings are too serious and must be addressed. Riveria, I will personally supervise you in completing these assignments. Pardon me for the interruption, but upon seeing your emerald-like hair and eyes, I simply couldn't ignore it. Might I ask, are you perhaps a noble of royal blood? Just after the adventurers entered the city, several male and female elves appeared ahead. They instantly recognized the unique traits on Riveria and approached with eyes filled with excitement and reverence. Princess Riveria, are you Princess Riveria? One young male elf almost blurted out, his voice filled with barely concealed joy and admiration. Emiya and the others were already used to this. In the past few days, every time they encountered elves, similar scenes would unfold. Worshipful gazes, excited inquiries, respectful attitudes. Elves generally held immense loyalty toward royalty. Riveria was the only member of the royal family of Elf Forest to leave her homeland and become an adventurer. No matter where she went, she became the center of attention among the elves. The elves bowed low before Riveria, praising her noble royal identity and her achievements in subjugating ancient monsters. Princess Riveria of Elf Forest, inheritor of the spirit of the great saintess Celsha in history, who stepped forward to fulfill the wish of subjugating the ancient monsters of the lower world. Many elves in the outside world saw Riveria this way, as a symbol of bravery, sacrifice, and fearlessness. However, the reality was quite different. This princess had simply chosen to run away from home, to escape the shackles of royalty, and to seek her own path of adventure. The glorious legend in the hearts of the elves was entirely different from her true motivation. That said, this time, Riveria truly did participate in the subjugation of an ancient monster. She hadn't deliberately tried to live up to the elves' expectations, but unintentionally, she had actually fulfilled the hopes pinned on her. At first, Riveria would patiently explain to these admiring elves, I've already left the royal family. But gradually, she found that these elves didn't care about her explanation. Instead, they continued to treat her with reverence. Over time, Riveria became numb. When facing those visiting elves, she merely tried her best to maintain a stiff smile. Yet this time, things seemed a bit different. The elf who led the visit to Riveria turned out to be the president of the largest local merchant guild. Compared to previous admirers, this merchant held a prestigious status and had prepared meticulously for Riveria's arrival. Princess, he said respectfully, his tone full of admiration, we've already reserved the best hot spring inn in the area for you, and we await your presence at any time. He bowed slightly, waiting for Princess Riveria's response, as if her visit was an unparalleled honor. Riveria was rather helpless in the face of the Elf Guild leader's enthusiasm. She firmly rejected his overly extravagant arrangements. However, the elf did not back down. Instead, he said sincerely, "Princess, our respect for you isn't just due to your royal blood. More importantly, you defeated the monster of the Great Tree Sea." This guild leader didn't even know the specific name of the scorpion from the Great Tree Sea, but he knew that over the past few months, the increase in monster activity near the Tree Sea had even begun to threaten the surrounding villages near Spring City, worrying the locals. He had seen all this with his own eyes. Now, the number of monsters had clearly decreased, and Riveria's team had left the Tree Sea during that time. Putting two and two together, it was undoubtedly the work of Riveria and her group. They had saved the people of the region. Hearing these words, Riveria was slightly moved. As a princess, she was used to receiving attention because of her status. But being sincerely respected for her actual achievements was a rare experience. After hesitating for a moment, she finally decided to accept the kind offer. Emiya, Riveria, and the others arrived at the hot spring inn arranged by the guild. As soon as they entered, they felt its exquisite luxury. This inn was indeed worthy of being the most luxurious residence in Spring City. The rooms were elegantly decorated, adorned with intricate carvings, exotic artworks hung on the walls, and the floors were covered in thick carpets that muffled even the sound of footsteps. The courtyard was especially enchanting, with carefully tended flower beds and small bridges over flowing water, showcasing a perfect harmony between nature and architecture. Not only that, each deluxe suite's courtyard also had a private hot spring area, surrounded by beautifully crafted wooden screens, ensuring guests tranquility and privacy. Emiya looked around and couldn't help but joke, "The suite that Princess Riveria stayed in will probably triple in price after this, huh?" Hearing that, Riveria smiled faintly, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "If that really happens, then I hope they make good use of that gimmick. At least it won't be a waste of hosting us." She hesitated for a moment, her gaze lingering on Emiya as if pondering how to speak. Finally, Riveria said softly, "Shirou, actually, I have a small request." Emiya looked up, somewhat puzzled. "What request, Riveria-senpai?" Riveria frowned slightly, then spoke with a faint, hard-to-notice smile, "Can you just call me Riveria? The title, senpai, sounds too distant." Emiya was stunned for a moment, then smiled, "All right, Riveria." Hearing him say that, Riveria nodded and let out a small breath of relief. "By the way, where are Hayden, Hogni, and Ryuu?" Emiya asked. Riveria answered with a laugh, "The black and white knights went back to their suite first. As for Ryuu, she realized her grades are too terrible, so she stayed in her room to catch up on her studies." Hot springs, really are comfortable. Riveria stretched lazily in the hot spring pool, her body leaning back slightly. Her emerald hair floated gently on the surface with her movements. The hot spring water gently wrapped around Riveria's skin, the warm ripples gliding across her body like gentle hands soothing her tense muscles. Steam billowed around, and tiny bubbles in the water danced lightly around her arms and legs, bringing a subtle tingling sensation. Elves usually preferred showers and weren't too fond of soaking baths, especially because they had low tolerance for hot water. But occasionally soaking in a hot spring still offered a unique sense of comfort. "I've soaked long enough, time to get out." Riveria stood up, ready to leave the hot spring. However, at that moment, someone suddenly entered the hot spring pool surrounded by screens. Riveria froze for a moment and quickly sank back into the water. At the same time, Emiya parted the laurel branches at the entrance, revealing the hidden wooden sign that read, "Mixed bath, please wash beforehand and wear swimsuits to enter." When checking in, the room cleaning staff had specially reminded them that several hot springs in the courtyard were mixed baths, and swimsuits were provided. If they wanted to bathe alone, they could use the suite's large private bath instead. Just turn on the tap, and hot spring water would flow out. As expected of a top-class inn, the amenities were truly complete. After confirming the nature of the hot spring, the boy walked into the area surrounded by screens. Splash! Splash! He had already washed up and now stepped into the hot spring pool, feeling the warmth soak through his entire body. In his past life, bathing had always been one of Emiya's favorite pastimes. Although recently, the hostess of fertility, Tavern had installed a bath to accommodate Haruhime, still, hot springs were definitely something different from ordinary hot water baths. Just as he was enjoying the warmth, a slightly flustered voice suddenly reached his ears, Shirou. Emiya was slightly taken aback. Through the thick steam, he noticed the other person's blurry figure. Without the slightest hesitation, he naturally greeted the other party, Riveria, good evening. Shirou, why did you come in? Riveria's figure shrank down a bit, her voice carried obvious tension and unease, and she was even somewhat incoherent. This is my courtyard, right? Wait a minute, don't tell me, Shirou's room and mine, because they're in one suite, the courtyard is shared, Riveria thought nervously. There were 3 rooms in one suite of the inn. Riveria, Ryuu, and Emiya each stayed in a different room, but shared one courtyard, as well as 3 different hot spring pools within the courtyard. But even so, I'm already here. How can Shirou be so calm? Emiya replied with a natural tone, because I saw there was a Far East-style bath over here, I wanted to come experience it. Actually, he was also a bit interested in the other, sea country-style hot spring, but Ryuu said she wanted to try the Far East style, so he came along with her. Emiya had entered the hot spring first, while Ryuu was still washing her body. Riveria's heart skipped a beat, and instantly became chaotic. Could it be that in Far Eastern culture, men and women bathing together is normal? Or perhaps, Shirou, he simply wanted to soak in the hot spring together with me? This made her extremely nervous, yet she didn't dare to show it easily. Shirou, are you there? Just as the atmosphere turned delicate, Ryuu's voice suddenly came from outside. Emiya heard Ryuu's voice and responded, I'm here. A few seconds later, Ryuu walked into the bath area wrapped in a towel. Riveria immediately became even more flustered, a trace of anxiety flashed through her mind, isn't it enough that I'm already here? Now he's even inviting Ryuu in too. Just as she felt at a loss, Ryuu stood openly by the edge of the hot spring and casually took off the towel wrapped around her body. Riveria's heartbeat instantly accelerated, but in the next moment, she saw the neatly worn swimsuit on Ryuu's body. Ryuu stepped into the bath without a care, her movements natural and unhurried. She sat peacefully in the water, enjoying the hot spring while glancing around. Through the mist, Riveria saw this scene, more precisely, she saw the swimsuit on Ryuu, and only 2 words flashed through her mind, it's over. The inn had also prepared a beautiful brand new swimsuit for Riveria, but the elf service staff member responsible for receiving her had gotten overly excited, solely focused on asking for an autograph, and ended up forgetting to remind her of this matter. T/N, remind me to post the AI-generated pics of Riveria in bath towel. Chapter 103, Arriving in Kingdom of Rakia. Now, Riveria's set of swimsuits still quietly lay in the room's wardrobe. Princess Riveria, Ryuu noticed Riveria's figure, and immediately stepped forward respectfully to greet her. Seeing Ryuu parting the mist, walking towards her, Riveria hurriedly waved her hand, quickly stopping her, stop. I mean, Ryuu, here, there's no need to be so formal. Her voice carried a hint of panic, completely losing her usual composure. As she spoke, Riveria unconsciously retreated a few steps, until she backed into the corner of the hot spring pool, doing her best to sink her body below the neck into the warm spring water, trying to hide her nervousness. Fortunately, the natural hot spring here, rich in minerals, made the water appear emerald green, unlike ordinary hot springs which are clear and transparent. Coupled with the thick steam hovering above the pool, Riveria at least didn't have to worry about being seen clearly. Even so, she still felt a wave of anxiety. After all, Ryuu's gaze was still lingering on her, without noticing the subtle awkwardness at all. Princess Riveria, are you all right? Ryuu asked in confusion, clearly unaware of the situation in front of her. I'm fine, and Riveria forced a smile. At that moment, Emiya suddenly stood up, startling Riveria so much her heart tensed, almost letting out a scream. However, she soon breathed a sigh of relief, Emiya was also wearing knee-length beach swim trunks. Emiya walked to the cold water bucket beside the hot spring pool, and took out 2 towels soaked in cold water. He handed one towel to Ryuu, saying, "Put it on your head, it'll feel much better, and also prevent dizziness from soaking in the hot spring too long." Ryuu slightly nodded, and following Emiya's advice, gently placed the towel on her head. As expected, she felt a wave of coolness and much more comfort. Then, Emiya turned to Riveria and asked, "Riveria, do you need a towel?" Riveria paused slightly, still feeling somewhat nervous in her heart, but on the surface she remained calm, and naturally shook her head, "No need." Obviously, she couldn't take the initiative to get the towel, nor could she let Emiya bring it over. Emiya also placed a towel on his own head, then reached out and gently patted Ryuu's hair, smiling as he said, "You've finished all your homework. Really impressive." Ryuu's pretty face flushed slightly. Although a bit embarrassed, she still couldn't help but softly complain, Princess Riveria was really too strict. Seeing their natural interaction, Riveria couldn't help but feel helpless, and softly muttered, "Which one of you is really the older one here?" So hot, Riveria thought inwardly. Elves are inherently not good at enduring high temperatures. She had already soaked in the hot spring for a long time, and to avoid Emiya and Ryuu, had deliberately hidden in the innermost part of the hot spring pool. However, this happened to be the outlet, where the temperature was higher than other areas, and the continuous rising heat made her feel more and more unbearable. Ryuu accidentally noticed that Riveria was somewhat far from them and asked in confusion, "Shirou, why is Princess Riveria so far away from us?" Emiya glanced at Riveria's position, then explained, "That seems to be where the water outlet is, the temperature is higher than our side." Ryuu nodded thoughtfully, "Oh, so Princess Riveria thinks the water is too cold?" Emiya nodded, "I see, it is a bit cold. Then let's heat it up a bit." Hearing their conversation, Riveria almost couldn't stop herself from speaking out. Yet she didn't know how to explain and could only scream internally, "No. That's not the reason at all." To Emiya, the water temperature indeed felt a bit low. He himself was a blacksmith, often working in the forge workshop, giving him strong tolerance to high temperatures. Moreover, his body was stronger than an ordinary person's. The current water temperature simply couldn't satisfy him. Emiya turned his head to Ryuu and tentatively asked, "Can the temperature be increased a bit more? If you can endure it." Ryuu gently nodded and replied, "I can endure it, don't worry." Hearing Ryuu's agreement, Emiya got up and walked to the water valve, adjusting the ratio of hot and cold water. Soon, the hot spring's water temperature gradually rose, becoming warmer. Feeling the change in water temperature, Emiya then turned to Riveria and said with concern, "Riveria, if you think it's too hot, come over here. This side is far from the water outlet, so the temperature is much lower." Riveria forced herself to speak stiffly, "No, not hot." Hearing Riveria's firm response, Emiya felt reassured, and casually increased the proportion of hot water even more. The water temperature of the hot spring rose again, and the steam became denser. And in the corner, Riveria's heart was already in chaos. She felt she was about to break down. In her mind, there was even a fleeting thought of releasing the magic, wind Fimbulvetcher, to drive away the suffocating heat with snow and ice. Although as a level 6 adventurer with high endurance, her body was strong enough to withstand a hellhound's breath, the current temperature did not pose real harm to her body. However, not being injured did not mean she wasn't uncomfortable. Instantaneous heat and long-term immersion in hot springs were completely different experiences. Riveria's body was not damaged, yet at this moment she felt an unprecedented chaos and discomfort. The surrounding heat made her consciousness gradually blur, her head beginning to feel dizzy. She struggled to maintain a calm appearance, but inwardly she was already crying out in pain. If this continued, she might really faint in the hot spring. If this keeps going and I faint, then get scooped up by Shirou, my life might really be over. Just as she was struggling mentally, Ryuu's voice broke the tense atmosphere, "Shirou, the water's a bit too hot for me, I want to go take a shower." After saying that, Ryuu got up and left the hot spring pool. Emiya still soaked in the pool, expression calm, clearly unaffected by the increased temperature. But seeing Emiya so relaxed, Riveria felt even more pressure. "Riveria, I'll head back first too." After a while, Emiya said goodbye to Riveria and left the hot spring pool. The moment his figure disappeared behind the screen, Riveria hurriedly stood up and jumped out of the pool. However, due to the long time soaking in high heat, she suddenly felt dizzy, slipped, and lost control, falling back into the hot spring with a big splash. Hearing the sound behind him, Emiya immediately turned back and saw Riveria fall into the water. His expression tightened, and he quickly ran back. Seeing her condition was bad, Emiya didn't hesitate to jump into the water and pull Riveria out. However, just as he lifted Riveria from the spring, his gaze involuntarily dropped. With no mist or water to block his view, what he held in his arms was pure white, golden and emerald eyes stared at each other. The exhaled breaths tangled together, dissipating into the steam, drifting toward the distant sky. Early the next morning, as soon as the gates of Spring City opened, Riveria and the others became the first group of travelers to leave the city, once again setting off on the journey back to Orio. The morning air was especially refreshing. The wheels turned slowly on the flat road, but the atmosphere inside the carriage felt a bit subtle. Although Emiya and Riveria both appeared calm, their glances at each other seemed to carry a trace more awkwardness than usual. What happened in the hot spring last night still lingered in their memories. After a brief exchange of looks, Emiya understood the meaning in Riveria's eyes. "Please forget what happened last night. It was just a moment of impulse, nothing went too far, not too far, let's just forget it," Riveria murmured to herself. As time passed, a few days went by, and the subtle tension between Emiya and Riveria gradually eased, slowly returning to their usual natural state. In fact, after this unexpected event and a shared experience of keeping a secret, the relationship between the two seemed even more harmonious than before. Their conversations and interactions carried a sense of effortless understanding. This subtle change left Ryuu somewhat puzzled. She would often observe them, with a trace of confusion in her heart, vaguely sensing that something had changed. But this elven girl held immense trust in Lady Riveria. Out of respect for royalty, she did not speak much, simply followed quietly at their side, continuing her journey. Lady Riveria definitely isn't a perverted elf like Elise. Thinking this, Ryuu let out a breath of relief, and the slight worry she had also dissipated. During this period, they passed through quite a few countries and cities. Although none of the places could compare in prosperity and pleasure to the city of hot springs, the adventurers still witnessed the unique cultures and sceneries of different regions. Besides that, the adventurers also encountered monster attacks more than once during their journey, even experiencing an incident where a large number of monsters assaulted a city. That city wasn't large, but its defensive force was relatively well prepared. Although there were only about a dozen soldiers blessed by the gods, they were well organized and not weak in combat power. The local garrison had also hired many adventurers in advance to assist with the defense, further strengthening the city's protection. At first, Emiya and Ryuu intended to take the initiative to help them clear the monster wave and solve the crisis. However, Riveria stopped them. "This city has already prepared sufficiently to fight off the monsters," she patiently explained. "What they need now is a victory to prove themselves, to boost morale and confidence, to accumulate real combat experience, and to establish the authority of their leadership. If we intervene, while we can ensure they get through the crisis unharmed, we would be taking away their chance to grow. Let them fight with their own hands. Someone might get injured, even die, but next time they're attacked, they'll be able to do better." After hearing this, Emiya accepted Riveria's suggestion. They maintained a watching posture, only acting as the city's final insurance, ready to step in during an emergency. In the end, the results did not disappoint Riveria. The city's defenders and adventurers fought bravely, and after half a day of fierce battle, they successfully wiped out the monster wave and defended the city. After this victory, the morale and fighting spirit of the city's guards and the adventurers who participated clearly changed for the better. After leaving that city, Riveria said, monsters outside the dungeon are generally weaker. Most of them fall within the range that adult men without God's blessing can deal with by forming teams. However, in recent years, the number of monsters on the surface has obviously increased, and their strength is gradually rising as well. To cope with the growing threat, many small countries began to emulate major powers such as the Empire, Kingdom, Magic Nation, and Amazon country, focusing on cultivating powerful individuals blessed by the gods. During this time, some small nations perished either from monster invasions or being annexed by larger countries. Meanwhile, many powerful individuals emerged amidst this chaotic situation, displaying their talent and strength. Even so, Aria still firmly held the top position among the world's powers, maintaining an overwhelming advantage over all other countries. Almost no nation dared challenge Arario's status. And the only exception was the Kingdom of Rakia. The Kingdom of Rakia was located in the western part of the continent and was the closest of all major countries to Aria. This country was a typical military nation. Though called a kingdom, the real ruler was the war god Ares and his Familia. Essentially, it was a nation-type Familia. Ares claimed himself to be the god of war. Based on his divine will, the Kingdom of Rakia had always been fond of war. Whether against other nations or city-states, so long as the opportunity arose, Rakia would always ignite a conflict. There was once a time when the Kingdom of Rakia, relying on its powerful military might, especially its possession of the Kratsos magic swords, could be called the overlord of the western continent. However, with the loss of this core technology, Rakia's combat power drastically dropped, and they could no longer maintain their former glory. In front of Aria, they became utterly insignificant. Even so, the Kingdom of Rakia never abandoned its warmongering nature, keeping up the tradition of challenging Aria every few years. They had launched wars multiple times, only to be effortlessly defeated by Aria each time, even being forced to pay huge amounts in reparations. Because of this, the people of the city called Ares the god of war who only starts wars, not wins them. The Kingdom of Rakia was also a necessary pass-through for adventurers returning to Aria. From the moment they neared Rakia's borders, the atmosphere among the elves in the party clearly became heavier, with unspoken tension and hostility. Your Highness, we can't hesitate anymore. We must strike hard. Hayden had already approached Riveria multiple times, his expression serious and his tone resolute. With the mindset of a beast, shoot straight into the heart of the kingdom. The elves and the Kingdom of Rakia had deep-rooted blood feuds. Rakia once relied on the power of magic swords, sweeping across battlefields with astonishing firepower. The devastating power of the magic swords could easily destroy enemy forces, requiring no strategy or tactics. Countless battlefields were turned to scorched earth by that overwhelming firepower, where not a single blade of grass remained. These wars, fueled by the reckless use of magic swords, eventually spilled over into the forests of the elves. Many elven villages and entire forests were burned to ash. Countless elves lost their homes, were separated from their families, and many were captured by the Kingdom of Rakia and enslaved. Because of their rarity and delicate appearance, elves were highly prized in the slave market and became frequent targets of enslavement. Later, the homeless elves, with the help of a certain god, that is, after receiving the blessing of the gods, joined her, Familia, and swore revenge. They united and launched a fierce counterattack against the Kingdom of Rakia, which had once destroyed their forests and villages. At that time, Rakia had already lost the magic swords it once prided itself on. Facing the offensive from the Elven, Familia, the kingdom suffered immense losses. The elves displayed incredible power and unyielding determination on the battlefield. Many of Rakia's cities and troops were heavily damaged in that war. However, the Kingdom of Rakia was still a dominant superpower. Even without the magic swords, it still possessed a vast army and powerful resources. Under the kingdom's fierce counterattack, the Elven, Familia, eventually could not hold out and was completely destroyed in the flames of war. Thus, the elves' revenge came to an end, but the hatred between the race and the kingdom only deepened further. The nation of sin that traffics in war, this was how the elves referred to the kingdom of Rakia, with profound resentment. Although Haydine's homeland had not suffered an invasion by the kingdom of Rakia, his hatred toward them remained deep. Chapter 104, Wrath of Haydine and Fall of Rakia. Although Haydine's homeland had not suffered an invasion by the kingdom of Rakia, his hatred toward them remained deep. At first, this hatred stemmed from the shared animosity of being a member of the elven race. But for Haydine, the true source of hatred was because the kingdom of Rakia had once openly insulted the goddess Freya whom he believed in. Capture goddess Freya and bring her back to the palace of the war god. This was a slogan once shouted by the kingdom of Rakia during the war. That time, Rakia suffered a particularly miserable defeat in the conflict with Orario, almost annihilated entirely. In the end, in order to appease the rage of the powerful warriors under Freya, the kingdom of Rakia had no choice but to empty the national treasury and pay a huge amount of compensation. However, for Haydine, this matter was far from over. This elf, known within Freya Familia as the demonic glasses, due to his gloomy personality and vengeful nature, had always been petty and held grudges. Haydine looked at Riveria, his gaze firm. "Your Highness, give the order." For Riveria, taking the initiative to act against the kingdom of Rakia was an extremely difficult decision. Though she no longer placed importance on her status, it was an undeniable fact that Riveria was the Princess of Alf, a representative figure of the elven royal family to the outside world. Every move of the royal princess was, in a sense, seen as an embodiment of the elven race's will. Therefore, any decision involving other great nations could not be made lightly. However, precisely because Riveria's identity was that of a royal princess, she could not easily let go of the deep-seated hatred of her people. Especially during this rare journey outside of Orario, she had met many of her kin. These elves, without exception, showed her utmost respect and admiration. And among these people, the proportion whose hometowns were destroyed by the kingdom of Rakia was overwhelmingly high. The reason was simple: elves had always been proud. Many elves, unwilling to interact with other races, chose to build villages deep within forests, living in seclusion. It was precisely because the kingdom of Rakia had abused magic swords and destroyed these villages that these elves were left homeless, forced to leave their hometowns and seek survival in the cities. That merchant who provided them with a night in a luxurious hot spring hotel in the city of Hot Springs was just such a person. His village had been destroyed by Rakia's magic swords, and he was the sole survivor of his family. Riveria knew very well that when she accepted the respect and kneeling of these elves, she also had to bear some far heavier responsibilities. "I'll do it." Sensing the pressure Riveria was under, Emiya suddenly spoke up. Riveria didn't immediately understand what he meant, and Emiya continued to explain, "For this operation, Riveria, you don't need to show up. Let Ryuu and I take action. Haydine and Mr. Hogni can provide support." His words made Riveria freeze, but Emiya continued, "As the leader of the operation, I attacked the kingdom of Rakia out of personal will, and, Gale, is my companion. That's all. This is my personal action. Orario is already at war with the kingdom of Rakia. If Rakia can bring their troops near Orario, then adventurers from Orario attacking Rakia's capital should also be reasonable." Riveria originally wanted to criticize Emiya's absurd idea, but soon, she realized the significance behind what he was doing. The kingdom of Rakia itself was such an existence. To the entire elven race, it was a huge threat, but to individuals, especially powerful adventurers, the size of this grand kingdom held no deterrent power. Riveria and the others needed to consider that the kingdom of Rakia might retaliate against the elven race because of her actions, whereas Emiya had no such weak points that could be threatened by a kingdom. "We travel together, many people know that. Even if I don't appear, and it's done under your name, this matter will still be tied to the elves." Riveria spoke softly. Such an absurd claim, no one would believe it. However, although Riveria said that, in her heart, she was already vaguely understanding something. Haydine spoke, "Your Highness, I think what Emiya-kun means is, the important thing isn't which people believe, but rather, which they more want to believe." This matter is either a declaration of war by the Elven princess, or an attack by a human adventurer. Between these two explanations, if it were me, I would definitely choose to accept the latter. Whiter Fairy's magic wand spoke its answer. When you have enough strength, justification becomes especially important. This sentence was something Emiya had learned from the goddess Astrea. Just like back then, when he forcefully took Haruhime from the Ishtar Familia, the public explanation was that Emiya had, of his own will, taken a girl he liked from the pleasure district. That ridiculous excuse, of course, goddess Ishtar could not possibly believe it, but she ultimately chose to accept it. Because if the pretense was torn down, she would be facing not just an adventurer who snatched a girl, but the hammer of the Hephaestus Familia and the blades of the Astrea Familia. Now, Emiya planned to give the kingdom of Rakia the same multiple-choice question. They could choose to believe that this was just a human adventurer leading a few elves in an attack, an accidental incident. Or, they could choose to declare war against the entire elven race represented by the elven princess, swearing enmity to the death. And in the eyes of the elves, this would not be a war provoked by Princess Riveria, but yet another shameless provocation by the greedy and sinful kingdom of Rakia, exploiting a pretext. This was another meaning of justification. Not only was it an explanation to the outside world, but also something for their own people to see. And between the two explanations, the elves would naturally choose the one favorable to Princess Riveria. In other words, Riveria would become the absolute winner in this political game. If the kingdom of Rakia chose to endure the insult, everything would be interpreted as Princess Riveria secretly orchestrating it, suppressing Rakia's arrogance, showcasing her wisdom and composure in strategizing and winning battles from afar. But if Rakia couldn't bear it and chose to start a war with the elves, then Rakia would be seen as utterly shameless and despicable, daring to smear the pure and noble Princess Riveria. This behavior would completely enrage the elves and their allies. Whether they advanced or retreated, Riveria would remain invincible. Advance and win, retreat and win. Of course, all of this was based on one premise: Emiya, the Black and White Knights, together with Gale, could truly turn the capital of the kingdom of Rakia upside down. Riveria was silent for a moment. She raised her head and looked into Emiya's eyes. Those light golden eyes met Riveria's gaze without a hint of retreat. For some reason, Riveria felt her breath tremble slightly, as she sensed a deep, demonic nature within those brilliant eyes. Despite being a level 6 and a level 2, in that moment, Riveria felt that she was the weaker one. This illusion made Riveria's heart race. Finally, she gently nodded, approving of Emiya's plan. Emiya then said, "Give me some time. I'll project a few magic swords in advance." Outside Ororio, in the plains. In the military camp, tents stood in dense rows, soldiers patrolled back and forth, and the air was filled with a heavy, grim atmosphere. At the center of the camp stood a command tent more majestic than the others, symbolizing the highest authority of the kingdom. Inside the tent, a tall, muscular, and handsome young man sat before a map, frowning deeply. This youth was the crown prince of the kingdom of Rakia, Marius Victrix Rakia. With an average build, honey golden hair, and a chiseled, handsome face, he stood out among any crowd. However, at the moment, he appeared somewhat haggard, with exhaustion written all over his features. The kingdom of Rakia's supreme ruler, the war god Ares, despite the title of war god, was more of a war fanatic than an actual military genius. On the battlefield, his most frequent actions were coming up with all sorts of eccentric ideas to cause trouble for the kingdom's generals. And the crown prince's father, King Martinus of the kingdom of Rakia, was extremely loyal to war god Ares, obeying his every command without question. Such behavior earned him the nickname, Foolish King. The young Marius was one of the few examples of rationality and intelligence within the upper ranks of the kingdom. His wisdom and composure made him stand out among the rulers of the kingdom, gradually taking control of the kingdom of Rakia's actual highest authority. However, holding great power brought him no sense of satisfaction, only endless fatigue and exhaustion. "Crown Prince of the kingdom of Rakia, Marius, are you there? I have a great idea," a voice that made Marius's heart skip a beat came from outside the tent. Hearing the god's booming voice, Marius couldn't help but hold his forehead. The flap of the tent was lifted, and a handsome male god strode in. He had orange-gold long hair like a lion's mane and eyes blazing like fire. His features were rugged and radiated a masculine beauty, with even a bit of blinding divine presence. If one didn't know the true nature of this god, Marius might have felt some awe. God Ares, Marius spoke in a tone that wasn't particularly respectful, what whimsical plan do you have again? At first, Marius would get stomachaches from Ares's completely unreliable plans. Now, he was simply numb to them. Ares was excited and paid no mind to the crown prince's slightly sarcastic tone. He said enthusiastically, according to intel, the 9 hells, and black and white knights, group will pass through our kingdom on their way back to the city. Say, if we capture them, can't we use them as bargaining chips to force the city to surrender? Marius raised his head, his eyes full of disbelief. He knew Ares's plans were always outrageous, but this one was downright absurd. Marius took a deep breath, trying to stay calm, and said, God Ares, the kingdom of Rakia's strongest forces amount to no more than 3 level 4s, including the captain of the warriors, and if you count me, fewer than 20 level 3s. The kingdom of Rakia's army had great numbers, but not a single first-rank warrior above level 5. Marius stared directly at Ares, the implication of his words clear, are you planning to send us few people to capture 3 level 6s? These humanoid calamities are willing to leave Rakia quietly without settling old scores with the elves, just that alone should have us giving thanks to the heavens and earth, and you want to provoke them? Ares didn't understand, completely missing the sarcasm in the crown prince's tone, and instead said even more confidently, what's the problem? There's a slight power gap, but that's okay. Where strength is lacking, we'll make up for it with the number of warriors and their determination. Marius closed his eyes in exhaustion, slumping into his chair. Suddenly, he remembered Ares's opening line when he entered the tent, and asked, God Ares, when you entered the tent just now, what did you say to me? Ares, I said I have a plan. No, the sentence before that. Are you there? I really wanted to answer, not here. Marius continued, one more sentence before that. Ares thought for a moment, Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Rakia, Marius? Yes, that's the one. Marius suddenly stood up, raising his voice sharply, I quit. I'm done being Crown Prince. Marius snatched the laurel crown symbolizing his status from his head and hurled it to the ground, then turned and ran out of the camp. It was only then that Ares realized the seriousness of the situation and, together with a few generals, hurried to stop Marius. Amid the chaos, Marius was pinned down by the group, while Ares was forced by the generals to bow and apologize to him. After everyone's efforts and persuasion, Marius reluctantly returned to the tent. And then, Ares quickly tossed aside the unreliable plan. He was always like that. Saying whatever came to mind, and not really thinking about it afterward. However, Ares completely forgot one thing, before coming to find Marius, he had already written a letter sharing his great plan with the king remaining in the royal capital, Marius's dog father, His Majesty the foolish king, Martinus. Ares-sama has completely gone mad, that was the only thought that surfaced in the Chancellor of the Kingdom of Rakia's mind upon seeing the divine confidential letter. As Crown Prince Marius's most important ally and supporter, the Chancellor had always played the role of Marius's right-hand man in the kingdom's political scene. Although his level was merely LV.1, he had provided great assurance to the Crown Prince with his rational personality and absolute loyalty. Marius knew well that if his dog father remained on the front lines, the kingdom would lose even more disastrously. Therefore, he left the foolish king who only caused trouble in the royal capital and had the Chancellor keep watch on him at all times. In a typical country, such a situation would resemble a script where the treacherous minister and the crown prince collude to harm the king. However, in the kingdom of Rakia, the real story was the opposite. King Martinus and the gods, with their world-shocking wisdom, instead tormented the few remaining normal people. Unlike Marius, who constantly thought about escaping the kingdom of Rakia, the Chancellor was very loyal to Ares. But he also understood in his heart that this god's orders must be carefully filtered and adjusted before they could be implemented. As for that foolish king, the Chancellor held no goodwill and only considered him a burden to the kingdom. The king of the kingdom of Rakia was not chosen through bloodline inheritance, but was selected by Ares from among the Familia members he deemed most excellent. In essence, more like the head of the Familia. The current head had been selected because his personality matched Ares's, while the prince, so excellent it made people suspect the queen had cheated, had become the crown prince and vice leader by virtue of his own talents. Your Majesty, please don't do anything foolish at this time. There must be some mistake. The Chancellor did his best to dissuade the foolish king, trying to calm his impulsiveness. Even Ares-sama would not issue such an outrageous command. I will immediately write to inquire with His Highness the Crown Prince, so please do not act recklessly. However, King Martinus had long been dissatisfied with the treacherous minister, and the Crown Prince who always opposed Ares. Now that he was in the royal capital, free from the Crown Prince's direct surveillance, and combined with Ares's order, he had completely lost his patience. A trace of anger flashed in King Martinus's eyes, and he cursed furiously, "Bullshit. Lord Ares's orders are absolute. This king will never listen to that arrogant little brat." With that, he suddenly struck out, punching the completely unguarded Chancellor to the ground with 2 heavy blows. Though lacking in intellect, as a LV.2 powerhouse, King Martinus's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. The Chancellor stood no chance against him. King Martinus gathered the subordinates loyal to him. Throw this guy into prison. Chapter 105, Rakia sieged by adventurers. Then, he began to arrange the plan ordered by Ares. The whereabouts of Riveria and the others were not deliberately concealed, and coupled with the identity of the elven princess already drawing attention, their every move had long been closely monitored by the intelligence agencies of the Rakia kingdom. The kingdom's intelligence department quickly collected and compiled this information and submitted it to the Fool King. Loki Familia, 9 Hells, LV.6. These few words appeared prominently on the report. Freya Familia, White Fairy's Magic Wand, LV.6, Black Fairy's Demon Sword, LV.6. Next were 2 powerful members of the Freya Familia. Hephaestus Familia, Sword King, LV.2. A genius of the Hephaestus Familia. Astrea Familia, Gale, LV.5. When King Martinus saw this list, a strange smile appeared on his face. He patted the table, eyes gleaming with excitement, as if seeing an enormous opportunity, as expected of God Ares. As long as we can wipe out these 3 major familias in one swoop, the city will surely have to compromise and hand over the Kratso. His voice carried fanatical worship, his mind filled with the glorious future painted by God Ares. The imagined victory was already within reach. If they could capture members of these 3 major familias, they could force the entire city to bow and surrender. At this moment, the disaster, caused by Marius gradually began to reveal itself. Because he was far superior to the king, this crown prince had long won the support and following of nearly all the slightly intelligent members of the kingdom's upper echelon. These few intelligent people had all sided with Marius, forming a solid political faction. And now, most of them had gone to the battlefield with Marius, away from the capital. As for the few who remained in the capital, due to the prime minister, their core figure, being violently knocked down by the king, they fell into chaos. They temporarily lost control of the royal palace, and intelligence was thus cut off. Correspondingly, those who still firmly supported the Fool King were naturally the opposite of the Crown Prince's faction. Most of these people were from the militant faction, with considerable strength, including not a few LV.2 powerhouses. Their combat ability was, to some extent, decent. However, they generally lacked the ability to think and judge. The reason they were relied on by King Martinus was because they always executed orders without hesitation, never questioning the king or God Ares' instructions. Capture the elven princess alive, march into Al Forest. They shouted. Occupy Orario, God Ares becomes the Grand Emperor, His Majesty the King becomes the second emperor. One more fantastical plan after another continued to spill from their mouths. Let those damn elves know our strength. Declare war on the Loki Familia. Declare war on the Freya Familia. Declare war on the Hephaestus Familia. The Astrea Familia, reduced to just a few members, was ignored by them. King Martinus swept his gaze over his subordinates, his eyes landing on a slightly shrewder-looking middle-aged man. Finance Minister, you are the smartest among us. You come up with a way to capture Riveria and the others. He directly designated the task, tone brooking no argument. Finance Minister, huh? Me? This Finance Minister, infamous for his selfishness, meanness, greed, and cunning, had been breaking out in cold sweat since he first heard the Fool King's plan, trembling like a sieve. Heaven be witness, the only reason he followed the king was purely because the Crown Prince Marius's faction had too many capable people. There was simply no room for him to shine. But in the Fool King's camp, his intelligence was like a crane among chickens, like a prophet, and so he was heavily relied upon, easily attaining the high position of Finance Minister. However, now he regretted it, deeply regretted it. He finally realized that the faction he was part of was simply a madhouse. 3 days later, Emiya and the others stood in the palace of the Rakia king, documents spread out before them. These papers included secret letters from God Ares to the Fool King, and the various absurd plans written with all their mental effort by the Fool King and his subordinates. The content on the papers was so ridiculous, it made one suspect whether these people had eaten hallucinogenic herbs or mushrooms. So, we were just acting in self-defense, Emiya spoke, tone laced with helplessness. Hayden and the others were to the side, their expressions varied. Faced with this pile of irrational plans, for a moment they didn't know how to respond. The king and his loyal subordinates were now tightly bound and thrown on the palace floor. The Fool King's face had turned dark red from surging blood, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. He clearly hadn't recovered from the sudden blow, unable to accept that his proud authority had crumbled in an instant. The king's subordinates were in a sorry state. Their former arrogance and bluster completely gone, their eyes revealing fear and regret. The palace was silent, only the sound of paper pages turning echoed in the air. Everyone was reviewing these insane plans, seemingly trying to find a trace of logic or reason, but ultimately could only shake their heads in vain. Previously, Emiya and the others had wanted to minimize the potential negative impact of raiding Rakia Kingdom's capital. However, the stupidity of God Ares and this king rendered all their efforts pointless. Because Rakia Kingdom had been the aggressor, all responsibility could not fall on Riveria and the others. No matter who judged it, they could only conclude, the adventurers' actions were just and necessary. Now, even if Riveria personally used the Kratzo's magic swords, to erase Rakia's royal palace from the map, no one could say she was wrong. In short, King Martinus's actions made Emiya and the others' previous hesitation seem overly sentimental. As for the difficulty of the adventurers' raid on the capital, this was never a concern. The ease of this battle even exceeded Emiya's first dungeon adventure under the guidance of High Novice. The opponents were LV.1 guards and a few LV.2 squad captains. On their side were LV.6 Hayden and Hogni, LV.5 Ryuu, and Emiya. Even the well-traveled, black and white knight, had never fought such an easy battle. Even now, the vast majority of Rakia's citizens in the so-called war capital were still asleep and unaware that their king had been taken down by intruders. King Martinus, tied up and thrown on the ground, still tried to maintain his dignity in this desperate situation. He glared at the adventurers before him, eyes full of rage and unwillingness. Even now, he still believed that as the ruler of the kingdom, he should not be treated this way, nor be humiliated as a prisoner by these people. You foreign invaders, he gnashed his teeth and shouted, you're just relying on your strength to act arrogantly and rudely. Especially that elven bastard princess. Such a proud bitch. Just because she has a bit of power, she thinks she can do whatever she wants. Before he could finish, a cold light flashed in Hayden's eyes. Just as the king was about to shout more, Hayden had already arrived before him, lifting his foot and kicking him directly. Without the slightest hesitation, and without giving him time to react, Hayden's soul landed heavily on his face, cutting off his words. Bang! King Martinu staggered backward from the kick, letting out a painful muffled grunt. He tried to struggle, but his bound hands left him unable to move. Hayden clearly had no intention of stopping. He raised his staff and swung it several times with its blunt end. Each strike drawing pained cries from the king, showing no mercy. Time to get to business. Seeing the curled-up monarch unable to make a sound, Hayden calmly arranged matters. This raid battle, which had difficulty equivalent to the first 12 dungeon floors, was still under his command. Hogni, go to the kingdom's armory. Don't bother with anything else, your target is one thing only, all Kratso magic swords. Take them if you can, destroy them if you can't. Kratso magic swords were a special kind of magic sword. In the past, Rekia Kingdom had once become an invincible hegemon thanks to them. The crafting technique of these magic swords was held only by the blacksmiths of the Kratso family. The true power of the Kratso swords came from the fairy blood passed down through generations in the Kratso family. This bloodline granted them special forging abilities. As long as one awakened the Kratso blood, even a LV.1 blacksmith could easily create weapons far more powerful than ordinary magic swords. Even Tsubaki, aside from her magic sword Spiral Blade, couldn't match the power of Kratso swords. However, as Rekia Kingdom used more and more magic swords in war, the Kratso family's blessings seemed to weaken rapidly amid the endless slaughter and destruction. The legendary fairy blood grew dimmer, the Kratso family's forging talent gradually vanished, and the crafting skills faded away. By now, the entire Rekia Kingdom couldn't even find a single heir with Kratso blood. What Hayden wanted Hogni to look out for were the Kratso magic swords possibly preserved by Rekia, made by previous generations of blacksmiths. Gale, you and Emiya take Her Highness Riveria's official decree and head to the slave market. Rescue our own and the slaves of other races. Hayden continued the arrangements. Rekia Kingdom had packaged the cruel institution of slavery as contract labor, attempting to hide its savage nature to avoid condemnation and attack from other great nations. However, this was merely a feudal disguise. No matter the name change, the brutal essence of slavery remained unchanged. Emiya and the others only learned of this today. Not because they were ignorant, but because to adventurers in Orario, Rekia Kingdom simply wasn't worth paying attention to. In fact, it was only 10 days ago that Emiya even learned of this country's existence. A so-called great nation like Rekia had long since declined and become an insignificant entity. In the eyes of adventurers, such a country was just a name on the map. Usually not something that would catch their attention, let alone something they'd bother to study. I'll personally guard the royal palace to ensure no accidents occur. Also, I'll handle the kingdom's military camp, Hayden said, gently adjusting his glasses. With the nature of elves, they would not harm the kingdom's ordinary civilians. But the blood debt of the elven race must be paid for by someone. These bloody, reputation-damaging tasks need not fall upon juniors like Emiya and Ryuu, nor upon Her Highness Riveria. Such trivial matters could be fully handled by him, the White Fairy's magic wand, perverted glasses. After all, his reputation wasn't great to begin with. One more stain didn't matter. At the military camp, how about having Emiya hand the magic swords to our compatriots in the slave market, and then letting them go over, Ryuu quietly suggested. After these few days of interacting with Riveria, Hayden, and the others, this useless elf gradually came to understand their stance and began to think through these issues. The teachings of Friana were beginning to show results. Hayden looked over silently. A moment later, he softly said, "All right." The crown prince of the Rekia kingdom, Marius, fainted directly the moment he received the battle report sent from the rear. As the vice commander, Marius had always borne the responsibility of actual command. After all, the nominal commander was the completely unreliable Ares god. At this moment, the prince's fainting caused the Rekia kingdom's army to instantly fall into chaos, like a ship that lost its guide, teetering in the storm. Amidst the chaos, the generals tried to maintain order, but as more and more officers came into contact with the battle report, the news could no longer be suppressed. Shock, anger, and unease spread throughout the army. King Martinus, who sat in the royal capital, once tried to capture the adventurers passing through the kingdom, including Riveria of the Nine Hells, and others, using them as bargaining chips to force Orio into compromise. The result was that they were easily defeated by Sword King, and Black and White Knights, and others. The adventurers quickly stormed the palace, directly capturing that foolish king. The entire royal palace fell in an instant. And this was only the beginning. The enraged elven adventurers then destroyed the capital's contract arbitration office, which was essentially a slave market, and liberated all the slaves inside. Soon, the flames of rebellion spread across the royal capital. The freed slaves, humans in the greatest number, strong dwarves, agile elves, frenzied Amazons and beast men, all rose in revolt. Even the usually inconspicuous Paolum race was eventually stirred into action. The slaves picked up high-quality standard swords and blades of unknown origin. They stormed the capital's armory and seized a large number of magic swords. Then, they turned their blades toward the kingdom's military camps, launching a massive offensive. In the end, the capital's garrison was nearly wiped out. The civilian districts were not much attacked, but the palace, administrative district, and nearby military camps were flattened. Now, under the leadership of the adventurers, this slave army advanced all the way toward Orio, that is, directly toward the rear of the kingdom's main forces. This sudden chaos caused the Rekia kingdom's army near Orio to completely lose their composure. The previously orderly retreat rapidly turned into a rout under the weight of panic and fear. The soldiers were terrified and fled in all directions, no longer caring about formation or discipline. The entire army plunged into utter confusion. The commander of the Orio Familia coalition forces was Shakti, captain of the Ganesha Familia, staff of the elephant god. Although she did not know exactly what had happened within the enemy, she understood clearly that this was a rare opportunity. Shakti decisively seized this opportunity and led the adventurers in a fierce assault. The adventurers, with high morale, were like an unstoppable flood, completely crushing the already collapsed Rekia kingdom army. From the time Marius first received the battle report to the complete collapse of the kingdom's army, all of this occurred within less than a single day. And when Marius finally awoke from his coma, he immediately realized that the situation was beyond salvation. He decisively issued the order, immediately negotiate with Orario's guild of adventurers, not for peace surrender. And also, inform those adventurers marching from the Rekia toward us, let them name their price, however much they want, we'll pay. Riveria gazed into the distance and said, we're almost at Orio. At this moment, the outline of the tallest building in the dungeon city, Babel Tower, stood on the horizon, entering everyone's field of view and gradually becoming clearer. They had departed from the Rekia kingdom's capital, the City of War, crossed the vast western plains, and finally returned to the familiar Orio. During this journey, the adventurers no longer attacked the kingdom's cities. On the contrary, at every place they arrived, the cities would voluntarily open their gates to welcome them, behaving with unusual obedience. Such an effect wasn't solely due to the adventurers' martial strength, it was also because their ranks included two key figures, the Rekia kingdom's chancellor and finance minister. The chancellor had been rescued from the royal dungeon by Haydeen. Upon learning of the king's deeds, he merely let out a long sigh and then expressed his willingness to fully cooperate with Riveria and the others. As for the finance minister, he defected even earlier. On the day he attended the mobilization assembly held by the foolish king, this Paolum, skilled at assessing the situation, immediately realized something was wrong. Chapter 106, Jealous Shakti. As for the finance minister, he defected even earlier. On the day he attended the mobilization assembly held by the foolish king, this Paolum, skilled at assessing the situation, immediately realized something was wrong. That night, he hurried back home and knelt before his elven foster mother, surrendering without the slightest hesitation. This foster mother of his was originally an elven woman brought back to the household by his grandfather as a slave. However, by virtue of possessing the most outstanding intelligence in the entire family, the elven woman eventually took control over the grandfather and father of the finance minister, turning into the actual ruler of the household. Now, with both the grandfather and parents of the finance minister having passed away, this youthful-looking elven woman had transformed into the honored dowager empress of the family. "Dear mother, please save your son," the finance minister hugged his foster mother's smooth little leg, bawling with snot and tears under her look of disdain. He didn't conceal his fear in the slightest, directly revealing the king's plans and secrets in full, completely selling out the king. Thus, the plans and intelligence of the kingdom of Rakia were handed over to Elven Princess Riveria without reservation. With such detailed intelligence, the adventurers easily took control of the royal palace and the armory, quickly subduing the guards originally stationed there. Later, precisely because of the cooperation of these two individuals, the cities across the kingdom of Rakia bowed their heads one by one without putting up any resistance. Riveria and her companions' goal was not to attack or occupy these cities, but to ensure their party could proceed smoothly. What they needed was nothing more than basic supplies and places to rest. Therefore, whenever they arrived at a city, they only asked for necessary food and clean water to ensure that the slaves following behind them could rest briefly, regain their strength, and then continue on. During these short stops, Riveria and her companions would also conveniently rescue any slaves in the city who were willing to follow them. However, outside the royal capital, the number of slaves was relatively small, especially among the elves. It was extremely scarce. The slave system in the cities was not as rampant as in the capital. Most of the slaves were humans from various regions who had perhaps become slaves due to war or other reasons in the past, but their numbers weren't large enough to form a scale. Riveria and her group did not force anyone to join them, instead giving them a choice. For those who chose to stay, they respected their wishes and did not interfere. At this point, they had finally stepped out of the borders of the kingdom of Rakia and returned to Orio. The finance minister in the group let out a long sigh upon seeing the outline of Orio. His feelings along the journey were extremely complicated. He knew clearly that he had betrayed the kingdom of Rakia, betrayed the country that once gave him a place to stand. Perhaps, he could never return to Rakia again, but at least, he was still alive. However, just as he lowered his head and sighed, the chancellor beside him stepped forward and lightly patted his shoulder. This mature and steady man showed no trace of blame in his eyes, instead revealing a look of comfort and encouragement. "Chancellor, well done. You saved the kingdom." The finance minister froze, looking confused. "Huh? Your decision was correct and very decisive. Stop following that foolish king. His Highness Marius knows your ability and your awakening. He will put you in important positions." The chancellor spoke, a trace of lingering fear surfacing in his heart. The king's original plan was to gather the elven slaves in the capital and use them to threaten Riveria into submission. Otherwise, he would kill all the elves. If something like that had really happened, everything would have gone completely out of control, and the kingdom would have been pushed into the abyss of destruction. "Finance Minister, I was clearly just afraid of death. How did that turn into getting reused by His Highness Marius?" Emiya and his party hadn't had an easy time either. To be honest, the hardships they faced were 100 times more difficult than the battles in the capital. That was, how to deal with the rescued slaves, especially the elves among them. These elves were full of gratitude, but their gratitude was simply too enthusiastic. The elves even suggested that Lady Riveria should no longer walk on her own, but be carried on a palanquin lifted by strong beast men, as if she were a goddess worshipped by ancient nobles. This special treatment was not just prepared for Lady Riveria. Emiya and others were also required to accept the same kind of hospitality. Seated on sturdy palanquins lifted by strong demi-humans, surrounded by 6 beautiful elf women serving them, 2 fanning, 1 feeding grapes, 1 pouring wine, and 2 massaging legs, it looked exactly like some foolish king indulging in extreme luxury. At first, Emiya was forcibly placed on the palanquin by the elves and stared blankly at the scene around him, feeling like he was about to be spiritually corrupted by the strange atmosphere. Riveria smiled bitterly as she refused their eager requests multiple times. Hayden and the others even more so politely declined, but facing these compatriots who had endured immense suffering, they couldn't bear to speak harshly. There were nearly 800 rescued slaves, most of them humans, followed by beastmen, Amazons, and Palams, and the least in number were the elves. However, because of Riveria, these elves instead became the core of the group. And under Hayden's arrangement, Emiya, who directly rescued these elven slaves, naturally won their favor, trust, and even worship. As these elves gained complete freedom, their admiration for Emiya grew by the day. This emotion would eventually transform into great prestige for Emiya among the elven race. Seeing all this, Riveria couldn't help but be afraid. She knew well that elves were a very independent and prideful race. It was extremely difficult for outsiders to gain their respect and trust. Yet Emiya easily achieved that, and his influence was still expanding. She subconsciously thought a bit more, this child, gaining such huge prestige among the elves, what does he intend to do? Could it be, he wants to marry the princess of the elven race? So the Rakia kingdom's invasion ended this quickly, on the hillside of the plains east of Orario, a tall Amazonian female warrior looked into the distance at the remaining forces of the kingdom. Even if the kingdom didn't go all out and only dispatched one legion, they still lost way too quickly. Vice-captain of the Ganesha Familia, level 5 adventurer, Red Battle Leopard, Iltafarna, she served as the main commander for Orario's allied Familias in this war against Rakia. Because the scale of the kingdom's invasion this time was not large, the Loki Familia and Freya Familia had no interest in joining. Thus, the Ganesha Familia became the main force on Orario's side. The Familia of the God of Elephants dispatched 5 first-class adventurers. Adding the level 2 battle prostitutes from the Ishtar Familia who came for the strong soldiers of the kingdom army, most of the level 3 Amazons were on dungeon expeditions, along with many mid-tier Familias who volunteered to fight. It was more than enough to deal with one legion of the kingdom's army. And even with only limited forces deployed, these adventurers still held back in battle because they wanted the war with the kingdom of Rakia to last a few more days to enjoy this rare opportunity to rest. That's right, rest. Except for the commander Shakti, who had to work hard, for the other adventurers participating in this war, it was practically a paid vacation. Because the kingdom's army was just too weak. Although nearly all of them had received blessings from the gods, the vast majority of soldiers were just level 1, with only a few officers being level 2. Higher up, level 3 generals were only a handful. Moreover, these level 2 and level 3 individuals who rose through decades of drills and matches in the kingdom's military camps were nowhere near the strength of adventurers who had fought against monsters in the dungeon. The adventurers fought the kingdom's soldiers every day, effortlessly scattering them. They could even avoid killing and just capture them to later exchange for ransom after the war. Even more speechless, during the gaps between daily battles, non-combatant citizens of Orario directly went to the enemy camp to do business with them. These merchants sold healing potions to the soldiers bruised by adventurers, or sold average quality weapons and equipment made in Orario to the kingdom army. For Orario, the war with the kingdom of Rakia was like a carnival. The so-called battles were more like a large performance for the leisure of the city's citizens. The gods of various familias had long expected this. They didn't want their children to stain their hands in a battle of this level. So before the war began, the gods had a tacit understanding not to encourage killing in combat. In the end, only a single-digit number of soldiers from Rakia's invading forces died. And most of them were trampled to death by their own side in the chaos of the battlefield. Red Battle Leopard, Ilta Farna chuckled, withdrew her gaze from the fleeing remains of the kingdom's army, and jokingly said to Shakti beside her, "This war ended way earlier than expected. Looks like your command ability is even better than the braver, Finn, big sister." Shakti shook her head, "It had nothing to do with my command. The kingdom army obviously suffered internal strife. Or rather, the kingdom of Rakia itself has a problem. Ilta raised her brows upon hearing that, a hint of curiosity appearing, internal strife. So we were just here to clean up the mess. Maybe, Shakti nodded, gazing into the distance. It's worth mentioning, Emiya and the others who operated inside the kingdom of Rakia didn't stain their hands with blood either. With their exceptional strength, they easily subdued all the soldiers and took control of the palace. Even Hayden, who had already prepared for the worst, ended up not having to kill many people. However, the fury of the slaves they released was a different matter entirely. To those people, taking revenge on the kingdom's army was their natural right. Something no one could question. And what Riveria and the others could do, at best, was try to restrain the slaves as much as possible, guiding their anger toward the army, not the civilians of the capital. Before invading the capital, Riveria and the others didn't even know that the kingdom of Rakia had dared to imprison so many elven slaves in the capital, 60 in total. That number may not seem large, but considering the base population and personality of the elven race, it was already an absolute scandal. Shakti quietly waited in the camp of Orario's allied forces. Not long after, a messenger rushed over and delivered a letter from the kingdom of Rakia. To be precise, it was a letter of surrender bearing the crest of the god Ares and the signature of Crown Prince Marius. Additionally, during the pursuit of the kingdom army, adventurers from Orario had captured some high-ranking officers and extracted even more intel on the internal chaos of the kingdom. The king attacked Riveria and the others, the capital was taken by adventurers, slaves rioted. Reading the reports, Shakti was speechless. All her thoughts boiled down to a long sigh. His Highness Marius is truly pitiful. I thought Asphai and I had it rough enough due to our main god's whims. I didn't expect there'd be someone even more tragic than us. Shakti's tone was subtle, clearly resigned to the troublesome matters ahead. Still have to send word to Freya, Loki, and Hephaestus, inviting them to join the negotiations with the kingdom of Rakia, even though none of their familiars participated this time. But who would have thought, the adventurers from these three familiars returning from outside could stir up such a huge event? So, does this mean that we the Ganesha Familia fought so hard, only to hand over the fruits of victory to those three familias? Ilta was also extremely speechless, full of gloom inside. The king of Rakia, the prime minister, and many high-ranking officials had all fallen into their hands. As for the war reparations from the kingdom, Freya, Loki, and Hephaestus's familias would undoubtedly gain the biggest benefits. Shakti, don't say it anymore, my heart already hurts. That foolish king. Why didn't he think of capturing me at the time? I'm at least the commander of the allied Familia forces, right? Wasn't I worth capturing? At this moment, how she wished she hadn't stayed in the Orario allied forces camp, but instead had followed Riveria and the others to escort that foolish king. The Ganesha Familia had participated so actively in the war with the kingdom this time, originally intending to make a big profit and use it to pay off the massive debt their main god Ganesha had incurred for constructing a spectacle building. But now, look what happened. Their efforts could at best earn them scraps left behind by the Freya, Loki, and Hephaestus familias. Because of Rakia Kingdom's actions, Ganesha Familia lost miserably. Who could they even complain to? The battle with the Rakia Kingdom ended far too quickly. So quick that even the residents of the dungeon city felt a bit unsatisfied. Especially those familias dealing in medicine and weaponry. They had been hoping the war would last longer so they could make a huge profit off injured soldiers and adventurers needing supplies. The days of easy profit ended just like that, leaving them quite disappointed. However, very soon, news of the victorious return of the adventurers led by Riveria sparked a second wave of celebration in Orario. The streets were packed with residents who came to welcome them, cheers echoed endlessly, and the entire city seemed to boil over. While everyone discussed the bravery of the adventurers, one of their true accomplishments, the subjugation of the ancient monster Antares, was strictly classified by the guild. Especially the fact that Antares had devoured the goddess Artemis. This was considered top secret and known only to a very limited few. In the eyes of Orario's citizens, the adventurers had gone to subdue a powerful monster threatening the lands beyond the city, and return victorious. To these people, this was another classic adventure tale, heroes setting out, defeating a powerful foe, and protecting the peace of the city. People celebrated the return of the heroes, rejoicing in Arario's strength being shown once again. Many longtime residents of the city couldn't help but think of the days of Zeus's and Hera's Familias, especially their great achievements in defeating Behemoth and Leviathan. That was a time full of heroes and legends, and now, it seemed like a shadow of that era had returned. Aside from that, Riveria's identity was also a major reason for Arario residents' strong reactions. As the princess of the elves, Riveria held a noble status among the elven race. Every one of her actions attracted the attention of countless elves. This victory made all the elves in Arario feel proud. Her Highness the Princess's accomplishments once again proved the elves' powerful strength and noble character. What made the elves even more excited was another extraordinary achievement by the adventurers. Riveria not only successfully thwarted the Rakia Familia's plot, enemy of the elves, but even captured a group of high-ranking officials from the kingdom, including the king himself. More importantly, she liberated the elven comrades secretly imprisoned by the Rakia kingdom. Hayden, Hogni, and Ryuu also shared in this glory. As for Emiya Shirou, due to the legend of the elf slayer, his reputation among the elves had always been strong, and many elf women feared him. Now though, they regarded Emiya with both reverence and fear. Afraid, yet also curious. And for the various familias in Arario, the hundreds of liberated slaves brought back by Emiya's group sparked another wave of madness. Among these 800 people, about 600 were ordinary humans and palams, along with weaker beastkin such as rabbit people, cat people, and dog people. Let's set those aside for now. The remaining 200 included strong dwarves and Amazons, as well as elite beastkin like ox people, tiger people, and lion people. Most eye-catching of all, there were actually 60 elves among this group. Even if only half of them were willing to become adventurers, that would still mean 30 elves. When the main gods of each familia heard this news, their eyes seemed to gleam green with greed. Though the Adventurers Guild heavily promoted racial equality in the city, the innate talent gap between races was obvious. Strength, magic, agility. These innate traits gave each race a different starting point on the path of adventurers.